Hello, Paranormal M friends. It's me again. I honestly, truly love what I do. Sitting down with the mic and sharing mysterious stories from all over the world to help you drift off to sleep. It's such a great feeling. I hope you'll keep supporting the channel and sending in even more of your strange, mysterious experiences. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss our latest videos. Now, without further ado, let's jump into today's stories. Hey, so I know a lot of people roll their eyes at paranormal stories, and honestly, I used to be one of those people. But I'm telling you this straight, the way it happened, because I don't have anything to gain from it. If anything, I wish I didn't have a story like this. Back then, I was a student in a little town called Zunhara, pretty rural, the kind of place where empty lots and abandoned buildings feel normal. Like, there was this old Soviet-era medical facility on the edge of the walk back to the dorms. Not the kind of building you want to stare at too long, you know? I lived in a dorm with a few friends, and there was always this rumor floating around. There's a ghost here. There's a spirit here. The usual dorm nonsense. And I truly thought it was just students feeding each other scary stories because they were bored. I was on the student council, so we worked closely with academic affairs. And I swear to you, we had meetings where the topic, actually written down, was basically how to handle the paranormal rumors. I remember sitting there thinking, is this a joke? Are we seriously doing this? But the staff, especially a couple of visiting European instructors and some Mongolian faculty, were weirdly firm about it. Their whole thing was, don't escalate it, don't spread it, shut the rumors down calmly. One instructor even said, very casually, that he'd witnessed something himself. I laughed it off at the time. I was one of those hardcore, science-only people, like aggressively skeptical. The kind of person who would argue with you just for using the word energy in a spiritual way. Anyway, one night, around 2 a.m., one of our friends, let's call him Erden, just collapsed. No warning. He was standing, then he wasn't. We panicked, called an ambulance, and for a few minutes it was chaos. Shouting, trying to keep him awake, trying to explain what happened when we didn't even understand it ourselves. 3 of us went with him at first. Me, my friend Sarul, and another friend, that Saikon. The medics took Erden in, checked him, and after a while it seemed like he was stable. That Saikon headed back early to the dorms, and me and Sarul stayed a bit longer, and then started walking back once things calmed down. And listen, at that hour, in towns like that, it's not like a city where there are lights and traffic. It's mostly open space, wide, quiet fields, a few scattered buildings, the kind of dark that feels thick. We were walking back, maybe a couple meters apart, joking in that nervous way people do after something scary, making dumb little comments about how Erden just rage quit life for a second, stuff like that, trying to keep it light. Then, as we got closer to that abandoned Soviet building on the route, it got cold. Not like, oh, it's Mongolia, it's chilly. I mean sudden, sharp, unnatural cold, like the air changed texture. I remember my skin tightening instantly, and my brain doing that thing where it tries to rationalize fast because it doesn't want to feel fear. And that's when we heard it. A woman's whisper. Not behind us exactly, not in front, more like it was around us. Like it didn't belong to any single direction. And it wasn't wind. It wasn't leaves. There weren't even trees close enough for that kind of sound. It was a whisper with shape to it, like someone was speaking close to your ear, except no one was there. We both slowed down without even saying anything. I remember staring at the field, at the rocks, at the empty stretch of ground, trying to find a person, a shadow, anything. Nothing, the whispering continued. Sarul looked at me and his face, his expression, changed into this tight, stiff look, like he was trying not to panic. He said, really quietly, "Do you hear that?" And I said yes, because I did. I couldn't understand most of it. It was like half-formed words, or a language you recognize but can't fully catch because your heart is pounding too loud in your ears. But the last part? The last part was clear. It said, "In Hoyerstiahwe," which, yeah, translates to, "What should we do with these two?" And I know how that sounds. I know. If someone told me this story back then, I would have smirked and said they were sleep-deprived, hyped up, trying to scare themselves. But I heard it, and Sarul heard it, at the same moment. We didn't scream. We didn't run like a movie. We just moved faster. Instinct took over. We sped up, not looking back too much because neither of us wanted to see something we couldn't unsee. We got to the dorm and shut the door like it could lock the whole night out. Inside, we talked, quietly, intensely, comparing what we heard. Same voice, same feeling, same words at the end. And here's the part that messed with me even more. Remember Batsai Khan, the one who left early? He told us later he heard something too on his walk back. He just tried to ignore it, telling himself he was imagining things. But when we told him what happened to us, he went pale because it lined up in the worst possible way. After that, the three of us made this agreement. We don't talk about it in the dorm. Not loudly, not casually, not like a campfire story. Because in our heads, it felt like attention might invite it. Sarul had this personal reason for believing that too. His grandmother was the type of traditional spiritual practitioner who always taught, don't acknowledge certain things, don't engage, don't feed them. Basically, ignore it, and it won't stick to you. I ended up transferring a few months later for a scholarship opportunity, so I didn't stay in that place long. But that night didn't leave me, and even now, years later, I can still feel that cold snap in my bones when I remember it. That moment where my whole worldview cracked a little, not because I wanted to believe, but because I couldn't explain what happened without lying to myself. And yeah, if you're curious, I still have old chat messages from that night. Me and the others trying to make sense of it in real time while we were still shaking. So that's it. That's what happened. And I'm happy to answer questions, seriously, because I know how unbelievable it sounds until it happens to you. Hey, thanks for letting me tell you this. I'm going to start a little ways back, because none of what happened recently makes sense without the rest of it. I'm a bloke in my mid-40s. My wife, Emma, and I have been together forever, honestly. We got together young, and we've built a proper life. A home that we've slowly made into ours. 2 daughters, one in her early 20s, and one just finishing her teens, and the younger one still lives with us. But before our girls were born, there was another baby. Emma got pregnant almost immediately after we got together, like shockingly fast. People can judge if they want, but we were kids in love trying to do our best. The pregnancy didn't go how it should have. Our little girl, Lila, came far too early. She lived for the briefest moment, and then she was gone. What still gets me is that right up until the end, Emma could feel her moving, like she was saying, "I'm here," until she suddenly wasn't. I don't think anything has ever hit me like that did. It was the kind of grief that changes the shape of your life. And somehow, it could have shattered us, but it didn't. It welded us together. We stayed. We carried it. We went on to have our 2 daughters, and we got married, and we did the normal things people do. Work, bills, birthdays, arguing about paint colors, while always having this quiet, tender, missing piece in the background. Then, years later, my body changed the rules on me. About 7 years ago, I developed a mobility condition. It isn't degenerative on paper, but in real life it's become harder and harder. I used to be on my feet all day for work, selling, driving, talking, grafting, since I was a teenager. Losing that version of myself, I don't know how else to say it. It broke something in me. I sank into a depression I didn't recognize. And then came the worst part. The voices. That's the bit people never understand unless they've lived it. The mental health services, the appointments, the fear of, here we go again. The constant question in the back of your head, is this real? Or is it me? Over time, my mobility got worse. Pride is a funny thing, how it can make you suffer more than you need to. I fought adaptations like they were insults. A stair lift, a wheelchair for longer outings. All of it felt like admitting defeat, even when it was just being practical. And then, last autumn, everything shifted again. It was around late October 2024 when my sleep really started falling apart. Pain, tossing, waking up constantly. Emma sleeps with earplugs because I use a CPAP machine, so at night it's mostly just me, awake in the dark, listening to the house. That's when I started hearing things. At first it was small, little noises from downstairs. The letterbox rattling like someone had pushed it. A chair scrape. A door click. The kind of stuff you can explain away as a house settling. And because no one else heard it, I told myself that's what it was. Even the dog didn't react, so I forced myself not to spiral. But it didn't stop. As winter rolled in, the sounds got louder and more deliberate. Not just a random creak, more like movement, like someone walking, slow, steady footsteps. Still only at night, still only when I was awake. After Christmas, it started feeling closer. It wasn't just downstairs anymore. I'd hear what sounded like footsteps on the stairs, the blinds on the landing tapping gently like they'd been nudged, a basket lid shifting, that sort of thing. Room to room, like a presence tracing the layout of our home. And I need you to understand this part. My first thought wasn't ghost. My first thought was, oh no, I'm relapsing. Because that would be the logical explanation, wouldn't it? Then came the morning that shook me. It was midweek in February 2025, Wednesday. I woke up just before 6, properly awake, not half dreaming, and I heard a bedroom door drag open upstairs. You know the sound. Carpet resisting, the door sort of catching. It was my youngest daughter's room. Right after that, I heard a soft voice, clear as anything, say, "Dad." Not shouting, not spooky, just gentle, like someone trying not to wake the whole house. My heart did that drop it does. I thought, she's ill again. She'd had a stomach bug a day or two earlier, so I swung my legs out, pulled on my dressing gown because the house was freezing, and I went onto the landing. And her door was closed, and the landing was empty. That cold went right through me, not the temperature kind, the wrongness of it. I stood there staring, trying to make my brain find the explanation. And then it hit me. She hadn't even been home. She'd stayed at her boyfriend's that night. So who opened the door? Who said, "Dad"? I went downstairs and I just sat there with my thoughts racing. I didn't call anyone. I didn't tell Emma. I didn't tell my daughters. I didn't tell my parents. Because once you've been in psychiatric care, you learn how quickly people look at you differently. I didn't want anyone watching me for signs, or insisting I ring the doctor, or treating me like I wasn't a reliable narrator of my own life. But I was scared. And also, this sounds mad, I was oddly calm, because a part of me thought, if this is real, at least I'm not losing my mind. The next day was the one that changed everything. Thursday afternoon, Emma went out with her mom. The house was quiet, just me and the dog. I was in the kitchen making myself something to eat, half leaning on the counter like I always do now, when there was a knock at the front door. It was my mom, Jan, coming to pick up some ironing. She lives ridiculously close, just across the road with my dad, and since I've struggled more, she likes to help. She came in, we chatted like normal, nothing dramatic. Nothing said. She left. And about 2 minutes later, I got a text. "What's going on? Who's upstairs? And why did you look so flustered when you opened the door?" I remember just staring at it like I couldn't translate the words. I texted back, confused, and told her, "Mom, it's just me here. I was in the kitchen. I wasn't flustered." Then she replied with what she'd seen. She said as she was walking up to the house, she glanced at the upstairs window, the room we use as a little TV room, and she saw a young woman standing there. Slender, shoulder-length brown hair, solid as anyone. She said she looked early 20s, like she could have been one of my daughter's friends. Mom even waved at her because it looked so normal. And then she got to the door, and it was just me. No one else in the house. I can't even describe the feeling of reading that message, because it was like the floor shifted. All those nights of sounds I'd tried to swallow, and suddenly someone else had witnessed something. Someone who didn't know any of it. Someone who wouldn't have imagined it. That's when I told her the truth, carefully. That for months I'd been hearing footsteps, doors, noises moving closer. That I'd heard someone say, "Dad." That I was terrified it meant I was getting unwell again, but now I didn't know what it meant at all. My mom is a big believer in the afterlife. Always has been. She immediately went there. Spirits, signs, loved ones. And she said something that made me go very still. She said, "What if it's your baby? What if she's come back to watch over you? Like, our little girl." But now I was stuck in this emotional tug-of-war. Because if it is her, if somehow, in some way, it's our lost daughter, then that's heartbreaking and beautiful and terrifying all at once. And then my brain starts asking questions I never wanted to ask. Would she look older? Would she have grown up in whatever after is? Or is that just my grief trying to shape a story out of random events? And if it isn't her, then who is it? Is it something harmless? Is it something that doesn't even know it's scaring us? Or is it just my mind playing tricks in the worst possible way? The cruelest part is this. I don't have recordings. No video, no audio, nothing neat and tidy. Just months of noises, one clear voice saying "Dad," and one very real witness who saw a young woman in our window. And I finally told Emma, because I had to. I couldn't keep it to myself once my mom had seen what she saw. And Emma is terrified, properly frightened. She wants to move, like immediately. And I'm trying to calm her down when I don't even know what I'm dealing with. So that's where I am, not asking to be convinced, not trying to make anyone believe me, just sitting in the middle of grief, illness, pride, fear, and this strange thread of hope I didn't ask for, wondering what the next step is supposed to be when something in your own home doesn't feel explainable anymore. Hey, so I want to tell you about a place I owned for a long time. And I know how this is going to sound, so just bear with me. About 11 years ago, I bought this old general store building to turn into a small manufacturing shop. Nothing fancy, just a big, plain box of a structure, maybe 7,500 square feet. No creepy hallways, no maze of offices, no basement that screams, "Don't go down there." It was built in the early 80s on land that used to be part of a homestead, with this massive red barn nearby. One of those turn-of-the-century ones that looks like it has stories baked into the wood. Except the barn didn't last. Sometime in the early 2000s, somebody torched it. Arson. The whole thing went up, and all that was left was ash, warped nails, and twisted metal like bones. And here's the thing, there were two other details that always sat in the back of my mind. One was that there were federal research facilities not too far up the road, maybe 25 miles or so. The other was the older history, indigenous presence on that land way back, long before any homestead or barn ever existed. I'm not trying to make it dramatic. I'm just saying, the place had layers. Within the first few weeks of moving in, I started to feel like something was off. Not like I saw a floating woman in a white dress or anything like that. It was subtler. It started with the machinery. I had the most absurd, relentless luck with equipment. And when I say luck, I mean the kind of luck where it stops feeling random and starts feeling personal. Brand new machines would fail. Well-maintained machines would suddenly go weird. Not just one type either. Everything. It didn't matter if it was a CNC, a drum sander, an industrial embroidery machine, a plotter. Something was always happening, and it always happened at the worst possible times. Holiday rushes, deadline weeks, right when a big order was due. Like the building had a calendar and a sense of humor. We'd come in and find the commercial fridge switched off. Not tripped, not a breaker issue. Someone had physically flipped the switch. Bolts would be loosened like someone had taken a wrench to them. Drive belts would be half sliced. Plotter heads would mysteriously gum up overnight like they'd been left to stew in glue. The soldering iron would be turned on when nobody was there. Thermostats would be set down into the low 50s for no reason. Little adjustments would show up on equipment, just enough to ruin material or wreck alignment, like someone knew exactly how to cause maximum annoyance without making it obvious. And for years, I tried to explain it away. I did the responsible thing. I had professionals test the building for everything you'd test for if you were trying to keep your head on straight. Electrical surges, grounding issues, humidity problems, static, bad wiring, weird signals, rodents, carbon monoxide, you name it. I changed the locks. I got strict about keys. We were a small shop, never more than 10 or 11 employees, mostly closer to 5 or 6 on a normal day. And honestly, some of the staff wouldn't have known how to mess with half this equipment even if they wanted to. But it wasn't just the machines. Over the years, we had these moments, little ones at first, that didn't fit neatly into any explanation. People would hear voices up in the storage lofts. Not loud, not clear enough to make out words. Just distant, like someone talking in another room. Sometimes you'd catch movement in the reflection of a black computer monitor, even though nothing was behind you that should have moved. There were cold spots too, and breezes, which sounds basic until you understand the building had no openable windows, just a few exterior doors and the big garage door. I actually had roofers check the fascia because it got cold enough that I was convinced something had to be open, like a gap, a broken vent, birds getting in, wasp nests, something. But everything checked out. And then there were the crashes. Tools would fall. Materials would drop. Something would slam like a shelf had collapsed, and you'd run over. And nothing had moved. Nothing was broken. Nobody was anywhere near it. For almost a year, I was convinced a cat had gotten in somehow. I paid an exterminator to check the entire perimeter like I was trying to secure Fort Knox. What's interesting is, it wasn't everyone who reacted the same way. Some people shrugged it off. Some people joked. But there were a handful of us, especially 5 women, including me, who all felt the same thing when we were there alone after hours. It wasn't terror. It was more like the air felt occupied. Like when you walk into a room and you can tell someone was just there, even if you don't see them. A couple of the younger employees, Tessa and Brooke, started burning sage and incense on late nights. Not performatively, not for Instagram, just quietly. Like, I don't care if this is silly. I want the vibe to calm down. Late work nights got described with words like uncomfortable or interesting. That's the word people used when they didn't want to sound dramatic, but they also didn't want to lie. And then we get to the part I can't shake. The part that made me finally go, nope, I'm done. After about a decade, I decided to sell the building. I was exhausted. The repairs were draining money. The stress was eating me alive. Between the state of the world, business pressure, everything, my tank was empty. I just wanted out. One evening, I was finishing up listing paperwork with the realtor stuff spread out on a table. My adult daughter, her name's Rowan, was there with me, sitting across the open space. We were talking casually, and I made a stupid joke, something like, well, if there are any ghosts here, they're probably thrilled we're leaving. Rowan laughed, and I turned to walk across the warehouse floor toward the printer, and I slammed, full body, into something. Not stumbled, not tripped, not bumped a table. I hit something the way you hit a person when you both turn a corner too fast. Like there was momentum on the other side of the collision. I bounced backward. My arms flew out. I almost fell. It felt like getting checked, like an invisible shoulder to my chest. And it was so fast that for half a second, I didn't even trust my own eyes. It was like a shadow was there, and then it was gone. So quick it barely registered visually, but my body knew what happened. And the floor was clean concrete, wide open. Nothing to snag on, nothing hanging, no cords, no tools. No chance of me clotheslining myself on something. I froze and I shouted. Something very eloquent, like, "Oh my God, did you see that?" Rowan didn't answer right away. She just stared at me with this look I can still picture. Eyes wide, face drained, like her brain was trying to reboot. And then she said, "We're leaving. Right now." Because she had seen it. We didn't turn off lights. We didn't tidy up. We didn't do the normal end-of-night routine. We just got in the car and left. After that, we basically begged friends to help us move out faster. Because we dealt with years of weird little things, sounds, shadows, cold spots, equipment mishaps, but this was different. This felt like intent. And I still replay that moment and wonder, was it reacting to the joke? Was it like, oh, you think this is funny? Here's the part that makes it worse. I'm not a spooky person. I'm not spiritual. I'm not the crystal and incense type. I'm not sitting around believing in goblins or angels or anything like that. I'm the person who wants a scientific explanation. I love science fiction because it's imaginative, not because I think it's real. I spent 10 years trying to rationalize every strange thing that happened in that building. But unless I had a one-time neurological event that perfectly mimicked getting body checked by an invisible person, something hit me. I hope the new owners have better luck than we did. And yes, my realtor actually told me, please do not mention ghosts to potential buyers. Which, fair. Very fair. Oh, and there's one more thing. A parallel story that still makes my skin prickle. One of my older employees, Linda, tough, no nonsense, the kind of woman who'd laugh at a horror movie, used to work security at that federal facility up the road back in the 90s. She told me the security team had stories. A lot of them. Things people saw on the desert grounds, things people heard. And there was some history out there. Incidents decades back, and the older layers of who lived on that land long before any modern buildings showed up. One evening, Linda was doing a foot patrol on the outer perimeter at dusk. Empty desert. Buildings far away. Nobody near her. And a voice spoke right next to her head, clear as if someone was standing at her shoulder. She said she barely had the presence of mind to reach for her weapon. She spun around, once, twice, scanning the dark like her eyes could catch whatever her brain didn't want to accept. And then she ran, full sprint back to the buildings. She said people did prank each other out there sometimes, but there was no way. No footsteps, no radios, no one close enough, no place for someone to hide. Just open ground and a voice that didn't belong. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe the area holds on to things. Maybe there's a logical explanation we just never found. Maybe it was all coincidence stacked so high it started to feel like a pattern. All I know is this: I've never been so relieved to leave a building behind. Okay, so this happened about 7 years ago, and I'm gonna tell it the best I can, because even now it still sits weird in my chest when I think about it. Back then, I was living in the biggest city in my state, one of those places where parts of downtown still feel like they belong to another century. Lots of old brick, lots of history nobody really talks about unless you go digging for it. I didn't know anything about the history of this particular building, though. It was this budget hotel, one of those roadside chains you don't really notice until you need somewhere cheap and quiet for a night. My girlfriend at the time, she's my wife now, let's call her Marina. We were both around 20, still living with my parents, still trying to act grown while also not having anywhere to just be alone. So we do what a lot of young couples do: grab a room somewhere in town, order junk food, pretend we were adults with our own lives for a few hours. And just for a little context, Marina and we've always been a little tuned in, I guess. I've had my share of strange stuff, seeing shadows move where they shouldn't, hearing things when nobody's there, dreams that feel like they're happening in places that don't exist. Marina's the same way. She's had those visitation dreams, the kind where you wake up knowing you weren't just imagining it. So paranormal things? Not exactly new. Not exactly welcome either. More like something that follows you whether you invite it or not. So we check in, get the room, everything seems normal at first. That kind of normal you get at a cheap hotel. Thin walls, flickering hallway lights, that faint smell of old cleaner that never fully covers what came before. Then it starts. First, there's this scream. Not like someone laughing too loud or shouting at a TV. This was a full, sharp, disembodied scream. The kind that makes you freeze with your hand halfway to the remote. But we did that thing people do when they don't want to deal with the implications. We shrugged it off. It's a hotel, we told ourselves. People fight, people party, people do weird stuff. You hear things. Whatever. And then came the laughter. Not adults, not teenagers messing around. Kids. Like little kids. And babies. That's what got under our skin. Because you can explain a lot away in a cheap hotel, but you don't expect to hear babies giggling down the hall at night like there's a nursery party happening in the walls. Marina looked at me like, "You hearing that too?" And I remember that moment so clearly, because it was the last moment where we had a choice to leave. We didn't leave. We got into bed and tried to ignore it, like we'd ignored other strange things in our lives. And that was the mistake. Sometime after I fell asleep, I woke up, and Marina wasn't next to me. At first, I was just annoyed and groggy, like, where'd she go? I checked the bathroom. Empty. So I figured she stepped out for a smoke or went to grab something from the car. I grabbed the key card, pulled on my shoes, and opened the door. And the hallway was wrong. It didn't look different in a way I could point to immediately. Same carpet, same bland walls, same doors. But it was longer. Way longer. Like the building had stretched while I was asleep. And there were branches, little side hallways leading off at angles that shouldn't exist. I even remember thinking, wait, wasn't there a window right there? Like I had this clear memory of the layout and suddenly it didn't match. That's when it clicked. Oh, I'm dreaming. I started walking faster, still thinking I'd find Marina somewhere ahead. And then I heard it again. Those baby laughs, only closer, like they were just around the corner. Then the sound twisted. The laughter became crying, and the crying became screaming. If you've ever heard a baby in real pain, real panic, you know there's something in it that goes straight past your brain and into your body. It hits something primal. Your stomach drops. Your skin goes cold. Your heart starts slamming like it's trying to get out. That sound filled the hallway, and I started running. Not jogging, running like my life depended on it. And then the faces started showing up. At first, it was just glimpses, like shapes on the carpet pattern that weren't really there. But then they became clear. Baby faces, contorted, crying, mouths open too wide. Some looked pressed into the walls like they were trying to push through. Some were on the ceiling. Some were on the doors, like wallpaper that had turned into living skin. And the screaming was everywhere. I'm sprinting through hallways that won't end, and the building keeps unfolding in front of me like it's growing new corridors just to keep me inside it. And the faces multiply until they're not just on surfaces, they're in the air, surrounding me, circling me, closing in. I can't even explain how terrified I was, because it wasn't just fear. It was like my body was responding to something it recognized as wrong on a level I couldn't control. And then, out of nowhere, I turned a corner and there she was, Marina, standing there like she'd been running too, eyes wide, like she'd just stumbled into me the same way I'd stumbled into her. And the moment I saw her, we both screamed, and we both woke up. At the exact same time. We sat bolt upright in bed, both yelling, both soaked in sweat like we'd run miles. My shirt was damp, my hair was wet. My heart felt like it was trying to punch through my ribs. Marina looked just as wrecked as I felt. It took a minute for either of us to even speak. When we finally calmed down enough to talk, Marina told me her side. And that's when I got that cold, sinking feeling, because her dream matched mine. The same place, the same laughter turning into screaming, the same endless hallway feeling. Except in her dream, it started differently. She said she was outside the room, like we'd stepped out to smoke together. She'd leaned against the wall, half dozed off. And then everything slid sideways into that nightmare world, like the building pulled her in from the outside while it pulled me in from the inside. Same night, same dream, same terror. We didn't debate it. We didn't try to rationalize it. We packed up in this jittery silence, hands shaking a little, moving too fast like staying still might make it come back. We were out of there within the hour. When we dropped the key at the desk, the person working, let's call him Darren, barely reacted. Just took it, nodded, like people leaving in the middle of the night was the most normal thing in the world. Maybe it was. Maybe he saw it all the time. Or maybe he'd seen that before. We never went back. And for a long time after, every time I drove past where that building used to be, my whole body would tense up before my mind even caught up with why. That deep, involuntary chill, like some part of me was warning the rest of me not to look too long. I think the building's gone now. Torn down, replaced, whatever. But I still remember those hallways. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night and the house is too quiet, So, this goes back to when I was around 12, when my life got rearranged overnight. My mom and my stepdad, Derek, had just moved us into this bigger townhouse. New place, new smells, that weird echo you only notice at night. It was me, my little sister Maya, She was about 10 then, and our brand new baby brother, Eli, who was still in that newborn phase where everything is soft and quiet. Except the crying, obviously. Anyway, the first night it happened, I woke up because I had to pee. Like, really had to pee. And I remember lying there for a second, trying to convince myself I could ignore it and go back to sleep. But before I even sat up, I saw something in the corner of my room. At first, my brain tried to do that thing where it makes it into a pile of clothes or a shadow from the window. You know, anything normal. But it wasn't normal. There was a kid sitting in the corner, on the floor, knees pulled up to their chest, arms wrapped tight around their legs like they were trying to disappear into themselves. The only part of their face I could clearly make out were their eyes, peeking just over their knees, and they were staring right at me. Not curious, not confused, just locked in. I didn't think. I didn't even breathe first. I just screamed, like full animal panic, until my mom came storming in, flipping the light on so fast it felt like the room got punched with brightness. And the corner was empty. No kid, no shape, nothing. Just the corner of a room in a townhouse that suddenly felt wrong. I was shaking so hard I couldn't explain it properly, just crying and pointing and babbling, and I ended up sleeping on the floor in my mom and Derek's room that night because I couldn't stand being alone in mine. And I really thought that was it. I really, really wanted that to be it. But a few weeks later, same house, it happened again. Same setup, middle of the night, waking up needing to pee, because apparently I refused to learn my lesson about drinking anything before bed. I opened my eyes and immediately knew something was different. There was a figure standing right beside my bed. Not in the corner this time, right there, like it had been waiting for me to wake up. It was tall, too tall for the room to feel comfortable, and it was leaning slightly forward, staring down at me like it was studying me. And I remember this horrible detail. It didn't blink, not once. Just this fixed, heavy gaze that made my skin go tight all over. I couldn't move. I couldn't even sit up. My body felt glued to the mattress. And then it bent down toward my face, slowly, so slowly. And it got closer and closer until it was just inches away. I could feel my heart beating in my throat. And then it opened its mouth. Not like a person, not like anything I've ever seen. Its mouth just stretched wider than it should have been able to, like the rules didn't apply to it. And it screamed. It wasn't a normal scream. It wasn't even an animal scream. It was loud and sharp and wrong, like something mechanical trying to imitate a human sound but failing. I screamed too, at the exact same time, like my body finally snapped out of being frozen and chose pure survival. I launched myself off the bed, ran to the door, and yanked it open so hard it slammed into the wall. I actually left a dent. Later, in daylight, there was a real mark there, like proof it wasn't just a nightmare. I sprinted down the hall to my mom and Derek's room and grabbed the handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. And here's the part that still messes with me. They didn't hear anything. Not me screaming down the hallway, not the scream from the thing right beside my bed. Nothing. They thought I'd had a nightmare, until they saw my face and realized this was beyond bad dream territory. Even now, telling you this, I can feel that old, cold fear creeping back in, like my body remembers before my brain does. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. And I know how it sounds, I do. But those 2 nights in that townhouse, they still feel real in a way I can't explain away. So, my mom passed away late August last year. And ever since then, our apartment hasn't felt quite the same. The hardest part is that I wasn't even there when it happened. I was on the other side of the world, wrapping up the final day of a trip, standing in an airport with my suitcase at my feet, telling myself I'd be home soon. But soon didn't matter. I didn't make it in time to say goodbye, and that still sits in my chest like a stone. When I finally got home, I tried to fall back into normal life. Work, dishes, laundry, the usual routine. But within days, these little things started happening. At first, I told myself it was grief doing weird tricks, or jet lag, or stress. But then it started happening at night. I'd be half asleep and feel this sensation on my face, like someone gently brushing my cheek, almost like a fingertip made of static. And then the duvet would tug, slowly, like someone was carefully pulling it back. Sometimes the mattress would dip near my legs, like someone had sat down on the edge of the bed. Not a dramatic slam, just this soft, unmistakable compression. And the thing is, it didn't happen once. It kept happening. Some weeks it was every other night. Other times it would stop for a bit, and I'd start thinking, okay, maybe I imagined it. And then it would happen again. I told my wife, Lena, and she gave me that look people give you when they love you, but think you're reading too much into things. Like, babe, you're exhausted. I couldn't blame her. If I hadn't been the one feeling it, I'm not sure I would have believed it either. Until one morning she came into the bedroom getting ready for work, hair half done, and she goes, really casually at first, "Did you make tea at 5?" And I said, "What? No." She just stared at me and said, "The kettle clicked on by itself. I heard it. 5 in the morning." That was the first time I saw her expression shift from skeptical to unsettled. After that, there was this week where little things kept happening close together, like the apartment was trying to prove a point. One night, the electric toothbrush started buzzing in the bathroom, full on, like someone had pressed the button and walked away. Lena tried to switch it off, and she swears it wouldn't stop. She was standing there in the dark, whispering my name, panicking like it was some horror movie moment. I didn't wake up right away, but when I finally did, hours later, it stopped the moment I picked it up, like it had been waiting for me. And then there was the travel thing. We've always talked about moving someday. I've always pictured us in Australia. Sunlight, coastline, a fresh start. Lena's been set on New Zealand for years. Mountains, quiet, the kind of peace she says she can feel just thinking about it. We've got these travel books on the shelf in the living room, right? And on 3 separate occasions, 3, Lena's New Zealand book has flung off the shelf and landed open on the floor right in front of us. Not slid, not tipped, actually launched, like it had somewhere to be. The first time we laughed, nervous laughing, you know? The second time we just stared. The third time, Lena didn't say a word. She just slowly picked it up, set it back, and walked away like she didn't want to acknowledge it out loud. Then one evening, about a week later, I was in the kitchen, standing right next to the kettle. I wasn't even thinking about any of this stuff. I was just there, and the kettle flicked on by itself. I felt my whole body go cold. On top of all that, there are the sounds. Bumps, knocks, the kind of little bangs you'd usually blame on pipes or neighbors. Except they happen at odd times, and sometimes they sound close, like inside the room with you. And the night stuff never really stopped. Just last night, I felt it again. That faint electric tickle feeling against my cheek, then down along my jaw, then the duvet shifting, slowly pulling, like someone trying to tuck me in or uncover me. I can't even tell which. Sometimes it scares me, Other times, it's almost familiar, like it's trying to be gentle. I hate admitting this, but I've gotten used to it. Most nights now, if it happens, I just lie there and breathe through it and tell myself, "You're okay." And if I can, I fall back asleep. It's been going on for about 7 months, on and off, long enough that I can't pretend it was just a rough patch right after she died. Long enough that I keep circling back to the same question, even when I don't want to. Is it my mom? Or is it grief and nerves and an overactive mind turning normal little glitches into a story I'm desperate to understand? I honestly don't know. I just know something feels different in this apartment now. And whether it's her or not, I'm left with this strange mix of fear and comfort. Like whatever it is, it hasn't come to hurt me. But I still wish I knew what it wanted, or what I'm supposed to do with it. So this happened when my sister and I were little, maybe 9 and 10-ish. It was one of those super normal weekend routines where mom and dad would run out for groceries, and we'd get to camp out upstairs and play video games like it was our sacred duty. That day, we'd just gotten a new game, and we were completely locked in. Like the kind of focused where you don't even hear your own thoughts. The sun was out, bright and warm, and it was mid-afternoon. Everything felt light and easy. Then, from downstairs, I hear it. "Girls!" Except, okay, our names weren't girls, but you know what I mean. Dad always called out like that when they got back. It was basically a tradition. He'd shout once, and we'd ignore it because we were always upstairs and always in the middle of something. And then he'd shout a second time, slightly louder, slightly more irritated, and that was the cue. The okay, we're coming moment. My sister, Naomi, and I didn't even look at each other. We just kept playing, totally confident the second call was coming. But it didn't. At first, it's funny, like, ooh, Dad's testing us today. But then it got odd. A few minutes passed, then more. And I remember this specific feeling creeping in. The kind where your brain starts tapping you on the shoulder like, hey, something's off. So I finally paused the game because I'm that kid. The kid who can't just ignore a weird detail. I walk over to the kitchen window upstairs and look out toward the driveway to see what the delay is. And the car isn't there. Not backed in weird or parked around the side, just not there at all. Empty driveway. I turn and go, "Naomi, the car's not in the driveway." She keeps playing like half a second longer, because of course she does. Then I say it again, kind of louder, because it feels so wrong. She finally pauses, pops up, and comes over to the window. We're both staring out at the same, totally normal, totally sunny afternoon, with no car. So we rush downstairs. I remember us moving fast, like our bodies decided before our brains did. The front door is still locked. That part made it even weirder, because our parents always locked it when they left. So if the car's gone and the door's locked, then they haven't come back. Which means nobody should have been downstairs calling us. Naomi and I just stand there for a moment, looking at each other, talking over each other, like, did you hear it? That was Dad, right? Why would we both hear it? We tried to make it make sense the way kids do. Like if you just talk long enough, the universe will finally admit it made a mistake. Eventually, because we were kids and also because we didn't know what else to do, we went back upstairs. We probably checked the window again, at least once. Then we went back to the game, but the whole vibe had shifted. Naomi got back into it faster, but I kept listening with half my attention, waiting for that voice again. That exact tone. And then, after what felt like a long time, maybe 20 minutes, maybe an hour, I honestly couldn't tell you. "Girls!" Same voice, same inflection, same everything. Both of us shot up instantly, like we'd been launched. We ran to the kitchen window. Now the car was there. Right in the driveway, like it had been there all along, like nothing strange had ever happened. We start babbling at them, excited and freaked out at the same time, telling them, "You called us. You called us earlier, but your car wasn't here." We were trying to explain it in one breath, because that's how kids talk when something feels huge. And I remember my dad just kind of blinking at us, confused, like, "What are you talking about?" But Naomi and I weren't confused about what we heard, because we both heard it, clear as day. And even now, thinking back, what sticks with me isn't just the voice. It's that feeling of waiting for the second call that never came, and realizing we'd already answered something that hadn't actually arrived. So, I don't have proof this happened. This was back in the late 90s, except for a couple of old photos of us outside the place, grinning like idiots in our two big coats. But it's one of those memories that never faded, you know? The kind that sits in you like a pebble you can't shake out of your shoe, no matter how many years pass. It was a school trip to the Isle of Wight, one of those character-building residential weeks where they stick you in an old activity center and tell you you're going to have the time of your life. We did the usual stuff: archery, a muddy team challenge where you had to crawl under ropes, some kind of night walk where they made it sound brave and mystical, but really it was just freezing and confusing. We stayed in this big, old building, chalky white walls, creaky everywhere, smells like damp towels and industrial cleaner. Girls' dorm on one side, boys' dorm on the other, and those narrow hallways lit by these dim, overly warm bulbs that made everything look slightly sickly. Even now I can picture it perfectly, like it's burned into the back of my eyes. In our dorm, the beds were these red metal bunk beds, proper sturdy, the kind that clanged if you moved too fast. I was in the top bunk of the bed closest to the door. If you walked into the room, you'd look left and there I'd be, up near the ceiling. My friend at the time, let's call her Maisie, had the bottom bunk under me. Opposite our bed was a wide, low window, almost the length of the bunks. The middle section didn't open, but there were two narrow side panels that could, like little vents. At night, with the room light on, the window was basically a mirror. You couldn't see outside at all, just your own reflection, and the faint shapes of bunk beds behind you. That's the part where people always hope I'm going to say, "And then I saw a face," or, "and something tapped at the glass." But no, nothing like that. Just our own reflections staring back. Maisie and I were up on my top bunk together, squished side by side. I was on the left against the wall, and she was on the right nearer the door. We had these comic annuals I'd brought, different ones than everyone else had, which felt very important at the time, and they were spread all over the duvet like treasure. The rest of the room was doing that sleepy pre-lights-out thing, little clusters of whispering, someone giggling too loudly and getting shushed, the occasional bunk bed squeal as someone turned over. And then, it went quiet. I can't tell you if the whole dorm genuinely fell silent at once, or if it was just my brain suddenly cutting all the other noise out. But something in me changed instantly. My stomach dropped. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up like I'd been brushed by static. It was the first time I ever felt that really clean animal fear. Fight or flight. No explanation, no logic. Just this absolute certainty. Something is wrong. And without thinking, my head snapped up toward the window. In the corner of my vision, Maisie did the exact same thing at the exact same time. Like we were puppets yanked by the same string. And then the curtains closed. Not slowly, not drifting. They snapped shut, fast, hard, with purpose. Like someone had grabbed them halfway up and yanked. I remember the fabric pinching in the middle as it moved, the way it crinkled like fingers had squeezed it. And what made it worse, so much worse, was the total, glaring absence of anyone actually being there. For a split second, Maisie and I just stared. Then we looked at each other at the same time again, eyes wide. And the second we realized we'd both seen it, together, that suspended feeling snapped like a rubber band breaking. We screamed, proper screamed. The whole dorm exploded into chaos. Girls sitting up, people shouting, "What? What happened?" Somebody crying, someone else yelling for a teacher. And a teacher came charging in from wherever he'd been posted that night, looking like he'd been dragged out of a half-sleep and fully ready to be annoyed. Maisie and I were babbling over each other, trying desperately to explain something that sounded ridiculous even as we said it. "The curtains, they closed by themselves, like someone pulled them, hard." He did that adult thing where you can tell he's trying to make it fit into a sensible box. He said maybe one of the girls near the window did it. But the girl in the bottom bunk by the window was asleep, proper asleep, the kind where your mouth is open and your limbs are floppy. And the curtain had moved with the sort of force you'd feel if you were doing it on purpose, not half asleep. Then he tried, maybe someone outside did it. Which, honestly, not the comforting explanation he thought it was, because the window didn't open in the middle, and the way the curtains moved looked like it happened inside the room, not from some hand reaching in from the outside. And also, what kind of person is creeping around outside a girl's dorm at night on a school trip? He promised he'd come back, said he'd sleep on the floor in the dorm for a bit, just so we'd feel better. He turned off the light, which had been on the whole time, and told us to settle down. And then he left. And he never came back. So there we were, in the dark, with that curtain shut like it was hiding something important. Maisie and I pulled our comics back out because we didn't know what else to do. We whispered. We held hands. Every now and then we'd glance at the shape of the window and feel that same cold ripple move through us, like our bodies remembered before our brains could. Eventually, exhaustion won. We fell asleep the way kids do after crying, suddenly, without meaning to, like your system just powers down. I've had other strange moments in my life, before and after, but that one sticks out. Maybe because it was so simple. No shadowy figure, no ghostly voice. Just one sharp, deliberate movement that made something ancient inside me sit up and snarl. Danger. And even now, years later, that's the one my body remembers first. So, I've been wondering if anyone else has ever had weird, almost paranormal moments with their Alexa devices, like they're accidentally acting as these little DIY spirit boxes. My mom, Evelyn, passed away suddenly at our old family home in spring of 2021. It hit hard, really hard. We were incredibly close. A few months later, since I'd been named the one to handle everything, my husband Noah and I moved into the house to sort through her things and get the estate settled. We kept her urn on a low shelf in the living room, kind of tucked into a spot that felt right. We've had Alexa speakers for years, one in almost every room. Lights, alarms, music, all that. And at first, a few odd things happened that felt easy to explain. Like, occasionally, music would just start playing in the living room near the urn. Not unheard of. Those devices mishear things all the time. I'd tell it to stop, then open the app to see what it thought it heard. Except there was never any record. No command. No history. Just music that supposedly never happened. Still, I brushed it off. Then one afternoon, my sister Lena called to tell me something that made my stomach drop. My mom's old dog, the one a neighbor had taken in after Mom died, had passed away. Apparently, he'd gotten into the yard and been bitten by something. It was one of those calls where you hang up and just sit there staring at nothing, you know? That night, it happened again. The living room speaker started playing music out of nowhere. I asked, "Alexa, what's playing?" And she answered, all cheerful and matter-of-fact, "Now playing Goodbye, My Friend by some artist name I didn't even catch." And I swear to you, the timing made my skin prickle. It was so weirdly specific, so strangely appropriate, that it didn't feel random anymore. But even then, no proof, right? Just my brain looking for meaning because grief does that. A couple weeks later, I had one of those heavy days where everything felt raw again. I was sitting in the living room, alone, talking out loud to my mom like I sometimes did. Nothing dramatic, just honest. Like, "I miss you," and "I don't know what I'm doing," and all the stuff you say when you don't have anywhere else to put it. At some point, I said, "Noah and I might actually buy the house, stay here for good." The second the words left my mouth, the Alexa in the kitchen lit up, bright, unmistakable, and a little clip of music played. Not a full song, just this quick burst, like the chorus of a bunch of people singing, "Oh honey, you're welcome," all bright and upbeat. I caught a flash of the album art in blue tones, then it vanished, like it had blinked in and out. I went straight to the app, heart pounding, thumb shaking a little because I felt silly and freaked out at the same time. And again, nothing. No history, no command, no played on kitchen speaker, no record of anything. And here's the part I can't stop thinking about. We'd owned those speakers for years, used them in 2 different homes before that, and nothing like this ever happened. Not once. Only in that house. Only after she was gone. And only when it felt like I needed an answer most. So, we moved into this place back in early fall. Me, my wife, and our little boy who'd just turned 1. The house is old, like creeping up on a century old. It has that smell of wood and time, and the kind of floors that sigh when you walk across them. And I swear, I could probably spend the next 10 years telling stories that start with, "Okay, so in this house." The first thing happened on one of our first nights. We were finally unpacked enough to sleep, and I was lying there with my bedside lamp on, just staring up at the ceiling while my wife, Maya, was already out cold. And then, I see it. A shadow. A silhouette, really. Big body. Broad shoulders. Like this heavy-set man shape just sort of leaning over my side of the bed. And here's the thing. Nothing was between the lamp and the ceiling. No coat rack. No weird angle. No open door doing something dramatic. Nothing that should have made that shape. But I'm not someone who panics easily. I've watched enough horror movies to know the fastest way to make something feel real is to feed it your fear. So I just blinked, stared at it a second longer, and in my head I was like, "Okay, noted." Then I rolled over and went to sleep like I didn't just see a stranger-shaped shadow hovering over me. After that, it was the usual old house stuff. Creaks, pops, little taps that could easily be the house settling. We told ourselves that a lot. The house is settling. It became our comfort phrase. Then, a few weeks later, we had this weird little incident that felt petty almost, like the house was messing with us for fun. We'd found this small Italian grocery, one of those places where everything feels special, and we bought this can of fancy DOP San Marzano tomatoes. I was excited about it in a way that's embarrassing to admit, because it's just tomatoes, right? But I'd been saving them for a proper pasta night. So I'm cooking, water's boiling, everything's moving. I go to grab the tomatoes and they're gone. Not, I can't see them gone. I mean, gone, gone. I tore through the pantry. I checked every cabinet. I even checked places that made no sense, like the fridge, because when you're annoyed, you start doing stupid, hopeful things. Maya helped me look too. We searched like it was an important document. Nothing. So I'm irritated, because now I'm mid-cooking and I have to run out for a replacement, and also because I was genuinely excited about those stupid tomatoes. I even thought, maybe Maya's sister, Tessa, accidentally grabbed them when we all went shopping together. I meant to text her, but the night got away from me. The next morning, I opened the pantry to make breakfast, and the can is sitting right there, front and center, like it's on display. Like it's saying, "Oh, you mean these?" I just stood there staring for a second. Then I called Maya over, and the look on her face, because she knew. We both knew we didn't miss it. We both looked right through that exact spot multiple times. We laughed it off in that forced way you do when you don't want to say what you're actually thinking. Like, haha, okay, weird, pantry gremlins. Then came the night that didn't feel funny. Bedtime with our son is a routine. Same order every night. Bath, pajamas, book, song. It's comforting, predictable. It makes the world feel normal. But one night, I turned off the light and started singing his lullaby. This time it was "If It's Magic" by Stevie Wonder, and I got hit with the strongest chills I've ever felt in my life. Not a little shiver, not, ooh, spooky. It was like my whole scalp tightened, like waves of goosebumps rolled over my head and neck and down my arms. I could feel it in my bones. Someone was watching, and again, I'm not easily scared. So my instinct was almost stubborn. I sang louder, stronger, like if I filled the space with something beautiful and steady, whatever was pressing in would have to back off. But the chills wouldn't stop. I started sweating, cold, clammy sweat, like my body was reacting on its own even while my mind was trying to stay calm. For a second, I almost scooped my son up and left the room. That's how intense it was. But I finished the song. I finished the routine. I whispered the little affirmations I always tell him, and when he finally fell asleep and I stepped out into the hallway, the relief was immediate, like I'd been holding my breath without realizing it. That night, he woke up around 11, and he didn't just fuss. He woke up, wide awake, crying hard, calling for us like something scared him. Maya went in to soothe him and ended up nursing him, which she hadn't done in a long time. I didn't stop her. After what I'd felt in that room, I was just grateful she was there with him. The next morning, I woke up from a nightmare, and I don't usually get rattled by bad dreams. Normally, I forget them and move on, but this one snapped me awake with this sudden image. This woman's face, right there, like a jump scare. I don't even remember the rest, just the face, and the feeling that lingered afterward, like static on my skin. Later that day, Maya told me something that made my stomach drop. She said while she was in our son's room the night before, soothing him, she kept having these horrible, intrusive thoughts. Dark, unsettling stuff she couldn't explain. Not like her. Not normal. And that's when I finally told her what happened to me in that room. The chills, the presence, the way it felt crowded with something I couldn't see. We agreed we needed to cleanse the house, but we had plans and errands, so we said we'd do it the next day. And of course, because of course, that night, when I went to do bedtime again, it was worse. Same pressure, same feeling, like the air itself was watching me. I came out afterward and showed Maya my shirt. My back was soaked in sweat like I'd run a mile, except it was this cold sweat, like my body was trying to warn me. The next day, we did it. We got sage and a sweetgrass braid and a little bundle of mugwort. I walked through every room, twice. I prayed out loud. I cleansed the doorways, the mirrors, especially the mirrors. I didn't rush it. I meant it. Like I was speaking directly to whatever might be there. This is our home. You don't get to harm us. You don't get to frighten our child. Afterward, the vibe shifted. It didn't vanish completely, but it felt thinner, weaker, like whatever was pressing down had lost some of its grip. That night, when I did bedtime, I closed my eyes while I sang, and instead of feeling that heavy watchfulness, I felt something else. Like my ancestors were around me, supportive, steady, like hands on my shoulders. I felt grounded in a way I hadn't in weeks. I came out and told Maya, "It's better. It's not gone, but it's better." Then yesterday happened, and this is the part that's messing with me the most. Yesterday was chaos. We were dropping our son off with my cousin for a few hours, and I was trying to prep snacks while also cooking lunch. I used 2 cutting boards, 2 knives, one for meat and one for fruit. I remember this clearly because I'm weird about cross-contamination. I'm careful. I'm particular. We did the drop-off. I ran errands. By the time I got back, we were on the go again, and the kitchen stayed messy. Not disgusting, just busy. Later, I cooked dinner. Then bedtime. After I put him down, Maya and I cleaned the kitchen together. Everything got washed. Everything got put away or set out to dry. I remember Maya teasing me because I usually do the knives immediately, and I checked, like I always do, that they were handled safely. We went to bed. This morning, I'm making breakfast. I'm cutting an orange for our son, and I reach for the smaller knife, the one I used for fruit yesterday, and it's not there. Gone. Not in the sink, not in the drying rack, not in the drawer, not under a towel, not stuck in a cutting board. I searched the kitchen like a person looking for a contact lens. I checked places it couldn't possibly be. I even checked the trash because my brain went, what if it got wrapped in paper towels and tossed by accident? Nothing. And here's where I'm stuck. A missing can of tomatoes is annoying. It's weird, but you can laugh it off. A missing knife is different. That's not funny. That's not harmless. So I don't know what this house is doing. I don't know if it's just old house chaos and stressed out new parents' brains. I don't know if it's energy or memory or something that doesn't like being ignored. But I do know this. I'm not interested in coexisting with anything that plays games with sharp objects. And I'm trying to figure out, do I keep ignoring it? Or do I get louder about protecting this home? Because whatever this is, it needs to understand one thing really clearly. We live here now, and our baby does too. So last September, late in the month, when the evenings start getting that sharp, cool edge, I was talking with my friend Mara about a backcountry trip she did in Algonquin. And I'm telling you, I have known Mara forever. She's basically been outdoors since she could walk. Canoe routes, remote campsites, all of it. She's the kind of person who stays calm when everyone else panics. But when she told me this story, her voice kept tightening like she was back in it. Like she couldn't shake the feeling of it. She and her brother Evan were camping out near Islet Lake. Not a busy front country spot, real backcountry. The kind of place where once the sun drops, it's just water, wind, and tree line for miles. That evening, right around sundown, they took the canoe out to try their luck fishing. The lake was calm, glassier than you'd expect. Clear sky. No clouds, no weird weather. Just that golden light fading fast. They're paddling along, talking quietly, when Mara suddenly hears this sound behind them. And she described it as like a sparkler, you know? That crackly, fizzing hiss, but bigger. Not right beside her, up above them. The sound moves. That's the part she kept coming back to. It didn't just happen. It traveled. It came from behind their canoe, passed directly overhead, and kept going in a straight line toward the far shore, toward the tree line across the lake. Mara instinctively lifted her head, tracking it by sound. Evan did the same. They even looked at each other like, "Are you hearing this?" Because they both were. But they couldn't see anything. Nothing in the sky. Nothing reflecting light. No shape. No streak. Just that crackling sound sliding across the air like it had a path. And then, right as it reached the tree line on the opposite shore, they heard this huge, heavy crash. Mara told me it sounded like a massive tree coming down, like the kind of sound that makes your stomach drop because it's so solid and final. But here's the thing. They didn't see a splash, didn't see a tree fall, didn't see branches moving, didn't see anything, just sound. And then nothing. Mara said her first thought was something like a meteor or debris, something that burned and fell. But the movement didn't match what you'd expect. It wasn't a fast streak. It was slower, almost controlled. She said maybe closer to how a drone might move, except it didn't sound like a drone, not even remotely. And they know drone noise. They've heard them in parks before, even though they're not supposed to be out there. This was different. This was wrong, in a way that's hard to explain. Not a bird, not insects, not wind. And the height, she estimated it was around tree line level, not way up in the clouds, like it was skimming above the tops. At that point, both of them were done fishing, just instantly done. They turned the canoe and paddled back to camp, kind of fast, not saying much. That quiet, tense kind of paddling where you're trying not to admit you're scared, but your body already decided. They had two other friends waiting back at the campsite, Jules and Nico. And as Mara and Evan started pulling the canoe up onto shore, Mara happened to look across the lake again. And that's when she saw the lights. Not one light, multiple, scattered along the tree line on the far side, some low near the forest floor, some higher up like they were in the branches, and some that looked like they were right around the canopy line. They were pulsating. White light, then amber, then white again. Not in sync. Different points blinking at different rhythms, like the whole tree line was quietly signaling back at them. Jules and Nico walked down to the water to see what was going on, and the second they arrived, they saw it too. So now it's 4 people, standing at the edge of this darkening lake, staring across at a forest that should be completely black, watching it blink back. And nobody could explain it. Mara told me they pulled out their map, hands shaking a bit, and checked the far side. No campsites marked over there. No nearby portage. No trail cutting close. No reason anyone should be there, especially not with multiple lights spread out like that. And it wasn't like there was a road anywhere near it. It wasn't cottage country. It was deep in, the kind of remote where you don't just wander over by accident. The lights went on like that for a short time, long enough for all of them to be sure they weren't imagining it, then eventually faded, leaving the far shore dark again. Mara said the worst part wasn't even the lights. It was the way the whole thing felt connected. The crackling sound traveling straight across the lake. The heavy crash exactly when it hit the tree line. And then those scattered pulses right where it seemed to land. When she told me this, she kept pausing, like she was waiting for her own brain to hand her a normal explanation. Like if she just described it carefully enough, it would turn into something reasonable. But it didn't. And even now, she said what unsettles her most is how calm the night was otherwise. No storm, no chaos, no obvious source. Just that quiet wilderness, and then that one strange thing moving through it like it belonged there. So yeah, I believe her, completely, and I can't stop wondering, Has anyone else ever had something like that happen out there? Something you couldn't pin down no matter how hard you tried. So, I want to tell you about my granddad, because he's been sitting heavy in my chest lately. He died pretty suddenly back in 2021. It was this fast, brutal kind of cancer that didn't really give anyone time to wrap their head around it. He'd been raised deeply religious, old-school Catholic, the kind of faith that shaped everything about how he lived. And when he passed, it was at home. My grandma there, all 5 of their kids around him. It was quiet in that way that doesn't feel real until later. Afterward, I went to see him at the viewing. And honestly, I wish I hadn't. I thought I was doing the right thing, like I'd regret it if I didn't go. But it hit me in a way I wasn't prepared for. Then, a few days later, I was one of the people helping carry his coffin down the aisle of the church for the funeral mass. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it felt like my brain couldn't decide whether to shut down or scream. It was so confronting. Like grief became physical, like it had weight. He'd lived with Parkinson's for years, too. Not the tremor kind. His was more like stiffness, like his body would lock up on him. When he moved, he didn't really walk so much as shuffle, and sometimes it came out like this weird shuffle run, like his feet were trying to catch up to his body. It could be unsettling if you didn't know him, but to us it was just him. It was his rhythm. Anyway, yesterday I went to visit my grandmother, I'll call her May, and she had this little portrait I'd made of Granddad hanging up where she could see it every day. Seeing it there, in her house, like he was still part of the room, it completely cracked something open in me. I didn't even realize how much I'd been holding back until that moment. Last night, I couldn't fall asleep for ages. It was like my mind kept wandering back through old memories without asking permission. The last time I checked the clock, it was just after 1 a.m., and I remember thinking, please, just let me switch off. But I'm someone who dreams really vividly, like the kind of dreams that don't fade when you wake up. They cling to you. And that's exactly what happened. In the dream, I'm lying flat on my back on a bed, but it isn't my room. The bed faces a doorway at the foot of it, and the door is already open. There's no lamp on, no warm light, just moonlight spilling in from somewhere beyond the doorway, faint and bluish. The room I'm in is pitch black, like the darkness has texture. And then I hear it. Fast, tight shuffling on the floor. That exact sound of someone moving in stiff little bursts. It's the kind of sound that makes your stomach drop because it's so specific, so familiar. I can't move. I can't sit up. I'm just stuck there, staring at that open doorway like it's the only thing in the world. In the room beyond, I can barely make out a figure, just a shadow shape, moving in circles, like doing laps. Back and forth, always in motion. And every time the figure gets close to the doorway, it stops and turns its head toward me. And it calls my name. But the voice is wrong in this really upsetting way, like it's trying to be my grandfather's voice, but it's thinner, higher pitched, almost strained. Not mocking, just off, like a recording played at the wrong speed. I never see a face, no features, nothing I can grab onto and say, that's him. It's only shadow and sound. And the strangest part is, the figure never crosses the threshold. It never steps into the dark room where I am. It just circles, approaches, calls my name, and circles again. Over and over and over, like it's stuck in a loop. And then I wake up, like someone yanked me out of sleep, 3:48 a.m. And that's the part that made me feel cold all over. Because I don't know the exact time my grandfather died, but I do know that around 4 a.m., my uncle woke my mom up in a panic and said, "Dad's gone." So now I'm sitting there in the light, breathing like I've run a mile, thinking, what was that? Was it just my brain? Was it grief? Was it my memory playing tricks on me? Or was it something else? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what it means, if it means anything at all. I just know I'm not looking forward to sleeping tonight. So, I've been sitting with this for a long time, and I don't really know how to say it without sounding dramatic, but there's always been something different about me. Ever since I was little, like toddler little, I was obsessed with cemeteries. Not in a spooky Halloween way, more like I needed to be near them. My mom, Nadia, still tells people how I used to cry in the back seat if we drove past one and didn't stop. I was 2 years old, begging like it mattered. And when she finally would pull over, I'd calm down instantly, like my body was finally where it was supposed to be. Some of my clearest early memories are honestly just sitting between headstones, the grass warm under my legs, the air quiet in a way I can't explain. My mom would keep her distance, watching me like she wasn't sure what she was seeing, and I'd just sit there, because I felt something there. Not like a voice in my head, more like a presence, like the place was holding its breath and I could feel it. And it wasn't just cemeteries. I've always had these ridiculously vivid dreams. Not the normal weird dream stuff. Like, these dreams would warn me, or show me details I had no way of knowing. When I was 6, I had this dream about a massive explosion in a crowded place. Sirens, smoke, people screaming. And a couple days later, my mom had the news on and there it was. Not the exact same images, but enough that my stomach dropped. Enough that I remember standing there, small and frozen, thinking, I've already seen this. I also used to dream about my own death a lot. And it was almost always fire, which is unsettling, because I've always been fascinated by fire. Not in a let me burn stuff way, more like I could stare into a flame forever, like it was trying to tell me something. That combination, dreaming about dying in fire while being weirdly drawn to it, made me feel like my brain was playing some cruel game with itself. Then there were the animals. This part makes me sound like I'm trying to be special, but I swear I'm not. I'd look at an animal, someone's dog, a barn cat, even a rabbit my neighbor kept, and sometimes I'd get this cold certainty, like a heavy drop in my chest, like something was already leaving them. People around me would be like, "What are you talking about? He's fine." And then, not long after, the animal would die. And every time it happened, I'd feel sick. Not because I was surprised, but because I wasn't. The strangest part, though? The things I've seen, or thought I saw. I don't know what to call it. My mom has this story she brings up whenever the topic gets even remotely spiritual. One time when I was little, 3, I think, my dad Leo was in the living room, and I pointed at this empty corner near the bookshelf. I told him, totally calm, "The little boy doesn't like men. He wants you to leave." Just like that. Like I was repeating something I'd been told. My dad still swears it didn't feel like make-believe. Not like an imaginary friend I'd invented for attention. More like I was reporting information. And I kept mentioning this boy, on and off, for years. Not constantly, just enough to make it worse. Enough that it stayed in their minds. Then one day, when I was 4, my mom found me at the window waving goodbye to an empty street. She asked who I was waving at, and I told her, "They figured out who hurt his mom, so he's gone now. He can go up." I didn't even feel scared when I said it. I remember feeling relieved, like something had finally finished. And then recently, something happened that brought all of this roaring back. It was outside my house, near the tree line. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, but it looked like a deer skull, sharp, pale, pointed, peeking around a tree as if it was curious. I stared, looked away for a second because my brain was trying to catch up. And when I looked back, it had moved. I told myself, "Stop, you're spiraling. It's a branch, it's shadows." But I looked away again, just a reflex, like blinking. And when I turned back, I saw more of it. A long, dark neck, not solid exactly, more like a thick shadow forming itself into something with shape. And my first thought wasn't even about me. It was the neighborhood cats. We have these stray cats that wander around, and I'm stupidly protective of them. So for a second I panicked, thinking, if that's real, if that's something dangerous, I can't just leave them out here. And then that feeling hit me again. That heavy, unquestionable certainty. Not words exactly, but a message that landed in my body like a stone. The cats are not yours to protect. They belong with it. Back away. I hate even saying that. It sounds insane. But it was so strong that I listened without thinking. I backed into the house, slowly, like I didn't want to turn my back on whatever it was. I locked the door, and I stood there with my heart racing, feeling uneasy, but also, weirdly, like something had just clicked into place, like something was right, even though I didn't like it. There are more stories, a lot more. But it's late, and this is already long, and honestly, I'm tired of hearing myself sound like I'm trying to convince someone of something. I don't know what I'm looking for. Answers, maybe. A name for it. A way to not feel like I'm losing my grip. My mom used to say there was something attached to me. She used to say it like a fact, like it explained everything. Now she avoids the topic and jokes about how all that weird spiritual stuff following you freaks her out, and she doesn't know what to do with it. And I'm sitting here wondering if I'm just making meaning out of coincidence, or if there's actually something threaded into my life that I don't understand. I don't want to be dramatic. I just want to know what I'm dealing with, if it's anything at all. And if someone out there has insight, or even a way to frame this that doesn't make me feel crazy, I'd honestly be grateful. So, I've got to start by telling you about my cat, because he's kind of the whole reason this messed with my head so badly. His name was Jasper, this huge black Tom with a chest like a little bulldozer. Every night, like clockwork, he'd wander down from upstairs and park himself at the foot of my bed. He didn't even have to do anything. Just being there made the room feel safer, like the dark couldn't get too close if Jasper was on duty. And here's a detail that matters. Our stairs and the whole basement-level hallway were carpeted. Thick carpet, too. When Jasper came down the stairs, you could always hear it. His claws would snag just a bit and make this soft, ripping sound, like Velcro peeling open. Step, rip, step, rip. Sometimes it honestly sounded like a person trying to sneak around, but that little Velcro sound always gave him away. Okay. This happened on a school night, one of those nights where you really shouldn't be awake at all. I woke up suddenly, like my body yanked me out of sleep for no reason. The room was pitch black, and back then, I was terrified of the dark. Like real fear. The kind where your brain starts inventing shapes in the corners and your chest feels too tight. I didn't really grow out of it until I was older, late teens, because my childhood had a bunch of other weird, creepy moments that kind of trained me to be scared at night. So I wake up, heart already thumping, and I squint at my alarm clock. I can't remember the exact number, but it was somewhere around 2:45 a.m., give or take. I do what I always did back then. I pull the blanket up and hide, like somehow fabric can block fear. I'm lying there trying to slow my breathing, trying to convince myself I'm fine, trying not to spiral. And then I hear it. Footsteps, slow, steady, coming down the stairs. At first my brain goes, oh, that's Jasper. Because that's what Jasper did. Came down, settled in, kept me calm. But then a second thought hits me so clearly it felt like someone said it out loud. There's no Velcro sound, no claw snag, no soft ripping, just footsteps. I freeze under the blanket, completely still, listening. The steps reach the bottom of the stairs and start moving along the hall, toward my room, and my brother's room across the way. And I'm just lying there thinking, please be the house settling. Please be something normal. Please be Jasper anyway. The footsteps come closer, closer, and then they stop. Right beside my bed. And I swear to you, in the silence that followed, I could hear breathing. Not my breathing, something else, someone else. Like there was a person standing right next to me, just waiting. My whole body locks up. Not in that can't move at all way, but in that terrified way where you could move, you just don't dare. Because if you move, it becomes real. I'm thinking about the flashlight I kept tucked under my pillow. Just reaching for it would mean committing to the moment. But I keep telling myself, if I shine the light, it'll prove it's nothing. It has to be nothing. Then, this is the part that still makes my stomach twist. I feel the mattress sink down near my feet, like someone sat on the edge of the bed. Not a gentle shift either. A distinct dip. Weight. Pressure. I nearly screamed. I'm under the blanket with my eyes open wide, staring into darkness I can't even see through, and my heart feels like it's trying to punch its way out of my ribs. And eventually I have this thought, this weird, calm surrender. Okay, if someone's really there, if this is the moment where something happens to me, then I'm at least going to see what it is. So slowly, I reach under my pillow. My fingers find the flashlight. The second I feel it, I click it on and whip the blanket off like I'm ripping off a bandage. And nothing. Nobody. No shadow, no shape, no cat, no person, no anything. Just my room, empty, quiet, like it had been empty the whole time. I completely lost it. I jumped up and ran out to the hallway light switch near the bottom of the stairs and flipped it on so fast I almost missed it. Then I went back to my bed and just sat there, wide awake, staring, waiting for something else to happen. I stayed like that for hours, literally until my dad got up for work. He walked past, saw my light on, and got irritated, like, "Why is your light on again?" Because apparently this wasn't the first time I'd panicked in the middle of the night and turned every light on like my life depended on it. And then he just went to work, like it was nothing. And the craziest part? It never happened again. Not exactly like that. Other strange little things over the years, sure, but not the footsteps, not the breathing, not the bed dipping like someone sat down at my feet. And I still don't know what it was. All I know is, it didn't feel like a dream. It didn't feel like sleep paralysis either, because I could move. I moved when I reached for the flashlight. I moved when I ran for the light switch. But when the light came on, there was nothing. Just silence. Like the house had swallowed the whole thing and decided to pretend it never happened. Hello everyone, it's me again. I'm so happy to be back with you, my amazing Paranormal M viewers, as we dive into these mysterious experiences together. And of course, thank you so much for sharing your stories with us. Don't forget to leave a comment below so I know where you're watching from. Thank you so much. Please subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss our latest videos. This all happened out near the Olympic Woods, over a few years, starting around 2021. And honestly, it was one of the messiest seasons of my life. I was losing pieces of myself. Everything I thought I had under control, my body, my mind, my plans, just slid right out from under me. And yeah, I'm the kind of guy who tries to reason things out first. I'm not a follower, never have been. I keep my distance from institutions, from official stories, from people telling me what's true. I've always leaned toward freedom and solitude. So when weird things started happening out there, green pulsing lights, shapes where there shouldn't be shapes, faces seeming to press out of bark like the trees were watching back, I fought myself hard not to jump to conclusions. But I also couldn't pretend it wasn't happening. Before any of the strangest stuff, I need to tell you something heavy, because it matters. A few months before my big accident, I was done. Like, done. I had a handgun in my hand. I'd already made peace with it in my head, closed my eyes, thought about my kids first. Then I thought about my animals, what they'd do if they found me like that. And my finger was where it shouldn't have been. And then my phone rang. I ignored it at first, but it kept going. And something, call it instinct, call it the universe, call it whatever you want, made me open my eyes and look. It was my aunt, Mara. I hadn't spoken to her in years. We weren't close. We weren't even okay. But I answered, and she talked me down, piece by piece, like she was holding my face in her hands through the phone. I'm still here because she called. I still don't fully understand why she did that night, or why I picked up. Even now, that dark thought visits, not as a plan, more like a shadow that sometimes crosses the room. But I know what it is now. I know I can survive it. And the thing is, I'd already died once before all this. It was late 2021, one night close to midnight. Blood clot, heart event. Then everything went sideways. Lungs, seizures, the whole nightmare chain reaction. I remember the moment I wasn't here anymore, and I'm telling you straight, whatever is on the other side felt clean, quiet, like taking off a heavy pack you didn't realize you'd been carrying your whole life. Then, after that, it was like my body kept rolling dice it shouldn't have survived. A stroke not long after. Then a nasty infection, MRSA, turning into sepsis. People don't always come back from that. Somehow, I did. And before all of that, my back had already betrayed me. Surgery, pain, working myself into the ground, juggling too much, trying to hold up a life that was already collapsing. Custody stress, court stress, money stress, no sleep, no room to breathe. Just grind until something inside you snaps. Then came the part that still stings the most in a regular human way. I lost my housing. Fast. Like the world decided I didn't get to pause. I sold the place I'd fought for and watched the money drain into other hands. And suddenly, I was living out of a beat-up motorhome with nowhere steady to put it. For a while, I hid out in the mountains near a tiny Oregon town. Then later, I found a rough patch of land outside a place called Hoodsport. Getting the rig up that driveway was pure misery. I'm not exaggerating when I tell you I spent nearly a week tilted like I was about to roll, sleeping crooked, eating like an animal, trying to keep my nerves from snapping. Then winter hit. I got frostbite. I'd collapse into the snow and just lie there, face down, too tired to move, begging for an ending that wouldn't come. I made torches out of whatever I had, clothes, fuel, branches, just to move around at night. I had a run-in with a cougar close enough to make my skin crawl even now. And around then, I saw the first green light. Not like a flashlight, not like a reflection, like a living pulse, hovering where it shouldn't hover, breathing green in the dark. I told myself I was exhausted, that my brain was misfiring, that survival does weird things to perception. But it didn't stop. Later, after I'd scraped my way into something that resembled stability, I had a night that still sits in my chest like a stone. I was sitting out on my porch in the pitch-black forest, alone. No streetlight, no neighbor glow, just trees and blackness. I clicked on my flashlight, expecting nothing, and there, against the woods, was the outline of a woman's face. Not a full body, just a face, huge, like it was pressed into the air itself. 2 feet across, maybe. The weirdest part was how it looked camouflaged, like it was trying to be invisible, blending with the leaves and shadows. But once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Her eyes were closed, calm, almost solemn. And on her forehead were 3 dots in a triangle, 2 low, 1 above. I shut the light off. My heart was hammering. I waited, told myself, okay, breathe. You're imagining it. Then I turned it back on. Still there, clearer even. I'm not religious. I don't do church. I don't do God the way people mean it most of the time. But I do talk to the universe sometimes. I meditate. I pay attention to nature because nature doesn't lie. And for reasons I can't explain, that face pulled my mind toward this old story I'd read once, about a kind of mother of the world figure from India. I won't pretend I'm an expert. I'm not. But the description I found later, this idea of something feminine showing up when chaos hits, something tied to nature, felt uncomfortably aligned with the state I was in. I never decided what she was, just that she was there. Then came the accident. There'd been an emergency call. Someone hurt up on the mountain, and rescuers lost signal. I knew the terrain better than most people, and I had a heavy ATV, the kind that could crawl where other vehicles couldn't. So I went looking. I remember trying to edge away from a drop-off, and then the machine started tipping. Slow at first, like a nightmare in delayed motion. Then there was no stopping it. I tried to jump. Didn't matter. I went down and ended up underneath it. Rocks below, weight above. The engine still running, heat burning into my hip. My body folded in a way a body isn't meant to fold. I knew my leg was shattered without even looking. I couldn't move the machine. I could barely breathe right. I screamed until my voice broke. Hours, sun dropping, sweat pouring out of me until I was empty and shaking. And the only reason I'm alive is because a guy and his little kid, who weren't even sure why they'd wandered that direction, heard something that didn't sound right and followed it. They lifted the ATV enough to free me, then ran for help. I was left there alone again, in the dark coming in, trying to line up a leg that felt like it wasn't attached right anymore, like it was made of wet rope. Animals moved somewhere nearby, branches, rustling. And I'll admit it, I thought about ending it right there. I was carrying a sidearm. It would have been easy. Instead, I fired a shot into the night to scare whatever was out there away. Eventually, I saw headlights. Paramedics. Relief that didn't feel like relief yet, because the pain was still everything. The local hospital took me in anyway. Midnight-ish. Still no real pain control until I was already drowning in it. X-rays, surgery. More damage than they first saw. Plates, rods, stitches. Long cuts down my leg to relieve pressure. Weeks of immobility. Then a rehab facility that didn't want to let me go because I had nowhere safe. When I finally got back, my place had been invaded by mice. My bed, my space, everything. And I was trapped there with a broken leg, no transport, and no money. That's when the normal world would have been enough to break most people. But out there, it didn't stop at normal. Months later, I was working in the woods near my spot, trying to carve out a path for a small shed I wanted to build. There's a spring-fed stream nearby, and I noticed this hole, like a tunnel mouth. Not huge, but big enough to feel wrong, like the earth had a throat. I started digging a ditch to guide water into a low spot. Thought I could make a little pool. And then the ground opened, like it gave up. like it sighed and collapsed. Water dumped in like a drain pulled in a bathtub. Insects poured out. This sour, ancient smell rolled up from below. Wet stone and rot and something else I can't name. It connected to that other tunnel. A cave system. Under my feet. Under my life. I tried to stuff it closed with rocks and logs, but you can't really argue with the ground when it decides to open. Later that same day, I went up to a place I call my sanctuary. Upstream, waterfalls, a calmer pocket of woods where I'd been shaping a natural pool. And I saw movement. Something dark, quick, threading between trees above me. I looked forward again and realized I wasn't alone. There were shapes around me, humanoid but not solid, like heat shimmer, like the outline of something wearing invisibility. If you've ever seen the Predator movie, it looked like that. Translucent, cloaked, barely there until your eyes caught the distortion. My dog froze, tail straight, alert like a spear. Then she bolted, chasing something into the trees. I grabbed my pistol without even thinking. Not dramatic, just reflex. The air felt wrong, heavy, like something was leaning in. I'd seen one of those shimmering figures once before, the previous winter, and that time it felt almost neutral, like it was observing. There'd been that green pulsing light nearby then too, but this time felt different, crowded, pressuring, like I'd stepped into the wrong room. So I left. That night I cracked a frozen window behind my couch to smoke, and the feeling came back hard. And then I started hearing it. Branches snapping on both sides of my place. Not little twigs, big breaks. Like something strong was moving through trees without caring if it made noise. Every few minutes. For hours. Then tapping. Metallic. Not random wind stuff. It felt deliberate. Like something testing my walls. I fired a warning shot into the hillside. Not at anything I could see, just to say, I'm here. Don't come closer. It didn't matter. The sounds kept going, and I didn't sleep. Instead, I started searching online, trying to find anything that matched what I'd seen. And I fell into a rabbit hole I didn't even know existed. Reports of glimmer beings, cloaked shapes, people calling them glimmermen, stories tied to wilderness disappearances, maps full of clusters near water and caves and national forest land. And I remember sitting there, screen glow on my face, feeling my throat tighten. Tears I didn't expect, because I realized the terrifying part wasn't, I'm imagining this. The terrifying part was, what if I'm not? For weeks after that, I barely stepped outside. Not more than a few steps from my door. Not at night. Not unless I had to. And then the weather turned ugly anyway. Snow and cold that kept the world locked down. I found a strange, scratched circle in the dirt near the house. And a face in a tree. One of those bark pattern things that suddenly looks like a staring expression. But this one wasn't there before. And once you see it, it feels like it's still there, even when you look away. After that, life kept grinding me down in normal ways too. Vehicles failing, being stranded again, trying to survive with a leg that wasn't fully mine anymore. But the other stuff kept threading through it. Objects moved, things appearing where I swear they hadn't been. Branches planted upright like someone placed them. Little odd gifts left in my garden beds. And the energy, this is the strangest part. It didn't always feel violent. Sometimes it felt almost childish, like curiosity, like something wanting attention. And I know how that sounds. I do. I've had weird experiences my whole life, things that don't fit neatly into the world people agree on. But those years on that mountain, That was the loudest it's ever been, the most relentless. Like the wilderness wasn't just wilderness anymore. It was a living, watching thing. And I'll be honest with you, somewhere in all of it, I lost parts of my mind. Or maybe I found parts I didn't want to meet. I've done things in my past I'm not proud of. I've carried guilt like a second spine. And sometimes I wonder if this is what it looks like when life forces you to face yourself. When it strips you down until you're just a human animal in the woods, trying to make meaning out of pain. Here's what I know for sure. I don't fear death the way I used to. I've stared at it too many times. Heart failure, infection, being pinned under metal on rocks in the dark, predators in the trees, real ones with claws and teeth. I've lived around cougars and coyotes and wolves, and I've had half-wild cats curled up close enough to feel their breath at night. Fear doesn't own me the way it used to, but uncertainty. That's the harder one, because sometimes I think that woman's face, the one in the forest, had something to do with the accident, not as punishment, more like a hard course correction. Like life grabbing me by the collar and turning me back towards something I'd forgotten. And what I keep coming back to is this. Out there, away from cities and noise and distractions, you start to feel how thin reality is, how much we ignore, how much our ancestors probably noticed because they had to. In modern life, we chase comfort. Out there, you chase truth, or at least, you chase what's real enough to keep you alive. Lately, things have been quieter. I meditate every day. I try to stay steady. I'm still fighting the system stuff, paperwork, disability claims, scraping by on temporary assistance, waiting on decisions that can change your whole life with a single letter. And I can't tell you what the universe wants from me. Some days it feels like it wants me to surrender. Other days it feels like it wants me to stay stubborn and alive out of sheer spite. All I know is, I'm still here. And even when nothing dramatic is happening, even when it's quiet, there are 1,000 tiny moments that don't make sense until you look back and realize they were connecting into something. So that's why I'm telling you, not to convince you, just so someone else knows what it felt like to live through it. Hey, so I'm going to tell you a story that's really close to my heart, and I'll be honest with you right up front. It's part love letter to where I'm from, and part something else. Something I still don't fully have words for. I've lived my whole life in Western Ohio, Logan County, the kind of place where you can drive 10 minutes and watch the land change from soft, rolling low hills into wide, flat fields that look like they go on forever. And the seasons here? People joke about Ohio weather, but when it's right, it's right. Spring is bright and muddy. Summer is thick and loud with cicadas. Fall smells like smoke and leaves, and winter can make the whole world feel like it's holding its breath. Growing up, I was always the kid who liked history. Not just the big textbook stuff, more like the bones of a place. The stories that get passed down, and the stories that don't. And around here, there's a lot that doesn't get talked about. Where I'm from, people mention Native history like it's a footnote, something you see on a roadside sign or a tourist brochure. We had this local cave system that did tours, and once a year, there'd be a little festival in a nearby town with dancing and drums, and that was basically it. That was the extent of what I knew. But when I got older, I started asking questions, like, who lived here before the farms and roads? What happened to them? Why do we act like they vanished? The deeper I dug, the heavier it got. There were treaties, sacred promises, broken like they meant nothing. There were raids and retaliations and blood spilled on land that's now somebody's cornfield or backyard. And there was this one settler. Around here, people put his name on everything, like he was a legend. Let's call him Caleb Logan. Folks told the hero version of him, but what I found was uglier. Betrayal, burned homes, killings, land taken by force. And the part that messed with me most? The way he was still celebrated, like none of the rest mattered. My own school, when I was a teenager, had him as a mascot. Can you imagine? You grow up chanting a name at games, and then one day you learn what that name cost other people. It made my stomach turn. It still does. Anyway, that's the backdrop. That's the soil this whole thing grows out of. When I was 13, my mom married a local guy, Darren, a farmer with quiet eyes and hands that always smelled like diesel and hay. We moved out of town and onto his place, and at first, I hated leaving the streets I knew, the friends I could walk to, the feeling of being close to everything. But I also loved animals. So when I realized I could finally have chickens and maybe a dog and space to run without somebody yelling, something in me lit up. The farm looked like a postcard, a big red barn, long fence lines, a garden that took half the summer to tame, cows out in the pasture, and chickens scratching the yard like they owned it. For a while, it felt like a fresh start. Then we started learning things. We did a little research, old maps, library records, local talk. And we found out the property sat near what had once been an execution site. Not just for one side either. It was the kind of place where different groups hurt each other over and over until the land itself felt marked. And there was something else. On an old map, the woods behind our pasture had a name written in faded ink. Sorrow Hill. Not the official name you'd see on a modern map, more like what people used to call it when they didn't want to walk there alone. I'm telling you all this because when the strange things started happening, it didn't feel random. It felt like the farm had a memory, and I'd moved right into it. First encounter. So, picture me doing the world's worst chore, cleaning the henhouse. I'm in the barn with a pitchfork, half complaining, half proud because those were my chickens and I loved them. I shovel, I scrape, I grumble, and then I step out the side door with a load of manure, turning my body to toss it. And there's a dog just a few feet away. Only it isn't a dog. It looks kind of like a coyote, but bigger, tall, tan, too lanky, and still. Not curious still either, more like it had been there the whole time and was just letting me notice. I froze so hard it felt like my face went numb, and I remember thinking very clearly, if I move, it'll move. We stared at each other, 5 seconds maybe, long enough that the whole world narrowed down to its eyes. Then it turned its head, slow, deliberate, and walked away. But the way it walked, it was wrong. Like the motion didn't match the body. Like watching an old computer animation where something moves through the world instead of in it. And then it went right through the fence. Not under it, not between boards, through it. And the chickens, right there, scratching and clucking, didn't react. Not even a pause, like they couldn't see it at all. I dropped the pitchfork and ran into the house shaking. Mom tried to calm me down, told me it had to be some kind of coy dog, some odd angle, some trick of light. But I saw what I saw, and you don't forget the feeling of your body turning cold like that. Second encounter. I've always loved fishing, even when there's nothing to catch. I would have fished a puddle if you handed me a pole. One afternoon, I begged Darren to tell me where the nearest creek was, and he said there was one way back in the woods. I grabbed my tackle box like it was Christmas morning and headed out, alone. I was nervous, sure, but excited enough to ignore it. Getting there meant crossing 2 steep pastures and pushing through thorny brush. I slipped more than once. I found a janky little gate held together with twisted wire, unhooked it, and followed a narrow path that looked like it only remembered being a path. Then I found the creek, and it was pathetic. 2 inches deep, muddy, no fish, barely even moving. I tried to cast anyway and ended up snapping my cheap rod like a fool. I wrapped the broken pieces with line, irritated and embarrassed, and started back. And that's when the woods went silent. Not quiet, silent, like someone hit a switch. 1 second there were birds and wind and summer noise, and the next it was nothing. No insects, no leaves, no sound of my own breath, even though I was breathing. And here's the part that makes my skin crawl. I didn't recognize where I was anymore. It felt like stepping from one room into another without noticing the doorway. I got this instant dread, like being watched by something tall and patient. I tried to cry and couldn't. I walked faster, then faster, telling myself I just needed to get to the fence line. And then I saw something ahead that made my stomach drop. One of those archery practice deer targets, foam body, except the head was torn clean off. And under a big tree beside it were neat little stacks of bones, arranged like somebody cared about how they looked. That's when I started whispering, "Jesus, help me. Please help me." Like it was the only rope I had left. As I moved, I felt, not saw, something huge behind me, like a shadow with weight. I didn't look back. I just kept going until the trees thinned and I stumbled out of the woods, on the opposite side of the farm. I ran home sobbing so hard I couldn't breathe. After that, I didn't go into those woods alone again for years. And even when I did, I kept the pasture behind me like a lifeline. Third encounter. This one's short, but it stuck, only they were black. Deep, dark black, like shadows on legs. I remember thinking, since when did we get black cows? And I ran inside to ask Mom. She looked at me like I'd lost it. "We haven't gotten any new cows." I went right back out, and they were gone. Not moved over the hill, not clustered behind the trees. Gone like they'd never been there. After that, I started counting our cows, really counting, every time. Fourth encounter. This isn't one moment, it's a pattern, and it's honestly the part that wore me down the most. Night on that farm didn't feel like regular night. It felt like the world outside the windows was active in a way we weren't invited to understand. We'd find animals dead in ways that didn't make sense, blood drained, bodies otherwise untouched, sometimes heads missing. We'd find snapped necks, like something hit them with sudden, brutal force. And then there was behavior. Wrong behavior. There was a raccoon Darren swore walked upright longer than it should have, bold as anything, and it got into our piglets. We lost more than we should have, and it didn't act like a scared animal. It acted like it belonged. We had a dog, sweet for years, who changed. Head low, eyes hard. It followed us like it didn't recognize us anymore. One day it attacked our other dog, and the decision that came after, it still hurts to think about. Even the cats would sometimes sit and stare at me like statues, unblinking, no flinch when I clapped or shouted, just staring. After a while, you stop reacting the way you're supposed to. You stop crying every time you lose something. Your heart goes numb because it has to. I didn't like who that made me. Fifth encounter. By then I slept with noise, always. Fan, radio, whatever. If the house was too quiet at night, my brain would fill the silence with dread. One fall night, I was drifting off when I heard this low, rhythmic thumping, like bass from a car. At first I thought some idiot was flying down our road. Happened all the time. But the sound didn't pass. It stayed. And as I focused, I realized it sounded like drumming, like the drums from that little festival, steady, deliberate. Then it stopped. And I heard footsteps on gravel in the barn lot. They were coming toward my window. I thought it was Darren doing chores until I remembered he was in bed. I could hear him breathing down the hall. And then, right outside my window, something whispered through a little gap near the AC panel. Not English, not anything I recognized. An old-sounding language, like it belonged to the air itself. The moment it started, my whole body went heavy. Cold washed over me, slow and thick, like my blood turned to syrup. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I just lay there listening, trapped inside my own skin. When I finally managed to throw myself out of bed, I didn't even walk right. I kind of dragged myself, like my limbs forgot how to work. I got to my mom's door and tried to yell, but it came out warped and shaky, like I was underwater. There's somebody at my window. Mom came into my room and stopped dead. "It's cold," she said. "This room is wrong." She prayed with me. She held my hand until my shaking eased, and eventually, I crawled back into bed and stared at the ceiling until morning. When the sun came up, we checked outside. No footprints, no scratches, no sign. And here's what still bothers me. Our geese slept right under that window, and they honked at everything. A raccoon sneeze, a branch snap, anything. But that night? Nothing. Like whatever was there didn't register to them. Sixth encounter. This one. This one is the image that follows me. So I walked down toward a soggy little low spot where old junk might have been dumped. The detector started clicking, and I followed the signal to this thin tree bent slightly sideways. And in the branches, I saw clumps of fur and skin, tied up like knots, like trophies. I recognized the coloring. It looked like our missing cats. My stomach flipped. I felt sick, like the world tilted. I turned toward the edge of the woods and just knew. That feeling you get when you realize you've stepped onto someone else's territory and they're deciding what to do about it. I started back up the hill, heart hammering, trying to figure out how to tell Mom what I'd seen. Halfway up, I turned around, and right at the tree line, low to the ground, was something on all fours. It was long and skinny, too skinny, like a starved animal stretched wrong. Its skin was pale, ash-colored, pulled tight over its body. And its head was human-shaped, but the face looked more like a skull wrapped in skin. The eyes were so deep-set I couldn't even see them clearly. The back legs were bowed in a way that reminded me of a frog, like it could spring without warning. I stood there in that split second where fear usually wins, and for once, just once, I felt something else rise up. Anger. Pure, blazing anger. Years of animals lost, nights ruined, my mom's grief, my own helplessness. Everything boiled up at once. I lifted my arm and shouted, "I know you're there!" And it reacted like I'd struck it. It jumped, fast, almost unreal, into the brush, and it was gone. I've never seen it again, and I've never gone into those woods to look for it. Not really. I'm not brave like that. I'm not stupid like that. But in that moment, I needed it to know I wasn't just prey in my own home. And listen, I'm not telling you this to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to win an argument about what's possible. I'm telling you because it shaped me, because it was my childhood, because the place I love, my beautiful Ohio, my 4 seasons, my wide fields, also holds shadows people don't want to name. And sometimes I wonder if the land remembers everything. Sometimes I think it does. Hey, thanks for sitting with me for a minute. I'm going to tell you something I usually keep tucked away, because it's hard to explain without sounding like I'm exaggerating. But I'm not trying to impress anyone. I'm just tired of carrying it alone. When I was a kid, I used to sneak around with my friends, Nico, Lena, and I. doing that whole urban exploration thing. Old warehouses, abandoned workshops, places that still smelled like rust and wet concrete. We told ourselves it was just curiosity, bravery even, but there was one place we avoided for a long time. Not even a factory, more like a forgotten house on the edge of an industrial lot. Windows dark, yard overgrown, the kind of building that makes you feel watched before you even step inside. We used to joke about it to act tough, but the truth is, my stomach would drop every time we walked near it. One afternoon, we finally went in. And I know how this sounds, I really do, but the air felt wrong. Like the house had an attitude. Like it didn't want us there. We kept whispering, even though there was no reason to. I remember Nico laughing too loud, forcing it, and Lena squeezing my sleeve like she was trying to anchor herself to something real. Maybe it was just the idea of homeless people being inside. Maybe it was the shadows. Maybe it was our imaginations. But when we left, it didn't feel like we left alone. A few days later, things started happening at home. Small things at first. That feeling you get when you're in your room and you swear someone is standing just outside the door. A coldness in the hallway that didn't match the rest of the house. The kind of silence that feels deliberate. And then the dreams started. In those dreams, there was a presence. I can't even call it a person. It wore a mask, sometimes plain, sometimes like it was stitched together from different faces, and it wasn't alone. It was like it had others with it, like a pack. They didn't just scare me. They played with me, chasing me, cornering me, letting me think I'd escaped, and then, no, there it was again. I became terrified of the dark in a way I couldn't admit out loud. I wanted to ask my parents for a nightlight, but I was quiet back then. The kind of kid who swallows everything. And I already had grief sitting in my chest because my grandpa had died, and it felt like the world had cracked open and never sealed again. Every birthday after that, I'd get this dread, like the date itself was haunted, like something tall and dark was waiting for me to blow out candles so it could step closer. Then my parents split up, and it wasn't a clean, gentle split. There was shouting, fear, things a kid shouldn't have to carry. I don't want to turn this into a list of tragedies, but that time, it shaped me. It taught me to keep my mouth shut and watch people's moods like weather. When I got a little older, 13, 14, I finally started making friends again. I thought maybe I was coming back to myself. And then I got betrayed. Not in a we drifted apart way, in a sharp, humiliating way that made rage bloom in my throat. Like someone looked at my trust and decided it was something to use. I remember thinking, so this is what life is going to be, just sadness with different names. That's around when I had the dream with the message. I was standing outside, and it was raining so hard it looked like the world was trying to erase itself. And on this wall, like someone had written it just for me, were the words, "Your best friend will protect you." I didn't understand it. I didn't even have my best friend anymore. Not really. I'd lost them, emotionally, like they'd been ripped out of my life and replaced by an empty space, because I tried to ignore my dreams for years. I really did. I told myself they were just nightmares, just my brain processing trauma, just stress. But then my dreams began to feel like glimpses, like they were showing me pieces of things before they happened. And I hate saying that because people hear it and they think, lottery numbers. Believe me, if my dreams could help me win money, I'd be thrilled. But my dreams didn't guide me to cash. They guided me to funerals, to sickness, to loss, to those phone calls that turn your bones to water. I'd see something, a detail, a feeling, an image, and then months later it would happen, and I'd just sit there thinking, I knew, and I couldn't stop it. Who do you even tell about that without being laughed at? So I went quiet again, and the dreams got worse. Not just personal, bigger. Wars, outbreaks, crowds panicking, the world turning harsh and metallic. One dream stayed with me like a stain. I saw Ukraine, soldiers, bodies, a tunnel that felt infamous even inside the dream, like everyone knew it. I saw burning wheat, like the earth itself was on fire, and people trapped. Hundreds of souls pressed into dark stone, unable to get out. And there were 3 figures nearby. Not dead, not exactly alive. They were lying on their backs at first, faces hidden, like mannequins with weight. Then one turned toward me, finally, and smiled like it was trying to calm a frightened animal. It held my hand, and on my palm was a black mark. I still don't know what that mark meant, but the way that figure looked at me, gentle, almost familiar, made it worse in a different way. Because it suggested there was meaning, a plan, a connection I didn't ask for. Later, I saw that smiling figure again, and this is the part that still makes my stomach twist. I had a friend, let's call him Elias, someone I trusted for years. We were long-distance friends, close in that intense way you can be when messages become your safe place. He told me he was sick. He told me things were getting worse. And then one day, I got the message. He was dead. I broke. I mean, really broke. I cried until my face hurt, begging his family to let me come to the funeral, and they refused. I felt locked out of grief, like I didn't even have the right to mourn him properly. And in a dream, I ended up in this bright place, so bright it almost hummed, and there was that smiling figure again, watching me cry like it could see every thought I tried to hide. It felt like it was telling me, "You're not supposed to follow him. Not yet." It showed me scenes from my life, like flipping through pages I hadn't written on purpose, and warned me not to do something stupid, like there would be consequences, like punishment. And it said I had to wait for my moment, when the truth would be revealed. I woke up thinking, okay, that was my brain trying to keep me alive. But a few days later, I found out Elias wasn't dead. He was alive. He had faked it. And I can't even explain how that kind of betrayal feels. It's not just anger. It's like your reality cracks, and you start questioning every memory you ever loved. After that, the dreams turned into chases again. Sometimes the masked thing came back, maybe the same presence from childhood, maybe something my fear gave a face to. Sometimes it used people, like it could wear them like costumes. I'd be running through houses that didn't make sense, trapped in rooms with no exits, and then, always, the impossible door would appear. And behind it, I would see me. A younger version of me, but shadowed, twisted, screaming like the pain had no end. Like my childhood was still locked somewhere, suffering in a loop. And then I'd wake up gasping, sweating, furious at my own brain. There was a period where I started hearing voices too. 2 of them. A woman and a child. It happened for 2 nights. It was so strange because it felt like one ear heard it clearly and the other ear heard nothing, like the sound existed in a sideways way. At first I told myself it was my mom and my little sister moving around at night. Sometimes they'd be awake between 2 and 5 in the morning. But on the second night, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I opened the door. No one. The moment I opened it, the voices stopped. And later, when we were out buying bread, someone casually mentioned our neighbor had died about a week earlier. A week earlier. The same day I'd first heard the voices. I'm not telling you this because I want you to think I'm special. Honestly, I don't feel special. I feel exhausted. I'm naturally kind, I think. Soft, poetic in my head, full of imagination. But I'm also emotionally fragile. Like I bruise too easily, even when I'm trying to be strong. I know people could call me delusional. I get it. Sometimes I call myself that, just to try and keep control of the story. But the truth is, I don't understand why I dream like this. I don't understand why someone in my dreams seems to chase me, while another presence, smiling, calm, shows up like a guard or a guide when things are unbearable. I just want it to stop. Because these dreams don't just scare me, they make me sad. They turn me into someone who only expects the worst, like every sunrise is just a countdown to the next tragedy. And I hate living like that. I tried getting help. I went to clinics and tried to explain, and a lot of the time I felt dismissed, like they saw me as a wallet, not a person. I left crying more than once, feeling embarrassed for even asking. And there's another layer to it that's hard to admit. I have these dreams where I'm other people. Not like a fun movie scene, like I'm inside them. Different voices, different ways of thinking, different lives. Sometimes I'd wake up feeling like I'd been temporarily borrowed by someone else's story. And the weirdest part is, in many of those dreams, the other life ends in death. I've been a cruel, educated man who warned me to be careful. I've been someone in New York decades ago, happy, reckless, then dying in a way I can't even pin down, like the dream itself didn't want to show me the exact final moment. I've been a poor man with nothing, collapsing into loneliness like a slow fade. I've been a woman who fought without fear. And once, this still makes my throat tighten, I dreamed about a woman who died in prison. I searched what I could, and she actually existed. I don't even know how to explain that without sounding ridiculous. But in the dream, I could feel her pain like it was mine, like it had soaked into my bones. Like someone had hurt her and she never escaped it. Sometimes just thinking about it makes me cry. The only person I really told all of this to was my mom. I spilled everything, every nightmare, every strange detail, and she listened. She told me my grandpa had been a soldier, someone who survived things he shouldn't have survived. She said he had a kind of luck, or something like fate on his side, and after the war he ended up in a church. Like he needed somewhere quiet to put what he'd seen. And yeah, talking about it does help. Even now, telling you, it helps a little. I have other dreams I could share, but the ones I'm telling you are the ones that left bruises. I don't want a dark future. I don't want to foresee anything. People think knowing is power, but sometimes knowing is torture. It's like watching the sun for the last time. Warm, bright, full of hope. Even if your family isn't perfect, even if they've hurt you, you still love them. You still want them to be safe. And you're trapped between loving them and carrying a secret that would only scare them. So I wait. Not because I'm brave, because I'm not a hero. I'm not trying to save the world. I'm just trying to survive being me. People have told me I'm like yin and yang, light and dark fighting in one body. And honestly, that's what it feels like. A gentle part of me keeps trying to hold hope, while the dream part keeps whispering disaster. But I made myself a promise after being mocked and dismissed. I'm going to keep hope anyway. Even if I've been betrayed, even if my dreams show me death, even if some days it feels like something unseen is trying to push me down, I want to fight back. I want to save someone, somehow. I don't even know who yet. I just feel it like a stubborn ember. And there's this last dream I keep circling back to, like the end of a book I haven't read yet. In it, I'm on the other side of something, and I forget everything. My family, my pain, my name. Not in a tragic way, more like it's required. Like I'm being prepared for a job I don't understand yet. I've also dreamed of a life that felt medieval. Armor, oaths, loyalty, rebellion. I was serving someone powerful, and then I turned against him with a group of soldiers. We fought, we died, and in the dream, even the king's betrayal felt personal, like he hurt me because he'd once trusted me. And what's strange is, those 3 figures from the war dream, in that dream, they also wore armor. As if we were connected across different stories, different timelines, different nightmares. I don't know what any of this means. I just know I'm tired, and I want, more than anything, to see myself again in a dream, not as a victim, not as a stranger, not as someone doomed, just me. So I could give myself a hug, the kind I needed when I was a kid walking into dark hallways, pretending I wasn't scared. And honestly, there's this game, Celeste. If you've played it, you'll understand. It makes me cry because it feels like someone finally put words around the fight inside me. The climb, the falling, the choosing to keep going anyway. So, yeah, that's my story. Thank you for listening, truly. And I hope, with all my heart, you never have to carry dreams like mine. Hey, so before I get into the weird part, let me ground this in something really ordinary. Someone in my immediate family, my Aunt Marianne, worked in a British charity shop for over 2 decades, just quietly showing up, sorting donations, steaming clothes, chatting with regulars, doing the everyday work that keeps places like that alive. And if you've never had charity shops where you live, here's the quick version. People donate clothes, books, household bits, whatever they don't need anymore, and the shop sells it cheap. The money goes back into the charity. A lot of the staff are volunteers. It's not glamorous, but it matters. And this particular shop, it mattered to a lot of people who passed through it. What most people didn't know was that it also had a reputation. Not fun, spooky story for Halloween reputation. More like, the building has moods, and sometimes it behaves like someone's still living in it. I'm telling you this straight. Nobody in my family was trying to build a legend, and there was never any benefit in pretending. Honestly, if anything, it was embarrassing to even talk about, until it happened too many times to shrug off. Anyway, the shop was in Norwich, a really old city in East Anglia. The kind of place where history doesn't feel buried. It feels stacked on top of itself. Medieval streets, plague history, old stone, old timber. The sort of city where you can walk past a building and think, that wall has watched centuries happen. The charity has moved since. Same road, bigger unit. But the old place, last I heard, was sitting empty. Now, the layout is important because a lot of what happened makes more sense when you can picture where people were standing. On the ground floor, you walked straight into the shop front. Clothing rails on both sides, the till further in, then a long stretch of shelves with bric-a-brac. At the very back were the changing rooms, facing you like a dead end. Up the stairs, tight, old, winding stairs that only really fit one person at a time, you got to the first floor, staff only. On the right was this little box room you had to step up into, stacked with donated goods. Straight ahead was the sorting room, also up a step, where volunteers priced items and steamed clothes. Up again to the second floor, you could only turn right. This is where the staff room and toilets were. And then there was what we all ended up calling the top corridor, like a half level above the second floor. A short hallway with a fire exit on one side, the book room ahead, and another storage room used for extra stock and seasonal window displays. That last room, I hated it. I hated the feeling of it. It was the only place in the whole building where my stomach would drop the second I crossed the threshold. Oh, and there was supposedly a hidden basement too. The story was you could get to it by moving part of the till unit and finding this concealed door, down into what used to be an old kitchen space, like early 1900s, maybe older. Big old range, table, that kind of thing. I never actually went down there. Part of me is glad. So, what was the activity like? It wasn't constant. It wasn't like a haunted house attraction where something happens on cue. It came in waves. Some months, nothing at all. Then you'd get a stretch where something happened almost every week, and the experienced volunteers would start quietly warning the new ones. Like, look, you might laugh now, but just don't panic if the building does something. And the new volunteers always laughed. Until they didn't. The strangest part was how normalized it became. People would hear something, go check, find nobody, and then just go back to tagging shirts like it was a dripping tap. The main things people reported fell into a few patterns. First, shadow figures. Customers sometimes came out of the changing rooms saying they'd seen someone, like a person-shaped shadow, inside or just behind the curtain. One woman, apparently, got so shaken she was nearly in tears, insisting someone was in there with her. Marianne once closed up, locked the doors, and while she was finishing up downstairs, she saw a shadowy shape near the back, by the bric-a-brac, in front of the changing rooms. Just a human outline where no one should be. Another time she came down the stairs and had that awful sense of being followed, then actually saw something behind her on the staircase, moving the way a person moves. And volunteers reported the same kind of thing upstairs too, especially in the box room and that top storage room near the books. A few people even claimed they'd seen someone through the front window, when the shop was clearly empty and still locked, before the manager arrived. Second, sounds. This was probably the most common. Footsteps, heavy, purposeful steps, when no one was there. Doors opening and closing, including doors that were locked. It was especially noticeable after hours, when the shop was quiet and you could hear the building settling. Except these weren't settling noises. These sounded like someone moving with intention. Most of the time, it seemed to come from the second floor and that top corridor, like the fire door being pushed open and then shut. But that door was secured. People would go check, and it would be locked exactly as it should be. Sometimes it happened right near you, too. You'd be in the sorting room and hear the unmistakable sound of someone stepping into the hallway, like they were about to come in. And then you'd look up, and there'd be nobody. No movement, no light shift, nothing. The staircase was a hot spot as well, like hearing someone coming down quickly, and your body bracing for a person to appear. And then nothing. Third, touching. This one really bothered people. Customers in the changing rooms would sometimes complain that someone had brushed them or touched them through the curtain, like a hand, a tap, a little push. And yes, you could argue maybe someone could have done it, except the volunteers were trained to watch the changing rooms closely to prevent shoplifting. The changing rooms were in direct line of sight of the till, and you needed a little disc or token for each item you tried on. Staff were paying attention. When people said it happened, there often just wasn't anyone nearby who could have done it. Staff got it too. Taps on the shoulder, a touch on the arm, sometimes enough to make someone spin around expecting to see a coworker right behind them. It seemed to happen most upstairs, especially in the box room and that top storage area. And then there was the fourth category, the one nobody likes admitting out loud because it sounds the most ridiculous. Poltergeist-type stuff. Books opening by themselves. Pages flipping like someone was thumbing through them. Books sliding or even launching off shelves in the book room. Boxes shifting when nobody was touching them. Furniture nudging out of place. Things downstairs falling or being knocked over when there was no obvious reason. Sometimes with enough force that it didn't feel like a simple wobble. Doors slamming. And the creepiest part? Staff would hear what sounded like big items being dragged around in a room nobody was in. And when they opened the door, everything would look perfectly normal. Nothing moved. No sign of disturbance. Just silence, like the building was holding its breath. Now, my own experiences. By the time I had them, this stuff had already been a regular topic in my family. So I grew up hearing it the way you'd hear stories about a difficult neighbor. Half believed, half filed away, always told with a slightly careful tone. My first experience happened when I was little, maybe 8 or 9. My dad had taken me and my brother out and bought us these cheap toy weapons, plastic swords, one of those little bow and arrow sets. And afterward, we went to the charity shop after closing to pick up Marianne. The shop was locked, quiet. The adults were upstairs in the office on the second floor. I was on the first floor, messing around with my toys, feeling like I had the whole building to myself. And those stairs, listen, those stairs were steep, narrow, twisting, the kind of stairs where you need to pay attention. I didn't. I took a wrong step and pitched forward, and I should have gone down, hard, head first, the kind of fall that can really hurt a kid. But I didn't fall. It's hard to explain without sounding insane, but I felt something invisible, grab my legs and hold me. I ended up stuck upside down, like my lower half was anchored in midair. I remember my arms flailing and my face hot with panic, screaming because my brain couldn't understand why gravity had just stopped working. And I remember seeing my feet, rigid in place, and the stairwell ceiling beyond them. My dad came running down and grabbed me. Later, he told me the strangest part wasn't even my screaming. It was that he saw no one holding me up. Just his kid somehow balanced in a way that shouldn't be possible. And I wasn't some nimble little gymnast. I was clumsy, honestly. If I'd been alone, I think I would have convinced myself I imagined it. But there were adults there. People saw it. My family has this long-running idea of guardian angels, moments where someone gets saved from something that should have gone badly. And they've always counted that as one of those moments. Whether it was connected to the shop, I don't know. Because for a long time, the shop didn't feel personal. Most of what happened there felt random, almost like echoes repeating. Until the second time. Fast forward a few years, early 2000s. I was a teenager, going to college in Norwich. On days Marianne worked, I'd sometimes meet her at the shop after closing. We'd sit upstairs and wait for my dad to pick us up. Just the two of us in this locked building, the street outside quieting down. And around that time, it had been calm. Not much to report. No big stories lately. So one evening, we're sitting in the office, chatting, and I ask casually if anything odd has happened recently. And Marianne goes, "Honestly, it's been quiet for ages. And I don't know why I did this. Maybe I'd been watching too much late-night ghost TV. Maybe I just wanted to prove to myself it was nonsense. But I got cocky. I actually called out into the building. Something like, 'If anyone's here, let us know.' That kind of stupid challenge you only make when you think nothing will answer. And almost immediately, a crash from the top corridor, like something large falling. Then footsteps, fast, coming down from that top level to the second floor, running right past the open doorway of the office. We both looked, saw nothing. Then the footsteps kept going, down the stairs, full speed. Then a slam from the first floor, the sorting room door closing hard. And after that, it sounded like someone was tearing the sorting room apart. Bangs, scrapes, shifting, like a person throwing boxes around in anger. Marianne went white because her first thought was practical. Oh my God, we've locked ourselves in with someone. A shoplifter, someone hiding. And because I was 17 and apparently expendable, she sent me down to confront them. I was terrified. I'm not a fighter. I hate confrontation. But I also didn't want to believe it was anything else. Because if it wasn't a person, then what was it? So I went down. And as I descended the stairs, I could still hear the chaos in that sorting room. It sounded real. It sounded physical. I reached the door, pushed it open. And the moment I stepped inside, everything stopped. The room was square. One entrance. No windows to climb out of. No second door. Nowhere a person could have gone without passing me. And nothing was disturbed. No boxes tipped. No rails moved. No piles on the floor. It was like the sound had been playing for us, and the second I entered, someone hit pause. I can't explain that. I still can't. And then the third experience. This one was quick, but it was the one that made my stomach drop because it was so visible. Another evening, I'm downstairs with Marianne, about to lock up. The shop is quiet, lights still on, nothing dramatic. We're doing the last little check before leaving, and a handbag, resting on a shelf, suddenly flew off. Not slid, not toppled down the front. Flew outward into the room, landing a good meter or two away like it had been flicked or thrown. We both just stared at it, because there's a huge difference between something falling and something being sent. And I've also seen books come off shelves in there too. Again, not the gentle, gravity did its thing kind of fall. More like an interruption, like the air itself got impatient. So that's the story. A small, ordinary charity shop that most people walked past without a second glance. Quiet volunteers, donated jumpers, old paperbacks, sitting inside a building that sometimes behaved like it was sharing the space with someone you couldn't see. And if you're listening to this thinking, okay, but what was it? Who was it? I wish I could tell you. All I can say is, people didn't go looking for it. It came to them. And after enough years, enough footsteps, enough taps, enough doors that shouldn't open, enough objects moving like they had opinions, you stop asking whether it's real, and you start asking what it wants. So, I don't really tell this story at parties. It's not that kind of spooky. It's the kind that sits in your ribs for years and only shows itself when you're alone at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering why your childhood memories feel haunted around the edges. When I was about 6, maybe 7, I got hit with a fever so hard it came on like a wave. This was early 90s, small town, not much money, and medical care was, let's just say it had limits. The clinic shut around dinner time, and after that, calling for the doctor felt like flipping a coin. Sometimes he'd come. Sometimes he'd come in a state you'd rather not see anyone holding medical equipment in. I knew that firsthand because one summer I wiped out on my bike and split my scalp open. Next thing I know, this man is stitching me up, and I swear he missed more than he hit. I still remember the sharp, wrong pinch when the needle didn't go where it was supposed to, like he was sewing the air and accidentally catching me in the process. I hated that man with a passion that only a kid can carry. Anyway, back to the fever. My mom told me later she was about to call him, even though she didn't want to, because my temperature was climbing fast and I was drifting in and out like a radio losing signal. But then, just as she was reaching for the phone, my symptoms started easing up, like somebody turned a dial down. And the whole thing got filed away as one scary night, and life moved on. I didn't even remember it. Years later, 12, maybe 13, we were watching something on TV where someone was burning up with a fever. I asked, casually, "Did I ever get a fever like that when I was little?" My mom paused, just stopped what she was doing and looked at me in this really strange way. "You don't remember?" she asked. I laughed and said, "No, why would I?" And she said, very quietly, "What you said that night scared me more than the fever." That made my stomach drop a little because you know your mom's fear as a kid. It's like weather. When it shifts, you feel it. She asked me again, "Do you remember what you said you saw?" I told her no, not even a flicker. So she sat down and told me. She said I was in bed, skin blazing, eyes glassy, and she was perched on the edge of the mattress with a cold, damp cloth, pressing it gently to my forehead, just trying to keep me comfortable, trying not to panic. And then, out of nowhere, I sat bolt upright. I pointed over her shoulder, like my whole body was being yanked by something I could see that she couldn't. And I screamed, "Mom, turn around! It's behind you!" She told me the look on my face, pure terror, like I'd seen something that didn't belong in the world, went straight through her. She said she felt cold all over, even though the room was warm. She also said she didn't turn around, not because she didn't believe me, but because she was terrified that if she did, it would make it real. Like acknowledging it would invite it in. So she stayed facing me, voice steady, saying, "There's nothing there. You're okay. It's just your fever." But I kept crying and shouting, "It's coming closer! Mom, it's coming closer!" And the way she described it, this part still gets me. She said my eyes stopped focusing on the corner of the room and started staring right over her shoulder. Like whatever I thought I saw had moved. Like it was right behind her now. She told me she couldn't take it anymore. She pulled me against her chest, wrapped her arms around me tight, and covered my eyes with her hand like she could physically block whatever it was. And she said either I snapped out of it, or whatever I was seeing left us alone. That should have been the end of it. Just a fever story. A scary little family anecdote you roll your eyes at as you get older. But then there's the other part. A few years after that, around 9 or 10, there was this group of us who always hung out together on our estate. We were that tight little neighborhood pack, always outside, always daring each other into dumb stuff. One rainy afternoon, a bunch of us were at my mate Callum's house while his mom ran to the shops. His older brother was babysitting, which basically meant he told us not to bother him and disappeared into his room to play his console at full volume. Someone found Callum's older sister's Ouija board tucked away in a drawer. And because we were kids who'd been watching too much paranormal TV and thought fear was the same thing as fun, we decided, obviously, we were going to use it. At first it was jokes, stupid questions. Who's going to be famous? Who's going to marry who? Who's going to be rich? And everybody was giggling because you could tell someone was nudging the planchette. But then we got serious in that dramatic way kids do, like we were suddenly researchers conducting a scientific experiment. We all agreed. No pushing. No messing around. And after a bit of whispering and snickering, this kid, Jasper, blurts out, "Call the house phone." Not "give us a sign," not "move the glass," not "knock on the wall." Just "call the house phone." And I swear to you, the planchette shot across the board and landed on yes, like it was yanked there. And then the phone rang. Instantly. Like no pause. No, maybe it'll ring in a minute. Just, yes, ring. Every one of us froze with our hands still on that plastic thing. The laughter died so fast it was like someone unplugged it. The phone kept ringing and nobody moved. It felt wrong to answer, like picking up would complete whatever we'd started. And then from the older brother's room, we hear him shout, furious, "Answer the bloody phone!" So Jasper, because he was more scared of getting yelled at than of ghosts, snatched it up and put it to his ear. And his face just drained, white as paper. He slammed the receiver down like it burned him and rushed back to the board, breath shaking, going, I'm done. I'm not playing anymore." We demanded to know what he heard. He said it was low and crackly, like it was coming through water, but underneath it there was this voice, rough, almost snarling, saying something that sounded like, "Zuzu, Zuzu." And the second he said it out loud, the phone rang again. Nobody answered that time, not even with the older brother shouting. We just tore the board back into the box like it was poisonous and sat there in this awful silence until the ringing stopped and the front door opened. Callum's mom walked in with shopping bags and immediately went, "What's wrong with you lot? Why are you all so quiet?" Then she looked at Callum like she already knew. "What did you break?" she snapped. We didn't explain. We couldn't. We just muttered excuses, grabbed our coats, and scattered like our lives depended on it. And outside, we all agreed, right there on the pavement, we don't talk about it again. We didn't. Not for years. Then comes the last part, the part that makes me feel sick, because it's the one that grew teeth. When we were about 11, the older kids, me included, were the cool group. And we did that gross older kid thing where we made little ones prove themselves with initiation rituals. Nothing we thought was serious at the time, but looking back, we were idiots. Cruel in that careless way kids can be. They called it the hanging shed. The story went that somewhere outside town, there was an old shed left standing from centuries ago, from back when the first houses were built. The family who owned the land had supposedly done evil rituals, and the church people, townsfolk, destroyed their house and forced them out. But the shed got overlooked and stayed there, rotting in the field, waiting. And every 100 years, on the anniversary of the house being torn down, the shed would claim someone. A man would leave his home in the night, walk miles in the dark, and hang himself from a beam. The detail that made everyone go quiet was this: there was no ladder, and the beam was too high. And every time it happened, people said there was no way someone could have tied it up there alone. One of the older lads, Dylan, finished telling it, let the silence stretch, and then said, I know where it is. And like moths, we followed. He led us out to this field where there really was a shed standing by itself, small, wooden, old-looking. The older kids knew it probably belonged to a farmer nearby, but the little ones didn't. And you could see it on their faces. They wanted it to be the hanging shed. They wanted the story to be true. So we made it into a test. We told them, if you go inside, close the door, and stay longer than anyone else, you're in. It was already getting dark, early evening, cold air, that kind of dim light where everything looks more sinister than it should. And that shed had no windows. Once you stepped inside and the door shut, you were swallowed by black. One kid refused outright and backed away, shaking. We teased him, of course. Another went in first, and, because we were awful, we crept around banging on the walls, scraping sticks, whispering nonsense until he burst out in tears. We pretended to look impressed, like, ooh, did you hear something? Like we hadn't been the ones making it. Then it was the last kid's turn, a boy called Noah. Noah wasn't really in our group, but everyone liked him. Quiet, brave, trying hard not to show fear. He stepped into the shed, and we shut the door. And this time, this is important, we didn't do anything. No banging, no whispering, nothing. We stood around talking about random stuff, already losing interest. Someone counted seconds for a bit, then stopped. It felt like he'd been in there ages, long enough that we started getting impatient and cold and hungry. We were about to open the door and call it a day, when we heard Noah screaming from inside. Not joking screaming, not boo screaming, real screaming. He was pounding on the door, shouting, "Let me out! Let me out!" We yelled back, "It's not locked!" Because it wasn't. There was no lock on the outside. He could have opened it, but he kept shrieking like he couldn't find the handle, like it wasn't there, like the door wasn't a door anymore. So we rushed in, grabbed the handle, and pulled. It wouldn't budge. I remember the panic that flashed through all of us at once, because suddenly we weren't playing a game. We were standing outside a shed with a child sobbing inside it. We yanked and yanked until it finally gave way, so suddenly that we all tumbled backwards into each other, a heap in the mud. And Noah came flying out like he'd been shot from a cannon. He didn't stop. He didn't look back. He sprinted across the field like something was on his heels. We chased him, shouting his name, and when we finally caught up, he was shaking so badly he could barely stand. "What happened?" we asked. "What did you see?" He stared at us with this blank, stunned horror and said, "Once, only once, I saw the noose." And then he refused to talk about it ever again. I didn't think about that shed for nearly a decade. Then one morning, when I was 19, I got a knock at my flat door. I opened it and saw a couple of lads from the old estate, faces pale, eyes red like they hadn't slept. They told me Noah was dead. He'd hanged himself the night before, in a shed. A farmer found him in the morning. He was 17, and the whole town went strange after that, quiet in the worst way. There were rumors, and the police asked questions, and people kept saying the same thing over and over. How could he have done it alone? They investigated it for months. There was talk of foul play, talk of someone helping, someone forcing, someone staging. But in the end, it was ruled a suicide. And I know, logically, I know coincidences happen. Tragedies happen. People suffer in ways you never see coming. But every so often, late at night, my mind drifts back to a cold towel on my forehead. My mum refusing to turn around. A phone ringing at the exact wrong moment. And a shed in a dark field. And I can't help wondering, just for a second, just a tiny, sickening second, what if, that night when we were kids, we really did find it? Okay, so I'm going to tell you about a handful of my weird, other side encounters. And I swear, these weren't just regular nightmares. You know how a normal bad dream fades after you wake up? These didn't. They stuck to me, like a residue, like my body remembered it even when my brain wanted to rationalize it away. This all started a couple years back when my ex, Mikhail, and I moved into this little apartment. We stayed there about a year together, and then we broke up. After that, I lived there alone for several months with my dog, Biscuit, and that's when things got consistent. Like, every day consistent. And I'll say something that might sound strange. I never got the feeling it was evil. It was more like unsettled. Like something was trying to be noticed. I'd had spooky stuff happen before, like the old house creaks and vibes kind of thing. Mikhail's family had this farmhouse where multiple people, him, his mom, even his grandma, had seen and heard things. So I always had that mindset of, okay, weird stuff happens sometimes. But I really did not expect anything to lock onto me in my own place. The first big moment I remember clearly happened when my friend Lena was over late. She stayed over a lot because she hated going home in the dark, and honestly, she always said my apartment felt creepy. Not haunted mansion creepy, more like someone is standing too close behind you creepy. One night, it was around 11ish, we're on the couch watching some show, laughing, talking, totally normal. The apartment layout was super open. No real doors except the bathroom. From the couch, you could see the beginning of this short hallway that led to the bathroom door. The bedroom was opposite, and the kitchen was off to the side. So if something moved through that little hallway area, you'd catch it out of the corner of your eye. And then we heard it. Heavy running, like someone sprinting, from the bedroom toward the kitchen. Not a little shuffle, not pipes, not the building settling. It sounded like actual feet charging across the floor. And at the exact same time, both of us saw it. This quick black shape, like a shadow that didn't belong to anything, flash through that hallway and vanish into the kitchen. Lena and I just stared at each other like, did we both just see that? Because that moment where you're trying to decide if you're losing it? Yeah, that. And I don't know why I did this. Maybe because I'm stubborn. Maybe because fear makes me bold for like 5 seconds. But I stood up and walked straight into the kitchen and said, out loud, something like, "Okay, who the hell is here?" Nothing. empty kitchen. I checked the closet by the front door, this tall, narrow one where, if someone was hiding, they'd have nowhere to go. Nothing. I checked the bathroom. Nothing. Then we did that nervous thing where you laugh too loud and pretend it's funny, because the alternative is admitting you're scared. We joked that we were being dramatic, but we both still remember it to this day. That's how I know it was real. After that, it became little things. Mikhail and I would be in bed, and we'd hear footsteps in the living room, like someone pacing. I'd usually just roll over, face away from the hallway, and do that, if I can't see it, it can't see me. Logic that makes zero sense but feels comforting. Then one night, this is when I was alone, I heard someone walking right next to the bed, clear as day. Not in the hallway, beside me. Like someone stopped and stood there, right behind my back, watching. And I couldn't turn around. And before you ask, yes, there were neighbors upstairs, but this wasn't that. In that apartment, I barely heard anything from anyone. In my new place, I hear every sneeze and chair scrape from other units, so I know what normal building noise sounds like. This wasn't normal. So then the breakup happened. Mikhail moved out, and it was just me and Biscuit. He was old and sick. Poor thing had heart issues, and he was mostly blind and nearly deaf. Sometimes he'd wake me up at night because he'd have these scary episodes, and I'd have to calm him down and make sure he was okay. He was on medication, but eventually I had to let him go. That part still hurts to even say out loud. But the truly strange part started before that, while I was still alone there. I started having these dreams, and I'm putting that in quotes because I don't know if they were dreams. They felt interactive, like I wasn't just watching something, but participating in something that was happening somewhere else. The first one was almost gentle at first. I dreamed about a girl, around my age in the dream, maybe younger, and in the dream I took her by the hand and led her back to my apartment. And in my head, it felt normal, because I'm the kind of person who's friendly even in dreams. Like, sure, come on, let's go. In the dream, we got to my bedroom, and I hopped into bed and told her she could use my washing machine, like I was hosting a guest. I pointed at a pile of clothes at the foot of the bed and repeated it. She just stood there, staring at me in this odd way. Not angry, just off. Then I laid my head back down, and this thought hit me like a cold splash. Wait, is this real? I lifted my head up fast, and she was gone. And I woke up with that awful, sinking feeling that someone had been in my space. After that, I started hearing movement in the hallway at night, like footsteps circling around, but it always felt like whatever it was wouldn't come into the bedroom. And honestly, I told myself, okay, fine, stay out there. We can coexist. I even started thinking maybe she'd lived there before me or something, like she just wanted presence, peace. But then the dreams turned into something else. One of them, God, I still remember it, was at my childhood home, specifically the basement. But in the dream, the basement was wrong, like it had been stretched into a narrow maze, walls too close, corners that didn't exist in real life. And I was running down there to hide, which makes no sense, because basements are the last place you'd hide if you were scared. I tucked myself behind a corner, and I could hear her, running, giggling, like it was a game, like hide and seek. And I knew, somehow, she was going to find me. I woke up panicked and sweaty, and the room felt heavy, like the air had been pressed down. Another dream put me in my grandparents' place, and it started normal. Me and Lena hanging out, talking. Then suddenly we'd find family members dead, like they'd been attacked. And then this killer would appear and start chasing me. And the thing is, it felt like a game, like the dream had rules. I could run faster if I decided to run faster, like the world responded to my will. But no matter what I did, I'd get caught. And when I died, it didn't end like a normal nightmare. It would reset, not to the beginning, but to the moment right before I escaped. Like someone was forcing me to replay the chase, and I knew it was her. Even when the face changed, even when it wasn't a girl at all, I knew it was the same presence from my apartment, like she was behind the mask. Then came the worst one, but in this dream, the door was open. And in the shower stood this thing, like a filthy, oversized bunny costume. Not cute, not cartoonish, more like someone stuffed into a grimy mascot suit that had been rotting in a basement. It was just standing there, staring straight at me. And I remember its fingers moving, slowly, like it was testing its hands. Then it tilted its head side to side, like it was curious. I sat up, grabbed Biscuit, like I could protect him with my arms, and I walked toward the bathroom. It was only a few steps, and every step felt like walking through glue. The bunny didn't move. I turned on the bathroom light, and nothing changed. It didn't vanish. It didn't flinch. It just kept staring. I yelled, like actually yelled, "Leave me alone!" And it just stared, like it didn't care. I backed up, went to the bed, and from the corner of my eye, I saw it turn slightly toward the shower and flick the water on and off, like it was playing with the sound. Then I tried to lie down and force myself to sleep, because sometimes you do that when you're overwhelmed. You just try to shut down, and I heard movement on the mattress behind me, like something climbing onto the bed. I whipped around and said, "Stop, I know it's you." And then the bunny suit shifted, like it melted away. And there she was. A girl, maybe 13. Tan skin, long dark hair, brown-black, kind of wavy. And she looked like a real person. Not ghostly, not transparent. Just there, sitting cross-legged like she belonged in my room. That was the first time I really saw her. And she grabbed my hand and pulled, like she wanted me to get out of the bed. I said, "No, I don't want to play. Leave me alone." And she got this annoyed look, like I was ruining her fun. And she said, kind of bluntly, with a slight accent, "I want to get inside the bed." And my whole body went cold. I remember staring at her and asking, "What do you mean, inside the bed?" And for a second she looked embarrassed, like she'd said something too honest. Then she disappeared. I didn't move. I didn't even reach for the light switch, because my brain was convinced if I leaned over the side of the bed, she'd come out from underneath and grab me. After that, I stopped sleeping there as much as I could. I'd crash at friends' places, or nap in my car, or do anything that wasn't being alone in that apartment at night. Every time I walked inside, it had this distinct feeling, like the air remembered. And the wild thing is, once I moved out, it stopped. No more nightmares like that. No more feeling watched. I could sleep again like a normal person. But not forever. A while later, in my new apartment, I had a couple sleep paralysis episodes. And that's the part that messed with my head, because I thought I'd left everything behind. One afternoon I was taking a nap. My current boyfriend, Jonas, had just left for work. I was half awake, that midday sleep where you can still hear the world. And I heard footsteps approaching the bed from the hallway, and I thought, "Oh, Jonas must have forgotten something." The footsteps stopped right next to me. I tried to open my eyes, just a little, and I saw a shadow standing there, tall, still, and it looked like it had a suitcase, like someone was traveling. I tried to move, couldn't. Tried to speak, couldn't. And then it spoke to me, quiet, right close, and suddenly it was like I was thrown somewhere else. I was on a road at night, alone, and I heard that same voice whisper, Run. The dream changed multiple times, like flipping channels, but the voice stayed the same. And anytime I managed to crack my eyes open, even a sliver, that shadow was still there at the edge of my bed. And when I finally snapped out of it, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I was safe. Because that's the thing with these experiences, whether you call them dreams, sleep paralysis, spirits, brain glitches, whatever, your body doesn't care what you label it. It remembers the feeling. And that feeling is exactly what I never want to live with again. So, I should have listened to Father Miguel. I really should have. You know how it is when you're young and you think you're slick, half paying attention, half trying to be seen. That morning in the little mission, I wasn't focused on the homily at all. I was busy catching Marisol's eye from across the pews, smiling like an idiot every time she glanced back. I thought it was harmless, sweet even, like love couldn't possibly invite trouble. After Mass, Father Miguel stopped me at the door. His hand was warm when he shook mine, and he looked at me the way men like him do, like they can see every dumb thought you've ever had. "Did you like the sermon today?" he asked. "I put my whole heart into it." "Yes, Padre," I said quickly. It was very good." He didn't let me off easy. "What did you like about it specifically?" And that's when my mouth betrayed me. I stammered something useless, all of it. Very inspirational. And he gave me this small, patient smile. "Thank you, my son," he said. "Just remember, I can see a great deal from the pulpit, and you'll learn more about God from me than you will from your sweetheart." I felt my ears burn. I couldn't even look up. Marisol heard him too. She was outside by the hitching rail, arms folded, trying to hide her grin. I walked over, pretending I wasn't smiling back. "Have you thought any more about what I asked you?" I said. I tried to sound calm, but inside I was shaking. I'd been carrying that question around like a stone in my pocket. She took a breath, then frowned toward the horizon like she could see fear out there in the distance. "I have," she said. "But people are saying there's fighting again, raids near the southern routes. What if we're not safe?" "Because, mi amor," I told her, leaning in like my confidence could protect us. "They don't come up to my brother's land, and the other families won't cross those hills. They think that place is cursed. We'll be left alone." Her eyes searched mine. I remember that look, half terrified, half glowing. Then she nodded, small and final. "Yes," she whispered. "I'll go with you." We married not long after. Life on the ranch wasn't a song. It was work. An adobe house that was more practical than pretty. Dust in the corners no matter how much you swept. The sheep pressed close at night, so near their smell lived in our hair. Wool and manure, the sharp sourness of animals in a pen. But we were together, and for a while that felt like enough. Until her birthday. I'd saved for months. Not for something useful, no saddle, no tools, but for something beautiful. In town, we'd seen this glass bowl in a trader's stall, shimmering like oil on water. Green and violet, then blue when the sun hit it right. It didn't belong on a ranch. That was the point. When she unwrapped it, she gasped like I'd handed her a piece of the sky. She called it the prettiest thing she'd ever owned. Her eyes got wet, and the way she looked at me, God, it made every hard day feel worth it. That night, I broke my brother's main rule. No big fires after dark. But I wanted to celebrate. I wanted light and laughter and the feeling that nothing could touch us. So I built a bonfire and roasted meat over it, and the stars above us looked endless and indifferent. Marisol went inside to find a place for her new treasure, and that's when I saw them. Eyes. Yellow. Too high off the ground to be a coyote, not an owl, not anything that made sense. My dog, Chico, had been growling low all evening, like he was arguing with the dark. Now he backed away, tail tucked, whining like he didn't recognize the world anymore. I didn't want to leave the sheep, didn't want to look away. So I did the stupidest thing a man can do when he's scared and proud. I threw a stick at the eyes, closer. And there was a smell, suddenly, like the day after butchering, like blood that's had time to sour. Marisol came back outside, smiling, holding the bowl like it was a baby. I found a good place for it. Go inside, I cut in. Too sharp, too fast. Get my gun. She didn't argue. She just moved, quick and quiet, and came back with my musket. The eyes were closer now, a shape behind them. Not a bear, not anything I could name. My heart was punching my ribs so hard I thought it might crack. And then it spoke. Not in some animal sound, not a howl. It spoke like a man. Why weren't you paying attention in church, Tomas? Father Miguel's voice, clear as if he were standing beside me. Marisol screamed, this sudden, raw sound that yanked the air out of my lungs. Her whole body jerked back like the voice had touched her. You should have listened, the thing said again. Still Father Miguel. Calm. Near. We need to go in, Marisol whispered. She was trembling, teeth clicking. All right, I said, and we moved toward the door. But something inside me snapped. Anger, maybe. Humiliation. Like I'd been caught misbehaving by the world itself. I didn't ask for this. I didn't deserve this. I raised the musket and fired. The shot tore through the night. The flash lit the yard for a heartbeat, and the eyes vanished. I dragged Marisol inside and slammed the door hard enough the frame shook. For a moment I stood there listening, praying, willing it to be over. Then the sheep started screaming. Not bleeding, screaming. By morning, every one of them was dead, torn apart like they were made of paper. The pen looked like a storm had ripped through it. And Marisol was burning up. Fever so fierce her skin looked gray, slick with sweat. She couldn't stop shivering even though she was hot to the touch. Right before she slipped into this restless, awful sleep, she grabbed my wrist and whispered, "Don't stare into its eyes." I wanted to take her to a doctor. The nearest town was a long day by wagon, maybe longer if the road was bad. I started packing anyway, desperate and shaking. But our mule was dead too. Ribs torn open like someone had cracked it apart for sport. By the time I had supplies ready, the sun was already leaning west. I told myself we'd leave at dawn, that we'd rest and go when we had light, that maybe it only came when the fire was lit, that maybe it would forget us if we stayed quiet. So I didn't light one. That night came down heavy. No coyotes, no crickets. Even the world's usual noises seemed to step back. At about 10, it started again. Tomas, Father Miguel called, soft and pious. Come out and pray with me. If you'd listened in church, you'd know how. Marisol whimpered from the bed. She was awake, barely. I crouched by the window with the musket loaded, knowing deep in my bones it wouldn't matter. Then the voice came closer. Come out, if you want your dog. My stomach flipped. I had buried Chico myself. I'd seen the flies. I knew what was in that shallow grave. Rage rose up so hot it made me reckless. I threw open the window and fired into the dark. For a blink, the muzzle flash showed something tall, human-shaped but wrong, draped like a traveler, but with no face where a face should be. Just shadow and the suggestion of bone. Then silence. As I fumbled to reload, a new sound began. Claws on adobe. Slow scratches, dragging along the walls like a child running fingertips over a fence. It circled the house, unhurried, like it owned the place. It stopped at the door. 3 knocks. Polite. "I only want to come in and bless your home," it said, still Father Miguel. Serene, holy, mocking. The scratching returned, deeper now, wood splintering. Not pounding, not rushing, just patient destruction, as if time itself were on its side. Marisol pushed herself up beside me, pale as moonlight, clinging to the wall. "Mi amor," I whispered, choking on panic. "It's digging through the door." She swallowed hard. "Then I'll feed it." I stared at her like she'd gone mad. "No, you need to lie down." "We don't have another idea," she said, and her voice was so calm it frightened me more than her fever did. "Where's the basket?" "In the corral," I said. "But you can't." She reached up and took the shimmering bowl from the shelf like it was sacred. "Then I'll use this," she murmured. Hands shaking, she filled it with tortillas and stew. The scraping paused. It was listening. Marisol lifted the latch. The night outside seemed to inhale, cold and hungry. She stepped out holding the bowl in both hands. I followed right behind her, musket raised, heart trying to climb out of my throat. "I'm coming out with food," she called into the dark. Silence. Then, in Father Miguel's voice, gentle as a blessing, "Bring it." We turned left. A figure stood just beyond the reach of the firelight, still, robed, like an old wanderer watching us. For a heartbeat, the world froze. Then it moved, not walking, not running. It struck, so fast it didn't feel real. The bowl shattered with a sound like thin ice breaking. Pieces burst outward in a spray of glittering color, flying into the yard. And then it was on us. The sound Marisol made wasn't a scream. It was like the breath got ripped out of her, sharp, final, stolen. Her body folded beside the broken offering like a doll dropped by a careless hand. I tried to run. Claws tore into my back. Something hot filled my mouth. I tasted blood and dirt and terror. But the worst part, the part that still crawls under my skin when I remember, was the voice. Still Father Miguel, still calm. "There was an agreement," it said. "No home was to be raised here while the rivers kept flowing." That was the last thing I heard. Not the wind, not Marisol, not even my own breathing. Just that voice, like it had always lived in the land and was only reminding me. Now, listen. This is the part that makes people shake their heads and say it's just a story. But time does strange things to places like that. It remembers. More than a century and a half later, a man named Ethan was hiking north of Albuquerque, chasing the rumor of an old settlement he'd read about online. He didn't find the town from the post, but he did find the ruin. Adobe slumped into the earth like it was melting back into the ground. And scattered in the dirt near the threshold, half buried like teeth, little pieces of glass, green, violet, blue, still shimmering when the sun hit them. On the doorframe, deep parallel gouges, too deep, too clean, like something had carved them with intention. Ethan stood there a long time, not moving. He later told people the air felt wrong, like the place was holding its breath. He backed away. He didn't go inside. He didn't touch the glass. And when the wind shifted and turned cold, he told himself it was just the river he'd crossed earlier, still in his bones. Then he turned around and walked away, and he didn't look back, not once. So, this is something only my mom and I have known for a long time. I never even told my partner. Not because I thought people would laugh, more because once you say something out loud, it starts to feel real in a way you can't take back. But I'm older now, and I think I'm finally ready to share it. Back in 2011, right after I finished high school, my mom and I moved into this quiet little place in rural Alabama. Deep trees, long gravel drive, The kind of silence that makes you feel like the world has stopped hurrying. I've always liked living out where you don't have neighbors close enough to hear you sneeze. Peace feels like space, you know? The first couple months were off, but in a way you could shrug at. Stuff would end up in the wrong spot. A door would creak like someone had just pushed it and walked away. Once or twice, I swear I heard my name called. Soft, like it came from the hallway. But when I answered, there was only air and stillness. It got harder to shrug off by early 2012. That's when it started happening to me when I was alone. I'd suddenly black out, just gone. And when I came to, I'd be on the couch or the floor like my body had decided to power down without asking permission. Then the blackouts turned into sleep paralysis. If you've never experienced it, I'm genuinely glad. It's like waking up inside your own body while the rest of you refuses to cooperate. You can see, you can hear, you can think, but you can't move. And every instinct in you is screaming that you're not alone. Because I started seeing something. Not a monster, not a demon with horns, nothing dramatic like that. Just a person-shaped darkness. Average height, no details, no face. Like someone cut a human outline out of the light. I started calling it hollow, because it didn't look like a shadow cast by anything. It looked like the absence of something. And hollow always kept its distance. It would show up while I was locked in place, stand just inside my view, and then, almost calmly, walk away. And once it left, I'd be able to move again like it had been holding the lock and then decided to release it. My mom and I did the practical stuff first. Carbon monoxide detectors, because the house was old and we weren't about to ignore something that could actually kill us. Nothing. Normal readings. Then I went to a sleep specialist. They poked, prodded, ran their tests, asked me about stress and caffeine and screen time. Everything came back fine. And here's what messed with my head the most. I stayed at my girlfriend's place for weeks at one point, and nothing happened. Not a single blackout. Not one episode. But the first night back in that house, hollow came right back, like it had been waiting for me to step over the threshold. After a while, I noticed a pattern. No matter where I fell asleep, bed, couch, recliner, whenever hollow appeared, it always walked in the same direction. Like it had a destination. Like it was trying to show me something, but could only do it in this weird, sideways way. And then came the day I can still replay in my mind like a video. It was a Saturday in mid-September. September 8th, 2012, I'm pretty sure. Late morning. Around 10ish. I took our dog out for a quick walk, just down the edge of the woods where the trees start crowding in. Halfway through, I felt that heavy, drowsy wave hit me out of nowhere, the way it always did right before something happened. Then I heard a rustle deeper in the brush. I turned, expecting a deer. Or honestly, I was half worried it was a bear. Instead, between the trees, I saw it. That same human-shaped dark figure, standing there in daylight like it didn't care about the rules. I got us back inside fast, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I sat on the couch, trying to slow my breathing. I remember thinking, okay, if this happens again, I'm done running from it. And right then, like I'd flipped a switch, my body locked up. Sleep paralysis. Hollow was there, in the doorway area, and it did what it always did. It turned and walked toward that same part of the house. And something in me snapped from fear into frustration. Because what was I supposed to do? Just keep watching it stroll off like it owned the place? Over the next few days, I searched around the area it always headed toward. Behind furniture, closets, corners, under the stairs. Nothing. I'd still get the occasional episode, still get the sense of being watched, but hollow didn't show itself again for a little bit. Then, one Monday evening in early October, I pulled into the driveway and just sat there with the engine off, staring at the house like it was a puzzle that refused to be solved. And I remembered something. The house had a cellar. Not a nice basement, more like this cramped, brick-lined space you accessed from a door we basically treated like it didn't exist. My mom had gone down there once and swore she saw this massive shed skin near the entrance. She backed out and never went farther. So, being the genius that I am, I decided that was where I needed to go. I put on extra layers even though it was warm and sticky outside, because if something bit me down there, I wanted at least a fighting chance. Grabbed a flashlight, opened the cellar door. The smell hit first. Damp dirt, old brick, time. The cellar walls were this pale gray brick, and the floor was just earth. I remember thinking, there is no way this was built to code, and then immediately thinking, of course it wasn't. This is rural Alabama. You had to crouch the whole time to move around down there, which made everything feel tighter, heavier, like the space was pressing down on you. I found old canned food, rusted, dusty, definitely not something anyone should eat. I found the giant snake skin my mom mentioned and tried not to imagine what had been inside it. No snakes, thankfully. But then I found something else, a little section tucked into one corner that felt separate, like a smaller room inside the cellar. And the second my flashlight landed on it, my stomach dropped. Because I knew, with the kind of certainty you don't get from logic, that this was where Hollow had been walking to every time, like it had been pointing at this spot over and over. So I went closer, slow, trying not to trip in the dirt, and I leaned in. At first glance, it looked like storage. A few small boxes, random junk, nothing dramatic. But I hauled the boxes up into the house anyway, set them on the living room floor, and started going through them one by one. Decorations, old toys, clothes that smelled like cardboard and years. A couple books, stuff like a dictionary and an old science textbook. And then I found it. A diary. It was dated 1987. I sat there flipping through it, expecting maybe a few scribbles, maybe some names, some teenage crushes, some "I hate my parents" type stuff. And honestly, that was in there. There were pages about sneaking out, getting grounded, arguing with her mom. One entry made me laugh because she wrote about going to Huntsville with friends to see a rock concert and acting like it was the most important night in human history. It felt so normal, so human. Until I reached the end. The last entries weren't dramatic. They were quiet, heavy in a way teenage writing usually isn't. She wrote that her mother had died earlier that year, and that they were moving out soon. And that was it. No big goodbye, no the end, just a door closing. Later that night, I did something I didn't plan. I looked toward the hallway and spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous, but doing it anyway. I said something like, "Did you live here? Are you trying to show me this?" And I waited, almost expecting my body to lock up again. But nothing happened. Not that night. Not the next night. Not for months. The house got quieter. Things stopped going missing. No more doors creaking open. No more hearing our names whispered from empty rooms. I started to convince myself it was over. Then, in early 2013, I came home late one night after a brutal day. College stress, relationship problems, the kind of day where you feel like you've been carrying a heavy box and somebody just keeps adding weight to it. I crashed on the couch without even changing clothes. At some point, I heard a small sound, like a drawer shifting. And then it happened again. Sleep paralysis. Hollow was standing near the dining area, that same calm stillness about it. It walked over to a dresser we'd shoved some of the cellar stuff into, and, right in front of me, the top drawer slid open. Hollow didn't look at me, didn't threaten me, just opened the drawer like it was finishing a task. Then it walked away. And the second I could move, I sat up so fast my head spun and I pulled the drawer open. There, sitting right on top, was the diary, like it had been placed there with intention. I don't know why, but in that moment, I felt something shift, like the fear was replaced by this strange sense of responsibility. So I did what I could do in the modern world. I searched her name online, found an old profile, found a relative. It turned out she'd passed away years earlier, but I managed to get in touch with her son. We met up in a public place, and I brought the diary, along with a few of the other items from the boxes. He looked at the stuff like he was seeing pieces of his childhood he didn't know were missing. He told me his mom had lived in that house for years. She died there suddenly, an aneurysm. He said they'd cleared out what they could afterward, but some things must have been left behind, forgotten in the cellar. When he asked if he could take the diary and the belongings, I didn't hesitate. I handed it over like it was never mine to keep. I went home that night, and I'm not exaggerating when I say the air in the house felt different. Lighter. Still rural quiet. Still creaks and settling noises like any old place, but the wrongness was gone. After that, I never passed out again. Never had sleep paralysis again. Never saw hollow again. No whispers. No doors moving on their own. No footsteps that made you turn your head. Just peace. And I still don't know what hollow was. Was it her? Was it her mother? Was it just my mind stitching together fear and coincidence until it found a story that fit? All I know is this. Something in that house wanted that diary found. And once it was returned, whatever had been lingering there finally let go. It's 2024 now. I don't live there anymore, and neither does my mom. She never saw hollow the way I did, but she'll tell you, without hesitation, that the house was strange until it wasn't. And even after all these years, part of me still wonders if it wasn't a haunting at all. Maybe it was just someone trying, in the only way they could, to make sure their story didn't stay buried in the dark. So, I kind of half live at my boyfriend Ethan's place. Not officially, but enough that I know every creak in the hallway and exactly which floorboard complains if you step on it wrong. My home situation isn't great, and his family's always been welcoming, so this house has become my safe place in a lot of ways, which is why it messes with my head that the house can feel wrong. Ethan and I are both 22 now, and we've been together for 6 years. And basically his whole life, he's had these weird, unexplainable experiences. Like, when he was little, he'd have these awful dreams. Fire, bones, that kind of thing. He's told me he used to see full-on figures sometimes. And for as long as he can remember, he's felt like there were shadows hanging around his bedroom, like something was always just watching from the corner. At first, I didn't really know what to do with that. I believed him. But it was one of those things where you hear it and you're like, okay, that's creepy, but maybe it's just childhood stuff. Except, about 2 years into us dating, Ethan started saying it was happening more often, more intense. Like whatever was quiet before had started clearing its throat. The house itself doesn't look creepy. It's actually really cozy. Nice decorations, peaceful neighborhood, big trees, that whole misty Pacific Northwest vibe. The kind of place you'd imagine drinking tea and reading in while it rains. But his bedroom? His bedroom has this heaviness to it. It's subtle, but it's there, like you're stepping into a room that remembers too much. And there's history. The house is older, mid-century, with this add-on room they built later, and a long time ago, an elderly couple lived there. The wife died in what is now Ethan's bedroom. Natural causes, but still. She died in that room. For a while, Ethan and I thought, okay, maybe it's her. Maybe she's pissed a teenage boy took over her space. But then his mom brought in this Catholic psychic medium lady, and she said, no, it's male. And she got weirdly vague after that. Like she didn't want to say whether it felt human or something else. Which is not comforting, by the way. And honestly, she wasn't super helpful, but that detail stuck with me. Because when whatever it is finally messed with me directly, it absolutely felt male. This was a couple years ago. Early morning. Ethan got up for work. He works construction with his dad. And I stayed in bed because I didn't have to be anywhere. I was that half asleep, half awake kind of cozy, where you're drifting but still aware of sounds. Important detail. Their voices outside always sound muffled through the closed window. Distant. Like you can tell they're talking, but you can't make out much. So I'm lying there, and suddenly, I hear a voice inside the room. Clear as day. Deep, like too deep. And it says, "I used to be important." I remember just kind of blinking, trying to orient myself like, did I dream that? Did the window open? But no, this wasn't outside. This was right there with me. And what's weird is I didn't even panic. I'm jumpy by nature. I scare easily. But that morning, I felt strangely blank about it. Like tired enough that my brain just went, not dealing with this right now. And I swear to you, the moment I didn't react the way it wanted, it got angry. Because it felt like something rushed right up to my face, like in my space, and it said something else, in that same guttural voice. I can't remember the exact words, but I remember the feeling. Sharp, irritated, personal. And I felt cold air on my face, like someone was breathing right at me. And you know what I did? I rolled over. I must have fallen asleep, because a couple minutes later, I had my first and only sleep paralysis episode. It did that classic thing where you wake up and everything looks exactly like the room you're in, except you can't move. And in my paralysis dream, there was a cat on my chest. This little calico cat, heavy, like it had actual weight. For a couple seconds, I was just stuck. And then I remember thinking, nope, absolutely not. I forced myself to try to sit up, and when I did, reality started to distort. Like the room was shaking and vibrating, like a camera being rattled. The edges of things looked like they were falling apart, and the cat hissed, like angry, and swiped at my face. Then I snapped awake for real, lying on my back in Ethan's room, everything normal again. But the vibe after that? Not normal. Not for me. And it didn't stop there. Over the summer for months, we'd hear scratching in the walls. Not in one spot. Not in one room. It was always wherever you were, like it was tracking you, keeping close. And sure, people always say, animals in the walls, but it would happen at random times all day, and it would be hot. Like unbearably hot some days. I just couldn't picture anything happily nesting in there through that. Their dogs would freak out sometimes too, both of them suddenly barking at empty space, eyes darting like they were following movement. And the scariest part is when you can tell they're not just barking, they're seeing. One time, Ethan's dog Luna came trotting toward me with a toy in her mouth. She had to pass Ethan's open bedroom door to get to me, and the second she reached that doorway, she stopped dead. She looked into the room, dropped the toy, and just stared. I'm sitting on the floor like, "What's up, girl?" And I said, "Luna, what do you see?" And she exploded, just barking viciously, not like her at all. She looked genuinely worked up, like she was trying to warn something off. Then her gaze shifted, like whatever she'd been staring at moved closer to her, right in front of her face. And then she started attacking her own toy like it was alive, snarling, biting, shaking it so hard her whole body tensed. Her eyes looked wrong, like they were focused on something inches from her. And then she flung the toy so violently it smacked up against the wall near the ceiling. After that, she trotted over to me with her head down, like she wanted comfort. Like she'd just seen something and didn't know what to do with it. There are 3 bigger things that happened after that. 3 things that made me stop brushing this off as weird vibes. First, a couple months ago, Ethan told me he felt something grab his ankle while he was asleep, like a hand. That was the first time it physically touched him. Second, about a week ago, his family went on a little overnight trip, and I stayed behind to watch the dogs. So I'm alone in this house, and I'm already not in the best headspace. It's late, I'm tired, I'm on edge, trying to keep myself distracted. And I start hearing the scratching again. This time it's coming from this big pantry in the kitchen. And I swear, the closer I got to the pantry, the louder it got. Like it wanted me right there. To distract myself, I pulled out my tarot cards. It's a hobby I've been learning for months. Nothing dramatic, just something that keeps my brain busy. I spread the deck in a wide arc on the table, all face down, and I left them like that because it was late and I was exhausted. The next morning, I walk in and one card has been pulled out of the arc and placed in the center. And listen, I didn't do it. I didn't half do it and forget. I didn't pull it in my sleep. It was just there. I felt freaked out, but also, this is embarrassing. I felt excited too. Like, okay, if something wanted my attention, what did it want to say? So I flipped it. If you know tarot, you know. Grief, loss, regret, abandonment. That kind of heartbreak that sits in your chest. And the sick thing is, it fit me too well. I'd been going through a breakup situation that wrecked me, and I'd lost someone I used to be close to not long before that. I'd been carrying a lot, and honestly, I didn't feel threatened by the card. It didn't feel like a warning. It felt like something saying, I see you. This is you. Which somehow made it even more unsettling because it felt intimate. Like whatever this is can read the room in a way that isn't normal. And then the last thing. This happened 2 nights ago, and it's the reason I finally went. Okay, we can't just live like this. I was out late, and I planned to sleep at Ethan's. Around 11:30 p.m., he texted me, "Where are you?" And it wasn't angry, it was off. Ethan isn't clingy. He's not the type to keep tabs, so I got this tight feeling in my stomach. I didn't get back until about 1 a.m. When I came in, he was asleep in the guest room. I was like, "Why aren't you in your room?" And he looked at me, dead serious, and said, "I'm not sleeping in there tonight." Then he told me what happened. He'd been lying in bed watching something on his phone, and he kept noticing movement out of the corner of his eye, shadows shifting. He tried to ignore it, but then he felt the bed dip, like someone climbing onto it. So he lowered his phone, and he saw it. A figure, tall, black, no details. Not a person he could recognize, just a shape, like darkness peeled off the corner of the room and decided to stand up. And it was at the end of his bed, up on its knees, arms stretched out toward him, like it was reaching. He didn't scream. He didn't run. He just got out of that room. And when he told me that, something in me snapped from, "This is creepy," to, "This is escalating." Because it's like it's getting bolder, like it's testing what it can do. And here's the other layer that makes my brain hurt. The area we live in has a reputation. It's that kind of mountain town place where people have stories. There's this neighbor who, late at night, blasts these insanely bright lights. So bright people miles away talk about them. Through weird small-town connections, I ended up talking to this older guy who's kind of like the town's unofficial paranormal researcher. He told me that the land around Ethan's neighborhood is rumored to be an ancient burial area for respected indigenous people, because the mountain nearby was considered sacred. And I keep thinking about that voice I heard. I used to be important. Like, is it possible this is someone ancient and angry? Someone whose resting place got built over, whose land got taken, whose name got swallowed by time. And if that's true, is it even fair to call it evil? Or is it just furious? I don't know. All I know is this. Whatever it is seems to focus on Ethan. It's like he's the main target. I get brushed by it sometimes, in these odd, personal ways, but it doesn't latch onto me the way it does to him. And that confuses me, because if the whole negative entities feed off pain thing is true, then I should be the easier meal. But it's him. It's always been him. And now it feels like it's stepping closer, like it's done lurking in corners and it's ready to be seen. And I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I don't want to wait around and find out what next looks like. Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. It's been a long day, but I finally got everything wrapped up. Being here with you all makes me feel so relaxed and genuinely happy. It really means a lot knowing you're here with me, sharing these paranormal experiences. Thank you so much for sending in your stories. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. Alright, let's get started. Hey, before I start, I just want to give you a heads up. This story touches on mental health and suicidal thoughts. So, good evening. At least, it's evening as I'm sitting here writing this, but I'm going to tell it like I'm talking to you across a kitchen table. My name is Maya, and I'm 42 now. And for as long as I can remember, I've had this thing. Dreams that don't feel like dreams. Moments when I know something before it happens. Sometimes I hear things too, voices or impressions. Line a radio station nobody else can tune into. On my mom's side of the family, they didn't call it intuition. They didn't call it sensitivity. They called it evil. They said it was the devil trying to get a hold of me. And when I was a teenager, they ended up having me committed because they thought I was having psychotic episodes. But for me, it didn't start as something dark. It started when I was little, like 5. I remember telling my mom so matter-of-factly, an angel took me to heaven, and I got to choose which brother I'd be raised with. She stared at me like I'd spoken another language, and I told her exactly what I'd seen. A bright light, this calm feeling, and 3 babies. 3. And somehow I just knew they were my brothers, but I'd only grow up with one of them. My mom didn't say much that night. A week later, she found out she was pregnant. Now, my parents had been divorced since I was 2. So later in life, it made this strange kind of sense. My mom ended up having 1 son, and my biological dad went on to have 2 more. 3 brothers. That was the first time I realized the things in my head didn't always stay in my head. And it just kept happening. When I was 15, I started having nightmares about my grandmother's sister. Let's call her Marla. In the dreams, she was driving to visit for the holidays, and there was this horrible crash I couldn't shake. I told my mom and my grandma, and they got angry. Told me not to say things like that. Told me I was letting demons speak through me. Then one morning my grandma said, real casual, "Marla left early. She should be here by dinner." A few hours later, I'm sitting there playing a little handheld game, half in my own world, when I look up, and I swear to you, I saw her. Not like a memory, not like imagination, like she was there, standing in the doorway, watching me. She didn't speak. She just walked past me toward my sister's room, then turned back and smiled. This small, gentle smile. And then she was gone. I ran to my mom, shaking, and I said, "Mom, she's dead." And I got punished for it. Hard. Not long after that, the phone rang, and it was real. And it was exactly what I'd said. That was the moment something inside me broke. I felt like if I kept knowing things, people would keep dying, and it would somehow be my fault. I didn't want to be me anymore. I tried to hurt myself. I woke up the next day, alive, confused, and honestly embarrassed, and my mom decided that was it. I needed help. And that's how I ended up in a mental health facility, being told I was sick, being medicated, being watched, like I was dangerous. And maybe I was dangerous, to myself at least. There's another moment I think about a lot. I was on a day pass once, visiting my grandparents. My aunt, let's call her Kendra, was crying because a doctor told her she couldn't have kids. And I had this dream, so clear it felt like someone had handed me a photograph. Kendra, holding 2 little boys. So I told her, I said, "You're going to have kids, 2 boys." A few months later, Kendra found out she was pregnant. And later, she had 1 boy. Then she had another, 2 sons. After that, I learned to keep my mouth shut. Because even when I was right, it didn't make things easier. It just made people afraid of me. Years went by. I learned to nod along, to smile, to act normal, to swallow the weirdness like a bitter pill. But sometimes, it slipped out anyway. My sister had gone through 2 miscarriages, and one night we were sitting together, back when we were younger and dumber, smoking weed and trying to laugh through the pain. She told me she and her husband were going to try again, and I blurted out, "You don't need to try. You're already pregnant, with twins." She stared at me like I'd cursed her. Not long after, she started bleeding and rushed to the doctor. I was home watching her kids, sick with worry. When she came back, she didn't even say hello. She slapped the paperwork down in front of me and said, "They're fine." She was pregnant, twins, and she looked at me like she didn't know whether to hug me or shove me away. Then there was my therapist. Last year, I finally got brave enough to be honest with someone whose job was literally to listen. I'll call him Dr. Adrian. One session, the noise in my head got so loud I couldn't track what he was saying. I kept looking away, blinking, trying to ground myself. He noticed and asked, "What's going on? You seem distracted." And I said, quietly, "The voices are yelling." He didn't flinch, just asked, calm as anything, "What are they saying?" And I told him. I said, "They're all talking at once, but the clearest thing is, you're going to be in a wreck. It'll happen before our next session. It'll be on a curve or turning somewhere, and you'll get hit by a silver vehicle." 2 weeks later, the day before our next appointment, he texted me a photo, him in the back of an ambulance. And all it said was something like, "You were right." He'd been hit while turning out of a parking lot by a silver car. Our session was supposed to be the next day. After that, I went back to silence again, back to biting my tongue, because I don't want to be right. I want to be wrong. I want to be ordinary. But recently, I opened up to my mom again, just a little, because my sister was pregnant, and this time everyone was excited. They were expecting a baby girl. My mom asked what was bothering me, and I told her I'd had a dream about the birth. I didn't want to say it. I felt stupid, like I was inviting trouble by naming it out loud. But I said it anyway. I told her, "There will be complications. The baby will struggle to breathe at first. She'll start coming in the 1 o'clock hour. She'll have a head full of hair, and she'll be about 19 inches long." When the day came, my sister started pushing at 112. Baby's head crowned, and then everything shifted. Nurses got serious. The monitors changed. They told my sister to stop pushing. The cord was wrapped around the baby's neck, more than once. My niece was born with a full head of hair, and she was almost exactly the length I'd said. She stayed in the hospital a few extra days. And my family? They didn't say, "Thank God you warned us," or "Thank you for caring." They said, "Your demons are at it again." So that's the backdrop. That's my life. This strange tightrope between wanting to be understood and wanting to disappear. And then, after I finally talked about all of this more openly, after I admitted out loud that these things happened to me, something new started. And I've always had this thing where I wake up between 2 and 4 a.m., like clockwork. One night, right after I'd shared more than I usually do, I woke up to a sound outside. It reminded me of something I used to hear in a tiny rural town I lived in once, population under 1,000. It was like a coyote, but off. Like the pitch was wrong. Like it didn't belong. I told myself not to spiral. I got up, went about my day, but when I left for work, there was a dog outside, and something else that looked almost like a dog, but not quite. The shape was wrong. The posture was wrong. Like a coyote wearing a dog's skin. When I came home, both animals were still there in the parking lot. I live in a small apartment complex, only a handful of units, mostly adults. Quiet place. I started laundry, made dinner, and the sound came back. So I stepped outside, and those animals were staring straight at my apartment. I took a few steps toward them, and they ran toward the ditch, but then they stopped and looked back at me, like they wanted me to follow. I didn't. I asked a neighbor if they'd seen them. The neighbor blinked and said, "See what animals?" And in that moment, my stomach dropped, because I knew what it felt like to be the only one seeing something. I knew what it meant in my family. I knew what people would say if I pushed it. So I went inside and asked my husband if he'd heard the noise. He said no. But my cat, his name is Jasper, he reacted. Jasper's usually affectionate, sleeps by my pillow, follows me around like a little shadow. But that night he stood guard by the front door for hours, just sitting there, rigid, staring, ears twitching, like something was on the other side and he was daring it to try. When I finally went to bed, he didn't curl up by my head like usual. He sat at the foot of the bed, upright, facing the door, all night, like a sentry. And I'll tell you something about Jasper. He was a stray my aunt fed for 2 years up in the hills. I brought him home to the city, turned him into a house cat, and it took time, but we bonded in a way I can't explain. He feels like a little guardian I didn't ask for but desperately needed. It's 3:42 a.m. as I'm telling you this part, and he finally relaxed. He came up and curled beside my head like he normally does, like he's saying, "Okay, you can breathe now." So that's where I'm at. A lifetime of being told I'm cursed. A lifetime of seeing things I can't prove. Knowing things I don't want to know. I don't know if it's trauma. I don't know if it's genetics. I don't know if it's mental illness mixed with coincidence, mixed with pattern recognition. I've heard family stories on my dad's side about people being called witches. I've heard stories on my mom's side about indigenous ancestry and second sight. I don't even know what I believe. What I know is this: I'm tired of being afraid of myself. And I'm tired of being treated like a walking omen. So I keep asking the question I've asked in my quietest moments, and I'm asking it now, straight to you. Am I cursed? Okay, so I've been living in this genuinely gorgeous house in the US, the kind that makes you feel lucky every time you pull into the driveway. And yeah, the timing is bittersweet, because I'm probably moving out soon. But here's the thing. This place has a history. I found out pretty early on that it had a reputation for paranormal activity. Like, people talked about it. And when we first moved in, it wasn't just rumors. It was active. Then it faded. And now, out of nowhere, it's creeping back in again. So let me set the scene. I moved in around early 2023 with my partner, Ethan, and 3 friends, Carter, Noah, and Lena. 5 of us total. Ethan and Noah were the skeptical types, The kind of guys who would roll their eyes and call everything drafts or old pipes or your imagination. Carter, Lena, and I, we were the ones who kept having experiences we couldn't explain. Also, this matters, the previous owner was an elderly woman who passed away. I never fully confirmed whether she died in the house, but I have a strong feeling she might have. And once you start connecting dots in a place like this, it's hard to unsee the pattern. When we first moved in, the activity came in waves. Voices, footsteps, random scents, like perfume one night, cigarette smoke another. And the weirdest part wasn't even the noises. It was the feel of the house shifting emotionally. Like you'd walk into a room and suddenly feel anxious, or sad, or watched, for no reason you could name. Anyway, I'll just tell you the moments that stuck with me the most, because even now, some of them make my stomach drop. The first big one happened one night in late winter, maybe February or March of 2023. Noah and Lena were out of town visiting family. Ethan was working a night shift about an hour away. Carter was asleep downstairs. His room was in the basement. So it was just me, alone on the main floor, scrolling on my phone in bed because I've always been a night owl. My bed shared a wall with the kitchen, and right on the other side of that wall was the top of the basement staircase. And that's where I heard it. Two male voices, clear enough that I could tell they were talking to each other, but muffled enough that I couldn't understand the words. It sounded like an argument, but not angry exactly, more like tense. Then suddenly a weird little burst of laughter, like something about it was funny. I just laid there listening, trying to logic it out. But I knew who was in the house. I knew who wasn't. And there was absolutely no way it was any of my roommates. It went on for maybe 10 minutes, then died down. I didn't want to move, but I also didn't want to just lie there imagining the worst, so I got up and stepped into the hall. The living room and kitchen were pitch black, silent. I even whispered something like, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Like that would help. Nothing. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just frozen. Then my nerves finally snapped, and I practically sprinted back into my room and climbed into bed like a kid. And then, like it was waiting for me to stop checking, the voices started again. Another 5 to 10 minutes. And when they stopped, I pulled the covers over my head and stayed that way until I fell asleep. The second one didn't happen to me. It happened to Carter. His bedroom was in the basement. Outside his door was this open family room type space with our instruments and a couple old pieces of furniture, including this antique bench that had belonged to someone in his family. He listened until it went quiet. And then, because he's braver than I am, he called out, like, "Hello?" Nothing. Then he said, clear as day, a voice called his name. "Carter." And right after that, like someone was trying to get his attention, the voice went, "Hey, listen to this." And then a guitar strummed loudly, hard, sharp, echoing, right there in the basement. Carter told me he just lay there and whispered, "Nope," and forced his eyes shut until he fell back asleep. When he told me the next morning, I got chills so fast I felt nauseous. I didn't go into the basement alone for days after that. The third one was Lena's, and it still freaks me out. She and Noah had the master bedroom. Lena didn't know much about the house's history when she moved in. She wasn't the kind of person who went searching for creepy details. But she started having dreams about an old woman. In one dream, the woman stood at the foot of the bed, just watching Lena and Noah sleep. In another, she was outside the bedroom window staring in, still, silent, like a painting. The next morning, Lena described her in detail. Hair, face, posture, clothing vibe, all of it. And the description matched an obituary photo of the previous owner, one we'd seen when we moved in, but Lena hadn't. Like, Lena hadn't even known what the woman looked like, and yet she described her so precisely that Ethan and I just looked at each other like, no way. The fourth one is, honestly, one of the creepiest for me. because it involved my cat. I have a cat named Miso, little bell on his collar, very dramatic, very needy, very follow you from room to room. One night in early summer of 2023, Ethan was working nights again. Noah and Lena were away for the weekend. Carter was asleep downstairs. So I was up alone in my room, door open, the only light in the whole house coming from my bedroom. I heard Miso's collar bell jingling out in the hall, and I didn't think anything of it. Cats do their weird nighttime laps, right? But then I heard a woman's voice, from somewhere down the hallway, call out softly, "Miso." And then again, "Miso." I went cold, like my whole body just stopped. I stepped into the hall and called his name myself, trying to pretend I hadn't heard what I'd heard. And then Miso trotted toward me out of the darkness like he'd been summoned, like he'd been standing there waiting. I swear, in that moment, I felt this heavy awareness, like something was looking straight at me from the dark. I scooped him up, walked backward into my room, and shut the door. And then I sat there pretending my heart wasn't trying to climb out of my throat. The fifth one happened much later, like a year after the early chaos. By then, the activity had mostly calmed down. Every so often you'd hear something small, but nothing like those first months. One night I couldn't sleep, so I made a little nest on the couch, put on a movie, and Miso was curled up with me. Everything felt normal. And then he got up. He walked to the mouth of the hallway, sat down, and stared into the dark like he was locked onto something. I called his name, once, twice, a bunch of times. He didn't even flick an ear, just statue still, eyes fixed. That quiet, intense animal focus, it does something to you. It tells you, I'm not imagining this. I grabbed him, carried him down the hall, and went to bed. But I slept with the feeling that the house was listening. Carter also swore he saw this tall, shadow figure once, like a silhouette with a hat, either framed in his doorway or near the bottom of the stairs. I know that sounds like the classic Hat Man story, but the way he described it, he wasn't joking. Okay, now here's where things shift. Fast forward to fall 2025. The house is quiet in a different way now, because the friend group kind of collapsed. There were messy fallouts. Noah and Lena broke up and moved out. Carter crossed some serious lines and got kicked out. It got ugly. By the time things finally settled, it was just me and Ethan living there. Two people in an almost empty house. Ethan switched careers and started doing healthcare IT, and he turned Carter's old basement bedroom into his office. Most of the rooms are empty now. No clutter, no roommates, no constant noise. Just our bedroom, the office, and long, quiet stretches of hallway. And that's when the activity started creeping back in. I've been hearing footsteps in the hallway some nights. Slow pacing, like someone walking up and down. Sometimes I hear it when I'm in bed. Sometimes when I'm in the bathroom, which sits right in the middle of the hall, so it feels uncomfortably close. And a few times a month, I wake up between 1 and 4 a.m. with that unmistakable feeling that someone is in the room watching me sleep. Not angry, not comforting, just neutral, like I'm being observed, studied. It's such a strange energy, almost clinical. But the biggest thing lately has been Miso. Ever since the master bedroom became empty, like truly empty, he's been obsessed with it. At first I thought he missed Noah and Lena's cat, because the two cats were attached. But Miso's fixation didn't fade. It got worse. He cries to go in there daily. Not playful cries, insistent, urgent, like he needs access. One night, I made the stupid decision to sit in that empty master bedroom with him in the dark, just to see what he'd do. He walked into the middle of the room, sat down, and started looking upward, left, then right. like he was tracking two tall shapes standing over him, like he was watching people move. My skin crawled. I got up, scooped him, and left. And ever since that night, I've refused to let him in there. I avoid the room. I keep the door shut. But he still cries for it like it's calling him. So yeah, it's mid-December 2025 now, and I don't know why the activity comes and goes like this. Part of me wonders if all the toxic energy from the roommates, constant tension, constant drama, kept whatever's here kind of buried. And now that the house is empty and calmer, it has space to breathe again. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe whatever's here notices the quiet, notices the change, notices me. I don't know. But I'll tell you this. Living in a beautiful house that sometimes feels like it's holding its breath, it changes the way you sleep. It changes the way you listen to silence. And honestly, I'd love to know what you think, because at this point, I'm not trying to prove anything. I just want to understand what kind of place I've been living in. So, let me take you back about 15, 16 years. Back when I was still a teenager in Vietnam, still in high school, still thinking the world was mostly simple. Our town was small, the kind of place where everybody knows who your grandparents were and which hill your family's graves sit on. And then one day, everything changed because the government announced a new highway project. A big, straight road. Progress, they called it. But that straight line on the map went right through the back of my oldest Uncle Kwang's house, and straight across the little family graveyard on the hill behind it. They offered compensation, of course, money to relocate the graves to a new piece of land. On paper, that sounds practical, but if you've grown up with our traditions, you know it doesn't feel like moving. It feels like disturbing something sacred. Where I live now, here in Canada, when someone is buried, that's it. They rest there forever. Back home, it's different. When someone dies, they're buried first in a temporary grave, usually for a few years, so the body can return fully to the earth. Then the family reopens the grave, washes the bones carefully, and places them into a solid resting container before moving them to the family graveyard, the final place where everyone stays together. It's not just ritual, it's love, it's remembering, because the way we see it, a person doesn't really disappear when they die. They disappear when nobody speaks their name anymore, when nobody holds their memory. Like that idea in Coco, you know? That forgetting is the second death, so we don't forget. But here's where the tension comes in. There had already been some uncomfortable feelings between my mom, Lan, and my dad's side of the family. And when the compensation money came, it turned into an argument that wasn't really about money at all. My mom believed every single cent should go toward rebuilding the graveyard properly, because, in her words, that money is for the dead, not for the living. But my uncles wanted to keep some aside to build a memorial house, something that looked impressive, something people could point to. And I remember watching the adults talk in circles, their voices getting sharper, and thinking, please don't let this turn into something ugly. Not over this. Then the relocation day came. Everyone gathered at Uncle Kwang's house, and we started digging in the late afternoon, only after the sun had dropped and the heat loosened its grip. The hill behind the house was darker than you'd expect, like the shadows up there were thicker. There were around half a dozen graves, and while the older generation stayed inside, drinking tea, playing cards, trying to act like this was normal, us younger ones got sent up the hill with one job. Every 30 minutes, we had to light fresh incense at the graves, 3 sticks each time. Just walking up there over and over, the grass wet under our shoes, the air heavy, the sound of insects buzzing like a warning. It already felt wrong. But then the strange thing started happening. Every incense stick we lit burned down smoothly, at every grave, except one, my grandfather's. At his grave, there was always one stick that just wouldn't burn. It would smoke a little, then go stubbornly dark, like something had pinched it out. The first time, we blamed the dampness. Night dew, cheap incense, anything. The second time, we laughed nervously. The third time, nobody laughed. We ran down the hill and told my uncles. They came up, annoyed at first, like we were being dramatic. My second uncle, Hui, took the incense from us, frowning, like he was going to prove we were just kids imagining things. He lit 5 sticks instead of 3. And I swear to you, 4 of them burned perfectly, and 1 refused. Just 1, like it was making sure we understood. Everyone went quiet, the kind of quiet where even your breathing feels too loud. Because in our beliefs, that's not random. That's not weather. That's a warning. By the time we reached the part where we had to move the remains, it was almost 4 in the morning. A truck arrived, old, loud, its headlights cutting through the dark like knives. We had to move everything during a very specific, auspicious hour that a feng shui master had calculated. So we didn't have the luxury of stopping, even though the air felt wrong. We carried the containers one by one onto the truck. First, the eldest ancestors, then my grandfather, then my uncle's late wife. And here's a detail that always made my skin prickle. Uncle Kwang had been married twice. His first wife had died young. People whispered it was from a freak lightning strike while she was working outside during a sudden storm. Whether that story got exaggerated over the years, I don't know, but everyone believed it. When it was time for the final container, his second wife, 2 cousins showed up late, rushing, apologizing, acting like the clock didn't matter. They were assigned to carry her container to the truck. There was a straight, easy path from the back of the house to where the truck was parked. But for some reason, they didn't take it. They went the long way, looping behind the house, cutting around like they were avoiding something. I still see it like a photograph. I was standing on the back of the truck, bracing myself with one hand on the metal rail. The container came up toward me, and I reached out to steady it. And then, clack. Something dropped onto the truck bed. Not a tool, not gravel. A sound like dry pieces tapping wood. We shone our flashlights down, and there, scattered on the truck floor like someone had spilled them, were bones. My aunt's bones. The container had cracked at one bottom corner, and in that moment, every hair on my arms lifted, because all I could think was, that incense wasn't being dramatic. Grandpa was trying to stop us. Everything after that became chaos. We retraced the exact route my cousins had taken, scanning the ground with flashlights, calling out like we could somehow apologize loudly enough. We found more bones along the way, some in the grass, some near the back steps. We went back to the grave itself and searched beneath where the container had been sitting. Then someone ran to buy a new container. Faster, faster, because we still had to make the auspicious hour. We gathered every piece we could find and transferred the bones carefully, hands trembling, movements gentle like we were touching a sleeping baby. We made it, technically. We moved her remains into the new family graveyard on time. But it didn't feel finished. It felt incomplete. Not long after, my mom went to see a spirit medium. And look, I'm not here to tell you every medium is real or that you should believe everything you hear. I'm cautious about that too. The medium told my mom something chilling. The crack in that container wasn't new. It hadn't happened during the move. Later, when we looked at the broken pieces left behind, you could actually see it. Green moss along the edges of the crack, like water had been leaking through it for a long time. Then the medium, speaking as if it was my aunt, said water had damaged part of her remains, and that one small bone from a finger had completely broken down. But that wasn't the worst part. Through the medium's gestures, my aunt pointed to her spine and insisted a section of backbone was still missing. My mom called Uncle Hui immediately. He didn't believe her. He and my mom were still in conflict, still holding on to pride like it was armor. But that same night, something happened that made it hard for anyone to dismiss. My aunt's son-in-law, let's call him Min, was preparing to leave early the next morning for a work trip. Around 3 in the morning, he had the same dream 3 times in a row. In the dream, my aunt appeared and said, "You cannot go tomorrow. I'm dirty. I'm missing bones. Come back and help me find them." And that word, dirty, hit hard because it was true in the most practical way. We hadn't had time to do the full traditional washing of the bones with the special herb-boiled water. Everything had been rushed to meet that feng shui hour. Min woke up shaken and called Uncle Hui around 3:30 a.m., telling him everything. So the next day, we gathered again at Uncle Kwang's house. In this is the part I always pause on, because even now, I don't know how to explain it without sounding like I'm trying to convince you. My aunt's son said he'd also dreamed something strange. He saw a woman in a white dress sitting under a jackfruit tree behind the house, right along the route my cousins had taken. We all walked out there together, quiet, uneasy, like a group of people entering a room they didn't want to enter. We reached the jackfruit tree, and directly beneath it was a section of backbone. A human spine is unmistakable. The shape, the ridges, the weight of it, even when it's just bone. It was exactly what the medium had described. After that, nobody argued anymore. My uncles were terrified in the most honest way, like the fear stripped their egos clean. They used all the compensation money to rebuild the graveyard properly. No memorial house, no keeping anything aside, not $1. And me? I don't walk around thinking every coincidence is a sign. I don't live my life afraid. But I also can't tell myself that night was nothing. Because too many pieces fit together. Too many warnings, too many dreams, too exact. And it left me with this quiet belief I carry now, even across oceans. The people we love, they're still somewhere. Maybe not in the way we can measure, but in a way that shows up when we forget to be careful, when we rush, when we let pride get in the way of respect, watching over us, helping us, waiting for us to remember them so they don't truly disappear. Okay, so let me set the scene, because the place matters. Right on the edge where Howard County turns into Carroll County in Maryland, there used to be this old tuberculosis sanatorium called Henryton State Hospital. It dated back to the early 1900s, and it had this heavy kind of history. Originally meant to treat black tuberculosis patients, though a lot of people who grew up around there will tell you it felt less like treatment and more like being tucked away where nobody had to look at you. That's the feeling you get even just hearing about it. And in front of where the hospital sat up on the hill, there's the Patapsco River, wide, shallow, usually calm. In summer, you can kind of pick your way across it if you don't mind wet shoes. But in winter, forget it. You have to hike down to this old railroad tunnel, still active, still humming, and cross over there, then trek back through the woods toward the base of the hill. That hill is important. Remember the hill, because for some reason, that hill has a weird relationship with car keys. So, first time. This was back when my partner, let's call him Evan, was a senior in high school. It was a brutally cold Saturday. Snow on the ground, the kind that squeaks when you step on it. Evan and two of his friends, Dylan and Marcus, decide it would be a genius idea to go explore Henryton. They do the whole thing: hike to the tunnel, cross near the river, climb around the abandoned buildings for a few hours. They're teenagers, so, yeah, they're goofing around, acting brave, smoking a little weed, daring each other to go into darker rooms. That kind of day. And when they finally make it back to the car, it's already getting dark. And Evan pats his pockets, and he goes, guys? No keys. They check the ground. They check the car. They check every pocket again, like the keys are going to magically appear the second time. Nothing. The last place Evan remembers holding them? The base of the hill, right where the path starts to climb up toward the hospital. But here's the problem. No flashlights, snow everywhere, and that hike back isn't just go back. It's cross the river area again and cover ground in the dark, in the cold, half-stoned, in the woods. Not smart. So Marcus, who's wearing these thick snow pants, goes, "I'll do it. I'll just wade across and check the trail." Which is insane, by the way. It's freezing. But he does it, and he finds the keys. Pretty quickly. Not buried, not off to the side. Right in the middle of the path at the bottom of the hill, like someone set them there. They all shrugged it off. Teenagers lose stuff. You get distracted. You drop things. When Evan told me that story years later, I laughed and said, "Yeah, you guys were just high." Like, case closed. I didn't even entertain anything paranormal. Not even a little. Then came the second time. A few years later, around October, right before Halloween, Evan and I decide we're going to hike up there together. I'm thinking, spooky vibes, crisp air, little adventure. We'll take pictures, poke around, leave before it gets too late. We hadn't checked anything online because we're apparently allergic to planning, and we didn't realize the place had been demolished a few years earlier. Like, fully torn down. On the hike, Evan retells the key story, and we're laughing about it. But I'll admit, hearing it out there, with the woods quiet and the river nearby, it made me weirdly aware of my own keys. So I do this very responsible thing. I clip my keys, carabiner and all, to Evan's backpack strap. Tight. Secure. Not going anywhere. Then we get close to, the base of the hill. And I don't know how to explain this without sounding dramatic, but I suddenly felt watched. Not like, oh, there might be another hiker. More like that prickly feeling on your neck when you realize you're alone, but you don't feel alone. I told myself, it's just the story in your head. It's October. You're doing the spooky thing. Stop. And then, out of nowhere, my keys start jingling. Not a tiny shake, like a deliberate rattle, like someone had their fingers on them. I look at Evan like, "Are you messing with me?" And he looks genuinely confused, like he hadn't even moved. The keys keep rattling for a second longer. Evan reaches over, unclips them, and sticks them in his pocket like, "Okay, nope." And we keep walking up. We reach the top and, yeah, no hospital. Just a clearing, trees, broken bits of foundation. It was honestly depressing. Like the land itself was trying to pretend nothing ever happened there. So we turn around and start heading back down, and we're almost at the bottom of the hill when I see something on the trail. A single car key, just sitting there. I laugh because it feels like a joke. Like, wow, someone else did the Henryton key thing. Evan bends down, picks it up, and holds it up like, "Hey, isn't this yours?" And my stomach dropped, because it was mine. And I immediately go, "That's impossible. They're in your pocket." So Evan pulls my keys out of his pocket. And sure enough, the car key is missing. Now listen, my keys are not flimsy. They're on a carabiner. The car key was attached to a key ring that doesn't just come undone. You'd have to twist and work it off. And there it was, detached, alone, sitting in the center of the trail at the bottom of the hill. Evan just goes, really quietly, "This is exactly where Marcus found mine." And that same watched feeling rushed back so hard, I felt kind of dizzy. I put the key back on the ring with shaking fingers, and the whole walk back to the car, I held my keys like they were going to sprout legs and run. And the weird part? Even dangling from my hand, they didn't make a sound again. Not a single jingle. For a long time after that, I tried to rationalize it. I did the whole coincidence thing. I told myself maybe the ring was looser than I thought. Maybe my key snagged on fabric. Maybe I didn't clip it as securely as I believed. But deep down, it didn't sit right. Then came the third time, and this is the one that finally snapped something in me. Evan and I decide to go back one more time, partly because it's actually a beautiful hike, but mostly because we wanted to test it. Like, okay, if something up there messes with keys, let's see. And we were prepared, hyper-aware, paying attention. No casual clipping, no absent-minded pockets. The hike out was normal, quiet, a little overgrown, branches and thorny bushes grabbing at our sleeves. The kind of trail where you feel like you're trespassing even if you're not. And then we hit the base of the hill, and that dread hit me again. Instant. Like stepping into a colder patch of air. I kept looking behind us, expecting to see, I don't know, a person, a deer, anything. Nothing. Evan had his keys in his pocket, but he did this thing on purpose. He left the top of the keychain just visible, like bait. Like, if you're going to do it, do it. We walk up the hill. Nothing grabs them. Nothing jingles. But the deeper we got, the stranger I felt. Foggy, dreamy, disoriented, like my brain wasn't fully in my skull. And I didn't say anything because I didn't want to influence him. We reach the clearing. We stand there a minute. It's quiet in that unsettling way quiet can be, where you realize you're listening too hard. We start walking back down. At the bottom of the hill, Evan goes, half joking, "Well, guess the ghosts are over it." And he shoves his keys deeper into his pocket like, "See? Nothing." Then we wander along the train tracks for a bit, trying to find another trail Evan remembered. We don't find it. So we turn back, and I'm walking a few paces behind him. And we're not even on the hill trail anymore. We're near it, but not on it. And that's when I see it. Out of the corner of my eye, Evan's little headphone case, attached to his keychain, starts to rise out of his pocket. At first I think, oh, his pocket snagged weird. Movement, friction. But then it keeps coming. Slowly, smoothly. And the rest of the keychain follows, inch by inch. And here's the part that makes my skin crawl even now. The keys didn't fall like they should have. They didn't dangle down naturally as gravity took over. The chain looked taut, like something invisible had a grip on it and was pulling straight upward, trying to slide the keys out without making it obvious. Like it was being careful. Like it didn't want Evan to notice. I just blurted, without thinking, "Your keys are coming out of your pocket." Evan stops, looks down, and then looks at me with these huge eyes, like he already knows what I'm going to say before I say it. He yanks them back into his pocket, and we both just stand there for a second, silent. And the creepiest part? It only happened right there, right in the vicinity of that hill. Not on the rest of the hike, not before, not after. 3 separate trips, 3 separate moments, same general area, same weird pattern, keys moved, keys missing, keys pulling themselves out like someone was messing with them. I don't call myself a skeptic anymore. Because once? Fine. Twice? Weird. But 3 times? 3 times feels like something, or someone still lingering around that place, even after the buildings are gone, like the hill kept the memory. So, if you ever find yourself hiking near where Henryton State Hospital used to be, enjoy the view, take pictures, but for the love of God, keep a close eye on your keys. Okay, so I'm going to try to tell this in a way that makes sense, and I really appreciate you sticking with me if I ramble a little. I'm 19 now. I'm non-binary, and I've had this thing around me basically my whole life. And before anything else, because I know how people can get, I've talked to therapists, I've done screenings, I've had the "are you hallucinating" conversations. I'm not diagnosed with schizophrenia or anything like that. I've tried so hard to explain all of this away as anxiety, or stress, or misremembering, or coincidence. But it's been years, and it doesn't feel like coincidence anymore. Since I was little, it's been the same pattern, that heavy feeling of being watched when I'm alone. Shadowy shapes out of the corner of my eye, hearing my name, in the exact voice of someone I know. And then I'll ask them later, and they'll swear they never said anything. And then there's the physical stuff, which is the part that makes my stomach drop. Random bruises, tiny scratches, sometimes deeper ones, showing up like they've been there the whole time, except I'll watch them appear or realize they weren't there a minute ago. When I was a kid, I didn't even call it paranormal. I just accepted it. Like, oh, that's just how things are. I remember I had this little wax figure I made, kind of like a stand-in for me. I kept it on my shelf, way in the back, not near the edge or anything. It fell once, and I was able to fix it. Then it fell again later, and that time it shattered so badly I couldn't repair it. I tried to laugh it off, but even then it felt like a message. Around middle school, I started realizing I might be sensitive, I guess. But at that age, I didn't have the words, so my brain grabbed the closest thing it could. I was obsessed with creepy internet stories, like deeply obsessed. And I convinced myself that some of it was real. There was this whole phase where I genuinely thought Slender Man was after me, which I know sounds ridiculous now, but I was a kid, and I was scared, and it felt like it fit. And sure, some of it probably was my imagination, but not all of it. There's one night I still can't explain, and I swear I remember it like it's burned into my bones. I read one of those stupid chain stories that says if you read it, some killer shows up that night. And I panicked so hard I didn't even go to bed. I locked myself in the bathroom with this tiny kitchen knife, like that was going to do anything. And I stayed there. I didn't sleep. I didn't nod off. I was wide awake. And around midnight, I heard footsteps. Not house creaks, not pipes. Actual footsteps, coming up the stairs. Slow, steady, like someone who wasn't rushing. Then the handle on the bathroom door jiggled, and whoever it was, knocked. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just sat there holding my breath, frozen so hard my hands hurt. And then, this is the part that makes my throat tighten even now. The footsteps didn't go away. They paced, back and forth, like the person was waiting, like they knew I was there. That lasted until around 3 in the morning, and then the footsteps went back down the stairs and stopped. The next day, nothing. No missing stuff, no broken locks, no smashed window. Nothing I could point to and say, see, this happened. But I know what I heard. I know I was awake. And it wasn't that creepypasta character. It was just something real that I don't have a clean explanation for. Then it was my turn to tell the story. And it worked. Like, immediately. Mira's cousin was the one with their head in my lap, and when we sat them up later, There were these big red scratch marks across their back. Not bleeding, thank God. More like irritated welts, like when you drag your nails across skin. But nobody had touched them. And it wasn't subtle. Everybody saw it. We tried it again with different people, and it happened again. It was like it only had power when I was the one leading it. When other people tried it on me, it kind of worked, but weaker. And the weirdest part was the animals. Her dog and even their old cat were acting wild, like they could feel something in the room with us. That's the kind of thing that sticks with you, you know? Even if you want to forget it. The most consistent thing, though, the thing I can't escape, is the voices. I've heard my name called for as long as I can remember. Sometimes it's like it's coming from another room, sometimes right behind me. And I'll turn around and nobody's there. Or I'll ask, "Did you just call me?" And they'll look at me like I'm speaking another language. The scratches haven't been as bad lately, but I still don't trust my own skin. There were a few that left scars that make no sense. One time I looked at my forearm, looked away, then looked back, and there was a thin, pale scar like it had been healed for weeks. It wasn't there seconds before. That kind of thing messes with your head because you can't even argue with it. You can't, "Oh, maybe I bumped into something." How do you bump into something and instantly have an old scar? Then, during the pandemic, when I still lived with my parents, there was this moment that was different. I was in the kitchen washing dishes, totally normal, and I got this sudden urge to look behind me. Not like, I think someone's there, more like my body moved before my brain caught up. And there was someone standing there. I can't even describe them properly because my brain did this weird thing where it refused to hold on to the details, like it blurred. But it was a person shape, a presence, close enough that my heart should have exploded. I stared for a second, then turned back to the sink like I was on autopilot. And then the thought hit me like a slap. What the hell was that? And I whipped around again. Nothing. And I was home alone. That was the first time I felt like I actually saw it, not just sensed it. And what scares me is, it didn't feel angry. It didn't feel like it wanted to hurt me. It was just there, watching, like it always does. But this past year, things shifted. My luck has always been kind of awful, but it's been like the volume got turned up. I got kicked out of my old place in late November, and I barely managed to move in with my roommates. My roommates are also pagan. One of them, Rowan, practices a lot more than I do, and their partner Jules is really tuned in too. I'm the laziest witch in the house, honestly. I believe, but I'm not consistent. And now I'm wondering if that matters. Because on top of the housing chaos, Rowan's health has been getting worse. Doctors think they might be having seizures. It's been scary and exhausting and just one more wait. And then the pets. We lost so many this year it sounds unreal when I say it out loud. Rats, birds, a kitten. Some of it made sense. Old age, known issues. But some of it didn't. One of the birds was fine, like actually fine. Then one morning we found it on the floor, dead, no visible injuries. And the cage door was open, the water dish was empty, and food was dumped everywhere. Except I know I had refilled everything the day before. That morning, around 9:52, Rowan woke up late and was panicking. Jules woke up too, helped them get up, and Rowan sprinted out the door because they were already about to miss work. Like, no pause, no slow morning routine, just up and gone. A few minutes after that, maybe 5, not long, they started smelling something burning. They went looking and found the space heater on, cranked to full heat, hot enough they couldn't touch it. And we do not turn that heater on, ever. We keep stuff near it, and everyone in the house knows it stays off. The dial wasn't bumped slightly. It was twisted all the way to the end, like someone intentionally turned it. They checked the thermostat in the room. Nothing changed there. Then they checked the hallway controls, and that one was also set to full heat. And it couldn't have been the cats. Our cats are lazy little gremlins, but they don't mess with that stuff. And even if they did, the knob being perfectly maxed out makes no sense. It would have landed somewhere in the middle. The timing freaked us out because for the heater to be that hot, it had to have been turned on basically right when Jules woke up. Like, right as they were getting up and moving around. Which means, if nobody did it, then what did? We had this awful thought. What if whatever follows me isn't just messing with me anymore? What if it's trying to escalate? What if it wanted to scare us, or worse, start something that could have actually hurt us? And here's another detail that makes it worse. The day before, Rowan had this moment where all the hair on their body stood up, and they got full-body goosebumps out of nowhere. They said it only happened once before in their life, and the last time, it was right before they had an experience with something that did hurt them. And on top of that, their altar, dedicated to a sea deity, I think they said Pontus, has been feeling agitated, like the energy around it is unsettled and sharp. So now I'm sitting here like, okay, I've wanted answers for years, but I could afford to live in denial. It was creepy, but manageable. Now it feels like I don't have that luxury. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's attached to me, if it's attracted to me, if it's something I accidentally invited in when I was younger and scared and messing with things I didn't understand. I don't know if it's a spirit or just some pattern of energy that keeps following me like a shadow with a mind. I just know this. It's been with me a long time. And lately, it feels closer. And I'm trying really hard not to panic. But I also feel like I need to figure out what I'm dealing with before it gets worse. So, I want to tell you something I don't usually say out loud, because it still feels a little strange to admit. My dad died when I was in 7th grade. Technically, he was my stepdad, on paper. But in every way that actually mattered, he was just my dad. The one who showed up. The one who stayed. The one who taught me how to laugh at dumb things and how to stand up for myself without turning mean. And here's the part that makes all of this complicated. I've never been the kind of person who's automatically sure about the afterlife. If anything, as I got older, I got more skeptical. I've lost other people in my family, people I adored, and I don't feel them around. No signs, no chills, no presence, nothing. So for a long time, I figured, that's just how it is. People die and we miss them, and our brains look for patterns because grief is unbearable. But then there's my dad. And I don't really know why. Why him? Why me? Why it shows up the way it does. But I've come to accept that sometimes it does. There are a bunch of moments I could tell you about, honestly, but I'll just give you a few. The ones that still sit in my chest like a weight and a comfort at the same time. The most recent one happened this year. I'd been waiting on a diagnosis for almost 5 years. 5 years of tests that went nowhere, appointments where I left feeling smaller than when I walked in, and this constant background noise of, maybe it's nothing, or maybe it's everything. It started with me getting sick right around the anniversary of my dad's death. Not on the exact day, but close enough that I noticed. Like the calendar was tapping me on the shoulder. I remember thinking, that's weird, and then immediately telling myself, it's a coincidence. Don't make it into a thing. Fast forward to this new doctor's appointment. New place, new building, that sterile waiting room smell. The kind of fluorescent lighting that makes everyone look exhausted. I didn't expect anything. I never expect anything anymore. I actually almost canceled. I was sitting there with my phone in my hand, hovering over the reschedule button, because I was tired. tired of hoping, tired of being disappointed, tired of getting my own expectations used against me. But I had this feeling, quiet but persistent, like, no, go. So I went. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you. The doctor walked in, did the basic questions, looked at my history, and then said, "I know what this is." Just like that. No dramatic pause. No shrug. No, "let's run another dozen tests." He explained it calmly, like it was obvious. Like it had been waiting there the whole time and somebody finally turned the lights on. I sat there blinking like I'd forgotten how. And then it hit me. This appointment was the day before my dad's death anniversary. And it was almost exactly 5 years since the day I first got sick. I walked out feeling dizzy, like my body didn't know whether to cry or laugh or both. I went up to the front desk to schedule my follow-up, and while I'm standing there, a man walks in behind me. I barely noticed him at first. Just another person with a folder, that same worn-out expression everyone has in medical buildings. And then I heard him say his last name. My dad's last name. Not a super common one, not something you hear every day. My stomach dropped, and I turned so fast I probably looked rude. It was my dad's brother, my Uncle Ray. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I do. I stood there telling myself, okay, sure, coincidences happen, but it felt like too many layers stacking up perfectly to be nothing. Like someone had reached across time and said, "You're not doing this alone." And it didn't feel spooky. It didn't feel like a horror movie. It felt personal, familiar, like the kind of nudge my dad would have given me when I was about to back out of something important. Now, dreams are another thing. I don't dream about him often. It's not like he's visiting me every week, giving me gentle reassurance. If anything, it's the opposite. When he shows up in my dreams, it usually means something is about to happen. And I hate that I've learned to recognize that pattern. It's happened 3 times since he died. The first time, I dreamed about him, and the next day his old best friend, Mr. Don, was rushed to the hospital. Everyone kept saying he was going to be okay. You know how people do that, like optimism is a life raft? But I couldn't buy it. I was crying before anyone even admitted it was serious. I felt it in my bones. Mr. Don passed away the following day. The second dream was years later. In it, my dad didn't even say much. He was just there, watching, and I woke up with my heart pounding like it was trying to warn me. That morning, I got a call that someone I loved had been in a bad car accident. The kind where your knees go weak and you can't hear properly for a second because your brain is trying to protect you from the words. And then the third dream. That one was different. That one happened when I was sick, really sick. The kind of sick where you start doing the math in your head, where you're awake at 3 a.m. thinking, if something happens to me, what happens to my kids? In the dream, everything was clearer than usual, like the air had depth to it. My dad looked peaceful, content even. For the first time, he didn't look sad or distant or stuck. He looked like himself, like the version of him I remember from the kitchen on a normal day. And there were other people there, people I didn't recognize, but he seemed to, like he wasn't alone where he was. I ran to him, of course, because that's what you do in a dream when you love someone and you don't get a second chance in real life. And he stopped me. Not harshly, not coldly, just firmly, like, no, not yet. I tried to hug him and he wouldn't let me. And you'd think that would feel like rejection, but it didn't. It felt like protection. Like he was saying, you still have work to do. You still have people who need you. He guided me away in the gentlest way, like he was walking me back to the edge of something. And I woke up with this peace I can't really explain. The kind of peace you don't even realize you're starving for until it's handed to you. I didn't feel cured. I didn't feel magically healed. I just felt steadier, like I'd been reminded that I wasn't allowed to give up. And then there's the moment that still makes my throat tighten every time I try to tell it. When my daughter Lily was born, bringing her home felt like carrying a tiny, fragile miracle into a world full of sharp corners. You know? Like suddenly everything is dangerous. Everything has consequences. I thought everything was fine. But Marcus fell asleep. Just for a minute. He was exhausted. We both were. Somehow, some way, Lily slipped. It wasn't a big fall. It wasn't dramatic. It was the kind of thing people might brush off as, she's fine. But she landed face down into a pile of soft blankets. And Lily was the kind of newborn who slept like she'd been doing it her whole life. I used to have to wake her to eat. She didn't cry. She didn't startle. She didn't make a sound. She could have suffocated. I didn't know any of this yet. I was in the other room with Noah, and the house was quiet in that late-night way where you can hear the hum of the fridge and your own breathing. And then I heard a voice. Not a noise, not a creak, a voice. It said my name, clear as day, like someone trying to get my attention immediately. And I knew that voice. I hadn't heard it in years, but I knew it like muscle memory. My dad. It wasn't coming from the TV. There was no TV on, no radio, no video. Noah wasn't even crying anymore. He was standing right in front of me, hiccuping, calm. The voice sounded like it came from the hallway, and I went cold. I walked toward it, and then it sounded like it came from the bedroom. I remember thinking, that's impossible. And also, weirdly, of course. I opened the bedroom door, and there she was, Lily, face down, too still, wrapped in danger without even realizing it. Marcus asleep in the chair. I snatched her up so fast my arms actually hurt afterward. I turned her over, and she sputtered and blinked and finally made this tiny little sound, like she was annoyed I'd interrupted her nap. She was okay. She was okay, and I sank to the floor shaking, because the version of reality where I didn't walk in right then, I can't even let my brain stay there too long. And after that, silence. I never heard that voice again, not like that. But I didn't need to. Because whether it was divine intervention or grief brain pattern seeking or some weird crack in the universe I'll never understand, something got me to that door in time. And if you asked me to prove it, I can't. I know I can't. All I can tell you is what it felt like. It felt like love. It felt like my dad, in the only ways he can reach me now, still being my dad. And maybe that's all I really need to know. Alright, so I'll start with the basics, because I feel like you kind of need the full picture to understand why this whole thing feels so heavy. I'm a British lad, name's Jame, and I live with my mom. My dad doesn't stay here full time, but he comes up most weekends to help out, fix what he can, do the dad jobs, you know? We've also got a small zoo going on. 5 dogs now. Used to be more, but life happens. And 1 cat who acts like she owns the entire street. My mom, Elaine, is ill. Autoimmune disease. And not the, oh, she gets tired sometimes kind. I mean properly ill. The kind that takes over everything. My dad, Peter, has struggled with his mental health for years, and he lives with schizophrenia. But he's medicated and, most of the time, it genuinely does help. 5 years ago, we moved into this modern-looking house. From the outside, it looks decent. Clean lines, newer build, all that. But living in it? It's like the place is held together by bad intentions and wishful thinking. The electrics trip for no reason. The taps snap or leak. The shower dribbles through the ceiling like it's trying to rot the place from the inside. The boiler has this lovely habit of dying right when you need warmth the most. When we first moved in, my older sister Sophie lived with us too, but she moved out not long after, barely made it a year. And honestly, sometimes I think she escaped. Not long after that, my mom got sick in a way that didn't make sense. It started with food. Suddenly, she couldn't digest most things. She went from eating normally to living off a small list of safe foods, and over time that list got smaller and smaller, like her body was rejecting the world bit by bit. Then came the extras. Ectopic heartbeats, those awful thudding skips that make you feel like your heart is doing something it shouldn't. Weird bowel issues that no one likes talking about, but it got serious enough that she needed help in ways that still make her feel humiliated, even though it's not her fault. And the doctors? For ages, they couldn't tell us anything solid. It was always stress, anxiety. Maybe you're focusing on it too much. That sort of thing. Eventually, she paid for a private scan because she was getting desperate. And that's when they found something that made everyone go quiet. Her pancreas wasn't functioning properly, like it had basically packed up. And after even more time and more tests, the diagnosis finally came. Autoimmune disease. Just triggered. No clear reason, no obvious cause. It was like something flicked a switch and her body turned on itself. My dad, like I said, has two versions of himself. And I don't mean he's grumpy sometimes. I mean it feels like two completely different atmospheres. One is calmer, helpful, even gentle. The other is sharp and hostile, verbally aggressive, like he's stepping into a storm you can't talk him out of. And the weird part is, sometimes afterwards he barely remembers what he said. People will say, it's the schizophrenia, and maybe it is, but he's on medication that usually works for him, and his dose was adjusted not that long ago, so it still doesn't fully explain why it can flip like a light switch. Now, here's where it gets strange. And then there's the bad luck, except it doesn't feel like random bad luck when it keeps happening. There are car accidents at the entrance to the estate constantly. Not once a year. I mean, it's become a thing people casually mention. Like, oh, another one at the entrance. But the bit that really made me start paying attention was the neighbors. 3 neighbors, all with weird health stuff. 2 had cancers that seemed to come out of nowhere. They got treated, thank God. But even after that, they've had lingering symptoms doctors still can't pin down. Fatigue, pains, odd flare-ups, things that never get named properly. The 3rd has been ill for ages with no diagnosis at all. And then I remembered something that made my stomach drop. The person who lived in this house before us got sick with the same autoimmune disease as my mom. It's like the house has a favorite trick. And every year, without fail, around holidays, especially Christmas, everything gets worse. Like joy itself irritates the place. My dad slips into that nasty mood more often. My mum flares up. The house breaks more things. Something always happens. It's almost like it's trying to stop us from relaxing, stop us from enjoying anything, like it can't stand the idea of peace. We've had strange dreams too. My mom has this recurring nightmare that she's stuck in this haunted house. Not our house, not any place she recognizes, but it's always the same in the dream. She moves into it, and then she can't leave. Night after night, trapped in the same place. And I've had a couple dreams that felt pointed. Not scary in the usual way, more like being watched. One was a white void, just endless blankness, and in it was a black crow. The whole dream sort of pulled toward its eye, like the dream wanted me to look into it, and the eye was this pale, empty white. It didn't feel like a normal dream. It felt like something noticed me, and then it ended. Another dream, more recent, had us moved into my other sister's old house, but in the dream it was wrecked, dilapidated, like time had chewed it up. I walked into the kitchen and there was this room with no door, just an opening into a gray nothingness. And standing there was this statue, like black armor, a figure shaped like a person but not alive. And again the dream dragged my focus right into its face, where there were these pale markings. And then it snapped off like someone shut a laptop. Around the same time, my mom tried going back to work. Her employer sent her away to a countryside place for 2 weeks, sort of prove you can do it energy, which still makes me angry thinking about it. She came back stressed, yes, but physically she was okay. No flare-ups, nothing dramatic. And then within days of being back in this house, she flared again. She goes to A&E more than anyone should have to. And every time they reassure her, say her heart is stable, her tests look fine, she's not in immediate danger. But the second she comes home, the fear and depression sink back in, like the house is waiting at the door to grab her again. Now, I'm pagan. My parents are Christian, though they're mostly supportive. My mom used to be pagan years ago too. I do a bit of witchcraft, protective stuff, healing stuff, cleansing. They pray. And sometimes, this is the maddening part, both things help for a little while. Like you can feel the air lighten. And then there was this Friday. My mom was already dealing with ectopic heartbeats again, but earlier in the week they'd eased off. The night before Friday, I did a healing ritual. Quiet, focused, the kind where you don't even tell anyone because you don't want the skepticism in the room. And when she woke up the next morning, she'd actually had a break from the heart weirdness. Not perfect, but better. Friday afternoon, one of our dogs, Bran, he's normally fearless, started trying to get outside to go toilet. Nothing unusual. Then suddenly he froze and he started yelping, proper panicked, high-pitched screaming like he'd seen something that terrified him. He bolted to the front door, scratching at it like he wanted to escape the house itself. And when anyone tried going outside, he freaked out even worse, like the outside was dangerous too. We rushed him to the vet, thinking maybe a seizure or pain or something. They found nothing. By the time we brought him home, he was basically normal again, tired, shaken, but physically fine. But the stress of it hit my mom like a brick. It re-triggered everything. The ectopic heartbeats came flooding back, constant, melting, one after another. And it felt so cruel because it was like something waited for the exact moment she'd started improving and then shoved her back down. And ever since we started talking about what might be going on, since we started connecting dots, saying it out loud, things have ramped up again. Like it doesn't want us looking too closely. Like it's trying to drown us in noise so we stop thinking clearly. That's the part that gets under my skin most. The timing. The way it all feels reactive. I don't think it's a normal ghost story. It doesn't feel like a spirit in the hallway. It feels more like something vindictive and clever, something that nudges reality sideways. Sometimes I wonder if it's something like the Fae, something old and petty that doesn't care about human suffering. Other times I think it's more like a place thing. Like the estate sits on something it shouldn't. Like there's a thin spot here, a doorway or overlap or whatever you want to call it. And maybe it isn't even one thing. Maybe there are several weird forces in the area, and the one messing with my family isn't the same one twisting the weather. I don't even know what I want from telling you all this. Part of me wants someone to say, yeah, that sounds like this. Like there's a name for it and a way to deal with it. Part of me wants to feel less alone, because when you live in something like this for years, it starts to mess with your head. But mostly, I just want someone to hear it the way it feels from inside the house. Because when you live with enough coincidences, after a while they stop feeling like coincidences at all. Hey, so I've always been a ridiculously intense dreamer. Like the kind of dreams that feel more real than real life and stick to you like a smell on your clothes. For years, I've been writing them down, comparing them, tracking patterns. Honestly, probably since I was a kid. It's partly just how my brain works, but it's also because I'm the kind of person who can't help trying to understand things. I did my master's in behavioral science, lots of evolution, human behavior, that sort of lens. And I've got synesthesia, and I'm on the autism spectrum, so my whole perception system is turned up. People always say that can make dreams more vivid, and yeah, checks out. Over time, I started noticing these weird, reliable themes. Like, right at the start of my menstrual cycle, I'll dream about the ocean, every time. When I'm about to get sick, I dream about rodents, usually a couple days before I even feel ill. My body sends these little coded messages, and if you pay attention long enough, you start to recognize the language. But then there are things that don't fit any pattern I can explain. Back when my partner, let's call him Milo, first moved in with me, we were still getting used to sharing a space. One night I woke up around maybe 3:30 a.m., that dim, syrupy hour when your brain feels like it's underwater. Milo was awake too, just staring into the dark. I whispered, "You okay?" He said, "Yeah, just couldn't sleep." We both had that kind of sleep rhythm where we'd wake up in the middle of the night like it was normal. Like our bodies still believed in that old biphasic sleep cycle people used to have. Anyway, I rolled over and I fell back asleep pretty quickly. The next morning we were making breakfast. Nothing dramatic, just the usual slow morning. And Milo goes, completely casually, "I had the weirdest dream." I'm like, "Oh yeah? What happened?" And he says, "There was a rat in the apartment. I was chasing it around and it ran up onto the loft bed and I cut in without even thinking because it just came out of my mouth like I was finishing a line in a script. And you stepped on it and you freaked out and had to shower." He just stares at me. I stare at him. And we both do that breathless, almost laughing gasp because, yeah, that's exactly what he dreamed. Exactly. The thing is, we hadn't even spent much time together the day before. We weren't synced up emotionally. We weren't talking about rodents. Nothing. Different schedules, different headspaces. And yet, there it was. The same dream, down to the weird little details. When we compared timing, it got even stranger. Milo said he'd had that dream before we both woke up around 3:30, and I had mine after that, when I drifted back under. And that's when it started. Because after that one, it didn't stop. Not constantly, but often enough to make it feel like a real phenomenon, not a coincidence. At the time, we lived in this old apartment that had a vibe. I don't even know how to describe it without sounding dramatic, but it was one of those places where the hallway always felt colder than it should, and sounds traveled in ways that didn't make sense, like the building was listening. Every few months, we'd have what I can only call a shared dream again. Sometimes it wasn't the exact same scene, but the same story, the same emotional arc, the same images, the same, "this is happening to us" feeling. And I started noticing something else. We had 2 cats then, Juniper and Salem, and on the nights this happened, they would go absolutely feral. Not like zoomies feral, like meowing at blank walls, staring into corners like something was there, sprinting down the hall and slamming into each other, fur puffed up, like they were trying to chase something you couldn't see. Then we'd go to sleep. And either we'd have horrible nightmares, or we'd share a dream. One time, the dream was about this glass tank we kept for a tortoise. Except in the dream, the tank was suddenly filled with water, like someone had flooded it, and there were 2 tortoises inside, struggling. It was awful. Just this panic and helplessness. The next morning, Milo tells me, pale as anything, that he dreamed it too. And then he says, almost embarrassed, "I've had that dream since I was a little kid." Like it was an old recurring nightmare that belonged to him, specifically, because he'd grown up with a tortoise. I never had. I'd never even thought about tortoises like that. He hadn't told me about the dream, or the pet, or anything, and yet somehow, my brain wandered into his old nightmare like it was a room we both had keys to. I kept thinking, okay, maybe it's the apartment. Maybe it's environmental. Some stressor, some sound frequency, mold, whatever. I tried to be rational about it. I wanted it to have a cause you could point to. So when we moved, last autumn, we bought a place. Still an older building, but renovated, bright, clean. No creepy hallway energy. No constant feeling of being watched by the architecture. And for a while, it really did feel like we'd left it all behind. But then December hit. One night, the cat started up again. Restless, pacing. That low, frantic meowing that makes your skin crawl because you can't tell what they're reacting to. I couldn't settle. I kept waking up, and at around 3 a.m., I heard this heavy dragging sound from above us, like furniture being shoved across a floor. It didn't make sense. The people upstairs were a young couple and their little kid. Sweet, quiet, normal. Not the kind of neighbors you imagine doing midnight construction. The cats were fighting, yowling, swiping at each other like they were charged with electricity. Eventually, I fell asleep again, and that night, Milo and I had the worst shared dream we've ever had. In the dream, there was this woman. Not like a normal person you meet in a dream. She felt placed. Like she belonged to the dream the way a predator belongs to a forest. She was tall, pale, long blonde hair, wearing this long black dress that moved like smoke. And she was furious, cruel. Not just mean, but that kind of relentless, intelligent malice where you feel like prey. She chased both of us. We couldn't get away. Every time we thought we'd escaped, she was already there, cutting us off. Like she didn't walk through space normally. Like she could just appear. And the most disturbing part was this scene we both remembered in the morning. Her throwing something, like a bottle with fire, toward the school building near our block. Like a Molotov. Flames blooming, screaming. When we woke up, we were both shaken, and when we compared details, it lined up in that horrible way shared dreams do. Same woman, same dress, same feeling, same scene. And afterwards, I even checked, because part of me was like, is this some buried local story? Did we overhear something? Did my brain pick up something real? But as far as local history goes, nothing like that ever happened. And here's the thing, it's not only Milo. I've had these strange overlaps with other people too. The first time, I was a kid and it happened with my dad. We were playing this video game together at the time, and we both dreamed the same weird sequence about it, like our minds were continuing the game after we shut it off. Then nothing for years, and mixed into all of this, I've always had my own private dream oddities too, like dreaming about a place, and then finding out later something real was there. One time I dreamed I was searching for something in my grandmother's library, running my fingers over the spines like I was hunting for a hidden compartment. Then later, during the holidays, she casually mentions that she keeps her most important documents tucked behind books in that exact room. Or this other recurring dream I've had since childhood, going back to an old family house, walking into the kitchen, and there's an old man at the stove. He's always there. Greasy hands, muddy shoes, like he walked straight out of wet earth. He never speaks, never hurts anyone. When I was little, he terrified me. Now it's more like, oh, you're here again. Like he's not a villain, just a fixture, a constant. And I know how this sounds, believe me. I'm always trying to hold it up to the light from every angle: science, psychology, sleep stages, priming, coincidence, all of it. I want it to fit into something explainable. But the honest truth? Sometimes it feels like my brain is picking up strange wavelengths, like radio static from other people's dreaming minds. I'm a natural lucid dreamer too, and I mess with that threshold between waking and sleeping, sometimes on purpose, sometimes by accident. There are nights where I slip into this state where it feels like my whole brain is vibrating. Not metaphorically, literally like a phone buzzing near your head, or a cat purring right beside your skull. Even though I know, logically, that isn't how brains work. But it happens. And when it does, I can't shake this feeling that there's a layer of reality right up against ours, thin as paper. And every so often, in the middle of the night, we press through it at the same time. So I literally just found this group, and I've been sitting here like, okay, I have to get this off my chest, because this is hands down the creepiest stretch of my entire life. This all happened when I was in high school, back when I lived with my parents in this older house in a tiny town in northern Kansas. And I've always been one of those people who's kind of open to weird stuff. Like, I grew up on ghost shows. I lived for scary movies. I was that kid counting down to Halloween like it was a national holiday. So when two of my best friends, Kelsey and Marin, were like, we should do a Ouija board, I didn't hesitate for even a second. Which, yeah, looking back, not my proudest decision. We went out late at night, because of course we did, and our town had this small cemetery tucked behind the old church, like right there in town. So naturally, that's where we went. Teenagers have zero sense of self-preservation, I swear. I'm not even going to drag you through every detail of the session, because honestly, the part that freaks me out isn't what happened there, it's what happened after. But just so you get the vibe, we heard this creepy little kid giggle, like close enough that it made the hair on my neck stand up, and the board spelled out something that made us all go quiet. We shut it down, packed up, and went home acting tough. But we were all shaken. And the second I got home, it was like I hadn't come back alone. My brother Owen and I had bedrooms in the basement, and our rooms shared a wall. It was the middle of winter, freezing cold, and we had this little space heater on wheels down there, one of those dinky ones that slides around on the hard floor if you nudge it. That night, I heard it rolling, not turning on, not clicking, rolling, like it was being pulled across the floor. And listen, every scary movie has taught me one thing. The moment you go investigate the mysterious sound, you become a cautionary tale. So I did the only thing my terrified 16-year-old brain could think of. I stayed perfectly still and pulled my blanket over my head like that was going to save me from anything. That was night one. After that, it wasn't a single weird noise here and there. It started stacking. Night after night, it got bolder. Outside my room, mounted to one of the basement posts, we had this ancient manual pencil sharpener, the kind with the crank handle you spin. No idea why we even still had it, but it was there. And it started turning at night too. Not fast, just slow enough that you could hear the metal mechanism whining, like someone was patiently cranking it in the dark. Then it moved into my room. I had this glass jar, like a little vintage jelly jar, sitting on my dresser in the closet. And at night I'd hear it scraping, back and forth, on wood, over and over. I made this rule for myself early on. Don't acknowledge it. Don't talk to it, don't react, don't even look. Like if I pretended hard enough, maybe it would get bored and leave me alone. But it didn't get bored. The longer I ignored it, the more aggressive it got. Like it was mad I wouldn't pay attention. And one morning, after a particularly awful night, I finally looked. and there were fresh scratch marks gouged into the top of the dresser where that jar had been dragging itself around. That was the moment my stomach really dropped. Like, okay, this isn't my imagination. Still, I didn't tell my family. My parents believed in paranormal stuff in a casual way, like, oh yeah, spirits exist, kind of way. But they'd always insisted the house was fine. And I didn't want to be the dramatic kid who watched too many horror movies and freaked herself out. My room had that old wood paneling, and I'd hear tiny taps right near my headboard, right next to where I was lying. Not in the walls like plumbing, on the paneling, like knuckles. Sometimes it would pause, and the second my body relaxed, it would start again. And then there was this other thing that makes my skin crawl even now, because it wasn't just sounds. You know that feeling when a cat jumps onto your bed and pads around in circles before settling down? I felt that, on my mattress. Like something climbed onto the bed and walked around near my legs. Except there was no cat, no pet, nothing. And then, the whispers started. I'd be lying there in the dark, frozen, staring at the ceiling, and I'd hear my name. Soft, dragged out, like someone trying to get my attention without waking anyone else up. From my closet, every single night. And it wasn't just that either. On the left side of my bed, I had this big wooden bookshelf my grandpa had built for me. On top of it sat this small, flat-screen TV, and the buttons on the back were ridiculously loud when you pressed them, like a sharp plastic click that echoed. Those buttons started clicking at night too. So picture me, hearing the heater roll, the pencil sharpener crank, tapping beside my head, whispers in the closet, TV buttons clicking, and feeling something shift onto the bed like it belonged there. I was exhausted, jumpy, constantly on edge. I'd go to school on 2 hours of sleep and try to act normal while my brain screamed, "Do not go home." And then I hit my breaking point. One night, I had this nightmare that felt too real. So real it didn't even feel like a dream. In it, I was in my room, exactly as it was in real life. Same shadows, same corners, and as I looked around, I saw them. A little girl curled up in the corner of my closet, hugging her knees. A little boy at the side of my bed, pressing down on the mattress like he was testing it. A tall, dark figure crouched behind my bookshelf near the TV, and another shadowy figure in the opposite corner, tapping on the wall. Tap, tap, tap. I woke up shaking, like full-body, teeth-chattering shaking. The next morning, I finally told my brother Owen because I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. I started describing the dream, and I swear to you, his face went pale. His eyes got huge, and he cut me off mid-sentence and said, "Wait, was the little boy by your bed wearing..." And then he described him. Exactly. Down to the details I hadn't even said yet. We had the same nightmare. That's when everything spilled out. I told him about the heater, the pencil sharpener, the jar, the tapping, the whispers, the TV buttons, the bed thing, everything. And he just nodded because he'd heard it too. Then he told me something that made my throat go dry. He said he'd seen me sit straight up in bed at night and whisper back, like I was having conversations in my sleep with whatever was in my room. I had absolutely no memory of it. None. But he was dead serious, like he'd watched it happen more than once. And then he told me about the storage room. Across the basement from his bedroom was this little storage space that didn't even have a door, just a dark opening. I'd always hated it, like irrationally. Even walking past it made me feel sick, like the air was wrong there. I never understood why. I just avoided looking into it at night. His room faced it. He said he would wake up sometimes and see a shadowy man standing in that doorway. Not moving, just standing there. Some nights it was in the storage room opening. Some nights it was halfway between the storage room and his bed. And some nights, it was standing in the doorway of my room, staring in. I never saw it, not once. Which somehow made it worse, because it felt like it was choosing to hide from me. We finally told our parents. My dad brushed it off, classic. But my mom got really quiet, and she admitted that when she was home alone sometimes, she'd hear faint whispering from downstairs. And once or twice, she'd heard someone call out, "Mom?" from the basement like it was me, even though I wasn't home. After we talked about it openly, things started happening less. Not immediately, but it wasn't constant the way it had been. One moment sticks with me though. My boyfriend at the time, Ethan, who's my husband now, was over one night, and Owen and I were telling him everything, like really laying it all out. Halfway through, Ethan put his hands to his temples and was like, "Please stop. I've got this horrible headache all of a sudden." We stopped talking, and I'm not exaggerating. The headache vanished, like it turned off. Eventually, I moved out. I lived in an apartment for a while, and I did have a couple weird things happen. Like one time, 3 different clocks in 3 different rooms fell off their hooks and shattered within minutes of each other, which was a lot. But nothing ever reached that level again. And here's the part that makes me feel weirdly guilty. My mom and my brother told me that the very first night I wasn't living in that house anymore, everything stopped completely. No whispers, no tapping, no heater, nothing. Like whatever it was focused on me. So I don't know if I left something behind there, or if it was attached to me for a while and then gave up, or if the whole Ouija board thing cracked something open and it took time to close. All I know is this: I will never touch a Ouija board again as long as I live. And I am deeply, genuinely grateful that whatever that was isn't with me anymore. So I've been binging a bunch of paranormal stories lately, and it finally reminded me that I've got one of my own. Actually, more like a whole little collection of them. And they all happened in the creepiest apartment I've ever lived in, hands down. Okay, back in 2012, my partner, Evan, and I moved in together for the first time. I'd just moved to his state so we could live near his university, and because it was a college town, finding a place was brutal. Everything was either snapped up instantly, didn't allow pets, or required proof of employment, none of which I had yet. We did have a cat though, so we ended up taking this apartment from a landlord who gave off major don't ask questions energy in a neighborhood where you very much did want to ask questions. We only saw the place once before signing, and I hated it immediately. Not because it was falling apart, it wasn't really. It was actually kind of spacious. But something about it made my skin feel tight, like my body was bracing for something it couldn't name. At the time, it was being worked on. No carpet yet, paint smell everywhere, tools and plastic sheeting, that whole deal. The emptiness made everything echo, and I told myself that was what felt so wrong. Also, the apartment sat partially below ground, so the living room windows and both bedroom windows were basically at sidewalk level. People walking past felt close. Too close. Then we moved in. The first night we came in after dark, I remember standing in the living room and staring down the hallway toward the back bedroom. And I felt this cold, slow dread for no reason I could explain. The layout was simple. Front door opens into the living room. Hallway runs straight back. Kitchen and bathroom on one side. A second, smaller bedroom on the other. And this little utility closet and laundry closet tucked along the hall. The big bedroom was at the very back, farther from the street, bigger, quieter. It should have been the more comfortable one. It wasn't. That back bedroom had this weird darkness. Like even if the lights were on in the hallway, the bedroom swallowed it. It always felt colder back there too, like the air never fully warmed up. And if I was alone in that room, I couldn't relax. I'd catch myself keeping my shoulders up like I was waiting for someone to tap me. I stopped sleeping well. I'd leave lamps on. I'd avoid getting up to use the bathroom at night unless Evan came with me. Yeah, I know how that sounds, but it was like my body refused to cross that hallway alone in the dark. A couple days after we moved in, I told Evan something that even I thought was bizarre. I said, "Our laundry closet freaks me out. I feel like one day I'm going to open it and see a man hanging in there." And I remember laughing right after, like, "Okay, brain, what are we doing?" Because why would you even think that? But the feeling was so strong I couldn't shake it. Anyway, the back bedroom got so bad that we eventually moved our bed into the smaller room closer to the front. And weirdly, immediately, I slept better. But then something else started ramping up. My sleep talking. I've always talked in my sleep. I'm one of those people who sits up with my eyes open and speaks like I'm in the middle of a conversation, and I don't remember a word of it in the morning. Evan wasn't used to that yet, so it really freaked him out. One night, I apparently sat straight up and snapped, "Stop it! That's not funny! Get those faces away from the window!" And Evan launches upright, because our bedroom window was right at street level. He thought someone was messing with us outside. He climbed up on the bed and yanked the curtain back like he was ready to fight. Nothing. Sidewalk empty. Just the glow of a street lamp and the occasional car. Middle of the night. I'm out cold. And suddenly I sit up again and say, really clearly, "Who is that?" Evan wakes up instantly, because again, neighborhood, ground level windows, all of that. And he's scanning the room, thinking someone broke in. He whispers, "What? Who?" And I say it again, "Who is that?" But I'm not looking at the window. I'm staring at the closed closet door. He tells me, "There's no one here. Go back to sleep." And I get irritated, like genuinely annoyed he can't see what I'm seeing. I go, "The little boy in the green coat. He's right there. He has a white rabbit." Evan said the way I said it wasn't dreamy or nonsensy. It was like I was describing something obvious, like I was pointing out a chair in the room and he was pretending not to see it. And then I just laid back down. Evan didn't sleep much after that. I don't blame him. Fast forward almost a year. By then, I wasn't struggling to sleep anymore, at least not the way I was in that back bedroom. But my sleep talking had turned into full-on sleep yelling sometimes, and Evan was exhausted from it. It was like whatever pressure had been sitting on me had shifted into my dreams. Then one night, I'm doing laundry, and I casually say, without even thinking about it, "God, I hate this closet. I still feel like I'm going to open it and see a man hanging in there." Evan just slowly turns and goes, "You said that when we first moved in." And I swear to you, I had completely forgotten. The words came out of my mouth like they were on autopilot. Hearing that I'd said the exact same thing months earlier made my stomach drop. A few nights later, I went to do laundry again. I opened the laundry door, and for a split second, the washer and dryer weren't there. It was just this dim little closet space, and there was a man hanging from above like he'd always been there. Flannel shirt, work jeans, heavy boots. I saw him for maybe half a heartbeat, and then the washer and dryer snapped back into place like a glitch corrected itself. I slammed the door so hard it hurt my hand and ran straight to Evan. I was shaking, trying to laugh it off because I didn't want to sound insane, but I was crying too, like my body was trying to pick one reaction and couldn't. Evan was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Describe him." So I did. And halfway through, before I could even finish, he quietly filled in the rest of my description. Same clothes, same boots, because he'd seen him too. That was the point where my brain stopped trying to rationalize it. Because if it's just you, you can tell yourself you're tired, you're stressed, It's shadows. But when someone else confirms details you hadn't even said out loud yet, that hits different. That hits deep. We called a friend of Evan's, Marisol, who practiced Wicca and was one of the only people we knew who wouldn't immediately tell us we were being dramatic. She told us to come over. At her place, she did this whole cleansing ritual. Candles, herbs, murmured prayers, the works. She gave us a long strip of red fabric and told us to hang it above the front door as protection. She also gave us a small candle that had been lit from what she called a working flame, and she told us to use that to light any other candles or incense we burned in the apartment. And she told us to draw a specific symbol on the fuse box near the laundry area. So we did all of it. We hung the red fabric above the door. We marked the fuse box. And then, because I had an early shift the next morning, and I'm not proud of this, I told Evan, "Can you start the laundry and I'm going to bed?" I passed out immediately. Evan stayed up, procrastinating, because he was creeped out. He told me later he just sat there staring at the laundry door like it was going to breathe. And this is the part I didn't witness. This is entirely Evan's story. But I believe him, because he's the kind of person who hates exaggerating. He said the second he touched the doorknob with his free hand, the one not holding the candle, the laundry door started shaking. Not rattling gently, shaking like someone was on the other side slamming both fists into it. And he heard a man screaming. Not like through the walls, not like from outside. He said it sounded like it was coming from inside the closet. Meanwhile, I'm asleep in the room across the hall, completely unaware. No waking up, no hearing anything, nothing. Evan said it lasted a few seconds, long enough for him to freeze, long enough for him to feel his stomach drop, long enough for him to think, "Oh, I have made a mistake." Then everything stopped. Total silence. He waited. Then he opened the door, and according to him, the air inside the laundry closet felt normal, like the heaviness just lifted, like walking into a room after someone finally opens a window. From that night on, the laundry closet didn't scare me anymore, not like before. The nightmares calmed down. The apartment still never felt friendly exactly, but it stopped feeling like it was actively watching us. Evan still tells the story like it's a joke sometimes. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? Drop a comment and let me know. The weather's been pretty rough lately, hasn't it? Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Thanks for sharing your mysterious experiences with us. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now, grab your headphones, switch on your nightlight, and let's dive into today's mysterious stories. You know how every village has that one place people talk about in lowered voices? The spot you can walk past in daylight with a shrug, but once the sun goes down, you suddenly find you've got absolutely no reason to go anywhere near it. Well, where I grew up, that place was a patch of water we always called St. Bridget's Pool. It sits tucked away behind Hawthorne Wood, not far from the edge of the fields, and people swear it's haunted. Not in a silly, ooh, spooky way either. More in that quiet, certain way that makes your stomach tighten even if you don't want to believe it. And honestly, there's one story that's been told so many times around fires and pub tables that it's basically stitched into the village itself. It goes back to just after the war, when rationing still had everyone counting every scrap. Back then, if you could grow a bit extra or catch something from the streams, you didn't waste it. You traded it. You bartered. You kept your family going however you could. There was a lad in our village then. Folk called him Ned Harper, though I don't think anyone even remembered if that was his real name. He was young, wiry, always smelled faintly of river water and earth, and he lived for fishing. He'd haul out trout and eels from the local brooks and take them down to the old inn, the Fox and Lantern, to swap for ration coupons or whatever the landlord could spare. And one evening, As Ned was handing over a couple of slick, silver trout, one of the older regulars leaned in and said, casual as anything, "Ever heard of St. Bridget's Pool?" Ned frowned and shook his head. "Can't say I have." The old fellow's eyes lit up like he'd been waiting for that. "Big fish in there, proper old ones. That pool used to belong to the priory. Monks kept carp in it, way back. It's still up in Hawthorne Wood. Priory's long gone, but the pond stayed. Now, if you're a fisherman, that's like dangling treasure in front of your nose." Ned sat forward immediately. "Big carp, you say? You ever fished it?" The man gave a little snort. "Me? No. You need Sir Malcolm Weatherby's permission. Otherwise, it's poaching. And me and him, we don't exactly share a smile." Weatherby was a local landowner, one of those men with a big house, big fields, and a way of looking through you like you were part of the hedgerow. Ned, though, hadn't ever had trouble with him. So Ned asked the obvious question. "Well, if you've never fished it, how do you know there's carp in there?" The man took a long pull of his ale, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said, "Because he's turned away everyone who's asked. Why else would he guard it so fierce? He's keeping them for himself. Miserly old sod." That was all it took. Ned couldn't stop thinking about it. So the next Sunday, because church was about the only place you could approach a man like Weatherby without being chased off his land, Ned waited until the service let out. Folks were drifting down the path, talking quietly, shaking hands, buttoning coats. Ned stepped in beside him and said, polite as you like, "Sir Malcolm, is it true there's an old pond in your woods? One the monks used to keep carp in?" Weatherby didn't even look surprised. He just nodded once. "Aye, old Priory Pond. Been there longer than any of us." Ned swallowed, nerves and excitement tangling together. Would you give me permission to fish it, sir? I'd put anything I caught straight back, unless you wanted it brought up to the house." And Weatherby, without missing a beat, said, flat as stone, "No." Just like that. No explanation. No, maybe. No, ask again later. Just no. So he asked again the next Sunday, and got the same answer. Then the Sunday after that, same answer. Then he tried bargaining, offered to do chores around the estate, offered to bring Weatherby every eel he caught for a month, promised to be respectful, promised he wouldn't take a single fish. Week after week he kept at it, and week after week Weatherby refused. Until one day, Ned did something a bit bolder. He showed up at the big house itself, and apparently by the third visit in as many days, Weatherby opened the door and actually groaned when he saw him. "Oh, for heaven's sake," he muttered. "Not you again." Ned stood there, hat in hand, cheeks pig from the cold. "I'm sorry, sir, I truly am, but I can't stop thinking about that pool. Please, just once. Say yes and I'll never bother you again. I swear it." Weatherby started to shut the door. Ned rushed on, desperate now. "Why won't you let me? Why is it such a problem?" And that's when Weatherby snapped, eyes flashing like he'd been poked in a bruise. "Because of the prior," he barked. Ned blinked. "The prior?" Weatherby's jaw worked like he was trying not to say it, but it spilled out anyway. Years ago, when the harvest failed and folk were starving, the prior refused to share the carp. The villagers dragged him from the priory and killed him. Then they set the place alight to hide what they'd done. Ned, impatient and young, waved it off. "That was ages ago. I'm not afraid of old stories." Weatherby's face hardened. "You should be." But Ned barely heard him. The word yes was already ringing in his skull. Because finally, whether out of exhaustion, irritation, or some hope that it would be the last of Ned Harper, Sir Malcolm Weatherby threw his hands up and said, Fine, go on then, but don't come crying to me when... Ned was already running. He grabbed his tackle and shot across the fields like he was late for his own wedding. By the time he reached the edge of Hawthorne Wood, the light was starting to thin. One of those evenings where the world goes gray and flat and the trees seem taller than they should. He found the pool easily enough, and he was disappointed right away. It wasn't some shining hidden lake. It was choked with weed, strewn with dead branches, and so murky it looked more like old stew than water. There were only a few clear patches, and through them it seemed shallow, too shallow for anything big to live in. Still, he'd come all that way. So he set up anyway, small float, a bit of worm, thinking maybe he'd at least pull out a minnow or an eel. And the moment that float settled, just a heartbeat later, it vanished. Not a gentle bob, not a curious nibble. It went under like something had grabbed it with a fist. Ned's line snapped with a crack. And suddenly, he wasn't disappointed anymore. He was buzzing. Because that wasn't a small fish. That was something with weight. Something angry and strong and ancient. He sat back against a tree, hands shaking as he started changing his gear. Stronger line, sturdier hook. The sort of setup you'd use if you truly believed you might hook a monster. But in the middle of it, he glanced up. And there, on the far bank, half hidden among the trees, stood a figure. An old man. Or at least, it looked like an old man. He was dressed in ragged, soot-dark robes, hanging off him like old curtains. His face was pale in the fading light, and his eyes, God, his eyes, looked raw and bloodshot, like he hadn't blinked in years. He didn't speak, didn't move. He just stared straight at Ned, like Ned didn't belong in the world anymore. Ned shot upright so fast he forgot where he was and slammed his head into a low branch. Lights out. He scrambled up, heart pounding, squinting into the dark. The far bank was empty. No old man. But beside him, his tackle, his precious rod and kit, was smashed, splintered, like someone had taken a boot to it, or a stone. Ned didn't stop to gather anything. He didn't even grab the pieces. He ran. And that's where the story usually ends, told with a pause and a look around the fire, like everyone's checking the tree line just in case. Now, here's the thing. People round my way still insist most of the mirror carp in our local ponds are descended from those old prairie fish, passed down through generations like a living rumor. And the legend says the prior's cruelty cursed him, that he can't leave, that he's stuck guarding what he refused to share, day and night, making sure no hungry villager ever takes his carp again. As for me, I've been up to St. Bridget's pool once, in daylight. It's exactly how they describe it. Weedy, dark, surrounded by twisted trees and nettles and thorn. The air feels thick there, like the place is holding its breath. I didn't stay long. And at night? No. I'll admit it, I don't go anywhere near it after dark. I've never cast a line into that water either. Because I've never met anyone in the village who's fished it, and I've never met anyone who spent a night up there. Not and come back laughing anyway. So, this happened a long time ago, back when I was about 15, maybe 16. I can still feel the heat of that summer in my memory, like the air itself was sticky. Me and my buddy, his name was Rico back then, used to roam the neighborhood pushing this beat-up mower like we owned the place. We'd knock on doors, offer to cut lawns for cash, and honestly, it worked. Most kids were begging their parents for movie money. We were out there hustling for it. I used to go solo at first, but after a couple situations that made my stomach turn, getting chased off once, and another time a guy trying way too hard to get me to step inside his house, I decided I wasn't doing that alone anymore. Rico was about a year older than me, a little bigger, louder voice, the kind of presence that makes people behave. Plus, I'd split the money with him if he helped. Fair deal. We usually charged $10 for a full yard, front and back, and if you hit even 2 or 3 houses, you felt rich. That meant weekends were covered. Arcade tokens, cheap burgers, maybe a matinee if we were lucky. It wasn't glamorous, but it was freedom. Finding yards wasn't always easy, though. We got strategic. We'd look for older folks first, usually the safest, and honestly the kindest. You could spot them by the way the house looked cared for, or the car out front, like an old Buick with a handicap tag hanging from the mirror. And the older people? They'd tip. Or they'd hand you a cold drink like you'd just survived a war. Sometimes they'd send you home with a cookie wrapped in a napkin and a story about back in my day, when somehow every hill was steeper and every winter storm hit hardest on school mornings. You know how it goes. Anyway, one afternoon, midsummer, late June or early July, we're walking and we see this house. And I mean, this house. The grass wasn't just tall, it was wild, like it had swallowed the yard whole. The bushes were crawling up the porch like they were trying to get inside. The whole place had this abandoned vibe. Quiet in a way that didn't feel peaceful, more like the kind of quiet that makes your skin listen. Rico slowed down and goes, "Man, I don't know." And I'm acting tough, of course. I'm like, "That yard is a gold mine." I flash him 3 fingers and whisper, 30, like I'm negotiating with the universe. He hesitates, but he goes up anyway. I'm hanging back, leaning on the mower handle, trying to look casual. Then Rico freezes on the walkway. I'm about to laugh at him, until I see why. There's an old man sitting on the porch, tucked into the shadows like he'd been there the whole time. We didn't even notice him at first because of how overgrown everything was. Rico turns and comes back fast, eyes wide, and he whispers, "He's just sitting there. He won't say anything." And I'm annoyed, because I'm 15 and I think I know everything. I tell him, "Dude, you have to speak up. Some old folks can't hear." So I go up there with him, all swagger, like I'm about to teach a masterclass in door-to-door lawn sales. Up close, the man looks rough. Not mean, just worn down. He's wearing these old striped overalls and heavy brown shoes like he dressed up just to sit on that porch. His head is bald, his forehead is lined deep, and his hands, resting on his knee, are speckled with age spots. His nails are long and jagged, like nobody's trimmed them in a while. His whole face had this exhausted sadness to it, like life had been chewing on him. But the creepiest part wasn't the clothes or the nails. It was his eyes. They weren't focused on us. They were like pointed through us. I clear my throat and go, "Hi, sir." Nothing. So I raise my voice. "Hello, sir." Still nothing. Not even a blink. No response. No nod. No get lost. Nothing. I glance at Rico and he gives me this look like, "Please, can we leave?" So I take a step back and go, trying to stay polite. "All right then. Have a good one, sir." And that's when the old man moves. He stands up slow, like his joints don't want to cooperate. He turns his head toward Rico first, then toward me. And when he looks at me, my stomach drops. Because now I can see his eyes clearly, and they're this pale, cloudy, milky white, like glass that's been left out in the sun too long. He doesn't say a word. He just turns, walks into the house, and shuts the door behind him. Rico leans in and whispers, "What do we do?" And I, because I'm still clinging to confidence like it's a life vest, I say, "We wait. He's probably getting money." So we wait there by the mower, trying to act normal, but it's not normal. Rico keeps talking about the eyes, and I keep pretending it's fine. Like, yeah, people get cataracts, it happens. But even as I'm saying it, I don't believe myself. We start doing the math, how we'd split the 30, whether we should have asked for more. And then, pow! A sound like a gunshot cracks through the air. We don't think, we don't talk, we just bolt. We take off so fast we leave the mower sitting right there. Gas can, oil bottle, everything, like it never belonged to us. We don't stop running until we're around the corner, out of sight, hearts pounding so hard it hurts. And when we finally catch our breath, Rico goes, "How are we supposed to get the mower back without dying?" So we do the only thing we can think of. We knock on a neighbor's door. This woman answers, and when we tell her what happened, she gets this confused look and says she hasn't seen anyone at that house in forever. She thought it was empty too. She calls the police, and within minutes, like shockingly fast, cops roll up. Several cars, lights, radios going. We tell them everything. The porch, the silence, the old man, the clothes, the eyes, the gunshot. At first, they treat it like the guy just fired a warning shot to scare off kids. But even the cops can't ignore how neglected the place looks. The whole thing shifts from old man being angry to something's wrong here. A few officers go inside while we watch from the street, standing next to a neighbor's mailbox like we're invisible. They're not inside long. They come back out looking weird. Not panicked, just rattled. Like their brains are trying to relabel what they just saw. One officer walks over and goes, "You boys say this happened today?" We both nod hard. "Yes, sir." Then he asks if we went inside. We tell him no. He asks again, more serious, like he's trying to catch us in something. No, no, no. Then an unmarked car shows up. A guy in plain clothes goes in, comes back out, and walks straight toward us. He introduces himself as a detective. He asks for our story again, and we tell it again. He asks what the man was wearing again, and we tell him again. Then he says something I'll never forget. He goes, "I'm not going to arrest you if you went into that house. I just need the truth." And we're like, "We didn't." And he pauses, looks at us, and says, real quiet, "What you're telling me and what's inside doesn't match." My throat went dry. He says there is a man inside wearing the exact outfit we described, but the man had been dead for a long time, months. Me and Rico just stared at him, like our brains had stopped taking in information. I remember thinking, that's impossible. He stood up. He looked at me. He walked inside. We eventually got permission to grab our mower and leave. They didn't want us lingering. Honestly, neither did we. But we still watched the story when it aired. They said the man had died from a self-inflicted gunshot. They said there was a dog found in there too, also dead. And they said the body had been there for around half a year, decomposed so badly it was... I don't even like repeating it. It didn't feel real. It felt like something you'd hear in a horror movie and roll your eyes at. But it was real. And the part that messes with me the most is that porch moment. Because I swear to you, hand on my heart, we talked to someone sitting in that chair. We heard him shift. We watched him stand. We watched him go inside. After that, I was done. No more mowing. No more knocking on doors. No more trying to earn weekend money by walking up to strangers' houses. Between the people who yelled, the people who invited you in a little too eagerly, and then that, whatever that was, I'd had enough. Sometimes you don't need proof to know something happened. Sometimes your body remembers first. And even now, all these years later, when I smell freshly cut grass in the heat of summer, part of me still thinks about that yard, and that porch, and the man who didn't answer until it was way too late. So, this is hard to explain without sounding like I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. I'm going to tell you exactly how it's been for me, and you can take it however you want. As far back as I can remember, I've had this thing, this presence, tagging along behind me. When I was really little, like preschool age, I used to draw pictures of my house and my family, and in a lot of those drawings there was this tall, man-shaped shadow off to the side. Not my shadow, not connected to anyone, just standing there. Sometimes I'd draw him outside the window, sometimes in the hallway, always a little apart, like he didn't belong with us, but also like he was with me. My grandma, Nana Ruth, used to laugh it off. She'd say, "Honey, you're just scared of your own shadow." And I'd nod because, honestly, what else do you say when you're 5? But I wasn't scared then. Back then, it almost felt like a strange kind of company, like an imaginary friend, except I never made him up. Then I got older, 6, maybe 7, and that's when it stopped feeling harmless. My dad, Marcus, and I had this routine. Every night, around 9-ish, we'd go to bed. I was still sleeping in his room at that age, like plenty of kids do, and he'd tuck me in, then go take his shower. I'd just lie there, waiting, staring at the ceiling, listening to the water run. And while I waited, he would show up. This shadow, this man-shaped shadow, would pace beside the bed, back and forth, back and forth. Not fast, not slow, like he had all the time in the world. I could see him clearly, not as a person, not with features, just the outline, the weight of him, the way the darkness looked wrong compared to the rest of the room. And here's the part that made it feel like a pattern. The second my dad turned off the shower and stepped out, the shadow would vanish. Like it couldn't, or wouldn't, stay when my dad was there. That went on for months, almost a year, I think. Night after night, the pacing. Me lying there pretending I wasn't terrified, because somehow I had this child logic that if I didn't react, it couldn't touch me. But eventually, something shifted. I don't know how else to describe it except the air around it changed. The room would feel heavier, meaner. Like whatever it wasn't just watching anymore, it was getting impatient. I started doing this little thing to cope. If it paced on the right side of the bed, I'd roll to face the left. If it moved to the left, I'd turn back to the right. Like if I couldn't see it, it couldn't decide I was real. I know that sounds childish, but I was a child. It was survival by instinct. And then one night, I turned to face the right, like I'd done 100 times, and I felt the mattress dip behind me. Not a little, not like settling, like something with weight had climbed onto the bed. My whole body went rigid. I remember squeezing every muscle, like if I stayed perfectly still, I wouldn't roll back toward it. I was so scared my teeth hurt from clenching. And then, out of nowhere, I felt the sharpest pain I've ever felt in my life, dead center in my back, like something stabbed me without a blade. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Not even a gasp. It was like my lungs forgot what they were for. I remember thinking, this is it. This is where I die, and nobody will understand what happened. And I stayed like that, locked in my own body, until the bathroom door opened, my dad walked out, and suddenly I could breathe again. The weight was gone. The air lifted. The shadow disappeared like it had never been there. Years went by. Middle school, high school. I didn't see it, but I still had that sensation sometimes. Like I wasn't fully alone in a room, even when I was. Like something was behind the curtain of ordinary life. Then I was 17, senior year, and it came back in a way that still makes my stomach turn when I remember it. I had come home late from rehearsal. Our school play ran long, and it was around 10 at night. My family was out. The house was quiet in that way that feels too empty, like even the walls are listening. I was exhausted, so I went straight to bed. I fell asleep fast, but I had this dream that an earthquake was happening, the whole world shaking, stuff rattling. that panicky feeling like you can't get your footing. And in the dream, I heard my mom, Elaine, zen clear as day, telling me, "Wake up, answer the phone." And then I woke up. My phone really was buzzing on the nightstand, and my bed was shaking violently, like someone had grabbed the frame and was trying to rattle me awake from the outside. I sat up, and above me, right above me, was this swirling mass of darkness, like a vortex made of shadow. Not smoke exactly, not mist, something thicker, something that moved like it was alive, writhing and curling in on itself. There was a neon sign across the room, this silly pink, lucky cowgirl sign I'd gotten at a flea market, and I could see it through the shadow, but the darkness kept swallowing the color and spitting it back. Pink, dark pink, pink, dark pink, like the shadow was breathing over it. In the center of the vortex, there was something like a face, but featureless. No eyes, no mouth, just the sense of where a face should be, and it made my skin crawl because it felt like it was focused on me, fixed on me. The man shape from childhood was gone. This looked wrong, bigger, more moss-substantial, like it was wearing horns made of shadow or growing them right in front of me. I remember thinking, no, this can't be real. I'm half asleep. I'm imagining it. I tried to blink it away. It didn't go anywhere. The phone kept buzzing. My hands were shaking so badly it took effort to grab it. And the second I answered, literally the second I pressed accept, the bed stopped shaking. The swirling shadow collapsed in on itself like a curtain being yanked shut. And then it was gone. On the other end of the line, my mom was asking if I was okay, like she could hear something in my voice. And I lied. I said I was just tired. That was it. Just tired. Because how do you tell your mother you woke up to a shadow tornado above your bed like it was waiting for you? After that night, I made my little sister Tessa sleep in my room whenever I could convince her. I played it off like we were having sleepovers, but really I just couldn't stand the idea of being alone in the dark again. And then, again, it went quiet. Years. Until last year. I was 20, and it came back, but differently. Not dramatic at first, almost patient. Like it had learned I'd grown up, and it didn't need to announce itself with a full-on nightmare. My bed would rock sometimes, just enough to notice. Not a big shake, more like a slow, unsettling sway. Every time, I'd grab my phone and check for earthquake alerts. Nothing. No tremors reported. No explanation. Sometimes I'd feel what I swear was my cat hopping onto the bed and curling up next to my legs. That familiar little weight. The warmth. I'd turn to pet her, and there would be nothing there. No cat. Sometimes she'd be across the house, and I'd hear her collar jingle from another room. And the creepiest part? It followed me once. Not in a visible way, but I felt it. I was on a trip, down in New Orleans, and one night in the hotel, the bed did that same subtle rocking. In a different city, in a different building, hundreds of miles from my apartment. That's when it stopped being, maybe my house is old, or maybe I'm just tired. That's when it felt personal. Honestly, that version of it messed with me more than the big, obvious horror moments. Because when something is subtle, it creeps into your day. It makes you doubt your own senses. It makes you feel like you're slowly losing your grip. I got so fed up, so angry, that I finally told my friend Mira, who's into Wiccan practice and protective work. I didn't even know how to ask without sounding ridiculous, but she didn't laugh. She just listened. Then she mailed me a couple of protection stones and told me how to keep them, where to place them, what to do if I felt that presence again. And whether it's belief, coincidence, placebo, whatever you want to call it, after I started keeping those stones nearby, it stopped. The rocking stopped. The phantom cat wait stopped. The name whispers stopped. Not long after that, my boyfriend, Jonah, moved in. And having another person in the space with me, someone grounded and alive and real, helped more than I expected. The apartment feels warmer now, less like it has corners where something can hide. But if I'm being honest with you, I still don't feel totally alone. Even on good nights, even when everything is normal, And that's the part that makes me furious sometimes. Why me? Why for so long? Why does it come and go like it owns a piece of my life? I've heard people say stuff like, that only happens if you're cursed, or that sounds like sleep paralysis, or maybe it's mental illness. And maybe any of those could be true. I'm not ruling anything out. I just don't know. All I know is I've lived with this shadow presence like it's been orbiting me my whole life. And even when it's quiet, I keep one part of myself braced, just in case it decides to step out of the dark again. Hey, so I grew up just outside Lewiston, and I've lived around here long enough that most places feel familiar in my bones. That's part of why what happened recently hit me so hard. You probably know what I mean, the shooting. The thing everyone talks about in clipped sentences, like if we keep it small, it won't swallow us. What I'm about to tell you isn't some grand theory, and I'm not trying to solve anything. It's just something that happened to me in the day leading up to it. The kind of story people hear and immediately decide you must be exaggerating. I'm not. I wish I were. So, about 24 hours before everything happened, I had one of those stress spirals where my sense of self starts slipping. If you've never dealt with dissociation, it's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. It's like your mind turns into a tug-of-war rope and you're holding on with burning hands, trying not to get pulled into a version of you that doesn't feel like you. When it gets bad, I do weird grounding stuff. Not dangerous, just symbolic. That night, I decided I was going to burn a small bag of clothes I'd been clinging to, pieces that felt tied to the part of me I was trying to quiet down. Think of it like trying to let go of a skin you're terrified will grow back. There's this wooded area I go to when I need to be alone. People around here have spots like that, little pockets of trees where you can breathe without an audience. And when I got there, I heard gunshots. Not one or two, a lot. Rapid, over and over. Now, this is Maine. Hearing gunfire isn't automatically a red flag. It could have been someone target practicing, could have been a range nearby, could have been any number of normal, everyday things. But that night, it made my stomach go cold anyway. Like my body noticed something my brain hadn't caught up to yet. I kept walking, trying to convince myself I was fine. I made it to a place I sometimes crash when I'm not doing well, a tucked-away spot not too far from this local bar and rec place people know well. Not right next door, but close enough that you could hear the hum of cars if the wind was right. And by then, the gunshots had stopped. The silence afterward was worse. Normally, I'm kind of on autopilot when I'm out there, but that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Not in a spooky, there's a ghost way, but in a very human, very practical way. Like someone else was out there too, watching the same tree line. I told myself I was being paranoid. I even laughed at myself a little like, okay, calm down. You're not the main character in a horror movie. And then I started heading back. When I came out near the path entrance, there was a car parked right where I'd gone in. And I mean right there. Like, lined up parallel to the trail, positioned in a way that made it feel intentional. This isn't a busy pull-off. It's not the kind of place where someone accidentally stops unless they have a reason. My heart started doing that awful hammering thing. I stood there for a second, trying to act normal, because there's this instinct we all have. If you pretend you're not scared, maybe the world will believe you and make it true. But the car didn't move. I left. I didn't call the cops. Around here, people don't always call over gunshots unless they're certain. It's not that folks don't care. It's that you learn, over time, what gets taken seriously and what gets shrugged off. When I got home, I crashed hard, mentally, emotionally. I'm going to be honest with you. I was in a bad place. The kind of place where your thoughts start whispering really cruel options. I didn't do anything, but I got frighteningly close to not wanting to be here anymore. And then I had this experience I still can't put into neat words. It felt like I left, like I died for a second. Not in a dramatic movie way, more like a light flickering off. And then I came back. The strange part was the feeling that the me I'd been fighting, the other voice, the other self, took the hit. Like it stepped forward and absorbed the fall, and then I opened my eyes and I was still here. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I know. The next day I tried to go to work, but I was foggy. I couldn't eat. I couldn't focus. Everything felt slightly out of sync, like the world was running a fraction of a second ahead of me. Around early evening, I ordered food, some fast food delivery, nothing special. And while I was waiting, this wave hit me. You ever get that deep, physical dread that doesn't start in your thoughts, but in your body? Like something grips you from the inside? That's what it was. It landed in my gut, sharp and cold, and suddenly I was sick, violent, unstoppable sick. And with it came these flashes in my head, a countertop, a jar, a specific angle of light, like a memory trying to force its way through a locked door. And then, this is the part that still makes my throat tighten. I had this sudden sense of childhood trauma. Not a full movie of it, more like a horrible realization without a clear picture. Like my mind was saying, this happened, but not offering a name or a face. I wasn't trying to invent anything. I wasn't sitting there thinking, let me create a story. It just surfaced, like something buried finally cracked open under pressure. I checked the clock during all of it, because I was trying to anchor myself in reality, and it was 6:38 p.m. That time is burned into me now. I remember thinking, someone is hurt. Not me, someone else. It was the same feeling you get when bad news is about to arrive, like your body knows before your phone rings. I kept thinking of that scene in a sci-fi movie, where the wise old character suddenly winces like they've felt 1,000 people disappear at once. That's the closest comparison I've got. It was grief without a source, terror without a target. And then the news started unfolding. The locations, the timing, it all threaded through places I knew too well. I spent years bouncing around Lewiston when my life was unstable. I've slept rough near the same stretches of town. I've walked past the same doors. I've stood outside the same buildings, hungry and exhausted, staring at the lights inside like they belonged to another species of human. When they said where it happened, I felt my chest drop. Because those weren't abstract dots on a map to me. Those were real corners I've stood on. A friend of mine, Riley, texted me later and asked if I was okay. And I remember staring at the message thinking, how do you answer that? How do you say, I'm alive, but I don't feel fully returned to my own life? Because 2 months earlier, I'd had this bizarre, humiliating moment where a stranger in a restaurant screamed at me, called me disgusting names, accused me of things that weren't true, over something as stupid as the shirt I was wearing. A pink anime tee. That's it. And it wasn't just an insult. It was like she needed me to be a villain so she could feel righteous. And after the shooting, that memory didn't feel random anymore. It felt like a pattern. Like something in this town gets under people's skin and turns them into mirrors for their worst fears. A couple days after, I started watching this old anime called Paranoia Agent. It's about a community that keeps blaming a mysterious figure for everything. Like if you can point at a phantom, you don't have to look at your real pain. And I couldn't stop thinking about that. Because that's what it feels like here sometimes. like there's a shadow that moves through Lewiston. Not a literal ghost, not some cartoon monster, but something heavier than that. Something that feeds off fear and isolation, and the way people quietly give up on each other. And listen, I know I sound like I'm rambling. I know how easy it is to roll your eyes at this. I'm not asking you to believe in magic or secret plots or anything like that. I'm just telling you what it felt like to be in my body in the hours before it happened. The gunshots in the woods, the car at the trail, the sudden sickness and dread, the way my mind cracked open and spilled things I wasn't ready to see, the way the whole town seemed to tilt, like the ground under it had been hollow for a long time. All I know is this: something is wrong here. Maybe it's just trauma layered on trauma. Maybe it's the way pain echoes in a small place and starts sounding like prophecy. But whatever it is, I don't want it to take anyone else. So if you're listening to this and you've ever felt that same kind of invisible pressure, like the air itself is warning you, please don't ignore it. Take care of yourself. Stay close to the people who keep you steady. And if you're ever passing through Lewiston and you feel uneasy for no reason, trust that feeling. So, I've told this story a bunch of times, and somehow it never gets less unsettling. Before I was even old enough to remember her, my grandmother, my mom's mother, died of throat cancer. By the end, it had changed her voice completely. It wasn't just hoarse. Her voice got deep, rough, raspy, like it was dragged up from somewhere painful. That detail matters later. My mom and her weren't especially close, but grief doesn't always follow logic. After my grandmother passed, my mom sank into this heavy depression that, honestly, she never fully climbed out of. And she carried this guilt, like a stone in her pocket, for not visiting more, for slowly drifting from that side of the family. Like distance alone was a kind of betrayal. Years went by. Our life was normal. No creepy shadows in corners, no weird sounds, nothing that felt haunted. But my mom once told us something that stuck with me. There was a time she felt so hopeless she didn't want to live anymore. And during that time, she had this dream where her mother's spirit came for her, like she was being invited to leave. But my mom said she refused. She told her, "No, I have kids. I'm staying." When I was around 9, my mom dipped hard again. Depression came back like a tide, and insomnia moved in with it. She was a seamstress, so when she couldn't sleep, she'd sew. Fixing hems, mending tears, altering clothes, anything to keep her hands busy. And if you've ever heard a sewing machine going full speed at 3 in the morning, you know it's not exactly soothing. Some nights I'd wake up from the clatter and whir, shuffle down the hallway half asleep, and go to the bathroom. One of those nights, I passed her room and saw her sitting at the machine like always, but there was an extra chair pulled up beside her, angled like someone was supposed to be sitting there. I remember pausing and asking, all innocent and blunt like kids are, "Why do you have a chair there if nobody's using it?" She didn't answer. Not even a glance, just kept sewing. I shrugged it off, because what else do you do at that age? You go back to bed and let grown-up weirdness stay in grown-up spaces. But months passed, and it kept happening. The chair would appear beside her while she worked late at night. My dad and my sisters got worried, and, honestly, irritated too. It's hard to be compassionate at 3 a.m. when a machine is rattling the walls. Still, we knew it was how she coped. Watching someone you love unravel slowly is its own kind of helpless. One evening after dinner, we were all sitting around the table, me, my sisters, my dad, and my oldest sister, Mariana, brought it up like it was a joke. "Mom, why do you keep setting a chair next to you when you sew? Like you're hosting company?" We all laughed, not in a cruel way, more like trying to lighten the heaviness that had been sitting with us for months. My mom just smiled, a real smile, and she said very calmly, "Because my mother visits sometimes. I leave her somewhere comfortable to sit." The table went quiet for half a second, like everyone's brain collectively hit a speed bump. But then, we didn't argue. We didn't challenge it. Because for the first time in a long time, she looked happy. And when you've been watching someone sink, you cling to whatever makes them float. Winter came. Our house was old and drafty, and we didn't have proper heating, so we bought those portable space heaters, one for each room. One night, my mom mentioned something small and strange, like it wasn't even worth noting. She laughed softly when she said it, like it was sweet, like it was proof. And again, we brushed it off. We were all walking around on emotional tiptoe, and nobody wanted to be the one to say, "That's not comforting. That's terrifying." Then came the phone call. I'll never forget it, because it didn't feel like a story while it was happening. It felt like the air in the house changed permanently. My mom came stumbling out of her room, crying so hard she couldn't breathe right, like she'd been punched in the chest. She was hyperventilating, shaking, one hand pressed to her mouth like she was trying to keep something inside her from spilling out. We rushed to her, me, Mariana, my other sister Lucia, my dad, all talking at once. "What happened? Are you okay? What's wrong?" And she finally gasped out that the phone rang, and she answered. But nobody spoke. Just silence. Then she heard breathing. Slow, strained, wet sounding, like the person on the other end was fighting for air. And then the breathing shifted into this deep, rasping sound that made my stomach turn, because it sounded exactly like how my grandmother's breathing and voice had been described when she was close to dying. And then, my mom heard her voice, her real voice, calling her name. "Rosa, Rosa, Rosa," over and over. My mom said her whole body lit up with relief at first, like finally, after all these years, after all those lonely nights, her mother was really there. And I could see it in her face while she told us, this desperate, aching joy mixed with disbelief. But then she said the voice changed. It dropped lower, too low. The rhythm got wrong, like it wasn't speaking anymore. It was performing something. The warmth drained out of it, and it turned heavy, dark, almost guttural. And then it got loud. Not just loud like yelling, loud like something trying to push through the phone line, like it wanted to be in the room. And that's when my mom realized, in a flash of cold terror, that this wasn't her mother. Whatever it was had been wearing her mother's voice like a mask. She panicked, hung up, and ran out to us. And what broke me, even as a kid, wasn't just that she was scared. It was the heartbreak. Because you could see the moment she understood she'd been tricked. Like someone had offered her comfort with one hand and then pulled out a knife with the other. I've never seen a face hold grief and fear at the same time like that. It was raw. A week later, my sisters, who were not religious, not spiritual, not the type to do rituals, came home with a Bible and a bundle of something to burn. Not Palo Santo this time, some kind of cleansing herb they'd found at a botanica shop. It smelled sharp and earthy, and it smoked like crazy. They walked through every room reciting passages, half-remembered prayers, bits they looked up, things they'd heard from older renters. The smoke crawled along the ceiling and pooled in corners like fog. My dad stood there with this expression like, "I cannot believe this is my life." My mom barely participated. She was quiet, exhausted, almost ashamed. And me? I just watched. Too young to fully understand, old enough to feel that something was seriously wrong. The next night, after dinner, we were all in the living room watching some trashy reality show. something loud and stupid, the kind of thing you put on to drown out your own thoughts. It was winter. All the windows were shut. I remember that clearly because Lucia had made me get up earlier and check my bedroom window twice. Then we felt it. A rush of wind, right through the room, like someone had opened a door directly into our faces. We all turned at the same time, confused because nothing was open. And that's when we saw it. Not a person, not a shape like in movies, more like a smear of shadow, soft-edged, almost like smoke that refused to be smoke. It drifted from the dining area into the living room, fast, purposeful. It didn't hesitate. It moved like it knew exactly where it was going. It reached the back door, and the door swung open. Then, in the next instant, the gate at the end of the yard yanked open too, like it was nothing, like it weighed as much as a curtain. The shadow slipped out. And then the wind slammed everything shut, door first, then the gate, with this sharp, violent finality that made all of us flinch. Nobody spoke for a second. My sisters were shaking. My dad just stared like his brain couldn't file what he'd just seen. My mom looked pale, hollow, like she'd been proven right in the worst possible way. And me? I felt confused and weirdly fascinated, because at that age you don't have a category for it. You just know something impossible happened in your living room, and every adult you trust looks just as lost as you feel. It was only later, when I got older, that I understood the shape of it. Something had been in our house. Something had noticed my mother's grief and guilt and loneliness. And it used her mother's voice, the exact voice her cancer had stolen and twisted, to get close, to get invited in, to be given a chair, warmth, space. And every time I tell this story now, it hits me fresh at the end. We weren't living with a ghost story. We were living with something that lied to our faces, and we all saw it. Alright, so I've got two quick stories that still stick with me, even all these years later. And I mean stick with me in that way where you'll be doing dishes one day, and suddenly your brain goes, "Hey, remember that?" Story 1 is a dream that turned into sleep paralysis. Story 2 is what I can only describe as a shadow person situation. Okay. So, the first one happened about a week after my grandma passed. My grandpa had already been gone for years at that point. The house felt different, you know? Like the world had shifted, and nobody told your nervous system how to catch up. One night I go to sleep, and I have this dream that I still remember crystal clear. I'm riding in this van with a couple friends, like just normal chatter, normal vibes. And then I look out the window and I realize, wait, we're in Florida. Specifically outside my grandparents' condo, like the exact place from when I was a kid. And I'm like, "Hey, pull over, drop me off right here. I'm gonna go see Grandma." So I hop out, walk up to the door, and I knock. The door opens, and there she is. Not like a ghost, not like a spooky version of her, just her. Warm, familiar, totally real in the way dreams sometimes feel real. She smiles, says how happy she is to see me, and she hugs me, like that tight, safe hug where your shoulders finally unclench. I step inside and there's this narrow little hallway, and at the far end there's a couch and a big mirror. One of those mirrors that makes the space feel longer than it is. We sit down on the couch together. At first, she's smiling, and then her whole face changes, like someone turned off the lights behind her eyes. Her smile drops into a frown and she says, really softly, "He came and took me." And I remember going, "What do you mean he came and took you?" And she starts crying. And in the dream, I start feeling scared, but it turns into anger too, like protective anger, like, "Who do you think you are? Whoever you are." So I push again. "Who came and took you?" and she looks at me like she's afraid to say it, and she goes, "You know he watches you, right?" And I'm like, "Excuse me? Who the hell is watching me?" My stomach just drops. That dread feeling hits, like your body knows something before your mind catches up. And she says, still crying, still calm somehow, "He's watching you right now." Then she lifts her hand and points at the mirror. And in the mirror, I can see the hallway behind me, the one I just walked down. And then I watch this man just step out of the wall. Not like the wall opens, not like a door appears. He just emerges, like the wall is made of smoke and he's walking through it. He's middle-aged, tall, wearing this old-fashioned hat, like a fedora style, long coat, and he's holding a cane. And the weirdest part is, he looks like my grandfather, but not how I knew him. Like a younger version. Same shape to the face, same vibe, but it's not comforting. It's wrong. He pauses for half a second and turns his head, and I swear, he looks right at me through the mirror, like he knows I'm watching. Then he keeps walking, and goes into the opposite wall and disappears the same way he came. I whip my head back to my grandma, and her face goes totally neutral, blank. But there are tears still running down her cheeks like her body is still reacting, even if her expression isn't. And right then, I wake up. Except I don't wake up. I'm awake, but I can't move. At all. No arms, no legs, no turning my head. Nothing. I try to call out for my mom, like actually yell, and nothing comes out. I can't speak. I can't even get a sound. It feels like forever, but if I had to guess, maybe 8 or 9 minutes? Something like that. And then finally, suddenly, it breaks. Like my body gets control again, and I can move. For a long time after that, I told myself it was my grandpa coming to get my grandma. That was the story my brain wanted to believe because it felt easier, familiar. But later, years later, I started reading about sleep paralysis and all those shared experiences people describe. And then I saw it. The Hat Man. This figure people talk about seeing during sleep paralysis. This tall man in a hat, sometimes with a coat, just watching. And that messed me up, because it matched my dream so closely that it made my skin go cold. And what's even creepier, recently I was scrolling through old paintings online, just aimless late-night browsing, and I stumble on this one piece that makes me freeze. Because it looks like him. That silhouette. That shape. And when I read about the painting, the artist basically said he painted it because the figure kept showing up in his dreams. Like he was being haunted by it. So yeah, that's story 1. Now story 2. This was about 10 years later. I was living in a house with a couple friends. I had the basement room. Down there was this small hallway, washer and dryer, and then the basement door. A few days after moving in, I wake up in the middle of the night and I check the time. 4:47 a.m., or close to that, like right around there. I'm half asleep, so I shrug it off, roll over, go back to sleep. Next night, same thing. I wake up, check the time. Right around 4:47 again. By the third night, I'm annoyed. I'm like, is someone coming downstairs? Doing laundry before work? Slamming something? So I ask my roommate, my buddy Marcus, if he's been heading down there early. He's like, nope, not me. All right. So the next night, I wake up again at the same time. And this time, when I open my eyes, I see something at the opening of that hallway. And I don't even know how to describe it without sounding ridiculous, but it's like a void. Like a human-shaped patch of darkness that's somehow darker than the rest of the dark. Like it's not absence of light, like it's something absorbing it. It doesn't move. At first I'm confused. My brain is trying to make it into a coat on a chair or a pile of something. But then I feel it. And the feeling is what makes it real. It feels angry, heavy, like an angry male presence, like the air has pressure to it. So I do the obvious thing. I sit up fast and turn the light on. Nothing. The hallway is empty, everything normal. Next night, same wake up, same time. But now it looks more defined, more humanoid, and it's just slightly closer. Now I'm actually scared. Light on, nothing. And at this point I'm like, okay, there's something in this basement, or my brain thinks there is. Either way, I'm not enjoying it. So I have what I still call my brilliant idea. I buy a pack of beer and I'm like, all right, I'm staying up. If 4:47 is the appointment time, I'm going to be awake for it. So I drink, waiting for the moment, trying to build up courage. And of course, I get too drunk and pass out before the time even hits. But I still wake up at 4:47, and I'm still drunk, like woozy, heavy, bold in the dumbest way. And it's there again. I can see it, and I can feel that same angry presence. So I stumble up and I start talking to it like I'm in a movie, like I'm some priest in an exorcism scene, even though I'm not religious at all. And I'm slurring something like, "You're not welcome here. This isn't your house anymore. You have to go. You need to go toward the light." I turn all the lights on and I pass out again, but this time it's different. There's still a figure, still like a human-shaped darkness, but it's not tucked in the hallway. It's right at the end of the couch where I'm sleeping. And the weird part? I'm not scared, because the feeling is completely different. It feels loving, gentle, calm, like the opposite of the heavy anger from the nights before. And if I had to put a label on it, it felt like feminine energy, like someone checking on me, not threatening me. And after that night, it stops. I never wake up at that time again. Not like that. Not in that house. Not with that pattern. And yeah, those are my two stories. I still don't know what they mean. I don't know if they were grief, stress, sleep paralysis, coincidence, something paranormal, or some weird blend of all of it. But I'll tell you this, I've thought about them for decades. And even now, when I wake up in the dark and the room feels just a little too quiet, part of me still expects to see something standing in the hallway. So, we just moved into this older neighborhood down in South Louisiana. One of those places where the streets feel sleepy, the trees are heavy with moss, and every house has a story it's not in a hurry to tell. The whole area is getting updated, but the bones are still old. Big porches, tall windows, that kind of classic Southern beauty. When we first toured this house, I remember pausing in the doorway and thinking, oh, okay, not scared, not unsafe, just this very specific vibe, like masculine energy, but not in a warm, protective way, more like stern, a little stagnant, like someone had been standing guard for a long time and never got the message that the shift was over. But the first couple weeks? Fine, totally normal. We unpacked, settled in, did the whole new house routine. Then I finally decided to use the jet tub. And that's when things started getting weird. Because every single time I get in that tub, this heavy wave of sadness hits me. Like it rolls over my chest and just sinks straight through me. It's not even tied to any thought. I'm not sitting there spiraling about anything. It's just there. And on top of that, it makes me ridiculously sleepy. I've fallen asleep in the bath twice. Twice. That is not me. And around the same time, I started catching movement out of the corner of my eye constantly. like shadows slipping down the hallway. Just quick, darting motion. Enough to make you turn your head, but not enough to prove anything. There's also this one room, and I hate even saying that because I don't want to feed it energy, you know? But that room has me on edge. I'll be watching my shows at night, and I'll hear things shifting in there, like boxes sliding, blinds tapping, little noises that sound like someone adjusting something in the dark. And when I walk in, I get this intense, almost nauseating feeling, like the air is heavier. The closet is the worst part. The closer I get to that closet, the more dizzy I feel, like my body starts protesting before my brain can explain why. And the other night, I opened the closet door and the light wouldn't turn on. Pitch black, just darkness swallowing the doorway. And I'm telling you, the instant that door opened, I felt like I interrupted something, like I walked in on someone or something that didn't expect me. It was such a strong, awkward feeling, like, you're not supposed to be here. Shut that. And I had this impulse to apologize, like my mouth almost formed the words. I didn't because, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to show weakness in my own house. But I did close the door fast, quietly, respectfully, like you do when you realize you just stepped into the wrong room. I've saged. I've cleansed with Florida water more than once. I've opened windows, prayed, spoke out loud, all of it. Next step, I'm doing salt around the house. Because at this point, I'm like, all right, we're setting boundaries. And here's the thing. This isn't new for me. Every house I've ever lived in has had some kind of activity. I don't know why. It's just been my life. But every time I move, I still get that anxiety like, okay, what am I about to meet in this place? And to make it extra spicy, we later found out the land around here is rumored to have ties to an old Civil War era battleground. Which, cool, great, love that for me. Now, let me tell you about the big moments. One afternoon, I was outside with my family, laughing, talking, just being normal, and I glanced toward the back deck, and for a split second, I saw a man out there, and I swear, that same presence spoke to me the next night. Because the next night, I was alone in the living room around 10:45. No TV, no music, no background noise, just me on my laptop, dead quiet house. And out of nowhere, my body lit up with that weird adrenaline feeling. Not goosebumps, not hair standing up, just that internal alarm, like someone is close. Then I started hearing shuffling in the kitchen behind me, and I froze, like fully froze. I couldn't turn my head, couldn't speak. I was stuck, staring at my screen like if I didn't move, it wouldn't notice me noticing it. And then, a whisper. Not right in my ear, more like a couple feet behind me. Just one word. Hey. Soft, casual, like someone trying to get your attention without startling you. Except it did the exact opposite. I didn't respond. I didn't even breathe right. I stayed absolutely still until my anxiety built up enough that I could move one hand and text my boyfriend, Malik. Please come get me. I'm scared. Please. He came in, and the second I saw him, I bolted. Like I popped up and ran straight to our bedroom. My heart was racing, and even after I told him what happened, I still felt watched the rest of the night. Like the air had eyes. And then there was the dog. Our dog, there. He's this shepherd husky mix, and he's normally attached to us like Velcro. Always underfoot, always nearby. So the other night, I realized he wasn't around, and that alone felt off. I went looking for him and found him in the primary bedroom, completely locked in. You know that stance shepherds do when they mean business? Chest forward, legs braced, ears sharp, tail straight, body rigid. That. He was staring into the dark bathroom like he was tracking something he could hear but couldn't see. The hair along his back was raised, and he looked ready to handle whatever came out of there. It scared me so bad I felt my stomach drop. I trust animals. Always. If my dog says something is there, I'm listening. And what's wild is, when my stepdad came to see the house for the first time, he kept saying how beautiful it was, but then he got quiet near the primary bathroom. Later, he said, "That bathroom feels strange. I kept wanting to look up at the ceiling, like something was above me." And that's the exact bathroom Bear was posted up at. Then there was this smaller moment that still makes my skin crawl a little. My daughter and I were cleaning up where she'd spilled juice in our bathroom, and when we finished, we walked out and I jokingly said, "Tell the bathroom bye-bye." She did. Sweet little sing-song, "Bye-bye." And immediately, all the lamps in our bedroom dimmed at the same time. Now, could it have been the AC kicking on? Maybe. I've noticed the lamps flicker a little when the system starts up. But the timing was so perfect it made my stomach twist. Like the house responded. Okay, and the true bonus moment. This part is the weirdest, honestly. So I've had this thing since I was a kid, auditory pareidolia. Basically, my brain will pick up sound patterns and turn them into music or talking. Like I'll hear faint radio chatter, or jazz, or classical, like something drifting through static. And it never really scared me. Half the time, it actually soothed me. But this one night, I was putting my daughter to bed. I was laying beside her, head resting against her little legs while she got sleepy. We had her white noise machine on, and we also had a Bluetooth camera running. After a few minutes, I started hearing a faint robotic voice underneath everything. And it wasn't like random chatter. It was looped. The same word over and over again, like a glitch. At first, I couldn't make it out. Just that mechanical cadence repeating. Then it sharpened, and I swear on everything, it was saying, "Segregate," again, and again, and again. Segregate, segregate, segregate. It freaked me out so badly I started scanning the room, checking the camera, checking the sound machine, trying to figure out if it was coming from an actual device. Malik saw me on the monitor, looking around all wide-eyed and tense. And the second I stood up and started walking out of the room, it stopped. Just stopped. I never heard it again. Not once. But it gave me that they live kind of feeling, like something was hidden in plain sight for a second, and I wasn't supposed to catch it. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Nothing has physically hurt us. No dramatic movie stuff, but the energy is active, and I'm trying to figure out how to calm it down, or at least make it understand. This is our home now. You can exist, but you can't dominate the space. Anyway, that's the update. If things keep escalating, I'll tell you. And if I figure out how to get it to stop, oh, I'm definitely sharing that too. So, this started a few years ago, after my mother-in-law died. My husband's dad, let's call him Graham, was devastated, like anyone would be after losing a spouse of more than 50 years. And not long after, he started seeing this woman. I'll call her Darlene. At first, we honestly tried to be hopeful about it. We told ourselves, okay, maybe this is good. Maybe she's keeping him from disappearing into grief. Maybe she's giving him company, something to look forward to. Friends we trusted said she was a little theatrical, the kind of person who likes to be admired and seen. But they didn't think she was dangerous, just a lot. Then my husband Eli and I went out there for Christmas and met her. And listen, I'm not the kind of person who decides I don't like someone in 5 minutes. I really do try. but something about her hit me like an alarm bell. It wasn't just that she was loud or braggy or self-important. It was this unsettling feeling, like the air changed when she walked into the room. The second night, we all went to dinner and came back to Graham's place for drinks. He was proud of his new home. He'd moved into her same community, and he kept saying how much Darlene had helped him pick it out, furnish it, decorate it. She made sure everyone knew it too. And honestly, the place was fine, perfectly decent. But it had these odd choices, like this gigantic dining table shoved into a space where it barely fit, because she imagined herself hosting elegant dinner parties or something. It felt more like staging than living. But Graham asked us, right in front of her, what we thought. So we smiled and said, "It looks great." We were warm. We were polite. We weren't going to nitpick, and we definitely weren't going to embarrass him. Later, though, Darlene and I ended up alone in the living room for a minute, and the mask slipped. She turned to me, no smile, no softness, and basically accused me of being ungrateful. She said she did everything for Graham, and that Eli and I hadn't praised her enough. Not the house, not her vision, not her efforts. She wanted gratitude, public gratitude, over-the-top gratitude. It was like I'd failed some invisible test, and in that moment I remember thinking, oh, okay, so this isn't harmless vanity. This is something else. I did apologize later, because we were trying to keep the peace and protect Graham. But from that point on, we were treated like outsiders. Suddenly, we were the villains in a story we didn't even know we were in. Graham would occasionally ask, "Why do you hate Darlene?" And we'd say, "We don't hate her." Because we didn't. Not exactly. Not then. We were more confused than anything. But she kept feeding him this narrative that she was wounded and mistreated by us, that she was trying so hard and we were cold and unfair. It was honestly bizarre. Like, she didn't even want a relationship with us, but she needed Graham to believe she was the victim. And the whole time I couldn't shake that feeling. Not just narcissist energy, something colder, something that made my stomach tighten when she was nearby. Fast forward a couple years, and we got a call. Graham had fallen on Darlene's patio and hit his head. Traumatic brain injury. Everything unraveled after that. When he got discharged, he wasn't safe to go home. Physically, mentally, he just wasn't. So we admitted him to skilled nursing, and then memory care. Darlene fought us on everything, every step, every decision. At first, it looked like she was just being protective, but it didn't take long for the truth to start surfacing. We learned she'd been draining him financially, little by little, quietly, while he trusted her. And memory care meant paperwork, oversight, family involvement, and most importantly, it meant she wouldn't be in control. The nurses and caregivers dreaded her, and they told us, over and over, that after her visits, daily visits, Graham would spiral. He'd get agitated, then depressed, sometimes even aggressive. Like her presence scrambled his nervous system. Eli and I eventually realized if we left him there, she'd keep tightening her grip until there was nothing left of him. So we made a decision. We were moving him closer to us, in another state, and we had to do it without her knowing. I am not exaggerating when I say it felt like a covert operation. We coordinated with staff, timed everything, kept communication tight, because if she'd found out, she would have blocked it, delayed it, spun chaos, anything. The staff helped by giving her a decoy story about where he was that day, and we got him out, got him to the airport, and got him on a plane before she even realized what was happening. After that, friends back in that town started clearing out Graham's house for us, and they discovered something that made my skin crawl. His belongings were all over her house. Clothes, personal items, things he'd owned for years. She handed them over, but not kindly. More like she was being forced to give back what she'd already decided was hers. Our friends shipped things to us in these big taped-up boxes. One day, 3 of them arrived by UPS. We didn't have room in the garage, so we lined them up in our entryway, just temporarily, until we could sort through them. And that night, something happened that I will never forget. We were just sitting there watching TV, totally normal evening, and our black lab, Mabel, was lying nearby, calm, sleepy, peaceful. Suddenly she shot up like someone had yanked her by a string. She ran downstairs, fast, like she was fleeing. We heard this sound that didn't even register at first, because it was so out of character for her. This terrified, broken noise. Not barking, more like wailing, crying, like panic with a voice. We ran down and found her on her bed shaking so hard, her whole body looked like it was vibrating. She was making these awful sounds, like she was screaming. We tried everything, holding her, talking softly, checking the house, listening for thunder, fireworks, anything. Nothing. No loud noises, no storm, no smell of smoke, no strangers outside. Nothing had happened. Eventually, we calmed her enough to bring her upstairs for bed. But as we passed the entryway, as she got near those boxes, her fear came roaring back. She bolted up the stairs, not to the second floor, not even to our bedroom, but all the way up to the top level like she was being chased. And she ran straight into her crate. She hadn't gone into that crate on her own since she was a puppy. The next morning, she wouldn't come down. We had to coax her to even go outside. And that's when it hit me. The only unusual thing in the house was those boxes. So I moved them immediately, down into the basement, out of sight. And it helped, but it didn't fix her. She stayed off for weeks, jumpier, watchful, like some part of her still thought danger was nearby. At our next vet appointment, I told the vet what happened. He asked all the obvious questions: storms, noises, pain, anything traumatic. And when we said, nothing, only the boxes, he got quiet and said we should talk to their behavior specialist. We did. And she couldn't give a scientific explanation, not really. But she said, as gently as possible, that it sounded like Mabel had been deeply frightened by something she perceived as a threat, like something in her instincts screamed, unsafe. And here's the part that still makes me sit back and stare into space sometimes. Mabel had never met Darlene. They were full of Graham's clothes, his things, soaked in the air of that place. Whatever energy lived there, whatever had been around him while he was being manipulated and drained and controlled. It took Mabel almost a year to fully return to herself. And after that, I changed how I handled every single shipment. I wouldn't bring boxes into the house again. I opened them outside, on the driveway. I aired everything out. And I'll just say it, I cleansed them. Sage, the whole thing. I did the house too. Some people will roll their eyes at that. I get it. But I also know what I saw with my own eyes. A steady, brave dog, one who wasn't skittish, one who wasn't dramatic, react like she'd just come face to face with something she couldn't understand, but knew was wrong. I always believed animals can sense something off in a person. I just didn't realize they might be able to sense it lingering on objects too. So, I'm 43 now, and I live out in Oregon. And a few years back, my life didn't just get hard. It cracked right down the middle. It was 2020, the kind of year where everything already felt cursed. And then, in my personal world, it all fell apart in one brutal sweep. My closest friend, Marissa, lost her fight with cancer. My brother packed up and moved clear across the country with his kids. And that same day, like the universe wanted to really make sure I understood the message. My old cat, Jasper, who'd been with me forever, died too. It sounds dramatic when you say it out loud, but it genuinely felt like something reached in and pulled out every emotional support beam I had left. And I wasn't starting from a healthy place. I've carried heavy stuff my whole life: abuse, anxiety, depression, addiction. The kind of baggage you learn to smile over so people don't ask questions. But when that pile of grief hit all at once, I didn't rise to meet it. I folded. I disappeared inside myself. At first, I told myself I was just trying to get through the days. My friend had been on morphine at the end, and there was some left behind. I started taking it. Then it ran out, and I didn't stop. I just switched tracks. I found fentanyl on the street, and the spiral was fast. It always is. One minute you're coping, and the next minute you're not really living anywhere. You're just hiding inside your own body, trying not to feel. Eventually, pneumonia almost killed me. I remember this one night so clearly it still makes my stomach tighten. Feverish, barely breathing, sweating through the sheets, and honestly thinking, this might be it. I couldn't even work up the energy to cry. I just laid there and whispered into the dark. Not a fancy prayer, not a religious moment, just this quiet, desperate thought like, please, someone help me. Anything. Anyone. And here's the part that still makes me feel weird even saying it. Something answered. I felt the mattress dip beside me, slow, heavy, deliberate, like a person sitting down carefully. But there were no footsteps, no breath, no rustle of clothes, just presence. Thick, focused, intentional. After that night, my house didn't feel like my house anymore. I'd adopted a newer cat not long before. Her name was Poppy, and she used to sleep right next to me, always. But after that, she wouldn't go into my bedroom. She'd stop at the doorway like she hit a wall, frozen, eyes wide, and her head would track something I couldn't see, like she was watching it cross the room. Then it started happening in the rest of the house. Little things at first. Shoes tipping over on their own, small objects not being where I left them. And the whispers. I don't mean voices having full conversations. I mean like the edges of sound brushing past your ear when the room is supposed to be quiet. Enough that you turn your head, thinking someone's behind you. And then one morning I woke up and my ceiling fan, had come loose. It was hanging over my bed by one cord. I sat up and stared at it like my brain refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. Because how does that happen quietly? How does that happen without shaking the whole ceiling? I just remember thinking, if that had dropped. After that, the shadows started. At first, it was like flickers in the corner of my eye, the kind you try to explain away. Sleep deprivation, drugs, stress, whatever. But it didn't stay subtle. But the moment I can't shake, the moment that branded itself into my memory, happened at the stairs. I was standing at the top of the staircase, looking down into the living room. It was dim, not pitch black, just that low light you get at night when you haven't turned everything off. And this shadow thing started moving. Fast, chaotic, almost playful in the creepiest way, jumping from the couch to the chair, darting, swinging, like it was using the furniture as a playground. And it moved with this speed and smoothness that made my whole body go cold. And right then, right at that exact moment, Poppy came running up beside me and pressed herself hard against my leg. She was rigid, trembling, staring straight down the stairs. We stood there together, me and my cat, watching it. And in that moment, something in me just broke in a different way. Because I could argue with my own mind all day. I could tell myself I was imagining it. But my cat wasn't imagining it. she saw it too. After that, it felt like my inner light dimmed, like something inside me got smothered. I wasn't just depressed, my spirit felt shut off, like someone had pulled a heavy blanket over my soul. I tried everything people suggest when they don't really know what else to say. Sage, crystals, salt in the corners. I even went to this little metaphysical shop and met a woman who used a pendulum and talked about energy fields. She told me, gently, that something was there, but it wouldn't respond to her. And yeah, plenty of people assumed I was losing it. They blamed drugs, psychosis, paranoia. Obviously, don't create moving shadows that animals react to in real time. That's not how it works. And deep down, I knew what I was living with wasn't just in my head. Eventually, I found a place called a shamanic healing center outside Portland, and I met a guy named Eli. Talking to him felt like finally meeting someone who wasn't trying to translate me into something easier to dismiss. He said he sees attachments most often when someone's energy is shattered. Huge trauma, grief, addiction, or people who are around death and chaos constantly. First responders, people who do cleanup jobs, people who live near the edge for too long. He told me he wasn't born into a lineage. He'd trained with healers in South America after going through his own nightmare years earlier out in the desert. When I got there, he had me lie down on a table. He held a pendulum over my body, over what he called the energy centers. And it didn't move. Not once. Not even a tremble. He didn't dramatize it. He didn't act impressed. He just said, very calmly, that everything was blocked. That when the whole system is shut down like that, it usually means something heavy is clamped on. Then he started. And I swear, the air changed. Like the room thickened. My body started swaying even though I was lying still. There was fast whispering in my ears, panicked and messy, like a rush of voices I couldn't quite understand. When he worked near my chest, especially on the left side, where the pneumonia had hit me hardest, it felt like pressure pushing back, like something didn't want to let go. At one point, when he moved to my hand, I felt a tug at one finger so distinctly I jerked. He paused and said he needed to clear that spot again, like whatever it was had grabbed hold there. And then, suddenly, it stopped. The whispering vanished. The pressure lifted. The air felt normal again, like someone opened a window inside my body. He told me it was gone, sent back where it belonged. And I just started crying, not because I was scared, because I could breathe again, like my soul had been holding its breath for years without me realizing it. I left there feeling lighter, clearer, like something inside me had been unclenched. The next day, I checked into rehab. I stayed about a month. I got sober. And now, almost 2 years later, I'm rebuilding my life in a way I honestly didn't believe I'd ever get the chance to. I do hot yoga most days. I keep my home calm and protected in ways that make sense to me. I live with boundaries now, real ones, not just the kind you say you have. Do I still battle addictive patterns? Yeah, I'm human. That part doesn't magically vanish. But I will never go back to opioids. I will never go back to that darkness. Because whatever happened in that room with Eli, it didn't just remove something from me. It woke me up. It relit something. And I don't care who rolls their eyes at that. I know what my life felt like before, and I know what it felt like after. It was a turning point, a resurrection, honestly. And I'm still grateful, deeply grateful, that there are people out there willing to step into the frightening, invisible parts of other people's suffering. The parts that get mocked, the parts that get dismissed, the parts you're told are just in your head while you're drowning. Some people choose to walk toward that darkness anyway, carefully, bravely, so someone like me can find their way back. Hey, sure who else to say this to, so I'm just going to tell you, okay? In the last few months, like since late summer, my world has basically been ripped apart. My dad died. Then my uncle, who was more like a brother to me, died not long after. And then my grandmother. 3 deaths stacked on top of each other so fast I feel like I've been living in a fog with sharp edges. And at least one of them, it wasn't peaceful. It was traumatic. The kind of thing that leaves you replaying details you never asked to carry. And somehow I ended up being the person who handles everything. Phone calls, decisions, paperwork, family logistics. The adult stuff that doesn't wait for you to stop grieving. I've been doing all of it while still feeling like I can't breathe most days. So here's where it gets weird. I've always had this thing. I don't even like calling it anything because it sounds dramatic, but let's call it sensing. Like I'll know something before it happens, or I'll feel a presence in a room, or I'll get these flashes that don't feel like imagination. I grew up in a family where anything like that got labeled as dark or wrong, so I learned to shove it down and pretend it wasn't there. I've spent my whole life being like, nope, not touching that. But my oldest kid, my son Liam, has the exact same thing. And watching him describe things he couldn't possibly know, watching him react the way I used to react, it's made it harder to deny. It's like seeing your own secret reflected back at you through someone you love. Anyway, recently we moved out of the city to this quiet rural place. It's peaceful, almost too peaceful. The kind of town where the main activity is antique shops and little roadside markets. And one day I'm out running errands, on the phone with my sister, Tessa, talking about my dad's property and the will and all this exhausting legal stuff. And I pass one of these antique stores and I just go, fine, whatever, I'm going in. I'm wandering around, half distracted, still talking to Tessa, and I see this tiny old book tucked into a shadowy corner of a shelf, like it's trying not to be noticed. And on the spine, in worn gold letters, is a name. Marceline. I swear to you, my stomach dropped. Because this isn't some common word. It isn't a trendy name. It's not something I see anywhere. But it has always meant something to me, quietly, privately. Years ago, before I even had kids, I had this absolute certainty that if I ever had a daughter, I would name her Marceline. I never told anyone that. Not my friends, not my mom, not even my sister. Only my husband knew, because we're weirdly private about names. It was just mine. And here's the kicker. The book is rare. Like, old. The shop owner said it was printed sometime in the mid-1800s, and it was about my homeland and my culture. Things I grew up around. Things that feel like home, even though I now live a whole ocean away. So I'm standing there holding this book in a little antique shop in the middle of nowhere, while I'm on the phone talking about my father's death. And the one name I've always felt this strange pull toward is staring back at me like it's been waiting. I bought it. I didn't even hesitate. It felt too pointed to ignore. 2 days later, my grandmother died, and I had to travel back home because my mom has been falling apart. She's been sick with grief, honestly. The family has been through too much. When I got there, we pulled out an old photo album to find pictures for the service. I opened the album, flipped the cover back. I just sat there like, okay, that's a coincidence. Weird coincidence, but fine. The next day, I decided to visit my dad's grave. We never really got a goodbye, and I'm angry, like still angry. Grief and anger, all tangled together. His cemetery was a couple hours away, so I text my mom asking what it's called so I can plug it into maps. She writes back, "It's Marceline Cemetery." I just stared at my phone. And when I got there, he was buried near this big statue with the name Marceline carved into the base like it had always been there, like it belonged there. By that point, I wasn't even laughing. I was just numb. Like, all right, sure, of course it is. Then, the day after that, we're driving as a family, my husband, Noah, and the kids, to stay at my mom's house for the funeral the next morning, and I fall asleep in the car. I never fall asleep in the car. I'm the person who stays alert, who watches the road, who's tense the whole time. But I knocked out. And I wake up suddenly, like snapped awake, and I look out the window right as we pass a giant road sign in bold block letters. Marceline. Huge. Impossible to miss. At this point, I'm like, okay, this is not subtle. This is getting ridiculous. 5 days in a row, same name, different places, different forms. Like it's following me, or circling me, or trying to get my attention in the loudest possible way. Then we do the funeral. We do the hugs, the crying, the "let me know if you need anything" lines that people say when no one knows what else to say. And late that night, we drive back, 6 hours, and we finally get home. I'm exhausted down to my bones. And there's a package on the doormat. I bring it inside, open it up, and it's from my best friend, Priya. She included this note saying she'd been thinking about me, and she saw something that made her feel like she had to send it. Inside is a small, wrapped bundle. I unwrap it, and I swear my hands went cold. It's another copy of the book. A different edition, printed around the early 1900s. Same title, Marceline. And she found it in her city, on the opposite side of the country. Not near me, not connected to the antique shop, not connected to my trip, just out of nowhere. When I saw it, I actually dropped it, like my body rejected it for a second, because it didn't feel like a cute coincidence anymore. It felt like someone had walked up to me, grabbed my face gently but firmly, and said, "Hey, pay attention." And I don't even know what I'm supposed to be paying attention to. That's the part that's making me feel insane, because I can't stop thinking, am I reading too much into this? Is my grief making patterns out of random stuff? Or is this something else? Some kind of sign? Some kind of nudge? And if it's a nudge, from who? From what? For what purpose? And I haven't even told you the last part. A couple nights ago, I was staying in my mom's spare bedroom. Old house, quiet hallways. The kind of quiet that feels like it's listening back. I was completely wiped out, like beyond exhausted. I'm drifting off, and I feel it. This shift, like a presence steps closer, like someone is standing right beside the bed. I froze. My eyes were closed, but I could feel exactly where it was, like there was weight in the air. And I couldn't handle it. I just started whispering, then saying louder, "Please go away. Leave me alone. Not now, please." I kept repeating it like a prayer. And then I heard footsteps. And I heard the door. That door is old. The latch sticks. You have to pull it just right and press it shut and latch it properly. It does not just swing open, ever. I opened my eyes and watched the door open by itself, slowly, like someone was leaving, like whatever was there listened to me, turned, and walked out. I cannot explain the fear that hit me. I sat up so fast, my heart felt like it was trying to claw its way out of my chest. There was nobody else in the house awake. No pets, no breeze, no reason. And now I keep circling back to the same questions. Am I missing something? Is the name connected to what happened in that room? Is it connected to my dad? To my grandmother? To the mess of my grief? Or is it just life being weird while I'm falling apart? Because that's the truth. I feel like I'm falling apart. And I don't know if I'm being pulled towards something or if I'm just scared and searching for meaning where there isn't any. But I also know this: I haven't seen that name in years, and now it's like it's been following me 5 days straight, showing up everywhere I turn, like it refuses to let me look away. Hello, and welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. I hope you've had a great day. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Let me help you drift off with some chilling paranormal stories. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so we can listen to mysterious encounters from around the world every night and get a good night's sleep together. Turn on your nightlight, put on your headphones, and let's jump into today's paranormal experiences. Okay, I'm going to start with something I don't always say out loud, because people hear it and immediately decide what box to put you in. But I've always been sensitive. Like the veil is thinner around me than it is for most people. If I get really quiet, like really quiet, and I let my mind unclench, I can sense things. Sometimes I'll even see something just for a moment. It's not constant, it's more like the world slips and I catch what's underneath. And that brings me to my mom. Well, my situation with my mom. I loved her. Of course I did. She brought me into this world. But loving her didn't change the fact that behind closed doors, she could be cruel, manipulative, the kind of person everybody adores in public, but at home you're always bracing for the next twist of the knife. She could make you feel guilty for being hurt and confused for remembering things correctly. That kind of evil. Quiet, smiling, convincing. About 12 years ago, I had a blow-up with her and the man I thought was my dad. Let's call him Frank. I was in my early 40s when I did one of those ancestry tests. Just curiosity, you know? And it cracked my whole identity open. Turns out Frank wasn't my biological father. I had lived my entire life thinking I knew the truth, and suddenly, I didn't even know my own origin story. And the thing that gutted me wasn't just the secret. It was that I had made it to adulthood, past 18, past decades, without anyone respecting me enough to tell me who I really was. So I confronted my mom, let's call her Darlene, and she denied it. Swore I was wrong. Twisted the conversation until I was somehow the ungrateful one for asking. She did what she always did. Lied, acted wounded, made me feel like the villain. And that was it for me. I was done. I was hurt in a way that felt permanent. So I cut contact. For 12 years, I kept my distance. No calls, no visits, no pretending. Just silence. Now here's where things get strange. At the end of July, I had a corporate meeting out of town. My wife, Maya, said, "Since you're going, can we make it a little getaway?" So we booked an Airbnb for the week. It was beautiful, right on a river, not far from the ocean. Peaceful. The kind of place that makes your shoulders drop the second you step inside. We brought our dogs, 3 of them, and the beds were all queen-sized, so I decided to sleep in the extra room with one of the dogs. Just easier, less cramped. That first night, as I'm settling in, it starts raining. Not a storm exactly, but steady, rhythmic, like someone turning the volume down on the world. I'm lying there, half asleep, and about 10 minutes in, I open my eyes. And at the foot of the bed, there's this pale, transparent mist, like a shape made of thin white breath. It wasn't solid, but it was there. And weirdly, my first thought wasn't panic. It was more like, old house. Maybe I'm not alone. But the second that thought finished, I felt a tap on the bed, right near my ankles, on the tight sheets. And I heard it. That tiny, sharp sound, like a fingernail clicking fabric. I froze. 3 seconds later, tap. Same spot, same sound. 3 more seconds. Tap again. 3 taps. And I'm lying there thinking, okay, rain, something's dripping. So I sit up, turn on the light, and look around like an investigator. I check the ceiling, the window, the walls. There is nothing. Not a single leak. Not even dampness. Even my dog lifted his head and stared at the foot of the bed like, you saw that too, right? Then, just like that, the mist is gone. No more taps, no sound. I turned off the light, laid back down, and I fell asleep instantly. Like someone flipped a switch. And I slept good, too. Deep. She pauses. The lady? So I tell her. The mist, the taps, 3 times, between my ankles. And she's looking at me like I'm half joking, half not. She goes, "What makes you think it was a lady?" And I say, "Because I heard fingernails. I heard the nail hit the sheet." She asks if I'm sure the roof wasn't leaking. I tell her I checked. Nothing. That day, I go to my meetings. Come back that night, nothing happens. Second night, quiet, normal. And then day 2. I'm about 2 hours into the corporate thing, and my phone rings. It's my daughter, Renee. She says, "Dad, Frank just called me. He said Grandma passed away 2 nights ago, and he's just telling us now." My stomach dropped. I called Frank right away. No answer. So I left the meeting, packed up, grabbed Maya, the dogs, everything, and we drove 5 hours straight back home. The next day, Frank finally calls, confirms it, and I say, "Why didn't anyone tell me right away? Why wait 2 days?" And he says something like, "Nobody wanted to disrupt your precious life." That hit me like a slap, because it wasn't about disruption. It was about basic human decency. I tell him, "This isn't an interruption thing. She was still my mother. I should have been told." And he snaps back, "You wouldn't have come anyway," and hangs up. And that's when the other part begins, the part that still freaks me out to even talk about. After that first night at the river house, my body started falling apart. It began with my wrists. I woke up and couldn't bend them without pain, couldn't flex them at all without this sharp, hot stiffness. Then the next week, my knees swelled. Weak, unstable, inflamed like balloons under the skin. A few days later, my ankles and toes started doing it too, like my toes wanted to curl the wrong way, twisting and fighting me. Then my elbows, couldn't straighten my arms fully. Walking became this slow, painful shuffle. Breathing even felt harder sometimes, like my chest didn't want to expand all the way. I remember looking at Maya, really looking at her, and saying, "Babe, I think that mist was my mother." She didn't laugh. She didn't brush it off. She just stared at me, and her face went tight. And she said quietly, "She would be the type to do something like that to her own son." And I said, "Yeah, exactly." Because that's the thing. If you knew her, you'd understand why my mind went there. She held grudges like trophies. She punished people for leaving. She wanted control more than peace. And in my head, I could almost hear her voice, cold and satisfied, like, "If I can't enjoy life anymore, neither will you." So I went into the garage, opened the door, grabbed sage because I didn't know what else to do, and I saged myself like I was trying to reset my whole spirit. I talked out loud. I told whatever was attached to me to leave. I said I was done carrying her. And I'm not kidding, next day, I felt better. Not perfect, but like 50% better. Less swelling, more movement. Like I'd cracked open a window in a room that had been sealed. Then the day after that, it all slammed back into place. Like whatever it was said, "Cute try," and doubled down. I went to the doctor. They gave me meds just so I could function while they wait on blood work. Autoimmune? Arthritis? Stress response? I don't know. Results were supposed to come in soon, and my brain kept cycling through every possible explanation. And I'm stuck in this awful in-between. Because on one hand, yes, bodies do weird things. Stress can wreck you. Illness can show up out of nowhere. Timing can be coincidence. But on the other hand, so I don't know what's true. I don't know if it's grief that I didn't even get to process properly. I don't know if it's an autoimmune storm. I don't know if it's my nervous system finally collapsing after years of carrying that kind of relationship. And I don't know if, somehow, in whatever form she became after she left this world, she came to make sure I felt her one last time. I just know the timing is wild. And I needed to get it out of my chest before it ate me alive. So, I told my parents this years ago, and they laughed it off. Said I was just a kid with an overactive imagination. And look, maybe I was. I'll even admit some details have blurred together over time, and I've probably fixed parts of it in my head so it makes more sense. But I'm still telling you, something happened, and it stayed with me. I must have been around 7 or 8. It was early, like right before school. That weird in-between time when the house is quiet and the TV feels louder than it should. I was sitting on the carpet with a bowl of cereal, flipping through channels, half awake. And then this commercial came on. No logo, no narrator, nothing cheerful. Just this completely white room, empty like a hospital hallway, but even worse. No corners, no furniture, just blankness. There was a door, but it almost blended into the wall like it had been painted over 100 times. The door opened, and something came through. It looked like a man at first glance, human-shaped enough that my brain wanted to label it that way. But he was wrapped in these dark bandages, tight and uneven, like someone had hurriedly bound him up. His skin was pale, almost chalky, with patches that looked irritated, kind of pink-red, like raw, cold skin. And his eyes, bright, icy blue. The only normal thing about him, and that somehow made it worse. What I can't shake is the way his limbs looked. Too long, too thin. And he didn't have hands or feet. No fingers, no toes. But it wasn't like an injury, you know? There were no stumps. The ends of his arms and legs were just flat, clean, like they'd been pressed smooth. And while he moved closer, slow at first, this music started. Not a melody, more like a warped, swelling sound that felt like it was crawling under my skin. It got louder the closer he got, like the room itself was amplifying it. I remember standing up so fast my cereal bowl tipped over. I didn't even change the channel. I shut the TV off completely and bolted to get ready for school, heart hammering like I'd done something wrong just by seeing it. And honestly, if that was the end of it, I could have written it off as a creepy late-night ad that aired at the wrong time, or my brain glitching because I was a sleepy kid. But it wasn't the end. A couple months later, 2, maybe 3, I was exhausted one morning and fell asleep in this old armchair in our living room. One of those accidental naps where you don't even remember closing your eyes. And then I'm dreaming, but it doesn't feel like a dream. It's nighttime. The house is dark. I'm stuck in the chair, like my body is made of wet cement. I can't move my arms, can't sit up, can't even properly turn my head. And from the entryway, I hear something. Little noises at first, like someone fumbling with the door. Then silence. Then a sound that makes my stomach drop even now thinking about it. Not footsteps. Not normal ones. More like something hard tapping against the floor. Like bone or concrete smacking tile. Slow, uneven, wobbling closer. I'm staring into this dark passage in the house, the one that always scared me as a kid, and I see a silhouette, barely outlined by shadow. It's moving toward me with this off-balance sway, and then it leans forward into what little light there is, and I recognize it immediately. Same bandages, same pale skin, same blue eyes. It stops, turns its head, and looks directly at me like it knows I'm there. And for a split second, it stays perfectly still, like it's listening. Then it moves, and I woke up. I went to school shaking, trying to act normal, but my thoughts were just a loop. Why did I see it again? What is it? Why me? I told my older cousin about it later. His name was Mateo, and he joked that I'd watched something cursed. I laughed along, but I didn't feel better. I just felt watched, even in broad daylight. Years passed, and eventually it faded into one of those memories you keep in a box you don't open. Sometimes I'd think it was just childhood fear, just sleep paralysis, just TV weirdness. I wanted it to be that simple. And then, much later, it came back one last time. I was older, old enough that it felt embarrassing to even admit this happened. I'd just gone through a breakup, 3 years with someone. Her name was Kiara, and when it ended, I felt hollow in that quiet, heavy way. Like your room looks the same, but it isn't the same. I spent days sleeping on and off, drifting in and out, barely eating. At some point, for no real reason, that old memory surfaced. The white room, the bandages, the flat ends of the limbs, the sound. And this weird thing happened. I didn't just feel fear. I felt sadness. Like this thing wasn't just a monster in my head, like it was something trapped. I'm not religious, never have been, but I remember thinking, what if it's not hunting me? What if it's stuck? I shook the thought off. I told myself to stop spiraling, rolled over, and went back to sleep. That was the mistake. It's night again, but I'm in my room. Except it isn't quite my room. The layout is off, subtly wrong, like the dream is copying my life from memory and getting the details slightly wrong. The curtains look pale and sickly, like they've been sun-bleached for years. The light in the room is dim, one weak bulb casting a tired yellow glow. And I hear it. That same sound. That hard, scraping tap, closer than it should be. But this time, I can move. And somehow that's worse, because now I'm responsible for what happens next. I slam my bedroom door shut, the one that opens to the long hallway, and I stand there listening, chest rising too fast, heart punching at my ribs. The sound gets louder, steady and patient, and I feel exhausted, like the air itself is heavy, like the room is pulling me down. I remember whispering to myself, what is the point of this? Like I'm trying to reason with the nightmare. Then I notice something through the curtain. A shape. A silhouette standing just outside the window, barely visible, like a stain on the night. Watching me. The tapping stops. And it's quiet in that awful way where you can hear your own blood rushing in your ears. I stare at it, trying not to blink. Like if I look away even for a second, it'll change positions. Seconds stretch. And then, crack. The glass makes this tiny spiderweb sound. My whole body jolts with panic, and suddenly I know exactly what I have to do. Run. I rip the door open and sprint into the hallway just as the window behind me shatters with this violent, exploding sound. I don't look back. I can't. I just run, barefoot, breath tearing, hearing that horrible tapping behind me, faster now, closer, like it's gaining. I hit the stairs, slip, and tumble hard. My shoulder slams, my hip screams. I land near the front entrance in a heap, stunned and aching. And the sound is right there, close enough that it feels like it's inside my skull. I scramble toward the door and yank it open, desperate for outside air, desperate for anything that isn't this house. But I'm too slow. Not walking upright, moving low, wrong, like a spider made of bandages and pale limbs, those flat ends slapping the floor, propelling it forward in jerky bursts. Its blue eyes locked on me, unblinking. It's almost on top of me. And I wake up, wide awake, sweating, shaking, that horrible empty fear sitting in my chest like a weight. It's been about 2 years since that last dream. Sometimes I can go months without thinking about it. And then a white hallway in a movie, or a door in bright light, or the sound of something tapping on concrete will bring it all back. I still don't know what it was. A weird commercial? Sleep paralysis? My brain stitching fear into a story and replaying it when I'm vulnerable. Maybe. But whatever the explanation is, I just know this. I never want to see it again. So, let me take you back to when I was 16. It was 2007, middle of winter, the kind where the cold feels like it's pressing its face against the windows. We lived in this old house tucked deep in the woods at the end of a long gravel driveway. To even get to our place, you had to turn off this quiet neighborhood road lined with aging houses and bare trees, then commit to this long, crunch stretch of gravel that basically announced your arrival to the whole property. And every so often, some random car would creep down that driveway. Probably just nosy people who didn't realize it was a dead end, then turn around and leave. You could always hear the tires. That gravel made sure of it. Now, the house had a finished basement with its own back door. Down there was a little office, a half kitchen, a bathroom. And because nobody else really spent time in the basement, it became my space. Honestly, it felt like my own apartment. I slept down there most nights. One night, I was up way too late watching TV. Eventually, I clicked it off, rolled over, and closed my eyes. And then, I heard it. A car coming down the driveway. At first, I didn't even care. I remember thinking, great, another lost person. But then the sound kept going, right down the whole driveway, all the way to the front of the house. Tires crunching, gravel popping. Then the car stopped. I heard it idle, then the engine cut off. And then, clear as anything, a car door shutting. That part snapped me awake. I lay there, listening for footsteps or voices, but it was just quiet. So after a minute, I got up and went upstairs to check. I didn't turn on lights. I just moved through the window and looked out the front windows. No headlights, no car, nothing in the driveway. And my mom always kept her car under the carport, which I could see from the front door window panes. Her car was right where it was supposed to be. So I stood there, confused, staring out at empty night. Eventually, I told myself I must have imagined the door sound, or maybe the car turned around fast and left. I went back downstairs, unsettled but trying to shrug it off, and eventually, I fell asleep. The next night, same routine. Late TV, click, darkness, quiet. And then again, crunch, a car coming down our gravel driveway like it owned the place. It pulls all the way up, idles, engine cuts off, car door shuts. This time I got up immediately, went upstairs and checked the windows again. And again, nothing. No car, no lights, no movement. Just the woods and the driveway and that empty, cold silence. I remember standing there thinking, okay, what is happening? I didn't have another option, so I went back downstairs and tried to sleep. But I'll be honest, my body didn't really believe I was safe anymore. My mind kept replaying that door shutting sound. that confident sound, like someone had arrived on purpose. The next day, my mom was decorating for Christmas. One of the things she did was hang those little jingle bells on the knob of the basement back door, the one that opened to the backyard. And you need to understand something about that door. We basically never used it. In winter, my family would cover doors and windows we didn't use with plastic, taped tight, like we were sealing the house up against the season. That basement back door was one of them. Plastic stretched over it, taped down. In front of it, we kept 2 big bins of cat litter. And it wasn't just casually locked. It had a chain, a deadbolt, and the regular doorknob lock. 3 locks, plus the plastic, plus the clutter in front. Also, my stepdad Marcus was away for work at the time. He'd take jobs out of town and be gone for weeks. So it was just me and my mom in the house. I turned off the TV. The room settled into darkness. I remember staring at the faint rectangle of moonlight coming through a small window near that doorway. And then, the car, again, crunching down the driveway, deliberate, coming all the way down like it had done it before. I listened to it pull up in front of the house. I heard it idle. Then the engine cut off. Then the car door shut. This time, I didn't go upstairs. I don't know why. I just couldn't. Something in me said, "Don't move. Don't announce yourself." So I lay there, frozen, listening. A few seconds passed, and then I heard the basement back door bells. A soft jingle at first, then silence. Then another jingle, clearer, like someone had touched the knob. Then silence again. Then the bells jingled a third time, longer, as if somebody was testing it, handling it, figuring it out. I felt my stomach drop. I could actually feel my heartbeat in my throat. And I kept staring at that moonlit patch near the doorway, because it was the only thing I could see clearly in the dark. Then, I saw it. A silhouette. A human shape, just a person's outline, walking casually through the doorway opening, passing in front of that faint moonlight, and continuing into the darker part of the basement where I was lying. Not running, not sneaking, just walking, like they belonged there. I swear, even telling you this now makes my skin tighten. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. My brain did something I still can't fully explain. It just shut down, like a breaker flipping. I remember this overwhelming surge of nope, like my mind decided the only way to survive was to stop being present. And then, nothing. The next thing I remember is my mom shaking me awake. She only ever came into the basement in the early morning because she used the basement bathroom while getting ready for work. But this wasn't her normal wake-up. She was scared. She was saying my name, Evan, Evan, and her voice sounded tight and thin, the way people sound when they're trying not to panic. And she was holding this old aluminum Little League baseball bat of mine like it was the only thing keeping her upright. The second I sat up, she whispered, "I think someone's in the house." I remember saying, loud, "What?" And she said, "The back door is open." I stood up so fast I got dizzy and walked straight to the doorway into the kitchen area. And yeah, the back door was wide open, pushed all the way as far as it could go. The cat litter bins had been shoved out of the way. The plastic that had been taped over the door wasn't torn. It wasn't shredded. It wasn't hanging in strips. It was just not properly sealed anymore, like it had been carefully worked loose. And the locks? All 3 of them were unlocked. No broken glass, no splintered wood, no damaged chain. Nothing cracked, nothing forced. It was just opened. Like somebody had the patience and the time and the control to undo everything without leaving a trace. We went outside, and the wooden gate in the fence was also wide open. Again, not halfway, not drifting, open as far as it could swing. I searched the basement, then the upstairs. Closets, rooms, behind doors, everywhere. My mom hovered nearby, gripping the bat. No one was there. Nothing was stolen. Nothing looked disturbed. But the house felt wrong after that, like it had been visited. I started sleeping upstairs from then on. No debate. I didn't care if I had to sleep on the floor. And here's one more detail that still messes with me. That basement TV would sometimes turn itself off when I left the room, and then turn back on when I walked back in. Same TV we'd had for years, before that house and after. Never did that anywhere else. Only there. I've had other strange experiences in my life, sure. But what I can't shake is that car, how I heard the engine, the door shutting, how it always sounded so real, and yet there was never a car outside. And then that night, the door ended up open anyway, unlocked, untouched, like whatever came down that driveway didn't need to break in, like it already knew how to get in. Okay, so I need to start by saying I've never actually touched a Ouija board, not even once. I grew up in a really traditional Catholic household, the kind where you go to Catholic school because it's just what you do. And every adult in your life talks about faith like it's as practical as locking your front door at night. I'm not practicing anymore, but the fear they planted, yeah, that stuck. I still remember this one teacher in high school, Mr. Donnelly, trying to explain why Ouija boards were dangerous, and he put it in a way I've never forgotten. He said it was like picking up your phone, turning on location services, dialing a random number, and having absolutely no idea who's going to answer. That image got under my skin. My parents acted like anything occult wasn't just a bad idea. It was an invitation. They had real, vivid beliefs about possession, exorcisms, all of it. I grew up hearing those stories the way other kids hear campfire tales, except mine were told at the dinner table with full sincerity. So fast forward, I get to college, and I meet my best friend, Tessa. Immediately click. She's warm, funny, grounded. The kind of person who makes a dorm room feel like home even if it's just cinder block walls and mismatched bedding. Tessa also had these two friends she'd lived with the year before, Marin and Jules. They didn't end up in the same place the next year, but they still floated around us a lot, especially early on. And I don't know how to say this without sounding dramatic, but from the start, something about them felt off to me. Not like I don't like their vibe, but more like my body would tense up when they came into the room. Marin could be negative in this kind of cold, cynical way, but Jules was different. Jules was quiet, intense, like there was always something heavy standing just behind her. Later I learned she'd been through a lot, serious trauma, the kind that shapes the way someone moves through the world, and she'd never really gotten help for it. It wasn't just sadness, it was like she carried a storm around with her. One afternoon, Tessa and I were sitting on her bed talking about religion, how neither of us was very church anymore, but we still believed in something bigger. Like we had our own private rituals, our own sense that there's more going on than what you can see. And I finally admitted, kind of awkwardly, I don't know what it is, but Jules gives me weird feelings. Tessa got quiet, like quiet. And when I asked if she knew what I meant, she just nodded and said, "Yeah, I didn't want to freak you out." Then she told me this thing that still makes my scalp prickle even now. Apparently Jules had this antique doll, something she'd pulled from her grandparents' attic and became obsessed with. She carried it around more than you'd expect someone our age to. And Jules claimed there was a spirit attached to it. She had a name for it. She called it the Long Man. Tessa told me that when she lived with Jules and Marin the year before, they used a Ouija board all the time to talk to him, like it was a normal activity, like watching TV together. She said she never participated, but she was around it enough that it seeped into her life anyway. And then she told me what she experienced. She said she would wake up from naps, middle of the afternoon, sunlight still coming through the blinds, and see this huge, billowing shape in the corner of her room. Not a person exactly, more like a tall presence wrapped in shadow, as if the air itself had mass. She said she'd blink and sit up and it would still be there, unmoving, just watching. And then there was the Ouija board incident. Tessa swore to me that once she walked into the living room while they were mid-session, and the little planchette, the piece your fingers rest on, shot off the board like it had been snapped from a rubber band. It flew toward her, not gently, not like it slid, like it got thrown. Jules apparently just said, very casually, "He doesn't like extra people." Tessa told me that as move-out got closer, the presence started showing up nearer to her bed, like it was closing distance. And one night, she woke up and felt like it was right there, not in the corner anymore, but looming over her, so close she could barely breathe. She said she couldn't scream, she couldn't move, just this crushing sense of being pinned under something immense. And then, after she moved out, it stopped, like it had been tied to that place, or to them. The part that really messed with me came the next year. A girl we both knew, Lena, ended up moving into that same dorm apartment. I knew Lena from campus stuff and from bonding over being raised Catholic. She was still practicing, still wore a little medal sometimes, but she was also the kind of person who didn't judge me for stepping away. One day, Tessa and I ran into her at the university housing office, and Lena looked wrecked, like she hadn't slept in weeks. Her skin had that hollow, papery look. When I asked if she was okay, she just crumpled. Tears immediately. No warning. So we took her to grab coffee, and once she caught her breath, she told us what had been happening in the apartment. Cabinet doors flying open, slamming shut so hard the wood rattled. Her front door opening and slamming like someone was trying to break in. She actually called the police, and the officers showed up, looked around, didn't find anything, and this is the part that makes me angry for her. They laughed like she was wasting their time. But the worst part wasn't the noise. She said when she tried to sleep, she'd wake up to something cold hitting her face, like a hand smacking her cheek. Not a dream jolt, not a twitch. A deliberate, flat-palmed smack, again and again. And then she started seeing it. A massive figure at the foot of her bed, tall, hazy, like smoke held in the shape of a person, looming, swelling in the darkness. She was so scared she had her sister come stay the night, and her sister saw it too. Not, "I think I saw something," like, she sat up and whispered, "Lena, there's something in here." One night, Lena was showering, and the bathroom cabinets started slamming like someone was rage searching through them. Then the shower curtain whipped back, ripped open so fast it snapped on the rings, and she heard footsteps pounding up and down the hall outside the door, running, back and forth, like something pacing. That's why she was at housing, begging for a reassignment. Tessa, trying to help, told her, "You should talk to Jules. She lived there." So Lena did. And Jules, apparently, laughed. Just straight up laughed. And said something like, "He doesn't like strangers. Good luck." Lena stayed in that apartment for the rest of the school year because there weren't openings and housing basically shrugged at her. She just endured it. A couple years later, I ran into her again, and I asked, carefully, if things ever got better. She got this distant look and said there was one final night that felt like a turning point. She and her sister were in the bedroom. Lena had a crucifix on the wall, just a simple one, and she said it started shaking, like vibrating in place. Then it fell, not slipped, fell like it had been yanked. The closet door started opening and slamming hard enough to make the hangers rattle, and her sister said, very firmly, "Don't look, just pray." So they did. They started saying prayers out loud. Catholic prayers Lena knew by muscle memory, even through panic. Over and over, like holding onto a rope in the dark. And then Lena said there was this sudden flash, white, bright, not warm exactly, but clean, like a camera flash filling the whole room. Her sister later told her it was like a wave of light poured down from the ceiling and rushed out the window, like something was being forced out. And after that, Lena said the air changed, like the room settled, like the pressure released. And she swore that for the last few months she lived there, nothing happened again. No slamming cabinets, no footsteps, no cold hands, just quiet. And honestly, I don't know what I believe about all of it. I'm not here to tell you I have answers. But I will tell you this. I've been in rooms that felt heavy for no reason, and I've learned to trust that feeling. And I still won't touch a Ouija board. Not ever. So, quick bit of context before I drop you into it. For years, we had this cat named Hugo. He showed up in our lives sometime in the late 2000s and made it to that ancient wizard age where the vet basically squints at the chart like, how are you even real? He was old. Somewhere around 18, maybe 20, hard to say. Hugo was also the best mouse hunter I've ever seen. And that's not me being sentimental. He was genuinely talented. The thing is, we didn't do outdoor cats. We lived way too close to a road that felt like it ate animals for breakfast, and I couldn't handle the idea of someone not coming home. So we kept our cats indoors and tried to make their world interesting. Cat trees, toys, window perches, all of it. But we did have a mouse problem, and our compromise was this. The cats could go work in the basement if they wanted. And Hugo? Hugo lived for basement duty. He was vocal too. He had this very specific, "I'm requesting basement access" sound, and he was smart enough to know doors were opened by pushing the handle down. When he wanted back upstairs, he'd get dramatic, standing on his hind legs, paws hooked over the handle, trying to yank it like a little furry burglar. The handle was stiff, so it took effort, but he'd still try. Now, the basement door was in this short little hallway. Basement door, bathroom door beside it, and then a pantry door a step away. It was one of those tight spaces where sounds bounce weirdly, like everything is closer than it should be. Okay, here's where the story actually starts. It was, I want to say 2014-ish, give or take. I was up late, as usual, somewhere around 2:30 or 3 in the morning, sitting on the couch with the whole house quiet in that heavy, asleep kind of way. And then I hear it, that basement door, rattling. Not a gentle, house-settling noise, not a little tap. It sounded like someone was shaking it, testing it, like, let me in, let me out, let me something. My first reaction was irritation, honestly, because at the time, the cats were being treated for flea and worm stuff, and the basement was the one place we really didn't want them wandering around during that. And I was the only one awake. Everyone else had been asleep for hours. So I stand up, already mid-lecture in my head. I'm walking toward the hall like, Hugo, are you kidding me right now? Who put you down there? I get close enough to reach for the handle, and right before my hand touches it, I hear a little meow. From my left, I turn, and there's Hugo, sitting calmly on a shelf by the bathroom, staring at the basement door like he's watching a show. And I swear to you, that moment did something to my spine. Like every bone went, oh, nope. Because if that wasn't Hugo at the basement door, then what was? We had another cat back then, Junie, but I'd literally just stood up from the couch and Junie had been stretched out right there, dead asleep, not moving. It couldn't have been her. So I turn back to the basement door and I'm trying to tell myself, okay, draft, pipes, mouse, anything normal. And then the handle starts moving. Not the door shaking, the handle. It jiggles up and down, like someone is trying to press it, failing, trying again. And then it gets more aggressive, like it's frustrated. Like something on the other side is learning the mechanics by brute force. And that's when my brain went from investigate to absolutely not. I grabbed the nearest sturdy thing, a wooden chair, and shoved it in front of the door like I was in a low-budget horror movie with a survival instinct. Then I scooped up Hugo, marched to my room, and got in bed with my heart doing kickflips. The rattling stopped maybe a minute after I left, which somehow made it worse, like it had been waiting for an audience. But the handle? No. And then my dad made it so much worse, because when I told him, he goes, very casually, "That handle doesn't work like that. If you saw it moving, it was moving on your side." Like, thank you. That's so much scarier. That means it wasn't something trapped in the basement wanting out. It was something up here, with me, that wanted down there. I truly hoped that would be the end of it. It wasn't. A few months later, my mom admitted she'd heard it too. Late at night, the same hallway, the same strange impatience. And after that, when it happened again, Hugo would actually change his little observation spot. He started perching closer to my room, like he had decided the best seat for the basement door's performance was right where I could see it too. Years passed. Life moved on in that way it does. And then, when Hugo got really old, he got sick. He rallied for a while. He improved, but he never fully bounced back. He lost muscle, moved slower, and he stopped hunting. It was like he finally decided he'd done enough work for one lifetime. During that stretch, we got close in a way we hadn't before. He'd always been independent, kind of, I love you from across the room. But in the end, he chose me. He'd come find me, settle near me, lean into my hand like we were making up for time. Eventually, his body just couldn't keep going. We lost him. It wrecked me. When the vet returned him to us, it was in this small, plain urn. Nothing fancy, just simple and heavy with meaning. We put it on that shelf in the hallway, the same shelf where he used to sit and watch the basement door. It felt right, like his post. Not long after, my family started fixing up a little farmhouse outside town. We didn't sell the old house. My sisters moved in to keep an eye on it while things transitioned. And then, right before one of the last big moves, I'm in the kitchen at the old house when I hear it again. That basement door, rattling. I walk toward the hallway, and then there's this loud, sharp bam, like something hit wood hard. When I get there, my mom and my brother and my younger sister are already standing in the hall, staring at the door like they don't trust their own eyes. I go, "What was that noise?" And my sister, still staring, says, "Something just flew off the shelf and hit the pantry door." I look down, and there's Hugo's urn on the floor, right in front of the pantry. And listen, there were other things on that shelf. Random little decorations, old clutter, stuff that could have fallen if something bumped it. But the only thing that came off, like it was chosen, was that. That was the first time I didn't try to rationalize it. I just felt this hot wave of anger, like a protective reflex. My mom crouched down, hands shaking, picking the urn up like it was fragile glass. And I, without thinking, I turned and yelled at the basement door. I yelled, "Leave him alone. He's already gone." Not witty, not brave, just raw. The door kept rattling for another minute or two, like it wanted the last word, and then it stopped. After that, my mom moved the urn to a different place, safer, away from that hallway. Now, these days, I spend most of my time at the farmhouse. It's quieter here. Peaceful, honestly. Nothing has ever happened here that feels like that. But the old house? It's still the old house. Because tonight, well, actually a couple hours ago, my mom and I were doing renovation work at the farmhouse, patching and smoothing drywall like normal people pretending our lives are normal. And her phone starts going off. Text notification after text notification. Rapid fire. Like someone was hammering the screen in a panic. And my mom goes, "That's your sister." Because the only person who sends messages like that is the one who's scared. And I can hear my sister's voice through the speaker. Shaky, breathy, terrified. She says the basement door in the old house started rattling again. She went to the hallway, watched it for a few seconds, trying to decide if she was imagining it. And then, like it got tired of being subtle, the door handle just fell off. Not came loose, not wiggled, just dropped, like something undid it. She's packing an overnight bag. She doesn't want to be alone there tonight. She's coming up to the farmhouse until someone else is home with her. And honestly, I don't blame her. Because once you've stood in a quiet house at 3 in the morning, watching a door handle move like it has hands of its own, you don't forget that feeling. Not ever. So, this happened when I was 18. I'm 39 now, and I still don't like talking about it too late at night. Back then, I was living in a suburb in the southeast of Melbourne, Dandenong North. My family's place didn't match anything else on the street. Everyone around us had those solid, ordinary brick homes from the 70s and 80s. And then there was ours. This older, timber weatherboard house with a steep, almost storybook roofline. It creaked like it had opinions. In winter, it was freezing. In summer, it sighed and popped, and there were spots in the floor where you could literally feel the air coming up from underneath. We had a big dog, Rusty, who spent most of his time outside. He had a proper pen and a kennel, and he'd usually come in when everyone got home, then back out to sleep, especially if it was warm. We also had an indoor cat, Miso, who treated the whole house like it belonged to her, and we were just renting space. That week, I was on my own. Dad, Graham, was overseas for work. Mum, Leanne, and my younger sister Talia had gone to visit relatives for a few days. So it was just me, the dog outside, the cat inside, and this big old house making its usual noises. Here's where it starts. One evening, I was walking home from my shift. The sun was dropping low, that orange gold light you get right before it disappears. As I turned the corner into our street, I looked up toward our place and I saw a figure, a person, standing on the roof of our carport. They were up there, still as anything, leaning toward one of the upstairs windows, the one that looked into the bedroom above the carport. We had 3 bedrooms upstairs, and that room always felt a little exposed because you could get to the carport roof pretty easily if you were determined. I couldn't make out details. It was just a dark silhouette against the fading sky, but it was definitely shaped like a person. I yelled, something like, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" And the figure just moved. Not dramatically, just gone. Like it slipped backward and vanished off the edge before I could even process how fast that was. And the weird part? Rusty didn't bark, didn't make a sound, nothing. I remember standing there in the driveway with my stomach tight, listening for anything. I went inside, turned on lights, checked rooms, checked windows, checked doors, checked the back gate, the whole routine. Everything seemed normal. No broken locks, no open windows, no signs of anyone. So I did what people do when something doesn't make sense. I talked myself out of it. I convinced myself I'd seen a shadow from the tree line at sunset, or some weird angle of light. I remember actually laughing at myself a little, like, "All right, mate, calm down." The next night, I walked home again, and everything looked normal. I did another check anyway. Doors, windows, lights. I let Rusty in for a bit in the evening, fed the cat, tried to keep busy so I didn't sit there thinking about the roof. When it got late, I did my usual habit. I shut the doors inside the house. Not because I was trying to be dramatic, it was just practical. Those old doors were so squeaky, and if you left one open, the drafts would push it around. Sometimes you'd be downstairs and a door upstairs would slowly creak shut by itself, like the house was deciding things for you. So I shut everything, checked the locks, turned off every light, went upstairs to my room, closed my bedroom door, and went to sleep. And then, sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I don't know what woke me. No loud bang, no obvious sound. Just that sudden, sharp awareness that you're awake, like your body flips a switch. A thin strip of light was spilling under my bedroom door from the hallway, and I remember thinking, that's not right. I turned that off. I always turn that off. I was still trying to figure out how I could have made that mistake when my doorknob started to rattle. Not a gentle wiggle, a proper rattle, like someone was holding it and turning it back and forth, trying to work out why the door wasn't opening. My whole body went cold. I rolled onto my side, facing the wall, the way you do when you're trying to become invisible. And my heart, honestly, it felt like it was trying to kick its way out of my chest. The knob stopped. Then the door opened. I kept my eyes shut. I told myself, don't move, don't react. If it's someone breaking in, just let them take whatever and leave. It was the only plan I had in that split second. But I cracked one eye open, the eye against the pillow, so it looked like I was still asleep. The hallway light painted this pale rectangle onto my wall. My door was fully open. I glanced at the digital clock on my stereo beside the bed. It was just after 2 a.m. And then, after a long stretch of nothing, the door creaked again. Slowly, the light on the wall began to shrink. The door was closing. And I remember thinking, okay, they checked the room, decided not to take anything, and they're leaving. Except I didn't hear footsteps, no breathing, no shuffle of clothes, nothing, just silence. Then I felt pressure around my feet. At first it was subtle, like the blanket tightening, like someone tugged it a tiny bit. And then it became unmistakable. The end of the bed dipped. Something was sitting on the end of my bed. Not standing, not brushing past, sitting. I looked at the clock again. Now it was around 2:50 a.m., close enough to 3 that it made my stomach twist. I was completely frozen. I couldn't make myself sit up. I couldn't make myself roll over. I could barely swallow. And I had this awful thought. If I move, it'll know I'm awake. Still, after a while, I don't know how long, I decided to test it. Just the tiniest movement. Just enough to confirm I wasn't imagining it. So I slowly shifted my feet under the blanket, and my foot bumped into something solid. Not the bed frame, not the mattress. Something with resistance, like a shape occupying space. That moment was the clearest, most horrifying confirmation. There was something there. And there was still no sound. No weight shifting. No breath. no rustle. Just the pressure and the dip at the end of the bed, and my heartbeat roaring in my ears like it was the loudest thing in the world. After that, I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. Or maybe I just drifted in and out of some half-awake state from exhaustion and fear. Time got weird. The next clear moment I have is hearing the first birds outside, those early chirps right before sunrise. The room was slightly brighter, that gray-blue pre-morning light. I looked at the clock, just before 6 a.m., and then I felt it, the pressure lifting. The mattress rose back to normal. I held my breath, still not moving, still staring at the wall with that one eye open. The bedroom door opened again. The hallway light splashed across the wall like before, and then the door shut. And the daylight started to really come in, like the night was finally losing its grip. Not long after that, I forced myself up. My legs felt weak, like they didn't want to work. I checked the whole house, every window, every door, every lock. Everything was locked. Nothing was missing, and Miso, the cat, turned up stuck in the bathroom, yowling like she'd been abandoned for a year. She must have slipped in when I was brushing my teeth, and I didn't notice. So that's it. No proof, no explanation, no clear, this is what happened. Just that one night in Dandenong North, when I was home alone, I'm certain I saw someone on the roof. And I'm even more certain that something sat on the end of my bed for nearly 3 hours. And I can tell you this, I've never forgotten the exact feeling of that mattress dipping under weight that shouldn't have been there. So before I tell you any of this, you have to understand, I've never been a ghost person. Like, I love a creepy story. I'm totally open to the idea that the world is full of things we can't explain. But my default setting is skeptical. Logical. I'm the kind of person who needs a reason that makes sense before I let myself call something paranormal. My partner, let's call him Ethan, is a little more open to it than I am, but not in an intense way. He's heard enough odd things in his life to keep a small part of his mind cracked open. His mom has a couple stories that still give her chills. And Ethan had one experience years ago that he still can't explain. But it's not like he walks around talking about spirits all the time. We're both spiritual in that energy is real kind of way. We believe people leave imprints. We believe grief changes a space. But I still struggle to look at anything strange and go, yep, ghost. And honestly, I never had a personal reason to even consider it. Until my dad died. It was late 2022, and it wasn't peaceful. It was sudden and painful and complicated. He'd been struggling hard for a long time. Depression, alcoholism, the kind of sickness that doesn't just live in the body but kind of sinks into a person's whole presence. Losing him cracked something open in me, but even then, I tried to stay grounded. Grief does weird things. Brains do weird things. Houses creak. That's what I kept telling myself. Then, about 5 months after he passed, something happened that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. I woke up dead asleep, right in the middle of the night, with that unmistakable feeling of someone being there. Not like a noise, not like a dream, like a weight in the air. Like I was being watched, not in a creepy, predatory way, but in a way that made my skin go cold anyway. And I swear, in the darkness, I could make out this not fully formed shape. A shadowy figure standing close, too close, right beside the bed, like it was leaning over me. I couldn't see a face, nothing clear, just presence. It didn't feel evil, It didn't feel angry, but it felt heavy, lonely, sad. The way my dad's energy used to feel near the end, like someone carrying too much. I remember being scared, just instantly, and the moment I felt that fear spike, it was like it backed away. Like whatever it was recognized, oh, you're not ready. The next day I told Ethan, and he didn't laugh, didn't brush it off. He just listened and said quietly, I believe you. And we moved on, because what else do you do with something like that? Around that same time, Ethan opened up about the thing that happened to him years earlier, long before we were together. He told me about his ex, Maya, who died from an overdose. She'd been trying, apparently. She'd gotten clean, slipped, and then it happened while she was alone, in some random place, with people who weren't really her people. She was only in her early 20s, and Ethan was dating her when she passed. He said a while after her death, he was in bed one night, half asleep, and he heard the front door open. You know how you can recognize someone's routine without even thinking about it? The little sounds. Keys, shoes, a bag set down. He heard all of it and assumed it was his girlfriend at the time getting home from work, and then he fully woke up. His girlfriend wasn't home. She was still at work. He told me it wasn't scary. It didn't feel malicious. It felt familiar, like someone passing through, not trying to haunt him, just trying to be close for a second. So between my experience and his, we had this unspoken understanding. Maybe there's more out there than we know, but we didn't obsess over it. Life kept moving. The house stayed normal, until recently. The last couple weeks have been different. It started small, one of those nights where you wake up briefly and the air feels off. Not a sound, not a sight, just a weird shift in the room, like the atmosphere got thicker. I didn't even say anything. I rolled over and forced myself back to sleep. I didn't want to give it power. I didn't want to spiral. But then, a few days later, Ethan admitted he'd felt something similar too. And then came the first thing we both heard. We were downstairs having dinner one evening, just the two of us in the kitchen, and we heard a door close upstairs. Not a gentle click, not the kind of soft drift you can blame on air pressure. It was loud. A clean, unmistakable, someone just closed a door sound. We both froze, because no one was up there. Not the kids, not the bat, nothing. We just stared at each other like, did you hear that? And the look on his face told me he did. Then a day or two after that, we were in our bedroom talking. I was standing near my vanity, and Ethan was sitting on the bed. And out of nowhere, this little travel-sized perfume bottle tipped over and started rolling, like it had been nudged. And I mean rolled, not a tiny wobble. It fell and moved like it had momentum. The thing is, nothing was near it. The cat wasn't in the room. There wasn't an AC vent blasting toward it. The surface wasn't uneven. I checked. I stood there staring at it like I was trying to force physics to confess. Ethan laughed in that nervous way people laugh when they don't know what else to do, and he goes, well, okay then. Guess we've got a roommate. We joked, but it wasn't really funny, because I'm telling you, there are weird moments you can talk yourself out of. And then there are moments where your brain runs through the entire list of explanations and comes up empty. Then, last night, we're watching a movie. And of course, it had to be a scary one. We're already on edge, already doing that pretend we're not scared thing. And suddenly the TV glitches, just for a second, and then it exits out of Netflix and opens a completely different streaming app. Not buffering, not a pause, not like someone hit back once. A whole other platform opens up like someone intentionally navigated there. Neither of us had the remote in our hands. It wasn't even within reach, and no one else was in the room. We just sat there in silence for a beat, and then Ethan goes, very quietly, "Okay, that's new." And here's the part I keep remembering in hindsight. About 2 weeks before all of this, we had this episode with the lights. Not a normal flicker like, oh, power surge. It was this eerie, repeated dim and brighten, like someone was playing with a switch, just enough to make you look up and go, wait, what was that? The kids noticed too. Everyone got that uncomfortable little laugh going, like, okay, weird. And then we moved on. But now it feels like that was the first tap on the shoulder. It feels random. And the strangest part is, whatever this is, it doesn't feel evil. It doesn't feel like something trying to hurt us. But it also doesn't feel like my dad. And it doesn't feel like Maya. It feels unfamiliar. Like something or someone trying to be noticed, but not necessarily trying to be understood. I did get a tarot reading recently where the reader said an ancestor was trying to connect, but even that doesn't quite fit the vibe. It's hard to explain. It's like the energy doesn't feel personal. It feels present. So I'm not sitting here saying, I'm convinced there's a ghost in my house. That still feels dramatic coming out of my mouth. But I am saying that I've run out of tidy explanations. And when you get to that point, when things keep happening in a way that feels intentional, you start to wonder if maybe the house isn't just a house. Maybe it's listening. Maybe it's responding. Or maybe something else is. So, I grew up way out in Alaska. And when I say remote, I mean remote. Our house was basically a cabin planted in the wilderness, with mountains on all sides and this long, brutal highway that turned into an icy nightmare in winter. The nearest town was hundreds of miles away, and if my parents had to go in for supplies or appointments, they'd usually stay overnight because nobody in their right mind wants to drive a mountain pass after dark. Back then, I was the oldest kid, so when my parents left, I was the one in charge. And honestly, that responsibility sat on my chest like a weight. We were hours from a hospital. The neighbors were far enough away that yelling would have been pointless, and even if you did reach them, you couldn't exactly count on help showing up quickly. I used to lie awake thinking about everything that could go wrong. Fire, earthquakes, someone breaking in. Alaska can feel like the Wild West sometimes, and as a teenager, that's not a comforting thought. And I need to tell you this part too, because it matters. Weird things followed me. Not just in that house, almost everywhere I lived, I'd see things, feel things. My grandpa, his name was Walt, and I swear that man was genuinely psychic. He'd talk about visions like they were weather reports, and sometimes they'd come true in ways that made your stomach drop. He'd walk into a place and immediately go, "Nope, bad energy here." I always figured I was the only grandkid who inherited that sensitivity, whether I wanted it or not. Anyway, this happened when I was 14, winter. My parents were gone overnight, and I was already stressed before the sun even went down. I remember pacing, checking locks, checking the stove, checking that everyone had brushed their teeth and was actually settling in. My two youngest siblings, let's call them Mara and Owen, were still little, and I was terrified something would happen to them while I was in charge. That fear showed up in my dreams, too. For as long as I could remember, I'd have nightmares about the house burning down or collapsing in an earthquake, or someone coming in and me not being able to save them. But around that age, the nightmares got worse. Like weekly. Not just bad dream bad, more like wake up sobbing, heart hammering, throat raw from screaming bad. They were so realistic it felt like my brain was rehearsing tragedies. So that night, I did what I always did when I was overwhelmed. I pulled Mara and Owen into my room and had them sleep in my bed with me. It sounds sweet, but it was really me trying to keep everyone close where I could protect them. And I stayed awake for a long time, staring at my doorway like I could will the night into behaving. Then sometime after midnight, maybe 1, maybe 2, the whole cabin shifted. That's the only way I know how to describe it. It's like the air got heavier. My skin prickled. The hairs on my arms lifted. That deep, instinctive feeling that something is wrong, even if you can't explain why. I'd felt it before in other places, but that night it was stronger, sharper, like the house itself was holding its breath. I just lay there, tense, staring at the dark hallway beyond my door. I knew where my dad kept a handgun hidden. He'd shown me just in case. I knew how to use it. But the weird thing was, this didn't feel like a human threat. The gun didn't make me feel any safer at all. It felt like, whatever this was, it wouldn't matter. I must have dozed off at some point because I snapped awake suddenly, drenched in cold sweat. My eyes went straight to the clock. 3 a.m. exactly. And immediately, my stomach dropped because the bed was empty. I ran into the hallway and checked the other kids' room. Sometimes Mara would wander and curl up with one of the older ones. But every bed was empty. Blankets tossed back like someone had gotten up in a hurry. No sleepy voices. No shifting. Nothing. I ran downstairs calling their names. No, screaming their names. My voice echoed in the cabin like it didn't belong there. I checked the living room, the kitchen, the downstairs bedroom, the entryway. Every corner felt wrong. Every room was silent in that dead, heavy way silence gets when you're alone and you know you shouldn't be. And I remember this one horrible thought cutting through everything. They're gone. You lost them. Then, like someone snapped their fingers, I woke up for real. I sat straight up in bed, gasping, and immediately looked beside me. Mara and Owen were there, sleeping peacefully, warm, breathing. The blankets pulled up to their chins like nothing had ever happened. The relief hit me so hard it almost made me dizzy. I actually put my hand on Mara's shoulder just to feel her there, like I needed proof I wasn't still dreaming. And then I looked at the clock. 3 a.m. exactly. That's when the relief started draining away again, because right then, clear as day, I heard a baby crying. Not a faint sound, not something distant. A baby crying loudly, like it was only a few feet away. Like it was just outside my open bedroom door, around the corner in the hallway. And my first instinct, my automatic human instinct, was go help. Because you hear a baby crying and something inside you immediately wants to fix it. Find it. Pick it up. Make it stop hurting. But my entire body screamed, "Don't move." My skin crawled. My chest tightened. I felt that same heavy, wrong feeling pressing in from the hallway, like the cabin was watching me. And in that instant, my half-asleep brain finally caught up with reality. There were no babies in our house. Mara was the youngest, and she was 5. There wasn't a neighbor nearby with an infant. There wasn't anyone who could have brought a baby to our cabin in the middle of nowhere without us knowing. And even if there had been, why would a baby be crying right outside my door at 3 in the morning? The crying kept going. That awful, real infant cry. The kind that makes you picture a tiny red face, the hitching breath, that little gasp like they're trying to breathe and sob at the same time. Then the wailing again. It sounded so real it made my eyes water. It pulled at every protective instinct I had. But I stayed, frozen. I lay there staring at the doorway, not blinking, barely breathing, listening to it cry and cry and cry. And I didn't move a muscle until, at some point, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion. When I woke up again, it was daylight. Merciful, ordinary daylight. The cabin felt normal. The air felt light again. No crying, no heaviness, no sense of being watched. I checked on everyone. All of my siblings were fine, laughing, sleepy, asking for breakfast like it was any other morning. And I remember asking my brother, he was 12, if he heard anything weird in the night, like, "Did you hear a baby crying?" He looked at me like I'd sprouted a second head and just went, "No." And the thing is, plenty of strange things happened in that house. Enough that at the time, I almost filed it away as just another entry in the Alaska Cabin Weirdness folder. But as an adult, that night sticks with me more than anything. Sometimes I think something intelligent was trying to lure me into the hallway, like it knew exactly what would make me move. Fear first, then a helpless baby's cry, like it was testing which hook would work. Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe it just wanted to feed on the fear and panic it knew it could get from me. Either way, when I go back there now, I still notice things sometimes. A feeling, a shadow that doesn't match the light, a sense that something is standing just out of sight. But it's not as intense anymore, and I've thought a lot about why. I think it's because my biggest fear back then, losing my siblings, doesn't have the same power over me now. They're grown, they're safe, and whatever that presence was, it doesn't get the same meal out of me anymore. And honestly, that's the only rule I've learned that consistently works with stuff like this. Don't give it what it wants. Don't be afraid. Don't chase it. Don't answer when it calls you. Okay, so I've been turning this over in my head for weeks, and I still don't have an explanation that feels solid. For context, I'm 23, my partner Mara is 22, and we moved to the Northern Virginia area late last year because I landed a new work opportunity. We were both excited, but also stressed. New place, new routines, the whole thing. So in early winter, we decided to do a little reset weekend trip and drove down to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. You know, tourist lights, cheesy attractions, just something easy. We booked this little cabin room situation at a campground right near the main strip. It wasn't a standalone cabin like in the pictures, more like an older building that had rooms connected, and there was this weird interior door in the middle that, I guess, could connect two rooms if a family rented both sides. Anyway, first night there, Mara's in the ensuite bathroom getting ready for bed, and I'm sitting on the bed scrolling on my phone. I get up, literally just to grab my charger, and I absolutely destroy my shin on the bed frame. Like, full force. I drop to my knees. I'm making the saddest wounded animal noises, and I'm pretty sure I teared up. Mara calls out from the bathroom like, "Babe, are you okay?" And I'm trying to sound tough, like, yeah, I'm fine. Just nailed my leg." But while I'm still down there, holding my shin and hissing through my teeth, I hear this whisper right behind my shoulder. Close. Too close. It's not clear enough to make out a whole sentence, but it's something like, "Shh." I swear my stomach dropped through the floor. I launch myself off the ground and basically teleport into the bathroom doorway, and Mara is already staring at me with these huge eyes. And she goes, immediately, "Did you just say something?" And I'm like, "No, did you? Because I just heard," and she cuts me off like, "I heard it too." So now we're both standing there in the bathroom like two frightened cats trying to rationalize it. We start telling each other it has to be the neighbors. Maybe there were kids next door playing around. Maybe they heard me bang my shin and thought it was funny to whisper through the connecting door. Earlier, we'd seen a minivan in the lot, and it looked like a family was staying nearby. So I do the brave thing, meaning I do the shaky thing, and I walk over to that interior door. It has this round, kind of old-fashioned gold doorknob. I put my hand on it, and I'm about to turn it. And Mara goes, "Wait, what if it really is kids and we scare them? That would be so mean." And I'm like, "If it's kids, we'll just tell them to stop. I just want to know if this door actually opens into someone else's room or if it's locked or what." We debate it long enough that the adrenaline starts to fade into that weird, embarrassed, "Okay, maybe we're overreacting" feeling. So we decide not to open it. I even say, out loud, "We'll check it in the morning when they're gone. I just want to confirm it's even real." We wind down with some random cable TV until we fall asleep. Now here's where it gets seriously weird. Early morning, like that bluish, half-lit time where the world looks cold. I wake up just enough to register that Mara is getting up. She's going outside for a quick smoke. I'm in that foggy, half-awake state where you're not fully dreaming, but you're also not fully present. I hear the front door. I hear her come back in. I see her set her little smoking thing down on the dresser by the TV. And then she turns and looks at me, like she's checking whether I'm awake. Then she walks over to the interior connecting door, and she opens it. Mara stands there for a couple seconds, closes it, and then walks into the bathroom, and I drift right back to sleep, like instantly. A few hours later, maybe around 10-ish, we're both up for real, talking about breakfast and what we want to do that day, and Mara casually goes, "Do you want to open that connecting door now? The family next door is probably gone." And I just stare at her, because I'm like, "But you already opened it this morning." And she's like, "What? No, I didn't." At first, I think she's messing with me, or maybe she's embarrassed and trying to pretend she didn't do it, because she knows I was so curious. So I tell her, "Mara, I saw you. You went outside, came back, put your stuff on the dresser, looked at me, opened it, then went to the bathroom." And her face changes, like she goes pale, and she says, "I did go outside. I did set it down. I remember the morning light, but I did not open that door. I wouldn't open it without you. I'm too scared." I got the strongest goosebumps, like full body, and I start pacing, because I'm thinking, how do I explain what I saw? I can see it, the white door, the smaller knob, and what's freakiest is, I also woke up with this weird sense of relief, like I'd gotten closure, like I didn't need to open it anymore, when the night before I was obsessed with checking. So I tell her, "Okay, then open it right now. Just do it with me here." She walks over, puts her hand on the knob the exact way I remember, and I sit down on the floor because my legs feel wobbly. She turns it, and there it is. The same exact setup I saw earlier. The interior door opens to reveal another white door facing us, with that smaller gold knob. Mara kind of freaks out because she's like, "I remember everything else you said. The light, where I set my stuff, it's still there." And she's right. It's still on the dresser, exactly where I described. So we spend the whole day trying to label it as something normal. Sleepwalking? False memory? A dream stitched into reality? But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I witnessed something that didn't match what actually happened. My mom, who is pretty spiritual, says maybe it was something comforting, like the whisper was meant to calm me down after I hurt myself, and then the whole door moment was meant to ease the obsessing and the fear. Like, you don't need to know what's behind it. It's fine. I don't know. I'm not even saying I believe that. I'm just saying it's the only explanation anyone has offered that isn't, your brain is glitching. And then, because apparently that wasn't enough, we had a second thing happen. This one was yesterday morning, and it's the reason I finally started telling people outside our circle. We're living in a hotel right now because of work, just temporarily. We both wake up early, around 6:30. Yesterday I was doing that thing where you snooze an alarm and bargain with yourself for 5 more minutes. I remember half waking at 6:41 and setting a timer for 5 minutes. Then I knocked out hard again. Mara was already in the bathroom, and suddenly I hear her voice, tight and scared, calling my name. Did you hear that? I'm instantly awake in that something's wrong way, and I stumble into the bathroom like, hear what? And she tells me, I heard a deep voice say, wake up. She said it didn't sound like a person in the hallway. It sounded close, like it was in the room, but also not like any normal voice. She described it like it had this weird, clipped, almost recorded quality, like a phrase played from a tape. And she's whispering all this to me with her eyes huge. Then she heard it again. Same phrase, same tone. Wake up. And while she's telling me this, my timer goes off, my 5-minute timer that I set while half asleep. So it literally did wake me up. And I know how that sounds, I know. But we just stood there in the bathroom staring at each other like, what are we supposed to do with that? Because 2 separate times now, we've both heard something we can't place. And the first time, I saw something I can't reconcile with what Mara says actually happened. We've tried blaming neighbors, hotel sounds, pipes, half dreams, anything. But the timing, the closeness, the fact that it's happened twice, it just sits in my chest. And honestly, the part that bothers me the most isn't even the fear. It's that feeling of being watched, not in a horror movie way, but in a something is aware of us kind of way. Like something leaned in close and went, shh, and then later went, wake up. Happy New Year to all our amazing Paranormal M viewers. Can you believe it's already 2026? Wishing you a year where all your hopes and dreams come true. Thank you so much for all the love and support. You truly mean the world to us. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any new videos. Alright, let's kick off the new year and dive into our next mysterious adventure together. Hey, so I've got a story I don't tell often, mostly because it still makes my throat tighten a little when I say it out loud. I grew up in the Appalachian Mountains, and when I say I grew up there, I mean in it, in the thick of it. The woods weren't just nearby, they were the backdrop of everything. Back then, we didn't have phones in our pockets, no little screens tugging at our attention. We had long afternoons, muddy shoes, and the kind of imagination that makes a stick feel like a sword and a hollow log feel like a castle. My best friend back then was a girl named Jolene, and we were the kind of kids who could disappear into the trees for hours and come back sunburned, scratched up, and proud of it. We had this stretch of forest behind my family's place where the underbrush got so tangled you had to shoulder your way through it. We'd follow deer prints, dare each other to climb higher than we should have, hop over cold little streams that cut through the rocks like they'd been there forever. But fall was when the woods felt like they were opening up. Once the leaves started dropping, the forest floor showed itself, and paths that didn't exist in summer suddenly looked clear enough to follow. Every year, we'd push our exploring boundary a little farther. We even had what we called bases, secret spots we'd claim like we were the first people to ever find them. And the funny part is, no matter how brave we acted, we always stayed close enough that, if we stood on our toes, we could still catch a glimpse of my house through the trees. Until one day we didn't. It was one of those crisp afternoons when the air feels clean and sharp, and the woods look almost welcoming, like they're inviting you to come see something. Jolene and I packed like we were going on an expedition. A flashlight, a couple granola bars, a little pocket knife we weren't supposed to have, and this bright orange yarn from her mom's sewing basket. We figured if we wrapped it around tree trunks as we walked, we could always follow it back. And at first, it worked. We wound that yarn around a maple, then a pine, then a fat old oak, laughing at how serious we were being. Two kids acting like the forest was uncharted territory. We kept going, deeper, quiet enough that we stopped talking without even realizing it. Then we saw the tree. It was huge, older than anything around it, and the trunk split into two thick arms like a giant slingshot reaching up out of the ground. It didn't look real. It looked like something you'd see in a picture book. And right beside it, half buried in the slope of the hill under a mat of damp leaves and broken branches, there was this metal ring. Rusty, old. The kind of thing you don't usually find out in the middle of nowhere. We knelt down and started brushing away the leaves, and that's when our stomachs dropped a little. It wasn't just a ring. It was a handle, bolted into a wooden door set right into the earth like a hatch. Like a cellar door, except wrong. Too hidden. Too deliberate. Like it didn't want to be found. I remember Jolene whispering, "Do you think it's like a storm shelter?" Like saying something practical could make it normal. We both grabbed the handle anyway. It took a couple hard tugs before it gave, and when it did, it opened with this heavy, reluctant groan, wood scraping against dirt, like it hadn't moved in years. Underneath were steps, stone steps, leading down into absolute black. The flashlight beam didn't reach far. It just swallowed into the dark like the dark had weight. So we went down. The air changed immediately, cold and damp, like a basement that never gets sunlight. Every step made the sound of grit under our shoes, and the deeper we went, the quieter everything got, like the forest had stayed up top, and we'd stepped into somewhere it couldn't follow. At the bottom, the stairs opened into this cramped little room. The walls were rough, packed earth or stone, I couldn't tell. The flashlight beam shook because my hands were shaking. And right there, in the middle of the floor, was one single thing. A photograph, not in a frame, not in a box, just lying there like it had been placed on purpose. I picked it up. The edges were worn soft, like it had been handled a lot. And when I turned it toward the light, my whole body went icy. It was a picture of two girls, two kids about our age. They were standing in front of a house that looked so much like mine it made my stomach roll. Same porch shape, same window placement, even the way the roof line dipped on one side. But it wasn't the house that got me. It was their faces. Their eyes were too dark in the photo, like somebody had shaded them in. And they were smiling, but not like kids smile. Their grins were stretched, a little too wide, a little too practiced, like they were trying to imitate happiness and getting it wrong. Jolene leaned in, saw it, and made this sound, like she tried to breathe and couldn't. We didn't discuss it. We didn't debate. We just turned and ran. We flew up those steps so fast I thought we'd fall. And when we burst out into daylight, it felt like we'd been underwater and finally broke the surface. Then Jolene grabbed my arm and said, "The yarn." We looked. Every loop we'd wrapped around the trees, gone. Not snapped, not trailing off, just not there. Like someone had walked behind us and unwound it neatly, quietly, taking our way home away. That's when panic really hit. We ran anyway. We guessed. We turned when we thought we should turn. We pushed through brush that clawed at our jackets. We were crying without even realizing it. And when we finally saw my house through the trees, when we finally saw it, my legs almost gave out with relief. We burst inside like wild animals, breathless and shaking. My mom took one look at us and her face changed completely. You know that look adults get when they're trying to stay calm, but something in their gut is already screaming? That. We tried to explain, talking over each other, tripping on our words. The split tree, the door in the hill, the stairs, the photograph with the house, all of it. My dad, of course, did the whole half-smile thing. Skeptical, amused, trying to make it into a joke. But when he saw how wrecked we were, how we couldn't stop shaking, his expression flattened out. So they came with us. And walking back into those woods with my parents felt completely different. The forest didn't feel playful anymore. It felt like it was watching. We searched for what felt like forever, following our memory more than any real trail. And then we saw it. That slingshot tree. Exactly like we remembered. My heart jumped so hard it hurt, because part of me thought, thank God we didn't imagine it. But when we looked around, there was nothing. No hatch, no rusty ring, no disturbed leaves, no spot where the earth had been opened, just untouched ground. And Jolene and I, we didn't even have to talk. We just looked at each other, and I knew she felt it too. Because we had been there. We had touched that handle. We had walked down those steps. We had held that photo in our hands. And yet, standing there with our parents, it was like the woods had swallowed the whole thing back up and smoothed the surface clean. It's been about 15 years now, and I still don't have a neat explanation. Jolene and I have gone back more than once, separately and together, trying to find that exact spot. We've stood by trees that looked almost right, paced off distances, searched hillsides after heavy rain when you'd think anything buried would show itself. Nothing. Not once. But I'll tell you what, every time I go back home and I catch sight of that tree line from the yard, I get this cold little shiver, like my body remembers before my brain even has time to think. And sometimes, just for a second, I can see it as clear as if it's right in front of me again. Those steps, that dark opening, and that photograph. 2 girls, a house that looks like mine, and those eyes, those smiles. Like something in that forest found us first, and just let us borrow the secret for a moment before taking it back. So, I'm just going to talk to you like I'm sitting across from you at a kitchen table, okay? Because if I try to explain this any other way, I start hearing my own thoughts get loud, and then I second-guess everything I've ever lived through. Ever since I was a kid, I've noticed things other people either don't notice, or they notice and pretend they didn't. And yeah, I know how that sounds. Trust me, I'm the first person to try to talk myself out of it. Quick context before I really get into it. My family has a heavy history. Stuff like cancer, chronic depression, bipolar disorder, and migraines. I've never been diagnosed with any of that myself, but it's always been in the background, like this quiet explanation people can point at if I ever say, hey, something's not right. The first thing I can remember clearly is this nightmare. I started having it when I was about 7. I'm 22 now, and it still comes back, especially when something bad happens in the family, or when the air in life just feels tense. In the dream, I'm standing in this blank, pale room. Not scary. Honestly, it's almost calming. Like floating in silence. I can hear myself thinking, like my thoughts have space to echo. And then, without warning, the quiet gets shredded. It's screaming. Not one voice, not even a few. It's like the room fills up with a crowd of something, and they're all screeching at once from every direction. It's so loud, it doesn't even sound human anymore, and it doesn't stop until I wake up. And every single time I wake up, I get a migraine. Like the dream leaves a bruise behind. For years, I told myself it was just a nightmare. A weird, recurring one, sure, but still just a nightmare. Then one afternoon, I mentioned it, casually, to this woman named Marisol, a friend of my grandma's. I didn't even mean to make it a whole thing. I was like, isn't it odd how brains do that? Kind of laughing, trying to keep it light. But she didn't laugh. She went dead serious and said, "Whatever you do, don't answer them." I remember just staring at her like, answer who? And she leaned closer, like she didn't want the walls to hear. She told me not to scream back, not to speak, not to plead, not to try to calm them down. Just let it happen until it ends on its own. She said sometimes things use a mind like a doorway. Like if you respond, you give them a handle to grab. Now Marisol is one of those people who truly believes in spirits. She cleanses her house with herbs. She trusts her gut like it's a sixth sense. And she refuses to step into places that feel wrong. Not unsafe because of people. Unsafe because of something else. And the thing is, I kind of understood what she meant, because I felt that wrong feeling too. We moved a few times when I was younger, and in almost every place, there was at least one corner of the house that felt occupied. There was one house in particular. When I think about it, my chest still tightens. I hated being inside. I spent most afternoons outside until the sun went down, and on weekends, I basically lived at my friend Kira's place just to get away from it. I slept better anywhere that wasn't my own bed. One night in that house, I was in my room with my little brother, Evan. We were just talking, nothing spooky, nothing dramatic. I remember I just shut my closet door and it clicked into place. Both of us heard it. A minute later, the closet door creaked open. Slow, like someone was pulling it from the inside. And then it slammed shut so hard it rattled the frame. Evan and I didn't even speak. We just looked at each other and left the room like it was on fire. And that was only one thing. I used to see movement in the hallway late at night, like a person walking toward the bathroom. I'd get up thinking it was my mom or Evan, but when I checked, nothing. Empty hallway, quiet house. There were nights I felt pressure on the edge of my bed, like someone sitting down, slow, careful, while I was wide awake. And sometimes the air felt charged, like static before a storm, making the hair on my arms lift for no reason. I know how this sounds. I do. Half the time, even I hear myself and think, okay, maybe you're exaggerating. But when it's been happening since you were little, it doesn't feel like a story you invented. It feels like a language your body learned without asking permission. My grandmother's house was different though. It had activity, sure, but most of it felt familiar. Almost like the house remembered people. In her backyard, I used to see shadows slipping between the trees. Not someone standing in the dark. More like shapes moving where nothing should move. And inside the house, there was this tall figure I'd see sometimes in the hallway near her bathroom. Tall, like around 6 feet. Solid. There was a sharpness to him, like he carried authority. Strangely, he didn't scare me. It was more like noticing someone leaning in a doorway at a family gathering. Later, when I described him, my grandmother got really quiet and said, "That sounds like your great-grandfather, Raphael." She told me he used to stand right there when people were over, like he couldn't sit still, like he was always watching over things. And hearing her say that made something click in my chest. Not fear exactly, more like recognition. I've also seen figures on her porch behind the curtains, like silhouettes paused in the window, except the porch stairs are old wood that groans if a cat walks on it. There's no sneaking up those steps, and still, there'd be someone-shaped darkness behind the curtain with no sound at all. Sometimes I'd hear banging at her back door. I'd go to the peephole expecting to see some neighbor or a delivery guy, and there'd be nobody. Just night. Still, most of the time, whatever was around her house didn't bother us. It was like they had their routines and we had ours. Until tonight. Tonight I walked out to leave, and the second I stepped off the porch, I saw something in her backyard that didn't belong in the list of things I'm used to. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't like the drifting shadows I'd seen out there for years. And I don't even know how to say it without sounding ridiculous, but this one was different because it noticed me. It didn't have eyes, no face, no features, just a shape, darker than the dark around it. But when I looked at it, I knew, absolutely knew, it was looking directly at me. The other shadows never did that. They moved like I wasn't there, like I was watching weather. This one felt aware, focused, like a person turning their head when you say their name. My stomach dropped so hard I felt nauseous. I got into my car, locked the doors immediately, and I kept my eyes on it while my hands shook on the steering wheel. And it just stood there, watching, like it was waiting to see what I'd do. When I pulled away, I glanced in the mirror, and I swear it tracked the car as I left, like it was following me with its attention. On the way home, I have to pass this stretch of road by a cornfield. I always drive it slow because deer pop out like they're trying to get hit. It was normal. Headlights, darkness, that soft rustle you imagine corn making even if the windows are closed. And then I saw it again, in the field. The same shape, the same feeling, that impossible certainty that it was watching me and not just existing near me. My whole body went cold, like my skin forgot how to be warm. I didn't stop. I didn't even hesitate. I just drove like my house was the only safe spot left in the world. I told one person, my coworker Jace, and even saying it out loud made me feel stupid. He did that polite smile people do when they don't want to call you a liar, but they also don't believe you. But I know what I saw. And the worst part isn't even what I saw. It's what I felt. Something is wrong. Something feels tilted. Like the next few nights are going to bring something with them, and my body knows it before my brain can make sense of it. I really, really hope I'm wrong. So, years back, I ended up inheriting this older house. Nothing fancy, just one of those places with good bones and a long list of, we'll fix it eventually. And my parents, they'd lived there for a while, but they always stayed in the master bedroom when they visited. There was this one room they never, ever slept in, but they never told me anything weird about it. No warnings, no, by the way, nothing. Just normal home stuff. Repairs, replacements, that kind of thing. When I first moved in, I didn't realize something important about myself. How do I explain this without sounding dramatic? I've had a near-death experience. Actually, I was brought back, and ever since then, it's like my senses are tuned differently. Certain places feel louder to me, not with sound, but with energy, a presence, a heaviness. But back then, I didn't connect any of that. And honestly, we were skeptics. Like, truly. We were the kind of people who rolled our eyes at ghost stories. Even though, looking back, little things started right away. Tiny stuff. A door that shouldn't have swung open. Footsteps when nobody was upstairs. That weird feeling of being watched that you brush off because you don't want to be the person who jumps at shadows. And we always did what skeptics do. We explained it away. Settling house. Draft. Old pipes. Overactive imagination. End of story. Then we brought our baby home. Her name was Mila, and I swear, That girl was a miracle on two tiny feet. She came into the world way too early and fought like she had something to prove. We spent months in and out of the hospital, living on coffee and prayers, watching monitors like our lives depended on it. And when we finally got her home, it felt like the universe had handed us something fragile and sacred. That's why when something strange happened, I refused to let my mind go anywhere scary with it. Because one afternoon, broad daylight, my partner at the time, Evan, noticed these little bright orbs hovering above Mila's crib. And I mean, he took pictures, clear as day. He's showing me his phone like, "Bree, tell me you see this." And I did see it, but I laughed it off. I told him it had to be dust in a sunbeam, or light catching the lens weird. Anything other than what my gut quietly whispered. Because the truth is, I didn't want anything dark anywhere near my baby. So I chose the explanation that let me breathe. Life settled into that exhausting, beautiful rhythm of being new parents. And once we felt like we could finally function again, we started remodeling. Just simple stuff. Paint, flooring, fixing up old rooms. And that's when the whole house shifted. It wasn't like a movie where lights flicker and a voice whispers your name. It was subtler than that, and worse, because it felt like it was inside the air. The atmosphere got heavy. Not sad heavy, angry heavy. Like you'd walked into a room right after a screaming argument and the walls still remembered it. And that week, everything that could go wrong did. Tools breaking, pipes acting up, the power glitching, tempers short for no reason. And my husband, Caleb, he started sleeping badly, waking up over and over, restless, like his body wouldn't let him sink into sleep. Until one night, it happened. I still get cold thinking about it. He woke up in absolute panic, like he'd been ripped out of a nightmare, but he couldn't move. Not at first. He was making these awful sounds, like gagging and gasping at the same time. And when his arms finally jerked free, he started hitting at me, yelling, "Why are you on my back? Get off me! I can't move!" And I'm trying to process what he's even saying, because I'd been dead asleep, fully asleep. My mind was foggy, my heart was pounding, and I'm just staring at him, confused. And then I saw her, a girl, or maybe a small woman. Teenaged, maybe. Hard to pin down because she wasn't exactly solid. She had this hazy, fog-like outline around her, like she didn't belong to the same sharp world we did. The best way I can describe it is, she looked like she was in grayscale, like an old black and white film dropped into our full-color bedroom. She was sitting there like she had every right to be, just watching. And beside his foot, this detail sticks in my brain because it felt so strangely specific. There was this uncovered outlet, a 4-plug thing, open, exposed. I didn't think much of it at the time, but later someone told me entities can draw from electricity. I don't know if that's true. I'm not claiming it is. I'm just telling you what I noticed and what people said afterward. The moment I tore my eyes away from her to help Caleb, to actually listen to what he was screaming, I looked back. And she was gone. Just gone. No fading, no movement, no sound. Like she'd never existed. But Caleb was still fighting for air, still shaking, and once he finally sat up and the panic slowed enough for him to talk, he looked at me with this stunned, almost embarrassed confusion. He said, "I don't understand what just happened. It felt like someone was sitting on my back, pinning me down. And then," he swallowed, eyes wide. "Like a hand was jammed in my mouth, like it was trying to go down my throat. People don't throw up in their sleep. What was that?" He genuinely thought it had been me messing with him until the reality landed. I had been asleep. I couldn't have been on his back. And whatever he felt, it was real enough to make him gag and vomit. That's when I told him what I saw. And saying it out loud made the room feel even colder, like the walls leaned in to listen. I described her exactly how I saw her. Foggy, silent, wrong. Like she was half dream and half real. After that, I couldn't sleep in our bedroom anymore. I moved to the living room with a blanket like I was a kid hiding from a storm. And the house didn't let us forget. We heard footsteps on the stairs, doors opening and closing when nobody was near them. That classic cliché paranormal stuff you always hear people talk about, and you're like, sure, okay. Except it was our house, our life, our baby in the next room. And here's the thing, until that night, it never felt violent. Weird, yes. Unsettling, yes. But not dangerous. After that night, it was like some line got crossed. The air grew heavier, thicker. Walking in from outside felt like stepping into a pressure change. And if we stayed inside too long, it did something to us. Like it soaked into our moods. We'd get depressed, angry, exhausted. Not regular tired. Drained. Like something was taking everything good out of you and replacing it with its own bleak weight. Then the electrical stuff started. Little fires that made no sense. A scorch mark here, a melted plug there. Like the house was malfunctioning around us. And eventually, we left. We moved, and it felt like escaping something you can't properly name. Like breathing clean air for the first time in months. Only afterward did we learn what had happened in that one room my parents never used. A boy, young, troubled, had lived there before. He'd painted dark symbols on the walls, got obsessed with some really grim beliefs, and he took his own life. In that exact room. But because he was still alive when he was transported and later died at the hospital, the home hadn't been legally classified the way it would have been if he'd been pronounced dead inside it. So nobody disclosed it. My parents never knew. We never knew. And I'll tell you something. I've replayed it 1,000 times in my head. All the little things. The way that one room felt avoided. And that night with Caleb. I don't know what she was. I don't know what any of it was exactly. But I know what I saw. And I know what he felt. And I know that house wasn't empty. Okay, let me just tell you this the way it happened, because even thinking about it still makes my stomach clench. So, it's late, and I'm in the back seat with my brothers, Eli and Mason, and our mom, Renee, is driving. We're heading to my grandma's place because she hasn't answered her phone all day. Like, not texts, not calls, nothing. And normally she's the kind of person who calls you back too fast. So, yeah, people were getting worried. We turn onto her street, and at first it's just quiet, normal quiet. But the closer we get, the more something feels off, like the air inside the car changes. Then Mom pulls into the driveway, and immediately, I notice the porch. My grandma always has this weird little habit. She sits out front and cracks nuts like it's her job. There are always shells. It's practically her signature. The porch is usually a crunchy minefield of broken shells. But this time, nothing. Clean. Like someone swept it spotless. Then I look up at the windows. Grandma always keeps a lamp on after dark, always. Even if she's asleep, there's usually some warm glow behind the blinds. This house was pitch black. Not a single slice of light. And I swear to you, the second we stopped the car, this sudden dread just hit me, like it rose up out of nowhere and settled in my gut. My mouth tasted sour, like when you're about to throw up from nerves. Mom turns the radio down real slow and goes, "Stay in the car." And I'm thinking, oh, don't worry, I wasn't planning on stepping foot in there anyway. She walks up to the porch and tries the screen door. Locked. Okay, fine. Maybe she just latched it. Mom knocks on the inner door, like a firm police knock. And I'm not exaggerating. The door opens way too fast. Like someone was already standing there, hand on the knob, waiting for that exact knock. Instant chills. Full body chills. My grandma, well, grandma, I guess, stands there in the dark and she looks taller. Not by a little either, like she'd gained inches. Her posture was straighter, her shape looked different, and her face, something about it felt unfamiliar, even though it was her. Mom steps inside and the door shuts behind her, and the dread in my stomach gets worse, like it levels up, like my body is screaming, nope, no, something is wrong. I look at Eli and he looks at me, and we don't even have to talk. We're both getting that same ice-cold, this is bad feeling. That house didn't feel sick. It didn't feel empty. It felt mean, like the whole place was watching us. A few minutes pass, way too long, and I'm sitting there thinking, please come back out. Please, just come back out. Then Mom bursts out of the house like she's escaping something. She doesn't stroll, she storms. She yanks the car door open, gets in, and starts driving before she even fully shuts it. For the first minute or two, she's silent. Her jaw is tight. Her hands are clenched on the wheel. We think she's mad, like maybe Grandma said something rude, or she found something upsetting. Then she starts crying. Not like a sniffle, like breaking. And now we're panicking, asking what happened, what she saw, what's going on. She keeps shaking her head and goes, that wasn't right. That wasn't right. And then she tells us. No lights were on inside. None. Not one lamp. Not a TV glow. Nothing. But Grandma moved through the house like she could see perfectly. And the smell. This is where Mom's voice got quieter, like she didn't even want to say it out loud. Grandma has cats. 3 of them. There's always cat smell. Litter box smell. That sharp, sour ammonia stink that hits you the moment you walk in. Mom said there was none of that. Instead, the whole house smelled like flowers. Like lilies and lilacs, and this soft lavender smell underneath it. Not pleasant either. Not cozy. Too strong. Too perfect. Like perfume poured into the air. Mom tried to turn on a light, and when she flipped the switch, nothing happened. Because the bulbs had been taken out. Everywhere. Like somebody went room to room and unscrewed every bulb and removed it. And my grandma could not do that on her own. Not with her hips, not with her hands, not without dropping something or leaving a mess. But it was done. Quietly. Cleanly. Then Mom says Grandma stood in the middle of the living room, just standing there, hands folded neatly in front of her. In the dark. Not moving. Not reacting. And when Mom asked if she was okay, Grandma answered, wrong. Not in a confused dementia way, in a way that made Mom's skin crawl. She called Mom dear. My grandma never calls anyone dear. She calls you baby, sweetheart, honey. She teases. She complains. She talks like herself. But dear came out like it was rehearsed. And the closer Mom got, the heavier the room felt. Mom said it was like pressure on her chest, like someone was slowly pushing down on her lungs. The air was thick and hot and stale, like the house had been sealed shut for days. But the heater wasn't even on. And the couch, this detail still creeps me out, had been pushed flush against the heater, like someone moved it there on purpose. And the blanket on the couch was folded perfectly, like no one had touched it in forever. No cat toys, No scratching sounds. No shadows darting around. Nothing. It was like the cats had never existed. Then Mom told us the part that made my blood run cold. She leaned in to hug Grandma goodbye. And Mom is taller than my grandma. She always has been. But when she put her arms around her, Mom realized she was looking up. She was shorter. She pulled back and swears Grandma looked younger, less wrinkled, smoother skin, like someone had peeled years off her face. And the hug didn't feel like hugging family. It felt like hugging a stranger wearing a familiar body. Then there were the glass collectibles, my grandma's prized little blue glass trinkets. She used to dust them like they were museum pieces. They were all shoved into a cardboard box, smashed, like someone got angry and broke them. And the box was jammed against the wall like it was being hidden. And one more thing. This is almost absurd, but Mom was dead serious. My grandma has, barely any teeth. She's been missing them for years. No money for dentures. It's just how it is. But while Grandma talked that night, Mom said she saw a full set of teeth. A full, normal set. Like, brand new. When Mom finally backed toward the door, because at some point her body just decided we're leaving, Grandma didn't follow. She just stood there, in the darkness, watching. Not waving. Not blinking much. Not calling out. Just watching Mom walk away. Mom drove us home with her face wet and her hands trembling, and we all sat there in stunned silence because what do you even do with a story like that? And yeah, I know dementia can change someone. I know it can twist memory and personality and behavior. But dementia doesn't make you taller. It doesn't remove every light bulb in your house. It doesn't make you smell like a florist shop at midnight. And it sure as hell doesn't make you look younger and suddenly have a perfect set of teeth. So, I don't know what we saw that night. I just know that when we pulled into that driveway, it felt like we'd parked in front of the wrong house. Like something in there was wearing my grandma's face and wanted us to believe it. So, I'm an agency nurse down here in southern Louisiana, which basically means I'm the plug-the-hole person. If a facility is short-staffed for the night, I'm the one they call. I rotate through the same handful of places, so even though I'm not staff, I end up seeing the same buildings, the same halls, the same routines, over and over. But there was one place, let's call it Bayou Pines, that always felt different. Not in a busy way, in a something's off way. They took everybody. Psych issues, withdrawals, aggressive dementia, end-stage hospice, you name it. You never knew what your assignment was going to look like until the moment the charge nurse handed you the list. And at Bayou Pines, there was one resident everyone talked about in that tone. Like saying her name too loud might wake something up. People called her Ms. Delphine. Ms. Delphine was in her late 80s. Tiny, maybe 4 foot something. Frail, paper-thin arms. White hair that stayed brushed back. And she was blind. She also had dementia and a reputation for being mean in that sharp, hateful way. The kind of mean that makes your stomach tighten before you even step into the room. Nobody liked going near her door. I'm not exaggerating. Some nurses would pause, take a breath, and then go in like they were crossing a line. And here's the part that stuck with me even before my night with her. People swore she could tell the second someone stepped across her threshold. Blind or not, the moment you crossed into that room, she'd snap her head and start shouting, telling you to get out, cussing, sometimes screaming slurs. I heard more than one nurse say they kept a little vial of blessed oil in their pocket just for her med pass, like it was PPE. Her family barely came. Someone told me they visited only a couple times a year because of how she'd treated them when they were kids. The first time they came, they taped crosses on the wall, like a lot of crosses. The next time, they brought a priest. And listen, the room was small, maybe 10 by 12. So with all that up on the walls, it felt cramped and heavy, like the air couldn't move right. Anyway, one night I get assigned there for an 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. I walk in, get report from the nurse I'm relieving, and right at the end she goes, "Oh, and you've got Ms. Delphine tonight." The way she said it? Like she was warning me about a storm. I tried to stay calm. I told myself, maybe she's declined since the last time I was here. Maybe she's settled. Maybe this will be one of those nights where you just do your rounds and keep it moving. Med pass at that place was always a marathon. First one around midnight, then another early morning before shift change. 30-ish residents, long, dark hallway, TVs glowing behind half-open doors, the nurses' station lit up at the far end like a lighthouse. Around 12 a.m., I start down the hall with my cart. The corridor was dim, and the only real light came from the nursing station way behind me and those flickering TVs ahead. And when I reached Ms. Delphine's room, I swear my brain took a second to understand what I was seeing. She wasn't just sitting up. She was hanging out of the bed upside down. Like, her torso was still on the mattress, but her head and arms were down toward the floor. Her feet were up, straight up, like somebody had lifted her legs into the air. Her fingertips were touching the ground like she was doing some kind of twisted handstand, except it didn't look human. It looked wrong. The angles were wrong. I froze. That cold rush hit my chest, like when your body decides you're in danger before your mind catches up. My first instinct was nurse instinct. She's going to fall. She's going to fracture a hip. She's going to break her neck. So I rushed in and grabbed her, trying to guide her back up onto the bed. And I know she was blind. I knew that. Everybody knew that. But she looked straight at me with this tight, ugly grin. Not a smile, a grimace. Like her mouth was trying to curl into something that didn't belong on her face. Her eyes weren't focused, but it still felt like being stared through. I remember actually turning my head away because the expression hit me like a slap. It made my skin crawl. I got her back onto the mattress, pulled her up, adjusted her, and I started backing out. Not running, just that fast, controlled, I'm leaving right now, walk nurses do when they're trying not to look panicked. And then, because of course I looked back, I saw her do something that stopped me all over again. The head of the bed was flat. She was lying down, but she lifted both legs straight up like she was making a perfect right angle at the hips. A sheet was draped over her legs, so it formed this pointed tent. Except the tent was too long. It looked stretched, like the sheet was covering legs that belonged to a 6-foot person. But she was a tiny little woman. There's no way. I stood there frozen, probably 10 seconds, just staring, trying to force logic into it. And then she started repeating, in this calm, taunting rhythm, "You see me. I see you. You see me. I see you." Over and over, like a sing-song, like she was enjoying it. I backed out and got out of that room so fast I could feel my pulse in my throat. I kept working because, what else do? You still have meds to pass. You still have charting. You still have people who need you. But I'll tell you right now, my whole mood changed. The hallway felt darker. The air felt thick. And every time I glanced toward her door, my stomach tightened like it was bracing for something. Then 5 a.m. rounds came. She wasn't due any meds from me at that hour. I just had to check that she was breathing, safe, in bed. Basic hospice check. That's it. The hall was still dark. TVs still glowing. Everything quiet in that eerie pre-dawn way. I walked toward her room, already tense, and the moment I got to the doorway, I saw her again. This time, she was on the side of the bed, like half-perched, and she did this motion that looked like a hop. Not a weak, shift-your-weight kind of movement. A hop like a kid getting excited, like someone bouncing on a mattress for fun. And the worst part? She landed back into the bed and turned her face in my direction at the same time, like she knew exactly when I was there, exactly where I was standing. Her TV was on, bright enough to light the side of her face, and the whole thing felt playful in a way that made my blood run cold, like she was performing. I walked up quietly, because I didn't even want my shoes to sound loud. And I remember thinking, how does she know I'm here? How? At that point, I was scared in a way I don't usually get scared. Not, this patient is unpredictable, scared. More like, my body is telling me something is wrong, scared. When the day nurse came in to relieve me, it was Tasha, full-time staff. I tried to tell her what I saw, and she gave me that look like, okay, babe, sure. She goes, that's not possible. She can't do any of that. And then she starts listing it off. Ms. Delphine didn't feed herself anymore. She was contracted, legs stiff, limited mobility. Hospice. Family requested sedation, Ativan and morphine as needed, usually kept comfortable and sleepy. Tasha said the woman hadn't really spoken or been coherent in months. And I'm standing there like, I'm telling you, I didn't give any PRNs tonight, just her scheduled meds at midnight. She wasn't snowed, she was awake. Tasha shook her head. Even if she was awake, there's no way she moved like that. Vegetative, silent. No, you see me, I see you. No grimace, no movement, nothing. And it wasn't like she was pretending to sleep. It looked like the kind of stillness you don't question because it's exactly what you expect on hospice when somebody's that far gone. I stood there for a second, just staring, because it felt like the night had been erased. Like I'd imagined the whole thing, but I hadn't. I know what I saw. I know how her face looked when she turned toward me. I know the way the sheet tent looked wrong, and I know how that hallway felt. Heavy, dark, almost dangerous, like the air was warning you. I didn't call it demonic. I'm not even saying it was supernatural. I'm just saying, whatever it was, I never went back to that facility again. And to this day, I still get goosebumps thinking about that quiet little voice, repeating like a promise. You see me, I see you. So, I don't usually tell this story out loud, because saying it makes it feel real all over again. But I'm going to, just like I'd tell a close friend sitting across from me, because I've carried it long enough. As far back as I can remember, something has been following me. Not every single night, but often enough that I stopped calling it bad luck. It felt like an entity, like something with intent. And it didn't start with claws and blood or anything dramatic like that. At first, it was subtle, almost testing me. When I was about 14, I lived with my dad, my little brother, and a couple of kids my dad's girlfriend had. We'd just moved into this older place outside of town, and I got the upstairs loft because I was the oldest. The stairs were rough, old, squeaky, half wobbly, so my dad and I rebuilt them. Nothing fancy. Fresh boards, screws, solid steps. The kind of new wood that makes a very specific sound when someone walks on it. That's why it messed with me so much the first time I heard footsteps coming up. I remember getting home from school one afternoon, Dad still at work, the whole house quiet. I was upstairs in the loft changing for practice. Baseball, I think. Not football like I usually tell it. And suddenly I hear these heavy steps. Thump, 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 like someone coming up fast. I spun around expecting my brother, expecting anyone. Nobody. I stood there with my shirt half on, heart hammering, listening for the next sound. Nothing. And I told myself, okay, old house, pipes, whatever. But deep down, I didn't believe it. A few weeks later, something happened that I still can't explain no matter how I try. I had to grab the mail before leaving, so I stepped out the front door and left it cracked open behind me. just enough that I could dart back in. I grabbed the envelope stack from the mailbox, turned around, and when I got close, like within arm's reach, the front door slammed shut. Not a gentle swing, a slam. I rushed up and grabbed the knob. It wasn't locked. There was no deadbolt click, no chain, nothing. But it wouldn't open. I pulled hard enough to make my shoulder hurt, like someone was leaning against it from the other side. Except, I was alone. When it finally gave, after what felt like forever, I stood there in the doorway staring at the empty living room, trying to convince myself it was just suction, or a draft, or the door swelling in the frame. Anything except what it felt like. Something messing with me. Then life shifted again. Dad's girlfriend, her 2 kids, and her father moved in. Her dad had just gotten out of prison and was staying with us because he didn't really have anywhere else to go. I remember one night we all went out to eat, everyone laughing, normal family stuff. We came home tired and went upstairs. We fell asleep. And about an hour later, there was this violent bang, so loud it sounded like something exploded inside the loft. I sat bolt upright in the dark, reached for the light, and I didn't get there because I tripped over a dresser. A 4-drawer dresser. It wasn't just tipped. It had fallen and slid out from the wall, like 2 or 3 feet, like someone shoved it. Nobody else was up there besides us. After that, it was never just weird sounds. It became this slow collection of moments. Little things moved, strange knocks, footsteps, cold patches in rooms that shouldn't be cold. Like whatever it was learning how much I'd tolerate. It wasn't just noise anymore. It interacted with me. I'd feel something tug my shirt like a kid trying to get my attention. I'd feel a poke in my side when I was trying to fall asleep. Once, I felt a soft breath in my ear, right against my skin, and I jumped so hard I nearly fell off the couch. And then, it started playing games. One morning I was homesick. Mason was at work, and I thought Talia was home too. I got in the shower, trying to sweat out whatever bug I had. Maybe 5 minutes in, I hear her voice, clear as day, calling from the hallway. "Hey, hurry up, I need the bathroom." I laughed and yelled back over the water. Okay, give me a sec." I turned the water off quick, got dressed fast, hung my towel, and opened the bathroom door to tell her I was done. The house was empty, dead quiet. No footsteps, no TV, no one in the kitchen. I checked the rooms. Nothing. I looked at the time, around 9 in the morning. She'd left for work before 6, and it hit me in this sick, icy way. That voice wasn't hers. Something had copied her, just to see if it could. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach twist. Like, why do that? What was the point? To isolate me? To prove it could trick me? I still don't know. And then came the night that changed everything. I'd started a new job on second shift at a fabrication shop out near Yoder. I wasn't sleep deprived. I wasn't drinking. I wasn't messing with anything. I even went and got checked out later because I needed someone to tell me I was just stressed or sick or something. Nothing was wrong with me. That night I got home and everything felt normal. No weird noises, no cold spots. I took a shower, went to my room, plugged in my phone, and laid down. I started scrolling, just trying to wind down like anyone does. And I fell into this dream, except it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I was awake inside my own body. I had a nightmare, something unrelated, something that didn't connect to my life at all, and I snapped awake. But the moment I realized I was awake, I fell into another one, then another, 3 times in a row, like something was pushing me under, dragging me back down, each one worse. When I finally broke out of the third one, I was wide awake, staring at my screen, heart racing. I remember thinking, okay, I'm awake now. It's over. That's when my phone cord got yanked out of the wall. Not slipped out, not wiggled loose, pulled. My phone jerked with it, like a hand grabbed the cable and ripped it. I sat up so fast my neck popped. I stared at the outlet and the dangling cord, trying to process what I'd just seen. And then my body froze. Like a switch flipped. I couldn't move my arms, couldn't move my legs. My chest felt tight, like breathing through a straw. The only thing I could move were my eyes, and barely my head, just a little, side to side. I tried to scream, again and again and again. Nothing came out, not even a whisper. At that point, I wasn't thinking about ghosts or stories or movies. I was thinking, I'm going to die in this room and nobody will know why. Somehow, pure panic, pure instinct, I forced myself to roll. It took everything in me, like dragging a body that wasn't mine. I fell off the bed, hit the floor, and tried to get my phone to call Talia. Tried to trigger the voice assistant, anything, but I couldn't speak. I crawled with my arms, only my arms, like my lower half didn't exist. I hauled myself to the door, inch by inch, until I finally got out into the living room, and I turned on everything, every light, every lamp, the TV, anything that could make noise and fill the space. I sat there shaking, exhausted, terrified, waiting for morning like it was the only thing that could save me. I don't know, but I believe in good and evil. I believe there are things we don't see that still see us. And whatever that was, whatever has been around me for years, it didn't feel confused or random. It felt deliberate. And yeah, sometimes I still wake up with scratches or bruises that don't make sense. Sometimes I still feel like I'm being watched in a quiet room. Sometimes I still catch myself listening for footsteps on stairs, even when I know I'm alone. But I'm still here, and I'm not pretending anymore that it's nothing. One day I'll figure out what it is, or why it chose me. And until then, I guess I keep living my life with this shadow just outside the edge of the light. So, I don't tell this story to freak you out. I'm telling you because it still sits in me, years later, like a stone you keep turning over in your pocket. Back then, I was about 26, living out in the German countryside. Mostly open fields, farms, little streams cutting through the land. Not the dramatic kind of nature, you know? No towering mountains, just long, flat stretches where you can see forever. And on a clear night, the sky usually puts on a show. There were a couple wind turbines out there too, turning and steady like they always do. That night, I'd been at my friend Marcus's place. It was late, around 11:30, maybe closer to midnight, and I was driving home on this narrow road that cuts between farmland. Cool autumn air, clear weather, the kind of night where you'd normally catch a few headlights in the distance, even if it's rural. But I didn't. For at least 10 minutes, not a single car. Not coming toward me, not behind me. And that's what got under my skin first. Not fear, not panic. Just this mild, crawling uneasiness. There's a highway exit not far from there, so it's weird for the whole area to be that empty. I remember actually thinking, okay, where is everyone? I tried to shake it off, kept driving. And then, maybe 2 minutes later, I saw something out in a field to the right. At first, it didn't even make sense, just a shape in the darkness. Then my headlights caught enough of it, and my brain finally translated it. A car, upside down, far from the road, like 70 or 80 meters out. My stomach dropped. I pulled over immediately, hazards on, and grabbed my phone. I dialed emergency services with this sudden automatic urgency, like my body was moving before my thoughts caught up. Then I got out and started walking toward it, using my phone flashlight to cut through the dark. It was an older hatchback, dark blue, maybe black, something like an Opel or a Golf. Honestly, I'm not even sure anymore because my focus locked onto details in this strange, sharp way. One wheel was completely missing, just gone, and I remember seeing it lying off to the side like it had been ripped away. As I got closer, I prepared myself for something awful. You know how you brace for it, like you're building a wall inside yourself? I leaned in and shined the light through the broken side window, and there was nobody. No driver slumped over, no passenger, nothing. Just empty seats and a smear of blood on the steering wheel. That's when I told the operator what I was seeing. She asked the normal questions, where I was, what the car looked like, if I could see anyone nearby. I told her no one, just blood. She sounded calm, professional. She told me to go back to my car, keep my hazard lights on so the responders could find me, and said they'd be there in about 5 minutes. And then the call ended. Now here's where it gets hard to explain, because the car wasn't even the strangest part. The strangest part was what was happening inside me. From the moment I stepped out of my car, it felt like someone had set a heavy weight on my chest. Pressure, like mild pain mixed with this inner tension. Breathing wasn't impossible, but it felt wrong, like my body didn't want to pull air in. I had never felt anything like it before, and I'm not a nervous guy. I'm tall, broad, I've always been physically active. I don't scare easily. I don't walk around thinking danger is waiting for me. But standing there on the roadside, I was scared. Not because I saw a wreck. I mean, yes, that was disturbing, but this was different, more primal. Like every cell in my body was saying one clear sentence: get back in your car. Leave. Now. And only once I was sitting there, hands on the steering wheel, did I start noticing the rest. There were no sounds. No wind in the grass. No distant highway hum. No frogs. There's water nearby, you'd normally hear something. No insects. Nothing. It was like the world had been muted. And then I looked up, and I swear to you, the sky was wrong. It had been a clear night when I left Marcus's place, but here, above this stretch of road, it was just blank. No stars, not even faint ones, just darkness. 5 minutes passed. Nothing. 10 minutes. Still nothing. The pressure in my chest kept building. I kept checking the road in both directions, expecting headlights, expecting anything. I even started thinking maybe I'd gotten the location wrong. Maybe they were coming from the other side and I just hadn't seen them yet. 20 minutes. No sirens. No police. No ambulance. No random car passing by. Not one. And by 30 minutes, I was shaking. Not dramatically, just this tight, contained trembling, like my body was holding itself together by force. The sensation in my chest had become unbearable, like my own instincts were physically punishing me for staying. So I left. I hate that part, but it's the truth. I drove away because I truly felt like if I stayed 1 minute longer, something bad would happen. And I didn't even know what that something was. I just knew it. When I reached the next town, I pulled into a gas station that was still open. I didn't even care about the coffee at first. I just needed light, people, normal sounds. I needed reality to feel solid again. Her name tag said Nina, asked if I was okay, and I must have looked pretty rough because she kept watching me while she rang me up. I asked her if any emergency vehicles had gone by in the last half hour. She said no. And then she added, casually, like it was just a weird coincidence, actually, there hasn't been much traffic at all for a while. She shrugged it off after that, but I couldn't. I stood there gripping this paper cup, feeling my hands finally stop trembling just because another human being was talking to me about normal things. I went home, exhausted, and slept like I'd been knocked out. But in the morning, it was still in my head. That feeling, that silence, that blank sky, the overturned car. So I got dressed, got in my car, and drove back to the spot. And there was nothing. No wreck, no debris, no torn up field, no tracks, no flattened grass. Nothing to show a car had been upside down out there at all, especially that far into the farmland. It should have left evidence. It had to. My skin went cold. I checked my phone. No emergency call in my history. Not even a failed call. Just nothing. Like the conversation had never happened. I drove home in a daze, trying to convince myself I'd mixed up the night, mixed up the location, something, anything. And then I remembered my shoes. The night before, when I got home, I'd put them in the bathtub to rinse them because they were caked in mud from walking into that field. I went to the bathroom. They were still there. Dirty, streaked with dried mud. I looked up local news, police reports, anything. There was nothing. No crash, no mention of an overturned car, no injured driver, no late-night response. And that's the part that still gets me, even now, because if it was a dream, fine. If it was stress, fine. If my mind played tricks on me, okay. But then why were my shoes in the bathtub? Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I replay it and my mind circles the same questions like it's trying to land on something that makes sense. What if I had waited longer? Why didn't I call emergency services again? Why were there no stars? Why was it so silent? And the worst one, the one I don't like saying out loud. If the car was real, where did it go? Because I still don't have an answer. I just have the memory of a road that went empty, a night sky that went dark, and a feeling in my chest that I have never felt before or since. So, this is one of those stories where, even when I'm telling it, I'm half laughing like, there's no way this is real, and the other half of me is getting chills just remembering it. It started when I was little, like little. My mom took me to a wedding in my hometown, and it was held at this old place everyone in the area whispered about. Not spooky vibes haunted, known haunted. I swear people said a bunch of folks had died there years back, but the number always changes depending on who's telling it, so I don't even want to pretend I know the truth. What I do know is, the air in that house felt heavy, like it had been holding its breath for 100 years. Anyway, at some point I wanted to change my dress, because I was a kid and I spilled something on it, obviously, so my mom brought me upstairs to one of the bedrooms to help me. We're standing there, just the two of us, and out of nowhere, something on the shelf next to us just launches off. Not slides, not tips. It flew like it was swatted. My mom immediately snapped at me, like, "You need to be more careful." And I'm sitting there wide-eyed, like, "Mom, I didn't even touch it." I remember being so upset because she thought I was lying. Years later, when she learned more about that house's reputation, she admitted she believes me now. And honestly, that was just the opening scene. Not long after that, in the house we lived in when I was growing up, I started hearing kids in my room. Like, children playing, laughing, the whole thing. It wasn't faint either. Sometimes it sounded like there were a handful of them right there on the other side of my walls, like my room was attached to a playground I couldn't see. One night still sticks with me more than anything. I woke up and I could hear this old-timey music, like a record player spinning, and I heard kids giggling. And then, this is the part that makes my stomach flip. Even through the sleep fog, I felt this sudden shift, like they realized I was awake. The laughing stopped and I heard shh noises, like they were trying to be quiet because they'd been caught. When we moved out, my parents told me something they'd never mentioned before. Before I was born, they had a roommate. His name was Marcus, I think. And he woke up one night and saw two children at the foot of his bed, shaking it like they were trying to wake him up. So yeah, that was my childhood. Just casual ghost children. Fast forward, I'm 26 now, and I live in a totally different state. And I remember thinking when I moved, okay, new place, fresh energy, no creepy history. I'm grown. I'll be fine. And for a minute, I was fine. Then weird stuff started again. The house we moved into still had a landline set up from the previous owner. We hadn't even really used it, but it was connected. And it started calling itself. I know how insane that sounds, but I'd see it ringing. I'd pick it up, and it would just be static, like someone was on the line but not quite there. It happened enough that I stopped brushing it off as a glitch. And then there was the radio. Not every night, but often enough to feel targeted. At exactly 4:44 a.m., the radio would click on by itself, like it was timed, like somebody wanted me awake. On top of that, I'd hear what sounded like a grown man coughing downstairs, heavy footsteps, slow pacing up and down the stairs. And the worst part was, it always seemed to happen when I was home alone. I tried to rationalize it, old house noises, pipes, neighbors, but it had a rhythm to it, a presence. And for a while, I honestly wondered if it was my granddad. A few years later, we moved again, into the house I live in now. And this is where it got darker, more personal. Almost immediately, I started having sleep paralysis. Every night. The kind where you wake up, but your body doesn't belong to you yet. You can't move, you can't speak, and your brain is screaming while you're trapped. And every time, it felt like something was hunting me. I'd open my eyes and there would be this tall figure at the end of the bed, just blacker than black. Like it wasn't a shadow, it was something wearing the shape of one. I could hear footsteps. I could hear scratching, like nails on the walls, and it would take everything in me to force myself awake. Like I had to claw my way back into my own body. Even when I'm fully awake, I still get that feeling like something slips past the edge of my vision. You know when you see movement in your peripheral and you whip your head around and there's nothing there? That. Over and over. And I'm not alone in noticing it. My animals have done it too, stopping dead, staring into the same corner I've felt weird about, like they're tracking something I can't see. My husband, his name's Ryan, actually lived in this house before I moved in. He told me that one day he had an Instant Pot sitting on a closet shelf, totally stable, and it just fell, like it got yanked forward. And the closet it fell from is right near the area where I swear I hear things and catch that peripheral movement. Then, a couple weeks ago, my daughter's toy fell off her shelf in her room. No one touched it. No bump. No shaking shelf. It just tipped like it was nudged. And a few times, I've heard voices. Not like, maybe it was the TV voices. Clear enough that I froze and held my breath. A tiny kid's voice saying, "Help me." And once, "Hey," like it was trying to get my attention. Then, because apparently I don't learn, I went to an antique store. I saw this gorgeous vintage mirror, all ornate, totally my style. I was obsessed with it the second I saw it. But for whatever reason, I didn't buy it that day. I went home and told myself I was being practical. That night, I dreamed about the mirror. Not like a normal dream where something just appears. I mean, it felt like it was calling me. Like it wanted me to come get it. So the next day, I did. I went back and bought it. And ever since then, I've had these dreams where there's a woman trapped inside it. Like she's stuck behind glass, pounding without sound. And I've had this recurring nightmare that my house catches on fire. And then, the real-life stuff started lining up in this way that made my skin crawl. The mirror sits across from the TV in my sunroom. Since the mirror came home, the TV will turn on by itself sometimes. Just powers on, like someone hit the remote. And one time, it turned on and started playing Jeepers Creepers, randomly. Like, not even something we'd watched recently. Just popped on like the house picked a joke at my expense. Now here's the part that makes me feel sick as a mom. My daughter has started waking up scared. She'll sit up in bed and point at her closet and say, "Mommy, I'm scared." And her closet shares a wall with the closet where the Instant Pot fell. Also, she's sleeping in the same room where my sleep paralysis was the worst. Sometimes she wakes up and just talks, like full, sleepy little conversations, and I'll stand there in the doorway listening, trying to decide if she's dreaming, or talking to herself, or talking to someone I can't see. But I've started questioning things I never used to, like, am I sensitive to something? Is something attached to me? Is it just a freak coincidence that I end up in houses where weird things happen? Or am I just exhausted and scaring myself and slowly losing it? And I know how it sounds, trust me, I do. I'll be the first person to make a joke like, maybe I'm just crazy, because it feels safer than admitting how genuinely unsettled I am. But when you've lived through it, when you've heard the laughter, the shushing, the footsteps, the voices, the TV turning on by itself, and now you're watching your kid point into a closet like there's something in there, I don't know. What would you think if it was you? So, growing up, my older sister Maya and I had this phase where we were obsessed with the Ouija board. We weren't the type to pull it out once at a sleepover and giggle and forget about it. We played with it constantly, like way too often. And even then, I never really knew if it was real, or if I was just feeding my own imagination because I loved anything spooky. Ghost shows, spirit stories, all of it. People warned me, of course, but I didn't care. I was curious in that reckless teenage way where you think you're untouchable. One afternoon, after we'd been using it almost every day for weeks, the planchette slid across the board and spelled out something that made the air feel cold. It said, "Soon you will be me, and I will be you." Maya went pale, like instantly. She shoved the board away so hard it nearly tipped off the bed, and she swore she was done. No more, not ever again. And I tried to laugh it off, but I didn't forget it. It sat in the back of my mind like a splinter you can't stop touching. And the thing is, our house already felt off sometimes, like it had moods. My granddad, everyone called him Pops, came to visit around then. He wasn't dramatic. He was the kind of guy who'd roll his eyes at scary movies and tell you to stop being silly. But after a couple nights, he cornered my mom in the kitchen and told her, dead serious, that the house was haunted. He said something yanked the blanket clean off him while he was sleeping. Not like it slipped, like it was pulled. Then there was our dog, Buddy. Sweet dog, brave about everything else. But one day he hit the hallway and just stopped. Stiff, trembling, ears pinned back. He refused to walk through like there was an invisible wall. We tried coaxing him, calling him, even shaking treats. Nothing. He just backed away, whining like he couldn't help it. And I had my own moments. The kind you don't tell people because you don't want to sound dramatic. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with that awful certainty that something was right there. One time I felt the mattress shaking, like someone was gripping the frame and rattling it. Small, fast movements, enough to make the springs quiver. I remember lying there frozen, staring at the dark, trying to convince myself it was a passing truck or something. But it didn't feel like that. It felt intentional. Then there was the morning in the bathroom. No one was home. I know that because I'd watched my mom pull out of the driveway, and Maya was at a friend's place. I was brushing my hair, half awake, when I heard sounds from the kitchen, clear as day. Cupboards opening and shutting, a chair scraping, plastic bags rustling like someone was digging through groceries. Normal, everyday sounds, except I was alone. My heart did that horrible drop, like it fell straight into my stomach. I crept out, peeked down the hall, and then, without even thinking, I ran. I bolted into my mom's room and shoved myself into the corner by the wardrobe, shaking, waiting for footsteps, waiting for someone to come down the hall. I stayed there until I heard my mom's car crunch into the driveway. The second I knew she was home, I ran into the kitchen, ready to tell her someone had been inside. But it was spotless, quiet. No open cupboards, no moved chairs, no one, just nothing. The worst one happened on a school morning a couple weeks later. I was making my lunch in the kitchen. Our kitchen opened into the laundry room, and the doorway was right behind me. I was half focused, moving on autopilot, when I felt this breath, warm, close, and then a whisper right in my ear. My name. Not faint, not imagined. Loud enough that I flinched and spun around, and it sounded exactly like Maya. I ran to Maya's room and burst in, still crying, barely able to talk. She was asleep, fully asleep, messy hair, face squished into the pillow. She jolted awake to me standing there falling apart, and she looked at me like I'd lost my mind. And even if she had been awake, there's no way she could have gotten behind me in the kitchen, whispered right into my ear, and vanished without me seeing her. The layout didn't allow it. I would have noticed. I would have heard her footsteps. Anything. That was the point where I stopped pretending it was all just my imagination. Not long after, my grandma, Nana Jo, took me to see a psychic. I didn't really know what I expected. I just wanted someone to look me in the eyes and tell me I wasn't crazy. The psychic got quiet, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. And then she told me the presence around me wasn't a stranger. She said it was connected to my sister, specifically, a twin who didn't make it. A baby who was lost before Maya was born. And she told me, very gently, that this twin had stayed close, especially to me. Like I was the one who could feel her the most. I remember Nana squeezing my hand so tightly, like she was anchoring me to the room. A few months later, Nana got sick. It moved so fast it didn't feel real. Cancer. And then suddenly we were talking in weeks, not years. We only really understood how serious it was about a month before she passed. And then she was gone. She died on September 11th. I'll never forget that date for 100 reasons. But that year it became personal in a way I wasn't prepared for. A couple weeks after the funeral, I was in my room and reached up to pull a random book off the shelf. My fingers slipped and it dropped, thudding onto the floor and flipping open by itself. It landed on a page talking about 9/11. Just open. Like the book had chosen the exact spot to show me. I stood there staring at it with my stomach twisting, because it didn't feel like coincidence. It felt like that same invisible presence saying, "I'm still here. I see you." And then, this is where the story changes tone, I swear. After Nana died, this little bird came into our lives in the most random way. Not planned. Not something we'd been looking for. It was like he just arrived. We named him Sunny because he honestly changed the atmosphere of the whole house. He was small, loud, stubborn, ridiculously affectionate. He'd perch on my shoulder like he belonged there. He'd tilt his head at me like he understood every word. When I cried, he'd climb closer, no hesitation, like his entire job was to be near me. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you this. When Sunny came into our home, it was like the haunting stopped. The house went quiet. Not empty quiet, but peaceful quiet. No more bed shaking, no more whispers, no more footsteps where there shouldn't be any. Nothing. Sunny got us through grief in a way I didn't know an animal could. He taught me what real comfort felt like, what unconditional love felt like. I didn't just love him, I trusted him. He was my best friend in the purest, simplest sense. Years passed, and then, this part still makes my chest tighten. On the week that marked 10 years since Nana died, Sunny was gone. Just like that. As quickly as he'd come into our lives, he left them. And I know how that sounds. I know birds don't live forever. I know there are logical explanations for everything. But the timing was so exact, so eerily aligned with that anniversary, that it felt like a message. Like Nana had sent him when we were drowning, and then took him back when she knew we could finally stand on our own. But I know what I lived through. And I know that in that strange, heavy house, after years of fear and unanswered questions, love showed up with feathers, perched right on my shoulder, and somehow made everything quiet again. Hey, can I tell you something that started as a joke but stopped feeling funny a long time ago? So, growing up, my family moved a lot. Different cities, different schools, always chasing the next place we could afford. I got used to packing fast and saying goodbye faster. But there was one year that still sits in my chest like a stone. I was 11 when I had to live away from my parents for a while. Not because anyone wanted it that way, just because there wasn't enough food and not enough money. And somehow, I was the problem that could be solved by sending me elsewhere. I ended up in a house with people I barely knew, in a neighborhood that didn't know me at all. And loneliness, wow. Loneliness at that age is loud. It's not quiet sadness. It's like getting hit by a truck and then being expected to act normal. So I started talking. Not to friends. I didn't have those yet. I talked to the things that wouldn't walk away. The plants on the windowsill, the ceiling fan, the moon, the stars whenever I could see them. I'd whisper like they were listening, like they were keeping my secrets safe. Years went by. I got older, got more curious, read more. I was raised Buddhist, and I started asking questions, real questions, the kind you can't neatly tuck into a lesson. And the more I saw people using religion like a tool, like a way to control others or show off, I got angry. Not at belief exactly, more at what people did with it. So one day, half out of spite and half out of boredom, I made up my own god. I know, it sounds ridiculous. That was the point. I called it Kiri. Not from any holy book, not from any tradition. Just a name that felt like it belonged to something that only existed for me. I made up rules like it was a game. Little rituals, tiny promises, bargains that were more like dares. And I'd talk to Kiri the way I used to talk to the moon. Softly, privately, like I was embarrassing myself on purpose. At first, my wishes were silly, teen stuff. Please let me get out of trouble. Please let this one awkward thing go away. Please let me pass this test even though I barely studied. Things like that. And then, this is where it gets weird. Some of them came true. Not in a magical lightning bolt way, more like life would tilt, just slightly, in the direction I asked. And when something didn't happen the way I wished, something else would happen that felt better than the original wish, like I got upgraded without ordering it. I laughed it off for years. Coincidence, I told myself. Confirmation bias. I even liked the idea that my brain was just being dramatic. But then I started doing this thing. I don't even know what to call it. Future guessing? Like, I'd have two possible outcomes in mind. Let's call them option A and option B. And I'd use something random, like flipping a coin or a little spinner app on my phone. I'd tell myself, okay, Kiri, if A is likely, give me the same result 3 times in a row. Like 3 blacks or 3 heads or whatever. And sometimes, it hit 3 in a row. And then later, A would happen. Not every time, but enough times that it started crawling under my skin. I still kept it playful. I treated it like a private joke between me and my imaginary god. If anyone had asked, I would have shrugged and said, I'm just messing around. Then a couple years ago, I got into gotcha. Hard. The kind of hard where you tell yourself you're just spending a little, and then suddenly you're tracking probabilities like it's your job, chasing that one pull that'll finally make you feel satisfied. I started wishing constantly, over and over. And weirdly, the wishes stopped working the way they used to. I got more desperate. I kept asking, kept bargaining, kept pushing, like I could force luck to obey. I told myself, if Curie won't answer, then fine. What if something darker would? I didn't really believe in devils, not truly, but I said it anyway, like a dare thrown into the dark. If something's here, if anything's listening, I'll trade something. Years, luck, anything. Just give me what I'm asking for. I even said it with that half laugh people use when they want to pretend they don't mean it. And then things started happening again. Not just for me. Sometimes I'd wish for my friend, too. My friend, Mina. She'd ask for something small. An outcome, a message, a moment of luck. And I'd do my little ritual and say, okay, Kiri, handle it. And it would happen often enough that we stopped laughing the same way. We tested it too, like we were trying to prove ourselves wrong. We kept notes. We tried different methods, spinners, coins, random number generators. We'd make predictions and score them. Over weeks, it felt like we were hitting something like 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 is way too high to feel normal. I didn't know whether to feel proud or terrified. Mostly, I felt uneasy, like I'd opened a door and couldn't remember why I thought it was a good idea. One night, Mina looked at me and said, really quietly, "Are you sure that's a god?" I swear my whole body went cold, because the second she asked that, all the jokes drained out of the room, and I realized I didn't actually know what I'd been talking to, or if I'd been talking to anything at all. After that, I stopped. Completely. I didn't wish. I didn't bargain. I didn't test. I tried to forget. I told myself it was a phase, a coping mechanism, a lonely kid habit that grew up with me. Over a year passed. I almost felt normal again. And then, yesterday happened. I was in a convenience store, standing in front of the drinks, doing that quiet math people do when they're trying to stretch a tiny budget across a whole month. I remember staring at the price tags and feeling this tired, sour panic, like, okay, this is what I have left. And without thinking, without planning, I whispered in my head, Kiri, just let me get a free one. Just one. You know those promotions where you can win a free drink from a lucky label or code? That kind of thing. I bought one. And I won. I stood there, blinking at the label like it was a prank. I went to exchange it for the free drink. I opened the new one. Won again. I laughed, nervous laugh, not happy laugh, and exchanged it again. Won again. This kept going until it stopped feeling like a joke and started feeling like a spotlight on my life. Like something was saying, remember me? 12 times. 12 consecutive wins. By the time I walked out, my hands were actually shaking. Not from excitement, from that same chill I felt when Mina asked me that question. Because I don't know what it means. Maybe it's just probability doing something wild once in a lifetime. Maybe it's a glitch. Maybe I'm noticing patterns because I'm scared and my brain wants a story. Maybe Kiri is just a name I gave to my own desperate hope. But also, I can't unfeel what I felt. I can't unremember the way life kept bending at the exact moments I whispered into the dark. So I'm asking you, honestly, what do you think? Not, is it real? I don't even know how to define real anymore. I mean, if you were me, would you call it luck? Or would you stop and wonder who, or what, has been listening all this time? Okay, so before I get into the really vivid parts, I should tell you something that's kind of a running theme in my family. Weird sleep stuff isn't new for us. My mom's talked about it, my aunt has, my cousin too, and I've had my own share since I was little. Whether it's astral projection, out-of-body experiences, sleep paralysis, or something I don't have a name for. Honestly, I'm still not totally sure what category it fits into. What I do know is this: these experiences don't feel like regular dreams. In normal dreams, things shift around, the setting changes, the logic is dream logic. But these always happen where I'm actually sleeping, or at least in the exact same building. Same hallway, same room layout, same sense of this is real life, even when I'm not fully awake. And it's usually at the same times you'd expect. Late at night, early morning, sometimes during a nap. A lot of the time, it starts with that awful paralysis. But it's not the classic, can't move and see a figure in the corner. For me, it's like something grabs me. Not hands, not anything I can describe clearly, just this force. I can't see it, but I can feel it. And it's heavy and wrong. Dark. Ominous. Like the air itself turns thick. And then there was the Hat Man. I hate even saying it because it sounds like a spooky internet trope, but I swear I didn't read about him until after I'd already seen him more than once. Tall silhouette, wide-brimmed hat, long coat that looked like something from an old movie. And in my memories, he didn't just appear. He'd come in through the window like he belonged there, like the glass wasn't even a barrier. That part always stuck with me, the confidence of it. But the earliest thing I can clearly remember goes way back, somewhere around when I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6. It's fuzzy, like childhood memories always are, but the feeling is sharp. I woke up on the kitchen floor. Not in my bed, not even near my room, just on the cold tile, in the dark, totally disoriented, like I'd been dropped there. The house felt quiet in that deep nighttime way. No TV, no voices, no movement, just that low, empty silence. And I remember this pull to look out the kitchen window, like something was waiting for me to look. There was nothing there that I could actually see, but I felt watched so strongly it made my stomach clench. I didn't stand there long. I bolted, straight back to my room, like a scared animal, and shoved myself under the covers. Later I told my dad, and he did the dad thing, brushed it off as a nightmare. And maybe it was. I genuinely don't know. That's part of what messes with me. Even now, I can't tell you what was real. I can only tell you what it felt like. Fast forward to my early 20s. I'd moved back into that same house for a while, and I remember one night where everything snapped into that familiar terror again. I don't even remember the beginning, just the middle of it, like coming to in the worst scene possible. I was paralyzed and being dragged, not figuratively, like I could feel my body sliding, pulled from my bedroom, down the stairs, across the floor. I couldn't see what was doing it. I couldn't fight it. I was just moved. And it ended with my head right at the top of the basement stairs. That basement. Even in normal daylight, it always felt off to me. Not like haunted house dramatic, just wrong in a subtle way. And the thing is, other people have said it too. Friends, my cousin, even my partner once, casually like, yeah, there's something weird about that area. It wasn't even a creepy basement. There were windows. It wasn't some dungeon space. So it didn't feel like a basements are spooky cliche. It felt specific. The second I managed that, I woke up for real. More recently, I live in the lower unit of a duplex. Different place, different layout, and still, same kind of experiences. A few months ago, I woke up in that gray pre-dawn light when the sky is just starting to fade from black to blue. My bedroom door opens into a short hallway, and I always keep that hallway door shut. Always. But in that moment, I felt something in the main room beyond it. Not the heavy, dark presence this time, more like my brain went straight into intruder. Someone's in my house. So I did what you do when adrenaline takes over. I got up, angry, shaking, ready to confront whoever was out there. I reached for the bat I keep near the bed and marched to the door like I was about to defend my life. I opened it, and sitting at my table, like she had every right to be there, was a woman dressed in white. Just calmly seated, smiling at me in that dim morning light. It didn't feel like the other presences. It wasn't pressing down on my chest. It wasn't the basement feeling. It was uncanny in a different way, almost gentle, which somehow made it worse because it didn't match the situation in my head. I don't remember what I said. I just remember swinging the bat, and the moment I swung, it vanished. Not dropped, not missed. It literally disappeared out of my hands like the action didn't belong in the same reality as her. That's when shock hit me so hard I think it snapped the whole thing apart, because I woke up right after. And honestly, what freaks me out the most about that one is that I wasn't even scared of a spirit. I was scared of a real person breaking in, and the experience still slid into that impossible space anyway. And then, last night. Last night was the worst one in a while. I couldn't fall asleep for hours. You know that miserable kind of night where you keep checking the clock and every time you do it feels like you've lost a bet? I was tossing, sweating, flipping the pillow, trying everything. Eventually I must have dozed off, but the second I did, it was like I dropped straight into that same place again. Same dark presence. Like it was waiting. I was paralyzed, but instead of being dragged, I was lifted. My body rose off the bed, stiff and helpless, like I was being held up in the air. My arms were out, like a T-shape, and my head hit the ceiling with this sickening thud that I still feel when I think about it. My partner, Milo, was there in the room, trying to pull me down, trying to snap me out of it. And he was talking to me, telling me to focus on love, on good things, to push against it with something brighter. And then I saw it. On the other side of that hallway door, down near the floor, there was a shape, like a shadow that was thicker than shadow should be. And fingers, long, clawing fingers, were curling under the gap between the door and the floor, scraping and reaching like it was testing the boundary. That image is burned into me. I woke up after that, completely shaken, and I didn't even sit up. I just laid there in the dark, wide-eyed, silently trying to fill my head with anything positive, like I could build a shield out of sheer will. And eventually, somehow, I fell asleep again. Those are the ones that stand out the most. There have been others, but those are the memories that feel the sharpest. And I don't know what to do with it. Because part of me wants to explain it away. Sleep paralysis, stress, half-dream states, the brain doing weird brain things. But part of me can't ignore how consistent it is. The locations, the timing, the feeling of presence, the way it follows me even when I move. So I guess I'm telling you all this because I don't know. I want to know if anyone else has lived in this in-between space too. If there's a way to make it stop, or at least make it less terrifying. Okay, so I need to tell you something that happened tonight, and I'm still kind of buzzing from it. Like, I'm sitting at home right now, warm and safe, and even thinking about it makes my skin prickle. So, some quick background. My partner Maya and I have this dog. He's a 5-year-old Siberian Husky Malamute mix named Coda. Big, fluffy goofball. And if you know Huskies, you know they don't really bark so much as commentary. He's a talker, a howler, a dramatic little opera singer. But here's the thing, Coda almost never barks. Like, I can count on one hand the times I've heard it in all the years we've had him. He's friendly with basically everyone. So if he ever barks at a person, that's not just unusual, that's wrong. Anyway, every evening around 6:15, we take him on this long walk at a small neighborhood park nearby. It's not some popular city park, more like a tucked-away trail loop that mostly locals use. We recognize most of the regular dog walkers, even if we don't know their names. It's usually calm, familiar, routine. Not tonight. Tonight, it was cold. Like that biting winter cold where the air feels sharp. We're in the Pacific Northwest, and the fog lately has been pretty heavy. But when we stepped outside, we both just stopped and went, whoa. The fog was thick. Not spooky movie thick, more like the world ends 10 feet away from you thick. The streetlights weren't even really cutting through it. And I remember thinking, as soon as we turned onto the path, I really should have brought a flashlight. So we're walking, talking about normal stuff. Work, errands, dumb little day things, while Coda does his usual routine, sniffing like the ground is telling him secrets. It's quiet in the park, which isn't weird this time of year. Most people do their dog walks before dark. I'm a few steps ahead of Maya. I keep turning back when I talk, just out of habit. We're maybe 100 yards in when I turn back again, and I swear my stomach just dropped. Because behind Maya, maybe 8 or 10 yards back, there's someone. Just suddenly there. A small person, maybe around 5'2", walking toward us. They're holding something bright, like a phone or small flashlight, but the light is aimed up toward their face. And I'm telling you, I couldn't see their face at all. Not even a hint. The hood they had on was huge, like oversized, and it hung low. The light made it worse, washed out everything except this blank shadow under the hood. They had this weird combination of clothes, too, like a colorful, drapey outer layer over dark pants, and then this bulky hoodie on top. I couldn't tell their age, their gender, nothing. Just a shape walking through the fog with a bright light aimed at their own head. And what freaked me out most was the timing. Because seconds before, when I'd last looked back, there was nobody. This trail is open. No trees right up against it, no place to duck behind. And yet somehow this person just appeared like they'd stepped out of the fog itself. So I quietly tell Maya, "Hey, let's step off the trail and let them pass." We move into the grass with Coda, acting casual, like no big deal. And the person walks by us. Except, they don't look up. Not once. They don't glance sideways. They don't acknowledge us at all. No nod, no quick, "Evening," nothing. They just keep walking forward with that light held up, face completely hidden, moving in this stiff, almost mechanical way. It felt robotic. That's the only word I have for it. We wait a minute or two, let Coda do his thing, then we get back on the trail. Still no flashlight. Still that fog swallowing everything. About a minute later, we round this bend, and I see the same person again, standing dead still in the middle of the trail ahead of us. We stop too because, what do you even do? We just stand there watching. They take a couple steps, stop again. A couple steps, stop again. Like they're glitching. And this is when Coda's whole vibe changes. He goes stiff. His tail changes position, lower, tense. He starts whining under his breath, like anxious little sounds he almost never makes. His body language is screaming that something is wrong. Maya and I don't even need to talk about it. We just automatically step off the trail again and do this big, looping detour through the grass to reconnect with the trail farther ahead, maybe 50 or 60 yards past the person. The whole time, I keep looking back, and that figure is still just standing there. We end up near this little kid's play area, slides and climbing stuff, and we let Coda sniff around in the wood chips for a second, trying to calm him down, trying to convince ourselves we're overreacting. And then we hear it. A dog barking like absolutely losing its mind, coming from back the way we came. A second later, I see a guy appear through the fog, pulling his dog hard on the leash, like dragging it away from something. The dog is lunging and barking and snapping the air, full chaos. And the guy keeps saying, "I'm so sorry, he never does this, I don't know what's gotten into him." He looks embarrassed, but also shaken, like he wants out of there. He passes the same hooded person, who is still holding that light up, still not looking at anyone, and the person doesn't react, doesn't flinch, doesn't even turn their head. The guy and his dog basically hurry out through the nearest exit, and then it's just us, and the fog, and that figure. And that's when it gets worse, because the person starts moving in this strange pattern, walking backward a few steps, stopping, then forward a few steps, stopping, turning around, then turning back, like a messed up metronome. Then suddenly they turn and walk away. 5 seconds later they stop, turn around and walk toward us. Stop again. I'm just standing there staring like my brain can't file what I'm seeing. Maya says, very calmly but very firmly, "Let's go. Now." And right as we start moving, Coda explodes. He bolts toward the figure so hard the leash snaps tight and nearly yanks Maya off balance. I shout, "Coda, stop!" He stops, barely, and then he unleashes these deep, aggressive barks I have never heard from him. Not once, not ever. He's leaning forward, teeth showing, full defensive posture, like he's ready to launch. And the figure starts pacing, fast, back and forth, still with that light up, still never looking up, never turning their head, like they're pretending nothing is happening while moving like a wind-up toy. Maya and I look at each other, and we both say it at the same time. We need to leave. So we get moving toward the next exit path, and Maya is basically hauling Coda away while he refuses to turn his body. He's walking sideways, straining, barking non-stop, eyes locked on that person the entire time like he can't let them out of his sight. It takes everything to get him out of the park, and even once we're on the road heading home, he keeps looking back and pulling, like he wants to go back, or like he's scared something will follow. He only finally relaxes when the park disappears completely into the fog behind us. And the whole way home, Maya and I are just talking over each other, trying to make it make sense, because we've walked that trail hundreds of times, and nothing like that has ever happened. But tonight felt like we crossed paths with something that didn't belong there. Okay, so I just finished the episode, and I need to talk about it, because I genuinely can't stop thinking about the first half, especially the whole method that Marin and Jace use, and then the uncut, debunking footage on top of that. Like, this is one of those situations where it either cracks open something huge about the paranormal, spirits, mediums, all of it, or it's another example of people putting on a performance because it benefits them. And I'm trying really hard to stay in the middle. Open-minded, but not naive. First, quick sidebar about the Robert Dahl stuff, because the comments under that segment were wild. A bunch of people were basically like, "Don't claim the bad energy," or "It doesn't like being filmed," and "It can curse you through video." And honestly, I'm fine so far. But it's one of those legends where if you go hunting for real comments, good luck. Half of them feel like copy-pasted warnings from the same 3 ghost forums. Now, about the house itself. The new owners definitely seem more interested in the attraction side than the historical authenticity. Which, I mean, I get it. If you own a famous haunted location, you're going to market it. But it does make me skeptical when they confidently talk about already having tons of evidence, and then, conveniently, Marin and Jace show up with the most dramatic phenomenon imaginable. They also changed some furniture, which is a small thing, but it bothered me more than it should have. If I owned a place known for its history, I'd be obsessed with keeping everything as close to the original experience as possible. Tiny nitpick, but still. And the flickering lights? Look, it's an old house. Old wiring can be a mess. I live in an older place too. Lights flicker. That's not automatically a ghost making a statement. That's sometimes just electricity doing what old electricity does. Now, the big thing. Marin and Jace. They claim they can communicate with spirits, specifically a spirit named Evelyn, who the owner had mentioned earlier as being a calm, friendly presence. Their method is what got me, because it's so oddly specific. They have to be touching skin to skin. And apparently, it can even work if someone stands between them, as long as the chain of touch stays unbroken. The moment they make contact, the knocking starts, immediately. And it keeps going even when they're not actively asking anything. And I'm not exaggerating when I say, this is the most compelling evidence I've seen on one of these YouTube paranormal investigations in a long time. They do the whole system. 1 knock for yes, 2 for no, and then spelling using the alphabet with knocks landing on letters. And the thing is, a lot of it feels seamless. It doesn't sound like someone across the room tapping. It doesn't look like a crew member doing something off camera. The answers are often weirdly accurate. There was even a moment where the knocks seemed to lag, like whoever, or whatever was responding, got ahead of itself and had to correct. That kind of imperfect moment is the stuff that makes it feel real. Because if you were faking it, wouldn't you keep it smooth? Wouldn't you avoid a mistake? They also brought up personal stuff, details about Riley and Noah, the investigators, and their producer Miles. That's the part that made the room go quiet, because you can feel everyone thinking, okay, now hold on. And to their credit, they did try to rule out simple tricks. They checked below the room, they checked above it, they moved locations within the house, and it still happened. So yeah, it's intense. And I'm not saying that to be a buzzkill. I want this to be genuine. I'm just not willing to turn off my brain because something gave me chills. Here's what starts poking holes for me. For one, if you run a popular haunted attraction, you're already in the business of mystery. Even if you're not outright lying, the incentive to enhance things is right there. And Marin and Jace have a background that raises my eyebrows. They've been connected to paranormal TV circles and regional unusual phenomena groups, stuff where reputation and attention really matter. That doesn't prove anything, but it does create bias. If your identity is built around being the people who can do this, of course you're going to protect that narrative. The debunking footage also didn't really seal the deal for me. It mostly showed that it wasn't some random person off to the side knocking, but it didn't explain what it was, or eliminate the possibility of a trick happening closer to them. A few specific things I couldn't stop noticing. The knocking sound is strangely consistent, like it sounds similar on different surfaces. Even when they move onto gravel outside, it still has that same signature knock. Marin leads the entire flow. She finishes words quickly, she controls the pacing, and in the uncut footage, she guesses a full word when only the first letter was confirmed, like she's steering the outcome. The knocks rarely respond directly to the investigators unless Marin and Jace are the ones guiding it. It's like the spirit only cooperates through them. Marin stays locked onto Evelyn even outside of the house, which feels odd if Evelyn is supposed to be tied to the location. Distance is hard to judge because audio can be deceptive. Sometimes it sounds close, then suddenly farther, and I don't know what to make of that. And the rubber glove test? That's a big one. When the gloves stop it, They explain it as energy being blocked. Maybe, or maybe it's because the method requires a certain kind of contact for a certain kind of physical trick. Also, Marin made a comment joking about them being able to go on dates, like it's normal. But if this starts every time they touch, wouldn't that be incredibly annoying? Imagine holding hands and constant knocking begins. That's either a lifetime of chaos, or the phenomenon is more on command than they admit. The park scene, though, yeah, not convincing. That whole outside segment felt like the weakest part by far. They supposedly connect with a spirit named Tess, described as a teacher who died near a school close to the park. But the information didn't feel impossible to know. It felt like the kind of thing someone could find with one quick search, especially if you're local or you've done this before. Two moments stood out as, wait, what? To me. One, when they learned Tess was a teacher, Riley asks if the park used to be a school, and Marin almost says yes, then abruptly pivots to no. It's subtle, but it's the kind of slip that makes you wonder what she was about to commit to. And two, Marin seemed to assume the spirit was female before that had been established. None of that is a smoking gun. It's just enough little weirdness that the mood shifts from holy crap to okay, slow down. And honestly, the method itself is still murky. And the randomness is inconsistent depending on the location. In one setting, the knocks continue constantly, even during casual conversation. In another, they only happen when direct questions are asked. That inconsistency could mean different spirits, or it could mean the method is being controlled more than they're admitting. Overall, I'm stuck in that frustrating place where I'm fascinated and skeptical at the same time. I want it to be real. I really do. But personal details about families are often accessible. If they had shown more of the producer's session, something harder to research, more specific, that would have helped. So for now, I'm calling it this. Incredibly interesting, not fully proven, and absolutely worth watching with a clear head. And I hope the next part brings clarity, because if they start bringing in bigger, more influential guests, it could either mean they're tightening the investigation, or it could mean they're building a bigger show. Either way, I'll be watching. So, this is one of those stories that still makes me feel a little tender when I talk about it. Back in April of 2019, I moved into this old house with a couple roommates. Wood floors that creaked, too many boxes that never fully got unpacked, that kind of place. I already had my own cats, but right before the move, I found this tiny street cat, skinny, sweet, unmistakably pregnant, hanging around near a busy stretch downtown. And I just couldn't leave her there. I kept thinking, if she has those babies out here, they're not going to make it. So I brought her with me. I took her to the vet, and the vet did that careful, professional thing where they're trying to prepare you gently. They told me it would probably be a few weeks before she gave birth. She went into labor 6 days later. I remember thinking, no, this is too soon. And it was. The kittens were so small they barely looked real, like nature had rushed and forgotten a few steps. The first kitten came out and I didn't understand what was happening fast enough. His mom didn't break the sack, and I didn't realize in time. That one still sits heavy in my chest when I think about it. The second kitten, this little fighter, came out in the same danger, and I caught it. I got him out, rubbed him, kept him warm, did everything with shaking hands and this desperate, stubborn hope. He was this 1-ounce preemie, so small he could fit in my palm like a fragile secret. But he lived. The third kitten wasn't in a sack at all. It was stillborn, and it was not fully formed. No fur, no bones you could really feel. Just heartbreaking in a way I don't even know how to describe without my voice going quiet. And then the fourth arrived later that night, when the house was asleep. Like she waited until the world got quieter. And that kitten? Oh, her mom adored her. It was obvious. That baby got the special treatment. The cleaning, the nudging, the constant attention. The favorite. The two that didn't make it, we buried in the backyard. I wanted cremation. I wanted something official. Something that said, you mattered and you existed. But my partner at the time, Evan, thought it was too much for two tiny kittens that weighed less than a slice of bread. He said, "We're going to live here a long time. They'll still be with us." At the time, I wasn't sure whether that comforted me or irritated me. Now I'm not so sure it wasn't true. The mom and the fourth kitten ended up getting adopted by a friend, Marisol, who really wanted a girl kitten and absolutely did not want a boy. So the fourth baby went with her, along with Mama Cat. The second kitten stayed with me. I named him Juniper, though everyone called him Junie. And he grew up into this big, slightly goofy 12-pound cat who, according to my vet, has a little bit of neurological weirdness, but honestly, he's pretty normal. He's just a little extra in the head, like his thoughts take the scenic route. Anyway, not long after Marisol adopted the mom and the fourth kitten, something started happening in the house. One night I woke up suddenly, that half-awake panic you get when something feels wrong before your brain even catches up. Junie usually slept beside me, and I had this weird habit with him. I'd reach out with my hand in the dark, and he'd press his forehead into my palm. It was our little "I'm here" signal. That night, I reached out and nothing. No warm fur, no solid little head. So I sat up fast and looked around the room, heart pounding. I saw him, or what I thought was him, curled in one of the square boxes on the cat tree. So I got up and walked over and reached into the box to pet him. I felt the back wall of the box. Empty. I froze there for a second because I genuinely thought my brain was glitching. Like, did I just hallucinate a cat? Then I found Junie asleep in the hallway, like he'd been there the whole time. And that should have been the end of it, right? Just a sleeping mistake, a trick of the dark. Except the first kitten, the one I lost, looked almost exactly like Junie. Same markings, same little face shape, like a copy with a softer outline. I told myself I was just grieving, that I was filling in gaps with wishful thinking. Then Evan said casually, like he was commenting on the weather, "Oh, I saw him too, the other one, on the cat tree." I remember staring at him like, "What do you mean you saw him too?" And Evan goes, "I looked at him and I just knew his name was Milo, like it dropped into my head." We didn't even argue about it. It was one of those things that felt strangely settled, like the name had always been his. And then there was the other kitten, the third one, the stillborn one, the one that didn't look like Junie at all. Evan said he'd seen that kitten a couple times too, but he couldn't place the name. He kept saying it felt like something that started with an L, like Luca or Lumi, something like that. And he wasn't sure if it felt like a boy or a girl. A couple days later, I had this dream that felt so vivid it made my skin prickle when I woke up. In the dream, I was in this little pet shop looking at a grown cat, full-sized, healthy, calm, who looked exactly like that third kitten would have if nature had finished the job. There was a tag on the cage door with her name. It said, Lark. When I woke up, I said the name out loud before I even sat up, like I didn't want it to slip away. I told Evan, and after that we just called her Lark, like that's what she had been waiting for, a name, a recognition. And here's the part that makes people give me that look. You know the look, the okay look. Visitors would come over and say things like, "Wait, where did the other cat that looks like Junie go?" Or, I thought you had a second kitten." One of my roommates, Caleb, had friends over one night, hanging out in the craft room with the door closed. We didn't allow the cats in there because there were beads and thread and glue guns and all kinds of stuff that could hurt them. The rule was strict: no cats. But later, Caleb's friends were laughing and asking why we had secret cats, because apparently they felt cats brushing against their legs. They saw a small shape dart by. They swore something jumped onto the couch with them, light as a breath, and then disappeared. We searched the whole house, every time. Nothing. And the weirdest part is, it never felt scary. Not once. It felt familiar, protective, like someone checking the perimeter. I started thinking maybe Milo and Lark were still around because, I don't know, because their brother survived, because they wanted to make sure he stayed that way. And then there's this, the part I don't even bring up unless someone seems genuinely open-minded. Sometimes Junie and two of my other cats will sit in the same spot, facing the same direction, totally locked in. And then, at the exact same time, all three will tilt their ears back, or angle them toward the same corner, like they're listening to something I can't hear, like they're reacting to a presence moving through the room. Someone once told me, dead serious, that maybe those kittens could share space with my living cats, like borrow their bodies for a moment. I don't know if that's a thing. I'm not claiming it's a thing, so yeah. That's my story. 2 kittens that didn't make it, and somehow still feel like they never really left, like they're tucked into the corners of the house, like little warm shadows, like love refusing to go quietly, just hanging around to keep watch over the one who survived. So, this goes way back. I was still in high school, late teens, working this part-time job after classes, and my manager, his name was Darius, was just one of those guys you instantly clicked with. Calm, sharp, funny as hell. He looked out for me, but never in a preachy way. Just solid. After closing sometimes, Darius would say, "Come on, man, let's get out of here." And we'd head over to this little neighborhood bar he liked. Not some fancy place, just loud music, dim lights, a couple pool tables, regulars who all seemed to know each other. And I'd be the only white kid in there, sticking out like a sore thumb. But nobody messed with me. No tension, no weird looks, nothing. Just people having their drinks, talking, laughing. We'd have a few beers, unwind, then call it a night. Now, here's where it gets layered. I also knew Darius's older brother, Reggie. Big dude, like the kind of guy where you notice him the second he walks into a room. And the year before I started working under Darius, Reggie and I had gotten into a fight. Dumb teenage stuff, pride and anger and all that. I won't act like I was some tough guy. It was messy and stupid, and honestly, I don't even remember what it was about anymore. But one morning, I pulled up to pick Darius up for work. He didn't have a car at the time, and Reggie happened to be outside. I remember that moment so clearly because my stomach dropped. Like, oh great, here we go. But Reggie just looked at me, kind of surprised, and goes, "That's you?" Like he couldn't believe I was the same kid from that fight. Then he laughed, actually laughed, and said something like, "Man, you got some nerve." And that was that. No revenge, no threats, just done. After that, Darius started seeing me differently. Not in a we're best friends way, but like he was reassessing who I was. We'd grown up in different worlds on paper, but the more we talked, the more he realized we had some of the same kinds of scars. Money being tight, rough neighborhoods, the feeling that you had to be ready for anything. And once he decided you were real, he opened up. Not dramatic, not emotional speeches, Just honest little pieces of his life that he didn't share with everyone. One night, we were out late, parked somewhere quiet with the windows cracked, just talking the way people do when they've had a couple beers and the world feels softer for a minute. I can't even remember what led into it, but strongly the conversation drifted to ghosts. Now, I'd grown up in an old house, like old. The kind of place with weird drafts and creaky stairs and shadows that didn't always feel like shadows. People in town had stories about it, and yeah, I had my own experiences there, real ones. But even now, I keep those details close to the chest. Still, I said enough for Darius to know I wasn't just joking around. He listened, nodding, and then he got quiet for a beat, like he was deciding whether to say something. Then he goes, "I ever tell you about the little white boy?" The way he said it, I swear, even before the story started, my skin got prickly. Darius told me this happened when he was around 12, and Reggie was maybe 7. They lived in this tiny house, 2 bedrooms, not much space, not much of anything. Sometimes they sold a bed just because that's what it was. And he said they weren't scared kids, not the type. They'd grown up having to be tough. So this one night, they're lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, and they start hearing this sound, soft at first, like a faint scratching, almost like a mouse in the wall. Darius told Reggie, "Relax, probably just something in the house." They listened, holding their breath, and Darius realized it was coming from this wardrobe at the foot of the bed. Old wooden thing, doors that never sat right. Reggie, the little one, started whispering, "Go look, go look." And Darius, trying to be the older brother, got up, walked over, and yanked the wardrobe door open. And inside, standing there like it had been waiting, was a little boy. Not a normal little boy. Darius said he was small, like maybe 6 years old, but what threw him wasn't the size, it was the color. The kid was white in a way that didn't look human. Not pale, not sick, like bright. Like he was washed in moonlight from the inside out, and he was glowing. And the weirdest part? His hands were pressed together, like he was praying. No expression, no smile, just standing there, glowing, hands together, looking straight ahead. Darius slammed the wardrobe shut and jumped back into bed, heart pounding, breathing hard, trying not to scare his brother even more. And then, this is the part he couldn't get out of his head. He looked down toward the foot of the bed, and the little boy was there now, standing right at the end of the mattress, closer than he should have been, still glowing, still with his hands pressed together, just staring at them. Darius said he felt frozen, like his body didn't belong to him, like if he moved, something worse would happen. He said Reggie was making this tiny whimpering sound, like he was trying not to cry. They just stared. No words, no footsteps, no sound. And after maybe a minute, maybe less, maybe more, time's weird when you're terrified, Darius said the glow started thinning out, like smoke in the air. The boy didn't walk away or vanish like in a movie. He just faded, like someone turned down the brightness on reality until he was gone. The room went dead still again, and Darius said neither of them slept after that. They just sat there until morning, watching every corner of the room. When they told their mom, she didn't believe them, told them they'd had a nightmare, told them to stop telling stories, told them not to talk like that. But Darius wasn't laughing when he told me. Not even close. He was rattled, even all those years later, like the memory still sat heavy in his chest. And then life moved on, like it does. Years later, this part still hurts to think about. Reggie ended up dying out behind my old place. He'd been hunting in the woods nearby, maybe half a mile out. They found him with a gunshot wound from his own rifle, ruled it an accident. By then, I didn't even work at that job anymore. Darius and I had drifted apart. One of those slow, messy separations where nobody has a single moment to point at. Just distance, time, different lives. And I never got the chance to tell him how sorry I was about his brother. I carried that regret for a long time. I never saw Darius again, but I never forgot what he told me. That was the only paranormal story he ever shared. Before that and after that, he wasn't the kind of guy who talked about ghosts or spirits or any of it. So when he told me this, I believed that he believed it, completely. And honestly, I've thought about it for decades, because I know plenty of people roll their eyes at this stuff. I get it. I'm not trying to convince anyone who's determined not to believe. I'm just saying, people see things. People experience things. Too many, too often, across too many places and generations for it all to be nothing. Maybe it's not ghosts the way movies sell it. Maybe it's something else, something we don't have language for yet. All I know is, Darius wasn't making it up, and that story stayed with him. I'm telling it now for the same reason I've kept it in my heart all this time. Because if you've ever seen something you can't explain, and you've spent years wondering if you're the only one, you're probably not. Hey friends, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? Drop a comment below and let me know. I really love being here, sharing my paranormal experiences from around the world and reading your comments. And by the way, thank you so much for sending in your own paranormal stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any new videos. Now, let's get cozy, put on our headphones, and dive into today's paranormal experiences. Okay, so I've had cats in my life for as long as I can remember. Like, always. And I didn't realize until I was older how much that mattered. How much it shaped the way I feel safe in the world. When I was about 7, my mom had 2 cats, Milo and Dottie, and they both died really close together. I remember being sad, mostly because she was sad, but I didn't really understand what death meant yet. I just knew something important had gone missing from our house, and nobody could bring it back. Around that time, my brothers, Evan and Cole, were absolute chaos. Just little tornadoes in sneakers. And I was the tag-along, the one trying to prove I could keep up, even when I was terrified. The 3 of us got into trouble more than once back then. Nothing glamorous, just the kind of dumb kid stuff that somehow always spirals into, how are we explaining this to an adult? There was this old place at the edge of our neighborhood, an ancient-looking colonial farmhouse, half sinking into weeds. The kind of house you know you're not supposed to go in. It was condemned. Windows busted, boards on the doors, paint peeling like dead skin. And of course, my brothers and their friends decided exploring it was going to be the highlight of their day. I didn't want to go. I was scared, but I was more scared of being left behind, so I followed them anyway. Inside, it smelled like damp dirt and mothballs, like the floor had been wet for years and nobody ever opened a window. There were old belongings everywhere, dusty piles, furniture with sheets on it, little bits of someone's life just abandoned. My brothers and 2 of their friends, Ty and Mason, a pair of twins who always moved like they had one shared brain, ran straight upstairs like it was a game. I didn't. I stayed near the front, right by the doorway, kind of hovering in what I think used to be the living room. I remember staring at the staircase, just waiting for someone to come back down and tell me it was fine. And then I heard it, a loud bang from upstairs, like wood snapping or something slamming hard against the floor. Immediately, Evan shouted Cole's name, sharp, scared, and suddenly the whole air in that house changed. You know that feeling when your body knows something before your mind can explain it? My heart started pounding so hard it felt like it was in my throat. The hair on my arms lifted like I'd rubbed a balloon on my sweater. That prickly, electric feeling spread up my neck and across my shoulders. And I tried to move. I tried. But my legs didn't listen. It was like the house had decided I was staying put. And that's when I saw him. Not a person, not really. A tall figure in this shredded trench coat and a top hat, like an old-fashioned, almost Lincoln-looking hat. But his face was wrong, long, stretched, like someone had tried to draw a man from memory and got the proportions horrifyingly off. And his eyes, I swear to you, his eyes didn't just look dark. They looked hungry, like they were made of heat. The room felt warmer in seconds, heavy, like the air turned into something you had to push through. Then, out of nowhere, there was fire. A sudden flare from upstairs and smoke curling down the staircase. Later, everyone argued about how it started. The twins blamed my brothers. My brothers swore they didn't do it. All I know is, panic took over. I heard feet pounding, someone yelling, bodies rushing down, and then the front door slammed as they bolted outside. And nobody realized I was still in there. I could hear Cole outside, calling my name, my real name, shouting it like he'd finally noticed. I screamed back, begging him to come in, but he didn't. Instead, something else came. I still don't know where it came from, whether it lived in that house or belonged to someone nearby, or was just, honestly, sent. A cat. This cat came flying past me like a streak, just a blur of fur and purpose cutting between me and that figure. And the moment it did, the trenchcoat man was gone. Not fading, not running, just gone, like a light switching off. And the heaviness lifted, instantly, like someone unhooked a chain from my ribs. My legs worked again. I ran. I ran out that front door so fast I don't even remember touching the steps. I hit the yard and my brothers grabbed me and we all took off down the street as sirens started wailing closer. We watched the house burn from a distance, orange flames eating it like it was paper. And the whole time, all I could think was, where is that cat? I would have taken it home. I would have tried. I was the kind of kid who always wanted to rescue things, even when we didn't have room or permission. Not long after that, we got a cat anyway. His name was Buttons, black and white tuxedo cat with this smug little face like he knew he owned the place. We had him for years. He was family. He was mine. Eventually, we moved to a different town. Buttons became an indoor-outdoor cat, mostly because he couldn't stand our big dog, an old Rottweiler mix named Diesel. And one day, Buttons got into a fight with another animal. He came home hurt, got sick, and we had to put him down. That loss hit different. I understood it by then. I felt it deep. A few weeks later, my parents went camping, and they left me home alone. I was maybe 13. It was the 90s. People did that back then without thinking too hard about it. My brothers were older, coming and going, but I was alone in the house most of the time. I was vacuuming, trying not to cry, trying not to think about Buttons. There was a mirror in our hallway that had been glued to the wall so hard my dad once tried to remove it and couldn't. I watched him smack it with a huge hammer, and it didn't even crack. It was like the thing was meant to stay. So I'm vacuuming, I glance up, and my reflection startles me. Just that quick jump you get when you catch movement unexpectedly. And then, I saw him. Not in the mirror, in the reflection of the front bay window, inside the mirror. That trench coat shape, that top hat, standing where he absolutely could not be. My whole body went cold and hot at the same time. That same heavy pressure dropped onto me, that same sense of heat and wrongness. I whipped around to look at the actual window, and Diesel, the dog, started growling. Low and mean, like he could see what I couldn't. And right then, my brother Evan pulled into the driveway. His headlights hit the front window, and the light warped the reflection. And it vanished, like it had been pulled out of the room. I've seen it a few times since then. 3 more times over the years. And here's the part that gets me. Every single time I saw it, I didn't have a cat. But when there's been a cat in my home, when I've had that warm little body curled up somewhere, watching, listening, present, I don't see it. I don't feel it. The house feels guarded. I know some cultures believe cats are protectors, like they stand at the edge of the spirit world. Like they notice what we miss, and they'll step between you and something that wants to get too close. And look, maybe it is trauma. Maybe it's something in me that got wired wrong in that burning house when I was little. But it happened to me. I felt it. I saw it. I lived it. And I've adopted 6 cats over the last couple decades. I'll keep doing it. I'll never not have a cat. Because whether it's spiritual or psychological, whether it's protection or comfort, I'm not taking that chance. Not again. Okay, so for a little context, when my partner Evan bought this house, there was this room in the basement that technically couldn't be listed as a real bedroom. You know, no closet, weird layout, all those rules. But the woman who lived here before, Marjorie, she made that room her bedroom anyway. And it wasn't even a cozy basement room. It was painted this dull, grimy tan, like old coffee with too much cream, and the floor was just bare concrete. There were these half-built-in wooden shelves along one wall with her folded clothes and little trinkets lined up like she'd been living out of storage. And what made it stranger is, there were perfectly normal rooms upstairs, like actual bedrooms. And the laundry was upstairs too. So I still don't understand why she chose the basement, in the one room that felt like it was never meant for people. The room didn't even have a proper ceiling, just exposed beams and pipes. And the only window was this tiny horizontal rectangle near the back, maybe 3 feet wide and not even a foot tall. It barely counted as a window, more like a suggestion of daylight. Anyway, we'd heard Marjorie passed away in the house. I never got a clean story, just bits and pieces from neighbors. And right before Evan closed on the house, her son died too, suddenly. I didn't know him, didn't know the details, but it added this heavy feeling to the whole place when we first moved in. Like the house had been through something, and it hadn't decided whether it was done holding on to it yet. So one day, while we're moving my things in, we needed this big plastic tote that we'd stuck down in that basement room. It was just me and Evan that day. My daughter was at school, and this was before my son was born, so the house felt extra quiet. Evan was upstairs sorting boxes, doing that focused, please don't talk to me unless the house is on fire organizing thing. I run downstairs, and I'm already telling myself, just grab the tote and go back up, because I hated that room. I didn't even want to look at it too long. I open the basement door, head down, and when I step into that room, of course, it's completely black. We'd already replaced the light bulb down there before, but for some reason the bulbs in that room never lasted. They'd burn out insanely fast, like the room just ate them. And that day I didn't have my phone on me either. I'd left it upstairs like an idiot. So now I'm standing there in pitch darkness, and my brain is doing the classic horror movie thing where it goes, you should definitely walk farther in. Because I knew the little window was in the back. I figured if I could just get to it, I could pull the curtain and get a little light. And I hate the dark. Like, I've always hated it. The kind where you can't even see your hands. It makes my skin crawl. But I go anyway, carefully stepping around random stuff we'd shoved in there. An old welcome mat, a folded-up workout machine, some bags, loose boxes. Just enough clutter to make you feel like you'll trip if you panic. I finally reach the back wall, find the curtain, and I pull it open. And there's a foam board pressed against the window, like someone had intentionally blocked it. And the second I register that, like the exact second my brain goes, why is that there? The door behind me slams shut. Not a gentle click, not a slow drift, a full, sharp, violent slam, like someone threw their whole weight into it. I screamed, like real screamed. The kind that surprises you because you didn't know you had that sound in you and it won't open. At first I'm like, okay, it's stuck. But then it's not just stuck, it feels held. Like there's pressure on the other side, like someone has their hand against it. I twist again, pull, twist, pull, over and over. My heart is pounding so hard I can hear it in my ears, and I start yelling, screaming, "Evan, stop, let me out!" Because my first thought is, oh my God, he's pranking me. But it wasn't like him. He wasn't a prank person. And even in that moment, part of me knew it wasn't him. But I didn't have anything else to grab onto, so I clung to that explanation anyway. Until I heard footsteps. Fast footsteps. Heavy, frantic, coming down the stairs. And Evan is yelling, "Let go of the knob! Let go!" Which confused me so badly I almost didn't listen, but his voice sounded scared. Not playful, not laughing. Scared. So I let go and back up into the middle of the room, shaking. And then I hear him on the other side of the door, him throwing his shoulder into it, kicking it, slamming into it again and again, and the door doesn't move. That's the part that still makes me feel sick when I remember it. Because if it was just a door drifting shut, fine. Old house, weird draft, whatever. But Evan couldn't open it from the outside either. He had to break it. He kicked until the frame cracked, until the whole thing finally gave way. And when it did, I ran out so fast I almost fell into him. I was crying so hard I couldn't even get full sentences out, just shaking and trying to breathe. He kept saying, "What happened? What happened?" Like he truly had no idea. And once I finally explained about the foam board, the slam, the knob not moving, he just stared at me, and I could tell he didn't have an explanation either, not a comfortable one. We went upstairs immediately, and I told him dead serious that I never wanted to step foot in that room again. Later, we heard more about Marjorie, and some people hinted she may have died down there. I don't know if that's true. I still don't have a straight answer, but that room has always felt wrong. Like the air is slightly off, like you're intruding. And it wasn't just me. After we renovated the basement a bit, new floors, fresh paint, I brought my 2 older sisters down to see it. I didn't say anything about what happened. I didn't want to influence them, and both of them kept drifting toward that same room, like it pulled them. At one point, we were standing nearby and the door just closed on its own. Slow, casual, like someone finished walking through it. My oldest sister is the "I want to believe but also I need logic" type. My other sister is more open to paranormal stuff. And both of them looked at each other like, okay, that was something. Then there was this night we had friends over. We played this game that's basically like a real-life mystery game in the dark. 8 of us total, running around the house with the lights off. And 3 of us ended up hiding in that basement bedroom at different points. Afterward, we're all sitting around talking about where we hid, who we bumped into, all that post-game chatter. And multiple friends said the same thing. They said when they entered that room, it felt like someone else was already in there with them. One friend even swore something brushed their ankles, like a cat weaving around their legs. But our cat was upstairs, and he's loud. Trust me, we would have known if he was down there. So, yeah, could the house be settling? Sure. Could the door have been a pressure thing, or a weird latch, or a warped frame? Maybe. Could the light bulbs have been some electrical issue? Absolutely. But here's what messes with me. After Evan started renovating that room to turn it into an office, the light bulbs stopped burning out. They last for months now, and if you stay in the basement long enough, there's this feeling. like you're being watched. Not generally, not vaguely, like it's coming from a specific corner. And you can tell yourself whatever you want. Your brain is playing tricks. It's just the shadows. It's just a creepy basement. But the feeling doesn't go away. It just waits there with you. Okay, so a bunch of people have been asking me to tell more stories about my family. And honestly, I get it. Because the truth is, my family's always been tuned in. Like, we've got gifts. We pick up on things. And sometimes, that means things pick up on us. So let me tell you about the time we lived in this condo that was absolutely, unmistakably haunted. And I don't mean, oh, the vibes were weird. I mean stuff happened. Constantly. First of all, my body knew before my brain did. I was sick all the time in that place. Like, constantly run down, always coughing, always exhausted. But the second I left the condo, I'd feel normal again. It was like my health came back the moment I crossed the parking lot. And there was this one presence in particular. And I'm telling you right now, it had an attitude. Like it wanted smoke with me specifically. And I used to laugh about it because I was the only black person in my family living there at the time. So I'd be like, oh great, we got a hateful little ghost too. Cute. Like an equal opportunity menace. But jokes aside, it wasn't funny for long. Because my niece, let's call her Maya. Maya was a little kid then, but she was already a medium. The kind where you don't have to teach her anything. She just knows. And whatever was in that condo, it felt like it wanted her attention. Like it wanted to feed off her. So I stayed on guard. All the time. Because I could handle it messing with me. But I wasn't letting it mess with her. And it did mess with me. Especially when I was weak. One time I had this nasty cold. One of those ones where you're half delirious, throat on fire, body aching, just miserable. I was in bed, and I swear to you, I felt something sit down on the mattress. Like the bed dipped. Then it was like the weight shifted, hard. And I slid in a way that could have snapped my neck if I'd fallen wrong. I panicked and tried to bolt out of the room, because I'm scared of the dark, and I always sleep with my door cracked. Always. But when I reached the door, it was locked. Locked. And that's not normal for me. I never lock my door, especially not at night. So I'm standing there sick as a dog, heart pounding, trying to yank it open, and it felt like the room was closing in around me. Another time, I was downstairs with some of my relatives, my aunt, my cousin, just hanging out, while Maya was asleep in my room. Suddenly we hear this violent bang upstairs, like something got dropped hard. I ran up, fast, and when I opened my bedroom door, my stomach just sank. My entire bookshelf had been knocked over, flat on its side, right next to the bed. And Maya was a tiny kid. That shelf could have seriously hurt her, could have killed her. But by some miracle, she was tucked way over on the far side, pressed close to the wall like she'd instinctively moved away. After that, my sister, Maya's mom, told me something Maya had said. Maya claimed there was a whole family in the condo. She described a teenage boy wearing overalls, and she said it like she was dead serious, like it wasn't a guess. She said there were parents too, and a little blonde girl. And then she casually drops this part like it's no big deal. They live in the closet. The closet. And she was mad because the little blonde girl kept playing with her toys. I remember being like, okay, babe, sure, maybe she's got a big imagination. She's 6. Kids say stuff. But I still believed her, because Maya doesn't lie. She's never been that kind of kid. So fast forward years later, like almost a decade, and we start doing this thing where we zoom in on photos from that condo. Because weirdly, we'd noticed before that faces sometimes showed up. Like the tenants were always present, like they paid rent. So we're zooming in, laughing a little, creeping ourselves out. And then we get to this one photo. It's a picture of me with my older nieces. In the photo, my oldest niece is in front, and I'm behind her with my younger niece beside me. And behind my oldest niece's shoulder, there's a boy, a teen, wearing overalls, just staring directly at me and my younger niece like he's watching us on purpose. I swear to you, my blood went cold so fast I felt it in my teeth. Because Maya described that exact boy, years before I ever noticed him. And at the time, I'd told myself it was probably just a kid thing, just imagination. Nope, there he was, overalls and all. And the worst part? When you zoom in, it's not even just him. There are other faces, half-formed, like they're peeking out from shadows. And one of them, this is the part that really messed me up, looked like my dog that had passed away. Like she was there, watching over us from wherever she went. That picture messed me up for a long time. Because once you see something like that with your own eyes, you can't pretend anymore. You can't rationalize it away. You either accept the world is bigger than you thought, or you lie to yourself. And from that day on, I never doubted Maya again. Not even for a second. Because she kept being right, over and over. And now she's grown into an absolutely gifted medium. And that condo? Oh, it had more in it than that family. Here's another one that still makes me shudder. Back then, I was finishing high school and also going to cosmetology classes. I used to grow my nails out because I did nail art for my portfolio. Little designs, practice sets, the whole thing. And I didn't have many people to model for me, so I practiced on myself a lot. One morning, I woke up in this sharp, burning pain. I looked down at my hand and my long thumbnail, my good thumbnail, had been snapped clean off. Like ripped. Not a little break, I mean gone. And on the same hand, I had 3 deep scratches, long, dramatic marks, like somebody dragged claws down me. And I'm sitting there like, how did I not wake up? How did I not feel it happen? We didn't have pets, no cat, no dog, nothing. I checked the bed, the blankets, everything. No broken plastic, no sharp edges, no explanation. Just those marks. And that's the thing about places like that. After a while, you're not even asking, is this real anymore? You're just trying to get through the day without being targeted. I know I'm telling this kind of fast, but honestly, it feels good to say it out loud. Because it takes a lot to scare me. And even then, I still hate when people act like you're crazy for describing something you lived through. My mom has passed since then, and she still visits sometimes. Not in a scary way, more like comfort. Like she checks in. So sometimes the gift part of all this outweighs the ugly side. But yeah, my family and I have always felt like we're haunted. Like something about us, about what we can sense, makes spirits restless. Like they notice us more. And the funniest part? We moved recently. New place, fresh start. And then Jordan comes up to me one day, completely serious, and says, "So, I found these condos we could look at." And I'm like, "Which condos?" And they named them. The same ones. But I'm older now. I'm not just scared. I can identify what's happening. I can feel manipulation when it tries to sneak in wearing a normal face. So no, we are not going back. Anyway, keep it spooky, because I've got plenty more. And trust me, this one was one of the lighter stories. Hey, so before I tell you this, I want you to picture the kind of place where history doesn't feel past, where it feels stuck in the soil. We moved to North Georgia when I was around 10, close enough to the Chickamauga battlefield that people casually talked about it like it was just another landmark. But you could feel it. The woods, The low hills, the mist that sat in the mornings, everything about that area felt heavy, like the land remembered too much. Our new place was an old farmhouse, deep red paint, a wide porch, two bright white columns out front that looked almost too clean against the color of the house. The kind of porch that should have felt welcoming. And honestly, at first, I was thrilled. For the first time in my life, I was getting my own room. No more sharing with my brother, no more listening to someone else breathe while I tried to fall asleep. The first day, while we were hauling boxes inside, I noticed a door up near the hallway ceiling line, like it led somewhere higher. It had a padlock on it. I asked my mom, "What's that?" She squinted at it like she'd never even seen it. "No idea. Probably an attic crawl space. The owner must have locked it for safety." And I remember shrugging like, "Sure, fine." Kids accept weird answers all the time. But then I carried the last box down toward the back of the house, the laundry room. And the second I stepped into that part of the place, my excitement just drained out of me. It was still bright outside, a sticky summer afternoon, the kind where heat shimmers off the driveway. Yet in that back room, I got goosebumps so fast it actually made me angry, because I didn't want to be scared in my new house. I tried to act normal, set the box down, and that's when I saw it. A door. Not on the wall, on the floor, like a trap door from a movie. I'd never seen one in real life. Of course I walked right over. Of course I put my hands on it. There was a latch, stiff, stubborn. I wrestled with it longer than I should have, and then, with a sudden scrape and pop, it gave way. The door swung up, and there was this drop, maybe 3 feet, down into a dirt-floored cellar that smelled like wet earth and old wood. I stared into that opening and felt my stomach turn cold. I slammed it shut so hard the whole floor thudded. I locked it again, hands shaking, and bolted out of that laundry room like something could reach up and grab my ankle. I found my brothers first, Eli and Mason, older than me, already acting like nothing could touch them. I blurted out, "There's a cellar. I opened it." Their eyes lit up like it was Christmas. "Show us." I didn't want to. I really didn't. But I followed anyway, because that's what younger siblings do. Pretend they're brave so they don't get left behind. We opened it again, and they climbed down like it was nothing. The second my shoes hit the dirt floor, that feeling came back, like being watched. Not just watched, studied. Like something in the dark was aware of our breathing, our little movements, the way our voices echoed. I stayed close to Eli, gripping his sleeve. We took a few steps, and the air felt thicker the farther we went, like the cellar didn't want us down there. We climbed back out fast, and right as I lifted my foot over the edge, something brushed my calf. Not like a cobweb, not like a piece of grass, like a hand passing by. But for weeks after that, it followed me, that sensation, those unseen eyes. Sometimes it felt like it came from the hallway, sometimes the corner of the kitchen, sometimes right outside my bedroom door at night, the way silence can feel crowded if you stare into it long enough. And nights were the worst. I was a kid, so of course I hated the dark. But in that house, nighttime felt different, like the dark wasn't empty, like it had weight. One night, I was half asleep, staring at the little plug-in nightlight in my room. It flickered, just once, then again, like something was messing with it. My eyelids got heavy, and I drifted off. And that's when the dream started. Except, it didn't feel like a dream. I saw myself in bed, like I was standing in my own room watching my body sleep. I remember that detail so clearly, the way my blanket was bunched around my legs, the soft rise and fall of my chest. And I started shivering, even in the dream. Then, creak. My closet door, slow, careful, like someone was trying not to be heard. I walked toward it. I didn't want to, but my feet moved anyway, like the dream was guiding me. I opened the closet and reached up for the pull string because the closet light was one of those bare bulbs. My fingers wrapped around the string, and the floor dropped out from under me. I fell, hard, and landed on dirt. I was in the cellar. I could smell it again, that wet earth rot. I sat up fast, patting my arms, my ribs, my legs, expecting pain. But it was like my body was too shocked to feel anything. Then that sensation hit me, those eyes. I looked up, slowly, because I didn't want to. And there was a concrete slab in front of me that I knew hadn't been there the day we opened the cellar. It looked too solid, too deliberate, like a grave marker made into a table. And lying on top of it was my brother. Not Eli, not Mason, my other brother, the one we lost years before, the one whose name still made my mom's voice catch sometimes if she said it too fast. He looked wrong, gray, sunken, like he'd been underwater for too long, like he'd been kept somewhere he shouldn't have been kept. I felt tears rush up instantly, the kind you can't stop. I backed away, shaking so bad my teeth clicked. And that's when I saw her. Behind the slab, half in shadow, was a woman, tall and thin, hair long and stringy, black tangled with gray. She wore this dirty burgundy cloak, the fabric torn at the sleeves, hanging on her like old curtains. She was bent over the slab like she was guarding it, or feeding on it. I tried to breathe, but it felt like my throat had closed. I took another step back, and in one sharp, unnatural movement, she snapped her head up. Her eyes locked onto me like she'd been waiting. I ran. I ran like my life depended on it, scrambling across dirt, lunging for the cellar steps. I could feel her behind me even though I didn't dare look. I hit the trap door, shoved it up, fumbled, climbed, hands slipping, heart punching my ribs. I burst into the laundry room, sprinted down the hall, slammed my bedroom door, locked it, and dove under my covers like a little kid again, shaking and whispering, "No, no, no," into the blanket like it could protect me. At some point, the panic blurred into exhaustion. I fell asleep again with sunlight creeping into the room. And when I finally woke up for real, late morning, maybe closer to noon, I swung my legs over the bed. That's when I saw them. Bruises, blooming purple, and dirt, real dirt, caked along my calves and ankles like I'd been on my knees in soil. I just stood there staring, because the room was quiet and normal and bright, but my legs looked like I'd been somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. And even now, years later, I can still remember the exact feeling of that back room. Not fear like a jump scare, fear like a warning, like the house was trying to tell me something the moment I walked in, and I didn't listen. Okay, so before I get into this, you have to understand my buddy. I'll call him Drew here. Drew is one of those people who's always had paranormal stories. Like, not in a I saw something once way. I mean, he's told me about figures in old hallways, weird voices in the woods, shadowy shapes near the hospital where his aunt worked. The kind of stuff that makes you laugh until you see his face and realize he's dead serious. And the thing is, where I live, it's the complete opposite of spooky. It's one of those really nice, quiet neighborhoods where everybody knows everybody. People wave. Dogs have play dates. Nothing bad ever happens. It's the kind of place you'd think a ghost would get bored in. So, May 2019. The Toronto Raptors had just made the finals, and I was losing my mind with excitement. I had so much energy buzzing in me that I couldn't just sit inside. I had to burn it off somehow. So I go out back to my trampoline and start doing flips like an idiot, just riding that adrenaline. Drew's on the back steps watching me, arms crossed, just kind of smirking, until he suddenly goes, really quietly, like his throat tightens up. "Evan?" And I'm like, "Yeah? What's up?" I bounce to a stop and look over at him, and he's pale, like actually pale. And that's what got me, because Drew doesn't scare easy. He's the type who watches horror movies alone with the lights off just to prove he can. He lifts his hand and points toward our neighbor's yard, toward this big old spruce tree near the fence line. And I look, and I don't see anything. So I'm like, "What? What are you pointing at?" And he goes, "There was someone watching us. They were peeking from behind that tree, and then they moved." My stomach kind of drops, because the way he said it wasn't dramatic. It was worried, like he was trying not to panic. So I climb up onto the deck to get a better view. I stand there scanning the yard, the fence, the tree. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Just the normal backyard quiet. I wait, honestly probably like 10 minutes. Then I do the dumb teenage thing where you get brave because you don't want to admit you're nervous. I shout, "Hello? Who's there?" Silence. So of course I decide I'm going to be a hero. I hop down and walk straight over to the tree, heart pounding like I'm about to catch someone. I look behind it. Nothing. No footprints, no rustling, nobody. But even after I walked back, Drew didn't relax. He kept staring at that spot like he was waiting for something to lean out again. And that should have been the end of it, right? Just one creepy moment, maybe a misunderstanding. Except, it wasn't. Jump to January 2021. Another friend of mine, let's call her Maya, lives a few streets over in the same neighborhood. One night we're on a video call, just chatting, nothing weird. And mid-sentence, she snaps her head toward the front of her house like she heard something right outside. I'm like, "What's wrong?" And she whispers, "Someone just pounded on my front door." Her parents were out of town at the time, and she was home alone. And it was late. Like that heavy kind of nighttime where everything outside feels too quiet. Then, no warning, Maya backs away from her phone, and I hear her voice get shaky. She goes, "There's someone outside my window." And I'm like, "What? Who?" And she says this sentence that made my blood turn cold. He's completely black. Like not wearing black, he's black. And his eyes are yellow, like glowing. Then Maya screams, this full, raw, panicked scream, and the phone jolts like she almost drops it. And she's crying, yelling, "It's inside! Evan, it's inside my house!" I don't even think. I just grab my hoodie and run out the door. I don't drive. I take my bike because it's faster in the neighborhood, and it's only a few minutes away if you cut through the side streets. The entire ride I'm expecting, I don't know, something to step out in front of me. Something to be waiting. I get there, pounding on her door, and she throws it open and basically yanks me inside. She's shaking so hard she can barely talk, and when she finally does, she just keeps repeating, "It's gone. It just disappeared." No broken windows, no open doors, nothing out of place. Just her fear filling the whole house like smoke. And we tried to rationalize it. We really did. Stress, imagination, shadows, anything. But then, summer 2022, I'm in my backyard again, this time with another friend. Let's call him Noah. We're having a little fire going, just messing around, roasting snacks, talking about nothing important. Noah has always been sensitive, I guess. He gets spooked easily, and he swears he picks up on weird vibes in places other people don't. He's standing near the edge of the yard, kind of dancing around, being goofy. Then he just freezes, like his whole face drains. And he goes, very quietly, "Do you see that?" I turn, expecting maybe an animal or a person. He points toward the same neighbor's yard, and he says, "There's a shadow, a man. It's huge, like 8 feet tall." I scan the yard. Nothing. The trees are still. The fence line is empty. But then I notice something that makes my skin prickle. There's this weird patch of fog. Not like a misty evening fog everywhere, just a single cloud of it, sitting low in the middle of the yard like someone poured it there. No breeze, no reason, just fog in one place. Noah wouldn't stop staring at it, wouldn't step closer, just kept backing up like whatever he saw could move again at any second. And then the last thing, this one's just me. This past summer, I get home late from a movie. It's quiet, lights off, neighborhood asleep. I step out of the car, shut the door, and as I'm walking up my driveway, I hear this scream, like a full-on, blood-curdling scream, coming from the woods behind the houses. Not like a fox, not like a dog, a scream that sounded human. Every hair on my arms stood up. I ran inside so fast I nearly tripped. Then I went to the window and stared out, scanning the trees, the street, the shadows between houses. Nothing. No movement, no person, no animal, no sound afterward. Just quiet again, like the neighborhood swallowed it. And that's what messes with me the most. I've never actually seen it. Not clearly, not like they describe. But after the first time in 2019, I started getting this constant feeling of being watched, like when you're alone, but your body refuses to believe you're alone. And after that, other weird things happened to me too. Stuff that freaked me out so bad I didn't even want to talk about it for a while. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something real, or if it's some kind of shared fear that's taken on a life of its own. All I know is, in the nicest, quietest neighborhood you can imagine, multiple people have described the same thing. And if I ever see it for myself, I'll never forget it. So this happened maybe 4-ish years ago, and I swear, I still get that icy, prickly feeling just thinking about it. Okay, quick setup. My buddy Evan asked if I wanted to come with him to his dad's place for the afternoon. We get there, and his dad's like, "Hey, I'm going out of town for the weekend. Anniversary trip. Can you guys house sit?" And of course we say yes. Easy. Evan tells me he's going to jump in the shower real fast, so I'm just hanging out in the spare bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed, scrolling on my phone. His little pug, Daisy, climbs up next to me and plops down like she owns the place. And then, out of nowhere, Daisy stands straight up, stiff as a board. She turns her head toward the closet, like laser-focused, and just stares. The closet door is cracked open, dark inside, and she starts this low growl that doesn't even sound like her. It's not playful. It's not, "Someone's at the door." It's, "Warning." Then she barks, like full-on, furious barking at the closet. And I remember thinking, oh, awesome. Of course. The dog sees something I don't. A couple days later, it's the night we're actually house-sitting. Evan's dad is already gone. Evan and I are wiped because we'd been out late the night before. Some show downtown, loud crowd, barely any sleep. We're back in the spare room, getting ready to crash. Door open because we've got this box fan wedged in the doorway to move air through the hall. The TV's on low, just enough background noise to drift off. And Evan keeps sitting up a little and going, "Did you just see that?" And I'm like, "See what?" And he goes, super casually, like it's no big deal. "That guy, he keeps peeking around the door at us." I didn't see anything. I genuinely thought he was just exhausted and jumpy. So I'm like, "Dude, go to sleep." Eventually he does. he passes out. And that's when I start seeing it. Not like a full person walking in or anything, more like a shape. A head and shoulder kind of silhouette, just barely leaning around the doorway from the hall. I'd glance up, and it would pull back, like it knew. So I'd stare at the doorway, heart thudding, telling myself my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then I'd look down at the TV for a second, look back up, and there it was again. And every single time I caught it, it would duck away like, "Nope, you're not allowed to see me." This happened over and over, 4, 5 times. Enough that I wasn't questioning it anymore. I was just lying there thinking, "Please don't come in. Please don't come in." And then, like someone flipped a switch, Evan's legs start shaking. Not a little twitch, like rhythmic, violent shaking. The kind where your brain immediately goes to worst-case scenarios. Then it spreads. His whole body starts doing it. And Daisy, who'd been asleep, launches upright and jumps right onto his chest, barking in his face like she's trying to drag his soul back into his body. She's going crazy. I lean over and start shaking him. "Evan! Evan! Evan!" saying his name over and over. His eyes open wide, but there is nothing behind them. He's looking through me, not at me. And then he starts making this sound, like he's trying to yell but can't. It starts small, almost strangled, then gets louder and louder until it's this awful, strained, rising noise that makes my stomach drop. I shake him again, harder, and finally he snaps out of it like a diver breaking the surface. He gulps air and goes, Just give me a second." Then he looks toward the foot of the bed and says, dead serious, "Didn't you just see that guy standing there?" And I'm like, "Evan, you were staring at me. There was no guy at the foot of the bed." Later, I found out Evan gets sleep paralysis and night terrors, especially at his dad's place. But I didn't know that then. All I knew was what I felt. The room wasn't normal anymore. And here's the part where I'll probably sound ridiculous, but whatever. My mom used to read all those old paranormal books, and one thing she always said stuck with me. If something is trapped or lingering, you can tell it to go toward the light. Like, give it permission to leave. So I get up, trying to act brave even though my knees are basically water, and I walk out into the living room. And I say, out loud, something like, "You're scaring me. I don't want you here. If you can go, go. If there's a light, go to it." From the bedroom, Evan yells, half laughing, "Yeah, go toward the TV." And I snapped at him, like actually angry. "Don't do that. Don't joke, seriously." I go back into the room and sit on the bed again. And from that moment on, for the next hour, maybe more, it was like the room kept getting invaded in waves. Every 5 to 10 minutes you'd feel it. The air would change. The pressure would shift, like someone had put a heavy blanket over the whole room. The temperature would drop, not like, "Oh, it's cooler," but like the warmth got pulled out of the space. The energy felt mean, irritated, like we were somewhere we weren't welcome. Both of us would get goosebumps so intense it was painful, like every hair on my arms and legs was standing straight up. It felt like something was circling us, swirling around the bed, angry as hell. And then it would leave, and the room would loosen again, normal-ish. Evan eventually fell back asleep, because of course he did. And I just lay there, frozen, wide awake, staring at the wall beside me. And then the knocking starts, right by my head, on the wall I was leaning against. Knock, knock, knock. Then silence. Then again. Knock, knock, knock. Every few minutes. Like someone in the guest bathroom on the other side of the wall was rapping their knuckles against it just to remind me they could. I didn't move. I didn't breathe right. I just waited for morning like it was a rescue helicopter. The next day, Evan's dad gets home. The second he walks in, I'm like, we need to step outside for a minute. I didn't even care how weird I sounded. We go out onto the front porch, and I just look at him and go, "What is in your house?" He kind of squints at me. "What do you mean?" And I go, "The thing in your house, it's not friendly." And he nods, like I'd asked him where the extra towels were. He goes, "Oh, yeah. The guy who owned it before me, he took his own life in the house. Shot himself. He didn't like anybody being here. Didn't want me here when I first bought the place either. He's calmed down some over time." I swear my stomach dropped right through the porch, because suddenly everything, the dog, the peeking figure, the heavy waves, the knocking, clicked into place in the worst way. I've had strange moments before, little things you can shrug off, a weird feeling, a cold spot, a dream that feels too real. But that weekend, that was the darkest, most hostile energy I've ever felt in my life. Like being tolerated by something that hated you for breathing in its space. And I'll tell you this, I have never been so relieved to leave a house. I hope I never, ever feel that presence again. Okay, so I'm going to tell you two things that happened when I was a kid. And I'm not exaggerating when I say I hated the bedroom wing of my parents' house. It wasn't just, oh, it's dark and spooky. It was this constant feeling like I wasn't meant to be there alone. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye. Once, just once, I watched a little sound-activated toy kick on in total silence, like it had heard something I couldn't. And the hallway. Ugh. My parents had these carved wooden masks hanging up, kind of tribal style, and I swear, they felt like they were watching. Even in the daytime, they made my skin prickle. So, that's the vibe. Now here are the two moments I still can't fully explain. The first one happened when I was about 6 or 7. I had this dream that my cousin, let's call him Milo, was quizzing me with trivia questions. In the dream, I finally knew an answer and I got so excited that I snapped awake and just shouted it. Like I was still in the dream, yelling it out to win. And then I realized, I'm awake. I'm in my room. It's the middle of the night. And I'm yelling into an empty house. I remember the embarrassment first, like that hot, stupid feeling. I went quiet and listened, expecting to hear my mom calling my name or my dad stomping down the hall. Nothing. That's when the embarrassment slid into this weird, creeping confusion, because I was loud, and nobody reacted. So I looked around my room, trying to orient myself, and my eyes landed on the wardrobe at the foot of my bed. It was just a plain, freestanding wardrobe. 2 doors, no mirror, nothing fancy. On top, I kept a few stuffed animals lined up like little guards. That's what it always looked like. But in that moment, it didn't. It was like one of the ward doors was slightly open, or like there was some middle shelf I'd never noticed. And one of my teddy bears, this tan one I'd had forever, was sitting inside, kind of slumped forward. And I swear to you, it was rubbing its eyes, like a sleepy kid, like it had just woken up. I remember just staring, trying to make my brain fit what I was seeing into something normal. Like, okay, I'm still half dreaming. It's fine. My eyes are playing tricks. And then it turned around, and its eyes were bright, not reflective, not caught the moonlight. They were this warm, metallic glow, like amber or gold, and they were too bright to belong in a dark room. I tried to scream, I really did, but my voice wouldn't come out right, like my throat seized. The only thing I managed was this pathetic little high squeak that got stuck halfway. And I did the most kid thing imaginable. I dove under my blanket and pulled it up to my nose like that would save me from whatever that was. I stayed frozen for a few seconds, listening so hard it felt like my ears were straining. Then I peeked out. The wardrobe was normal, both doors shut. The teddy bears were all on top where they'd always been. Everything looked perfectly ordinary, like my room had never been anything else. And here's the part that messes with me. I didn't run. I didn't wake my parents. I didn't even cry. I just decided it was over. Like my brain snapped a folder shut and shoved it deep away. I remember clicking, okay, fine, we're not doing that. The second experience happened later, months or maybe a year after. The timeline is blurry, but the feeling isn't. By then, I had this habit of sneaking into my parents' room at night. Not every night, but enough that it was normal for me. I'd wake up in my own bed, feel that awful, wrong feeling about the hallway and those masks, and I'd shuffle into their room and wedge myself between them. One night, I'd already done that. I was safe, warm, squished between my mom and dad. Then I woke up again. The bedroom door was closed, but it had those textured glass panels, warped enough that you can't see details, just shapes and movement. And I saw someone out there, a silhouette, moving slowly along the hall. At first I thought it was my brother, let's call him Jonah, because who else would be walking around at night? But the shape didn't move like a sleepy kid going to the bathroom. It was hunched, low, almost dragging its steps, like it was tired in a way I couldn't name. I lay there, wide awake, watching it cross that glass. And then it stopped. And it turned its head toward the door, toward me. And through that warped, blurry glass, I saw the same thing. That soft gold glow, those eyes. Not bright like headlights, more like embers, like something alive in the dark. I didn't even think. I instantly went limp and shut my eyes and did this perfect performance of sleeping. You know when you're a kid and you suddenly become an Oscar-winning actor because you're terrified? That. A few seconds passed. I cracked my eyes open just a sliver. The silhouette was moving again, slowly, away down the hall, toward my brother's room. And again, I did something that still confuses me. I let myself believe it was my brother. I told myself I'd imagined the eyes. I rolled over and went back to sleep like that explanation was good enough. But later, days later, I replayed it and realized how little sense it made. Jonah didn't walk like that. He wasn't up wandering at night. And even if he had been, what kid has glowing gold eyes? Those are the only 2 times I ever saw them. The gold eyes. Twice, and both times I felt awake. Really awake. The first time I remember the embarrassment so clearly, that, oh my God, I just yelled for no reason feeling. The second time I remember the exact thought. Why is Jonah up? Why is he walking like that? And the wild part is, I didn't connect those 2 memories until much later. Like, years later. For the longest time, I only told people the teddy bear one, and it never clicked that both stories had the same detail. Same glow. Same color. Same looked right at me feeling. Eventually, when I hit puberty, the fear of that bedroom hallway faded. It just loosened its grip. I could walk through there without my stomach dropping. But something else started happening instead. I started getting these weird hunches. Not dramatic, not I predicted a car crash kind of stuff. More subtle. Like I'd suddenly feel moved to say something, even if it didn't match what I was thinking, and then later it would turn out to be exactly the thing someone needed, or exactly what was about to happen. It's honestly kind of boring when I try to explain it out loud, but it's eerie when it happens. Like, The feeling is calm and certain, and then reality catches up. And I don't know what you believe, but I still can't decide if those were dreams bleeding into waking life, or if I was seeing something real and my kid brain just didn't have the tools to deal with it. But I'll tell you this, I can still picture that wardrobe. I can still picture that hallway glass. And I can still feel what it was like to be looked at. So, we've been out on this little rural property for almost 6 years now, and we've had the normal stuff. Wind rattling a gate, possums on the roof, the odd dog barking at a shadow. But nothing like what happened this week. 2 separate nights, 2 totally different kinds of what on earth was that? And I still don't have a neat explanation for either one. The first night was a few mornings ago, one of those deep, dead hours sleeps where you don't even know what day it is. I remember rolling over and seeing the time glow on my phone, 3:34 a.m. And right then I heard it. 2 knocks. Not a scrape, not a creak. 2 clean, deliberate taps, like someone had knuckles and a plan. The first 2 knocks came from the window in my daughter's room, which is right beside mine. And before I could even sit up all the way, like truly immediately, there were 2 knocks on my window. Then, a beat later, the living room window. 2 knocks again. It's hard to explain how unsettling it was, because it wasn't chaotic. It was organized, like something was moving with intention. There was a short pause, just long enough that my brain tried to jump in and say, okay, maybe it's the house settling. Maybe it's... And then it picked up again, continuing along the next side of the house toward the kitchen windows. And what really got under my skin was the timing. The gap between each set was about a second. A second is nothing. You can't trot around the outside of a house in 1-second jumps, tap, 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 and keep it that precise, especially in the dark. It also wasn't like one window got hammered and then everything went quiet. It was this steady pattern, moving around the house in a clockwise loop, like it was tracing the perimeter. Our garage sits between the living room and kitchen, and I remember thinking, if it's still going in that direction, it would have hit the garage windows too. I just can't hear them from here. And that thought bothered me even more, because it made the pattern feel real in a way I didn't want. And here's another detail I can't get past. Our livestock guardian dogs, big, serious dogs who bark at moths for a living, were silent. No warning barks, no pacing, nothing. Even our motion lights didn't flick on. No porch sensors, no backlights. And it wasn't windy that night either. One of those still, cold nights where sound travels. I was shaken. I'm not going to pretend I wasn't. But I whispered a prayer right there in bed. Simple, steady, asking for protection, asking for peace, asking God to cover the house. And somehow, I eventually drifted back off. The next morning I asked my daughter, let's call her Lila, if she'd heard anything. She looked at me like she wasn't sure she was awake when it happened. She said she remembered hearing knocking, but it felt like she was half dreaming, so she'd convinced herself it wasn't real. And I tried to do the same. I really did. I tried to file it away under rural house noises and move on. But then the second night happened. This one was last night. Well, technically early morning. I was asleep next to my partner, let's call him Ethan, when we got jolted awake by our 2 boys standing in the doorway, wide-eyed and pale. The time was 1:12 a.m. They were both talking at once, but the younger one, Noah, was the most scared. He kept saying something was outside. The older one, Caleb, was trying to sound brave, but I could hear it in his voice too. Their rooms are side by side, further down from ours. Caleb told us he was just about to fall asleep when he heard a voice outside, near Noah's window. And he didn't describe it like an animal sound. He described it like speech. Like someone was talking, but the words weren't words. More like rapid, hollow gibberish. Something that had the cadence of language without being language. Caleb told us he called out for it to leave in God's name, loudly, not whispering. And when it didn't stop, he got up and came straight to us. And as he did, Noah came out too, insisting he heard it clearly as well. And this time, everything outside was alive. The wind was whipping hard, strong enough that you could hear it pushing at the eaves, and the dogs were going insane. Not their normal, "there's a cat" bark. This was full-throated, urgent, relentless barking, the kind that says, something is here. Those dogs can see the boys' windows from the paddock, and I remember thinking, they don't bark like this at wind. We didn't waste time. Ethan and I went straight into Noah's room, and we knelt right there. No fancy speech, no performance, just prayer. Calm, firm, covering him, asking God to fill that room with peace. And I'm telling you, within seconds, the barking stopped. Not faded, not slowed, stopped. And the wind did the same thing, like someone turned it off. The sudden quiet was almost louder than the noise had been. After that, Ethan, Caleb, and I went outside. We didn't go wandering around the yard or chasing anything. We stayed near the house and prayed out loud, asking anything that wasn't of God to leave, telling it had no place on our property, speaking the name of Jesus and asking for the Lord's protection over every side of the home. We walked the perimeter, front, back, both sides, praying as we went. Not in panic, more like planting a flag. Like, no, this is our home. These are our children. You are not welcome here. When we came back inside, we kept praying. I went back to Noah and prayed over him again because he was shaking, trying to be tough because he's a teenager now, but you could see it in his eyes. That kind of fear sits in the body. We stayed awake until around 3:40 a.m., just checking the house, checking the kids, listening. Nothing else happened after that, at least nothing we noticed. And look, I know how this sounds. We're not a family that's dabbling in spooky stuff. We don't mess with new age practices or try to chase experiences. We're pretty straightforward. We read the Bible, we pray, we try to live clean and kind and steady. We're not perfect, but we're not inviting darkness in or going looking for it. That's why this has rattled me so much, because both incidents happened outside the house, and I'm grateful for that. I truly am. I feel deep down that God has been protecting us, but I don't want any of it lingering. I don't want activity. I don't want conversation with it. I don't want curiosity leading us anywhere. I just want our home to be quiet again, normal again. I keep circling back to the first night and trying to explain it away. Maybe cold contraction, maybe the siding, maybe, I don't know. But the pattern was so directional, so methodical. And after living here this long without anything like it, it's hard to shrug off. And my biggest ache is for Noah. He's the one who looks like he's carrying it in his chest today, like he's bracing for it to happen again. So yeah, that's where we're at. 2 nights, 2 different kinds of disturbances, a house that suddenly felt like it was being tested at the edges, and I'm left with this quiet question I can't shake. Has anyone else ever gone through something like this? Something you can't quite explain, that seems to press right up against your home, but not cross in? Okay, so before I start, I need to say this. I remember weirdly little about that vacation. I was around 10, and I've always been the kind of person who forgets defects fast. But 2 moments from that trip have stayed so sharp in my head that it honestly feels like they've been waiting for me in the dark ever since. This was in Puerto Rico, right around New Year's. My dad, Marco, decided we should rent this small place outside of town for a long weekend. That wasn't totally unusual for us back then, but I was thrilled. I've always loved long drives, the kind where you're half asleep in the back seat and the world feels big and safe and full of possibilities, you know? I remember messing around with my little brother Nico, annoying my sister Elena, the usual kid stuff. Nothing dramatic. When we finally got there, the outside of the rental was actually pretty, like postcard pretty. Lots of plants, warm air, that soft glow everything gets near the coast. Inside, it felt cozy too. Nothing screamed danger or haunted or anything like that. For a few minutes, it was just a normal family trip. And then I looked toward the kitchen. The kitchen had this little counter, almost like a breakfast bar, that made kind of an open window into the room. There was the main doorway, and then that counter opening, and behind the refrigerator there was this narrow slice of shadowed space. And in that shadow, I saw it. I'm trying to describe this in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just telling some cheesy, scary story, but I swear I'm not exaggerating. It was hunched, like it didn't quite fit in the room. From the way it was folded over and how high the ceiling seemed, I remember thinking it must have been 8 or 9 feet tall if it stood up straight. Its skin was this sick, rotten brown, wrinkled in a way that made it look wrong, like meat that shouldn't exist anymore. And where its arms should have been, there weren't arms. Just these long, thin stubs, like the limbs had been cut away cleanly and then covered over with smooth skin. Its torso was so thin I felt like I could see bone through it. Ribs, spine, all of it, like a stretched out shape of a body. But the worst part was the face. It was almost human, which somehow made it worse. Like somebody had taken a person's head and inflated it, round and swollen, but still wrinkled like an elderly face. Its mouth was pulled back way too far, like a grin, but not a grin, and I could see gums and these yellow teeth that looked old and sick. And the thing is, I don't remember it having eyes, like there was nothing where eyes should be. But I have never felt stared at so intensely in my life. I froze, completely. I wanted to scream, I wanted to run, but my body didn't move. It felt like my lungs forgot what to do. And for a few seconds, it was just me and that thing, staring at each other across the kitchen, like the whole world had narrowed into that one strip of air. Then something happened that I still don't know how to explain. It felt like I got pulled forward. Not like someone grabbed my shirt, more like my brain got yanked closer. My vision turned foggy, like static on an old TV. And I heard this sound, like a song almost, but warped, distorted, like someone humming through a broken speaker. It only lasted a few seconds, 5, maybe 6, but it felt way longer. And then it was just gone. That first night somehow, I still fell asleep. I was scared, yeah, but I told myself I'd imagined it, or I'd seen a shadow wrong, or my kid brain was being dramatic. But the next night, I stopped being able to lie to myself. It was late, around 1 or 2 a.m., and I woke up thirsty. I wanted water, and I also wanted one of the little snacks we'd brought because I was a kid, and that's what kids do. So I got up and went to the bedroom door. We always closed it when we slept, so I reached for the handle. And I froze again. This time, it wasn't because I saw something. It was because I felt something. This wave of dread hit me so hard it felt physical, like being slammed in the chest. I remember thinking, super clearly, if I open that door, something horrible is going to happen to me. Not a vague worry, not nerves. It felt like a warning screamed straight into my bones. I got cold all over. My stomach turned. I felt so sick with fear I thought I might throw up. So I crawled back into bed and pulled the blanket over my head like it could protect me. And that's when the footsteps started. Not normal footsteps. Not, oh, Dad's walking around footsteps. These sounded like they were everywhere. Like the house had layers and something was moving through all of them. Above me, below me, beside me. Like it was walking inside the walls and the ceiling and the floor at the same time. Every now and then it would sound closer, and I'd hold my breath so hard my chest hurt. My sister Elena slept in the other bed, right next to this small window, and somehow she didn't wake up at all, not even once. That almost scared me more, like whatever was happening wasn't allowed to touch her, or didn't care to. I stayed like that forever, just listening, shaking, trying not to cry loudly enough for anyone to hear. The only reason I know how long it lasted is because at some point the room started getting lighter. The fear didn't disappear, but it thinned out like fog as the sunrise came in. When the sun was finally up, I forced myself out of bed and opened the door. Nothing. The house was quiet, peaceful even, like it had been asleep the whole time and I was the only one who'd been awake. I ended up sleeping the rest of the morning out of pure exhaustion, like my body just shut down to recover. After that, the feeling of being watched got worse. Like, not a constant panic, more like this tightness you carry, this sense that the air behind you isn't empty. I kept thinking I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, especially in doorways and near the balcony, but every time I looked directly, nothing. And the last night before we left, I'm almost sure I saw it again. I got up to use the bathroom, and when I glanced toward the balcony, I swear it was there. Just a shape, hunched the same way, watching. When I did a double take, it was gone. Later, my sister told me, out of nowhere, that she'd seen something outside on the balcony too. She didn't describe it the same way I did, and she couldn't say when exactly she saw it. But the fact that she said anything at all made my skin go cold. We never went back. It didn't follow us, at least not in any real way. But every once in a while, especially around New Year's, I still dream about that place. And in the dream, I'm 10 again, staring into the kitchen, and my body won't move, and I can feel it looking at me even without eyes. I know how it sounds. I know. If someone told me this story, I'd probably assume they were making it up, or dressing it up into something scarier than it really was. And I will never, ever stay in a place like that again. So, this happened to me a little over a decade ago, back when I was in high school. I don't tell it often, mostly because I still don't know what to do with it. I'm not even trying to make it sound bigger than it was. I just remember it so clearly, and I've never been able to land on a clean, satisfying explanation. I was 16 at the time, somewhere in the middle of the school year. And for context, I've always been a light sleeper. As a teenager, I dealt with sleep paralysis on and off, and sometimes those weird, half-awake auditory hallucinations, like your brain is trying to dream while you're sitting up and listening. So I'm used to my own mind being unhelpful at night. But what happened that night felt different, too structured, too physical. The only other maybe paranormal thing I'd ever experienced was when I was younger, sleeping over at my friend Tyler's place. I woke up and saw something in the hallway that was darker than the darkness around it. Like the unlit room had somehow produced an even darker shape. It looked almost human, with arms stretched out, and it was moving them up and down like it was waving or stretching. I remember just staring, frozen, until I finally yanked the blanket over my head and decided I never needed to sleep at Tyler's again. The next day we did that classic kid thing where you nervously laugh and go, maybe it was someone in the family messing around, and then everyone agrees not to bring it up ever again. Anyway, fast forward to this night. I woke up suddenly, the way you do when something feels off before you even know why. I glanced at the clock and it was around 3:40 a.m., give or take. The house was quiet, but not the normal quiet. I could hear this faint rustling somewhere, like fabric brushing against something, or someone shifting their weight in a different room. We lived in a small, older house, built mid-century, thin walls, the kind where you can hear a cabinet close from across the place. And the layout was kind of awkward. You'd come in through a side door into the kitchen. From there was a narrow hallway. My parents' room was closest, then a tiny linen closet, then the bathroom, and across from that the basement door. My room was at the far end of the hall, and my sister's old room, empty by then, was beside it. Here's the part that snapped me fully awake. The house was too dark. In the kitchen, we always kept this little sink light on. Nothing bright, just a warm glow so you could find a cup of water without smashing your shin into a chair. From my room, I could always see a thin strip of yellowish light under my door. But now, nothing. Just pitch black under the door like someone had poured ink down the hallway. And then I heard it. A footstep. Heavy. Not the soft shuffle of a barefoot parent going to the bathroom. It sounded like a boot. One solid step, then a pause, then another. Pause, then another. Slow and deliberate, like whoever it was wasn't trying to sneak, but also wasn't in a hurry. Each step sounded closer, and I remember my throat getting tight because I couldn't make my brain choose between intruder and my brain is doing the thing again. Then the step stopped right outside my door, and my doorknob moved. Not like a gentle bump, like a real, unmistakable jiggle. Someone testing it, turning it slightly, letting it rattle for a second. And then, nothing. No footsteps walking away, no door creaking, no whispering. Just dead quiet, like the sound had been switched off. I ended up sliding back into bed and pulling the blanket up like that was going to protect me from whatever. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, just listening for the smallest clue that I wasn't alone. But nothing happened. And eventually, the fear shifted into this weird, stubborn logic. Like, okay, if someone's out there and they're waiting, hiding in my room isn't going to change anything. If the worst is happening, it's already happening. So I did the dumb, brave thing you do when you're 16 and terrified. I grabbed the baseball bat from my closet. I unlocked my door, opened it slowly, and yeah, my hallway was absolutely black. Not dim, black. Like my eyes couldn't find a single reference point. But the house still had power. I looked out through the kitchen window, and the streetlights were on. No storm, no outage. Everything outside looked calm and normal, which honestly made it worse. I crept down the hallway into the kitchen, bat raised like I'd actually know what to do with it. And that's when I saw it. The sink light was on, but the bulb had burned out. So the switch was flipped like always, but the actual bulb was dead. Just a tiny, dark fixture hanging there, useless. I stood there staring at it, feeling my heart slam against my ribs because that explained the darkness, sure, but it didn't explain the footsteps or the doorknob. I went to the closet, found a replacement bulb, and screwed it in with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. The light came back on immediately, warm, normal, comforting. I stood under it for a second like it was a campfire, Like if I just soaked in enough normal light, the whole night would turn into something explainable. Then I went back to my room, locked my door again, and since I was already wide awake, I started getting ready for school early, just trying to act like a regular human in a regular morning. About an hour later, I went out to grab something to eat, and the kitchen was dark again. Same exact thing. Sink light switch still on, bulb blown. A brand new bulb, dead, in under an hour. I remember standing there in the hallway, staring at that strip of darkness under the kitchen doorway, trying to force my brain into science mode. Like if I could just summon every educational TV show I'd ever watched, it would all click into place. Bad wiring, power surge, faulty bulb, old fixture, something. But it felt targeted, like it was the same specific light being taken away, twice, on the same night, right after those footsteps stopped at my door. I replaced the bulb again. It lit up normally. And after that, nothing else happened. No more footsteps. No more knob moving. No more burned bulbs. The house just went back to being a regular, boring house. And that's kind of why it still sticks with me. Because it wasn't some dramatic haunting with slamming doors and floating objects. It was small, quiet, almost polite. But it felt intelligent in a way that makes my skin prickle even now. To this day, I still don't know if I lived through something paranormal, or if my tired teenage brain stitched together coincidence and fear into one perfect memory. But I know what I heard, and I know what that doorknob felt like someone was right there, on the other side, deciding whether they could get in. So, I need to tell you this like I'd tell a friend sitting across from me, because that's the only way it comes out right. When I was little, my family swore I had this weird, paranormal streak. Like talking to people who weren't there, or reacting to things that made adults go quiet and exchange looks. There was even a story I grew up hearing. Apparently, when I was a baby, something unseen knocked a couple toys clean out of the crib like they'd been thrown. No one made some big dramatic deal out of it, though. It was more like, that's odd. And life moved on. I moved on too. Mostly. But there's this feeling I get sometimes, and it's hard to explain without sounding like I'm trying to make myself into some kind of movie character. It's not like hearing voices or seeing shadows in corners. It's just a pull. Deep inside my chest, like something invisible hooks itself around my ribs and tugs. Like my body knows something before my brain catches up. The first time I remember it clearly, I was 8. My grandpa, let's call him Ray, had cancer. Everyone knew it was bad, but it wasn't one of those, this is the day situations. We were visiting, doing the whole family rotation, one by one, saying our goodbyes just in case. But no one was acting like we were minutes away from anything. When it was my turn, I went into his room alone. He looked tired in that way that makes you feel small, like you're watching someone fade in real time. I sat there, and at first it was normal. Quiet, awkward, kid brain trying to figure out what you're supposed to say when you're 8 and your grandpa is sick. And then, that pull hit me. It was sudden. Not pain, not fear, just this heavy, sick certainty. Like the air in the room shifted and my body went, something's coming. Something's coming right now. I didn't understand it, not really. I just felt yanked inward, like my chest had a string tied to it and someone was tugging the other end. I left the room a minute or two later, because what else do you do? I went back out to where everyone was, trying to act normal, but my stomach felt wrong. Less than 5 minutes later, everything changed. Someone rushed in. Voices got sharp. People stood up too fast. And I found out he'd suddenly woken up, said something about his mom, like he was seeing her, like he was going to her. And then he was just gone. It was unexpected. It was fast. And that pull in my chest stayed with me, like my body was trying to say, "See, this is what I mean." The second time was years later. I don't remember my exact age, but I was somewhere in that early teen zone, old enough to be stubborn, young enough to think I was invincible. My dad, Darren, has diabetes. He'd had rough days before, but nothing that ever felt like an emergency in my brain. That night I was up late, doing what teenagers do. Not sleeping, sneaking snacks, messing with the TV volume so no one woke up. I'd stolen the remote and was watching something I probably wasn't supposed to. And then, that feeling came back. Same pull, same sudden heaviness. Like my chest tightened and my whole body went alert before I even knew why. And right after that, this loud thud. I froze. You know that moment where everything inside you goes silent and you're listening with your whole body? That was me. I ran out and found him. He'd crashed, blood sugar so low it was terrifying. He was barely responsive. It wasn't dramatic the way movies do it. It was worse because it was real, quiet and wrong and urgent. The adults later told me I basically saved his life. That if I hadn't found him when I did, if it had been even a few more minutes, he might not have made it, like my body knew. The third time was when I was 16, barely 16, still half kid, half ready to fight the world. My childhood pet, Pippin, had been sick for a while. Not, "he's going to die tonight" sick. More like, "we should keep an eye on him" sick. The kind where everyone's worried but also trying to stay hopeful. That night didn't seem like the night. Nothing dramatic happened, no big warning. And then, there it was again, the pull. And with it, this frantic energy that felt like my brain caught fire. I started begging my parents, like full-on pleading. I remember hearing my own voice sounding way too intense, like I jumped onto some invisible train and couldn't get off. I said something like, "I can feel it. We have to take him in. If we don't, he's going to die soon." I even tried to grab him and leave, like I could just outrun whatever was coming. My parents stopped me, thank God, because I was not in a normal headspace. And later that night, early morning really, he passed. After that, I stopped trying to treat this like a coincidence. 3 times is a pattern. At least it feels like one. Which brings me to the reason I'm even telling you any of this. I'm 17 now, and I met someone recently, long distance, the kind of connection that sneaks up on you, and then suddenly you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, this is real. I actually care about this person in a way that scares me." Let's call him Eli. We traded numbers for emergencies, like if our main app went down or something serious happened, we'd still have a way to reach each other. Normal couple-ish planning, nothing spooky. Except when his contact popped up, it showed his full name, and I didn't know his last name yet. It wasn't like a huge secret or anything, we just hadn't gotten to that point. But seeing it all spelled out like that made my stomach drop, because the moment I read it, that pull happened again. Not panic exactly, more like a signal, like my chest tightened and something inside me went, "Pay attention." And the thought that hit me was so strange I almost didn't want to admit it to myself. That I was supposed to have that information. Like I was supposed to be able to reach him. Like I was meant to keep him here. Because here's the other context. Eli struggles mentally. He has dark days. And since meeting him, there have been a few moments where I've talked him down. where I've stayed up and messaged him through the worst of it, where I've said the right thing at the right time without knowing how I found it. And maybe that's just what people do when they care. Maybe I'm not sensing anything supernatural at all. Maybe I'm just observant. Maybe I'm just scared of losing people, so my brain searches for patterns like it's trying to build safety out of randomness. But I can't shake the timing. I can't shake how the feeling always shows up like a knock on the inside of my ribs, like something leaning close and whispering, "Not yet. Go. Now." And I hate how heavy it feels, because if I'm wrong, then I'm just being dramatic. But if I'm right, then it's like I'm walking around with this invisible alarm inside me, and it only goes off when something precious is about to slip away. And now there's someone precious who's far away. So yeah, that's what's been sitting in my chest lately. Not a ghost story, just a pull. So picture this with me. Garfield, New Jersey, mid-1980s. We were living upstairs in this old two-family Victorian that had been built way back in 1906, creaky in all the familiar ways, the kind of house that always felt like it had a memory. By the time this happened, we were clearing out the downstairs apartment. The woman who'd lived there had been gone a while, and the place was basically a time capsule, mostly old furniture that hadn't budged in decades. My mom, my dad, let's call him Frank, my little brother Eddie, and me were all hauling stuff out, piece by piece, to the curb. At one point, Frank and I went for this massive upholstered armchair, real old school, heavy as a sin. I grabbed the front legs, he grabbed the back legs. Each leg had this wooden post with a smooth little metal button on the end, like a glide, so it wouldn't gouge the floor. The second we lifted it, Frank yelped, like yelled, and dropped his end. I thought, splinter, has to be a splinter. But he's shaking his left hand and staring at his palm like he can't even process it. He goes, "You are not going to believe this, but I just burned my hand." And I'm like, burned? From a chair? But then I see it. In the center of his palm is this angry red welt, about the size of a big coin, perfectly round, like someone pressed a hot lid against him. We set the chair down fast and started poking around. And sure enough, the metal button on the end of that one chair leg was searing. Not warm, not sunny windowsill warm. I mean, touch it and instant regret hot. Here's the part that messed with all of us. The chair clearly hadn't been moved in forever. You could see 4 deep dents in the carpet where it had been sitting, like it had belonged there. And the old lady who lived downstairs? We knew her well enough to know she wasn't scooting furniture around for fun. That chair had probably been in the same spot for 30 years, easy. So why was that one metal button scorching hot? We checked the other 3 legs, normal room temperature. We felt the carpet dents. Cool. Just that single button on that single leg, like it had been heated from the inside out. Frank, being Frank, immediately went into problem-solving mode. His first theory was something like electrical induction, maybe a wire under the floor, maybe something in the wall. So we pulled the carpet back. No wiring under that spot. Then we measured the exact location and went down into the unfinished basement to see what was directly beneath it. Nothing. No junction box, no conduit, no hidden cable. The nearest main wiring was a couple meters away, clearly visible along the joists. That basement wasn't finished. There was nowhere for anything sneaky to hide. By then, the button cooled enough that we were able to drag the chair out to the curb. But of course, now we were obsessed. We tried to recreate it. We slid the carpet back into place, and we started testing the little depression like it was a science experiment. We dropped coins in it. We set a few small metal objects there. Nothing heated up. Nothing even got warm. It was like the chair leg had been the only thing that caught whatever happened. Then I got this idea and grabbed a compass. I rigged it up in this dorky way. Compass tied to a string attached so I could drag it smoothly over a board laid flat across the spot. And every single time I pulled it across that exact point, the needle jumped. Not a tiny twitch either, like a real deflection, around 20-something degrees. Didn't matter what direction I dragged it from. Same result. And then my mom, let's call her Marilyn. She's the one who made it even stranger. She takes the compass and holds it higher, around chest level, and walks slowly across the room. And the needle still reacts. She backs up, walks across again. Same thing. She goes real quiet. It's not just in the floor. It goes up. And then she says something I still can't quite explain. She could feel it, like a gentle but distinct sensation of heat rising in a narrow vertical column right from that spot, almost like standing over a vent that wasn't there. So now we're measuring like lunatics. We mark the spot downstairs, then go upstairs to our own apartment and measure the exact same location. And sure enough, right in our living room, right in front of the TV, that same compass jump. That same weird, warm column feeling if you stood there long enough. And when we checked the basement beneath that, same thing again. It wasn't random. It was like a line through the building. Basement, downstairs apartment, our place upstairs, stacked perfectly. The only reason we'd never noticed it before was because the spot upstairs was in this annoying place where nobody ever put anything. It was basically the don't block the television zone. But once we were paying attention, we realized something else. There was this faint line in our carpet that hadn't been there when it was installed years earlier. The carpet was this speckled salt and pepper kind of pattern, and we'd always assumed that line was some sort of lighting shadow from the front windows. But up close? No. The carpet fibers along that line were actually tilted, like they'd been brushed or pushed in one direction, on a clean, straight path running through that exact spot. It stretched farther one way than the other, fading out after a short distance. And here's what really got me. The compass didn't react anywhere else along that fiber line, only at the precise point, the hot button point. Like the line was a scar, but the spot was the wound. Now, the last part. The part that makes my stomach do this weird little flip even now. Because this wasn't the first time something strange happened there. Flashback a few years earlier, late 70s. I was about 11, and I was always tinkering with stuff. We had this little makeshift workshop area down in the paved section of the basement, and I'd be down there messing around with tools and parts like I was building something important. One night, I'm down there alone. It's quiet, basement quiet. And for no reason I can explain, I look up toward the darker end of the basement, and I see him. An old man, running toward me, holding a flashlight. He looked panicked, like he was rushing to warn somebody. He was wearing one of those old worker caps, the kind you'd imagine on someone from another era. It lasted maybe a second, maybe less, because as he ran forward, he just vanished. Not faded away, not turned a corner. He disappeared right in front of me, like a film cut. I remember freezing so hard I couldn't even breathe right for a moment. Then I bolted, full speed, up the basement steps. And years later, standing there with my family watching a compass needle jump and feeling heat rise from a spot in the floor, we realized something. The place where that old man appeared, where my eyes first caught him moving out of the darkness, was that same exact point, the same pinpoint in the house, the same vertical column through the building. And I'll tell you the honest truth. I don't know what it was. I still don't. We tried to explain it every logical way we could, and nothing fit cleanly. It left its mark, literally, on Frank's hand, and in my memory. I've gone back and forth on whether to say this out loud because I know how it sounds. But I'm going to tell you exactly how it happened, the way I remember it, messy details and all, because keeping it bottled up has been eating at me. It was October 11th, sometime this year. I remember that part clearly because I'd been checking the date on my phone earlier, like I always do when my sleep is off. I went to bed a little after midnight, and I just couldn't settle. You know that feeling where your mind won't stop pacing, even though your body is begging for rest? That was me. And then, out of nowhere, I noticed this white light outside the window. At first it was just a glow, like a car had pulled up with headlights pointed directly at the glass. But it kept growing. Brighter. Bigger. Until it wasn't outside anymore. Everything was flooded with it. The whole room looked like it had been dropped under some impossible spotlight. Brighter than daylight. Brighter than it should have been able to get. And that's when my body started doing something I can't really compare to anything normal. A tingling ran through me. Like electricity, but not painful. More like that heavy pins and needles feeling when your arm falls asleep, except it spread through my arms, legs, chest, everywhere. I realized I couldn't move. Not even a finger. I was completely locked in place. But I was awake. Fully awake. That's the part that sticks. I wasn't drifting. I wasn't dreaming. I was there. The light got so intense I couldn't see anything at all. Just whiteness. And time got weird. It might have been 10 seconds. It might have been 10 minutes. I honestly couldn't tell. Then, slowly, the brightness eased. And suddenly I wasn't in my bedroom anymore. I was sitting in this cold, hard metal chair in a room that was this soft, pale blue, like the color of early morning before the sun's up. And the strangest thing was the lighting. There weren't lamps, no ceiling lights, no shadows really. It was like the room itself glowed from every surface at once. And across from me, close enough that it felt intimate, like a conversation distance, there was someone. Something. If you've ever seen those stereotypical drawings of a gray, yeah, it was like that, but more refined? Not cute, not cartoonish. His face looked almost sculpted, like sharp cheekbones and a stronger structure than the stories usually describe. Deep-set, dark eyes, a small, squared-off nose, a thin mouth that barely moved when he spoke, like he didn't need to. And listen, this is important. I'm not a brave person. I'm anxious. I overthink everything. If I hear a noise in another room, I'm the kind of person who convinces myself something's wrong. But in that moment, I felt calm. Not drugged, not numb, just no fear. Like the part of me that panics had been gently turned down. He started speaking, but not in English. He tried a few languages first, several, one after another, like he was scrolling through options. I didn't understand them, but a couple sounded faintly familiar, like echoes of something I'd heard on TV or in passing. Then he spoke English. Clear. Measured. Like he already knew I'd understand it. And he said my name. Not hey, not human, not anything vague. My actual name, like we'd met before. That alone made my stomach flip. He said something like, welcome, and told me he had something important to share. Then, this is going to sound ridiculous, but it happened. He asked if I was comfortable. Like he cared whether the chair was digging into my back. I answered because what else do you do? I told him I was fine, and I asked who he was and why I was there. He paused for a long time. Long enough that I started wondering if he'd even respond. Then he said, very simply, and I remember this wave of confusion, like my brain tripped over the sentence and couldn't recover. Then he said the message. He told me my planet, our planet, was in danger. Not in a vague, be kind to the earth way, but in a direct, heavy way that landed like a weight in my chest. He said that if we didn't act soon, extreme weather would become normal. More violent storms, More brutal heat, wildfires that wouldn't stop, drought that would crack whole regions open. And then he said something that made my mouth go dry. He said that if we don't change course, the world would slide into a nuclear conflict in the late 2020s. He didn't give an exact date the way you'd expect in a movie, but he was specific enough to make it feel real. He described a future where only a small number of people survive, forced underground, living like we'd taken a knife to civilization and left only the roots. I didn't know what to say. I mean, what do you say to that? My first instinct was honestly, this has to be a dream. It was too sharp, too cinematic, too impossible. But I managed to ask him where he was from, where they were from, and he said, Earth. He told me they had traveled through space and time, not for conquest, not for curiosity, but to try to redirect what they were living through, to prevent their reality from solidifying into ours, like they were grabbing at the steering wheel before the crash. And then he said something that felt aimed straight at my heart. He told me I wasn't the only one, that many people had been contacted in different places, in different ways. And he said, almost like a plea, don't fail us. Don't fail yourselves. That's when I finally said what I'd been thinking the whole time. I told him, you've got the wrong person. I said I'm nobody. I don't have power. I'm not important. I'm not connected to anything. I'm not a leader. I'm not influential. I'm just a person trying to get through life. He didn't argue. He didn't reassure me. He just looked at me, steady, patient, like he already knew I'd say that. So I asked him one last thing. I said, what do I call you? I asked his name, and he answered with a single word, Elias. After that, he didn't speak again. He just kept watching me, eyes like deep water, while the pale blue room grew brighter and brighter, like the light was swelling from inside the walls. The brightness rose until it swallowed everything, and then I was home. Not in bed, in my living room, barely dressed, just my shorts like I'd been dragged out of sleep and dropped somewhere else. And my first panicked thought was, how long was I gone? So I looked at the clock. And this is the part that still makes my skin prickle. It was earlier, not later. Earlier by hours, like time had snapped backward, like whatever happened had been folded and placed back before it began. I stood there for a long time just listening to my own breathing, trying to decide if I was going to cry or laugh or throw up. And that's why I'm telling you. Not because I expect you to believe me automatically, not because I want attention. I'm saying it because it happened to me, and I can't carry it alone anymore. And because he told me, I'm not the only one. So if any of this sounds familiar to you, if you've had your own bright light or missing time, or woke up somewhere you shouldn't have been, I'd really like to hear from you. Hello friends, it's us again, the Paranormal M team. We truly love what we do, and we're incredibly grateful for all your love and support, and for sharing so many of your supernatural experiences with us. Thank you so much. We hope our stories and paranormal experiences help you fall asleep more easily and enjoy a great night's rest. It means a lot to us to know we're keeping you company. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Now, let's get started. I don't even know how to say this without sounding a little out there. But for the last few years, I've felt like I've been visited by ghosts. Not the scary kind, the soft kind. The kind that used to curl up on your pillow and headbutt your hand until you finally paid attention. I've had cats my whole life. When I was little, I got my first cat, her name was Luna, back when I was in kindergarten. A couple years later, we brought home Pip, and those two became this inseparable duo. But Luna was mine. You know? She'd follow me from room to room like she had an assignment. She slept pressed against my side. If I was crying, she showed up, If I was sick, she posted up like a little guard. She died when I was 20. It happened fast, and it happened when my family was out of town, and it just wrecked me. I remember thinking, that's it? Like a whole life and all that love, and then suddenly she's just gone? Around that same time, totally unrelated, at least I think, it's when I started having night terrors. The kind where you wake up drenched in sweat and you're yelling before you even realize you're awake. I was living with roommates then, and I felt horrible because I'd scare the life out of them. And the dreams were always the same theme. Someone I loved dying. Over and over, for weeks at a time. But here's the part I can't explain. After a handful of those nightmares, Luna would show up in them. Not in a spooky way, not like some horror movie. She'd just appear, quiet, calm, sitting there like she owned the place. She'd look up at me and do that slow blink cats do, like, I trust you, you're safe. And in my dream, it was like she was speaking without words, telling me, it's okay, breathe, I'm here. And every single time she showed up, the night terrors stopped afterward. Like the cycle broke. I'd wake up shaken, but also peaceful. Like something warm had settled over me and I could finally rest. So I tried to write it off. Grief does weird things. Brains do weird things. Fine. Then, a year or so later, I got into a car accident that I genuinely don't understand how I walked away from. I was on this back stretch of highway, barely any cars, cold enough that your lungs burn. My tire blew and I spun across lanes like a toy someone flicked. I clipped a truck, at least I think I did, then slammed into the median where the snow had piled up like a wall. Airbags exploded, glass everywhere. The front of my car looked mangled. I sat there for a second waiting to feel pain, because it felt impossible that I wasn't hurt. But I wasn't. Not really. Just whiplash so bad it made me nauseous. I remember putting my forehead on the steering wheel and trying to slow my breathing because my whole body was vibrating with adrenaline. And then, knock knock, a tap on my driver's side window. I looked up and there was this guy standing there, probably late 30s or early 40s, dressed like it was a mild day out. Hoodie unzipped, work boots, no gloves, like he hadn't noticed the temperature. His face was kind, though, calm, like he'd done this before, like he knew exactly how to keep his voice steady when someone else was falling apart. He talked to me through the cracked open window until help arrived. Just kept me grounded, asked me my name, asked me if I could move my fingers, told me to keep breathing. And when the state trooper's lights finally showed up in the distance, the guy sort of stepped back like his job was done, and he said, Milo. And I swear to you, my stomach dropped, because that had been my childhood cat's name. Not Luna, another one from later, a sweet, goofy orange boy who used to sleep on my clean laundry like it was his calling. The guy told me he was driving some kind of rental truck for work, and I didn't see it anywhere. I asked where he lived, some small town nearby, and afterward, when I finally calmed down, I tried to find him. I searched public records. I called a few rental places. Nothing. No trace. Like he'd stepped out of thin air just long enough to keep me alive, and then disappeared. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe my brain latched onto a familiar name because I was in shock. Maybe it's that third man thing people talk about, someone showing up in disasters to guide you through it. Or maybe it was the same thing as my dreams. Me, terrified. And then this quiet, steady presence arriving like, okay, I'm here. You're not alone. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it, so I just carried it around. And then life moved on, like it does. I'm 27 now. I have a job, a grown-up routine, bills, the whole thing. And I have two cats, Saffron and Biscuit. My boys, my little family. I can't have kids, so yeah, this is it for me. They're my heart walking around on four paws. And this week, Biscuit died. It was sudden. One minute he was fine, and the next he wasn't. Some kind of heart condition, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, the vet said, like the words could make it feel less brutal. He collapsed at home, and I held him, and there was nothing I could do. It happened so fast I didn't even get the chance to bargain with the universe. He just slipped away in my arms. I've been completely wrecked, like someone scooped my insides out. But the weirdest part is, he doesn't feel fully gone. I'll feel the bed dip the way it used to when he jumped up to settle near my knees. The treat jar, this heavy thing I never knock over, tipped off the counter the other night and landed right beside his bowl, the one I still can't bring myself to put away. I'll hear those tiny little floor creaks like someone's trotting down the hallway, even when Saffron is literally sitting on my lap. And then there's the purring. Saffron barely purrs. Biscuit purred like a little engine, loud and constant, like he was always reassuring me with it. And now, when the house gets too quiet, especially when I wake up, sometimes I hear it. Not in a "did the fridge just turn on" way, in a purr way, warm and rhythmic and unmistakably familiar. And I just lay there thinking, am I losing it? Is this grief? Is my brain trying to stitch the world back together by inventing him? Or is it him? I've never been a paranormal person. I've always wanted proof and logic and something I can point at. But I can't deny what it feels like. That when I'm scared, when I'm cracked open, something gentle keeps showing up anyway. So if you're listening to me and thinking, yeah, okay, I get it. I hear myself too. But still, if that man on the highway, Milo, from that little town I can't track down, if you're out there somewhere and you're a real person, thank you. I've wanted to say that for years. And if you weren't real, if you were something else entirely, then I guess thank you for that too. Because I don't know what this is, but it feels like love that refuses to leave. Hey, so I'm usually the kind of person who talks myself down when something weird happens. Like if I hear a random creak at night, I'm immediately like, okay, the house is settling. Maybe it's the pipes. Could be an animal outside. I'll take almost any logical explanation if it helps my brain relax, you know? But lately, I don't know. There's been this stuff happening that doesn't fit into any of my usual rational boxes. The biggest thing is these flashes of light. And I don't mean like headlights through a window or a bulb flickering. I mean a sudden, bright white flash. So quick it's almost like your eyes barely get time to register it, but it lights up the whole area for a split second. No sound, just this clean, silent burst. At first it was mostly at my apartment, and I tried to be reasonable about it. I told myself it had to be wiring, or a weird reflection, or maybe some motion light glitching somewhere. But then it started happening in places where that explanation didn't make sense. Like this one time. This was the most recent one that really shook me. I was in this little back room at my friend Maya's place. It's basically a storage space. No outlets nearby. No lamps. No windows positioned in a way that could have thrown a reflection. It was just dark. And then it happened. That same bright flash. For a second, I actually thought, did someone take a photo? Like someone was messing with me from outside, or a screen lit up, or something. I even checked around like an idiot, opened the door, looked through the hallway, checked my phone brightness, everything. And here's the part that messes with me the most. I had my camera recording. So I'm thinking, okay, if I caught it on video, perfect. That means there's a real source and I can figure it out. Except, the flash doesn't show up on the footage. At all. But right at the exact moment it happens, the video glitches. Static, like the whole image jitters and tears for a beat, and you can clearly see me react. Like I flinch and whip my head toward it. So it's not like I imagined it. My body responded. The camera freaked out. But the light itself? Just missing. And it's not even consistent in where it appears. It's not like, oh, it always comes from the kitchen, or it always comes from the same corner. It could be near a closet, or down a dark hallway, or from the weirdest dead space in a room that shouldn't have any light at all. And the worst part? It's not only at home. It's happened at friends' houses, at my cousin Jonah's place, even once when I was staying overnight somewhere else to get a change of scenery. It's like, if there's a dark area, it could happen there. And I keep trying to tell myself it's something normal, like a car passing outside, or a distant lightning flash, or some optical thing I don't understand. But it's always the same exact kind of flash, and it never records the way it should. Now, if it was only that, maybe I could still shrug it off. Maybe I could just go, okay, weird, I'll eventually figure it out. But it hasn't been only that. Other stuff has been stacking on top of it, and that's what's really getting to me. I've had a shirt get yanked and tossed across my room when I was alone. Like, not slide off a chair, not fall, actually move, like something grabbed it and threw it. I've had objects shift when I'm not touching them. Things fall for no reason. I've watched something tip over on a flat surface where it absolutely shouldn't have. And the sounds. The sounds have been getting closer. Not like vague creaks from the attic or distant noises you can blame on neighbors. I mean close, like in the room next to mine, or right under the bed, or right at the foot of it. Actually, right after that flash at Maya's place, I came home feeling unsettled, like my skin was too tight on my body. I remember telling myself, don't spiral, just do something normal. So I went to my room, put on a video, tried to distract myself. And then I heard it. This guttural, wet gurgling sound right at the foot of my bed. It wasn't faint. It wasn't maybe. It was clear, vivid, like it was right there. The closest thing I can compare it to is, you know when you squeeze an empty plastic bottle and it makes that horrible gurgle pop sound as the air shifts? Like the bottle is collapsing and then sucking air back in? It sounded like that, but slower, heavier, more alive. And immediately my brain tried to fix it. Like, okay, plumbing, pipes, something in the bathroom. But the bathroom is too far, the windows were closed, and nothing else in the room could have made that sound. So I just sat there, holding my phone, barely breathing, waiting for it to happen again. Because sometimes if you hear something twice, your brain can place it. You can solve it. But it didn't repeat. It was just that one sound, perfectly timed to make my whole body go cold. And now I'm at this point where I don't know what to do with myself, because it's starting to change how I live. I'm scared to walk around my own place at night. I'm scared to turn the lights off. I'm scared to fall asleep, because sleeping is when things get even worse. I've always had nightmares. That's not new for me. Nightmares are so normal in my life that I'm used to them. Usually they're just dreams that happen to be dark, and I can wake myself up if I need to. And even when they're scary, they're not that deep, primal fear. They're just bad dreams. But the recent ones? They're different. They feel real in a way I can't explain, like I'm trapped in them, like I can't force myself awake. And the fear is pure, like the kind of fear that makes your chest hurt. And they're always some version of the same themes, shadowy figures, something watching me, someone not being themselves, people acting wrong, like possessed or empty. It's always that kind of vibe. And what's frustrating is, I'm not even someone who's into paranormal stuff. I'm not the burn sage person. I'm not the crystals and holy water person. I've never been the type to jump straight to ghosts. I've always felt like, sure, there are probably things we don't understand, but I'm not out here trying to make everything supernatural. I try really hard to stay grounded, to assess, to be logical. But when you have a flash of light that doesn't show up on camera, plus objects moving, plus the bed shifting, plus sounds that feel way too close, plus nightmares that suddenly turn into full-body terror, it starts to feel like your mind is losing its grip. And honestly, I think that's why I'm talking about it at all. I don't even know what I want. I think I want reassurance. Like, yeah, this can happen, and it has an explanation. Or even just someone saying, you're not alone. I've had something like that, and here's how I dealt with it. Because right now, I'm stuck in this awful middle space where I don't want to believe it's something paranormal, but I also can't keep pretending it's nothing. So, if you've ever experienced anything like this, especially the flashes, how do you look at it without spiraling? How do you live normally when your own senses feel like they're betraying you? I'm just running out of places to put all of this. So, there's this little college tucked into the hills in northern Maryland, just a few miles below the Pennsylvania line. When you drive in, it looks like it belongs on a postcard. Stone buildings, big trees, that kind of calm, old-world quiet. The campus is called St. Bridget's College, and right behind it, up the slope at a higher elevation, is this shrine people come to visit. Locals just call it the Grotto. And here's the thing. During the day, it's all peaceful. You'll see visitors walking slowly, hands folded, whispering prayers. But at night, well, at night, the place feels like it remembers too much. I went there in the early 90s, 91 to 95, and back then, the whole area was still mostly rural. Cornfields, narrow roads, fog settling low in the mornings. The kind of place where sound carries, and silence has weight. Also, this is the funny part, or the embarrassing part. Our sweet little school somehow ended up on those party school lists. Like, consistently. People love to pretend it was all rosaries and theology, but honestly, the place was marinated in alcohol. That was the vibe. Half holy ground, half hold my beer. Anyway, I didn't learn the ghost stories right away. Those came from a priest named Father Martin Keene. Warm guy, twinkly eyes, always seemed like he had a story loaded and ready. Every Halloween, he'd do this unofficial greatest hits of strange things that had happened on campus. Not dramatic like a campfire storyteller, more like he was remembering old neighbors. And there's one story he told that stuck with me in a way I still don't fully love. I lived in a dorm called Donovan Hall. Weird little stroke of luck. I had the only single room on my floor. Which sounds great until you realize a single room is also a lot of alone time in an old building, at night, with pipes that sigh and radiators that knock like they're trying to start a conversation. I saw some odd stuff in that room. Shadows that didn't feel like shadows, movement in the corner of my eye. But I'm going to be completely honest with you. I was not living like a monk. I had a phase where I thought I was experimenting, and I kept, let's call it a questionable amount of substances around. So anytime I saw anything weird, I automatically filed it under, yeah, okay, that's probably on you. So I really tried not to spook myself. But then Father Keene told us this. Back in the late 60s, someone on our wing had taken their own life. It happened over a break when the building was nearly empty, so the body wasn't discovered right away. And apparently, the person had left a radio playing. Father Keene said that sometimes, when the dorm is vacant, like over winter break, you can walk down that hallway and hear music. Not footsteps, not whispers, Just late 60s radio hits, faint and tinny, as if a door is closed somewhere and you're hearing it leak through the cracks. Here's the part that made everybody go still. They never told us which room. So if you lived on that wing, you spent the rest of your time there doing this quiet math in your head, counting doors, remembering who lived where, wondering if you were sleeping 10 feet from the story. Now, that's one category of strange. There were others, lighter in a way. One of the most famous, friendly presences was this woman people claimed to see wandering the grounds. An old-fashioned dress, a bonnet you couldn't miss, the kind of outfit that doesn't belong in the 1990s unless you're in a reenactment, like it was normal, like you were greeting an old friend. Then there was the scary room story, Father Keen's personal favorite, or maybe the one he hated the most, was room 248 in Bruton Hall. That had been his room when he was a seminarian, years earlier. He described all the classic stuff. Objects moved when no one was there, books sliding off shelves, the feeling of walking into your own room and realizing the air had changed. He said he tried to ignore it, tried to out-pray it, out-stubborn it, out-rationalize it. But the night that finally cracked him was this. He woke up to the slow creak of his bathroom door opening. Not a bang, not a swing, a careful, deliberate opening, like somebody was trying not to wake him. And then, the bathroom light flickered on. And then, this part always gave me chills. Everything in the room shut off at once. Light, sound, the hum of electricity, like the whole place had exhaled and gone dead. He moved out after that. Eventually, the building became regular dorm rooms, but he said students kept finding him for years afterward, because whatever was happening in that room didn't stop when he left. And then, then there was the one he called the nun's room. He wouldn't even give a room number. He just said it was so bad, it got sealed, like physically closed off. And when I was there, he claimed it was still sealed, still shut, still avoided, like the school had agreed, quietly, that some doors didn't need to be opened again. He told that one slower than all the others, less joking, like he didn't want to give it too much oxygen. There were smaller stories too, the kind that spread around campus and get retold with that half-laugh people use when they're pretending they're not nervous. There was Mother Imogen, this spirit some students swore would tidy up after you. Like if your room was a disaster, you'd come back and find things oddly arranged. Not perfectly clean, just corrected. Like someone disapproved of your mess and couldn't help themselves. People said she wore an old-style habit, and that you'd hear a soft knock at doors, as if she was making rounds. There was the Confederate soldier, a quiet figure seen at the edge of campus, walking like he had somewhere to be and didn't care who was watching. No dramatic chains or moaning, just this steady, lonely pacing through the dark. And then there was my favorite story, not because it's scary, but because it's almost sweet until you think about it too hard. They said once a year or so, a student would hit a breaking point. A new student usually, homesick, alienated, maybe convinced they didn't belong there. The kind of person you can spot because they're trying to disappear. And a priest, kindly, older, with a beard, would somehow appear. Like right when the student was ready to quit. He'd sit with them, listen, say exactly what they needed to hear, and send them back with this steady, calm confidence. The student would wake up the next day with a completely different outlook, like something in them had reset. And then, eventually, they'd describe the priest to someone who'd been around longer. And the older student would say, very gently, "Oh, you met Father Andrew." And when the new kid asked who that was, the answer would come, "He died years ago." So the joke was, "Congratulations, you just got life-changing encouragement from a ghost." And honestly, if there's a haunting you're going to have, that's not the worst one. Anyway, those are the ones I remember. And I'll be the first to admit, time messes with details. Stories get polished, edges get rounded, pieces get lost. Just smile a little, and say hello. So, I've been lurking in these kinds of story spaces forever, and I finally decided to share the one that's been stuck in my family's head for decades. This happened to my parents about 30 years ago, back in the mid-90s, when my dad took a short contract job in Bangalore. They were newly married, no kids yet, and the company set them up in this neat duplex apartment. Comfortable, quiet, and honestly kind of dreamy for that stage of life. It was also one of those homes where help was built into the rhythm of the day. A couple of lively house staff came in, cleaning, groceries, most of the cooking, so my mom's days were pretty calm. She wasn't working at the time, so she'd spend her mornings puttering around the house, reading, calling family, that kind of thing. Now here's the first small thing that, in hindsight, feels like a warning sign. There was an older lady living on the same floor, Ms. Shanta, I think my mom said her name was. Polite enough, but she had this habit of staring just a beat too long. Not rude, just like she was trying to decide something. One day, after a few hellos in the hallway, she goes, "You're staying in that flat?" My mom, confused, just nods, and the woman tilts her head and says, "You don't feel anything?" My mom asked what she meant, but the woman didn't really answer. She just kept repeating, in different ways, that my mom shouldn't be alone there for long. My mom brushed it off, like, okay, maybe she's lonely. Maybe she's superstitious. Maybe she's just older and anxious. My parents were both skeptics, the type who'd rather laugh at a ghost story than believe one. Then came the morning. It was bright out, cool, clean Bangalore weather. Around 8-ish, one of the house staff had just finished mopping, and the floors still had that slightly damp, squeaky look. My mom was in the kitchen with my dad's visiting aunt, Auntie Mira, who was staying with them for a week. My dad was in the living room, sitting in one of those cushy armchairs with the newspaper open. Their living room layout was really simple. 2 armchairs with a little table between them for the landline, and to the left, big sliding balcony doors that let in a ton of light. The phone rang. My mom picked it up and immediately went quiet. It was a relative calling with bad news. My mom's grandmother, who'd been very old and had been fading for a while, had passed away. Natural causes. Peaceful, they said. But still, my mom adored her. Like, truly close. So she's standing there holding the receiver, trying to keep it together, and then she hands the phone to my dad so he can speak to the family too. And as my dad reaches out to take the receiver, a single, heavy drop of dark red liquid falls to the floor. Then another, smaller, then another, and another. Just plop, 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 in this weird little trail that moved toward the balcony doors. And the part that made them both feel cold was that it didn't land on him. It didn't hit his feet. It didn't splash his pants. It was like whatever was dropping was deliberately avoiding him, skipping neatly beside him. My mom said it looked exactly like fresh blood. Not paint, not rust water. Blood. The kind you'd see if someone had a deep cut. They froze. Because the floor had just been mopped. No one had walked through anything. No one was bleeding. My dad checked his hands, his arms. My mom checked hers. Auntie Mira checked herself. They looked at the ceiling. No leak, no crack, nothing wet above them. And the staff member who was still there? She took one glance, went pale, and flat out refused to come near it. So it just stayed there. And after that, my mom took the neighbor's advice more seriously. She started spending afternoons out of the house, at a nearby library, sometimes a cafe. My dad would meet her after work, and they'd come home together. Time moved on. The story faded into that strange category of, we don't talk about it, but we also never forgot it. Until their last night there. They were leaving Bangalore the next morning. Early flight, suitcases open, everything half-packed. They were in the bedroom folding clothes and sorting documents, tired but excited, to finally go home. My mom dropped something, maybe a toiletry bottle or a stack of papers. She bent down to pick it up, and that's when it happened again. Same pattern, one big drop, then smaller drops, tracking forward in a line. And again, no contact. Like it was falling around her, not onto her. Like something was aiming with unsettling precision. That was the moment my parents stopped trying to be rational. They looked at each other and had that silent, wide-eyed, nope conversation without speaking. They actually considered leaving their luggage and going to a hotel for the remaining few hours. In the end, they just stayed awake, lights on, counting down until morning. They left Bangalore with no explanation. But it didn't end when they left. A younger couple, friends of theirs, were scheduled to move into that same duplex right after. My parents warned them, of course, and the couple basically laughed it off. Bigger skeptics even. The kind who'd be like, sure, haunted blood apartment, and roll their eyes. A couple of weeks into living there, the wife woke up late at night thirsty and went downstairs to the kitchen for water. On her way back up the stairs, half asleep and barefoot, she noticed something odd beside her foot. A drop, then another on the next step, and another. As she climbed, the drops continued, one per step, like it was pacing her, matching her movement. Not a puddle at the bottom, not a smear, just these perfectly timed drops appearing alongside her feet as she moved upward. She panicked, full body terror, and she ended up having a seizure right there on the stairs and falling. The crash woke her husband, who ran out and managed to get her back to bed. She recovered, thankfully, but the whole thing shook them deeply. In the morning, the husband decided it had to be a prank. He scraped up what had dried, this brownish, brittle stuff, using a stiff piece of card and sealed it into a tiny vial. His plan was to get it tested at a lab on the way to work, just to prove it was something mundane. He left the building, waved down an auto rickshaw, climbed in, and the moment he did, the driver somehow lost control. The auto spun fully around, like a complete 360, then jolted so hard he got flung out with his work bag. The driver wasn't hurt, but the husband landed badly and broke his arm. And here's the part he swore up and down was impossible. When someone picked up his bag later and they went looking for that little vial, it was gone. Not spilled, not shattered, gone. Even though it had been zipped inside a deep pocket in his office bag. After that, there were smaller incidents, little things my parents heard about secondhand, but those were the big ones. The ones that made even the skeptics stop laughing. And the strangest part is that the building is still there. My family's been back to Bangalore several times over the years, and they've passed that apartment again, just sitting there like any other home, sun on the balcony doors, normal life inside, as if none of it ever happened. But my parents still look up at it, a little longer than they mean to. Some part of you stays unsettled. Okay, so before I get into what happened, I need to give you a little context, because otherwise, it's going to sound completely out of nowhere. I've been having weird experiences for as long as I can remember. Like, as a little kid, I had night terrors, those truly vivid, wake-up sweating kind, and honestly, I still get these intense recurring nightmares even now. And on my dad's side, there's always been this quiet family understanding that some of us are, I don't know, more sensitive. So growing up, I never really thought of it as dramatic. It was just part of life. Nothing felt violently threatening, not usually. Sometimes I'll get what I call bad vibes in a place for absolutely no reason, but that's about it. There's also been this one specific thing, this visitor, I guess you could call it. Since I was around 3 or 4, I've had moments where it feels like someone sits on the edge of the bed. You know how you can tell when a mattress shifts and there's that weight? Different beds over the years, different rooms, same feeling. Sometimes you even hear the little creak like someone settling in. It never stays long, maybe a few seconds, and then I'll hear the faintest sound of footsteps fading away, like it's leaving. Now I'm married. My husband, Evan, has his own family history of sensitivity too, but on his mom's side instead of his dad's. We've been living in this small, older house, built somewhere around the 1940s, I think. Just the two of us and our two dogs. That's it. Quiet little life. Except, when we first moved in, this was over 10 years ago now, things started ramping up. At first it was subtle, that feeling like you're being watched from a dark hallway, or like something is standing just out of sight in a doorway. You try to tell yourself it's your imagination, but then it turned into footsteps. Not just once, like regularly. Walking around the house when we were both sitting still. Sometimes we'd hear low talking, like voices under the noise of the house, but you could never make out words. And then there were the physical things. Cabinets opening by themselves, lights flicking on and off in rooms no one was in, where there's only one switch, so it's not like someone bumped a dimmer or something. Knocking sounds, scratching in places that didn't make sense. And here's one that still makes my skin prickle. We'd hear what sounded like a cat sometimes, like a low growl or that awful, throaty hiss. Except, we don't own a cat. Never have. Our dogs would react too. They'd stiffen up, stare into empty corners, start whining for no reason, or suddenly refuse to go down a hallway like it was a solid wall. We've had doors that were locked end up unlocked. We've had objects moved. Nothing huge, but enough to make you stop and go, okay, no, that was not there before. And every once in a while we've seen shadow figures, just quick, dark shapes that vanish when you focus on them. But the strangest thing we've both seen, more than once, is what we jokingly started calling the ghost dog. I know how that sounds, but it's been happening since around December 2020. It's about the size of our smaller dog, except it moves wrong, like it's gliding, floating maybe a foot off the ground. It's fast. Blink and you miss it fast. The second you notice it, it darts away like it's been caught. Now, here's the pattern. Things will calm down for weeks or months. Then it comes back. It builds for a while, gets louder, more frequent, then quiets again. If it gets really intense, I call a family friend, Marianne. She's kind of like an aunt to me, and she's also a pastor. She'll pray with me, and that usually brings the calm back. A couple of weeks ago, we had a little burst of activity again. Stuff in the bathroom, like a few items literally popped out of a basket on the shelf and scattered across the floor like someone flung them. A bottle, mouthwash I think, tipped over by itself. Footsteps again. The usual weird noises. And I know this sounds awful, but we've gotten used to it. We mostly ignore it now. We do the prayers, we keep living, we don't feed it fear. But then last night happened, and this was different, because it involved my dog. I need you to understand, this dog is my whole heart. Her name is Poppy, and she's my pride and joy. She's not dramatic, she's not jumpy, she's not the type to fake a reaction. She's also crate trained, and she sleeps in her crate at night without any issues. Last night she was completely normal when I put her to bed. Calm, sleepy, typical Poppy. I went into the bedroom, got comfortable, and I had literally just laid down when she let out this sharp, sudden scream. Not a bark, not a yelp, a scream. The kind she only makes if she's in real pain. Evan shot up immediately and went to check on her. A moment later he came back and said, "She's staring into the corner of the room weird, but she looks fine." And I tried to breathe. I tried to tell myself maybe she startled herself, maybe she bumped her leg, maybe it was nothing. Then, maybe 30 seconds later, she screamed again. Twice, back to back. And I swear my whole body just went cold, because I knew in my gut something was wrong. I ran to her crate and opened it, and she launched into my arms like she was trying to crawl inside my chest. She was shaking hard. Her hackles were up. She gets this little strip of raised fur along her neck when she's upset, and it was fully standing. She was growling, baring her teeth, and she was staring at the same corner Evan mentioned like she wanted to attack it and flee from it at the same time. And then I realized she'd peed a little. Poppy never does that. Not ever. Not in fear, not in excitement, nothing. So that, more than anything, made me feel sick, because it meant she was genuinely terrified. In that moment, I wasn't thinking about ghost dogs or footsteps or cabinets anymore. I was thinking, something tried to hurt her. I carried her into the bedroom and put her on the bed with us, but she wouldn't settle. She sat upright, rigid, staring at the doorway, doing this low, warning growl like she was guarding us. Her hair was still raised, her whole posture screaming, "Don't sleep, don't look away." It took maybe half an hour, maybe longer, for me to even get her to lay down under the blanket. And even then she kept snapping her head up, listening. Today, she's totally normal, eating fine, wagging, acting like nothing happened. But I can't shake last night, because I've never seen her like that. Not once. Not in all the years I've had her. And I'll be honest, I'm scared in a way I haven't been before. When it's just footsteps or noises, you can brush it off. You can roll your eyes and pray and move on. But if something in this house is willing to scare my dog like that, or worse, then it feels like it's crossed a line. And we do believe in darker things. Not just spirits in the harmless, quirky sense. We believe some things mean harm. And I don't want to get to a point where I'm afraid to take my eyes off my dog because I can't protect her every second of the day. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Okay, so fair warning, this is one of those topics that turns into a full-on rabbit hole the second you tug on it. I don't have clean answers yet. I just have a growing pile of patterns that won't leave me alone. After my last post, a few of you asked what I actually do have. Like, what's the part that feels solid enough to talk about without me sounding like I'm just spiraling in my own head? So I figured I'd lay it out the way I've been thinking about it. And maybe it'll spark a real discussion instead of the usual ghost story back and forth. I originally started with what people call the brimmed man. And yeah, I'm choosing that name here on purpose because the name changes depending on who you ask. But the image stays the same. He was the first entity I ever encountered. And what messed with me wasn't even my own experience at first. It was the fact that other people I knew had seen him too, years before I ever said a word about what happened to me. Like, they brought him up casually, the way someone mentions a weird, recurring dream. And I remember thinking, wait, you too? Once I started digging, it got unsettling fast. I've collected a handful of older paranormal reference books over the years, some of them dusty, some of them newer, and almost all of them mention some version of him. And then you go online, and it's like stepping into a crowd that's been talking about the same thing without realizing it. Podcasts, forums, documentaries, whole Reddit threads where thousands of people are basically describing the same silhouette. For a long time, I sat with all of that and didn't know what to do with it. And then I had an experience with something else. Something people in different places call the ceiling drifter or the crawl thing. And honestly, if you want to fall down the deepest part of the rabbit hole, start there. Go watch a few random episodes of any ghost hunting show. Doesn't even matter which one. Pay attention to how often some location reports a crawler, a creeper, a thing in the corner, whatever the label is. Then listen closely to the descriptions, because once you notice it, you can't unnotice it. The stories are almost carbon copies. Now, back to the brimmed man for a second. I personally think he's not the same as the general shadow person category. People lump them together, but the vibe is different, and the details are too specific. This figure shows up everywhere. Different continents, different cultures, totally different generations. Some researchers claim reports go back at least to the late 1800s, and whether that's perfectly accurate or not, it's clear the story isn't new. What fascinates me is the consistency. He's almost always described as too tall, like uncomfortably tall. People will say 6.5, 7 feet, sometimes taller. And then there's the hat. The hat style changes. Sometimes it's wide-brimmed. Sometimes it's more like an old-fashioned fedora shape. Sometimes it's somewhere in between, but it never changes enough to pin him to a specific decade. Nobody goes, "Oh, that's clearly a 1920s guy." No, people just know. Immediately. It's that same gut-level recognition. That's him. And in most accounts, including mine, he doesn't do anything dramatic. No speech, no big chase scene. He just stands there, silent, still, watching. And then he fades, or he slides back into darkness like the dark is a doorway. Now, I know the most common explanation, especially online, is sleep paralysis. And look, I'm not dismissing sleep paralysis. I get why that explanation is popular. But it doesn't fit every case. It doesn't fit mine. And I've talked to enough people, friends, friends of friends, people who weren't trying to be spooky about it, who swear they were fully awake in normal conditions and still saw the same thing. And that's the part that keeps pulling me deeper. How can so many people who have never met, who live in different countries, who didn't grow up on the same stories, describe nearly identical encounters? That's where the whole recurring entities idea starts to feel bigger than a ghost story. There's another one that fits into this same pattern, the night hag, also known in some circles as the old woman, the old hag, the black-clad visitor. This one is probably the most common of the three, and unlike the brimmed man, she's almost always tied to sleep paralysis. The reports repeat like a script. Someone wakes up frozen, can't move, can't speak, and there's an older woman, often dressed in black, moving toward them. People describe feeling her weight, her heaviness, like the air thickens. And when they finally snap out of it, she's gone. But the feeling doesn't vanish right away. It lingers, like your body remembers it even when your brain tries to file it away as just a nightmare. And then there's the ceiling drifter, the one that still creeps me out the most to talk about, because it's often not humanoid at all. People describe it as a moving mass, like a knot of darkness darker than the shadows around it. Shifting, smearing, sometimes swelling larger, like it's breathing without lungs. It shows up a lot in older places, abandoned buildings, empty hospitals, shut down schools, half-renovated houses. And here's what's weird. Those locations usually have their own regular haunting stories tied to the place. A person, a tragedy, a name. But this thing, it feels random, like it doesn't belong to the building at all. Like it's not from there, it's just in there. Hanging out in a corner, up near the ceiling, like it's waiting for something. And nobody ever has a clear explanation for why it's there. So yeah, I'll be honest with you. I find it easier to believe there's something paranormal going on than to accept that this is all just a shared subconscious glitch. I can acknowledge that some experiences are sleep-related, absolutely. But the consistency across time and geography is hard to shrug off. And I keep thinking about the questions we usually ask. Why is this building haunted? Why hasn't this spirit moved on? What's keeping them here? But what if those aren't the right questions? What if the paranormal isn't only about ghosts stuck to specific tragedies or soaked into specific locations? What if it's something more intricate? Something woven into human consciousness? Or something that intersects our reality only under certain conditions? And here's the thought that won't leave me alone. What if these recurring entities aren't random at all? What if they're part of a larger system? Something that brushes up against our world in predictable ways, even if we don't understand the rules yet? I don't know. I'm not claiming I've solved anything. I'm just saying, the patterns are there. And once you start seeing them, it gets really hard to look away. So, I've been to this place called Pine Hollow in Maryland a bunch of times. It's one of those abandoned spots that feels eerie, mostly because you expect it to. Peeling paint, busted windows, that kind of thing. And for years, honestly, nothing ever happened. It was just a creepy building with a creepy reputation. But last spring, late April I think, it was different. I was back there with my girlfriend Mara and our friend Jess, and we ended up in one of the rear buildings. There's this long hallway, and on both sides are these small rooms, like old holding cells or padded rooms, or something that used to be used for people who were not okay. The air felt stale, like it had been trapped in there for decades. I remember walking all the way down to the end of the hall, and I'm the kind of person who checks everything, partly curiosity, partly safety. So I'd been peeking into the rooms as I passed, making sure nobody was squatting inside. Every room I checked was empty. No sleeping bags, no trash piles, nothing. When I reached the end, I turned around to head back, and halfway down the hallway, from one of the doorways, something leaned out, not like a person stepping into view, more like a shape, a shadow that didn't match the lighting, just a quick, quiet peek, like it was shy or cautious. And the weirdest part is, it didn't feel angry. It didn't feel like a get out warning. It felt sad. I'm getting chills even saying that because that's the part that sticks to me. The feeling. Like whatever I saw carried this heavy, aching loneliness. And in the moment, I didn't think ghost or demon or any of that. I just had this flash of a thought. That's a kid. I can't explain why. I just knew that's what it felt like. And I don't care how tough anyone thinks they are. My body reacted before my brain did. I made this stupid noise, like a half yelp, half gasp. Mara and Jess both jumped and were like, "What? What did you see?" And I wouldn't even answer. I just rushed them down the hall and out into daylight like the building was on fire. Only once we were outside did I tell them. And of course, they wanted to go back in. I didn't want to. I really didn't. But I didn't want to look like I was totally losing it, so I reluctantly agreed. We walked back up to the entrance, and right as we were about to step inside, we heard footsteps coming from deeper in the building. And that was it. I was done. I remember saying something like, "Nope, absolutely not." And we left. Now, I've had weird little things happen at home before. Little unexplained stuff. Nothing that really stopped me cold. But after that hallway, it's like something followed the idea of me home. Or maybe it just woke me up to noticing things I'd brushed off before. The first thing was the voices. It's only happened a couple times, but it's so clear it messes with your head afterward. One afternoon, I walked in through the front door and I heard two adults, one male, one female, talking to each other. Not yelling, not whispering, just normal conversation, like you'd hear from another room when someone's visiting. And then the second I realized, wait, who is that? It was gone, like a radio turning off mid-sentence. I checked the entire house, rooms, closets, the back door, everything. Nothing. Then, on a totally different day, Mara had her own version. She was downstairs changing and she heard a man speaking upstairs. She assumed it was my stepdad. Later, when I got home, She asked casually where he'd gone, and I told her he'd been at work the whole time. No one had come in. No one had left. She swore she never heard footsteps, never heard a door open. Just a voice upstairs, like somebody was there. This one I'm torn on because I didn't see it. Only Mara did, and she'd just woken up. She told me she rolled over in bed one morning, and for a split second, there was a small figure in the doorway, child-sized, and then it was gone. I tried to be rational about it. I've had those half-awake moments too, where your brain is still dreaming while your eyes are open. So I told myself that's what it was. I wanted that to be what it was. But then the third experience happened, one we both heard, and it's the one that made me stop trying to explain everything away. It was late, really late. Mara and I were downstairs on the couch, watching TV like we always do. Above us is my stepdad's bedroom. He had work early, so we knew he was asleep. We started hearing movement upstairs. At first, I ignored it. Old house, settling, whatever. But it kept happening. So I paused the TV and we just listened. And it wasn't house noises. It sounded like something heavy shifting, like furniture scraping or being dragged a few inches. Then lighter footsteps, quick ones, moving from the hallway toward my brother's room. But my brother wasn't even home. And my stepdad, there's no way. He was dead asleep, and he's not exactly the type to get up at 2 a.m. and rearrange furniture. I didn't ask him about it. I didn't want to sound insane, but I know what I heard. We both did. And the reason I'm even talking about this now is because it feels like it's escalating. Like it's getting bolder, or maybe just louder. A couple weeks ago, I left for work around 3:30 in the morning. Mara was still asleep. About an hour after I left, she woke up to a whole chain of sounds, like it was putting on a performance. She told me she heard something walking down the stairs, then things on a shelf shifting, like someone touching objects and moving them around. Then noise from the basement, like a person rummaging through clothes, like someone changing or pulling fabric off hangers. And then, the bang. She said it was so loud and so sudden it made her sit straight up in bed. A violent hit on the wall right next to the bed, like someone sprinted through the doorway and slammed full force into the wall beside her. That's what shook me the most. Because the other stuff? Weird, unsettling, sure. But that bang felt aggressive. Not curious, not sad, not accidental. And what messes with us is we've noticed something. The more we talk about it, the more it happens. Like it wants attention. Like acknowledging it flips a switch. So we've been trying to ignore it. Keep the lights normal. Keep the TV on. Act like everything is fine. But in the back of my mind, I keep circling the same questions. What is it? Is it safe? Is it one thing? Or multiple? Because how do you hear adult voices, male and female, then maybe see a child-sized figure, then feel this heavy sadness in an abandoned hallway, and then get hit with something that feels downright hostile? I don't know. I just know I'm tired of guessing, and I hate that part of me is still stuck back in that hallway at Pine Hollow, watching something peek around a doorway like it's afraid to be seen, and feeling my throat tighten like I'm grieving for something I can't even name. So, last winter, I was packing up to spend the holidays at my parents' place, and I was actually excited in that quiet, adult way, because my sister Mara and I are both in our 30s now, and we don't get those easy, casual hangouts like we used to. Life just spreads people out. A few days before we were supposed to meet up, Mara calls me and says, "Okay, don't laugh, but something weird has been going on." And I'm already smiling because that's how she is. She'll say she's not superstitious, and then immediately tell you about something that absolutely sounds like a ghost story. She tells me it started after she bought this antique lamp. Not like a cute, normal thrift store lamp either. She found it at this little secondhand shop tucked between a laundromat and a bakery. One of those places that smells like old books and dust and someone's perfume from another decade. And she said the second she saw it, she just had to have it. Like it reached out and grabbed her attention. It was pricey for a lamp, but the shop owner told her it was from around the mid-century era, like 1950s-ish, and collector-worthy. The part that stuck with me was this. The cord was damaged. Not frayed, not worn, missing. Like someone had ripped a chunk of it clean off. Mara brought it home anyway. And then the weirdness started. The first story she told me, this one felt small, but it got under my skin. She said one night she'd finally gotten her apartment calm and clean. Her son, he was about 4 at the time, had gone down, and she'd done the whole routine. Toys picked up, lights dim, the "please let the night be easy" kind of quiet that parents know. She's on the phone with her best friend, standing in the hallway, and their cat, this lazy, clingy cat named Juniper, is lounging on the bed nearby. And suddenly Juniper bolts upright and stares hard at the doorway like something just walked past. Mara's like, "What is your problem?" Because Juniper usually scratches at the door if she wants out. But instead, the cat just watches. Mara opens the door, and right there on the floor is one of her kids' toys. One of those little plastic figures that absolutely does not roll or slide easily. Like it had been placed there. She checks the bedroom. Her kid is asleep. Out cold. No sleepwalking. No sneaky little footsteps. And she swears she didn't leave the toy there. Then she tells me about the music box. This is the one that made her voice go tight, like she hated even saying it out loud. She said she was home alone one afternoon, and the kid's music box, something that normally had to be wound up, just started playing. Soft and tinny, that creepy, sweet lullaby sound. She didn't even go to it right away. She just stood there, frozen, listening, trying to convince herself there had to be some explanation. And then she grabbed her phone and recorded it because she was so freaked out she needed proof that she wasn't imagining it. When she showed me the video later, I could hear it. She's trying to sound calm, but her voice has that shaky edge people get when they're holding back tears. And she said it didn't happen once. It happened multiple times. So then the holidays come, and we're both at my parents' house, back in our childhood orbit, the same creaky stairs, the same familiar smell of coffee and pine and laundry detergent. One night, after everyone's gone to bed, Mara and I do what we always used to do. We stay up too late. We're downstairs, lights low. The game is doing its thing. Whispers, shadows, that slow building panic. And Mara starts talking about the lamp again. She's half laughing, half serious, and she goes, "I know how it sounds, but I think it's like a kid. I think something's attached to it, like a child." And I'm about to make some sarcastic comment, because that's my default, honestly, when the neighbor's dog starts barking. Not normal barking, like violent, angry barking. The kind of barking that says, "Something is here." And it's around 1 in the morning on this dead quiet road, so it's immediately unsettling. And then I feel it. I don't even know how to describe it without sounding ridiculous, but it felt like a faint gust of air moved past me, like someone brushed by my shoulder, except there was no one there. And seconds later, from the corner of the room, a toy starts playing. This little musical toy my mom kept in a toy box for when the grandkids visited. It wasn't sitting on top. It wasn't balanced on the edge. It was buried under other stuff at the bottom of the chest. Nothing bumped it. Nobody touched it. It just started. That bright, cheerful little tune spilling into the room like it belonged there, like it was normal, like the game wasn't already making our nerves raw. I remember pausing and doing this quick scan of the basement. like my brain was desperately searching for a person to blame it on. Like maybe my dad was messing with us. Maybe my mom was upstairs with some remote-controlled prank device. Anything. But the room was empty. Mara's face crumples instantly. She starts crying, quiet at first, then full on. And she just says, "See? I told you. I told you." And here's the part I'm not proud of. I didn't wrap my arms around her. I didn't say, "That must feel terrifying." I didn't sit with her in it. I did the opposite. I did what skeptics do when they're scared. I acted like nothing happened. I went, "It's fine. We're just on edge because of the game." And I kept playing like if I didn't acknowledge it, it couldn't be real. Eventually I convinced her to go to bed, and we turned everything off, and the house went quiet again. But it was a different kind of quiet after that. The kind where you're listening. Looking back now, I wish I'd been gentler. I wish I'd treated her fear like something worthy of care instead of something to talk her out of. Because here's the truth. The rational part of me still wants to roll its eyes. The lamp, the kids' toys, the music boxes. It sounds like a story that knows how to be spooky. But that night, the dog, the cold little rush of air, that toy starting up from the bottom of the chest, that part wasn't secondhand. That part happened to me too. Mara got rid of the lamp not long after that, donated it, tossed it, I'm not even sure. She just wanted it gone. And as far as I know, the strange stuff stopped after that. We barely talk about it now. Like we both put it in a mental box labeled "Nope" and shoved it onto a high shelf. But lately I've been thinking, maybe we should talk about it. Not because I suddenly believe in hauntings, but because I think my need to be the practical one sometimes blocks me from really meeting people where they are. And I don't know. I'm still a skeptic. I probably always will be. But I also can't fully shake the feeling that something heard us talking that night and decided to answer. So I work overnight at this store, right? And it's not a 24-hour place, so once the doors lock, it's just us employees in this big, quiet building. No customers, no random people wandering in. Just the hum of the lights, the occasional clatter, and that weird feeling you get when you realize how loud silence can be. I've only been there about 8 months, and I'll be honest, this store has had a vibe since my very first night. Not like old cemetery on a hill haunted. The building's only been around a couple decades, and I've never heard of anyone dying there or anything. It's just little things. The kind of little things you can brush off if you're determined to. Except I'm not always determined to. On my first overnight shift, I was walking past one of the back aisles when I heard this clear as day. An older man's voice, kind of raspy, going, "Hey, sweetheart." And I froze because there was no older man. There wasn't even an older employee on nights. Nobody that voice could belong to. It wasn't muffled. It wasn't distant. It was right there, like someone speaking over my shoulder. After that, it was like the store started showing off. The bathroom sinks, those sensor ones, will sometimes just kick on by themselves. Like full blast, no hands anywhere near them. One night, I got so fed up I literally said out loud, "Okay, seriously, can you stop?" And I swear to you, it turned off immediately. Like it understood me. Like it was listening. Then there's the bread aisle. I've seen loaves slide off the shelf like someone flicked them. Not fall straight down, slide out and drop like they were nudged. Once, a bag actually popped off and landed way farther than it should have, like it got tossed. Not launched across the whole store or anything, but enough to make you go, "Come on." And I do believe in ghosts. I've lived in places where things happened. I've worked in buildings that had that heavy, watchful feeling. So I kept telling myself, all right, maybe it's just haunted. Weird, but whatever. But tonight was different. Before I tell you the big part, you need to understand something about the atmosphere at this job. Most nights, the energy is nasty. People are snippy, tense, complaining, like everyone walked in already irritated. It's this constant low-grade hostility that makes the whole shift feel longer than it is. And then tonight, it was almost pleasant. People were joking, being helpful, just lighter. It felt like we were all finally having a normal night for once. And that's why I think it noticed. Everything was going smooth until we were pulling a cardboard bale out of the baler. If you've never seen one, it's basically this giant compressed block tied with metal bands. Anyway, we're getting ready to move it, and suddenly every single band snaps, one after another. Just bang, bang, bang. Nobody was touching it. The pallet jack wasn't against it. There was no pressure on it. It didn't make sense. We all kind of jumped, then laughed it off like, okay, that was dramatic. I shrugged because stuff breaks. Fine. But after that, the night started feeling watched. So I'm like, cool, Evan's working prep. And I turned to keep walking. And that's when I hear the cart roll. I hear the door push open behind me, and I hear those wheels, squeaky, uneven, like one wheel doesn't want to cooperate. And I hear it coming up behind me, like he's about to follow me out. But I didn't hear footsteps. And Evan wears these heavy rain boots. Everyone knows his boots because you can hear him coming from halfway down an aisle. Thud, 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 even on carpet. But behind me, no boot thuds, just the cart. And I don't know how to explain this part without sounding ridiculous, but something in my body, like pure instinct, went, don't turn around. Not fear exactly, just this strong, immediate knowing that I wasn't supposed to look. So I didn't. I kept walking like everything was normal, even though my skin was prickling. I told myself maybe I just missed the sound. Maybe the cart was closer than I thought. Maybe... whatever. I finished the walk. A few minutes later, I went to the front doors to unlock them for the employees on break outside, so they could come back in. We keep the building locked down overnight, so they have to knock or wait for someone to let them in. I unlock the doors, and the first person who walks in is Evan. And I swear my stomach dropped because he's coming in from the parking lot. He'd been sitting in his car on break. He hadn't been inside for at least 15 minutes. And there he is, in those same heavy boots, thudding across the entryway like a walking drum. So I'm standing there trying to keep my face normal, and I'm like, hey, were you just in food prep? And he looks at me like I'm crazy and goes, no, I've been outside. So then I'm thinking maybe someone else was in there. Maybe I saw the wrong person. Maybe... But no. I ask him, did you have someone with you back there? He says, nope, I'm alone tonight. I ask other employees. I ask people working close enough to have seen that prep room door. I ask, was anyone behind me back there? Did you see Evan in prep? And they all say no. One of them even says, I didn't see anyone come out. And that's when my brain starts doing that awful thing where it tries to fix reality by blaming you. Like maybe I imagined it. Maybe I'm exhausted. Maybe I'm stressed. Maybe... But I know what I saw. I saw his hat, his uniform, his jacket. I heard the boxes hitting the cart. I heard that cart roll up behind me. I heard the door open. Just no footsteps. And I've dealt with ghosts before. I'm not someone who panics over a shadow in the corner, but I have never had something mimic a living person like that. Not that clearly, not that convincingly. And now I can't stop thinking about the mood tonight. how good it was, how peaceful it felt for once. And then it's like something tried to yank the tension back into the room, snapping bands, pulling this weird little performance in the prep area, making me second guess what I know is true. It feels like it's feeding off the environment, like it wants people uneasy, paranoid, arguing, like it can't stand it when things are calm. And I hate admitting this, but I keep thinking, if it can look like Evan, then what else can it look like? Because that wasn't just haunted store stuff. That felt like something pretending, like something wearing a person for a minute. And the worst part is, I keep replaying it, trying to prove it to myself, and it just makes me feel like I'm losing it, like I'm going crazy. But I'm not. I know what I saw. So, I guess I should start by telling you this up front. I've been around haunted places basically my entire life. Not like a fun, spooky season kind of haunted. I mean the kind where you grow up learning the difference between a normal creak in the house and the other kind. The one that makes your stomach drop for no logical reason. My family's always been deeply spiritual, the serious kind of spiritual, and for whatever reason that seems to draw things in. Like we're a porch light and they're moths. We actually learned, years back, how to keep most of it at a distance. Nothing dramatic, just specific rituals, a few protective practices, the kind of stuff you don't talk about at parties because it makes everyone go quiet. But anyway, 2 weeks ago, my friend Marina invited me over to see her new apartment. She was sharing it with 3 other women, and she was excited in that bright, proud way people get when they've finally upgraded their space. I didn't want to show up empty-handed, so I grabbed a nice bottle of gin, something with a pretty label, the kind you feel classy setting on a counter. Her building was gorgeous, tall, old, elegant. It had that European vibe, more like Paris than anything else, right in the middle of a neighborhood that wasn't exactly falling apart, but you could feel it slipping. Like the paint was still on the walls, but hope was starting to peel at the edges. The lobby was even prettier than the outside. High ceilings, polished stone, that quiet echo every fancy building has. Marina met me at the entrance, and we got into the elevator together. And listen, this part matters, okay? Because people always assume the feeling shows up right away. We hit the wrong floor by accident. Totally normal mistake. We stepped out, wandered around a hallway for a minute, laughed about it, then got back into the elevator and went to the correct floor. That entire time, I felt fine. Completely fine. I was actually admiring the hallways, the lighting, the old trim, the way the carpet muffled footsteps. Nothing about it screamed bad. But the second the elevator doors opened on her floor, it was like walking into a wave. Not a chill. Not that movie cliche where everything drops 10 degrees. It was heavier than that. The air felt dark, like it had been holding its breath for years. And if you've ever lived somewhere haunted, really haunted, you know what I mean. There's this instant recognition your body does before your mind catches up. Like your nervous system is quietly going, oh, this again. I didn't say anything at first. I didn't want to freak her out on the first night in her new place. But when she unlocked her door and we stepped inside, it got worse. The feeling wasn't just in the apartment. It was at the entrance, like something was stationed there, lingering. What made it even stranger was the apartment directly across the hall. Their door had religious writing on it, protective phrases, the kind people put up to keep negative energy away. And I remember staring at it thinking, that should be working. That kind of thing usually creates a boundary. Not perfect, but enough to discourage whatever's roaming around. But for some reason, it wasn't doing anything. And that's where my mind started going places I didn't want it to go. Because years ago, I lived in this high-rise where a man had taken his own life in the building. After that, the atmosphere changed. The kind of presence that moved through that place wasn't angry. It was suffering. Constant, sharp suffering. Like grief with nowhere to land. But here's the awful truth. Most of the time, you can't help. Not without paying for it. It takes something out of you. And unless you're willing to drain yourself completely, you can't just carry them to peace like some kind of holy ambulance. So they linger. And when they linger, they affect everything around them. Sleep, mood, health, the way a room feels. Standing in Marina's entryway, that old memory snapped right into my chest. The presence felt similar. That same, dense, drowning sadness. I remember tensing up instantly, bracing for the kind of torment I'd dealt with for years. Nightmares, waking up exhausted, feeling watched when no one was there. I honestly thought, I need to leave, right now. But it didn't touch me, and that surprised me. Because usually, when something recognizes you, when it realizes you can sense it, that's when it gets bold. Later, I remembered I'd been wearing a protection charm that day. Nothing flashy, just something small, something personal. And I'd been consistent with my prayers lately too, more than usual. Maybe that mattered. Maybe it created a kind of shield. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I have perfect answers. Anyway, we tried to have a normal night. We poured drinks, we sat around talking, laughing, catching up. And I kept noticing little things. For one, her room was so dark. And I don't mean cozy dim. I mean weirdly dark. The windows faced west, so there should have been warm light, especially in the late afternoon. But it felt like the light didn't fully settle in the room, like it hit the walls and gave up. And when night came, it was pitch black in there, in a way that felt unnatural, like the darkness was thicker than it should have been. As the djinn disappeared and the conversation got softer, Marina started sharing things that had been happening. One roommate woke up with her toes bleeding. No pain, no injury, just blood. Another kept waking up at the same exact time on certain nights, like an alarm clock no one set. They'd hear random noises, soft taps, faint movement, the occasional thud that didn't match anything in the apartment. And I sat there listening, nodding, trying to keep my face calm, but inside I was thinking, yeah, that tracks. I told her, gently, really gently, that if she had the option, she should consider moving. Not because I thought the presence was evil. I didn't get malice from it. What I felt was depression. A kind of crushing sorrow so heavy it spilled into the living space and started bruising everyone who lived there. Like being around someone who's crying quietly in the next room all the time, except you can't reach them, and you can't make it stop. It reminded me of those stories you hear about crying spirits, like the Japanese tales where a ghost isn't there to threaten you, just to mourn. The kind of haunting that doesn't slam doors so much as it drains the color out of your life. That's what it felt like. And honestly, that kind can be the hardest. Because what do you even do with grief that isn't alive anymore, but still won't leave? So this happened years ago, and it's one of those stories that's equal parts creepy and ridiculous. Like, I laugh when I tell it now, but in the moment, I was not laughing. I'm originally from Slovakia, from this tiny village where everybody knows everybody. And our family house is kind of a standout. It's a 2-story place, which isn't super common there. Most homes are one level, cozy, practical, nothing fancy. But my grandpa, Milan, Built this one with an upstairs and everything. Here's the part that matters. Milan lived in it for only a short time before he left for England in the early 90s to work and try to build a better life. The house stayed mostly quiet after that. Family would come and go, but it wasn't like someone lived there full time. Not long after Milan left, one of his friends, let's call him Rado, ended up in serious trouble. Rado got mixed up with drugs, owed money to the wrong kind of people, and those people were the kind who don't just remind you, they hunt you. So Milan, being who he is, told him, "Stay at the house, don't pay anything, just be safe." He figured the village was quiet enough, and the house was tucked away enough that nobody would find him. They found him anyway. They beat him badly and told him he had a week to pay them back, or they'd kill him. When Milan heard, he panicked and said something like, "You need to leave, go far, go somewhere they can't reach you." But Rado took it differently, like Milan was kicking him out when he needed him most. A few days passed with no contact, and Milan got this horrible feeling. He called his brother, Vlado, and asked him to go check the house. And Vlado found him, hanging from the ceiling upstairs, right above the staircase. The kind of thing that rewires your brain, you know? Milan came back for the funeral and cleaned the place up himself, but the house never felt the same after that. Even if nobody said it out loud, it sat in the air. Fast forward to the early 2010s. Our family started this tradition of spending summers back home. It was just the four of us most years, so we always slept downstairs and barely used the upstairs at all. Upstairs was basically storage and vibes we don't need. Then one summer, around 2012 I think, my aunt was getting married, and suddenly the house was packed with relatives. People sleeping everywhere, extra mattresses, blankets on couches, suitcases stacked like a weird obstacle course. And that's when my cousin Tomasz and I got assigned the upstairs bedroom. We were actually excited because we hadn't seen each other in forever. It felt like a sleepover. Just the two of us up there, plus my grandparents in another room. Everyone else was downstairs. That evening, Tomasz and I were watching some horror movie, one of those loud, stupid ones where you can tell something's coming and you still jump anyway. And at some point, my grandpa Milan pokes his head in, half smiling, and goes, "You boys want to hear a real horror story?" Of course we say yes, because we're teenagers and we think we're brave. And he tells us. He tells us about Rado, about the debt, the beating, the week-long ultimatum. And then he just casually stands up and goes, "Come here." He leads us out into the hallway and points over the staircase, right up at the ceiling beam area, and goes, "That's where he was." Like he's pointing out where a picture frame used to hang. And then, he adds, almost like an afterthought, "He was here for days before anyone found him." After that, upstairs didn't feel like a fun sleepover anymore. It felt like we'd been placed in a museum exhibit called Bad Decisions, featuring ghosts. We tried to act normal and go to bed, but I couldn't sleep at all. My brain kept doing that thing where it replays the image you don't want, like I'm picturing this man hanging over the staircase just watching anyone who walks up and down. So I do what any genius does in a haunted house. I distract myself. I plugged in my console and played this zombie game mode for a while, just trying to get tired enough to stop thinking. Eventually, I passed out. And I'm not exaggerating. I slept maybe an hour. Then I woke up. Not from a nightmare, not from the wind, not from someone snoring. No, from a sound. This quiet, strained, sliding sound. Like something tightening. Like something being pulled. At the time, I didn't know what it was, but later I could only describe it one way. It sounded like a rope being pulled taut. I opened my eyes. And there, right in the corner of the room, was a figure. A man. Hanging. Facing away from me, slightly turned like he belonged there, like it was normal, like it was his room and I was the guest. My whole body locked up. I couldn't even breathe properly. I reached over and tried to shake Tomasz awake, hard, because I'm thinking, if he sees it too, it's real. But he wouldn't move. He was completely out cold. And my brain, my brilliant survival brain, decides I have exactly one weapon in this situation: panic and whatever is within arm's reach. So I start throwing things. First my controller, then my water bottle. Then, because fear makes you creative, I grab my socks and whip those too. Like I'm trying to defeat the undead with laundry. After the socks hit the corner, I dove under the blanket and just stayed there, breathing like I'd run a marathon. And I could still hear it, the faint shifting, the creak, the quiet movement like the rope was swaying. I don't even remember falling asleep again. I think my brain just shut off to save itself. Morning comes, light in the room, sounds of people downstairs, life continuing like normal. I lie there for a minute, frozen, then I slowly look over at the corner. Nothing. No man, no rope, no shadow, no anything. And for one tiny moment I think, okay, dream. Horror movie plus Grandpa's story equals nightmare. Then I sit up, and I see my controller on the floor, my water bottle too, and my socks, exactly where they landed when I threw them. My stomach drops all over again. But the real final punch, the thing that made my skin go prickly even at breakfast, was what Milan said later, like it was a totally normal observation. He looks at me over his coffee and goes, "Why were you moving around so much last night? And throwing things?" And I just stared at him. Because if it was a dream, why did he hear it? So yeah, that's the story. Now when I tell it, I try to make it funny, because it sounds insane. I'll be like, yeah, I fought off a ghost with socks. Like I'm some kind of budget paranormal investigator. But honestly, it still creeps me out. And whenever we go back to Slovakia, I stay with other family if I can. Because I don't care how grown I get. If someone offers me the upstairs bedroom in that house, no thank you. Not unless I'm bringing extra socks. So, this happened when I was around 10. Every summer back then, I'd basically move into my aunt's place for weeks at a time. Not a normal house either. More like this big, creaky summer home right by a lake, with the forest starting just beyond the backyard. The kind of place that smells like pine needles and old wood, and at night, it gets so dark it feels like the trees are leaning in closer. The day before this happened, I'd been going non-stop, running outside all day, swimming until my skin felt wrinkly, just completely burning through every ounce of energy I had. I crashed early, like embarrassingly early, and then I woke up in the middle of the night. It was around 4:07 in the morning, give or take. I remember because the glow of the clock felt weirdly bright in that dark room. My mouth was so dry, like I'd swallowed a handful of sand. I sat up and started feeling around for water. Maybe a bottle, maybe a cup, anything. Nothing. So I finally sighed and got out of bed, shuffling into the hallway. I flicked the light on, and right away my aunt's dog, his name was Jasper, came padding out like, "Oh, you're up? Cool, I'm up too." He was this sweet, sturdy dog, not scary at all, but he took his job seriously when it came to noises at night. I scratched his ears for a second, and then I started toward the stairs. Jasper followed right beside me, nails clicking on the floor. Okay, so picture the downstairs layout with me. The staircase led out into this main room. Off to the left, there was this long corridor, storage closet on one side, bathroom on the other, and the front door all the way at the far end. And off to the other side, kind of open and wide, was the kitchen, like the house was holding its breath in there. It was still really dark, but the sky had just enough faint gray in it that you could see shapes. I'm about halfway down the stairs when Jasper stops. Not fully stops, more like his whole body goes stiff. Then he starts growling, low and steady, aimed straight toward that corridor on the left. At first, I didn't even react. I was half asleep and thirsty, and I figured maybe he heard a mouse or something. But the growling got stronger, more serious. That deep, warning kind. So I turned my head. And I swear to you, there was someone standing there. But someone doesn't really describe it right. It was shaped like a person. Head, shoulders, arms, everything. But it was completely black. Not like wearing dark clothes black, like the absence of light. No face, no details, just this solid human outline where a human shouldn't have been. I froze so hard I felt like my bones locked. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I didn't even blink on purpose because I was afraid I'd look away and it would suddenly be closer. Jasper kept growling. He didn't move toward it. He just stood his ground like he was warning it, and maybe warning me too. The shape stood there for what felt like forever, but it was probably 5 seconds. And then, it lifted its arm. I honestly can't tell you if it pointed at me or waved. It was such a surreal little motion, calm, almost casual, which somehow made it worse. Like it wasn't startled that I saw it, like it expected to be seen. Then it turned, slowly, toward the storage closet, and it went inside. Just like that. The second it disappeared, my body finally remembered how to work. I bolted back up the stairs so fast I almost slipped. Jasper came with me, still tense, still keyed up, so I just stood there, arguing with myself, trying to be brave. And then I had the dumbest, bravest idea. I'm going to check the storage room. I started back down, but this time I turned on every light I passed, every single one, like I could build a little shield out of brightness. Jasper stayed so close he was practically glued to my leg. When I got to the corridor, I moved slowly, swallowing hard, and I opened the storage door. Nothing. Just the smell of old cleaning supplies, some stacked boxes, random stuff. No person, no shape, no anything. I slammed the door and ran back upstairs again, heart banging so hard it hurt. That's when I finally woke my mom. I told her everything in this rushed, trembling mess. How Jasper growled, how it stood there, how it lifted its arm, how it went into the storage room. My mom listened, but her face had that expression adults get when they're trying to be kind, but they don't really believe you. Later, she mentioned it to my aunt, and it was exactly what you'd expect. Oh, you were dreaming. It was a shadow. Kids imagine things. All that. And honestly, even now, part of me understands why they said that. But here's the thing that keeps me from brushing it off completely. Years later, like years, my older brother told me something. He'd been there that same summer too, but he was sleeping in a separate little guest cabin on the property, so he didn't know anything about what happened to me that night. That morning, after everyone was up and moving around, he went into the main house kitchen to grab breakfast. He told me he was sitting there eating cereal when he suddenly felt this presence next to him, this heavy, ugly feeling. And the only word he could think of was evil. Not scary, not creepy, just wrong. Then, out of nowhere, his vision went completely black. Not blurry, not dim, just pitch black, like someone flipped a switch behind his eyes. He said it lasted about 5 seconds. And then his sight came back like nothing happened. The horrible feeling vanished too. He was freaked out enough that he went to doctors afterward, just to be sure he wasn't having some kind of neurological issue. And they found nothing, completely normal. So yeah, I still don't know what I saw on those stairs. I still don't know what happened to my brother in that kitchen. I'm not someone who goes around insisting everything is paranormal. I'm honestly kind of skeptical by nature. But Jasper growled. Jasper reacted like there was something real there. And my brother, without knowing my story, experienced something strange that same morning in the same house. So a part of me, just a small part, can't help but think it wasn't nothing. And every time I picture that hallway, I still remember how that shape lifted its arm, like it was acknowledging me, like it was saying, "Yeah, you saw me." Hey, so this is a story I meant to tell forever ago, but it only came rushing back to me recently when I was on the phone with my mom, talking about how my great-uncle's Christmas package still hadn't shown up. You know how that goes. One random, ordinary conversation, and suddenly your brain yanks open a dusty drawer you forgot even existed. Anyway, my family has always had these little, "what was that?" moments that sit right on the edge of paranormal. Not constantly, not like some dramatic movie, just enough to make you pause and glance over your shoulder now and then. I don't live in my childhood home anymore. I moved about 6 years ago to a quieter place farther north. Older house, more fields, fewer neighbors. But this story is from back then, from the road I grew up on. Our house sat near a corner. Across the street was our neighbor's house, kind of a weathered brick place, and right by the roadside were 2 tall pine trees that always looked darker than everything around them at night. Our mailbox was out there too, close enough to the road that car headlights would hit it in this quick, bright sweep as you turned onto our street. And apparently, in those headlights, sometimes, there was a girl. My mom and my uncle both described her the exact same way, even though they'd mentioned it years apart, like it was no big deal, like they were talking about a deer they'd seen, or a cat that wandered through the yard. They said she looked young, late teens, maybe early 20s, straight dark hair, shoulder length, and clothes that felt old-fashioned in this really specific way, like a skirt and blouse you'd picture in an old family photo. Not costumey, just dated. She'd be standing near the mailbox, slightly leaning toward the road, as if she was waiting for a car to come from the direction of town. My mom always emphasized this one detail. The girl would lift a hand and tuck her hair behind her ear, like she'd done it 1,000 times. Then she'd fold her arms tight around herself, like she was cold, and stare past the headlights, past the car, like the driver wasn't even there. And the weirdest part? You could only see her in the headlights. Like the dark hid her until that split-second beam lit the pines and the mailbox. And then, once the car passed and the light moved on, she was just gone. Not walking away, not stepping back, just gone. Like someone hit stop on a recording. I never saw her, not once. And I always kind of wanted to, just so I could decide how I felt about it with my own eyes. But it was only my mom and my uncle. And I know what you're thinking. Could have been a story, a family spooky tale. But here's the thing, neither of them had the personality for that kind of performance. My mom has had car anxiety since she was a teenager, after a bad accident. She's not the type to suddenly yell, "Stop," in the dark for fun. But my dad told me more than once about nights when she'd snap upright in the passenger seat and demand he slam the brakes because she's there again. And my uncle, let's call him Nate, he wasn't exactly sentimental. He wasn't a theatrical guy. But apparently there were nights he'd come home late, whip the car around, and back halfway into the front yard just to angle the headlights back across the street, trying to see her again by the pines. And what always got me about that is, Those nights were often after midnight. No audience, no kids watching. If it was some big prank or attention thing, he was committing to it at the weirdest possible times. What actually gave me chills didn't happen on the road. It happened 2 years ago, in my mom's living room, in broad daylight, with her phone in her hand. There had been a report about an unidentified body found back near our hometown. Badly decomposed, unclaimed, the kind of news story that makes everyone go quiet for a second. My dad has this personal reason he always pays attention to things like that. When he was younger, one of his uncles, my great-uncle, just vanished. No goodbye, no explanation, nothing. Every time remains are found within a couple hours' drive, my dad calls to see if there's any chance it could be him. It never is, but he still checks. So my mom tells him about this new case, and while he's processing it, she starts scrolling. Just curious, pulling up older missing persons cases from the area. I was sitting right there, half watching, half not, until she made this sound. Not a scream, not even a full gasp. More like her breath just dropped out of her. Her phone actually dipped like it got heavy in her hand, and she called for my dad, fast. The tone in her voice made my stomach tighten immediately because I thought, oh my God, she found something about his uncle, or something worse. My dad comes over, and my mom shoves the screen toward him and says, "That's her. That's the girl." My dad's like, "What girl?" And my mom says it again, sharper this time, like she needed him to understand immediately. "That's the one by the mailbox. That's the one we've been seeing." On her screen was a black and white photo, a young woman, dark straight hair, the same kind of clothes, the same face shape my mom had described for years in this casual, unsettling way. The case details said she was 19, from a nearby town, last seen in our hometown in early winter, late 1970s, right around the holidays. And then, found a couple days later, murdered. Multiple stab wounds. I remember staring at that phone and feeling this slow, crawling cold behind my ribs. Not the fun kind of spooky, the ugly kind. The kind that makes you realize the world has teeth. Because if my mom was making this up, then she'd been playing the longest, weirdest game imaginable. Decades of consistent detail. Decades of the same description. Years of reacting the same way in the car. And then a perfectly timed reveal. And she's not that person. She never has been. She can't even pretend she likes a meal if she doesn't. So we all just stood there, sort of stunned. Like we'd accidentally stepped into the overlap between two realities. The family ghost story and a real young woman who had actually lived and actually died, and whose face was still out there in records like a bookmark nobody wanted to find. I'm not going to say her real name. It feels wrong. I looked a little deeper and saw she still has family. Siblings, at least. People who might still think about her every December. But I'll tell you this. Ever since that day, whenever I picture that corner, the pines, the mailbox, the way headlights sweep across the roadside, I don't picture a ghost girl like some campfire story. I picture a real person. And I can't decide what's worse, that my mom and uncle saw her at all, or that they only ever saw her for a second, in passing, like she was still waiting for someone to stop. You know what's weird? There was this stretch earlier this year where I started feeling like, I don't know how else to say it, like I was being watched. I take care of my mom. She lives upstairs in this older apartment building, only 8 units total. The 2 end ones are kind of like townhouses, and the others are regular apartments all connected in the same long building. My mom's place is Unit 5, and it's been home for long enough that we know what normal sounds like. Pipes, creaks, the usual settling. But this wasn't that. It started with the attic. Not every unit can even get up there. Only a few of them have attic access. My mom's is one of them. And for weeks, it was like clockwork. Every single night, always late. Somewhere between about 10:45 p.m. and 3 or 4 in the morning, I'd hear movement above us. Not a little scurry, not a random pop, actual footsteps. Shifting. The kind of sound that makes you stop breathing for a second because your brain goes, wait, that's weight. And I'm telling you, I'm not someone who jumps at every noise. These apartments are old, sure, but this was too consistent. Too timed. Then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The attic opening, the little panel in the ceiling, looked different, like it had been nudged out of place. My mom and I haven't touched it. We have no reason to. We don't store anything up there, and honestly, it's creepy enough without adding dust and darkness to the mix. But it wasn't just the panel. There are these bolts and fasteners along the roofline, and a couple of them looked slightly pushed in, like the roof had taken pressure from above. And I know that can happen when someone heavy moves around up there, because years ago, I climbed into an attic in my aunt's building, and she pointed out the same thing. The bolts were pressed down in the exact spots where I'd stepped. It left a little tell, like proof. So when I saw that same kind of sinking above my mom's ceiling, my mind went, okay, someone's been up there. And the thing is, it wasn't just the attic. Sometimes, when the apartment was quiet, especially if I was alone, I'd hear people talking. Like low voices, muffled, but close. And the creepiest part? It always sounded like it was coming from my little sister Mariah's old bedroom. Except Mariah is almost never home. She's always out. Friends, trips, staying with her boyfriend, whatever. So I'd hear it, and I'd do the normal thing, right? I'd call her name. I'd walk over and open the door, ready to tell her she scared me. And every time, the room would be empty. No TV, no phone speaker, no one. Just silence. Then the sleep stuff started. This part is hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but it felt like my body was betraying me. There were nights where I'd doze off on the couch for just a minute, like one of those I'll rest my eyes naps, and I'd slip immediately into this dream that didn't feel like a dream. Everything looked exactly like it did when I fell asleep. Same room, same shadows, same couch under me. It was like I never left the moment. And in it, something I couldn't see would come at me. Not like a jump scare horror movie thing, more like a presence, a force. I'd feel this heavy pressure, like something pinning me down. My chest would tighten. My whole body would get that sick, warning feeling, like your instincts are screaming but your muscles won't move. And the worst part? I'd know I was asleep. I'd be thinking, wake up, open your eyes. But my body wouldn't respond. I remember thinking, is this what people mean by astral projection? Except it didn't feel mystical or peaceful. It felt wrong. Like I was stuck in the exact same room, but something else had access to me there. But there was one night, just one, that scared me more than all the others. I fell asleep the same way, and it happened again. Same couch, same room, that same trapped feeling. Except this time, I wasn't alone in it. There was a figure standing a few feet away from me. Tall, too tall for the space to feel normal. And it wore something like a hood, the way a cloak hangs when someone is trying to hide. I couldn't see a face. Not because it was shadowed, because there was nothing there. No eyes, no nose, no features, just darkness, like someone had cut a hole where a face should be. But I saw the hands. That's what I can't shake. The fingers looked thin and too long, like bone with just enough skin to cling to it. Dry, almost dehydrated. And the nails were pointed, longer than they should have been. Not sharp like a knife, but sharp like something that's never been cut and has no reason to be normal. I remember trying to scream, but nothing came out. And I was fighting so hard to wake up, because I could feel it watching me like it knew I couldn't move. And then I finally snapped awake. I was sitting up, breathing like I'd been running. The room was the same as the dream, which almost made it worse. No dramatic change, no relief music, just me on the couch in the same apartment, with that sick feeling still crawling on my skin. After that, I stopped seeing the hooded thing. Thank God. But I still don't sleep the same. I don't. And there's one more detail I can't ignore. In my mom's kitchen, on the ceiling, this mark appeared that looks like a child's handprint. Like a messy little smear, almost like a kid had food on their hands and dragged it across the ceiling. The timing was what got me. I'd helped my mom clean the walls a few days earlier, and then, days later, this shows up out of nowhere. It shouldn't be there. It wasn't there before. And I know how this sounds. I know people are going to say, maybe it's moisture. Maybe it's the building. Maybe you're stressed. And sure, maybe. But when you're the one hearing footsteps over your head at the same hours every night, when you're the one opening doors to empty rooms after hearing voices, when you're the one waking up with your heart hammering because you just lived through a dream that felt like an attack, it's hard to shrug it off. It's hard to feel safe. And honestly, the scariest part isn't even what I saw. It's the feeling that whatever is happening, it already knows I'm paying attention. Okay, so listen. I moved into this new apartment maybe 10 days ago, and I swear, from the very first time I walked in, something in me just tightened. I've always been like that. I don't know how to explain it without sounding dramatic, but I get these instincts. Like a place can feel off, the way the air feels wrong before a storm. My brother Leo and my aunt Nadia helped me bring my stuff in. Everyone was laughing, carrying boxes, doing the whole new place, fresh start thing. And I was smiling too, trying to match the vibe, but inside I kept thinking, why does this feel like I'm not alone? That first night was awful. Not, I'm nervous because it's a new home awful, like deep, sour, nauseating dread. I remember lying there thinking, if I stay here long enough, I'm going to throw up. I barely slept. And then in the morning, I looked down and my legs were dotted with bruises. Not huge ones, but enough to make me pause. I bruise easily, so I told myself, okay, you bumped into something while moving boxes. Calm down. I was also binging scary videos at the time, so I tried to be rational and not feed my own paranoia. But then little things started happening. Stuff I couldn't quite explain, but also couldn't fully prove. Like a ceramic cup I know I left on the coffee table. I went to the bathroom, came back, and it was gone. I looked everywhere and finally found it sitting in the kitchen sink like someone had tidied it away. And I remember standing there, staring at it, trying to convince myself I'd done it without thinking. You know when you're like, maybe I'm just on autopilot. So I let it go. Then objects started falling. Not constantly, but randomly, like a book sliding off a shelf when nothing touched it, or a little trinket clinking onto the floor when I'd been across the room. Every time it happened, I'd jump, then immediately scold myself. Old building, uneven surfaces. Stop making this into a horror movie. During the day, I mostly felt okay. Just every once in a while, I'd get that prickly sensation, like someone was staring at the back of my neck. I'd turn around fast, expecting to catch someone in the act, and of course, nothing. Empty room, quiet apartment. But at night? At night, it was different. At night, it felt like the apartment was aware of me. And the creepiest part is, I started getting used to it. Like, I'd do my little routine, check the hallway, peek into the bathroom, look into the bedroom corners, and everything would be normal. No one there. So my brain would go, see? Nothing. And I'd try to sleep with that constant, watched feeling buzzing over my skin. Here's the thing. I'm not someone who thinks everything is evil. I believe in weird stuff, I guess, but I'm not out here trying to summon spirits or whatever. And for most of those nights, it didn't feel like something wanted to hurt me. It felt more like something was observing, curious, present. Like I'd walked into someone else's space and they were silently deciding what to do with me. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, who do you even tell? My friends would laugh, my family would worry, and I didn't want anyone thinking I'd lost it. Plus, if nothing bad was happening, why stir up panic? I can't explain the difference in a way that makes me sound sane, but it stopped feeling neutral. It started feeling closer, sharper, like the air had teeth. And then last night happened. I have insomnia, so my nights are usually the same. I'm up late, scrolling or gaming, telling myself one more thing until I'm exhausted enough to pass out. That night, I finally shut everything off and lay there in the dark, trying to sleep. And the second I turned the lights out, boom. That same sickness from the first night came back, except worse, like my whole body knew before my mind did. My stomach dropped, my skin went cold, and I remember thinking, no, not this again. I opened my eyes and I looked around because it felt stupid not to. And I saw something. Not like a clear face, not like a person standing there under a lamp. More like a shape. Like the suggestion of a woman, tall and thin, made out of darkness that didn't match the darkness around it. And the moment my eyes locked on, it was gone. Like it blinked out. My heart was going crazy, but I did what I always do. I tried to explain it away. You're tired. You're stressed. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. So I closed my eyes again and forced myself to breathe like everything was normal. And then my brain served me this image, totally uninvited. A woman reaching for my feet. Like the kind of intrusive thought that's so vivid it makes you flinch. And right as that image hit, I felt my left foot get wrapped in this buzzing pressure. Not a hand, not fingers, more like, imagine electricity pooling around your skin, like a tight, static glove. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was wrong. Like my body recognized it as not mine. I freaked out. I kicked my blanket off and sat up fast, staring down at my feet like I expected to see burn marks or something. And that's when I saw it again. This time, it wasn't across the room. It was closer, like it had crouched low, half hidden near the side of the bed, almost like it was trying to tuck itself out of sight. And I know how that sounds, I do, but I swear I saw the outline, the shape, the presence of it. And then, right after, I heard a sharp rustle, and this takeout bag from the night before. Mine was a crumpled fast food bag on the table, just got knocked onto the floor, like a quick, impatient swipe. Then nothing. No more movement, no more sound, just me sitting there, shaking, staring into the dark like it might happen again. I stayed awake for a while after that, maybe an hour, until my body finally caved and I fell asleep out of pure exhaustion. Which honestly makes me feel even worse because it's like, I'm so tired I'll sleep even when I'm terrified. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm imagining things, or if I've gotten into my own head, or if something is actually in this apartment with me. I just know the feeling changed, and last night felt like a warning. And I'm scared now. Like, for real scared. What would you do? So this happened years ago, early 90s. My spouse, Mara, and I rented this sweet little house in Brookside, Kansas City. We didn't deal with the owner directly. Everything went through this attorney, Mr. Halverson, because the owner was an older woman who'd moved back to her hometown in eastern Nebraska after her husband died. Anyway, one night I'm home alone, doing something completely normal. Folding towels, being an adult, pretending I have my life together. I'm upstairs in this narrow hallway, standing at a linen closet that's directly across from the bathroom. The kind of hallway where the lights always feel a little too dim, even when they're on. I'm reaching into the closet, stacking towels, and out of nowhere I get that feeling. You know the one. That cold little crawl up your back that says, someone's behind you. I freeze with my arms full of towels, and I can almost feel the eyes on me. I slowly turn around, and I swear, for a split second I see an elderly man standing there. Not solid like a normal person, more like a presence shaped like a person. Pale, still, watching me like I'd interrupted him. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I might actually pass out. And then, nothing. The hallway's empty. Just me and my ridiculous towels and my heart trying to escape through my throat. I didn't tell Mara. I know. But I didn't want her laughing at me. And honestly, I didn't want to plant that image in her head and scare her. So I kept it to myself and tried to act normal, like I hadn't just met the world's creepiest invisible neighbor. A couple months go by. It's a Sunday afternoon. I'm downstairs watching football, half asleep on the couch, and Mara's upstairs putting towels away in that same linen closet. And then I hear her scream. Not like a little surprised yelp, a real, full-body scream. She comes running down the stairs so fast she nearly misses the last step. She's shaking. Her face is white. I sit up like, what happened? What's wrong? And she tells me she was putting towels away, got this horrible feeling that she was being watched, turned around, and thought she saw an old man standing in the hallway. And when she said it, I felt my blood go cold, because it was exactly what happened to me. So I'm holding her there in the living room, trying to calm her down, and I finally tell her my story. How I'd felt it too, how I'd seen him too, and how I'd kept it quiet because I didn't want her to laugh or get freaked out. Mara just stared at me like, "You've been sitting on that?" After that, it was like the house had a personality. Nothing flying off shelves, no dramatic movie stuff, just this steady, uncomfortable feeling sometimes. Like the place didn't quite want you there. A little later, I dropped off the rent check at Mr. Halverson's office, and I asked him, casually, like I wasn't about to sound insane, if he knew how the owner's husband had passed. He kind of paused, then said the husband had had a massive heart attack, right there in the home. Paramedics came, but he was already gone. Then he asks me why I wanted to know, and I couldn't bring myself to tell the whole story. I said something vague, like I'd had this odd sense that the man had died there. And I left it at that, because what else do you say without sounding like you've been licking batteries? But then things got worse in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts. And they're gone. We just stood there, stunned, watching tail lights disappear. The insurance claim ended up around $18,000, which was a lot of money back then. And here's the part that still makes me mad. After the settlement, the insurance company canceled our policy. Our agent, Darlene, told us the only thing she was allowed to say was, "You need to move." She wouldn't explain, just kept repeating it like she was reading off a script. 4 months later, this is the kicker. We go to bed early one night. All the lights are off, the house is quiet, and we're dead asleep. And we wake up to someone trying to break in through the same entry point as before. You could hear it, this awful, deliberate sound, like somebody testing the world. Mara and I bolt upright, flipping on lights, making noise, and whatever it was, it stops. Just like that. Like they didn't want to fight. They wanted an easy house. At that point, we went back to Mr. Halverson and demanded improvements. Better locks, reinforced doors, brighter outdoor lighting, security system, the whole thing. We got estimates, about $2,700, and we even offered to split the cost. He talked to the owner. They refused. They said we were welcome to pay for it ourselves, which, no. We weren't going to pour thousands into someone else's property just so we could sleep at night. So we terminated the lease and moved out. The house rented again quickly. Cute place, lovely neighborhood, just a little too close to an area where people apparently felt comfortable treating homes like shopping malls. We were lucky. We only lost the deposit. And then, about 9 months after we left, I get this phone call one evening. A woman, her name was Rachel, asks if I used to live at our old address. I'm like, yeah? Why? And she explains that some mail with my name had shown up even after forwarding, and she'd looked me up because I was the only match in the Kansas City phone book. Then she says, I know this is strange, but I needed to talk to someone who lived there before. Rachel tells me she and her roommate, another young attorney, had rented the place after us, and they'd been robbed 3 times in 9 months. 3. They'd gotten into it with Mr. Halverson about safety upgrades, and during one of those arguments he accidentally let something slip. Something like, "This sounds exactly like what the previous tenants asked for." That's when she started digging until she found me. And then, almost like an afterthought, she goes, "Also, can I ask you something weird?" I'm already bracing myself. She says, "Did you ever feel creeped out in that house? Like you were being watched?" And I remember I actually swallowed before I answered. I said, "Watched? Yeah. By who?" And she goes, completely matter of fact, like she's talking about a nosy neighbor. An old creepy guy. And I just sat there on the phone, quiet, because suddenly I could see that upstairs hallway again. The linen closet, the bathroom door, the dim light, and that feeling, like the house had been waiting for you to notice you weren't alone. I've carried this one quietly for a long time, almost 8 years now, and I've only ever told my mom. Even saying it out loud still gives me that weird mix of tenderness and confusion, like I'm holding something that doesn't fit neatly into normal, but also doesn't feel like it was nothing. So, my grandmother, her name was Marlene, was 94 when she got sick. It started as pneumonia, and it got bad fast. She ended up in the ICU, and they intubated her. My family really struggled with the idea that this might be the end. Everyone was clinging to hope with both hands. But me, I don't know how to explain it without sounding cold, because it wasn't cold. It was more like this deep, steady knowing in my gut. This is probably her time. And because of that, I flew in from far away to see her before the ventilator happened. Like I needed to look at her face and tell my heart, "You were here. You showed up." Here's the thing though. Marlene was stubborn in the best way. She actually rallied. She came off the ventilator and was breathing on her own for about a week, maybe a little longer. We all got whiplash from the relief. Like, see? She's tough. She's beating it. But then she got hit with a secondary infection. And just like that, she was back on the ventilator again. About a month after my visit, I was home in my own bed, living my normal life again on the outside. Even though, inside, I felt like part of me was still hovering in that hospital room. And then one night, really early morning, like 3:47 a.m., I jolted awake with this horrible sensation that I can still feel if I think about it too long. It was like my breathing wasn't mine. Like air was being pushed into me and pulled out of me in a rhythm I couldn't control. Steady, mechanical, almost too perfect. I remember lying there half panicked, half frozen, thinking, what is happening to me? It wasn't exactly pain. It was more like my body was being used as a bellows. In and out. In and out. And it went on long enough that I started counting, like counting would somehow make it stop. And then, just as suddenly, something else happened. My mind started flipping through memories, fast. Not like how you normally remember things. This was different. It was like a rapid-fire reel being shown to me, crisp and vivid, almost too sharp. Like a flip book you can't slow down. I saw Marlene's hands, so specific I could have described the tiny spots on them. I saw us making pastries together, the flour on the counter, her laughing when I made a mess. But then the images got even stranger. Not dramatic things, just objects, random little details I hadn't thought about in years. A bright stained glass lamp that sat in a corner. A heavy strand of costume pearls she loved. The carved knobs on her old dresser that always felt cool under my fingers. A tin box she kept photos in, the one that smelled faintly like perfume and paper. It wasn't just nostalgia. It felt delivered. Like someone was placing these things in front of me one after another, saying, "Here, remember this, and this, and this too." And then, without warning, everything softened. My breathing went back to normal. The panic drained out of me like water leaving a sink. And this calm moved in. Not sleepy calm, not "I'm fine" calm. Something clearer than that. A calm that felt like truth. And in that calm, I just knew. I knew Marlene had died. I didn't check my phone. I didn't talk myself into it. It wasn't a guess. It was like I'd been told, but without words. And I remember just sitting there, holding the phone, feeling this strange, steady quiet inside me. And I said, "I know." Then I told her what happened. The breathing, the memories, the sudden certainty. And my mom got quiet too. Not shocked quiet, more like recognizing quiet. She told me something I'd never heard before. Apparently, this kind of thing has happened in our family. She said Marlene once told her that when her mother died, she saw something, like she could sense her leaving, like the moment wasn't contained inside the hospital room. And that should have made me feel better, right? Like it was explained. But honestly, it just made it bigger. Because the next day, something happened again. Something that I can't dress up to sound normal. I was walking around my house, doing small, ordinary things, and I felt a presence nearby. Not scary, not heavy, almost playful. And in my mind, I saw it as this warm, golden orb, like sunlight gathered into a little sphere. I didn't see it with my eyes the way you see a lamp. I sensed it, like you sense someone standing behind you before you turn around. And I knew, in the same simple way, that it was her. But here's what really gets me. The energy didn't feel like the Marlene I knew at 94. It felt young, light and curious, like she'd shrugged off something heavy. Like she was, I don't know, 25 again. Like she was free. Later that day, I went out to run errands, and she felt like she was with me, like she was kind of enjoying it. I could feel this bright attention, like she was looking at what I was looking at, like she was amused by the ordinary stuff, like she was zipping around, not trapped in a body, not tired, just delighted. I know how absurd that sounds. I do. But it felt so real that I wasn't even embarrassed inside my own head. I just felt happy for her. Like, oh, you're okay. You're more than okay. And then I had this sense, gentle, not sad, that she wouldn't stay long. Like she was stopping by, letting me feel it, and then moving on to whatever came next. And that's exactly what happened. After that day, I never sensed her again. I've had a couple dreams over the years, but those felt like my own mind pulling out old photographs. Comforting, but different. Those dreams felt like me. That golden light felt like her. So that's the story. And I still don't know what it was. Was it grief doing something strange to my body at 3:47 in the morning? Was it my nervous system firing off in the dark? Was it coincidence wrapped in meaning because I loved her? Or was it something real, some kind of shared moment, a life review that brushed up against me because we were close? I don't know. I just know what it felt like love reached across a distance, and for a few minutes, I got to be there when she let go. So, let me tell you about my youngest daughter. I've adopted 3 kids, and my littlest, her name's Mila, has a pretty significant disability. She turns 2 this February. Physically, she can't do much on her own, and she doesn't speak with words, but honestly, she's got this huge, sparkling personality. Like, she loves people, she lives for attention, and she's hilarious in this very mischievous way. She'll babble at full volume on the train like she's hosting a talk show, and if her brothers get too close, she'll absolutely go for their hair like, "Come here, you." She's just so her. And I'm a big disability advocate, so I've never been the kind of parent who sits around praying for a miracle fix. I don't love the whole cure narrative. If Mila learns new things, wonderful. If she doesn't, she is still, completely, already perfect to me. But here's where it gets strange. People started telling me they'd had dreams about her, and in these dreams, she was moving, like mobile. At first, I brushed it off. I tried to be practical about it, you know? Brains do that. People dream in symbols. Some folks haven't spent much time around disabled kids, and maybe their mind is just trying to file it somewhere. Plus, I used to work as a personal assistant for a woman who was quadriplegic, and she once told me that people would sometimes casually say, "Oh, I dreamed you were walking," like it was no big deal. So I thought, okay, humans are weird. Dreams are weird. Whatever. Except, it didn't stop. It started getting specific. One night, I was staying over at my partner's place with Mila. He's my partner, Eli, and his apartment is still kind of new, like that clean, sharp, modern kind of place. I put Mila into the little crib we keep there, and she was having a harder time falling asleep than usual. Eventually, she did, but then about an hour later, she woke up crying. So I picked her up and rocked her against my chest, just swaying and whispering to her, doing that tired parent thing where you're barely awake, but you'd still do anything to make them feel safe. She settled. She fell asleep again. After that, Eli and I were sitting there, quietly talking, and we joked, half laughing, half whispering. Maybe she was annoyed we weren't asleep yet, like she was thinking, "Excuse me? I'm trying to get into your dreams. Chop, chop." We laughed. It was cute. And then the next day my friend texted me. She said, "This is going to sound insane, but I had a dream about Mila." And I was like, "Okay, sure, join the club." But then she said, "In the dream, Mila asked if she could borrow my body for a little while. Like she wanted to see what it feels like to be her." And listen, this friend Renee is not dramatic. She's not woo-woo. She doesn't send texts like that. So I immediately sat up. Renee told me that in the dream, she became Mila. Not like watching her. Not like a normal dream where you're observing. She said she was inside Mila's body, looking out through her eyes. And then she started describing what she saw. Not vague stuff. Not a room or a house. She described details, tiny, dumb details that made my stomach go cold. She described the balcony railing, matte black with green-tinted glass panels. She described the angles of the living room where the light fell, the layout, all from a low perspective, from Mila's perspective. Here's the thing. Renee has never been to Eli's apartment, not once. She's never even seen photos. She didn't know we'd stayed over. She didn't even know there was a crib there. But she described it like she'd been standing in that space, looking around, like she knew it. And then she said, "And you came and picked me up." That's when I stopped being able to shrug it off. Because after that, it kept happening. It's not just my close friends. Random coworkers have stopped me in the hallway at work, people I barely talk to, and they'll say, "I dreamed of your little one." And then they'll laugh awkwardly, like they're embarrassed. And then they'll add, "She was so naughty in the dream." Always that word, naughty, cheeky, mischievous. And in the dreams, she's always moving in some way, rolling, crawling, scooting, standing, trying to at least. Not as some sad, "look, she's fixed" kind of thing, but like she's using it for comedy. Like mobility in the dream is just another tool in her little prank kit. And I started noticing something else. Mila wakes up when I wake up. I can wake in the middle of the night and try to stay totally still, eyes closed, not moving a muscle. Because I'm curious, right? I'm testing it. And every single time, within 10 minutes, she stirs. Then she wakes. Like she knows. Like she's been with me wherever I just went. Then today, this part made me laugh and kind of choke up at the same time. I had a dream of her rolling across the floor, just zooming around like she owned the place. And when I woke up, my oldest son was already awake, and he looked at me and went, completely serious, "Mom, I dreamed Mila was rolling." Like it was the most normal thing in the world. Like he was just reporting the weather. Sometimes the dreams aren't even about movement. Sometimes it's her attitude. Like in one dream, we were on the metro and she was proudly declaring, so smug, "I'm the prettiest girl on this train." Even though she wasn't sitting upright the way people expect. Like she was basically telling the whole world, "Yeah? And?" In another dream, she was trying to grab my partner's camera gear. Eli's a filmmaker, and in the dream she kept insisting she needed to carry his lenses, like she was his tiny assistant, bossing everyone around. And then there's this last weird layer that I still can't make sense of. People in our neighborhood, parents at the playground, sometimes casually say things that imply they know my boys have a sister. Not in a creepy way, just familiar. Like they'll say, "Oh, how's their little sister?" Or, "Are you bringing the baby girl out later?" Even though I've never met them, and Mila hasn't been there, and I've never introduced her or even mentioned her. And I'll just stand there, smiling politely, while my brain quietly goes, "How do you know she exists?" So yeah, that's my life lately. I don't know if she's just unforgettable, and people's brains are doing that human thing where they fill in the blanks. I don't know if it's coincidence stacked on coincidence stacked on coincidence. But sometimes, late at night, when I wake up and feel the world go still, And then, a few minutes later, I hear her stir. I can't help but wonder, is my little Mila somehow slipping into people's dreams? And if she is, I mean, of course she's being cheeky in there too. Alright, so this happened when I was living in a little town called Hinesville, Arkansas. And I'm not telling you some campfire story I found online. I was there, and I wasn't alone. There were 8 other people in the room with me, all of us seeing the exact same thing with our own eyes. Back then, I was the kind of person who rolled their eyes at anything paranormal. Ghosts, spirits, whatever. Nope. I figured there was always a logical explanation. I'd been in Hinesville a little over a year at that point, and I honestly thought I had the place figured out. But one night in late 2010, I ended up at this small house party. Nothing wild, just a handful of friends, some drinks, music playing low, people laughing in that lazy way they do when they're comfortable. At some point, the conversation drifted, like it always does, into spooky stuff. Someone brought up local legends, and then this girl, Tessa, asked if anyone had ever heard of the Bride of the Hollow. Most of us said no. But 2 people, Riley and Mark, did this quick little look at each other, like they were silently agreeing. Here we go. So they start explaining it. They said that decades earlier, maybe the early 1980s, depending on who you asked, a woman was headed to her wedding, all dressed up in white, riding in a car that never made it there. Wrecked near this stretch of woods outside town, near a shallow valley locals called the Hollow. And after that, people started seeing her, late at night, always in a long white dress, always moving wrong, like she wasn't walking so much as sliding. And here's the part everyone always said the same way. Nobody ever saw her face. That's when this guy in the room, Caleb, finally spoke. He'd been quiet all night, just kind of listening with his drink in his hand. He let out this and said, "People tell me I'm full of it, but I've seen her." You could feel the temperature of the room change. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Like the vibe shifted. Everyone got quieter without even realizing it. Caleb said the first time was when he'd gone out to hunt right before sunset. And he described this moment where the woods just shut off. No birds, no bugs, no rustling. Just silence so sudden it felt intentional. He said he saw her between the trees. No crunch of leaves, no snap of twigs. Just there. A tall figure in white, gliding forward with her hands stretched out like she was presenting something. He said it was a bouquet, flowers held carefully in both hands. But the flowers looked dead, dried out, browned like they'd been pressed in an old book for years. And when he tried to look up at her face, he couldn't make his eyes focus on it. Like his brain refused to process what it was seeing. He packed up and left immediately, didn't even finish the hunt. Then he tells us about the second time, camping, late night, fire down to embers. He noticed movement near the tree line and thought it was smoke drifting through the dark. But then it separated from the shadows. He said she hovered just outside the firelight, not stepping into it, just lingering at the edge like she didn't want to be fully seen. And he told us he didn't sleep, not even a minute. He sat there until morning, watching the woods. Now, as the party went on, people started clearing out. Some went to the kitchen, some outside. A couple passed out in random chairs, you know. Eventually, 9 of us ended up sitting in the living room. And the thing about that living room is it had this big front window, like a wide picture window, that looked straight into the trees. We'd all stared out of it 100 times before. There was never anything out there but darkness and branches. We're talking, half paying attention, and then Maddie just stops mid-sentence. Like someone hit pause on her. She's staring straight at the glass. And I remember thinking, what is she looking at? then I saw it too. But as it drifted closer, the outline sharpened. It was tall, too still, wearing a long white dress that floated just above the ground. And it wasn't walking. It moved smooth, like the ground wasn't even a factor. No bobbing motion, no shifting weight, just a steady, gliding approach, silent as a thought. And it was holding something out in front of her. When she reached the edge of the yard, nobody spoke. It was like all our voices had been taken. She passed directly in front of the window, right in front of us, and that's when I saw the bouquet. Wilted, brown, old, like something you'd find in the bottom of a trunk in an attic. Her head was tilted down toward the flowers, like she was staring at them. And then, this is the part that still makes my stomach tighten. There was no face, no eyes, no nose, nothing. Just a hollow darkness where a face should have been, like looking into an empty hood. I felt this cold pressure slide down my arms into my chest, like my body knew before my mind could catch up that something was wrong. We watched her glide toward the side of the house, out of sight of the window. And that's when the doorknob moved. Not the window, the actual side door. It twisted slowly at first, careful, deliberate, like someone trying not to make noise. Then it rattled harder, like whoever it was testing it, trying to figure out how to get in. Nobody moved. I don't mean we chose not to move. I mean we couldn't. I don't think anyone even blinked. And then, it stopped. The pressure in the room lifted almost instantly, like a weight had been taken off our shoulders. We all snapped our eyes back to the window. She was gone. No footsteps, no crunch of leaves, no movement. The woods were still again, like they'd never been disturbed. For a long time, we just sat there, trying to make sense of it with the only tools we had: logic, denial, excuses. Later, we tried to explain it away. We blamed the drinks. We said our minds filled in details because we'd just heard the story. But here's the problem with that. 9 people don't hallucinate the same faceless woman. 9 people don't all imagine the same dead bouquet. And 9 people don't all hear the same doorknob twist like someone's trying to come inside. I don't know what she wanted. I don't know if telling her story brought her closer, like we invited her without meaning to. I don't know if she thought someone in that house was waiting for her. I only know this. I didn't believe in any of it before that night. And after that, I couldn't pretend it wasn't real. I moved away not too long later. But even now, people still talk about that valley. They still trade sightings. They still whisper about the bride who never made it to her wedding. And honestly, if you've ever had something happen that you can't explain, I want to hear it. I really do. Because I know how it feels to sit there afterward, trying to convince yourself you imagined it, when deep down, you know you didn't. Okay, so I don't tell this story often, but I'm going to try to get through it with you. When I was about 6, we moved into this older house that belonged to my dad's parents. It wasn't run down exactly, but it had that feeling, like the air was heavier inside than it should have been. The kind of place where you'd walk in and immediately lower your voice, without even realizing you were doing it. And weird stuff started happening almost right away. At night, you'd hear clinks and shuffles in the kitchen, like someone was moving around in there, but the hallway would be empty. Lights would flick on by themselves. Small things would go missing, like a fork or a set of keys, and then turn up somewhere that made no sense, like inside a cabinet we didn't even use, or on the basement steps. My mom swore she put a pair of scissors on the counter once, and found them later sitting in the bathtub upstairs. We'd hear what sounded like little kids giggling, but it would be coming from places no kids were, downstairs, or right outside my little brother's room. And sometimes, late at night, these dark shapes would move across the corners of your vision. You'd blink and they'd be gone, but your stomach would still drop like they were still there. I had one moment in that house that still makes my skin go tight when I think about it. So, my bedroom had this door that led directly down into the basement. Not a normal down-the-hall basement door. This one was in my room. Our basement was kind of half above ground, and the living space sat on top of it, so the door was there like it belonged. One night, I woke up to the slow creak of that door opening. I remember thinking, half asleep, oh, it's just Mom checking the laundry, because the washer and dryer were down there. I didn't even sit up at first. I just stared toward the door, waiting for a familiar shape. But what stepped into that doorway wasn't my mom. It wasn't my dad either. It was this figure. Just darkness shaped like a person, but wrong somehow. Too still, too quiet. And the worst part was the feeling that it was looking at me, like it knew I was awake, like it was waiting to see what I'd do. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe right. I did the only thing a terrified 6-year-old can do. I yanked the blanket up over my head and squeezed my eyes shut so hard it hurt. I stayed like that until I don't even remember when. I must have passed out from fear. That was the first and last time I ever saw that thing directly. But it wasn't the end of what was happening in that house. Not even close. A couple months later, my little sister, let's call her Mia, was 2, almost 3. Just a tiny kid. And she started saying this same sentence over and over, like it was a normal part of life. Do you see the black kitty? Black kitty. Only we didn't have a cat. We didn't have any pets. So at first we did what families do. We laughed a little, brushed it off, figured it was just toddler imagination, until it wasn't cute anymore. Because then the night started. I'd be asleep and suddenly I'd hear Mia screaming like she was being chased, like real, panicked, choking sobs. And she'd be yelling, clear as day, "The black kitty is gonna get me! It's coming! It's coming!" And I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like something from a horror movie, but I can't even explain to you what it does to your brain to hear those words coming out of a 2-year-old at 2 in the morning. She wasn't playing. She wasn't half dreaming. She was terrified. And Mia kept talking about the cat, but the way she talked about it changed. It wasn't kitty anymore. It was black cat. Always black cat. And always with this warning in her voice, like she was reporting something she couldn't stop seeing. Eventually, my grandma told a family friend about it. This woman named Renee who, honestly, I didn't know what to make of at the time. She wasn't loud or dramatic. She didn't come in trying to scare anyone. She was calm, gentle, but the second she stepped inside, her whole expression shifted. Like her body registered something before her mind even spoke. She looked at my mom and said, very quietly, something like, "There's something here that doesn't want your family here." And then she added the part that made my mom's face drain. "It's focused on the little one, because she's young, because she's open." A few days later, Renee came back and said she wanted to bless the house. She walked room to room, doing what she called anointing, moving slowly, speaking under her breath, touching door frames. The air felt tense, like the house was holding itself still. She did every room, mine, my sister's, the kitchen, the basement door, even the closets, until she got to my mom's bedroom. And then she stopped. She told my mom she couldn't step across that doorway, not even a foot. She said it like it was a rule, like it wasn't up for discussion. My mom was already exhausted and scared out of her mind, so she listened. Renee did something in my mom's room. I didn't see all of it, but I remember how the hall got colder. Not the normal drafty kind of cold, the kind of cold that feels deliberate. When she was done, she told my mom to open the back door that led outside from her room. My mom opened it, And right then, there was this rush, this wave of freezing air that moved through the doorway and out into the night. So cold you could actually see it in the air, like mist. It hit my mom's legs hard enough that her pajama bottoms fluttered, like something had just swept past her. And then, just like that, it was gone. No more giggling, no more footsteps, no lights turning on, no kitchen noises, no missing objects reappearing in weird places. And Mia stopped screaming about the black cat. The house became normal. Quiet in a way it had never been before. Not long after that, we moved anyway. My parents didn't want to risk anything starting up again. And honestly, I don't blame them. I still think about it sometimes, even now. It's been years and years, and I can still feel that moment. The creak of the basement door, the weight in the room, the way my whole body turned to ice. And I hate talking about it. I really do. But there's a small part of me that feels like saying it out loud gives it less power. Like I'm finally taking something back from that house. So, yeah, that's what happened. That's the closest I can get to explaining it. And even telling you now, I've got goosebumps. Alright, so let me start by saying this. I'm not new to weird nights. I've done enough duty shifts to know that sometimes the bump in the night is just drunk soldiers doing drunk soldier things. And sometimes it's something you can't explain without sounding like you've lost your mind. This happened back when I'd just pinned corporal. Fresh responsibility, trying to do everything by the book. It was my first time as the CQ-NCOIC after 1800 at Fort Cavazos, Texas, back when a lot of people still called it Hood out of habit. I was taking that SOP seriously. Every hour, I'd get up, do my checks, make sure my runner was good, walk the halls, look in on the usual problem areas, then head back to the desk. To kill time, I had my laptop set up in this conference office, one of those fancy rooms where the commanders and senior enlisted meet earlier in the day. After hours, it's dead quiet, like the building's holding its breath. I threw on an anime, something and brutal, the kind of show that makes the hours move a little faster. I'm watching, half relaxed but still keeping an eye on the clock, because duty makes you feel guilty for enjoying anything. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone standing in the doorway. Just for a second, a flash. My brain does that quick scan it always does. Male, maybe mid-30s, white guy, average build. But what made my stomach tighten wasn't the fact that someone was there. It was what he was wearing. He had on an old digital camouflage uniform, the older pattern, and it looked perfect. Not wrinkled, not faded, not lived in. Pristine. Like it had never been worn outside of a display case. And he wasn't just standing there casually either. He was squared up like a pissed-off NCO, shoulders back, chest forward. Then he hits me with the knife hand. That hard, sharp point like he's calling me out, like I'm about to get smoked for existing. And then he's just gone. No footsteps, no turning away, no sound. One blink and the doorway's empty. I sat there and told myself the obvious thing. You're tired. It had been a long stretch already. I rolled my shoulders, stood up, stretched, yawned, trying to reset my brain like that would fix it. Then I did my round like normal. Checked on my runner, walked the halls. Everything quiet. I come back, sit down, hit play again. A few minutes later, there he is. Same doorway, same posture. Only this time my mind grabbed onto something else. I recognized him, or at least the shape of him, the vibe. I knew that stance. It hit me like a cold weight in my chest. That looks like Sergeant First Class Marquez. And again, he vanished like smoke. Now I'm fully awake. Not sleepy awake. That wired, electric awake where your body is warning you before your brain even catches up. I'm staring at that doorway like it owes me money, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. The next time he appears, his face is wrong, like it won't hold detail. A blur where features should be. The only thing I can tell for sure is he's got really dark hair. And the knife hand again. Like he's lecturing me without words. I don't know what came over me, but I got mad. Not brave, just done. Like, enough already. I didn't yell. I didn't jump up. I just leaned forward and muttered under my breath, real low, the way you talk to something you don't want to invite closer. Man, you're dead. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you're trying to say. And he faded out, slow, like the air was erasing him. That was the last time I saw him that night, but this one bothered me for a different reason. Because later, when I replayed it in my head, when I forced myself to remember every second, I realized I hadn't really looked at his eyes the first couple times. I was focused on the uniform, the stance, the knife hand, the fact that someone was in my space. But once I did remember the eyes, I swear they weren't eyes. They were just black. Not dark brown, not shadowed, not the light was weird. I mean jet black, like someone poured ink into the sockets. Blacker than a back road at midnight when there's no moon and the trees block out the sky. And that's what shook me the most, because he didn't look wounded. No blood, no missing pieces, no signs of an accident. Nothing that would explain why he'd still be hanging around like some restless spirit. It felt less like a ghost, and more like something wearing a ghost. Like something borrowed the shape of a person and used it like a uniform. I've had run-ins before with shadow figures, those barely there silhouettes that stand where they shouldn't stand. I've seen things that look almost like people but are too dark, like the light refuses to touch them. This felt related to that. Same wrongness, same cold pressure in the room. And then, here's the part that makes my skin crawl even now. I saw it again not long ago. Not on duty, not in some creepy office, in my own barracks room. I'm close to getting out, counting days, doing that thing where you're physically still there but mentally already stepping into the next chapter of your life. I'm in my room, normal evening, and I look up. And there's a soldier standing in front of my dresser. Civilian clothes, white tank top, light blue pants, boots on like he never really came off base, a cap pulled down, arms crossed like he's waiting on me to explain myself. And when he turns just enough for me to see his face, same eyes. That hollow, ink-black stare, like nothing's behind it. No warmth, no humanity. Just this calm, careless emptiness, like it could watch you suffer and not feel a thing. That's when the old nickname people used for the place came back to me. How some soldiers used to call that base a black hole. Like it swallowed people. Like it pulled at you in a way you couldn't describe until you'd lived there long enough to feel it. And sitting here, thinking about it, I can't help but wonder if that wasn't just dark humor. If maybe people were picking up on something, an energy, a weight, a pull, that fed into the worst outcomes. War deaths, training accidents, suicides. All that pain packed into one place, year after year, like the ground learned how to hold on to it. So yeah, I call them entities. Not to be disrespectful to the dead are the dead. But whatever those black-eyed things are, they don't feel like the dead. They feel like the dark that shows up when there's been too much dying, and something decides to look back. So, I should start with a little context. because otherwise this is going to sound like I'm jumping straight into the weirdest part. This happened when I was about 30. I was kind of a spiritual dabbler back then, curious, reading a bit of Eastern philosophy, going to the occasional meditation night, trying to make sense of life in that there has to be something more way. But I wasn't deeply committed to any one path. And then there was him. I'll call him Dylan. Dylan was into the more fringe stuff, like intense New Age rabbit holes, apparitions, channeling, aliens, all that. And he had this secretive streak that never sat right with me. He'd tell stories that didn't add up, change details, insist he'd forgotten things he'd definitely said. Little lies, big lies, just constant fog. I also knew he struggled with a compulsive sex problem, and he'd hinted at some really ugly behavior from his past that made my stomach turn. Not, I messed up and I'm ashamed, ugly. More like he wanted to shock me with it, like he liked the power of saying it out loud. That was one of the big reasons I'd reached the end of my patience. After about a year of emotional whiplash and confusion, I was done. But when I told him I was leaving, he got this look, almost smug, and said, "I just want to show you something about myself first." Not in a vulnerable way, more like he thought he had a reveal, like this was going to impress me or change my mind. And honestly, I didn't feel scared. I felt tired. I felt sorry for him. And I remember thinking, fine, let him have his little moment, then I'm gone. So I stayed. He had us sit on the floor, facing each other. He said he was going to meditate, and I was just supposed to watch. The room was quiet. No music, no candles, none of the usual dramatic stuff. Just him, cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing slowly. Maybe a minute passed, maybe 2. Time got slippery after that. And then, this is the part I can still see as clearly as if it happened yesterday. He opened his eyes and looked right at me. His eyes were wrong. Not just the pupils, not like they were dilated. I mean all of it. The iris, the whites, everything was pitch black, like 2 perfectly smooth, bottomless pools. No reflection, no life, no human in them at all. And at almost the exact same moment, the room felt colder. Not like I got goosebumps because I was nervous, like the temperature dropped, sharply, as if someone had opened a door to winter. He didn't smile. He didn't blink. He didn't move. He just stared at me with those black eyes. And I need you to understand, I didn't have time to build theories or talk myself into anything. It wasn't like, oh, this could mean X or Y. It was instant, like information landing whole in my body. Whatever was looking at me wasn't Dylan. It felt ancient, and it felt hateful. Not personal hatred like someone being mad at you. Bigger than that. Like a cold, vast contempt for people, for humanity. The sensation was so intense it was almost physical, like pressure in the air. And with that came this strange, simultaneous knowing. It wanted to harm me. It wanted to harm us. But it couldn't. Not because it didn't feel powerful, because it did. But because it was blocked, restricted, like there were rules it couldn't break in that moment. I remember feeling grateful in the middle of the fear, which is such a strange combination, like my whole body was saying, this is real, and you are held. I don't know how long it lasted. Seconds? A minute? Time didn't behave normally. It felt like it could go on forever if I just sat there. Finally, I spoke, because I realized he was going to keep staring as long as I let him. I said, very calmly, almost like I was talking to someone misbehaving, okay, that's enough. And as I said it, I reached out and touched his arm. And that was the second shock. Normally, Dylan was kind of wiry, light build, jittery energy, always tapping a foot or shifting his posture. But when I touched him then, it was like touching something solid in a way people aren't solid. Like stone, like a statue that couldn't be budged. There was no softness, no warmth, no sense of a living body responding. It was the strangest tactile feeling I've ever had, this absolute, immovable density. Then he looked away. He closed his eyes, took a breath, and when he opened them again, they were normal, brown, human. His face softened. His arm felt like an arm again. The coldness in the room lifted, like someone turned the temperature back to ordinary. He blinked a few times, and then, with this self-satisfied little tone, he went, "So, what did you think?" And I went into this dry, protective mode I get when I'm trying not to escalate something with someone unstable. I said, "Well, whatever that was, I wouldn't invite it to dinner." That's it. No long conversation. No debate. No giving him anything to twist into a fantasy about being special or chosen. Because I already knew, if I told him how terrifying it was, he'd turn it into a compliment. If I told him how real it felt, he'd make it into a story where he was powerful and important. And I didn't want to feed that. I just wanted out of that room, out of his orbit, back into my own life. I left not long after, and I never went back. Even now, years later, I don't pretend I have a neat explanation for what happened. I've heard people talk about black-eyed phenomena, and I've read that some religious folks interpret it as demonic. Other people have different frameworks. I'm not married to a theory. What I know, what I still know in my bones, is that something looked at me through him that night, and it hated us, and it couldn't touch what it hated. And if you've ever experienced anything even remotely like that, you know exactly what I mean when I say, the knowing arrives all at once, and it doesn't ask permission from your skepticism. It just lands. Okay, so this is one of those childhood memories that's still lit up in my head like it happened yesterday, and I genuinely don't know what to do with it. I was probably 7, 8, somewhere in that range, old enough to know what I was seeing, young enough that everything still felt a little dreamlike even when I was fully awake. And I want to be really clear. I'm not someone who grew up chasing ghost stories. Even now, I'm skeptical by default. But that house we lived in back then? Yeah, I'll admit it had a vibe. The kind you laugh about later, but still glance over your shoulder in the hallway. This happened on a morning we were leaving super early, like ridiculously early. We were flying out because I was going to visit my dad in Pennsylvania. My mom, well, in this version of the story I'll call her Marissa, was the type who believed the airport was basically a battlefield and you survived by arriving 3 hours before anyone else. So it's maybe 3:30 a.m., something like that. And the important part is, I'm awake, not half asleep, not stumbling. I'd already been upstairs for a while, had my little bag packed, even took a quick shower. I remember the feeling of being clean and alert and kind of wired, the way kids get when something big is happening. Right before we're about to leave, I go downstairs to use the bathroom one last time. The bathroom was right next to the laundry room. Like, you open the bathroom door and the laundry room is basically right there. We had a stacked washer and dryer, and I could hear Marissa moving around in there, rustling clothes. So I finish up, wash my hands, and I crack the bathroom door open just a little, because I'm a kid and I'm nosy, and I peek out, and I see her at the dryer. She's taking clothes out, but the way she's doing it is wrong. Not like, oh, she's tired, wrong. More like stiff, like a toy. Like someone had watched a person fold laundry once and was now trying to imitate the choreography. Her arms were weirdly straight. She'd lift them up, grab exactly one piece of clothing, lower her arms straight down, then extend forward and drop it into the basket without even glancing. Then repeat. Same pace, same angles. No pause, no adjustment, no little human fidgeting. Over and over and over. At first, I'm not scared. I'm just puzzled. Like my brain is trying to categorize it. Mom's being weird. Mom's tired. Mom's distracted. So I whisper, Marissa? Nothing. She keeps doing it. I try again, louder. Mom? Still nothing. She doesn't even shift like she heard me. I turn the faucet off, clear my throat, like I'm trying to announce myself properly, and I say it again. Mom! And this time she does this tiny little freeze, like a micro flinch, just enough to tell me it registered somewhere. But then she goes right back into the exact same movements, back still turned. And now my stomach is starting to tighten, because I'm realizing she's not responding like a person. She's responding like something that heard a sound and then described to continue whatever it was programmed to do. So I raise my voice. Mom! Nothing. So I finally shout, full volume, kid shout. Mom! And she stops. Whatever she was holding slips out of her hands, and she turns around, slowly, like it takes effort. And when she faces me, I can still see it. That's the part that never faded. It was terror. Pure terror. But not like she was scared of something in the room. It looked like she was terrified of me. Like she didn't recognize me at all. And I'm just standing there, frozen, with my hands still damp, my heart suddenly going wild, like this hard pounding you can feel in your ears. I remember thinking, why is she looking at me like that? What did I do? She doesn't say a word. She just pivots, stiffly, again with that uncanny marching thing, and she walks toward the back door that connected to the laundry room. It's winter, snow on the ground. She's dressed for inside, shorts, a thin t-shirt, and my kid brain is instantly like, she can't go outside like that. She'll freeze. So I run to the back door and yank it open, and outside, there's fresh snow. No footprints. Nothing. Like no one had stepped out there at all. Now I'm officially panicking, because for a second I think, she's leaving. She's going to the airport without me. I scream, just absolutely scream, Mom! As loud as I can. And immediately, from the living room on the far other side of the house, I hear her real voice. Calm, normal, sleepy, annoyed. Yeah? From the wrong side of the house. And I remember whipping around so fast it almost made me dizzy, because there's no way she could have gotten over there without passing right by me, and there's no way she went outside without leaving tracks, and there's no way, two versions of her exist in two places. But when I look back at the laundry room, the dryer door is still open. The basket has clothes in it. The task had been happening in the real world. It wasn't like I imagined an empty scene. After that, it's fuzzy. Not because the memory isn't vivid, more like my brain slammed a door. I remember a rush of heat, then cold, then crying so hard I could barely breathe. And I remember running toward the living room like I was escaping something, and I couldn't even explain what I'd seen because it didn't fit into words. Years later, I asked my mom, Marissa, what she remembered about that morning. And she told me she did remember me running out of the laundry room crying, totally inconsolable, like something had seriously scared me. But she didn't remember anything happening that would explain it. She even said it stood out because I wasn't the kind of kid who made stuff up or scared easily. And that's it. That's the whole thing. So when I look at it now, I can admit there are a ton of possible explanations. Kid brain misidentification, stress, a weird dissociative episode, a half-dream state that somehow layered itself onto a real moment. But the problem is, I remember it too cleanly, too precisely. The posture, the timing, the expression, the way the voice came from the living room like nothing happened. It's the kind of memory that doesn't feel like imagination. And I'm not even telling you this like, ooh, ghost story. It's more like, this is a file in my brain labeled unresolved. And every time I open it, I still feel that exact same cold shock. And the creepiest part? It wasn't just that it looked like my mom. It was that whatever it was seemed to be trying really hard to be her. And for a moment, just a moment, it almost succeeded. Hey, listen. Before I even get into it, you need to picture the evening the way it felt. The sun was already slipping away, and everything outside had that strange hush that only happens once or twice a year, like the world is holding its breath. No cars, no kids, not even the scrape of wind in the hedges, just this dead, heavy stillness. The kind of quiet where you start noticing things you'd normally never hear, like the slow, lonely toll of the church bell down the road. And you know that church, right? The one with the little graveyard tucked around back? I grew up hearing people say that on Halloween night, the line between here and there gets thin, thin as a closed door. Like if something knocks, it's closer than it ever is the rest of the year. So, that's the mood. This happened years ago, when I was a teenager, old enough that trick-or-treating would have been embarrassing, but still young enough to think we were untouchable. I'd been at my friend Declan's house with a few others. Nothing wild, just messing about, telling stories, eating whatever junk we could find. But the weather turned absolutely vile, so we ended up stuck inside all night. By the time everyone started heading off, I was the last one there. I didn't want to admit it, but I was a bit uneasy walking home in that kind of night, so I rang my ma'am. She came to collect me. Must have been around 20 past 11, give or take. And the second I got into the car, I realized how bad it really was. It was one of those black, soaked nights where the rain doesn't fall so much as attack you sideways. The wind was throwing leaves and muck across the road, plastering the bonnet, rattling the whole car like it wanted in. Ma'am drove slow, careful, because country roads at night are dangerous even in good weather, never mind that. And we lived out proper countryside, no streetlights, no footpaths, no reassuring glow from a shop window. Just hedges, fields, and the odd farmhouse set back like it's hiding from the world. Now, there's a crossroads not far from our place. You'd know it if you saw it. There's an old whitethorn tree there, dead as a stone monument, standing off near the sign on the far side. Everyone calls it the dead tree, and I swear it looks different at night, like it's watching you. We were coming up on that crossroads, talking away as normal. Me telling Ma'am how the night went, her half listening, half focused on the road. And then the headlights swept across the junction, and everything stopped. Under that dead whitethorn, in the middle of a storm that could peel paint, stood a woman. Not walking, not hurrying, not even hunched against the rain the way anyone would be, just standing there. Out from the ditch more than she should have been, almost like she'd stepped into the road on purpose. I swear to you, it felt like the air inside the car turned cold. Ma'am, who's usually steady as they come, actually halted the car right there, half in the crossroads. Only for a heartbeat, but long enough to carve the image into my head. The woman was old. She had a shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, and she wore glasses that caught the full beams and flashed back at us in these sharp little glints. And she was looking straight at the car, not confused, not frightened, just fixed on us, like she'd been waiting. Ma'am's first reaction, because Ma'am is Ma'am, was, "Something's wrong, she might need help." And she slowed again as we rolled toward her. That's when my stomach just dropped clean out of me. Every bit of teenage confidence I had vanished in one go. I didn't even think. I just said, "Ma'am, don't stop. Please don't stop. There's something not right." We passed the woman close enough that I could see her face clearly. She didn't step back from the road. She didn't lift a hand. She didn't blink, not that I saw. She just turned her head as we went by, tracking us. And then, God, I hate this part, she smiled. Not a friendly smile, not even a weird old lady smile. It was stretched, like it didn't belong on her face, like someone had put it there and forgotten how to take it off. Her shawl was clasped right under her chin, tight like she was keeping herself wrapped up inside it. And those glasses, those glinting lenses, kept catching the light as she stared in through Ma'am's window. And then, as the car moved past, she turned to keep looking. She turned further than felt normal, like she wasn't going to let us go until she'd watched us disappear. And I couldn't look away. I stared right back, frozen, watching her twist around until she was facing the back window, still holding that grin, still looking at me as if she knew me. We drove on. Our house was barely down the road, maybe a third of a mile. We were inside within minutes, but I didn't feel any safer. Ma'am came in fast, pale, and called my dad, Ronan, telling him to come home immediately. Then she told me to lock the door. And then she left again, straight back out into the storm. So there I was, alone in the sitting room, knees pulled up, listening to the wind batter the house, straining for any sound that didn't belong. Every creak, every branch scraping, every gust made my heart jump. I kept picturing her standing under that dead tree, deciding whether or not to follow. When Ma'am and Dad finally came back, they were quiet. The kind of quiet adults get when they've seen something they don't want to talk about. No sign of the woman. Dad, he was in the guards at the time, called it in. They had a squad car come out and search the roads. They even rang a local care home and checked if anyone was missing. Everyone was accounted for. Nothing. No footprints, no reports, no explanation. A few days later, an elderly neighbor passed away, and people muttered the usual things about omens and Halloween and bad nights, but I honestly don't think it was connected. She was a lovely woman, and she looked nothing like what I saw under that tree. And that's the worst part, really, because I don't know if she was just a real person in a strange moment, or if she was something else entirely. All I know is this: I still see her sometimes when I'm driving at night, when the rain is hitting sideways and the hedges are black as ink. That dead whitethorn, that grin, those glasses flashing back at me. And I hope, genuinely, I hope, I never meet her on the road again. Anyway, it's taken me a while to tell you this, and while I've been talking, the night has gone from nearly Halloween to Halloween itself. So, happy Halloween. And if you hear a knock, maybe don't be too quick to answer. Okay, so for context, I'm not exactly living in some spooky hotspot. It's a pretty normal area, but every once in a while, something happens that genuinely rattles me. Like that time I heard someone calling my name in my mom's voice when she wasn't even home, or the string of dreams I kept having that felt way too aware. This happened about 4 months ago. Back then, I barely knew anything about astral projection. I'd read just enough to feel cocky, which, looking back, is always a bad sign. And I made one massive mistake right from the start. I didn't do my usual protective routine. I didn't pause, didn't ask my guide, her name's Celine, for protection. I just went for it. I was in my bedroom, lights off, sprawled out on my bed like a starfish. And the silence in there was so thick it felt like it had weight. I started the way I'd heard you're supposed to. Slow breathing, then focusing on different parts of my body one by one. Like Okay, shoulders. Relax. Hands. Relax. Just trying to let everything go. Then I pictured my room in my mind, like I was standing inside it. And I imagined a rope hanging in front of me, just like those tutorials say, and I pulled myself upward. And I swear to you, it worked immediately, like way too easily. I was standing in my room, but it wasn't my room the way I knew it. It was darker, not just lights off, darker than that. Normally, even with the lights out, there's still street light leaking through the blinds. But now, that glow was gone, completely. And the only light in the room was this single flashlight that hadn't been there before. Not lying on the floor, not in a drawer, just there, like it had always belonged there. The beam was the strangest part. It was tight and unnaturally focused, aimed straight into the far corner of my room, like someone had set it up to point at something specific. Everything outside that beam wasn't shadowy, it was just black, like the rest of the room had been erased. I didn't touch the flashlight. I didn't even step closer. Something about it felt like a trap, like if I picked it up, I'd be agreeing to something I didn't understand. So I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The hall was brighter, but not in a comforting way. Everything had this dark blue tint, like I was seeing my house through tinted glass. It was still my hallway, but it felt filtered, distant, like the house was wearing a mask. And then this wave hit me. I have really bad arachnophobia, like the kind where a sudden spider can make my whole body go cold. And there's this specific sensation I get sometimes when I walk into a room and my brain goes, there are spiders here. Not exactly dread, but dread-shaped. That's the only way I can describe it. That same feeling crawled over me the second I left my bedroom. I tried to ignore it and kept moving. I started down the stairs, and the moment my foot touched the first step, I heard a whisper right by my ear. It sounded like an older man trying to do a baby voice, and it said, very softly, "Hi there." I froze so hard it felt like my entire soul locked up. But I didn't look behind me. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. Some part of me was like, if you turn your head, it becomes real. So I just kept going down the stairs like I hadn't heard anything, like I was totally calm and normal, even though I absolutely wasn't. The living room had that same blue sheen. Nothing jumped out at me right away, so I did what I always do when I'm nervous. I went to the window. I pulled the blinds aside and looked out, and there was nothing. And that's when I remembered the basement. I had literally told myself before I started, do not go near the basement. Because even in the daytime, I hate it down there. The air feels wrong. The shadows feel too patient. But of course, my curiosity won. I told myself I'd just peek. Just a quick look. Just enough to confirm whether it felt different in that state. I leaned into the basement stairwell. Same blackness as the window. The same impossible, heavy absence. And I didn't even hesitate. I backed away so fast it was like my spirit tripped over itself. Nope, absolutely not. Whatever that was, it was down there, and it didn't want to be observed. At that point, I should have ended it. I should have gone straight back to my body. But I'm stubborn. And I've always had this reckless streak where my curiosity overrides my self-preservation. So I thought, okay, what about outside? I went to the back door and opened it just a crack. Through the blurred glass, it still looked black out there. But the second the door opened, I could see fine. Like the outside world snapped into focus. Everything looked normal. My yard, the fence, the street. All of it was there. And then I noticed something in the road. Just barely, in the corner of my eye. A figure. Standing in the middle of the street, way too still. Like it had been paused. I tried to get a better look, and I made the dumbest possible choice. I stepped outside. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, nausea slammed into me like I'd been poisoned. My stomach lurched, and for a second I thought I was going to collapse right there. I steadied myself, looked up again, and the figure was closer. Not by much, maybe a foot, but it hadn't walked. It hadn't shifted. It was just nearer, like it had glitched forward. That was it. That was the moment panic fully took over. I ran back inside, bolted up the stairs, and practically launched myself into my bedroom. And there I was. My body, still on the bed, still sprawled out exactly how I'd left it. I climbed back onto myself like I was diving into deep water, and I started focusing hard. Hands, feet, breath, heartbeat, anything that felt physical, anything that could anchor me. And then I woke up. And I'm not being dramatic when I say my body reacted like it had been through something real. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up immediately. Not once, over and over. It was like my stomach was trying to purge something that didn't belong in me. I kept vomiting until I was shaking and my eyelids felt impossibly heavy. But I didn't want to sleep. Not that night. Not the next night either. Honestly, for days afterward, I was scared to close my eyes, because some part of me kept thinking that if I slipped under again, that thing in the road would already be waiting, and it wouldn't stop at a foot closer. So this happened maybe late spring last year, back when I was still living at my mom and stepdad's place, before I ended up moving in with my Nana. There was this house up the dirt road that always made my family, you know the kind. Nothing bad you can point to, but every time you look at it, your stomach just tightens a little. It kept getting bought and put back on the market, over and over, but nobody ever actually stayed there long. My stepdad, Ronnie, told me this story he'd heard around town. Years ago, a family lived there and then, apparently, just vanished. Like, they left furniture, dishes, even kids' stuff behind, but took small personal things, like wallets, photos, and paperwork. Supposedly, authorities tracked them as far as the state line heading toward Arizona, and then it just stopped. No new reports, no sightings, nothing. Like they fell off the map. So of course, one day me, my brother Caleb, and our friend Mara decide we're going to go check it out. Because we're geniuses, obviously. The place looked exactly how you'd imagine. The porch was buried in dead leaves and snapped branches, and weeds had taken over like they owned the land. There was even this skinny little tree pushing up through one corner of the porch boards, like the house was getting swallowed slowly from underneath. The driveway had this weird carport thing, just a roof, no walls, like someone started building it and gave up. Off to the side, there was a smaller shed, and behind the house was a whole mess of stuff. A gated pasture area, a beat-up horse ring, 2 locked shipping containers, and a couple huge barn-like buildings that were open on one side. There were also 2 garages, and inside them were these long, narrow trenches running down both sides, like someone had dug channels into the concrete. That part bothered me more than it should have. But the weirdest detail? When we finally got to the house itself and started peeking around inside, there were these odd cutouts in the walls in multiple rooms, and each cutout had a piece of drywall that fit it perfectly, like a puzzle piece you could pop in and out. Some openings seemed to go into the walls. One looked like it led under a bathtub. Another was tucked where a closet should have been. None of them were big enough for a person to crawl into, but still, why would you even make those? Both the front and back doors were locked. We circled the place like we were in a low-budget crime movie, found a window that wasn't latched right, and climbed through. We dropped into what looked like a dining area with a little bar counter, and that opened into a living room. Everything felt like the air didn't move right. We walked down a hallway, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The bathroom had a broken toilet and an old medicine cabinet. One bedroom had literally one thing in it, a paperback book, face down in the middle of the floor. The living room had one lonely chair, angled slightly like someone had been sitting in it recently, even though there was dust everywhere. Then we went past the kitchen and pantry and found the master bedroom. And I'm telling you, the second we stepped into that room, all 3 of us felt it. Like a pressure shift, like the room didn't want us there. It was mostly empty except for this cracked plastic light cover on the floor. The blinds were down on the windows, but one window looked like the blinds had been dragged downward, like someone slid their whole body down them, leaving them bent and half collapsed. But we still stayed, because again, geniuses. I downloaded a couple ghost hunting apps on my phone earlier, mostly as a joke. I didn't really believe they'd do anything. We sat in the living room, trying to act brave, and I opened this one app that showed an EMF meter and claimed it could translate words it picked up into text. A little text box popped up and showed, "spray." Then a second later, "beside you." And Caleb, without even speaking, slowly looked down. Right next to his shoe was a can of bug spray. Not just any bug spray, a bright red can, the kind you'd instantly notice. None of us remembered it being there, and I swear on everything, we would have seen it when we walked in. We're all staring at it, that cold silence settling in, and I switch apps to a voice recorder one that claimed it could catch EVP-type sounds. I hit record, and we just sit there, barely breathing. Maybe a minute passes. Then we hear a loud bang from down the hallway, like a cabinet slamming, like a door hitting a frame. We jumped up and rushed back down the hall, but nothing was moving. No doors were open, no windows had blown in. But that medicine cabinet in the bathroom, the one we'd looked at earlier, now looked slightly off, like it had been messed with. The worst part? My phone caught the bang on the recording. That was enough for us. We didn't even argue. We climbed out the same window like our lives depended on it, but we didn't leave the property. We ran to that little side shed under the carport roof and tried to calm down. Inside were some rusty tools and a torn bag of dog food. We huddled in there, talking fast, half laughing the way people do when they're scared and trying not to admit it. I set my phone up on a metal beam across the shed wall to record us while we talked, just in case anything else happened. A few minutes later, I grabbed my phone to check the footage, and my screen was completely wrecked. It wasn't cracked. It wasn't dead. It was glitching, hard. The entire display was covered in streaks and flashing lines and blocks of pixelated color, like a broken TV channel. It kept pulsing and jumping, and no matter what I pressed, it wouldn't respond. It was like the phone had gotten scrambled. And after that, it never worked again. I ended up tossing it later. I know, everyone says, why would you throw it away? But at the time, I just wanted it out of my hands, out of my room, out of my life. And here's the part that still makes me feel weird when I think about it. While we were inside the house, we kept hearing footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate steps in the weeds, like someone circling the place. And more than once, all of us saw a light flicker in one of the windows, like somebody was moving around in there, even though we were the only ones inside. So yeah, that's it. I honestly don't know what happened up there. I don't know if it was someone messing with us, some electrical thing I can't explain, or something we weren't supposed to walk into. But I do know this. That house didn't feel empty, not even close. Hey, so I don't tell this story at parties, because it doesn't land as a fun spooky. It lands as a quiet kind of wrong that sticks to you. The house I grew up in was strange. Not quirky strange, more like it had its own mood, and most days, that mood was watching you. We lived right where the neighborhood gave up and the woods started. Thick trees, the kind that swallow sound. And behind our backyard, past a sagging fence and this narrow strip of weeds, there was an old graveyard. Not the tidy kind with fresh flowers and neat rows. This one was hidden, half forgotten. The stones leaned like tired teeth. Some were cracked clean through, and the names on them were worn down until they were just pale scratches. Even in the middle of July, it felt colder back there, like the air didn't belong to the same season. Sometimes, if you stared too long, you'd see something move between the stones. Not a person, more like a shift, a shadow where there shouldn't be one. And every once in a while, when the whole world went still, you'd hear a murmur. Not words you could understand, just the sense of voices, like a radio turned low in another room. We didn't talk about it, not really. It was one of those family understandings. Don't invite it into conversation. And the house itself didn't exactly make you feel brave either. Lights would flicker even after my mom replaced the bulbs. Doors would ease open by themselves, slow and careful, like someone trying not to be noticed. Things would disappear. My dad's keys, a hairbrush, a stuffed animal, and then turn up in places that made no sense, like the linen closet or the basement stairs. My parents tried to be normal about it. Drafts, old wiring. We're all just tired, that kind of thing. But then there was one night that flipped the whole house into something else. So we had this routine. After dinner, we'd pile into the living room and watch sitcoms, comfort TV, stuff with laugh tracks. That kind of noise that makes you feel like nothing bad can happen because, see, people are laughing. I was little enough that I'd always fall asleep during the second episode. I'd curl up at the end of the couch with this faded quilt and knock out like a rock. My parents would let me stay there. No point waking me up, right? And then they'd head to bed. And here's the thing. I had a habit. I'd wake up later, usually when the TV had gone off and the house was dark and quiet. That moment would hit me. I'm alone. And I'd bolt down the hallway to my parents' room. At the foot of their bed, my dad kept this old army green trunk from his college days. It smelled like dust and cedar and metal. I'd use it like a step, climb up, and worm my way between them. It was automatic, like my body knew the path better than my brain did. But that night, even before I fell asleep, something felt off. The sitcom was on, people were joking, but the laughter didn't feel like it could reach the corners of the room. The air felt thick, like breathing through a warm towel. I remember feeling uneasy and not knowing why. Still, I drifted off. Later, this is what my parents told me. Both of them woke up to a sound. Soft, small, that quick little pitter-patter of feet on the hallway floor. At first, my mom thought it was just me, half asleep and padding down the hall like always. My dad mumbled something and rolled over. But then the footsteps got closer, and the sound had that weird clarity it only gets at night, when the whole house is holding its breath. The footsteps stopped right outside their door, and then the door creaked, slowly, like a careful hand was pushing it open. My mom, still drowsy, called out, "Mia, honey, come on, get in bed." No climbing, no little grunt of effort, no quilt rustling, nothing. So she tried again, more awake this time. "Mia, stop messing around and get up here." And then she felt it. This is the part that makes my skin prickle, even now. She felt a slow shift in the mattress, like weight pressing down along the side of the bed, not at the foot where I usually climbed, like something was pulling itself up, carefully, deliberately. Too slow. Too quiet. My dad sat up, suddenly sharp with panic, because he felt it too. And he snapped, like parents do when fear comes out as anger. "Mia, you have 5 seconds to get in this bed." And then they looked, down toward the foot of the bed where the trunk was. And there was something. Low to the ground, on all fours. A shape in the darkness that looked like a child-sized silhouette, crouched and still, like it had been caught in the act of watching. It wasn't moving. It wasn't breathing loud enough to hear. It was just there, too perfectly placed, too perfectly wrong. My mom says the room felt colder in that exact second, like someone had opened a freezer door. My dad, fully awake now, lunged for the lamp and snapped it on. Light flooded the room, and the shadow was gone. Just gone, like it had never existed. They jumped out of bed and tore the room apart, looked under the bed, threw open the closet, checked behind the curtains. My mom even yanked open the bathroom door like I could have been standing in there silently, waiting to laugh. But there was nothing. No child. No prank. No explanation. So they ran, barefoot, hearts hammering, down the hallway to the living room. And there I was, still asleep on the couch, curled under that faded quilt, face turned into the cushion, breathing slow and peaceful like I hadn't moved in hours. My parents just stood there for a long time, staring at me like they needed to make sure I was real, like they needed proof that I was where I was supposed to be. My dad finally whispered, "Then who was in our room?" No one answered, because what do you even say to that? And after that night, everything changed in this tiny, quiet way. They didn't announce it. They didn't sit me down and explain anything. They just stopped leaving me alone in the living room. If I fell asleep, one of them carried me to bed. Every time. Like they were afraid the hallway might walk again. And this time, it might not be pretending to be me. So, this happened to me and my cousin about a year ago, and I still don't really know what to do with it, except tell it like it felt. It was late, like really late, and my cousin, let's call him Dylan, and I were sitting around with a couple beers, just talking the way you do when the world's quiet and your guard is down. Somehow we drifted into old memories, and then we started talking about my brother, Noah. Noah died when he was 17. It had been a couple years by then, but honestly, grief doesn't exactly follow a calendar. And I remember saying something I'd said before, but that night it hit different. I told Dylan, I always wished I could have done a shot with him someday. Like a dumb little brother wish, you know? Nothing huge, just one of those small moments you imagine you'll get someday, and then life doesn't give it to you. At some point, Dylan checked his phone for the time, and he goes, "Dude, it's 3:12. And I swear the air changed, because 3:12 a.m. was the exact time Noah passed away. We just stared at the screen for a second, and then we did that thing people do when something is too heavy to hold, made a joke. Like, well, that's not creepy at all. And then Dylan, half laughing, goes, "Maybe he's listening." And I don't know who said it first, but suddenly it was decided. We were going to the cemetery. Not in some dramatic way, more like, fine. If I never got the chance when he was alive, then maybe we'd do it anyway. Just once. Bring a couple little bottles and sit with him like he was still part of the night. The cemetery was about a half-hour walk from my place, and the whole way there we talked about the big questions. What happens after you die? Whether heaven is real, whether people can somehow still hear you. The kind of talk you don't usually have in daylight. And we also started messing around, asking for a sign. Not like we were praying, exactly. More like tossing a request into the dark and seeing if anything tossed back. I remember saying, If you're here, give us something obvious, like, I don't know, an animal doing something weird right over our heads." Nothing happened. Of course, nothing happened. We got to the grave and it was quiet in that deep, serious way cemeteries are at night. We stood there for a second, and then I just talked. I told Noah we missed him. Told him I still thought about him all the time. Told him I was sorry for all the moments we didn't get. And then we took the shots. Just the two of us, standing there, making room for him anyway. While we were there, Dylan noticed a little toy sitting near the headstone, this small toy pickup truck. He picked it up carefully, like it mattered, and he said, "This is the truck he used to talk about, right?" And it hit me in the chest, because yeah, Noah had always been obsessed with that kind of truck. He used to say that someday he'd get one, same style, same vibe. Like he could already see himself behind the wheel. So we left the toy where it was, said our goodbyes, and started walking back toward the gate. And this is where things got weird. We were only a few steps from the gate when something tiny smacked into my cheek, like a little bug, not painful, just unexpected. I almost made a joke, but it was literally just a bug, so I brushed it off and kept walking. The second we passed through the gate, a bird suddenly burst out from the bushes like it had been waiting there. It shot down the street in this straight, deliberate line, low and fast, like it had somewhere to be. Both of us jumped. Still half joking. But not all joking. And then I said, "A bug literally flew into my face right before that." And Dylan's eyes got wide, and he goes, "Shut up. Same thing happened to me, right before the bird." We just stood there for a second and then laughed, because what else do you do when the universe gets oddly specific? We actually said out loud, like idiots, like kids, "Okay, Noah, thank you. We got it." But then the bird kept going, and something in us just followed. Like, all right, if we're doing this, we're doing this. We walked down the street it had flown into, and at the end, right at an intersection, the bird was there again, sitting right in the open like it was waiting. I swear it looked at us. When we got closer, it lifted off and dipped into a side street to the left. Dylan muttered something like, "No way this is real." And without even thinking, we jogged after it. It flew straight down that next street, then rose up and vanished into the dark like it had completed its job. And we just stopped. Quiet. Standing there in the empty street, listening to our own breathing, looking at each other like, did that just happen? And then, no exaggeration, maybe 5 seconds later, a car rolled down the street behind us. The only car we'd seen all night. And as it passed under the streetlight, we both saw it at the exact same time. It was the same kind of pickup truck Noah always wanted. Same shape, same stance, close enough that my stomach dropped. In a village that's barely awake at that hour, around 4:20 in the morning, after everything that just happened. Dylan and I didn't even speak. We just turned our heads and watched it go by like it was some final punctuation mark. The next morning, I'm sitting on the couch with my mom, still kind of buzzing from the whole night, telling her the story. She's listening, doing that mom thing where she's trying to stay calm, but you can tell she's feeling it too. And right in the middle of me talking, this unusual bird, not one we normally see around our yard, lands outside and just watches us. Not for a split second, for like 20, 30 seconds. Just perched there, staring in, like it had all the time in the world. And then it flew off. And I remember trailing off mid-sentence because it felt like the night hadn't fully ended. Like whatever that was, it had followed us home. I can't even tell you what kind of bird it was. My mom might remember. And honestly, maybe there's some normal explanation for all of it. But all I know is how it felt. It felt like we asked for something. Something small, something simple. And for one strange night, the world answered in a way that was gentle enough not to terrify us, but clear enough that we both walked away thinking the same thing. He heard us. So this happened on a totally normal weeknight. I think it was a Wednesday. Nothing special about it. Nothing spooky in the air. My friend Mason and I just wanted to end the night doing something calm, you know? Stargazing. Get away from the city lights, find a quiet spot, maybe listen to some music and just breathe for a minute. We drove out past the last stretch of neighborhoods, where the street lights start thinning out and everything gets in quieter. After a while, we saw this little turnoff. Barely even a road, honestly, just gravel and shadows. Mason looked at me and went, "Wanna try it?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?" It felt kind of fun, like we were discovering something. At first, it seemed normal. The road split into these smaller roads, almost like little branches, and we kept taking the one that looked like it went deeper. We eventually reached what looked like an old ranch house, or maybe a cabin, sitting back from the road. It was weird looking in that neglected way, like the kind of place you'd see in a movie and immediately think, nope. But we laughed it off. Probably just someone's property, old and falling apart, whatever. But then, the vibe changed. We started noticing these little signs and number markers along the road, and I swear they were counting down, like we were going the wrong way. Like this was supposed to be an exit, not an entrance. And the trees were getting thicker, closing in. The road felt narrower. The darkness felt heavier. I checked the map and it said we were like 5 minutes from the end of the road. Easy. Except it just kept going. 10 minutes. 15. It felt like the road was stretching itself out, like it didn't want to end. And the more we drove, the more my stomach started doing that sinking thing, like when your body realizes something's off before your brain can explain why. Finally, I said, "Okay, turn around, now." And Mason didn't argue. He just nodded, like he'd been waiting for me to say it. So we turned around, and 3 minutes into heading back, the car started moving like it had a mind of its own. I'm not kidding. Flat road, no slope, no wind pushing us. The engine wasn't revving or anything. It was just rolling, steady, like it had been set on cruise control, except Mason wasn't touching the pedals. I didn't believe it at first, like I actually laughed, because it sounded insane. So Mason, to prove it, lifts both feet up and puts them on the dashboard. Just casually, like, "See?" And the car keeps going. Same speed, straight down that gravel road like it's being guided. That's when the fear really hit me. And then I noticed the trees. They weren't just swaying, they were moving, like they were leaning in and pulling back, almost rhythmic, almost like dancing. But wrong. Too deliberate. The air was still. There wasn't enough breeze for that kind of movement. And the way they moved didn't match the wind anyway. It looked like the forest was reacting to us. Neither of us was talking much at that point. Just these little half sentences, like, "Do you see that?" And, yeah, I see it." When we finally got close to the entrance of the gravel road, we saw lightning, except it wasn't the normal white-blue kind. It was this strange mix of yellow and deep orange, almost like the sky was flashing with fire. And it was late, past 11 p.m., and there weren't even clouds overhead like you'd expect. The moment we reached the paved road again, it was like the pressure in the car popped, like stepping out of a room where someone had been quietly watching you. We both exhaled at the same time. We even laughed a little, like we'd been holding our breath for 20 minutes straight. But we didn't, because as soon as we got onto the highway, that same sick feeling came back, stronger, like our instincts were practically yelling at us, "Go home, don't keep looking, don't push it." So we turned around and headed back toward the city. And that's when things got even weirder. Out of nowhere, a car shows up behind us. And when I say out of nowhere, I mean it. 2-lane road, no side streets, no driveways, no intersections for miles. 1 second it's empty behind us, the next there's this pale-colored sedan right on our bumper. So close I could barely see its headlights in the mirror without them blasting into my eyes. It rode us like that for what felt like forever, probably 10 minutes. We sped up to get distance. It sped up too. We slowed down, it stayed right there. No honking, no passing, just glued to us, like it was hurting us. My hands were gripping the door handle. Mason had both hands locked on the wheel. We weren't even playing music anymore, just silence and the sound of tires on asphalt. And then, we crested this small hill. The headlights dimmed, just slightly, and then the car was gone. No turnoff, no brake lights, no pulling back, nothing, just empty road behind us. I felt my stomach drop so hard it was like I'd missed a step. Not long after that, we passed this older guy on the shoulder with a broken-down electric SUV, hood up, trunk open, standing there like he'd been stuck for a while. But he didn't have hazards on. No flares, no phone light, just standing in the like he was waiting. And by then we could already see the distant glow of the city, so it wasn't like we were in the middle of nowhere anymore. But it still didn't make sense. We finally got home, and we just sat there in the driveway for a minute, staring at the dashboard like we needed proof we were back in reality. We talked through it, over and over, trying to make it make sense, trying to turn it into something funny. But I didn't sleep. Because earlier on the gravel road, I'd taken a quick video, just a few seconds, mostly to capture how dark it was and how the trees looked. I didn't even think about it at the time. Later, in bed, I watched it again, and the second I saw it, my chest went cold. In the reflection on the windshield, on my side, the passenger side, there was a face, an older woman's face, clear enough that I could make out the shape of her cheeks and her eyes, like she was sitting right there where I'd been. Except, I was the only one in that seat, and the worst part is, when I saw it, it didn't feel like a trick of light. It felt like something that had been there the whole time, quiet, patient, just waiting for us to notice. And ever since then, I can't drive down a road like that without thinking, what if we didn't just stumble into a weird place? What if we almost didn't get to leave it? So, I've been searching for years, honestly, just trying to find anyone who's been through something even close to what I've experienced. I've seen people talk about tapping on windows, sure, but the way it happens to me has always felt different. And I've put off telling the story forever because it's hard to explain, and it makes me feel stupidly scared, even just saying it out loud. I think it started when I was about 13, maybe 14. That was also the start of a really rough stretch in my life, which I bring up because sometimes I wonder if that matters. But the first time it happened, I remember it so clearly. I'd be lying in bed at night, not at any specific time, just night, and I'd hear 3 sharp taps on my bedroom window. Always 3. Not a scratching sound, not a branch brushing glass. 3 clean, precise knocks. The best way I can describe it is fingernails, like the hard edge of nails clicking against the pane. I've even tried to recreate it before by tapping on things myself, and I can get close, but when it happens for real, it's colder, sharper, like it has intention. And the fear that hits me, it's immediate, like my whole body locks up before my brain even catches up. I'd go totally still, heart pounding, skin prickling. like someone just dumped ice water through my veins. I've been scared in my life, obviously, but nothing feels like that. It's not normal fear. It's like something in me recognizes it as wrong. Before anyone asks, yeah, I was on the first floor. And no, there weren't trees or bushes near the window. No vines, no branches, nothing that could reach it. Just a mostly empty backyard. We had 2 dogs back then too, Rusty and Miso, usually outside or hanging out in the garage, and the garage had a door that opened into the yard. I keep coming back to that detail because it feels like they should have reacted, right? Barked, growled, at least moved. But I don't remember them reacting at all. Not once. The tapping kept happening for years, and what made it worse is that it had no pattern, no schedule, nothing I could tie it to. Sometimes it wouldn't happen for weeks, and I'd almost start to feel like maybe it was over. And then one night, 3 taps. Other times I'd spend a whole week thinking about it non-stop, dreading bedtime, basically bracing for it every night. And nothing. Like it refused to follow my expectations. Completely random. Which somehow made it feel more deliberate. I know how this sounds, so I'll say this. I'm not the only one who heard it. My friend Lena slept over once, back when we were in high school, and it happened. I remember looking at her in the dark like, please tell me you heard that. And she just whispered, yeah. She was pale, quiet, not joking. My mom also claimed she heard it one night when I fell asleep on the couch. Behind the couch was this huge sliding glass door. Same deal, 3 taps, sharp and fast. She didn't make a big thing of it, but the way she said it wasn't like she was humoring me. Here's the part that people always ask about. Did I look? No. I never looked. I just couldn't. I'd lie there staring at the ceiling, eyes wide open, terrified that if I turned my head, even a little, I would see something I couldn't unsee. And my imagination was bad enough already. I didn't want to feed it anything real. There was one time, though. One stupid, brave, awful time, when I did something back, and immediately it started tapping again. Fast, frantic, aggressive. Not 3 taps, not neat, just rapid fire, like someone drumming fingernails against the glass. I shot out of bed, and I swear, this is the part that still makes my stomach flip. I felt like it tracked me, like the tapping shifted with where I was in the room. I moved left, and it sounded like it moved. I moved again, and it matched me, like it knew exactly where I was. I bolted out of the room and went straight to my parents, half crying, half furious at myself for answering it. My dad went outside with a flashlight, checked the yard, checked the fence line. Nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no prankster friend hiding behind something. Just darkness and quiet. I had to go back to my room afterward, which felt horrible, like walking back into a place that didn't belong to me anymore. But it didn't come back that night. After that, I made myself a promise. Don't engage. Don't challenge it. Don't acknowledge it. Pretend it doesn't exist. Here's the problem, though. If it was just the house, some weird settling sound, some pressure thing with windows, whatever, you'd expect it to stop when I moved. It didn't. It followed me. Not to every place, but to enough that I can't shrug it off as one specific window with one specific issue. I moved a few times as I got older. One apartment, then another. I even lived in Japan for a while. Small place, different building, different everything. And it still happened there at least once. Same 3 taps, same icy terror. Now I'm living in my in-laws' house. Very religious, very bless this home, crosses on the wall, the whole vibe. And it hasn't happened here yet, which should make me feel better, but instead it's like I keep waiting for it to remember where I am. The last time I heard it was before my son was born. It's been about 2 years. For a while, I let myself hope it had finally moved on, Like maybe it lost interest. Like maybe I outgrew it. But the past few days, I've been having non-stop nightmares. Not even always about tapping, just heavy, ugly, relentless dreams where I wake up tense and sweating. And there's this feeling under it all, this awful certainty in my chest, like something is approaching. I hate saying that because it sounds dramatic, but it's the truth. It feels like the calm right before something returns. And I've tried, believe me, to talk myself into a rational explanation. Anxiety, depression, stress, some kind of sleep-related thing. I want it to be that. I want it to be my brain playing tricks on me. But I keep coming back to the fact that I wasn't the only one who heard it. So I'm telling you, finally, because I need to know, has anyone else ever dealt with something like this? 3 taps, fingernail sharp, random, followed across places, and that horrible, unmistakable feeling that whatever it is, wants you to notice it. So, growing up, my family kind of had a talent for ending up in places that didn't feel entirely empty. Part of it was being a military kid. We moved a lot, and when you're stationed on older bases, you don't always get the shiny, brand new neighborhood. Sometimes you get the stretch of housing that's been there forever, the part people casually joke about being the weird side. And honestly, sometimes the jokes feel a little too accurate. There was one base we lived on twice in my life. The first time I was little, too young to have words for what I was sensing. The second time we came back, I was older, and I'd gotten really into paranormal stuff. I'd read, I'd watched documentaries, I'd learned the language people use for these things. So returning there felt like coming back to a place that already knew my name. The wives on that base, including my mom, were convinced there was some kind of old officer making his rounds. They always described him the same way, stern, restless, like he still thought he was in charge of the whole street. My mom still swears he pops in now and then, like he never really moved out. But the house we got the second time? That one didn't feel like the officer. It was actually a newer build, fresh paint, newer fixtures, none of that creaky, this place has been standing since horses were a primary mode of transportation vibe. And yet the moment we walked in, my mom and I exchanged this look like, yeah, you feel it too. Because for us, a normal house feels like a blank room, like air and space, nothing more. But a haunted place, however you want to define that, doesn't feel empty. It feels occupied. Not necessarily in an aggressive way, just present. Like you're not alone in your own hallway. Like if you stare too long into a dark window, something might lean closer from the other side. In that house, the main thing I felt was this constant sensation of someone standing right behind me. You know that feeling in scary movies where the camera shows something behind the character's shoulder, and you're screaming at the screen, but the character turns and there's nothing there? It was like living in that moment, over and over. I'd be brushing my teeth, folding laundry, walking down the hall, and I'd get that prickling certainty like, if I spin around fast enough, I'll catch it. To keep myself from getting too freaked out, I did what I always do when I'm nervous. I made it a little bit of a joke. I started calling whatever it was Eli, just to give it a name. Not because I knew who it was, more like if I named it, it couldn't own the whole space. Like I was taking a tiny bit of control back. And then one night, things got specific. I was in bed, half asleep, and I heard pacing above me, up in that small attic access area. Not gentle footsteps, not the house settling. This was fast, frustrated pacing, like someone was riled up. Like a person walking back and forth in a tight room because they're angry or panicking. The weirdest part was how emotional it sounded. Like the air itself was irritated. So the next day, my mom and I decided to do a mini investigation. Nothing dramatic. Just us, trying to see if there was a logical source, trying to acknowledge whatever was going on without feeding it fear. We pulled down the attic hatch. My mom climbed up just enough to stick her head through, and immediately she called down, "Hey, did you put the holiday bins up here?" My stepdad, totally casual, goes, "Yeah, I stored them up there last week." And my mom and I just looked at each other, because it clicked at the same time for both of us. That pacing didn't feel random. It felt like complaining, like something was upset that its little space had been disturbed. And I swear to you, the entire house calmed down. It wasn't instant, like a switch flipping, more like the feeling of tension dissolving, like someone unclenched a fist. The heavy, behind you sensation faded. The restless energy thinned out, like we'd apologized without saying a word. Not long after that, my stepdad got promoted and we moved, literally just a short walk away. New house, same base, same familiar roads, and things were quieter. But then my mom came to me one afternoon, and she looked unsettled in this way I recognized. She said, "I had a dream about the old dining room." In her dream, she was standing in that dining room from the previous house, and sitting at the table was a little boy, small, still, dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Not Civil War uniform old, older than that, like late 1700s or early 1800s. The kind of outfit you'd see in a history book and immediately think, "That kid's not from here." She said he looked up at her, and there was blood coming from his eyes and his mouth. She started yelling at him to leave. She said it just came out of her, like instinct, like she was trying to protect the house, protect us. And the boy looked genuinely startled, like he hadn't expected to be confronted. And then he said, very clearly, "But I don't want to leave." When she told me, we both sat with it for a minute, because it wasn't just scary, it was sad. It had that hollow, lingering feeling some dreams have, like they're not really dreams at all. Later, I couldn't stop thinking about the blood, specifically from the eyes and mouth. That detail felt medical, almost, like it meant something. So I started researching old illnesses in that region, back when those kinds of clothes would have been normal. And I went down a rabbit hole about yellow fever, because I knew it had hit different parts of the US hard in the 1800s. And what I found made my stomach drop. There had actually been yellow fever outbreaks in that area in the 1800s, and there were descriptions of a second stage, where symptoms could worsen dramatically, where people could bleed from the mouth, and sometimes from the eyes. When I told my mom, she went quiet. Not in a spooky, dramatic way, more like that stunned silence you get when something random suddenly has a shape. And that's when the story shifted in our minds. Maybe Eli wasn't some grumpy soldier or roaming officer at all. Maybe it was a child, sick, trapped in the echo of something awful, protective of the only room that still felt like his. Maybe the pacing wasn't rage. Maybe it was distress. Maybe the activity settled down because we finally respected his space, even accidentally. And that line from my mom's dream, "I don't want to leave," it didn't sound threatening. It sounded like a kid who'd already lost everything once and didn't want to be pushed out again. So, my boyfriend and I have gotten into ghost hunting. We're still pretty new to it, but I've taken it seriously. Like, I read up on protections, I'm respectful, I leave little offerings when we go to cemeteries, and we always say goodbye. Always. I set boundaries out loud too, like, don't follow us home, don't mess with us, don't scare us, that kind of thing. And honestly, I don't feel like whatever this was meant harm. But I also know my old belief system can make me second-guess everything. So I've been sitting here wanting some kind of, I don't know, confirmation? Reassurance? Just something that says, yes, this can happen, or no, You're not losing it. Last weekend, we went to a small cemetery outside town. We were there maybe 2-ish hours. It actually went really well, like wild EMF spikes, the kind where you look at each other like, okay, that's not nothing. We left feeling excited, not freaked out. After that, we drove back to my mom's place. We parked and we just sat in the car for a while, decompressing, talking, listening to music, kind of laughing about the night. We shared a couple little swigs of whiskey, nothing crazy. I wasn't drunk. I wish I could tell myself I was. It would be so convenient. But I wasn't messed up, and neither was he. It's late, around 12:45, maybe closer to 1 a.m., and we finally decide to go inside. My mom's house is in this tiny young town, and there's this dead-end side street, more like an alley, that meets the main highway at a curve. There's a streetlight right where that alley opens to the road. No buses, no public transportation, no people wandering around, and we don't really have a homeless population here. It's quiet. We get out of the car. I step out from the driver's side and walk around the back to meet my boyfriend on the passenger side. And the second my feet hit the ground, I see him. A man. Right under the streetlight, near the mouth of that alley. And I swear to you, he wasn't just a guy in dark clothes. He looked like a solid black shape, like someone had cut the outline of a person out of night itself and placed it there. No face, no features, no eyes, nothing reflective, just black, dense, real. He looked like he had on a hooded cloak, but it didn't drag on the ground, more like it fell to somewhere around his calves. And he was standing so still, facing us, like he'd been waiting for us to notice him. As I'm walking, I start whispering, "Babe, look, look." But my voice barely comes out. It's like my throat forgot how to work. And this is the part that makes me feel crazy even saying it out loud. In my head, I kept thinking, hey, like I was trying to get his attention without speaking. And it felt like something answered back, not with words, not like a voice, but like that same, hey, coming right back at me. Like a quiet back and forth in my mind for a few seconds. Not scary exactly, just heavy, ominous. Like being watched by something that's calm but powerful. Meanwhile, my boyfriend isn't reacting to what I'm seeing at all. Like, he's not even looking that direction. But then he tenses up and goes, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "Hear what?" He said he heard footsteps, clear as day, walking fast on the pavement. I heard nothing. Not one step. Not a crunch of gravel. Nothing. But my boyfriend is suddenly alert, like real-world alert, and he says, "Get the gun." That snapped me back into my body, you know? Like, oh, we might be in danger. Because from his perspective, there's someone close by in a dead-end alley at 1 a.m. So I reach into the glove box, grab his gun, and the moment I turn back around, the man is across the street. He's standing near a road sign, like he's waiting at a bus stop, which is ridiculous because there is no bus stop. And he's not even on the sidewalk. He's in the grass, like someone's literal front yard, staring at us. And it wasn't like he walked over there while I wasn't paying attention. It was instant. The shift was so fast my brain didn't know where to file it. Here's the thing that messes with me the most. I saw him in the alley first. I know I did. My boyfriend says he never saw anything in the alley at all, not even a shadow, not even movement. He only saw him across the street by the sign. But at the exact moment I'm seeing this cloaked black figure under the streetlight, my boyfriend is hearing footsteps coming from that direction. So it's like we were both getting the same encounter, but through different senses, different angles. I don't know how else to explain it. We go inside, and of course, when we look back out, he's gone. Just completely gone. I checked windows, like every single one, because I needed to see where he went. There was nowhere he could have disappeared to that quickly without us seeing him walk off. And the whole time, I'm not shaking or panicking. I'm just aware. Like my body understood something before my brain did. It was very pay attention, very this matters. If I had to guess height, he wasn't freakishly tall. Maybe around 5'10" or so. Built like an older man. Strong presence. The kind of presence that makes you feel small without doing anything at all. I keep wondering if it was connected to the cemetery, like some kind of guardian energy, or a spirit that followed just far enough to make itself known. Or maybe it wasn't from there at all. My mom's house used to belong to a man named Gerald, an old pharmacist who passed away years ago. And the neighbors talk about their father, an attorney named Thomas, who died not that long back. So there's history here. There are names. There are people who've lived and died around this area. And I'm not trying to turn this into a dramatic shadow man story or whatever. I'm honestly telling you because I don't have anyone to talk to about it who won't either laugh or immediately jump to demon. I just want someone to tell me what they think. Because two people saw the same thing, just not the same way. And I can't stop seeing that solid black figure under the streetlight, staring at us like he'd been there the whole time, waiting for the exact second we stepped out of the car. So the other day I was scrolling and saw someone talking about a mimic, and it hit me like a little mental whiplash, because I have a story that still gives me that cold, betrayed feeling in my chest when I remember it. Okay, quick setup because it matters. Back in 2019, my partner and I, I'll call him Eli, rented this small place in Washington. It was in a noisy area, like freeway close. You know that constant hum where even quiet never feels truly quiet? And the house sat across from a stretch of land that always felt a little too open and watchful at night. We worked opposite shifts, so there were days where we barely overlapped at all. This was one of those days. I got up, went to work, came home, and crashed without ever seeing him. We had 2 dogs back then, big, sleep-in-the-bed, no-negotiation types. They always stayed glued to me until Eli came home, and then they'd do their whole routine, jumping down, dancing around him, acting like he'd returned from a war instead of a shift. So that night, I'm dead asleep, and I wake up to the dogs launching off the bed. I roll over and look through my bedroom doorway into the living room, and there he is. Eli's standing just inside the front door, and the dogs are spinning and prancing around him like idiots, happy, squealing, tails going a mile a minute. And he's laughing, doing that soft baby voice thing people do with dogs, like, "Oh, hey there." Then he looks up at me, smiles. He's wearing this bright, swirly tie-dye band shirt, one of his favorites, and a gray trucker hat. Totally normal, completely ordinary. And honestly, I remember feeling this warm little wave of relief, like, okay, he's home, everything's fine, and that deep, sleepy comfort slid right back over me. I barely even spoke. I think I just nodded, half asleep, and rolled back over. A minute later, I hear movement, like he's walking around, maybe in the kitchen. Cupboard noises, the normal sounds of someone coming home and existing. Then I feel the dogs hop back onto the bed and settle in again, their whole mission accomplished vibe. And I'm drifting, like maybe 20 minutes pass, give or take. Then I hear the front door open, again. The dogs explode off the bed again, same exact way, same frantic excitement. And I sit up because my brain can't quite make it make sense. And Eli walks in, says, "Oh, hey there." Same shirt, same hat, same cadence. I just stared at him, and my stomach did this awful drop, like the floor inside me fell out. I blurted, "Where did you go?" He pauses and gives me this confused look. "What do you mean?" And I'm suddenly wide awake, heart pounding, sitting upright like someone slapped me. "No, where did you just go? You were already here." And he kind of laughs, but it's the nervous laugh you do when you're not sure if someone's joking. "Babe, I didn't go anywhere. I just got off work." That's when the fear really hit. Not like a jump scare fear, more like a creeping, crawling wrongness. Like my skin didn't sit right on my body anymore. Because I was so sure I'd just seen him come in, and the more I replayed it in my head, the more the first version of him started to feel off. Like, this is hard to explain without sounding ridiculous, but it's the truth. The first time, his eyes looked darker. Eli has these very clear, bright blue eyes, and I remember thinking afterward, I don't think they were blue. I kept staring at him and asking, "Are you really you?" Over and over, until he finally got kind of serious and said, "Yes, of course I'm me." And I know how this sounds, I really do, but I needed something I could anchor to. So I asked him to tell me something only we would know, something private, something no one else could guess. And he answered correctly, immediately, no hesitation. I didn't even relax though, I just felt shaken in a different way. Like, okay, so maybe he's him now, but what the hell was I looking at earlier? That night we made up a safety phrase, like a ridiculous little password, but we treated it seriously. Something we could use if either of us ever had that gut feeling again, like, prove you're you. And I remember saying out loud, quiet but firm, like I wanted the walls to hear it. Something like, don't do that again. Mimicking isn't welcome here. I know how it sounds, but I also remember the feeling, and it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like being fooled right to your face. And honestly, that was only one incident in that house. That place was active. After a while, the paranormal stuff almost became routine, which is a weird thing to admit. But it wasn't just me and Eli. Friends who stayed over had experiences too. People would come in skeptical and leave kind of quiet. Later on, we learned some heavy history about the house. Supposedly, a baby had passed there years earlier, and there'd also been another tenant who died there too, an overdose. I can't prove the stories, obviously, but hearing them didn't exactly make the place feel lighter. While we lived there were nights where it felt like something toyed with us. I had my hair gently tugged like someone was standing behind me. Objects would move, or get knocked, or, once, something got tossed in our direction like it wanted us to know it could. And I'm not talking, maybe it slid. I mean the kind of motion that makes your brain go blank for a second because it doesn't fit the rules. I even saw an apparition once, clear enough that I still remember exactly where it stood, like a stain in the air. But that night, him coming home twice, that's the one that sticks with me in a very particular way. Because it wasn't just scary, it felt personal. It felt like something borrowed the shape of someone I love and tried it on, just to see if it could. We moved away years ago, and I'm grateful for that. But every now and then, I'll see someone else mention a mimic, and it's like my body remembers before my mind even catches up. And if you've ever had something similar happen, if you've ever had that moment where someone looks right but doesn't feel right, I just want you to know, you're not alone in it. I don't know what it was. I can't give it a neat label. I just know what I saw, and I know how wrong it felt. So I've never really known how to explain this without sounding a little out there, but I'll try. because it's been part of my life for as long as I can remember. My mom, her name's Marissa, and I have had these not exactly ghost hunting kind of paranormal experiences, but more like this constant, quiet weirdness that follows us around. Like there's always something just under the surface that won't fully show itself, but also won't go away. The biggest thing is how we sense each other. It's hard to describe unless you've felt it, but sometimes it's like I can feel her feelings in my own body. Or I'll suddenly get this heavy, specific gut punch of worry, and I'll just know it's her having a rough moment, even if she hasn't told me anything. And then later she'll casually mention something that matches exactly what I was picking up on, and I'm left sitting there thinking, okay, how did I know that? And then there's the voice thing. Every once in a while I'll hear her voice clear as day, like right in my ear, for just a second. Not in a spooky movie way, more like she leaned in close to say my name, and then she's gone. It's so quick I almost convince myself I imagined it. But almost every time it happens, I end up texting or calling her, and she'll answer with something like, "This is so weird, I was literally just talking about you." And she'll say it so casually, like that's a normal thing to happen, while I'm just staring at the wall getting chills. But the strangest thing we've ever had happen, hands down, was a shared dream. One night, I had this nightmare where my mom, my little brother Eli, and I were at this splash pad near a park. It was one of those summer evening scenes, the kind that should feel safe. In the dream, Mom was impatient, like we'd stayed too long and she wanted to go home. I kept whining, begging for 5 more minutes, and she was calling my name, annoyed but also distracted. She buckled Eli into his seat, and then she turned her back for just a moment to look for me again. And in that moment, this man, like he'd been waiting, slid into the driver's seat and started the car. I remember the sound of the engine turning over. I remember my mom's face changing in an instant, like her whole reality shattered. She screamed so loud it felt like it rattled my bones, and she ran after the car sobbing, yelling for Eli, banging on the window. I woke up shaking, heart racing, the kind of nightmare that sticks to your skin. I tried to shrug it off the next morning. Bad dreams happen, right? But at breakfast, Eli was quiet and cranky, and finally he blurted out, "I had a bad dream. A man took me away." Just said it like that, like it was still happening. I swear my stomach dropped straight through the floor. Mom looked at me. I looked at her. And within a couple minutes of us talking, it became obvious. All 3 of us had basically dreamed the same thing that night. Same fear. Same "a man took him" theme. Same panic. I can't even tell you how unsettling that was in the moment. But also, oddly, how it cemented this feeling I've always had, that we're connected in some way I don't understand. And it's not just dreams. A while after that, I was living a few hours away from her, and I had this anxious feeling all day that something had happened at home. Not a general anxious vibe, very specific. I kept picturing our cat Juniper outside, lost. It made no sense. I hadn't thought about Juniper getting out. There was no reason for it, and I'm not exaggerating. Within minutes, my phone rang. It was Mom, and the first thing she said was, "Don't freak out, but Juniper somehow slipped out the back door. We can't find her." I remember just sitting there staring at my phone after we hung up, like, what do you even do with that? Then there's my grandpa, Raymond, my mom's dad. He has this soft spot for both of us, and he's admitted it, which cracks me up because he tries to act tough. He says we remind him so much of his own mother, this woman named Adeline, that it's eerie. Apparently Adeline died long before I was born, long before my mom was born too. But he swears Marissa and I have her same expressions, her same tone of voice, even similar mannerisms. He and my grandma are getting older now, and keeping up with the house is harder, but Grandpa refuses to move. And the reason he gives isn't money or nostalgia. It's that he genuinely believes Adeline is still in that house. He says he hears her sometimes, sees her sometimes. Not in a scary way, more like she's checking in, like she never fully left. And here's the part that makes my arms prickle. My mom has been told before, more than once by different people, that there's an older woman spirit around her, protective, watching, and that sometimes the presence shifts toward me, like it's keeping an eye on both of us. I felt things in my own home too. That classic feeling like someone is standing just out of view, watching you. Not threatening, just present. I'll hear weird little sounds that don't quite fit. A creak that isn't the normal settling of the house. A soft knock where there shouldn't be one. And sometimes, if it gets too much, I'll literally speak out loud, kind of gently, kind of firmly, and say, "Okay, I know you're here, but can you please stop?" And then it stops. Like I flipped a switch. There have also been nights where I wake up dead asleep because I'm sure someone called my name. Not like a dream voice, like someone right by the bed. I'll sit up, heart pounding, listening, and there's nothing. Just quiet. But I'll be honest, none of it really terrifies me. If anything, it feels familiar, almost comforting. Like whatever this is, whether it's intuition turned up to 100, or some kind of spiritual thread between us, or something I can't name, it doesn't feel evil or dark. It feels like being watched over. And still, I wonder, is any of this actually possible? Or are we just a family who's really good at pattern finding and gut feelings? I don't know. I genuinely don't. But I also can't shake the sense that there's something here, something real, that's been walking alongside us for years. So, I've been into the dark stuff for as long as I can remember. Creepy, weird, paranormal, all of it. When I was way too young to be watching any of it, I somehow ended up seeing Child's Play and Night of the Living Dead as my first two horror movies. And instead of being traumatized like a normal person, I was completely hooked. As I got older, I branched out from just horror films and started binging anything that smelled like high strangeness. UFO sightings, cryptid stories, demon lore, you name it. But here's the thing. I've never been the type to just believe because something sounds spooky. I'm a show-me kind of person. Open-minded, sure, but skeptical. I always called myself an open-minded skeptic, like, I'll listen, but I'm not buying it without proof. And honestly, for most of my life, there wasn't proof. I'd lived in the same house in rural Indiana since I was a kid, and yeah, over the years, there were little moments that made you pause. The classic stuff. Thinking you saw a shadow shift in the basement corner. Hearing what sounded like someone talking, even though you were home alone. That, did the floorboard just creak like someone stepped on it? Feeling. The regular spooky seasoning every old house seems to come with. But nothing that ever made me sit back and go, okay, that's real. Until one night a few summers back. An event that scared me so badly I still get that cold, prickly feeling when I think about it. It was late July, the kind of heat that just sits on you like a wet blanket. We didn't have central air, so at night we do the usual. Windows cracked, fans going, trying to pull even a hint of breeze through the house. My mom, her name's Darlene, was working an overnight shift that week, something like 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So it was just me and my little brother Noah at home. Noah had gone to bed hours earlier, and I was finally dragging myself towards sleep around, I don't know, maybe 2:30 in the morning? You know that routine when you're the last one awake? Turning off lights, checking locks, making sure you didn't leave anything weird on. The whole main floor was dark except for one lonely hall light, just enough to see shapes in doorways, but not enough to feel truly comfortable. Let me paint you the layout because it matters. The hallway on the main floor kind of runs like a capital I. Off to one side is my mom's bedroom. Off the other side is the kitchen. Behind you, if you're standing in the hall, is the living room and dining area. Then the hallway stretches forward. At the far end, one direction leads to the stairs up to the bedrooms, and the other direction leads to the bathroom. Straight ahead, dead center, is the back door that goes out to our enclosed porch. That night, the porch door was open because it was cooler outside, and we were hoping the air would drift in. So I'm walking down that hallway, barefoot, half asleep, squinting into the dark porch opening. My plan was simple. Close the door, lock it, go upstairs, crash. I get to the doorway. I reach toward the door, and the moment I'm there, in that black rectangle of porch darkness, something makes a sound. Not a random creak, not a bump, not an animal scratching. A voice, right there. It sounded like someone was right up on the other side of the door, like their face was inches away from the gap. And it wasn't a clear sentence. It was this urgent, breathy, mumbled rush of words, like the way people sound in movies when they're chasing an elevator and the doors are closing. Wait, no, no, no. That's the closest I can describe it. Like pleading, like panic. Someone is out there. I froze for half a heartbeat, just long enough for every hair on my arms to lift. And then, this part is what really sticks with me. I felt a rush of air come toward me, like something moved fast in my direction, pushing cold air ahead of it. I didn't stop to think. I didn't try to be brave. Pure instinct took over. I slammed the porch door shut with everything I had, like I was trying to break it off the hinges, and I ran. I ran down the hallway so fast I nearly slipped, and I went straight into the kitchen and grabbed the first thing that felt like protection, a knife from the block. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my ribs, and I remember standing there in the dark kitchen, just out of view of the back door, holding that knife like it was going to do anything at all, listening for footsteps, for the porch door handle to jiggle, for someone to curse under their breath. Anything. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no scrambling, no banging, no porch creaks, just silence. The kind of silence that feels wrong because your body is screaming that something should be happening next. I stayed like that for a while. 5 minutes? 10? I don't know. Time does weird things when you're scared. Then I started moving through the house, checking windows, peering into dark rooms, trying to spot a shape outside. I even went into my mom's room and looked out her window, because from there you could see part of the porch. Nothing. Not a shadow. Not a person. Not movement. And the whole time, no sound at all. No retreat. No evidence. Eventually, after pacing around like a trapped animal and convincing myself that if someone had been out there, I would have heard them leave, I crept back toward the hallway. I turned the hall light off. Now the house was completely dark. I stood by the porch window and stared at the back door. It was shut. The lock was still in place. Everything was exactly as it should be. And that's when the reality of it hit me. Like my brain finally caught up with what my body already knew. It was nobody. So what did I hear? What whispered at me like it didn't want the door to close? And what was that rush of air, like something lunged forward without a body? That was the night my open-minded skeptic label kind of fell apart. Because something spoke to me from that porch darkness. Something I couldn't see, couldn't chase, couldn't explain, and it came at me like it was right there, reaching for the last second before I shut it out. And I can joke about horror movies all day long, but that was the first time I felt, deep in my bones, that something can be real even when it doesn't have a shape. Today is the last day of 2025. It's kind of hard to put into words, isn't it? What do you usually do on New Year's Eve? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for everything we've done together this past year. And a huge thank you to all my amazing friends for always supporting the Paranormal M channel. Wishing all of us a wonderful New Year's Eve and an even brighter 2026 ahead. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Now, let's see what mysterious experiences we'll run into on this final day of the year. So, I've had sleep paralysis a few times before, and honestly, it usually doesn't shake me up too badly. But this one had a different weight to it. Last night, the moment I finally drifted off, I was suddenly somewhere else. It felt like an old university campus, like those older brick-built colleges with that kind of solemn, historic vibe. Everything was wrapped in this thick blue-gray mist. Not like normal fog either. More like the whole world was tinted. And there wasn't a sky, not really. No stars, no moon, no light source at all. Just haze. Like the scene was lit from nowhere. I realized I was standing near a roadway, right by a curb, facing a sidewalk. I stepped up onto the sidewalk, then started walking down this grassy slope, maybe a 15-foot drop. Not steep, but enough that you feel yourself descending. And while I'm walking down, I have this strange awareness that there are people around me. A lot of them. But nobody's interacting. Nobody looks at anyone else. No eye contact, no acknowledgement. Like we're all sharing the same space, but acting like we're alone. At the bottom of the hill, there's this wide sidewalk that runs along the base of a big building, 5 stories tall, red brick. And the building felt important in the way it loomed over everything. What grabbed me immediately were these 2 massive arched passageways, each one maybe 20 feet tall, set apart from each other, like 40 feet or so. And both of them were filled with this dark black mist. Not shadow, mist. Like something thick and moving. I couldn't see into either archway at all. Between those arches, up on the 3rd floor, were 4 large windows. Wooden frames, divided into multiple panes, with arched accents at the top. They were pitch black, no reflections, no hint of the foggy sky, nothing. Just blank darkness like someone had cut holes into the world. I'm about halfway down the slope when I see him. Not running, not rushing, just appearing in a way my brain couldn't fully explain, like he was already there and my eyes only caught up afterward. He stepped through the brick wall directly beneath those windows, between the archways, as if the building wasn't solid at all. He was tall, still, wearing that unmistakable brimmed hat. And even though the fog and distance should have made details hard to see, I knew it was him, like my mind recognized him before I consciously processed it. The Hat Man. He walked straight toward me, and this is the part that really gets under my skin when I replay it. It felt like the crowd around us didn't exist to him, like he'd singled me out the second he arrived. He stopped close, too close, and turned his face toward me. And I swear to you, it was like he looked directly into me, with eyes that weren't really there. Like the idea of eyes. The shape of a gaze without any actual features. Then he put his hand out for a handshake. He spoke 3 sentences. The first one sounded like an introduction, like he said his name or title, but I couldn't understand it. It didn't register as a normal language, more like it slid right off my brain the moment I heard it. The second sentence, I heard perfectly. I'm here now. The third sentence, I remember that I understood it clearly in the moment, and it hit me like it mattered. But the worst part is, I can't recall what it was. Like it got erased. And for a split second, I did something that surprises me even now. I reached my hand out. It wasn't curiosity exactly. It was more one like, he felt familiar. Not friendly, not comforting, but familiar like a presence you've felt before. Like déjà vu that has a pulse. As my hand moved, I said, "I'm Rowan. Can you repeat the first thing you said?" And our hands touched. And that's when I yanked myself back in the only way I could. I shouted, out loud in the dream, maybe out loud in real life too, I'm not sure. "I do not accept." The moment I said it, he withdrew his hand. Not angrily, not dramatically, just smoothly, like that was the rule. And then the blackness hit. It swallowed everything. Fog, building, people, like someone turned the universe off. And I snapped into that awful in-between state, fully aware but trapped in my body. Classic sleep paralysis. I could feel myself trying to wake up, trying to move, trying to force sound out. I was panicking but also weirdly focused, like wake up, wake up, wake up was the only thought that mattered. Next to me in bed, my partner, Maya, was there. I tried to get her attention. I tried saying her name. I tried moving my leg, nudging her, anything. I don't even know what finally did it, but she stirred. And the moment she put her hand on me, I jolted awake so hard it startled her. Like I snapped back into myself all at once. I told her, I had a bad dream. And she looked at me, half asleep but serious, and she said, "Yeah, I know. I was having a really weird dream too." That part still messes with me because I wasn't even trying to spook her. But it felt like something had leaked across the room, you know? Like the atmosphere followed me back. I wanted to explain everything right then, but she's the type who really doesn't handle scary stuff before bed. So I just let it go. We both went back to sleep. But today I can't stop thinking about it. I've done a little digging, nothing intense, just reading what people say about the Hat Man and sleep paralysis. And what's strange is, people see him all the time. They describe him all the time. But I haven't really found many who say they actually spoke to him, or touched him, or had him offer a handshake like that. So I keep circling the same question in my head. If he reached out like that, if he said, "I'm here now," what would have happened if I did accept? And maybe this sounds naive, but part of me feels this stubborn pull, like I want to find him again. Not because I'm looking for trouble, more like I want answers. Like I want to face whatever that was on my own terms. Because I can't shake the feeling that that handshake meant something. And I said no. And he listened. Okay, so I've got to start by saying this. As a kid, my brain was basically a horror movie factory. When I was little, like elementary school through early teens, I used to see and hear the weirdest stuff. Shadowy shapes that looked like they were sliding down the stairs. A tall, washed-out woman just standing at the foot of my bed. And sometimes I'd hear someone say my name super clearly, like right by my ear. But honestly, I'm pretty sure a lot of it was me. I was a scared, anxious kid who loved creepy stories, and I was alone in the house a lot because my mom worked late. So I'd sit there, listening to every tiny sound, asking myself 1,000 what-if questions until my stomach hurt. We lived in this tiny, older apartment. Creaky wood floors, thin walls, pipes that knocked like they were mad at you. Everything groaned and shifted and popped, and my imagination just filled in the blanks. And our building had this heavy feeling to it. The unit next to ours had this awful story attached to it. My mom used to whisper about it to my aunt like it was something you weren't supposed to say out loud. The neighbor, a woman named Mary Ann, passed away in there, and nobody realized for a long time. weeks. And her adult son, Eli, who needed a lot of help, was still inside the apartment because he didn't understand what to do or how to get help. Even typing that out makes my skin prickle. Then after that, someone else moved in, this quiet lady named Saskia, and she lasted like barely a month. And then she just vanished. Not moved out, vanished. Her stuff was still there, her shoes by the door, a coat on a hook, even her little dog's leash hanging on a chair like she'd be right back. But she never came back. So yeah, that place already felt haunted, even before my brain started making its own special effects. I lived there until I was about 15, and then we moved. And the move should have ended everything. We ended up in this really modern 3-story house in a clean, bright neighborhood. New wiring, smooth floors, none of that old building creaking. It didn't smell like dust and damp wood. It smelled like paint and laundry detergent. It felt normal. My room was on the top floor, tucked away next to a storage room, with my own little bathroom right there. For the first time in my life, I felt like I could breathe at night, like I didn't have to be on high alert. And the weird stuff, the shadows, the voices, stopped. I started sleeping better. I stopped checking corners. I stopped flinching when a cabinet popped or the house settled. I thought I'd outgrown it. And then, one night, about a year ago, so I'm 19 now and I was 18 then, it happened. It was late, around 11. Everybody was asleep. The house was quiet in that way where you can hear the refrigerator humming and your own footsteps feel too loud. I remember I wanted something small, like cereal or chips, I don't even know. I just remember being half awake and craving a snack. So I open my door and step out, and I start going down the first set of stairs, from the top floor down to the second floor where my parents' room is. Their door was shut. Everything was dark, no movement, just that sleepy, safe silence. And I keep going down to the next set of stairs, the ones that lead to the main floor. So as I'm going down, I glance at that door, and I see a face. A woman's face. She's peeking around the edge of the door, like she's playing some kind of game. And I swear to you, I saw it so clearly that my brain didn't even have time to decide if it was scary yet. She was pale, like sickly pale. Her eyes were wide open, like she was trying not to blink. And her mouth was pulled into this big, stretched smile that didn't look happy. It looked strained, wrong, like the smile was being held in place. Her hair was long and thin and kind of stringy, hanging down like she'd been standing in the rain and never dried off. And the second my eyes locked on her, she snapped back behind the door. Just gone, like she'd been caught. I stopped dead on the stairs. And here's the part that freaks me out the most. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I didn't even feel that jolt of panic right away. I just froze, like my whole body went quiet. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, staring at that door, telling myself, "You're tired. You imagined it. You're halfway asleep. Don't be dramatic." Then I forced myself to move. I went down the rest of the steps, slowly, like if I moved too fast I'd make it real. I looked into the hallway, looked into the kitchen. Nothing. The door was still there. The house was still quiet. Everyone was still asleep. No one. But I have never been able to shake it. Because all the stuff I saw as a kid always had this dreamlike quality, like foggy shapes, faceless figures, stuff that even in the moment felt kind of unreal. This was different. This looked like an actual person. Like I could have described her wrinkles, the texture of her skin, the way the light caught the curve of her cheek. It had that awful, specific realism, pores and all, that you don't get from a blurry childhood fear. And I haven't seen her again. Not once. But every time I walk down those stairs at night, I feel it. That little hesitation. That instinct to keep my eyes forward. Because part of me is terrified that I'll glance at that door and she'll be there again, peeking like she's been waiting. I've never been the type to truly believe in paranormal stuff. Like, I'm the first person to say, "It was your imagination," or "Your brain was tired." But after that, I started looking things up, just out of curiosity at first, and I found people talking about this exact kind of thing. Like this idea of a peeking presence, something that watches from behind door frames or around corners. And now I'm stuck with this question that I hate even saying out loud. Am I losing it? Or did something follow me? Hey, okay. I'm just gonna say it the way it is, even though I know it sounds like one of those stories people roll their eyes at. I'm a mom, and my little boy is 3, and for a long time now, he's been talking to my brother. Except my brother passed away a few months before my son was even born. I know how that sounds. But here's the thing. My kid says things he shouldn't be able to know. And when he sees my brother, he calls him Uncle Jame, which isn't even my brother's name. It's just what he started saying on his own. His whole face changes. Like his eyes brighten up and he gets this excited, happy energy. Like someone just walked into the room that he loves. At first, I honestly let it be. I was like, okay, maybe it's a sweet imagination thing. Maybe it's a kid processing family stories, whatever. It felt harmless. Kind of comforting, even. But then it shifted. He started getting scared of his bedroom. Not like normal, I don't want to go to bed stuff. This was different. He was adamant, like full body no. And when I asked why, he kept pointing at the mirror and saying something like, "It comes out. It flies out and goes on the fan." Like the ceiling fan. I laughed the first time. I did. Because what else do you do when your toddler says something that wild? But he didn't laugh. He looked genuinely freaked out. So I took the mirror down. And the night I did, he finally slept in there again. Which made my stomach drop, because now I'm standing there holding a mirror like, why did that work? I started looking for answers, mostly because I didn't know what I was supposed to do with any of this. And yeah, I posted a few videos online, just little clips, because I kept thinking, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe other parents will tell me, my kid did that too. And instead, it kind of blew up. People were messaging me like, "I believe you," and "Watch his eyes," and "He's tracking something." And honestly, that part messed with my head, because I hadn't felt anything in the house. No weird vibes, nothing. Even though my dad did hospice at home and he passed here, so like the house has definitely held hard moments, but it never felt bad to me. Until last weekend. Last weekend, I decided to film a normal little vlog in the same bedroom my son avoids. Just me unboxing inventory. Super boring, like literally talking about makeup and packaging and my shelves being a mess. I was rambling about this foundation I'd been trying, joking around. Nothing even remotely spooky. And later, when I went to edit the footage, I heard it. Clear as day, there were words in the audio that I did not say. It was a man's voice. And I swear on everything, it sounded like it said my name, like Mara, and then something right after that, like help me, or hurt me, or something in that zone. I kept replaying it, trying to make it turn into something innocent, trying to be like, no, it's just interference. It's just the mic rubbing against my shirt. But it wasn't. It wasn't that kind of sound. And the worst part is, I wasn't even using a cheap setup. It was one of those noise-canceling mic packs clipped directly into my phone. I've used it a ton. I've recorded in noisy places. I've filmed serious stuff, loud stuff, regular stuff. And I've never, ever had random voices show up in my audio. So that's the moment I got freaked out. Like truly freaked out. But this wasn't me wanting to hear something. This was me going, please don't be what I think it is. And then replaying it anyway. And now I'm stuck in this place where I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm not trying to debate strangers. I'm not trying to be that person online. I just want to understand what's happening in my own house. And more than that, I want to understand what's happening with my kid. Because here's the heart of it. He looks at me and goes, Mom, do you see it? What is that? Mom, do you see that thing? And what am I supposed to say? I don't want to lie to him and be like, yep, I see it, when I don't. But I also don't want to shut him down and make him feel crazy, or like he can't talk to me, or like I'm dismissing him. So lately I've been trying to walk this weird tightrope where I'm like, what does it look like, buddy? And I let him explain. And then I'll say something like, I believe that you see something. Mommy just can't see it. And I'll be honest, it feels awkward coming out of my mouth. Communication isn't my strongest thing. My brain doesn't always pick the perfect words in the moment. Half the time I'm just trying not to look scared, because I don't want him to absorb my fear. Some people told me to teach him he can tell it to go away. So we've practiced that. Like, you can say, go away if it's bothering you. And sometimes he does. But lately it's been happening more. Like, more rooms, more moments, more little alarms in the day. Today it was under the kitchen table. He pointed and said, do you see it, Mom? It's like a bee. A bee. And I'm crouched on the floor staring at nothing under my table thinking, okay, what are we doing right now? What is my life? And I know I sound like I'm rambling. I am rambling. My kids are with their dad this weekend. The house is quiet. My brain won't turn off. And I'm sitting here going in circles trying to make sense of it. I'm not here for karma. I'm not here to argue with people about whether spirits are real. Nobody's opinion changes the fact that I still have to parent through this. I guess what I'm asking is, if you were a kid who saw things, what would you have wanted your parent to do? What would have made you feel safe? Because I don't want to teach my son to be afraid of his own eyes. But I also don't want to accidentally encourage something that's scaring him. I just want to show up for him in the right way. And right now, I don't know what the right way is. So, picture this. It's a totally ordinary weeknight. We're all at the dinner table. Me, my husband, the kids, plates clinking, everyone halfway focused on food and halfway on whatever story someone's telling. And then we hear it. Not like a gentle oops, not like something sliding off a counter. It was a sharp crack, ceramic on tile, with that ugly little echo you get in a stairwell. Immediately, my eyes snapped to the stairs, because the stairs are basically straight in my line of sight from where I was sitting. I see two pieces, two shards, bounce on the tile steps, like they were thrown into the space. And my first thought is, something fell from upstairs. Second floor, maybe third. Because that's what makes sense, right? So we all get up and walk over. And the second I'm close enough to really see the pieces, my stomach does this weird drop. They look familiar. The color, the thickness, the curve. And right there on the side table by the stairs is this little ceramic pot, an empty plant pot I've been meaning to move for weeks. It's sitting exactly where it always sits, like it's innocent. But the shards on the stairs look like they belong to it. At first, my brain refuses to connect it, because how does a pot break and shoot sideways? Like, what, did it decide to do a dramatic exit? But then we follow the trail. The path of those pieces is weirdly straight, like they traveled in a direct horizontal line from that side table, not from above. One of the shards had even slid under this tiny gap beneath a glass stair panel, like it had momentum, like it had been launched. We pick up the pieces, bring them back, and I swear to you, they fit perfectly into the pot, like a puzzle. The pot had been intact, sitting there quietly, and now it was missing exactly those two chunks. So now we're standing there doing the most human thing ever, trying to recreate reality. We check the upper floors. We look for something small and heavy, like maybe a little decor object or a tool or anything that could have fallen, hit the pot, and sent pieces flying. Nothing. No missing item. No extra object rolling away. No second sound. Just the crack and those two shards. And what really threw me was this. The pot's rim wasn't chipped. There wasn't a dent. No mark that screamed, "Something hit me." It looked like it simply snapped and ejected pieces with force. Now here's where it gets personal, because my husband, Elias, has this belief from his family. In his culture, when something like glass or ceramic breaks inside the home, it can mean the evil eye has been absorbed and dispersed. Like, instead of landing on a person, the negative energy finds an exit through something breaking. And I know how that sounds. I do. I'm not floating around the house with incense looking for portals. I'm a maybe there's a logical explanation kind of person, but I'm also not the type to ignore a string of strange things when they pile up, because this wasn't the first time something like this happened to us. A while back, we had guests over, Nadia and her husband. Sweet couple, but they'd been struggling to have a baby for years. At the time, we had a newborn. The visit was normal, dinner was normal, until our baby suddenly started screaming like I have never heard in my life. Not hungry crying, not tired crying. This was that panicked, piercing, continuous scream that makes your whole body go cold. It went on for about 20 minutes straight. We couldn't calm her down. Nothing worked. And I got so scared I actually called an ambulance. When the paramedics arrived, she was completely calm. Like, peacefully normal. They checked her, reassured us, and left. Fast forward to now. I'm pregnant again. I'm visibly pregnant, like there's no hiding it anymore. And earlier today, I met up with a bunch of former coworkers, maybe 10 or 12 of them, people I haven't seen in a while. And it was one of those gatherings where everyone is happy for you, but the comments are a lot. Compliments, yes, but also the kind of admiration that feels heavy. Oh my gosh, you're glowing. I'm so jealous, I want that. You're so lucky you get to stay home right now. I wish I could be pregnant. And none of them said anything cruel. They were being kind. But it was that concentrated attention, everyone staring, touching my belly, talking about what they want, what they miss, what they wish they had. And I remember leaving the meetup feeling oddly drained, even though nothing bad happened. Then we come home, we sit down for dinner, and the pot basically explodes sideways in the same room we're sitting in. So we call my mother-in-law, Miriam, because she fully believes in the evil eye, no hesitation. And she immediately goes, "That's what it is." Like it's the most obvious thing in the world. And I'm standing there thinking, okay, but if it's not that, what is it? And then, to make it even weirder, we remembered something else. A few days ago, our house cleaner, Roberto, left a broken clay ornament on the table to show us. I assumed he'd accidentally knocked it while cleaning. No big deal. Stuff breaks. Life happens. But when we told him about the pot today, he looked genuinely unsettled and said, "No, I didn't break that ornament." He said he found it already cracked the last time he cleaned, like it had a piece missing before he even touched it. and he's been with us long enough that I trust him to tell me if he dropped something. He's careful, and he's honest. So now I've got multiple breakages with no clear cause, and this one, the pot, didn't just break. It threw pieces. And that's the part that keeps replaying in my mind. The trajectory, the force, the fact that my eyes were on the stairs and I didn't see anything else fall. So I'm here in this uncomfortable middle space where half of me wants to be rational. Temperature change, hairline fracture, pressure, vibrations, whatever. And the other half of me is like, okay, but why now? Why right after that meetup? Why does it feel like the house is reacting? And I'll be honest, I'm a little shaken. Not because I'm convinced there's something evil in my home, but because it happened so close to us, so suddenly, and it felt targeted, like it chose a direction. So that's where I am, wondering if this is just physics being creepy, or if it's something people have been describing for centuries with different names. Evil eye, energy, a presence, a warning, a release. And the scariest part isn't even the pot. It's how normal the night was right before it happened. Hey, so what I'm about to tell you is just my life, honestly. It's not one of those "this happened once" kinds of stories. It's been threaded through my whole childhood and into adulthood, like something that never fully packs up and leaves. But if I'm being real with you, the strangest and most intense stuff really kicked off after we renovated part of the house in 2021. So, picture this. My family and I moved into this old farmhouse back in 2011. One of those places that used to be something else, then got converted into a home. There are 6 of us, and I'm the oldest, so I've always had that "I need to keep it together" role, even when I'm scared out of my mind. And the first thing, this goes way back, was the breathing. When I was little, in my bedroom on the 2nd floor, I'd hear this heavy, slow breathing. Not like normal snoring, more like someone trying to breathe through a blocked nose, wet and forced, like they were struggling a bit. And the weird part is, it always sounded close, like a few steps away, maybe 4 or 5 meters. At the time, I kept telling myself it was my dad, because he'd crash on the couch in front of the TV all the time. Even though the sound felt like it was upstairs with me, I just filed it away. Kids do that. You explain things so you can sleep. But after the renovations, that file it away trick stopped working. One night, I remember this so clearly it makes my stomach tighten. I was sitting on the windowsill in my room. It was late, maybe around 12:30 a.m. I wasn't doing anything dramatic, just staring out into the dark the way you do when you can't settle. And then, out of nowhere, I felt this sharp pain across my foot, like something dragged along it. I looked down and there was a scratch. Not a little one. It ran across a big chunk of my foot, like something had raked me. My heart just dropped. I kind of froze, then slid off the sill and pressed myself against the wall by the window, trying to get distance from I don't even know what. And here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. Right next to the window was this low cabinet, heavy, old, the kind you can't easily move. And maybe 10 seconds after I got off the sill, I heard this sound, like psh, psh, right down near the floor, like air being pushed out, like someone whispering without words. Then, a little laugh, a snicker, from under that cabinet. The gap underneath it is tiny, like a few centimeters. There shouldn't have been anything under there. And I know how that sounds, believe me. But that sound was real enough that my whole body went cold. I bolted to my bed on the other side of the room. From there, I could see underneath the cabinet clearly because my bed faced it. I kept staring like my eyes could force something to appear. Nothing. Just darkness and dust. And then, like the house wanted to prove it could do worse, about 10 minutes later, I heard someone fall down the stairs. Not a little stumble, an actual fall, like a body hitting step after step. It was loud enough that I expected shouting, or someone calling out, or at least movement downstairs. The next morning I asked my family, one by one, if anyone had slipped on the stairs during the night. Everyone said no. And the bathroom. The bathroom is a whole other thing. So the layout is like this. There's a hallway, the toilet is at the very end, and the bathroom is on the left wall just before you reach it. So if you're walking to the toilet, you have to pass the bathroom doorway. Most of the time the bathroom door is open, and I swear, out of the corner of my eye, I see a small shape in the tub. And it's not every single time, but it's often enough that I dread that walk down the hallway. I've learned not to look directly. The second I try to really focus on it, it's like my brain refuses, like my vision snaps away on instinct. After sunset, I can't go into that bathroom. I just can't. It's like my body flips into this alert animal mode, heart racing, skin buzzing, every part of me screaming to get out. If I absolutely have to go in, I move fast. I don't breathe properly, and I don't turn my back to the tub. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's not a choice. It's pure survival reflex. Even during the day, though, stuff happens. One morning, late morning, around 10:45, I was on a call with my friend Mia while I was getting ready. I had this little Bluetooth speaker in the bathroom, but I wasn't using it for the call anymore. It wasn't connected to my phone, not connected to anything. I stepped out of the bathroom for a second to grab something from my room, and when I came back, the speaker was making this uneven crackling sound, like electrical static but irregular, almost like it was reacting to me. And the closer I got, the faster it became, like it was speeding up on purpose. I got right up to it and it was practically spitting rapid little pops. I turned it off immediately and asked Mia if she'd heard any of that through the call. She said no, nothing. And in my bedroom, it's smaller things, but they add up. Sometimes at night, I'll see shadows pass by, like someone walking just outside my door, or crossing the room when there's nowhere they could have gone. And every once in a while, when I'm changing clothes, the lights start flickering. Not a slow dim, a quick, nervous flutter. And the moment I'm done, like literally when I pull my shirt on and step away from the mirror, it stops. Other people have noticed things too, which honestly makes it worse, because it means it's not just my head. My younger brother Elias once had his radio crackle and pop even though it wasn't plugged in. One of my friends slept over and had a nightmare so intense she woke up crying. And she's not someone who gets nightmares, like, ever. And my mom's friend Celine, she's the kind of person who claims she can sense things. I usually roll my eyes at that stuff, but she went quiet the first time she stepped into our house. Later, she told me she felt 3 distinct presences, like 3 separate someones. And the way she described them matched details I'd never told her. So yeah, that's why I say, as calmly as I can, I think something's in that house with us, and I don't think it's new. I think it's been there the whole time. I just think the renovations woke it up. Okay, so this is one of those things I've told a few people over the years, and every time I say it out loud, I still get that same weird, cold little twist in my stomach. It was early summer, 2017, not long before it really starts staying light late into the evening. I remember it was a Tuesday because I'd had a pretty ordinary day, and I was doing that familiar drive back toward Frome, coming from Wells instead of Shepton Mallet. The sky was in that golden, end of day but not dark yet stage, you know? Still bright, clear visibility, nothing dramatic about the weather at all. And then I came around a bend, and something up ahead just grabbed my attention so hard, it felt like my whole body clicked into alert mode. Right there in the distance, above the tree line, was what looked, honestly, exactly like a tall, dark tower block. A proper rectangular silhouette, and it had these rows of glowing orange squares, like windows lit up from inside. They weren't steady either. They flickered in that unmistakable way fire flickers. Not like a reflection, not like the sun hitting something. It looked structured, built, real, like a high-rise burning. My first reaction was panic. Immediate, instinctive panic. Because the only thing my brain could label it as was a tower block of flats on fire. I slowed down and started trying to figure out where it could even be, whether I needed to turn off, whether there was some way to get closer or call for help. And then, just a few seconds later, this other thought hit me, hard. There aren't any tall buildings out there. Not like that. Not anywhere near that stretch. No skyline. No blocks of flats. Nothing even close to the size and shape of what I was staring at. As soon as that sank in, the panic drained away and got replaced by confusion. Like, wait, what am I looking at then? I kept driving, and it kept showing up through gaps in the trees. Every time it reappeared, it looked the same. That tall, black silhouette, those glowing orange windows, that flickering firelight effect. And the strangest part was how it behaved in the distance. It stayed in the same place on the horizon. It didn't seem to get closer, didn't drift away. It was just there, on and off for a few miles. My partner Ellie was with me, and this matters because I wasn't quietly spiraling in my own head. Ellie saw it too. We both reacted at the same moment. Both went, "What the hell is that?" We described it the same way without prompting each other, like a burning tower, windows lit orange, flickering like flames. We kept checking it, trying to catch a clean view, trying to line up where it must be. I remember thinking, if I can just get to an open stretch, I'll finally see it properly and this will make sense. So I followed the road the way I thought would give the clearest angle. And then, this is the part that still messes with me. It wasn't that it faded. It didn't stretch into a cloud shape. It didn't dim like a reflection would. It was simply gone. Like someone had just removed it. One moment it was there, the next moment it wasn't. No transition, no explanation. When we got home that night, I went straight into detective mode. I searched for fire reports. I checked local news. I scrolled social media. I tried different search terms. Fire near Froome. Smoke scene a road. Anything. Nothing. No reports, no photos, no emergency response chatter. And we hadn't seen smoke in the sky either. No sirens. No glow on the ground. Nothing to match something that looked that big. Then the next morning, the TV was already on downstairs. I came in half asleep, glanced up, and my stomach dropped. Because on the screen was news coverage of the Grenfell Tower fire in London. And visually, just visually, it was the first thing I'd ever seen that matched what I'd been trying to understand the night before. That dark tower shape, the orange glowing window patterns, that flickering, fire-lit look. I want to be really clear about something, because I'm not trying to make it into something it isn't. I'm not saying I saw Grenfell. I'm not claiming anything supernatural or connected. The timing doesn't even match. It was hours earlier than the London fire started. I'm only telling you why it lodged itself in my mind so deeply. Because suddenly there was this real-world image that looked eerily like the thing we'd seen, and it made it impossible to just shrug off. That day was awful. obviously, because the news was horrifying. And then I had this private, confusing experience sitting on top of it like a weight. Talking to people felt strange. When I cautiously mentioned what I'd seen, some people suggested it was a trick of light, or a mirage, or just my brain pattern matching. A couple of people even said the word hallucination, which, honestly, made me question myself for a while. But I always come back to one simple fact. I wasn't alone. Ellie was with me the entire time. Ellie saw it too. Same timing, same reaction, same description, same, that looks like a burning tower instinct. We talked about it as it was happening, and even now, years later, when we describe it separately, the details still line up. So whatever it wasn't just in my head. And that's why I'm telling you this, because I would genuinely love a rational explanation. I want one. I think it would actually be a relief. For context, this was along the A361, heading toward Frome, near the stretch of hill and dual carriageway leading up to the Nunney-Catch roundabout. Give or take a bit, because it's been years, but that's the area. And I still wonder, has anyone else ever had a shared, crystal-clear visual experience? Something you both saw at the same time that made absolutely no sense and never got explained? So, I grew up in this tiny, tucked-away town with a long, stubborn history. The kind of place that feels like it got left behind on purpose. If you picture somewhere out in the general direction of old gold rush country, just not too specific, you've got the vibe. The house we lived in was ancient by kid standards, like well over a century old. It had creaky floors, weird little cold pockets in the hallway, and that quiet, someone built this a long time ago and never really left feeling. You know what I mean? And when I was little, maybe 6 or 7, I started telling my mom about something I called the man with no face in our living room. I can still see him when I think about it. He wasn't transparent or wispy like in movies. He was solid looking, just completely black. Not like wearing black clothes, like made of black. And even though I could sort of make out where the eyes and nose should be, it was all smudged and swallowed up in shadow, like a silhouette cut from midnight. A vague suggestion of features, but nothing you could actually recognize. No expression, no eyes you could meet, just this presence shaped like a person. And the worst part? I saw him a lot. Not once, not in a one weird night kind of way. I'd spot him in the living room every few days, sometimes more. Just there, standing in a corner or near the doorway, like he belonged. At first, I did what kids do. I complained. I begged my mom not to make me go in there alone. I'd do anything to avoid walking through that room. But families have routines, right? You still have to pass the couch to get to the kitchen. You still have to grab your backpack. Life keeps moving even when something is wrong. As I got older, the sightings didn't really stop, but I stopped talking about them. When I was about 14, I started having brutal sleep problems. I'd go days feeling half awake, like my body forgot how to shut down properly. And once that happened, my family started assuming what I was seeing had something to do with exhaustion, hallucinations, stress, a brain running on fumes. And honestly, that explanation gave everyone else comfort. It gave me something too, at first, but not enough. Because even on nights when I did sleep, when I felt clear-headed, I'd still catch him there sometimes. And after a while, I got so tired of wondering if I was crazy that I just made him a secret. I'd rush past the living room. I'd keep my eyes forward like if I didn't look, he couldn't be real. If I needed something from that room, I'd practically jog in and out like the floor was lava. I learned how to live around him, which is such a strange thing to say out loud. I hated him. I was terrified of him. And yet I also got used to the idea that this faceless shadow was simply part of my house. Then, years later, almost a decade after the first time I saw him, my family moved. New place, new walls, new smell, new light coming through the windows. And just like that, he was gone. No tapering off, no final sighting, just a clean cut. I never saw the faceless man again. I tried not to think about it. I really did. It's easier to pack up scary childhood memories and label them weird phase than to poke at them and wonder what they mean. But then one night, years later, I was hanging out with a childhood friend. Let's call her Marin. And we were tipsy in that loose, honest way people get when they've had a little too much and they suddenly feel brave. And Marin goes quiet for a second, then tells me she has something she's never said out loud because it still freaks her out. What I didn't remember was any explanation. That night, with her voice low and her eyes fixed on the table like she didn't want to see my reaction, she finally told me what happened. She said I'd left the room for a minute, maybe to grab a snack or go to the bathroom, and she'd wandered into the hallway by herself. She was walking forward, but her head was turned because she was looking back toward my dog, who'd been trailing behind her, just casually watching him like you do when you're a kid in a friend's house. And then she stepped into the living room, still looking backward. And when she finally turned her head forward, she said she was standing directly in front of someone, a man-shaped figure, close enough that her stomach dropped instantly. And he didn't have a face. She told me she froze so hard she felt like her bones locked up, like her brain short-circuited between run and this can't be happening. She panicked and squeezed her eyes shut, just for a second, like maybe if she reopened them, it would be gone, like a bad trick of the light. And when she opened her eyes again, the room was empty. Just the living room, the furniture, the dull old light. Nothing else. She said she stumbled out of there and spent the rest of the night feeling sick, like her body was trying to process something it didn't have instructions for. When she finished telling me, she laughed once, this nervous, shaky little laugh that didn't match her face at all, and asked if I thought she'd imagined it. And that's when I felt my own blood go cold, because as far as I could remember, I had never told Marin about the faceless man. Not once. I was too embarrassed. Too scared she'd look at me differently. Too scared someone would say the words out loud. You're making it up. So I told her, finally, what I used to see as a kid, how often, how I avoided that room like it was cursed, how it stopped the moment we moved. And as I was talking, I watched her face drain of color in real time. Her eyes got wide, and she just kept nodding slowly, like each sentence confirmed something she'd spent years trying to convince herself wasn't real. We sat there in silence for a while after that. Now, I know people talk about shadow figures like they're a common thing. I've read the explanations: sleep issues, stress, weird lighting, your brain filling in blanks. And I'm not here to argue with logic, honestly. I want there to be a neat explanation. But I also can't unknow what it felt like to live with that presence in my childhood home. And I can't ignore the part where someone else, someone I never told, walked into that same room and saw the same thing. So I guess that's why I'm telling you. Have you ever experienced anything like that? Anything you couldn't quite explain, but it stuck with you anyway, because it felt real in your body, not just in your head. So, when we first moved into this place, it honestly felt like a blank slate, quiet, empty, almost too normal. And I remember thinking, okay, great, nothing weird here. My partner, let's call him Ethan, is the biggest skeptic I've ever met. The kind of person who wants 3 explanations, a diagram, and a weather report before he'll admit something is even slightly off. Which is funny, because when he was a kid, he had these experiences that freaked his family out so much that his mom actually brought someone in to check things out. He hates talking about it now, like he's embarrassed it ever happened. But lately, things have been happening here that we just can't neatly explain away. The first thing was small, but it got under our skin. In the middle of the night, we'd hear this sound in our bedroom, like aerosol cans being nudged or rolled around. At first, we both went, "Mouse, obviously." So we checked everything. We moved stuff, cleaned, looked for droppings, listened for scratching, even checked behind furniture like absolute maniacs. Nothing. No evidence, no clues, just the sound. Like something was slowly pushing those cans around, right when the house was at its quietest. Then there's the gaming console. We've tried so hard to debunk this one. We turned off any voice controls, made sure nothing was paired weirdly, checked settings, unplugged it, replugged it, everything. And still, every now and then, the console will just turn on by itself, like someone physically pressed the button. No one near it, no controller bump, no updates running. It's not constant, which almost makes it worse. It's random, like it's choosing its moments. One day, I was in the living room with our little one, Milo, who's about 1.5 years. He was on my knee, calm, and we were completely alone in the house. And suddenly it sounded like one of his big plastic toy bins got shaken, hard. Not a little rattle, a loud, deliberate shake, like someone grabbed it and jostled it. I froze. Full body, stomach drop kind of freeze. I actually remember whispering, "Hello?" like an idiot. Like, what was I expecting to hear back? A few days after that, Ethan and I were sitting in the living room late morning, maybe around 10:30, and the TV was off. No music, no phones playing anything. And we heard this really clear, bright, bell-like sound. We both looked at each other instantly because it sounded exactly like Milo's little xylophone toy. So we got up and tried to recreate it. We hit the toy, moved it, tapped around the area, checked if something fell, checked if a metal object could have made the sound. Nothing matched, not even close. And that was the moment I saw it shift for Ethan. Not like full panic or anything, just this tiny crack in the skeptic wall. He didn't even want to say it out loud at first, but eventually he went, really quietly, "Okay, that's weird. I don't love that." Another thing, this one creeps me out in such a specific way. We have this small canvas print of Milo's photo hanging above the stairs. It's not somewhere we brush against. You can't casually bump it. It's just up there. And one day I walked past and it was crooked, like noticeably wonky, like someone had adjusted it and didn't straighten it properly after. I see it every single day. I would have noticed if it had been like that before. And then, just recently, I was awake in the early hours breastfeeding. The house was still, all the doors and windows shut, no draft, no breeze. And I heard the baby gate rattle. That unmistakable plastic and metal shaking sound, like someone tested it with their hand. I sat there holding Milo, heart thumping, listening for it to happen again. It didn't. Just that one burst of movement, and then silence. But the most unsettling thing, honestly the thing that made me feel cold, was what happened to Ethan. He woke up one morning with scratches on him. Not one or two little marks. I mean multiple scratches, red, slightly cut, like someone dragged something across his skin. There were several, like 7 or 8 lines in a few spots. And here's the thing, he bites his nails. He has basically no nails, and he sleeps in a t-shirt. So it's not like he accidentally clawed himself in his sleep. He even tried to recreate it, scratching himself hard, just to prove it could happen naturally, and he couldn't. The marks didn't look the same, and he literally can't get that kind of scratch with how short his nails are. What really got him was that this exact kind of thing used to happen when he was little. The same weird scratches, the same confusion. He didn't want to connect the dots, but you could tell it bothered him on a deeper level than he wanted to admit. And the scratches didn't just vanish. They stayed faintly visible for days. Now I'm sitting here feeling uneasy, like genuinely unsettled in my own home. Not because I want to believe in something scary, I don't. I want everything to have a tidy explanation. But when your child's toys are making noises by themselves, and the things meant to keep him safe are rattling like someone touched them, it hits different. And then there was this one night that still makes my skin crawl a little. Milo started crying in the dark like normal baby stuff, nothing unusual. And then suddenly he sat up, just stopped crying instantly, and stared into the corner of the room. Just stared. Quiet. Still. Ethan whispered, "What is he doing?" Because Milo never does that. And I remember watching his little face, so serious, so focused, like he was looking at someone standing there. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's all separate little coincidences and parenting paranoia and old electronics being weird. But if you'd asked Ethan a month ago, he would have laughed at the idea of anything strange going on. And now? Now he's the one who keeps saying, "I don't know, something feels off." Hey, so something kind of unsettling happened last night, and I honestly just need to say it out loud to someone who isn't already in my living room. I had my longtime best friend over. I'll call her Mara. We've been close since, like, 6th grade. The kind of friendship where you basically grew up in each other's houses, you know? Like her parents' place was as familiar to me as my own. Where she grew up is important too. Our hometown sat on land that used to be a native settlement, and across from Mara's childhood house there was this preserved area. Protected acres with a little museum and a welcome center, plus an old historical structure tied to a specific tribe from the region. Even as kids, it felt different over there. Quiet but not peaceful, more like watched. And honestly, the land her neighborhood sat on had to have been part of that same sacred space before it got divided up and sold off. So last night we're hanging out, just a cozy, low-key night in, when we start reminiscing about all the creepy stuff that used to happen in her house. And it reminded me of this one incident that her sister, I'll call her Nina, used to bring up all the time. Mara's old bedroom was upstairs, and it had a window that looked down toward Nina's room on the ground floor. Nina had a sliding glass door that opened to the backyard. One night, Mara and I were being little idiots, hanging out in her room, leaning out the window, sneaking a few hits like we were so rebellious. We had music playing quietly, and we were literally just vibing, singing along to some playlist, totally in our own world. And then Nina comes storming up the stairs like a tornado, full sprint, screaming, furious. So Mara and I freeze with that instant guilt, like, welp, we're caught. But Nina wasn't yelling because we were smoking. She was yelling because she thought we were messing with her. She was shaking, like actually terrified, and she's like, "Why would you do that?" And we're both like, "Do what?" Apparently, while we'd been upstairs the whole time, Nina heard knocking on her sliding glass door, like someone outside. She called out to us, no answer. Then she heard something, not just knock, but pound on the door from the inside, like right behind her. And then she heard what she described as this awful, sharp scream, and then this quick running sound, like something sprinted away down the hallway. She thought it was us trying to scare her, but we hadn't moved. And the worst part is, once she said it out loud, all three of us just kind of knew. Like there wasn't a normal explanation that fit. We all ended up in the same room for the rest of the night with the lights on, just wide-eyed and freaked out, jumping at every little noise. So we're talking about that last night, laughing a little in that we're laughing because otherwise we'll cry way. And I realize there's something I've never told Mara, something I've carried around for years because I convinced myself it had to be a dream. I'm like, okay, I've never said this out loud, and I hate even bringing it up. And she immediately goes, "What? Tell me." So I tell her about this night, one of those sleepover nights where we'd fallen asleep on the couch after playing video games. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, groggy and half frozen in that weird sleep paralysis feeling, and I looked out through this big bay window that faced the yard, and I saw a figure moving outside. Not fast, not like a person walking with purpose, more like shuffling. I remember sitting up just enough to peek over the back of the couch, trying to make myself look asleep. Like I didn't want whatever it was to know I was watching, and she was wearing these dark, tattered clothes that looked heavy and wet, like they'd been dragged through mud. I'm telling Mara all of this, and I notice she's gone completely still, like her whole face changes, and she goes, really quietly, "What did it look like?" And I'm already getting chills because I can hear my own voice shaking when I say, "It looked like like a crone, like a swamp hag." And Mara just gasps, like full hand over mouth, eyes filling instantly. And she says, "I saw it too." And I swear to you, my stomach dropped like an elevator. She tells me she'd been awake that same night. She remembers it clearly, and she saw the same figure cross the yard and come right up to the window. And then she says something that honestly made me feel even more sick. She'd waited all these years for me to say it first, because she didn't want to influence my memory. She needed to know she wasn't making it up. And meanwhile, I'm sitting there realizing I'd done the exact same thing. Locked it away, labeled it dream, and never touched it again because it felt too ridiculous to be real, but also too vivid to be fake. My partner was in the room hearing all of this, just looking back and forth between us like, "What do you mean you both saw the same thing and never talked about it?" The air felt heavy, like the whole room got colder. I could feel my eyes burning, and Mara looked like she was about to cry too, and it wasn't even dramatic. It was just that awful feeling of being a kid again, suddenly small and unsafe. It's been, what, over a decade, and neither of us has said a word about it until last night. And I want to be clear, I'm not someone who dismisses the paranormal outright. I'm open to weird stuff. But this was almost too on the nose, like a literal cartoon villain. Like if someone dressed up as the creepiest possible version of an old witch just to mess with two kids. Except, who would do that? And why? And how would they know we were there? This was way before people were doing elaborate gotcha videos or viral pranks. And there were barely any people who could have even been suspects. And the memory itself isn't fuzzy. That's what messes with me. It's sharp. It's detailed. It wasn't a blink and it's gone moment. I remember the figure stopping right in front of the window, just standing there, like it was looking in, looking at us. And I remember squeezing my eyes shut so hard it hurt and thinking, if I don't look, it's not real. If I don't look, it can't see me. I didn't open my eyes again until morning. So yeah, that's what happened. Two grown adults sitting on a couch, realizing we shared the same nightmare, except we were both awake. And I just keep thinking, if it was nothing, why does it still feel like something? So, we moved into this new place because we needed a clean slate. New neighborhood, new walls, new routines, just a fresh start. And I remember telling myself, this is it. This is where things get better. But the very first night, before we'd even finished stacking boxes, something felt off. Not like a squeaky floor, old house settling kind of off. I mean, the kind where your skin stays prickled even when you're standing in full light. Like you're not alone, even when you know you're alone. And it wasn't just one room. It was everywhere. Kitchen, hallway, laundry room, didn't matter. I could be brushing my teeth at 2 a.m. or folding towels at noon, and that same heavy feeling would settle over me like a hand on the back of my neck. Being watched. Constantly. For the first week, though, nothing happened, which almost made it worse. We were unpacking, hanging curtains, trying to make the bedrooms feel cozy. My little girl, Marin, was excited about her new room. She'd twirl in it like it was a princess tower, and I'd smile and pretend I wasn't scanning the corners. Then, on the 7th day, I was at the kitchen sink rinsing a plate, and that pressure came back, sudden and thick, like the air had changed texture. My hands slowed, my stomach dropped, and I don't even know why, but I turned my head toward the hallway like something pulled my attention that way. At the end of the hall, I saw her, just for a heartbeat. A woman dressed head to toe in pale linen, almost glowing against the shadow. She didn't walk like a normal person either. It was more like she glided, quiet, smooth, and she slipped into Marin's bedroom like it belonged to her. I didn't think. I just ran. I tore down that hallway so fast my feet slid on the wood, and I burst into Marin's room, ready to scream, ready to fight, ready for anything. But there was nothing. No woman, no movement, no open closet, no curtain swaying. Just Marin, sleeping like an angel, her little chest rising and falling like the world was completely safe. I picked her up anyway, immediately. My arms were shaking so hard I could barely hold her steady, and I sat with her the rest of the night in the living room, lights on, heart hammering, telling myself over and over, "You're tired, you're stressed, you're imagining things." Except, I wasn't. After that, the house didn't feel quiet anymore. It felt hostile, like it didn't want us there. I started hearing things, small, precise sounds that didn't match the normal life of a home. Soft tapping from Marin's room, like fingernails against wood. Whispering too, but always just under the edge of clarity, like the house was trying to speak without letting me understand. It happened in the afternoon. It happened at 3 a.m. It happened while I was standing right outside her door, holding my breath, listening so hard my ears ached. And I didn't see the woman again for a while. Not clearly. Not until our last day in that house. It was broad daylight, sun coming through the windows, totally ordinary, almost mocking in how normal it looked. I put Marin down for her nap, tucked her blanket around her shoulders, kissed her forehead, and walked back to the living room trying, really trying, to act like a person with a normal life. I hit play on a movie, and within seconds I paused it, because I heard crying. It wasn't Marin's usual cry. It sounded wrong, thin, strained, like someone trying to imitate a child but not quite getting it. I stood frozen, remote in my hand, listening down the hallway. And then it stopped, just cut off, like someone flipped a switch. And then, a slam. So loud it rattled something in the kitchen, Marin's bedroom door. And right after that, her scream tore through the house. Pure terror. The kind of scream that isn't just crying, it's a warning. It's a child begging the world to help them. I flew off the couch and ran. I grabbed the doorknob and yanked. It wouldn't open. I pulled again, harder. My shoulder braced against the frame. Nothing. Like it was locked, except we didn't lock it. It didn't even have a lock. Then, I felt the doorknob move. Not because I moved it, because someone on the other side did. It started twisting back and forth in my hand, jerking violently like another hand had clamped onto it and was fighting me. I'm not kidding. I could feel the resistance through the metal. I could feel the force. Panic hit me so fast my vision narrowed. I threw my body into the door, once, twice, until my shoulder burned and my breath came out in these short animal bursts. It felt like pushing against a wall that wasn't supposed to exist, like the door had turned solid. And then, all at once, it released. The door flew open so hard it slammed into the wall behind it and punched a huge hole through the drywall. I just stared for half a second, stunned by the impact, the dust, the jagged edge of plaster. Marin was in the corner of her room, folded in on herself, shaking. Her face was red and wet. She was sobbing so hard she couldn't breathe properly. She pointed at her little desk, her finger trembling like it weighed 1,000 pounds, and she kept saying, "She's there, Mommy. The lady's there. She tried to hurt me." I didn't argue. I didn't question. I didn't try to be logical. I grabbed her, and that was it. That was the moment I stopped trying to make it make sense. I packed what I could, fast, bare essentials, a bag of clothes, important papers, and we left. Immediately. We didn't sleep there again. Not once. When we came back for our things, I never came alone. Not ever. And the worst part? Leaving that house didn't feel like the end, because for years after, 15, 16 years, there were other moments, other places, that same sick feeling of being watched. And sometimes, in the corner of my eye, a woman in light clothing, and a man too, always in a suit, always just there, like he'd been waiting. So, yeah, if you want, I can tell you about the other things that happened after that. There's more, a lot more. So, I must have been about 5 when this happened. And I know that's young, but I remember it in that sharp, crystal clear way you only remember the things that really scare you. It was winter, sometime around 7 in the evening. The kind of night where it's dark way too early, and the house feels warm and bright because someone's cooking. My parents, Mara and Vincent, were in the kitchen making dinner, and I was wandering around underfoot like kids do. At one point, the front door was open. I genuinely don't remember why. Maybe they were bringing something in, maybe checking on something outside, who knows. But I remember standing there, looking into the garden, curious about how it looked at night. Our garden wasn't big, just a little patch with a fence, and I'd seen it 1,000 times in daylight. But at night it felt mysterious. So I asked, "Can I step outside for a second?" They said yes, something casual, like they weren't thinking twice about it. And I went out. Just a few steps onto the cold ground. I remember turning around almost immediately, like, "Okay, I saw it," ready to go back inside. And that's when my stomach dropped. Because the front door was gone. Not like it was closed, not like it was hidden behind me. Gone. And not just the door, the whole house, the garden, everything. It was like someone had erased the world and left me standing in pure darkness. Pitch black, the kind that doesn't even feel real. And what freaked me out even more, there should have been streetlights. They always came on at night. There should have been some shape, some glow, something. But there was nothing. Just empty black. I screamed for my parents, "Mara! Vincent!" over and over. No answer. I started reaching out with my hands, sweeping my arms around like I could feel the house again if I just stretched far enough. I expected to touch the wall, the door frame, a plant, the fence, anything. But there was only air. It didn't even feel like my garden anymore. It felt like I was standing in a giant open space that went on forever. I didn't know what else to do, so I started walking straight ahead. And here's the part that still messes with my head. Our garden was small. If you walk forward for a few seconds, you hit the fence. If you keep going, you reach the gate. I should have bumped into something almost immediately, but I didn't. I walked and walked, minutes, not seconds, into that darkness, and nothing ever stopped me. I remember my shoelaces kept coming undone. They were the kind that always slipped loose. Normally I would have knelt down and tied them, but I couldn't even see my own shoes. I couldn't see my hands. It felt pointless, like trying to fix something in a void. I was crying, but it was a quiet kind of crying, like my body was too scared to make noise anymore. And then, way off in the distance, I saw light. Two small strips at first, like someone had cracked a door open somewhere in the universe. I started moving faster, almost running, because it was the first proof that anything existed besides darkness. When I got close, I realized it was two doors. Just two doors standing there, side by side, like they belonged to a hallway that wasn't there. Both were shut. Light was leaking from underneath them, warm and yellow. I remember staring at that glow like it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I listened. Behind the door on the left, it was quiet. Dead quiet. So I reached my hand out for the handle. And right before my fingers touched it, I got dizzy. Not normal dizzy, not I stood up too fast. It was like the world tilted violently, like something grabbed the inside of my head and spun it. The darkness, the doors, the light, all of it started to swirl. And then, going. I blinked, and I was back at home. Not outside in the garden, not in darkness. I was standing inside the house, right in front of our front door, like I'd just been about to open it from the inside. I remember freezing there, completely still, trying to understand what had just happened. My legs felt numb. My mouth felt dry. The dizziness clung to me like I was car sick. I stayed there for what felt like forever, probably only a couple minutes, just staring. Then I ran to my room. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't even peek into the kitchen. I just went to my bed like I could hide inside it. A little while later, my parents called me for dinner like nothing happened. And I went. I sat at the table and ate and pretended I was fine, because I was terrified they'd be angry, like I'd done something wrong by stepping outside. I remember forcing myself to swallow food, even though my throat felt tight. And then, I never talked about it again. Years later, I wrote it down in a notebook, kind of like a diary entry, because it still wouldn't leave me alone. But that's the only proof I have, and even that came long after. Honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. Part of me wonders if it was some weird half-dream, like I wandered into that space between sleeping and waking. But the memory is so vivid. I can still feel the cold air and that awful, impossible emptiness. I can still hear the silence when I yelled my parents' names. And there's one more thing, too. My mom told me later in life that when I was even younger, like 2 or 3, I used to talk about seeing things in the house. She called them ghosts. She even claimed that one time she saw something herself. I don't remember any of that at all, but it always made me wonder if it connects somehow, or if it's just another strange story layered on top of a childhood that was already full of shadows. I don't know if I'd call what happened paranormal. I don't even know if it truly happened the way I remember it. But I do know this. It was the most terrified I've ever been in my life. And even now, telling it out loud, a part of me still feels like I'm standing in that dark, reaching for a door that should be there, and isn't. So, I live in this house where I honestly can't find much history on it at all. The only thing I do know is what my parents told me from when they first moved in. When they were doing some work on the bathroom, they found this little stash inside the wall. A human hip bone and a bunch of filthy old magazines, like sealed up in there. No explanation. Just that. And growing up here, I've always had this one thing with me. I've seen a woman, well, a spirit, I guess, since I was a kid. Long, dark hair, really pale. Around my height, maybe 5'6"-ish. I'd catch her in the hallway like she belonged there, like she was just passing through. Sometimes she'd be sitting in what used to be my old bedroom, or standing half in, half out of doorways. Never rushing, never loud. Just there. My mom has seen her too, and this part still gets me. She told me for years she thought it was me, because apparently this woman and I have the same kind of build and the same hair from a distance. Mom said she'd walk past my room late at night and see her sitting on the edge of my bed, like she was waiting for something. Or she'd catch her in her peripheral vision and think, oh, it's just her, until she'd look properly and realize I wasn't even there. This has been happening since we moved in, about 14 years now. And weirdly, I got used to her. I stopped feeling scared. If anything, she felt familiar, like an old presence that didn't mean harm. Lately, I don't even see her much at all, which I thought was a good thing. But then this new thing started happening, and it's different. It doesn't feel like her. For the last couple of weeks, I've been hearing whistling in the middle of the night, always around the same time, between 2:40 and 3:05 a.m., like clockwork. The first night it happened, I was in bed scrolling on my phone, half asleep. And suddenly I hear this clear, steady whistling, like a grown man standing outside, casually whistling to himself. Not music playing, not wind, actual whistling. Controlled, intentional. My room faces the front of the house, and outside my window there's basically nothing, just a wide stretch of field and scrubby land. We've only got one neighbor, and they're off to the side. The rest is open dirt and bush for a bit before it hits anything else. So I'm lying there thinking, why would someone be out there right now? After a minute, I forced myself to look out the window. Nothing. No movement, no silhouette, no headlights, no shape in the field. Just empty darkness. And the second my face turned toward the glass, the whistling stopped. Like someone had been waiting to see if I'd look. It got so quiet it felt heavy, like the air thickened. I climbed back into bed, heart going stupid fast, trying to tell myself I was overreacting. And then it started again, only this time it sounded closer. Not out in the field, closer to the house, like it had moved while I wasn't looking. It went on for a few minutes, then stopped. And after that, it happened nearly every night at that same time. I stopped looking out the window, not even because I was trying to be brave, more like I had this strong feeling I shouldn't. Like something in my body was warning me, don't do that. Don't acknowledge it. Don't look. I was already tense, just waiting for the whistling to start again, when I heard a loud bang on the roof. Not a creak, not settling. A bang. Then, footsteps. Actual footsteps moving across the roof, like someone was walking up there. It lasted maybe a minute, long enough for me to sit bolt upright and feel my stomach drop through the floor. When it finally went quiet, I thought, okay, it's done. Whatever that was, it's done. And then I heard footsteps outside my window, right there, at the front of the house. Like someone standing close enough that if I moved the curtain, I'd be looking straight at them. I froze so hard I felt locked in place. I'm not being dramatic. I couldn't make myself move. My whole body felt pinned. And the feeling in the room turned wrong. Not curious, not eerie, not ghost story creepy. It felt mean. like something with bad intent had stepped into the space and wanted me to know it was there. And then my dog, Maple, walked into my room. She's usually loud. If she hears a weird noise, she barks, she growls, she tries to investigate. That's just her personality. But last night she came in silent and stiff, walked straight toward my bed, and stared at the window like she was looking at something she didn't understand. Her face looked scared. That's the only word for it. Then she jumped onto my bed and pressed herself into me, shaking a little, like she was trying to hide with me instead of protect me. And that honestly scared me more than everything else, because animals don't do that unless something feels really, really wrong. Today she's been off, quiet, watching the window from across the room, refusing to go near it. If I even move toward that side of the house, she follows me like she's trying to steer me away. And I just don't know what this is. The woman I used to see, she never felt like this. She felt familiar, almost sad if anything. But this whistling thing, the roof, the footsteps, the way my body reacted, it feels like something else entirely. I'm the kind of person who picks up on energy really easily. I can feel when a space changes, when something walks into a room, when the air shifts. So part of me wonders if that's why it's happening to me and not everyone else. Like maybe I'm the only one noticing, or the only one it can reach. But I don't want it here. I want to know what it is, what it wants, and how to make it stop. Because whatever this is, it doesn't feel like it belongs in my home. Okay. So I'm going to tell you something that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. A little while back, maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago, I was home with my parents on a quiet Saturday. I'm 23, and I have this boring little weekend habit where I like to fill up my tank before the week starts. There's this grocery store gas station a few minutes away where it's usually a couple cents cheaper. So I told my dad, I'm just going to run out for gas. I'll be right back. And my dad, love him truly, but he has this thing where he acts like I'm going into the wilderness every time I leave the driveway. Like I've been pumping my own gas for years. I don't need an escort mission. So I leave, and instead of taking the quickest route, I do what I always do. I take the longer loop to avoid this annoying left turn that stresses me out. It turns a short drive into a slightly longer one, but I prefer it. It's calmer. I'm a few minutes into the drive when I notice a car behind me. Really close. And I'm not even exaggerating. Close enough that I could see the driver's face clearly in my rearview mirror. And here's the thing. My parents' car is distinct. It's this pale blue-gray color that you don't see often. Like someone tried to describe storm cloud but made it prettier. You can spot it from far away. So when I see that exact car behind me, my first thought is the most annoyed thought imaginable. Oh my God, they're following me. I roll my eyes so hard it almost hurt. In my head I'm going, are you serious? You think I can't handle a gas pump? I'm literally going to stand next to my car for 3 minutes and swipe a card. I slow down at a stop sign and I angle my side mirror just a little, trying to get a better look without turning my whole head around like a paranoid person. And I swear to you, it looked exactly like my parents. My mom in the passenger seat, my dad driving. Same hair, same faces, same posture. Even the way my dad holds his shoulders when he drives, kind of stiff, like he's bracing for somebody to cut him off. But something was wrong. Their faces were completely blank. Not neutral like we're just driving. Blank like there was nothing happening behind their eyes. No irritation, no focus, no warmth. Just empty. You know when you see someone and you can tell they're there? Like you can feel the person inside the body? This was the opposite of that. It looked like them, but it didn't feel like them. Like somebody put their faces on two mannequins and told them to sit in a car. And it freaked me out. But in that weird way where your brain tries to protect you by pretending it's fine. So I tell myself, okay, weird lighting, weird angle, whatever. I keep driving. I'm thinking maybe they'll pull up next to me at the gas station and I'll have this whole awkward moment where I'm like, seriously? And they'll laugh it off. But as I get closer to the station, I check my mirror again, and they're gone. Just not there anymore. And I know what you're thinking. They turned off somewhere, took a different road. Maybe you lost them. Except I had been watching them. They were right behind me, and then suddenly they weren't. No turn signal, no slowing down, no obvious side street where they could have slipped away. It felt like a scene got cut, and it shows my parents at home. At home. Still there. I just stared at my screen like it was going to correct itself. Like the dot would move and be like, just kidding, here they are. But it didn't. It stayed planted at the house. And the math wasn't mathing. Even if they'd turned around the second I saw them, even if they'd floored it, even if every traffic light magically turned green, there was no way they could have been back home that fast. So now I'm pumping gas, heart doing this slow, heavy thump, and my brain is flipping between explanations like channels on a TV. Maybe the app glitched. Maybe it wasn't them. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe I'm not remembering the car color right. But I am remembering it right. I know their car. I know my parents. I drive home and I'm quiet the whole way, like I don't want to invite the weirdness back by talking about it out loud. When I get home, everything is normal. The house sounds normal. The TV is on. The vibe is safe. Later that night, I try to bring it up casually because I don't want to sound like I'm losing it. So I'm like, laughing, trying to make it light. Hey, Mom, why were you and Dad tailing me earlier? And she looks at me like I just asked her why she used to be a pirate. She goes, what are you talking about? So I tell her the whole thing, how I saw their car behind me, how I saw them, how it freaked me out. And she just keeps shaking her head, more confused by the second. Then she calls for my dad, like she needs a witness. And my dad comes in and he's like, we haven't left the house all day. Not defensive, not teasing, just matter of fact. And I'm standing there trying to laugh, trying to act like it's a funny misunderstanding. But inside I feel this cold little drop, because now I don't have a neat explanation. Because if it wasn't them, then who did I see? And why did it look so much like my parents, down to the smallest details, but without any of the life that makes them my parents? That's the part that gets me. Not just that I saw people who looked like them. It's that for a few seconds, I felt like I was looking at something pretending to be them. And I know how dramatic that sounds. I know. But that's honestly the closest way I can explain the feeling. It's been sitting in the back of my mind ever since, like a splinter you can't quite dig out. And every time I think about those blank expressions in the mirror, I get this urge to check behind me again, just to make sure the road is normal. Because I still don't know what I saw. And I don't know what's worse, having no explanation or having one. So, I've been turning this over in my head for weeks, and I finally decided to just say it out loud to someone, because keeping it bottled up has started to feel worse than the story itself. A little while back, I went to this laid-back art night where people were showing their work. Nothing fancy, just local artists and curious folks wandering around with plastic cups and polite smiles. I'm 21, and I'd gone mostly to get out of the apartment and soak in something creative. At one point, this guy I didn't know, maybe mid-20s, walks right up to me like we'd already met. His name might have been Ethan, or Eric, I don't know. Dark hair, average height, that kind of forgettable, could be anybody face you'd pass in a grocery store. He wasn't acting creepy, exactly, just purposeful. And without much build-up, he handed me this small painting. I remember blinking at it, kind of laughing like, "Oh, are you selling these?" Because that's what I assumed. Artists trying to get their stuff out there. Maybe he was giving away a few pieces to spark interest. But he just shrugged and said, really simply, "I thought you'd like it." That was it. It was such a weird thing to say with so much certainty, like he'd picked it out for me specifically. I thanked him because, what else do you do? And honestly, I was decorating my place, so I figured, sure, free art. Why not? The painting itself was nothing special. Just these moody, messy streaks. Deep green, rusty red, brown, black. Abstract. The kind of thing you can stare at and pretend you see meaning in, but mostly it just looks like dark colors fighting each other. I hung it in my bedroom because it matched the vibe. And for a long time, that's all it was. A piece of decor that blended into the wall with my posters and photos. Friends came over. Nobody pointed at it. Nobody asked questions. It wasn't a conversation starter. It was basically invisible. And I swear to you, on everything, I never saw anything in it besides those random splashes. Then last night happened. I've been sick lately. Headaches, this gross foggy feeling, and the kind of exhaustion that still won't let you sleep. So I'm up late, sitting in bed, reading under my little warm lamp. The room is mostly dim, just that soft light and shadows around the edges. And out of nowhere, the painting catches my eye. Not like, oh, I notice it. More like my body noticed it before my brain did. Like something in me snapped to attention. I turned my head and my stomach just dropped. Because the painting wasn't abstract anymore. It had a face in it. A horrible one. I don't even want to describe it too clearly, because thinking about it makes my skin tighten like I'm bracing for something. But it looked wrong. Like a humanoid face melting into the dark paint, with these empty holes where eyes should be, and scratches that suddenly weren't brush strokes anymore. They looked like marks, like someone had clawed them in. And the worst part is how immediate it was. There was no slow realization. No, maybe I'm imagining it. The second I saw it, my heart slammed into my ribs and my whole body went cold. I started sweating and feeling dizzy so fast it was like my nervous system hit a panic button. And I'm not someone who scares easily. I watch horror. I read true crime. I'm that person who can sit through creepy stuff and go, huh, interesting, instead of freaking out. But this wasn't fun scary. This was gut scary. Like my body was telling me, this is bad, get away. I don't even feel proud of what I did next, I just reacted. I didn't stop until it was shredded into ugly pieces, and I didn't even care that I gouged my wooden floor in the process. I scooped up the scraps, ran outside in my socks, and shoved the whole ruined mess into the trash bin like it was something alive I was trying to escape. Then I came back inside and stood there in my bedroom, breathing like I'd sprinted miles, staring at the empty spot on the wall. And the silence after was almost worse, because now I had room to think. I haven't really told anyone. I keep imagining someone looking at me with that careful, worried expression people get when they're trying not to say, "Are you okay?" out loud. So I just sat with it. But it's been eating at me, and I keep looping back to a few things that make it harder to brush off. 1. I've been having these recurring nightmares. People from my past, old faces I haven't thought about in years, showing up furious, like they want revenge, like they're hunting me down. It could be the sickness, the stress, the lack of sleep. but part of me keeps whispering that it's connected. Like that painting brought something in, or amplified something, or just shifted something. 2. I can't stop thinking about the guy who gave it to me. The casual certainty in his voice. I thought you'd like it. Like he knew. I tried calling the venue today to ask if they could tell me which artists attended that night, just so I could match a name to a face, prove to myself this was normal. They said they couldn't share that information, which, fine, I guess, but it didn't help my nerves. And I remember there was a signature on the painting. There definitely was, but I couldn't read it. It was like scribbled initials or a name that didn't quite form letters. So now I'm stuck in this awful in-between place where I'm asking myself 2 questions at once. Was that some kind of sleep-deprived hallucination? Or did I really see something that was always there, and I just didn't notice until last night? I keep replaying the moment my eyes landed on it, because it felt so real that my body reacted before I could even form a thought. And that's the part that scares me most, how certain my instincts were. I don't know what I'm looking for exactly. Maybe reassurance that I'm not losing it. Maybe someone telling me, yeah, sickness and insomnia can do bizarre things. Maybe someone telling me I did the right thing by getting rid of it. Or maybe I just needed to say it, plainly, to another human being. Because I can't pretend it didn't happen. And I don't think I'll sleep with an empty wall in my room without remembering what used to hang there. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this the same way I'd tell a friend over coffee, because I still don't totally know what to do with it. My husband Evan and I bought our house about 8 years ago. It's one of those one-level brick ranch homes, built in the early 1950s, but it had been fully renovated a few months before we moved in. Fresh everything. New paint, new floors, the whole perfect flip vibe. But here's the thing. Even back then, something felt just a little off. Not scary off, just intriguing. Before we put in an offer, I kept asking our agent, do they have any photos of what it looked like before the rehab? Like, I needed to know. You know how some flips are basically a disaster with lipstick on it, covering up water damage or mold or, I don't know, a full-on hoarder situation. Our agent said she asked the listing agent and that there were no before pictures at all. Which, maybe that's normal, but it stuck in my head. Still, the location was great, the yard was huge, and we genuinely loved the house. So we went for it and closed fast, about a month later. Move-in day comes. We're hauling boxes in from this rental truck we could only afford for a couple hours. Back then, we were living on a tight budget. Evan was active duty, and we were doing everything ourselves. While we're sweating and dragging furniture, I notice an older couple sitting right in our driveway like they're waiting. The woman, Luce, was in a wheelchair. Her husband, Mark, sat beside her in a folding chair. Sweet-looking, quiet. Mid-70s, maybe. We waved and called out that we'd come introduce ourselves once we returned the truck. But when we got back, they were gone. That night, our very first night in the house, we finally crawled into bed exhausted. And about 20 minutes in, we both hear this deep, booming sound. Not like music exactly, more like thump, 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 thump. Almost like drums. And my first reaction, honestly, I was irritated. I remember whispering, of course. We finally buy a home and the neighbors blast sound all night. So I got up, crept toward the kitchen, because that's where it sounded like it was coming from. And the second I stepped out there, it stopped. Dead silent. I stood there for a second, annoyed, then went back to bed. Maybe 5 minutes later, thump, 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 thump. Again. This time Evan was already half asleep, but I got up again. Now it sounded like it was coming from the garage, The door to the garage is off the kitchen, so I opened it, peered into the dark, and it stopped instantly. Again. This happened a couple more times. The last time, I shook Evan awake because it started to mess with my nerves. Like, it wasn't just noise anymore. It was the way it stopped the moment I went toward it, every single time. Eventually, we fell asleep, but I'll be honest, my body didn't fully relax all night. The next day, we're still unpacking, and I see the couple outside. So I walk over and introduce myself properly. Luce is warm and chatty, and Mark is friendly, but quieter. She tells me she grew up in the Philippines, and he's originally from Idaho. One of those met young and stayed together forever love stories. Apparently, they'd been together since they were teenagers, because Mark had met her while he was stationed overseas years ago. We're talking, and I finally ask about the house. And this is where my stomach kind of drops. Luz tells me the previous owner, an older man named Gordon, had died suddenly of a heart attack at a medical office nearby. Like, 1 minute he was fine, and the next, gone. His daughter, Tessa, inherited the house, but she couldn't keep up with the property taxes. She'd only lived here a little under 2 years before selling. And Luz goes, "Oh no, never. But I've been in the garage." I'm like, "Why the garage?" And she says, so casually, like she's telling me what she had for lunch. "Because Gordon was a drummer. Jazz drummer. He played in a band and he'd practice in there all the time. Most nights until maybe 9. Sometimes later on weekends." And I just stood there like, are you kidding me? Because that booming we heard the first night, it sounded exactly like drums. And it had sounded like it was coming from the garage. After that, though, nothing happened. Not really. The house just became our house. Life got busy. You settle in, you stop scanning the corners, you know? Until recently. About 3 weeks ago, I was in our bedroom and I saw the closet door move. Not like it shifted a little or maybe the air vent kicked on. I mean, it moved like someone nudged it from the inside. A slow, deliberate glide, just enough to make my brain go cold. I bolted out of the room and called Evan at work like, "Please tell me you're about to laugh and say there's a logical reason for this." He tried to calm me down, and when he got home, everything looked totally normal. No drafts, no loose track, nothing obvious. And then, this part. I still feel ridiculous saying out loud, but it happened. Yesterday, I was cleaning the master bathroom, just doing normal, boring chores, and I walked into the bedroom to grab my water bottle, and the bed moved. The left side lifted like someone grabbed the frame and shifted it. Not a tiny shake, not settling. It actually picked up and slid a little. I screamed. So loud, Evan came running, and he heard it too, the sound of it dragging. He didn't see the lift happen, but he heard me and the movement and came in fast enough to catch the tail end of it. So now I'm sitting here telling you this, trying to be reasonable, trying not to spiral, but also thinking, what am I supposed to do with that? Because I don't feel like I'm being haunted in some dramatic movie way. I don't feel watched. I don't even feel pure fear, exactly. It's more like confusion with a side of dread. Like the house is reminding me it had a whole life before us. And tonight, I'm not sleeping in that room. I'm on the couch, no shame, just me, a blanket, and every light I can justify leaving on. Okay, so this is the third time I've tried to tell this story, because every time I write it out, I second guess myself and think, maybe I'm being dramatic. But I'm gonna just say it the way it's happened. About 6 years ago, my family and I moved into this house. It's not ancient or anything, just a normal place in a normal neighborhood. But almost from the beginning, I kept getting this feeling like I wasn't alone. Not in a comforting way, more like that prickly awareness you get when you feel eyes on you. There were a few times I'd glance up toward the second floor and catch what looked like a dark shape, like a shadow, moving fast and then vanishing, like it ducked back out of sight the second I noticed it. I told myself it was lighting, or exhaustion, or my imagination. But it kept happening just enough to mess with me. My wife, Hannah, noticed the vibe too. So we did what we know to do. We prayed over the house. We went room to room and asked God for peace and protection. That night, I tried to settle my nerves by singing a worship song to myself. And while I'm singing, I suddenly feel this tightness in my throat, like my airway is narrowing. It wasn't like hands around my neck or anything like that. It was more like my trachea just clenched, like my body was trying to choke me from the inside. It scared me bad. Hannah and I prayed again, right there immediately, and within moments, it eased up and stopped. After that, things went quiet for a while. At least, quiet in the sense that nothing big happened. But the house always had sounds, pops, clacks, that almost footstep rhythm you hear sometimes at night. I kept chalking it up to a house settling, especially because the place was a couple decades old. And honestly, we were tired. We had little kids. Tired parents hear weird things. When our oldest, Millie, was around too, she'd do that thing toddlers do. She'd just stare at nothing. Like she'd be watching something you can't see. We laughed it off at first. Kids do that, right? Then our second, Nora, went through the same phase, and that still didn't feel like proof of anything, but it did add to the uneasy feeling, like another little pebble dropped into the pile. Then our neighbor across the street passed away, and not long after that, we started getting knocks at the front door. Not the casual tap-tap, real knocks, like someone expecting you to answer. But every time I went to check, there'd be nobody there. I blamed it on kids messing around. Ding-dong ditch. Easy explanation. I wanted an easy explanation. Another thing too, Hannah and I would sometimes feel our energy just drain out of nowhere. Like we'd be fine, then suddenly it was like someone hit a switch and we were both exhausted at the same time. Again, we joked about it. Parent life, you know? 2 little kids will do that to you. But then, this past fall, after my grandfather died, something shifted. And that's the part that's hard to explain, because my grandfather and I weren't super close, and he never even came to this house. So I'm not saying it's connected like some movie. I'm just saying the timing lines up with when everything started feeling heavier. A couple months after that, I was putting the girls down for a nap. I was sitting on the edge of their bed, leaning forward a little, and the top of my head was just an inch or two from the wall. The room was calm. The girls were drifting off, like that sweet, quiet moment where you can finally breathe. I froze. My whole body went tight. I stayed in that room for another 20 minutes, just sitting there in silence, watching and listening like an idiot, trying to make sure nothing else happened. The pain lasted maybe a minute, then faded, but the fear stayed. Eventually, when nothing else happened, I went downstairs, trying to act normal, but I was rattled. A few weeks after that, something else happened that made my skin crawl. There was this small tool attachment set, little bits, in a rubber organizer. It had been sitting in the same spot for at least a month without shifting, and one day, in the middle of the room, it just fell hard, like it got knocked with purpose. It wasn't a gentle slide. It dropped and smacked like someone flicked it off the surface. My dogs were right there, and they both startled like they'd been spooked by something they couldn't see. And I'll tell you, the hair on the back of my neck stood up so fast, it was like my body knew before my brain did. I went over, checked the surface, checked if anything was vibrating, checked if something could have slipped, and nothing made sense. The dogs did not want to be in that area after that. They kept looking toward the hallway and backing up like, nope. So I put them in our bedroom and tried to move on with my day, but I couldn't shake that feeling of being watched again. And then there was this weird thing with the girls' pedestal fan. One morning, we found the front shroud sitting down on the blades, like it had come loose and dropped into the spinning part. The motor was burnt out. When I touched the back of it, it was still warm, way too warm, so I unplugged it immediately. What bothered me most wasn't just that it broke, it was how it broke. That shroud isn't something that just falls off. You have to twist it to unlock it. And there wasn't anything nearby that could have fallen and knocked it loose. No toys stacked up against it, no shelf above it, nothing. Since then, it's been back to the ongoing stuff. The pops and knocks. The occasional sense that something is just present. I've tried doing random video checks, even walking up to the girl's room with my phone recording like, okay, if something's happening, let me catch it. But nothing ever shows up when I'm looking for it. It's like it only happens when it wants to. And I'm trying to handle this the way I know how. I've prayed the Lord's Prayer in every room. I've spoken out loud that anything not of God is not welcome here. I'm not messing with Ouija boards or any of that. I'm not opening doors I can't close. I'm just trying to protect my family and get peace back in our home. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if I'm dealing with something spiritual, something psychological, something environmental, like wiring or vibrations or who knows. I just know this. I don't feel crazy, and I don't feel at peace. And I'm looking for a way, as a Christian, to make whatever this is leave us alone. So, I've had a couple of experiences that still make my skin prickle when I talk about them, and somehow they all seem to point back to my grandfather, my dad's dad, who was gone long before I ever had a chance to meet him. He died when my dad was little, around 8, I think, and my dad, Graham, didn't talk about him much. Not in a dramatic, never speak of this again kind of way. More like, there just wasn't much to say out loud. But every now and then, when I was growing up, he'd mention him. He'd tell me he'd served in World War II, and that tiny bit of history felt like a thread I wanted to tug on forever. Graham and I both had this quiet fascination with that era. Here's the thing. I have this memory that is too vivid to be fuzzy nostalgia. I'm a kid, maybe 5. I'm in my dad's little office space, the one that always smelled faintly like paper and dust and whatever cologne he wore back then. He's showing me a photograph, black and white. A young man in uniform, leaning casually against a railing like someone snapped the picture during a break. Like he was trying to look relaxed, even though the uniform made everything feel serious. And I remember the feeling of it too. Like I was being let in on something important, even if I didn't have the words for it yet. That photo, in my mind, lived in my dad's office. My dad kept all kinds of memorabilia down there. Old coins, little trinkets, random keepsakes in drawers that squeaked when you opened them. And the office always felt busy. Not scary. Never haunted house scary. Just like the air had too many thoughts in it. Like if you stayed quiet long enough, something might try to speak up. I didn't hang around down there much because it overwhelmed me. Again, not malicious. More like walking into a crowded room where everyone is talking at once, and you can't tell who's talking to you. Years later, in my 20s, I'm dating this guy named Eli. I'm working on a short story set around World War II, doing research, asking my dad questions, trying to build something that felt true. At some point, Eli and I are talking about my grandfather, and I'm like, wait, there's that photo. I should show you. That day, my dad had asked me to stop by and let his dogs out. So Eli comes with me, and I take him downstairs, already picturing exactly where the photo should be. Shelf, right side, near the little cluster of keepsakes. I walk in, I go right to it, and it's not there. Not even like it had been moved and left a dusty rectangle behind. It was just not there. I remember standing there, staring too long, doing that weird blink you do when you're waiting for your eyes to correct a mistake. The next day I ask my dad, casually at first, "Hey, "Where'd you move that photo of your dad?" And he goes, "What photo?" I kind of laugh, like he's teasing me. "The one in your office, the black and white photo, your dad in uniform." He stares at me, confused, and then he says something that made my stomach drop. He tells me he only ever had one photo of his dad. Only one. And he lost it when he was in his 20s. His car got stolen, and his wallet was inside. The car was recovered later, but the wallet was empty. Everything gone, including the photo. And here's what really messed with me. I described the picture anyway. The uniform, the pose, the railing, that exact relaxed lean. My dad goes pale, like genuinely pale, and he says, That's exactly what it looked like." Then he swears to me he never showed me that photo. Not once. He said it wasn't around when I was born. He didn't have it anymore. There weren't backups, no copies, nothing framed somewhere else. I text my sister, Mallory, right away. "Do you remember Dad having a photo of Grandpa in the office?" I'm not even exaggerating when I say I lost sleep over this. I wasn't just unsettled, I was disturbed, because I can still see that photograph. I could sketch it, the lighting in it, the angle, the whole thing. And I was so sure it would be there when I brought Eli downstairs that it felt like reality had glitched. After that, I didn't go over to my dad's place for a while. But then one day I'm nearby, and I've got time to kill before someone's picking me up. I live far enough away that going home would have been pointless, so I ask my dad if I can take a quick nap. He's like, "Sure, crash on the basement couch." So I do. I'm lying there half asleep, eyes closed, brain floating, when I feel someone walk by. You know that feeling? The soft shift in the air, the subtle sound of footsteps, the awareness of a presence moving through the room. I assume it's my dad. Then I hear, more than hear, sense, someone sit down in the chair right beside the couch. And it makes me feel weirdly comforted, warm, like, "Aw, he must miss me. He's hanging out down here while I nap." And then a man's voice, kind of warped, like it wasn't coming through clean, says, very plainly, "Your mare's going to win today." I open my eyes so fast my vision swims. My whole body goes ice cold, like the temperature dropped 10 degrees in a second. And the worst part was, I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't my dad, not even close. I sat straight up, heart hammering, staring at that chair like I could force logic to reappear if I looked hard enough. I didn't. I grabbed my things and ran out of the basement like a kid again, like I couldn't stand to feel that busy air wrap around me one more time. And later that day, because of course this is the part that makes you want to laugh and scream at the same time, my horse actually did win. I haven't been back to that house since, and I haven't had anything else like that happen again. But sometimes I'll be doing something completely normal, folding laundry, walking through a quiet hallway, and that image flashes in my mind. That black and white photo that, according to everyone else, didn't exist in my lifetime. And I get chills all over again, because I still can't explain how I remember something so clearly, when apparently there was nothing there to remember. So, I live out of the back of my truck. I bounce from seasonal job to seasonal job, and when I'm off the clock, I'm usually tucked away on public land. Forest roads, BLM stretches, state-managed spots, places where nobody bothers you as long as you respect the land. And I should probably say this up front. I've always been the kind of person who stays open to the unexplained. When I was 13, I had my first real, "Oh my God, that was a spirit" kind of experience. And after that, I didn't run from it. I leaned in. I started seeking things out. Paranormal stories, haunted places, the whole deal. Anyway, last winter I was working near the Sierra, just outside Sequoia. When the season wrapped, I had a few weeks to kill before I needed to be back up in Washington for my summer gig. I wanted, so badly, to head up toward Mount Shasta for a couple nights and just watch the sky. That area feels charged, you know? Like the kind of place where you might see something you can't explain. But a storm rolled in, dumped a bunch of snow, and my truck's honestly kind of pathetic in conditions like that. Rear-wheel drive, not built for sketchy mountain roads, and I wasn't trying to become one of those stranded horror stories. So I changed plans and decided to stop near a lake on my way toward the coast instead. I found this surprisingly cheap campground and rolled in on a Sunday evening, right before dark. The place was quiet, almost too quiet. My site sat at the edge of a small bluff above a river, and the water was moving fast enough that it made that steady, constant rushing sound. The only other people there were this family in an RV, 2 parents and 2 kids. The boys were riding their bikes around earlier, doing laps like kids do when they've got nowhere else to burn energy. I did my normal routine, cracked a couple beers, made a quick meal, some kind of stir-fry situation, ate it right out of the pan, and climbed into the truck bed. When I sleep out like that, I usually leave my tailgate down and the canopy window open. I like being able to stretch out, and it keeps things from getting damp and gross with condensation. It's just comfortable. Like the closest thing I have to sleeping with the windows open at home. So I'm out, dead asleep. And then I snap awake. First thing I do, always, is check the time. It was 2:03 a.m. I remember because I was annoyed. Like, great, it's not even close to morning. And I was unbelievably thirsty. Like the kind of thirsty where your brain is panicking a little. I grabbed my water jug, the big one, and tried to refill my bottle in the dark with my lantern going, half asleep and clumsy. I spilled water all over myself, splashed my sleeping bag, and I'm whisper cussing at the universe, trying to mop it up with a shirt, making way more noise than I realized. Then I started to settle. I reached for the lantern to turn it off, and I heard something. At first, I couldn't even place it because I'd been making such a racket. I thought maybe it was just a weird echo, or a distant animal, or my brain filling in sounds the way it does when you wake up too fast. I went to reach for the lantern again, and I heard it clearly. A voice, from down toward the river. It said, "Help." Just one word, and it sounded like a kid, like an 8 or 9-year-old boy. Immediately, my mind snapped to that family in the RV. Those boys had been riding bikes earlier. My body moved before my thoughts did. I pulled my boots on fast, heart thumping, and I started to swing my legs toward the tailgate like I was about to climb out and run down there. And then I heard it again, and everything in me froze, because the second time, it didn't sound right. Not like an animal cry exactly, not like a human voice either, more like a blend. Like whatever made the sound had learned the word, but didn't understand how to be a person. I'm telling you, every hair on my body stood straight up. It felt like my gut grabbed me by the spine and yanked me backward. That instant, primal message, do not go down there. So I slammed the tailgate up, shoved the canopy window shut, hard, and then I realized, too late, that I couldn't properly lock either one from inside. So now I'm lying there in the dark, in the bed of my truck, with a hatchet beside me and a knife in reach, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. And the call kept coming. Over and over. Same rhythm, same distance, never closer, never farther. Help. And then that twisted version. Help. It went on for what felt like forever. I checked my phone once and saw I'd already been listening for more than half an hour. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. I just stared into the dark and listened to the river rush underneath it all. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. No footsteps, no splash, no crying, No yelling from the RV. Nothing. Just the river, like it had been the whole time. I've lived in the woods a lot. I've heard mountain lions screaming like women. I've heard bobcats and foxes and all kinds of stuff that makes your blood run cold when you don't know what it is. I've heard animals make sounds you'd swear were words if you caught them at the wrong angle in the dark. But this wasn't that. It didn't fit. And I've never felt fear like that. Like the kind that doesn't come from a thought. It comes from somewhere older than thinking. And the thing is, I didn't leave. I stayed 2 more nights in that same site because part of me needed to know if it would happen again. I've always believed moving water can hold on to energy, like it carries things, or leaves impressions behind. So I set alarms, 2:03 a.m., both nights. And I listened. Nothing. Not a single help. Not even a weird animal call. Just the river and the normal night sounds. So that's it. That's what happened. And I'd honestly love to hear what you think, because I know there's more than one explanation. But I also know what my mind immediately jumped to, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was wanted me to come down to the water. So, I'm usually the kind of person who just reads everyone else's stories and keeps my own to myself. But I've had a handful of weird little moments at my Aunt Diane's place that I can't stop thinking about, and I figured I'd finally tell someone. Diane and her husband travel a decent amount, and whenever they head out of town, she asks me to come house sit and watch their dog Toby. It's a sweet setup, honestly. The house is in a quiet suburban neighborhood, everything's comfortable, and Toby is basically a fluffy little security guard who follows you everywhere. But here's the thing. No matter how many times I've stayed there, I always end up exhausted. Nighttime in that house just flips a switch in me. I get this creeping paranoia once it gets dark, especially if I'm alone in a room. My partner, Miles, usually stays with me, which helps, but even then, I don't know. I've always had an overactive imagination, and growing up I had a few odd experiences here and there, but the stuff that happens in Diane's house feels unusually specific. The guest bedroom is where we sleep, and it has this vibe. Not haunted mansion vibes, more like old memories tucked into corners. Diane keeps a few vintage dolls and little knickknacks on a shelf, and there's this chunky old TV with a built-in VHS player. It's kind of charming in a retro way, but it also makes me feel like I'm stepping into someone else's past. The last time we stayed, I walked into that guest room in the early afternoon, bright daylight, totally normal, and I said something out loud, kind of casually. Like, "Hey, if there's anything here that can hear me, thanks for letting us stay. I appreciate it." And immediately, no pause, no build-up, I hear a couple of knocks. Like 2, maybe 3, coming from the wall right next to me. I froze. Not in a dramatic movie way, more like my brain just went blank for a second. Then I was like, "Okay, cool, thank you." And I backed out of the room as politely as if I'd interrupted someone's nap. I literally closed the door and just didn't go back in for a while. I'm not proud. I'm also not sorry. Later that day, Miles put in a VHS tape, A Bug's Life, because comfort movies are a thing, and it was playing fine. At some point, I went into the guest room to grab my phone off the bed. The second I walked past the TV, the movie stopped. Not paused, stopped. And then the tape started rewinding. By itself. You know how VHS rewinding has that fast, mechanical sound? That whirring, like the machine is suddenly awake? It rewound all the way until it clicked and just quit. Like it had reached some decision. I got this full-body chill that made my skin feel tight. I didn't stand there to investigate like a brave person. I turned the TV off with shaky fingers and left the room again like, nope, not today. The basement is where things get even stranger for me because it's actually a really nice hangout space. There's a pool table down there, and I love playing. Miles starts work earlier than I do, so sometimes he'll head to bed while I stay up for a bit and shoot a quick solo game before I turn in. Two things happened during the last stay that I can't explain away, even though I keep trying. The first was small, but it made my stomach drop for some reason. We'd been going down to the basement for a few days at that point, walking back and forth, playing pool, messing around. And then one afternoon, I noticed a single marble sitting right in the middle of the walkway between the pool table and the wall. Just there, like it had been placed. But something about it felt off, like it didn't belong to the house's normal clutter. It looked too deliberate. I picked it up, turned it over in my fingers, and I swear I got that same prickly, someone's watching me feeling. I ended up putting it away somewhere safe, like I was gently confiscating evidence. The second thing happened a night or two later, and it's the one that really got to me. There's a bathroom in the basement, diagonal from the pool table. That night, the bathroom door was mostly closed, just a small crack open, like someone hadn't bothered to shut it all the way. I remember noticing it because it made the hallway look darker. I'm playing pool by myself, lining up shots, doing that quiet little back and forth around the table. After a minute or so, I turned my head toward the bathroom again, and the door was almost wide open. My whole body went cold and buzzy at the same time, like a shock ran from my scalp straight down to my feet. It wasn't just fear, it was that weird physical reaction where your body decides you're in danger before your brain even catches up. I didn't stand there and reason with it. I didn't walk over and test for airflow. I didn't do anything logical. I flipped off the basement lights and bolted upstairs, straight to Toby, and hugged him like he was a life raft. And I know there are explanations. Air pressure, a draft, the house settling. Maybe the door just wasn't latched and it slowly crept open. I get it. I'm not claiming I saw a ghost in a top hat or anything, but the pattern of it all, the knocks right after I spoke, the VHS rewinding the second I walked past, the random marble appearing out of nowhere, that door opening while I'm completely alone down there. It's like the house is gently reminding me, hey, you're not the only one here. My family rolls their eyes when I mention it. Diane especially is very much a there's a rational explanation for everything person, and I don't blame her. During the day, when the house is lively, people over, a game on TV, noise and laughter, I feel totally fine. It's when it's quiet, when I'm alone, when the house feels too still, and there are mirrors everywhere reflecting little slices of darkness back at me. Diane asked me to house sit again soon, and I'm going to do it. I'd never tell her no. But I'm really, really hoping the next day is one of those boring ones. No knocks, no rewinding tapes, no mystery marbles. Just me, Toby, and a peaceful night where the only thing watching me is a dog waiting for a snack. Hey, so I've never really told this in a calm way, but I'll try. I'm from Malaysia, and something really strange started happening to me after my national service. They sent our batch to this camp way out in the jungle, like properly tucked away. No main roads nearby, no towns you could just wander into. It felt safe in this weird, isolated way, but it also meant we depended a lot on nearby farmers for supplies. The whole place had this feeling of being cut off from the rest of the world, like the jungle could swallow sound if it wanted to. One night, we were called in for roll call inside the dining hall. There was a small stage at the front, and behind that stage, this is important, there was a little lake. You couldn't always see it clearly, but you felt it back there, like a dark patch in the room. We lined up to get briefed on the next day's activities, but what stuck with me was this. There were no officers in sight. None. Still, someone told us to stand straight and keep our eyes forward, facing the stage. No turning around, no talking. At first, nothing happened. Then this cold breeze rolled through the hall. So cold it didn't make sense. The kind that crawls across your skin. And then the guy in front of me, this big, solid dude named Fareed, just dropped. Straight down, like someone unplugged him. He hit the floor hard. And right after that, more people started going down, one after another. Here's the part that still makes my stomach twist. When people faint, usually their eyes shut, right? Not this time. Their eyes rolled back until it was just white, like blank glass. I remember telling myself, okay, this is some dumb prank, some hazing thing. I was trying to force logic into it because if I didn't, I think I would have panicked. But then people started screaming, like real screaming, not the messing around kind. The fear in it was raw. And in the middle of all that noise, I heard something right at my ear. Not loud, not clear like someone talking beside you, more like a voice inside the space around you. It said, Buno, kill. I swear the second I registered the word, it felt like my thoughts got yanked downward, and I blacked out. And no, it wasn't just me. That's the thing. It didn't happen to me alone. A lot of us had the same missing chunk of time, the same confused fear afterward, like we'd all been pushed through the same dark doorway and dumped back out. When it finally ended, nobody even argued or asked questions. We just walked back to the barracks like we were sleepwalking. Usually at night, there'd be people joking around, some guys sneaking cigarettes, others showering before bed. That night, nothing. Everyone looked drained, quiet, like our bodies didn't have any extra energy left for being human. After lights out, I lay on my bunk facing the window. It wasn't fully open, but the glass was old and kind of warped, so the outside looked like it was underwater. That's when I saw them. Two small figures, kids maybe, peeking up over the window frame. Not pressing their faces to the glass, not waving, not curious, just staring. Locals around that area used to talk about orang bunyan, and I'd always laughed it off before, like, okay, sure, jungle elves. But what I saw that night, whether it was that or something else, didn't feel like folklore. It felt personal. Their eyes were the worst part. Too still, too focused. Like they weren't looking at my face. They were looking through me. After that, the nightmares started. Night after night. Same feeling. Being watched. Being cornered. Waking up sweaty with my heart hammering like I'd been running. And this is going to sound weird, but I started doing something just to cope. Before sleeping, I'd take a pen and draw a pair of eyes on scrap paper. Not a full face, just the eyes. Over and over. Like if I put them on paper first, maybe they wouldn't come looking for me in the dark. Months went by, and we eventually graduated. I thought, okay, done. I survived. I'm out. I really believed once I left the jungle, it would stop. But a while later, I went back to the old camp with a friend, Hazik, just to pick up some leftover stuff. We wandered toward the storage area where they kept old supplies and abandoned gear. Now, Malaysia doesn't really do cold the way other places do. That day, it was blazing outside, sticky, bright, the kind of heat that makes your shirt cling to you. But the moment I stepped into that storage room, it was freezing. Not cool, freezing. No air conditioning, no fan, nothing that could explain it. The cold felt unnatural, like the room was holding its breath. We were looking around when a locker door clicked and slowly swung open. And inside, tucked in the back like someone had hidden it, was an old piece of paper. On it, a pair of eyes. The same shape, the same stare, the same feeling. Not mine. Someone else had drawn them too. That was the moment it hit me. Other recruits had seen something. Other people had tried to cope the same way. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't the only one being followed by that feeling. It's been years now, and honestly, that night still hasn't fully left me. And here's what's stranger than everything I've said so far. Ever since that incident, I sometimes catch glimpses of things. Shadowy figures in corners. Movement where there shouldn't be any. That sense of someone standing just out of sight. At first, it terrified me, but over time, it became familiar. Not friendly exactly, just present. Like they're around, and I've stopped fighting the fact that they are. So yeah, the question that keeps circling in my head is this. Did that night in the dining hall, whatever happened near that lake, open something up? Like, did I bring something back with me? Or worse, did something notice me and decide not to stop watching? So, let me take you back for a second. When I was around 12, I'm 24 now, I lived in this big, tired old house that always felt like it was holding its breath. We didn't know much about its history, but my family found this brittle newspaper stuffed inside a wall during a renovation, and the date on it was 1934. I remember staring at it like it was a clue from a mystery novel, like the house had just handed us a secret. The place was huge. Not fancy huge, more like, why are there so many doors, and why do half of them lead to weird little nothing rooms huge? I used to count everything, obsessively. At one point, I swore it had 15 rooms, and I'd walk around like a little inspector, keeping score in my head. There were corners of that house that felt like they belonged to someone else. There were 2 basements, which sounds dramatic, but it was actually just unsettling. One was right off the garage, an old, stubborn door that led down into this concrete cellar. It smelled like cold dust and metal, and you could get to some of the house's ducts down there. The other basement was inside the house, the one we used more, and that's where the laundry was, along with a storage room that always felt like it was waiting for you to look away. Even our bedrooms had their own little, "this place is weird" features. Mine and the room next to it both had crawl spaces that disappeared into the walls. I shoved furniture in front of a couple of them, dressers mostly, like that would somehow make them less real. I never told anyone I did it out of fear. I probably pretended it was just for more space or something. But yeah, it wasn't for space. The house made noises constantly. Pipes clicking, floorboards popping, the slow groan of wood settling. And we couldn't afford to heat it properly through the winter, so we'd hang blankets in doorways and tape plastic over the windows. It worked, kind of, but it also made the whole place feel dim and sealed off, like the daylight couldn't quite reach us. And when I was home alone, that's when it got bad. I'd get this awful feeling like someone was right behind me, close enough that if I turned around too fast, I'd bump into them. I'd whip my head around over and over, trying to catch nothing. Sometimes I'd even yell out, just to prove I wasn't scared. Like, "Hello? Anyone there?" Trying to sound tough while my voice cracked because I was 12 and terrified. Looking back, I know how it sounds. A dark house, a kid with an imagination, the normal, creepy soundtrack of an old building. I get it. But the feeling was real. It stuck to me. Then one day, I went downstairs to switch the laundry. I remember it clearly because nothing about it was unusual at first. Just me carrying a basket, the hum of the machines, that stale basement air. I switched the clothes over, grabbed the basket, turned, and noticed this big tank against one of the outer walls of the laundry room. It wasn't a water heater. It looked older than that, like it belonged to some long-forgotten system the house used to have, some reservoir or storage tank for something that didn't exist anymore. Nobody ever touched it. It sat there quietly like a piece of the house's skeleton. It was always coated in dust, like thick dust, the kind that looks untouched for years. But this time, it wasn't untouched. There were handprints all over it. Dozens. I just froze. You know that moment where your body reacts before you even get a thought together? That was me. My stomach dropped, my skin went tight, and the inside of my head went completely quiet except for one word. Nope. I don't remember setting the basket down. I don't remember backing away. I remember turning and sprinting up the stairs like something was right behind me. Like if I slowed down, it would grab my ankle. I stayed upstairs the rest of the day. I wouldn't go back down. I didn't even want to walk near the basement door. And the worst part wasn't the tank itself. It was what my mind did afterward. Because once you've seen something like that, your brain starts trying to solve it. It starts building explanations out of whatever scraps it can find. And half of those explanations are worse than the truth. Maybe someone did it as a prank. Maybe it was old handprints I'd never noticed. Maybe the long fingers were just smears. Maybe. But I couldn't stop picturing hands in the dark, pressing into the dust when nobody was there to see it. Fast forward to now. I moved into a new apartment recently, nothing like that old house. Brighter, cleaner, normal. And in the garage, I noticed a few black handprints on one of the walls. Not dusty ones, darker, like smudges. And the thing is, I don't remember them being there when I moved in. Could they have been? Sure. Maybe I just didn't notice. Garages are easy to ignore until you're looking for something. But the second I saw them, my chest did that same little drop it did when I was 12. It brought me right back to that basement, that tank, those prints. I'm not exactly panicking about it now. I'm older and I've got a better grip on myself. I know there are a lot of normal reasons you could end up with handprints on a wall. People moving stuff in, leaning, touching surfaces without thinking. It still makes me uneasy. Because that moment in the laundry room never really left me. It's like one of those memories that isn't loud all the time, but it's always there in the background, waiting for the right trigger to wake up. And honestly, that house had other moments, other things that didn't quite add up. Stuff I tried to laugh off later but couldn't fully shake. So I guess that's why I'm telling you. Because I've carried it for years, and sometimes it helps just to say it out loud, to let someone else hear it and go, yeah, that is strange, or here's what it might have been, or even just, I get why that freaked you out. And if you ever want to hear more of what happened in that house, trust me, there's more. So, I used to live in this really old place, like proper old. It was in the historic part of downtown, brick and creaky and full of those little quirks that come with buildings that have been around forever. You know? I remember looking it up once and seeing it dated back to the 1890s, give or take. Anyway, this happened a few years back, and it was two separate moments in the same night that still stick with me. The first one was early, just a normal evening thing. I was in my tiny galley kitchen, the kind where you can basically touch both counters if you stretch your arms out. I put the kettle on because my partner, Mara, was already in the bedroom, winding down, and I wanted to bring her some tea. And for whatever reason, I didn't turn the lights on. I was perched on the counter facing the stove, letting the quiet sit around me. Just the soft hiss of the burner and that almost silence you get late at night. Then, out of nowhere, I felt this blast of cold right on the back of my neck. Not like, oh, the window must be cracked, or the fan shifted. No, this was sharp. Like something had leaned in close and exhaled, and the air itself had teeth. Every hair on my arms stood up. I swear I got goosebumps instantly, like my body reacted before my brain even caught up. I spun around, half expecting, I don't know what. A prank? A person? Something explainable. But there was nothing. Just my dark kitchen, the hallway beyond it, and that thick, old building quiet. We did have a ceiling fan going in the other room, but this wasn't that. This was colder than the room had any business being. I remember just sitting there for a second, blinking like, what was that? Then I turned the light on, watched the kettle like it had personally offended me, and tried to shake it off. I brought the tea down the hall, gave Mara a quick kiss, and didn't even mention it at first because it sounded ridiculous. Like, hey, the kitchen just breathed on me, you know? But then came the second thing. And this is where it gets weird, because I am a champion sleeper. Like, if the world ends, I'm probably still drooling into my pillow. I don't wake up in the middle of the night unless something really pulls me out of sleep. That night, I woke up suddenly. No slow drifting up, no groggy half-dream, just awake. I glanced at the clock and it was somewhere around 3 a.m., maybe a little after. The room was dark, the kind of dark where you can barely tell where the furniture ends and the shadows begin. I turned my head, got my bearings, and then I noticed something at the foot of the bed. A shape. Not a pile of clothes, not a trick of moonlight. A shape with a presence. And here's the part I can't really explain. I immediately knew two things without thinking. One, whatever it was a child. And two, it wasn't threatening. At all. It looked like a little girl, maybe 8-ish, and it wasn't solid the way a person is solid. More like a pale outline, faintly luminous, like the air was trying to remember her shape. No clear facial features, no clothes I could describe, just this soft, hazy silhouette that still somehow read as her. We looked at each other for a few seconds. It felt longer than it probably was, maybe 4 or 5 beats of complete stillness. And I wasn't scared. That's what throws me off, even now. Because if you tell me a strange figure was in your bedroom at 3 a.m., the expected reaction is terror. But what I felt was calm, curious, almost like the moment had its own quiet rules, like fear wasn't allowed in the room. Then she moved, and I just lay there, wide awake, staring at the doorway. I remember thinking very plainly, okay, that was strange. No screaming, no jumping up, no shaking Mara awake. I just lay there for a minute trying to replay it, trying to make it make sense. And then, somehow, I fell back asleep. And honestly, that's the part that makes me believe it happened. Because if I'd been half dreaming, if it was sleep paralysis or whatever, I feel like it would have been drenched in panic. But it wasn't. It felt like an encounter. Brief, mutual, quiet. Years later, like not immediately but a while after, Mara and I went on one of those walking tours downtown, the kind where the guide tells you history with a little drama sprinkled in. And we ended up stopping outside my building. The guide pointed up and started talking about how the upper floor used to be heavier back then, how parts of the building had been renovated more than once. And then she said it. That a long time ago, early 1900s I think, part of the top floor gave way, collapsed, and a little girl died. Right there, on the same level I lived on. I remember my stomach doing this slow drop as the guide talked. She said the girl was around 8 years old, and I just stood there, staring at my own windows, feeling that cold from the kitchen all over again, not on my neck this time, but in my chest. I'm not saying I know what I saw. I don't. I can't prove it, and I'm not interested in forcing a story where there isn't one. But I also can't ignore how it felt. It didn't feel evil. It didn't feel like a warning. It felt like curiosity, like she noticed me, and I noticed her. And for a few seconds we shared the same space, quietly, gently, before she went on her way. And that's what stays with me more than anything. Not fear, just that strange, calm moment in the dark. Like the building had a memory, and for one night, it decided to let me see it. Hey, so I want to tell you something that's been sitting heavy on my chest for years now. I live in a senior Section 8 apartment complex, something like 160 units, give or take. It's one of those places where you get to know the rhythm of the building. The same elevators, the same voices in the hall, the same doors opening and closing. And like any senior community, people pass away sometimes. That's just part of life here. I'm a disabled guy in my mid-50s, Catholic, been here almost a decade. I'm not someone who goes looking for spooky explanations. If anything, I'm the type who wants things to make sense. I want a logical reason first. But this started about 4 years back, and it hasn't completely let go of me since. There used to be a neighbor down the hall. Her name was Marlene. Every single day, I'd see her sitting outside her apartment with her door shut, blasting music so loud you could hear it echoing down the hallway. One day I finally asked her, "Marlene, what's going on? Why the concert every day?" And she looks at me like it's the most normal thing in the world and says, "There's something in my apartment, a ghost, and it hates loud music, so I keep it on all the time." I laughed. I really did. I remember walking away thinking, poor woman, maybe she's just lonely. Maybe she's anxious. Then another neighbor, an older guy named Dennis who lived right next to her, told me he'd hear banging inside the wall between their apartments, like someone pounding from the inside, regularly. Within a year, both of them moved out. Just gone. And I swear to you, I thought that was the end of it. Until 3 days later. Because that's when I started hearing footsteps in my apartment. Not in the hallway, not upstairs. In my place, right there on the other side of the room, like someone walking from the kitchen area toward the bedroom. And I live alone. Always have. My door was locked. I'm on the top floor of a 6-story building, so it's not like someone's stomping around above me. At first I told myself it had to be plumbing, the building settling, maybe the heater, anything. But then little things started stacking up, like my touch lamp. Every once in a while I'd come out of the shower, towel on, door still closed, and that light would just click on by itself. No one else in there. No pets. Nothing. Sometimes the front door would slam shut when I knew I didn't leave a window open. And at night, this is the part that gets under my skin. I'd hear a noise in my bedroom, so close it felt like it was within arm's reach. I kept thinking, mouse. I'd lay there, trying to listen for scratching, for something explainable. Then came the dreams, or what I thought were dreams. I used to sleep with one pillow under my head and another sort of draped over the top of my face because I'm sensitive to light and sound. And on 3 different occasions, I woke up, half panicked with the feeling that something was pressing that pillow down on me, hard, like trying to smother me. I'd wrench myself around, heart hammering, and there'd be nothing. No one. Just me, gasping in the dark. Recently, I started having nightmares that felt even worse, like I'm being pulled, dragged by something I can't see. I'm fighting it, but my arms won't work. I can't scream. I can't breathe. And when I finally snap awake, I'm terrified. And the only thing I can do is start praying the Our Father over and over until my body settles down. And then there was this other thing that happened in bed that I can't shake. I called my brother. His name's Victor. And when he came over, he helped me strip the mattress down. We took the cover off, checked everything like we were hunting for evidence. No droppings, no nesting, no tears, no holes. Nothing living in there. It made no sense. And I need you to understand, I kept trying to talk myself out of it. I'd say, okay, maybe it's nerves. Maybe it's sleep paralysis. Maybe it's stress. I really tried. But there's one moment I can't explain away because I was fully awake. One night I'm in my bedroom and I see this thing. Not like a person, not like a shadow. It was like a yellow, translucent shape, almost like a glowing square, kind of shimmering, sparkling in a weird way. And it moved. Not walking like a human, but gliding, steady, right into my bedroom space. It was about chest high off the floor. It came in like it belonged there. And I just snapped. I yelled, like a gut-level instinctive yell. Get out! A couple seconds later, it was gone. After that, I doubled down on what I know. I pray the rosary every day. I wear a brown scapular all the time. Not as some magic charm, more like grounding. Like holding onto a rope when the water's rough. I even had a priest come to bless the apartment and bless me with holy water. I went through the sacraments, confession, communion, even anointing of the sick. I was trying to cover every base, spiritually and practically. But here's the part that hurts to say. After that, he wouldn't come back. Not for confession at my place, not to bring communion. It felt like he was avoiding it. Like maybe he didn't want to deal with it, or maybe he thought it would feed into fear. I don't know. I just know I felt kind of left alone with it. And the strangest thing is, it's not constant. It's not every day. It's not even every month. It happens a few times a year, just enough to make me question myself, and just enough to make me dread the next time it shows up. So that's my story. That's what I've been carrying. And I'm telling you the truth when I say, I don't know what it is. I don't know what's causing it. I only know what I've heard, what I've felt, what I've seen, and how hard I've tried to explain it away before I ever called it something I couldn't name. You know how Christmas used to be? Not just lights and cookies and the same old movies, but that little tradition people forget now, where you'd sit around and tell ghost stories like it was part of the season. Well, the other night my sister Lena and I were doing exactly that. Just talking, laughing, trying to one-up each other with creepy stories. And suddenly, I got hit with this memory so sharp it felt like someone tapped me on the shoulder. So, my grandparents were those kinds of people who collected strays, in the best way. They were generous and social, and somehow their house became a sort of unofficial home base for anyone in the neighborhood who didn't have much family. There were always aunts and uncles who weren't really related, cousins who didn't share a drop of blood with us, just people who'd found their way into my grandparents' orbit and stayed there. And as a kid, I loved it, because it meant you were constantly meeting characters. Some were a little rough around the edges, folks who'd made some mistakes or life had knocked them around, but most of them were good at the core, just complicated. And honestly, it made family gatherings feel like this colorful, unpredictable little world. That's how I met Marcy. I was maybe 7, 8, somewhere in there. Marcy had been around my grandparents forever. Some kind of connection through an old neighbor. The details are fuzzy now. She'd show up for holidays sometimes, especially the ones where everyone was meant to be together. Her parents had died young, and I remember hearing that she'd had a hard marriage at one point. The kind you don't talk about much in front of kids, but you feel the shadow of it anyway. What I remember clearly is this. Marcy was different. She'd been a police officer in Chicago back in the 70s, or maybe early 80s. Either way, it was a time when that wasn't exactly common, and she carried herself like someone who'd had to prove she'd been impelled. Not in a loud way, in a steady way, like her spine had been made of something stronger than bone. And the thing was, she didn't come to parties and sit quietly with the adults. Not Marcy. She played with us. Like really played. She'd get down on the floor with the kids, jump into whatever game was happening, and somehow she'd still carry this "don't mess with me" energy, even while she was laughing. I still remember her beating a bunch of us at horse in the driveway, like it wasn't even hard. This older woman in her boots, sinking shots while we stood there shocked, like we'd just seen a magician. But beneath the fun, she had this other side. Protector isn't even a strong enough word. It was like she was always scanning the room, always ready. She didn't tolerate bullying, didn't tolerate cruelty, didn't tolerate people pushing others around. One time, years later, my mom was hosting some kind of community event, and there was this guy in town who'd been running his mouth, saying he was going to cause trouble. Nothing dramatic, just enough to make everyone uneasy. And Marcy heard about it and basically said, "All right." She showed up early and stood near the entrance like she was on duty. Not aggressive, just present, like a living warning sign. My sister and I adored her. When my parents were busy, Marcy would sometimes drive out from the city and take us places. Nothing fancy. A diner, a little roadside park, a movie theater that smelled like popcorn and old carpet. But to us, it felt like being chosen, like being looked after by someone who took that job personally. And then, you know how it goes. You get older. You stop going to family events. You act like you're too cool for the people who loved you when you were small. Without even noticing, you drift. She went fast, and I still feel this sour little shame when I remember the night of her funeral. I was a teenage boy, and in my head the world was simple. Friends first, everything else later. I told my dad I wanted to skip it and go out instead. He didn't yell. He just looked at me and said, "No, you're coming." And thank God he did. Now here's where it turns. Fast forward more than a decade. I'm in law school, second year, and I'm running on caffeine, stress, and whatever scraps of sleep I can steal. One night, after this brutal study session, I finally pass out. And I have this dream. I'm a kid again, small, light. That weird feeling in dreams where your body is younger than your mind. I'm sitting on the living room floor at my parents' house, and everything looks exactly like it did back then. Same furniture, same lamp, even the faint, cozy glow you only get from Christmas lights in a dark room. My grandmother is there, and my great-aunt too. They're sitting like they're waiting for something, calm as can be. No fear, no tension, just stillness. Then the room shifts, like the camera in my head slowly turns, and on the other side of the room is Marcy. I hadn't thought about her in years. Not really. Not in any deep way. But there she was, clear as day. Solid. Real. She looked at me, stared at me, and said just one thing. "I have to go now." That's it. No explanation, no smile, no drama. Just that, like a statement of fact. And I woke up instantly. I mean instantly, like I'd been yanked out of sleep. And I was drenched. I'm not exaggerating. My shirt, the sheets, sweat everywhere, like I'd run a mile. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. And I didn't fall back asleep. Not even close. I've turned it over in my head 1,000 times since then. I don't know what that was. I don't know if it meant anything, or if stress and memory and grief just combined into something my brain needed to show me. But I'll tell you this, the feeling I woke up with wasn't random. It was certainty. Like she'd been there for a reason. Like she'd been watching the way she always did. Quiet, ready, protective, and whatever it was, whatever she'd been holding back, keeping away, guarding me from, it was done. Her work was finished, and she had to go. So, this was my sophomore year of college, 1991, give or take, and I was still living in the dorms on campus. Most of the semester started off totally normal, busy, loud, kind of chaotic in that fun college way. And then, early November hit, and things got weird. I was living in this older dorm building, no air conditioning, the kind where you learn real fast how to improvise comfort. My roommate at the time, Renee, had this electric typewriter. Old school, heavy, definitely not the kind that does anything unless it's plugged into the wall. One night she unplugs it so she can plug in her lamp, and we're just doing our usual winding down routine, talking, shuffling around, whatever. Maybe 10 minutes later, that typewriter starts typing. Not tapping, not shifting, typing. Renee wasn't at her desk. Nobody was. And here's the creepy part. There wasn't even any paper in it. But the ribbon still left ink impressions on the roller like it was trying to print on nothing. We leaned in and could actually read the message. It said, "Maya is a whore." Now, honestly, my first reaction was to laugh because, really? If some mysterious spirit is trying to terrify you, that's the insult it goes with? It felt weirdly childish. But Renee did not laugh. She went pale and just stared at it like her brain couldn't compute what was happening. And the thing is, after everything else that started happening, it stopped being funny. Because not long after that, we started having nights where our box fan would end up on the floor. If you've ever lived in a dorm with no AC, you know the setup. Windows cracked open, box fan perched right in the frame to pull air in. Our windows tilted outward, like they opened toward you, maybe 45 degrees. The fan sat on the sill in a way that was actually pretty stable. It wasn't the kind of thing that could just slide off. It would have to be lifted up and over the edge to fall. But that's exactly what started happening. We'd be dead asleep, and then suddenly, crash! The fan would go up, over, and slam onto the tile floor like someone had thrown it. It happened more than once. Enough times that our suite mates started complaining, and even the people in the room below us were like, "What in the world is going on up there?" Because a metal box fan hitting a dorm floor at 3 a.m. is not subtle. It's the kind of sound that feels violent. At this point, we're both getting jumpy. Even when nothing was happening, we were waiting for something to happen. I ended up telling my mom, and she did that mom thing where she didn't exactly say she believed me, but she could tell I was scared. So she bought me a crucifix, really nice one, heavier than the cheap plastic ones, and told me to hang it over my bed. I mounted it above my headboard, like, securely. I wasn't messing around. And for a night or two, I felt a little calmer, like maybe that would settle whatever was going on. Except then, the crucifix started falling. Not once, multiple nights. I'd wake up and it would be on the floor. So one night I finally thought, nope, I'm staying awake. I'm catching this. I lay there staring up at it, barely blinking, waiting. And at some point, when the room had that heavy late-night stillness, you know, when everything feels suspended, it dropped. Just off the wall. And I swear to you, I launched out of bed like someone had lit my hair on fire. That's how fast I moved. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my ribs. And then Christmas break happened. One night I worked a late shift, something like 9 p.m. to midnight, then went back to my room to sleep. And that's when the worst thing happened. I'd be right on the edge of falling asleep. You know that exact moment when your body is melting into the mattress and your thoughts start getting blurry, and something would come right up close to my face, close enough that I could feel it there. And it started whispering my name. Not yelling, not dramatic, just this low, insistent whisper. Maya, 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 over and over and over again, like it was trying to pull my attention down into it. Every time it happened, I'd snap my eyes open and sit up, heart slamming, and the room would be empty. but the feeling didn't leave. It felt like the air itself was wrong, like I wasn't alone even when I was alone. That was the night I hit my limit. When I came back after winter break, I moved out. I didn't negotiate with myself. I didn't try to be brave about it. I just knew I was done. And what's always stuck with me is how personal it felt. Like whatever it wasn't just being spooky. It felt targeted. Like it didn't care much about Renee, but it had this sharp, ugly focus on me. And for whatever it's worth, this is hard to explain. I remember the energy feeling male. Not in a movie monster way, just that heavy, invasive presence that felt masculine to me. The college was in Warrensburg, Missouri, University of Central Missouri, and there was another dorm on campus that everyone talked about as being haunted. People had stories for years, but the building we were in, Hudson Hall, wasn't the one with the reputation. I've looked, and I've never really found anything about it, so I don't know. I've always wondered if it was something about the building, or something that followed someone, or something that just latched on for a while and then let go. But I still think about that typewriter sometimes, how ridiculous the message was, and how it somehow made everything feel even colder, like something was trying to get under my skin in the pettiest way possible. And honestly, even now, all these years later, I still can't tell you what it was. I just know what it felt like to live through it, and how quickly dorm life stopped feeling like a normal college memory and started feeling like something I survived. So, this happened a while back, but it still pops into my head sometimes, especially when I'm driving. I figured I'd tell you and see what you make of it. At the time, I was unemployed and just waiting to ship out to boot camp, late November. But you know how it is. Life doesn't pause just because you're in between chapters. Bills still show up on time. So I'd been doing DoorDash deliveries in my old pickup to keep things afloat. And honestly, that job was eye-opening. The tips, especially for long trips, can be downright insulting. Like, you're out there burning gas and time for pocket change. Anyway, one afternoon I got an order for this little Mexican place. The funny part is it was super close to where I lived, like a couple streets over. I pulled up and had to wait because the order wasn't ready yet. While I'm sitting there, I'm like, I should call my mom. We hadn't talked in a bit, and I have that bad habit of getting caught up in my own stuff and forgetting to check in, then feeling guilty after. So I call her, and we're just chatting, nothing serious. I've got my window cracked because it was warm out, and all of a sudden I hear someone yelling for help. But here's the thing, it wasn't a panic scream. It was weirdly calm, like steady and controlled. Just help, 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 over and over. I tell my mom, like, hold on, I think someone's calling for help. And she kind of laughs a little, like I'm being dramatic. And she's like, probably some guy messing around. But I don't know. Something about it bothered me. And I'm familiar with that little area. Behind the restaurant, there's this drainage ditch that runs along the back of the buildings. Not super deep, but definitely the kind of place someone could fall or get stuck if they were drunk or hurt. What messed with me most was nobody else seemed to notice. People were walking in and out of the restaurant like it was just another normal day. No heads turning, no, did you hear that? Nothing. Then my phone buzzes. Order's ready. I get out of my truck and I'm thinking, okay, food in a second. Let me just make sure nobody's actually in trouble. So instead of going straight inside, I start walking toward where I think the voice is coming from, toward the side of the building, closer to the ditch. And that's when I notice this guy sitting on the curb near the corner. From where I was, I honestly didn't think he was the one yelling. I figured he was just some dude taking a smoke break, minding his business. Also, I'm not gonna lie, my eyesight isn't great, so at first I couldn't make out his face clearly. But as I get closer, the help starts sounding more urgent, less calm, more hungry almost, like it's trying harder. And then it clicks. It's him. He's the one calling out. And the second my brain catches up, my vision catches up too, and I realize he's turned toward me, watching me, like he'd been waiting for someone to come over. Not waving, not gesturing like I'm hurt, just sitting there, locked in on me, calling help like it's a fishing line. I got this cold rush down my back, like my body decided for me that this was wrong. And the whole time my mom is still on the phone like, "What's going on? Are you okay?" And I'm trying to sound calm, but I'm not calm. I'm walking back toward the restaurant entrance, and behind me, his voice changes. Now it's not steady, "Help, help." Now it's pleading, like crying, like, "No, wait, help." Like I'm abandoning him. And I know how that sounds. I know. But every part of me was screaming, "Don't go back. Don't get closer. Don't get pulled into whatever this is." I've seen enough movies, and honestly, heard enough real-life stories to know that someone needs help can be the oldest trap in the book. So I go inside, grab the order, do the whole polite customer service thing like my heart isn't trying to climb out of my ribs. Then I walk back out. And the second I step outside, silence. No yelling, no crying, nothing. I get in my truck, still weirded out, still curious, and I'm like, okay, I just have to know if he's still there. So instead of driving off normally, I loop around the corner to look back at the spot. And he's gone. Just gone. Like he evaporated. Now, here's the part I wrestle with. I used to hear people talk about skinwalkers and creepy mimic stuff and all that, and I'd roll my eyes. I always leaned logical. It's probably this, probably that. My cousin's girlfriend used to swear she saw things in the woods once when her car broke down, and I'd listen, but I didn't really buy it. Didn't help that I owned this little death whistle I picked up years ago on a trip, and I'd mess around with it out in the trees to freak my friends out. She used to tell me, "You're inviting something messing with you." And I'd laugh like, "Yeah, okay." But that day, in the middle of the afternoon, with people around, the way that voice stayed calm until it didn't, the way he was watching me, the way it felt like he wanted me closer. I don't know. I'm not saying it was something supernatural. I'm not even saying he wasn't a real person. I'm just saying my instincts hit the alarm so hard it felt physical, and I've learned to respect that. So yeah, that's my story. Tell me, have you ever had a moment like that? Where something felt off in a way you couldn't explain, and your body was like, "Nope, leave, now." So, let me tell you about the house I live in. It's me, my mom, my little sister, 2 cats, and 2 small dogs. Basically a full house, in every sense. A few years back, maybe 3-ish, we moved. We picked this newer place, one of those homes that's attached on both sides. Like, our house is right in the middle, with a neighbor on the left and a neighbor on the right. It felt perfect at the time. Clean, modern, not full of history, you know? When we first moved in, nothing felt off. It was just a normal house. Back then, we didn't even have the 2 cats we have now. There was another cat, Milo, who we had for years and who passed away last summer. But at the start, no weird vibes, no creepy nights, nothing like that. And then, about 2 years ago, things started. It began with sounds upstairs. And I don't mean the usual house-settling noises. I mean the kind of creaking you get when a person is walking across the floor. Step, step, step. Plus this soft, heavy little thoom that happens with each footfall. If you've ever been downstairs while someone walks around above you, you know that exact sound. Except, the problem was that everyone would be downstairs with me. At first I tried to explain it away. I was like, okay, maybe it's the dogs? But they're tiny. They don't make that kind of weighty noise. And the cats have their own sound too. When they're tearing around, it's more like quick thuds and skitters. Plus the upstairs is carpet, so you can actually hear the dogs' paws when they run. This wasn't that. This was slow, deliberate, human. Eventually I mentioned it to my sister. Her name's Callie. And she just looked at me like, wait, you hear that too? Because she'd been noticing it as well. It's not constant, which almost makes it worse. It happens randomly, mostly during the day. Just footsteps, up there, like someone's pacing or checking rooms. And then it wasn't only the footsteps. Little things started piling up. Stuff would fall for no reason. Lights would flicker, even after bulbs were changed. Doors would drift open or swing shut when no one touched them. And sometimes, this part really gets me. My pets would act like something invisible was right in front of them. Like the dogs would do that play bow and start doing those little excited hops, wagging at empty air. One of the cats would stare at a corner and do that twitchy head thing like it's tracking movement. You know when animals play with something you can't see and you try to laugh it off, but your stomach still drops a bit? Yeah, that. But the bathroom stuff is what really convinced me something was genuinely weird. Every morning, I shower, and I always lock the bathroom door from the inside. Always. I'm the kind of person who checks it, twice, 3 times, because I hate the idea of someone barging in, even though nobody ever does. And yet, a few times, I've stepped out of the shower, dripping, reaching for my towel, and the door is unlocked. Unlocked. Like I never locked it. Except I did. I know I did. And then the opposite has happened too. Sometimes I'll pop into the bathroom just to clean my piercings or grab something quick, and I won't bother locking it because I'm literally in there for a minute. One time, I specifically remember leaving it unlocked. I even remember the little click of the door shutting without me turning the lock. When I went to leave, it was locked. I stood there for a second, kind of frozen, trying to convince myself I must have done it without thinking. So I unlock it, and the door won't open. Like it's stuck. Like something is holding it shut. And then, after I'm basically panicking, it just opens. Like nothing happened. Now here's another thing. I keep my bathroom door shut all the time because I don't want the cats jumping up on the counters and knocking things over. And in this house, each floor has its own bathroom. The one on the first floor is basically mine because my bedroom is down there. My mom and sister have theirs upstairs, so nobody really uses mine but me. Multiple times I've shut that bathroom door, gone into my bedroom for a while, and when I come back later, the bathroom door is wide open. At first I blamed the cats too. That's the obvious answer, right? Cats are little chaos machines. But then it happened when both cats were literally with me. Like, on my bed, in my room. No chance they'd done it. And the dogs can't reach the handle even if they stand up. They're too small. And it's not my family. I'm up late a lot, and it's happened when my mom and Callie are definitely asleep upstairs. Like, dead quiet, everyone in bed, and still, somehow, the door opens. Then there are the smaller things. The annoying, reality-twisting stuff. I'm really organized. Like, it bothers me if something isn't where it should be. I have a specific drawer where I keep my school things. Revision books, notebooks, pencil case, everything. It's my little everything goes here drawer, and things go missing from it. Not in the I lost it in my bag way, in the I put it in the drawer and it is not there anymore way. My sister doesn't go into my room, like ever, and my mom wouldn't be rummaging through my revision stuff. And I'm telling you, I don't misplace things like that. I can't even relax if I know something isn't put away properly. So when something disappears, it drives me insane because I know where it should be. And that's kind of the scariest part, honestly. Not one big dramatic moment, but all these little things stacking up until you start living with this constant feeling of something else is here. Not always, not in your face, but enough that you can't unnotice it. So, I moved into this place about 14 months ago, and for most of that time, I've chalked everything up to normal old house stuff. You know what I mean. Wood shifting, pipes ticking, the occasional creak that sounds like someone took one careful step in the hallway. Sometimes I'll hear this soft little flurry of noises in the kitchen, like cabinets settling or something lightly bumping the counter, and every single time I go check, nothing. Not a dish out of place, no sign of anyone, or anything. Eventually you stop reacting. It just becomes the house breathing. But then my boyfriend, well, I'll call him Mateo, started having these weird moments. And at first I honestly thought, okay, this is probably that half-awake hallucination thing. Hypnopompic stuff. Your brain loading in the world before it's fully online. The first time, he tells me he woke up and saw me open the bedroom door and step inside. He said he sat up and went, "Hey babe," and that I just backed out, like I'd been caught doing something. Then I closed the door. Here's the thing. That night, I wasn't even in the bed with him. I'd moved to the guest room because I couldn't sleep, and I had earbuds in. So sure, if I'd gotten up and wandered in there half asleep, it's possible I didn't register it, didn't remember, whatever. Sleepwalking is embarrassing, but explainable, right? Then it happened a second time. He said he opened his eyes and saw me standing near the window, between his side of the bed and the curtains. Just standing there, looking down at him. He said the room was so dark he couldn't make out my face, but the shape, the hair, everything about it looked like me. And he reached his hand over to my side of the bed. And I wasn't there. Again, I was sleeping in the other room that night. So now I'm sitting there like, oh my God, am I doing something creepy in my sleep? Like, am I silently hovering over my own boyfriend while he sleeps? That's mortifying. I told him, if you see me again, please just touch me and wake me up. Don't just stare at me and try to solve it like a puzzle. And then this morning, he tells me the third one. He said he woke up the way he always does in these moments, because he can feel someone watching him. That intense, prickly sensation, like your body knows before your eyes do. So he opens his eyes, and he sees me sitting upright in bed, but not normal sitting up in bed. He said I was sitting too still, too poised, and I was smiling. Not a small smile, not a sleepy grin. He said it was huge, like stretched from one side of my face to the other in this way that didn't look human, like the mouth was just wrong, too wide, too deliberate. And then, this part makes my stomach flip. He said the thing that looked like me lifted a hand and curled its fingers, like come here, like it wanted him closer. Mateo told me he remembered what I said, so he reached his hand out to touch me, to wake me up. And he felt me. He felt my shoulder, my arm, warm and heavy, lying down asleep next to him, while he was still looking at the thing sitting up. He said he just froze, because his hand was on me, real me, sleeping, while that other version of me stayed upright, smiling that impossible smile. I asked him, like, "Are you sure you weren't just seeing me and then realized I was beside you?" And he shook his head and goes, "No, Lena, It wasn't even physically possible to smile that big. And I'm trying so hard to be the logical one here, because it always happens as he's waking up. That's textbook, right? Your brain can project stuff. It can create a figure. It can turn a shadow into a person. It can make you feel watched. But what messes with me is, he goes back to sleep afterward. Also, I'm a stupidly light sleeper. If he touches me in bed, I normally wake up instantly. And he swears he was literally touching me while I stayed completely asleep. So, of course, my brain starts rummaging through old memories, trying to connect dots that probably don't connect. Like, a couple months after I moved in, I used to hear my dog, Junie, in the kitchen at night. This really specific sound of her crunching kibble and then slurping water, and her nails clicking on the floor. And every time, I'd look and she wouldn't be down there. She'd be upstairs on my bed, dead asleep. And her bowl would be basically empty anyway. It only ever happened when Junie was staying with me. She splits time with my ex. So I figured maybe she was sneaking past me and I just didn't notice. It stopped happening and I forgot about it. But now I'm sitting here like, what if my brain wasn't wrong to remember it as so distinct? What if it wasn't her? What if it was something mimicking her the way this thing is mimicking me? And listen, I know how that sounds. So I keep coming back to the sane explanation. Mateo is half dreaming. He's hallucinating on the edge of waking. Nobody else who slept here has ever said they saw anything. I've never seen anything. I only hear the regular weird little house sounds and I'm completely convinced it's just the place settling. But I'll admit it. The detail about the smile, how non-human it was, got under my skin in a way the other two didn't. So I did what you do when you're trying to calm someone down. And also, maybe, calm yourself down without admitting you're doing it. I walked around the house last night murmuring a prayer my grandma used to say. I opened windows. I told myself it was symbolic, that it was just for comfort. And tomorrow, I'm probably going to burn some sage. More as a, see, I did something, you're safe, kind of gesture. Because part of me thinks if he believes the house has been cleared, his brain will stop playing tricks on him. But then again, when he hears the same little kitchen noises I've always heard, we'll be lying in bed listening together, and he'll whisper, "That's not the house." And I'll whisper back, "It is the house." And lately, I'm not as certain as I used to be. So, my partner Evan and I have been reading these kinds of stories together late at night, just for fun, you know? And at some point, we both kind of paused and went, wait, we actually have one of these. We're not even posting it like we know what happened. It's more like, I'm genuinely curious if anyone's felt something similar, because it still messes with my head sometimes. This was summer of 2023, and it was me, Evan, and his sister Marisol. We were in that phase where paranormal stuff feels like a hobby. Ghost videos, creepy podcasts, the whole thing. And I'll be honest, we were usually a little tipsy when we went exploring, which, yeah. Looking back, it's embarrassing how unserious we were about it. Not respectful, just treating it like entertainment. We lived really close to this local cemetery, like maybe a 5-minute walk. And Marisol and I went a lot. Not once or twice, like dozens of times. We'd wander the paths, read headstones, talk about what we thought we felt. The cemetery had 2 distinct areas. One side felt normal enough. Lamps, open space, you could breathe. But the other side, everyone agreed it was different. It felt heavy, like the air got thicker, like your body noticed before your brain did. One night, we went a little later than usual. It was quiet. Too quiet. The way it gets when you can hear your own steps. And for some reason, I decided I wanted to walk through the darker side. I remember acting like it was no big deal, like I was proving something. But as soon as we crossed into that section, I felt this pull. That's the only word that fits. Not a sound, not a voice, just this weird, steady tug forward, like something was drawing me in, gently but insistently, and I kept looking over my shoulder again and again, without even fully understanding why. It wasn't curiosity. It was like my instincts were trying to check behind me. Evan noticed immediately. He got that tone in his voice, calm but firm, like, "Turn around, let's go back." He actually started guiding us back toward the brighter side. I tried to laugh it off, like, okay, we're leaving." But even as I said it, the feeling didn't stop. It stuck to me the whole walk out, like static under my skin. And here's this tiny detail that might matter, or might not, but I can't not mention it. Around the same time, Evan picked up something from a grave. Not like a whole bouquet, just a little loose ribbon with a flower charm, something that had fallen off an arrangement. He wasn't being malicious. It was more like, "Oh, this is sad," and he just pocketed it. At the time, we didn't think anything of it. After that, things didn't go horror movie instantly. It was gradual. So gradual that we didn't connect it right away. The first thing we noticed was this smell in the trailer we were living in. A perfume smell, but not a modern one. It was so specific, like an old-fashioned perfume you'd imagine in a vintage glass bottle. Powdery, sweet, almost too elegant. And it wasn't faint. It was overwhelming, like someone had sprayed it in the air on purpose. We'd walk into a room and it would just be there. No candles, no sprays, nothing spilled, nothing we owned. And it didn't behave like a normal scent either. It didn't drift in from outside. It didn't come from one spot. It just hung in the air like it belonged there. And then my energy started to feel wrong. I don't know how else to say it. I didn't feel sick. I wasn't anxious about anything specific. I just felt off-center. Like I couldn't fully settle into my own body. Like I was tired in a way sleep didn't fix. And what's creepy is that I didn't even need someone to validate it. I knew something had shifted. I remember going still. Like my whole chest dropped. And then he added, "It looks like a little boy." He wasn't trying to scare me. He didn't say it like a threat. He said it almost matter-of-factly. Like, "Oh, that's what that is." And the worst part was how fast my brain went. Yeah, that tracks. Because I already felt wrong. His words just gave it a shape. We didn't scream. We didn't run around panicking. It was more like we both quietly accepted that we'd crossed some line, whether it was disrespect, or curiosity, or that pull I felt, or him taking that little keepsake. Something about it felt like we invited something in without meaning to. So we did what people do when they're scared but trying to stay grounded. We smudged the trailer, opened windows, went room by room, tried to reset the space. And then we went back to the cemetery and returned what Evan had taken, right where it belonged. We didn't make a big show of it. We just put it back, said something simple, like, "Sorry, this isn't ours." And I'm not saying everything snapped back to normal instantly. It didn't. But over the next couple weeks, it started easing. The perfume smell stopped showing up. My body stopped feeling like it was humming with someone else's presence. The heaviness faded. And now, honestly, most days I don't think about it. But sometimes I'll catch a random scent, something vaguely antique and sweet, and my stomach will flip, just for a second. And I still wonder, was there actually something attached to me? Was that perfume a sign of someone trying to announce themselves? Did that pull in the darker part of the cemetery mean something was trying to lead me somewhere? Or bring something back with me? I don't know. I just know it felt real enough that we changed our behavior after that. And it's one of those experiences where, even years later, you can't fully laugh it off. So let me start by saying this. I'm usually the person rolling my eyes at paranormal stories. I'm not some hardcore non-believer or anything. I'm just cautious. People's memories get weird over time, especially when something scares you or doesn't make sense. And this happened a long time ago, so yeah, I can't pretend I have a perfect recording of it. But I can tell you one thing with total honesty. I believe it happened. When I was little, like somewhere around 7 or 8, my parents used to take me almost every summer to visit family. My aunt and uncle lived outside San Antonio in this 2-story house that felt super new and clean and modern at the time. I remember it was before everything in their family changed, before the tension, before the split. So it places it in my head pretty clearly. My cousin, let's call him Mateo, was my built-in best friend whenever I visited. We spent whole afternoons doing kid stuff that felt important for absolutely no reason. One day we were in the backyard messing around with this sad, half-flat kickball, and later we were inside playing some cheesy little plug-in video game, one of those weird ones with a cartoon-themed controller that never worked right. Ours had this bright yellow joystick, and I remember it squeaked when you pulled it too hard. Eventually we got bored and did what kids always do in big houses: hide and seek. Mateo volunteered to count first, and we were on the first floor when he started. And I remember thinking I was an actual genius, because instead of hiding somewhere obvious, behind a curtain, under a table, I decided I'd sneak upstairs. The stairs were carpeted, and I went up quietly, hands and feet, like some little ninja. I wasn't worried about making noise at all. At the top of the stairs, there was this closet with a folding accordion-style door. Not a real walk-in closet, more like a narrow hallway closet. I thought, perfect. Even though, looking back, it was an awful hiding place. It was basically the first spot anyone would check. But I was 7. My standards were low. I grabbed the handle and tried to pull it open, and it didn't move right away. There was resistance, like something soft but heavy was jammed behind it. My uncle was really into sports, and he had gear everywhere, so I assumed it was a bag shoved in there wrong. I tugged harder. The door finally gave, and something came out. Not slid out, not crawled out. It jumped. I can still see it in my head like it's happening right now. This big, pitch-black, fuzzy spider-like thing sprang out onto the carpet. It didn't move like a normal animal. It wasn't skittering. It was bouncing, like its main way of getting around was these short, quick hops. And I know this is where it sounds ridiculous, but I'm just telling you what I remember. It looked like a tarantula, except wrong. Like a tarantula-shaped shadow. No markings, no visible eyes, no brown or gray or anything. Just this deep, void black fuzz that made it hard to focus on, like my brain didn't know how to process it. Size-wise? In my memory, it was huge, about the size of one of those big playground balls, maybe a little bigger. As a little kid, that might as well have been the size of my entire torso. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I didn't even think. I just ran. I got back downstairs and found Mateo, and when he asked what I was doing, I kind of redirected the whole day. Like, hey, hide and seek is dumb. Let's do something else. And somehow I convinced him. I don't know how, but I did. Here's the part that always sticks with me. I never told him. Not then, not later, not anyone. Because even at that age, I understood one simple rule. Spiders that big don't exist. Not in a normal house. Not in Texas. Not anywhere. And if I said it out loud, I felt like I'd get laughed at, or worse. I'd get told I imagined it, and then I'd be alone with that memory anyway. That night we ate dinner like normal. We watched TV. Everything was completely ordinary. And then it was bedtime. Mateo's room was upstairs, the same upstairs, and I remember hanging back and letting him go first, pretending I wasn't scared. Like I was just being a bratty little cousin, letting him lead the way. But nothing happened. No shadow spider, no movement, no sign of it anywhere. We even passed the top of the stairs and the closet and nothing. Like it never existed. We went to sleep. I didn't get sick. I didn't have some dramatic haunting after that. No one in the family ever mentioned anything strange in the house, before or after. It was just one moment, one impossible thing, then normal life again. And I get it, compared to most paranormal stories, that's pretty anticlimactic. No ghost voice whispering my name, no doors slamming, no glowing eyes in the dark. Just a closet door that stuck, and a jumping black thing that shouldn't have been real. But here's why it still bothers me. I don't remember most days from that age. I don't remember most summers, most meals, most random afternoons. But I remember that. I remember it so clearly, it's like I can feel the carpet under my hands and hear my own feet pounding down those stairs. So I don't know what it was. I'm not even asking you to believe me. I'm just finally saying it out loud because I've carried it quietly for years. And honestly, I'm curious what you think it was, because I still don't have an explanation that satisfies me. So, this happened in my village a few years ago, and even now, when I think about it, my stomach still tightens the same way it did that morning. I had to leave early for a trip. One of those days where you don't even feel fully awake, you're just moving on autopilot. So I set an alarm for 4:15 a.m. The house was quiet, the air was cold, and the whole world outside felt like it was holding its breath. I went to the wash area and started brushing my teeth, half asleep, staring at nothing in particular. When I heard it. Dogs. Not barking, howling. Long, stretched-out howls coming from far away, like they were echoing off empty fields. Where I'm from, people have this old belief. When dogs howl like that, it means one of two things. Either the spirit of death is moving through the village, or someone nearby is about to die. And the scary part is, sometimes people say it because they've seen it match up before. I remember standing there with the toothbrush still in my mouth, frozen, listening. And then my heart started beating harder because the sound wasn't staying far away. It was getting closer. I slowly turned my head toward the road. In the dim light, barely any light really, I could make out shapes moving. A small pack of dogs, 5 or 6, maybe more, weaving in and out of each other. And they weren't just howling into the air. They were circling something. That's the part that still makes my skin crawl. Because the dogs were clearly following something in the middle, but I couldn't see what it was. It wasn't like there was a person walking calmly, or a cart, or anything obvious. Just movement, a presence, and the dogs kept looping around it, howling like their throats were going to split open. As it came nearer, my thoughts got darker fast. I remember thinking, someone is dying. Somebody is about to die. And without even realizing it, I started shrinking back, trying to hide behind the doorway. Like if whatever it was couldn't see me, it would just pass by. The howls were so loud up close it felt unreal, like someone had turned the volume of the entire night to maximum. And it was still dark, the kind of dark where everything looks like a shadow pretending to be something else. It reached right near my house, and I forced myself, just for a second, to look more carefully. I saw the dogs clearly. I saw them circling. I saw there was space in the middle where something should have been. But the thing itself, I couldn't make it out. My eyes couldn't hold it properly, like my brain refused to draw a clear picture. It moved past my house and continued down the road. Then it slowed and stopped right in front of a nearby home, Arjun's house, the boy who lived a short walk away. That moment felt like a scene from a horror film, except it was real. and it was happening in my own street. And then, it turned around. It came back in my direction. I don't care how brave anyone thinks they are. When something like that turns back toward you in the dark with a pack of dogs screaming around it, your body decides for you. I ran. Not a dramatic run, not a heroic run, just pure panic. I rushed back inside and shut myself in my room like a child, breathing hard, listening. After a while, the sounds began to drift away again, fading down the road the same way they came. I went to the window and watched, but I couldn't see anything except darkness and the occasional flicker of movement from the dogs. When it finally went silent, I stayed inside, and I didn't leave. I actually canceled my trip. I told myself I was tired, or it could wait, but honestly, I just didn't want to step outside again. She said, "Arjun is gone." That boy, the one whose house the howling stopped at, had died. Later we found out the details. He'd left home around 5 a.m. and jumped in front of a train. And the reason? The reason made it even heavier. His girlfriend, Mira, had taken her own life just a couple of days earlier. People said he hadn't been sleeping. He hadn't been eating. He'd been walking around like his soul wasn't fully inside him anymore. After that, I couldn't stop replaying the howling in my mind. Because what were the dogs following? At first, I'll be honest, I leaned into the old village belief. I kept thinking, that was death moving through the road. That was something spiritual. And when I told people, some of them laughed and called it superstition. Some rolled their eyes like I was being dramatic. But I kept thinking, I was there. I heard it. I saw it. How do you laugh at something someone actually witnessed? And later, much later, I started reading, trying to find an explanation that wasn't just fear. Here's the most believable thing I found, and it actually stayed with me. When a person is in extreme distress, deep grief, panic, unbearable emotional pain, the body can change in ways we don't always understand. Stress hormones spike, scent and sweat chemistry shifts, breathing changes, the whole system goes into crisis. And animals, especially dogs, pick up tiny signals that we can't. They notice what our human senses ignore. So maybe what the dogs were doing wasn't supernatural at all. Maybe they were sensing a trail of anguish. Something in his body, in his scent, in the air around him. Something that said, this person is not okay. And they followed it. That's the part I hold on to now, because it turns the story into something that matters. If you ever hear dogs howling like that near your home, like they're tracking something, like they're restless and searching, please don't just brush it off. Don't just say, "Oh, it's nothing," and go back to sleep. Maybe somewhere close by, someone is hurting so badly they can't see any way out. And if you find them, if you check on them, speak to them, sit with them, even for a moment, maybe you'll do what nobody did for Arjun. Maybe you'll pull them back from the edge. Hey friends, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Still having trouble sleeping? Don't worry, I'm right here, doing what I love and helping you drift off a little easier. Thank you so much for all the love and support you've shown the channel, and for sharing so many of your paranormal experiences with us. If you've got more stories, don't hesitate to send them in. Now, drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from. Turn on your bedside lamp, get comfy in bed, and let's listen to today's paranormal experiences together. Good night. So, this happened on a Thursday night, right at 10:07 p.m., and I was completely alone out at our little farmhouse in the country. My roommate Mara was in town grabbing food with a friend, and I was in my room doing something so normal it almost feels ridiculous now. Watching Glee and recording my reaction to a big scene, because I'm dramatic and I thought it was funny. Our room setup matters, so let me paint it for you. My bedroom has this weird slanted corner, and along that slant there's a wall with two small open door cutouts, like short storage closets. Not a normal hang your clothes closet. The doors are maybe 5 feet tall, and they're always kind of just open. The TV stand sits right between those two closet openings, so when you're watching TV, you're basically staring directly into the closet residences. Like, it's in your line of sight the whole time. Anyway, I'm recording the TV, and then I flip the camera around to my face to catch my reaction. And the second the camera hits my face, like the exact second, I hear this tiny little knock. Barely anything. Almost like someone testing the wall. And then 5 loud knocks hit right after it. Not house settling. Not a soft bump. Not from the hallway. Not downstairs. These were human-sounding, clear, deliberate knocks. Like knock, 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 knock. Coming from inside the closet wall. Like someone was right there on the other side and used their knuckles. I just froze. My stomach dropped so fast it made me feel nauseous. I stopped recording immediately and sat there listening, trying to convince myself I imagined it, except I knew I didn't. My first thought was, someone's in the house. So I call Mara and I'm whispering like the person can hear me through the walls. She's trying to calm me down and she goes, maybe it's coming from downstairs, like pipes or something, or the basement? But I'm telling her, no, this was in my room, in the closet wall. It sounded like it was right beside me. There's this pause, and then she says, very carefully, okay, if you're really scared, we have that pistol locked away. I'll tell you exactly where it is. Grab it and check the house. So I did. My hands were shaking so badly I kept dropping things. I grabbed it, and I went through the whole place like I was in a horror movie trying not to breathe too loud. I checked every room, under beds, behind doors, both closets, the bathroom, the basement. I even went outside and scanned the driveway and the tree line, looking for headlights or, I don't know, movement, anything. Nothing. Not a single sound. Not a car, not footsteps, not even the sense that someone had just been there. Just quiet country night. I went back upstairs and, this is embarrassing, but I pushed a dresser in front of my bedroom door and piled a couple storage bins behind it, like that would stop anything. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, just staring at those closet openings like they were staring back. And I kept replaying it in my head. That first tiny knock, and then those 5 loud ones. Because here's the part that messes with me. When I watch the video back, you can hear it, clear as day. And you can also see exactly when it starts, the moment I flipped the camera toward my face. Like, it waited for me to do that. We even wondered if one of our dogs could have done it, like scratching or thumping a paw against the wall. But the dogs had been asleep, and the knocks actually startled them. They popped up and stayed weird and alert for the rest of the night, like they didn't like the vibe either. And the hollow-sounding part of that wall isn't even in a place a dog could have reached in a way that would make that sound. And it's not pipes. It's not wood expanding. It's not an animal in the attic. I know people say those things, and I get why. But this wasn't random creaking. It was patterned. It was intentional. And here's the thing. This wasn't our first weird moment in that house. We've been there for years, renting from Mara's dad. And I've lived there on and off because of school. But more recently, I moved back full-time. And for the first time, it's just been the two of us living there. Over the years, there have been these little things. Quiet knocking sometimes. Lights that we swear we turned off, suddenly on. Cupboards left open. Doors not shut the way we both remember shutting them. Especially because we have cats, and we're always trying to keep them out of certain rooms. And normally we just brush it off. Like, oh, I must have forgotten. Because honestly, that's the easiest explanation. And it happens so rarely that you can't prove anything. But lately, it's been feeling more frequent. And the creepiest part is that we've both had our own, "Did you see that?" moments, but never in the same room at the same time. This time, I had something solid. The video, the sound, the timing, and I don't even know what I believe. I'm not sitting here like, it's a ghost, case closed. I just know that two women living out on a farm can only write off so many weird little things before it starts to feel like, okay, something is going on here, whether it's explainable or not. And if it is something paranormal, whatever that even means, it doesn't feel violent. It doesn't feel like a heavy, evil presence. It feels more like something trying to get attention, or letting us know it's there. But still, 5 knocks on the closet wall at night, right when the camera flips to my face, that's the kind of thing that makes you sleep with the lights on. So, I didn't even know how to label this when it happened, because it's not exactly a dream story, and it's not exactly just life experience either. It's more like one of those moments where everything lines up a little too neatly, and you're left staring at it like, okay, what was that? I've got a friend. Her name's Marisol, and she swears she's an empath. And honestly, I've seen her do this thing where she'll randomly text someone like, "Hey, are you okay?" And the person will be like, "Wait, how did you know I was having a rough day?" She says she gets these hits, like feelings that don't feel like hers, and sometimes it's like something is trying to get a message through her. So earlier this week, Marisol texts me out of nowhere and she goes, "This is going to sound strange, but something really maternal is here, and it wants you to know it loves you. Like, it's always watching over you." And I'm like, my mom is alive, very much alive. So I text back, "Okay, maternal how? What does that even mean?" And she tells me, "It feels motherly, but older, like elderly maternal." Immediately my stomach kind of drops because my grandmother, Lillian, passed away a couple years ago, late spring, around May. Marisol knows that. She doesn't know a ton of details, but she knows I took it hard. Like, ugly cry, can't talk about it without my throat closing kind of hard. Here's where it gets weirder. I've been dreaming about my grandma a lot lately. Not constant, but enough that I noticed. And it's always this same strange theme. She's alive in the dream, but there's this looming feeling that she's going to die soon. Not how she actually passed, just that sense of, it's about to happen. And in real life, my mom has been having health issues. She was in the hospital for several days with heart problems, and I've been terrified something is going to happen to her. So my partner, Eli, and I had been saying, "Okay, this is probably just stress. Your brain is blending the fear you have about your mom into this symbol of your grandma." Which honestly makes sense. Like, that's the logical explanation, right? So when Marisol says the message feels maternal but elderly, and I tell her, "That's wild, because I've been dreaming about my grandma," she goes, "Oh my God, wait." And she tells me that the energy, whatever she was feeling, got excited. Like enthusiastic. Like yes. Like it was relieved I'd connected the dots. And she says it kept pushing this feeling of, "Tell her I love her. Tell her I'm here." And then she tells me something else that I did not expect. She goes, "It also wants you to breathe. Like, slow down. Stop being so hard on yourself. Everything's going to be okay." And I'm already sitting there kind of chilled because, okay, sure, that's comforting. But then she says, and this is oddly specific, but it's telling me you need to ease up on the guy you live with, the one who isn't your husband. Like, keep the peace. He's dealing with his own stuff, and he hasn't learned what you've learned yet. And I just stare at my phone. Because yes, there is a guy living with us, Troy, my partner's longtime friend. And Troy is a lot sometimes. He's messy, a little aimless, and I get irritated because I feel like I'm always the adult in the room. But the thing is, I barely talk to Marisol about him. I think I mentioned him once months ago, and it was basically just, he's kind of lazy. Not some deep conversation about his inner wounds or whatever. But here's what really got me. Eli says almost the exact same thing to me sometimes. Like word for word energy. He hasn't had the experiences you've had. He's still figuring it out. Don't be so hard on him. And Eli has never said that to Marisol. Ever. There's no way she'd be repeating something she heard from him. So now I'm sitting there with all of these overlapping pieces. My grandma showing up in my dreams lately. My mom's health stuff putting me in a constant state of fear. My empath friend randomly reaching out with an elderly maternal message. The yes, yes reaction when I mention the dreams. The oddly specific roommate advice that matches what my partner always tells me. And I'm just thinking, what are the chances? Marisol is completely convinced it was my grandma. Like, no question in her mind. And I want to believe that. Part of me really, really does. Another part of me is like, okay, coincidence exists. Pattern seeking exists. Stress does weird things to your brain. Maybe I'm seeing meaning because I want meaning. When I told Eli, he was calm about it. He didn't try to talk me into believing or not believing. He just said, take whatever you want from it. If it comforts you, let it comfort you. There's no wrong way to hold something like that. And that's kind of where I'm landing. Because I've believed in paranormal stuff since I was a kid. I've always felt like there's more going on than we can see. But I'm also not the type who can turn my brain off and just accept something without questioning it. So I don't know. I really don't. All I know is, it shook me. In a gentle way. Like someone tapped my shoulder and reminded me to breathe. Reminded me I'm loved. Reminded me to soften a little. And whether it was truly my grandma, or my own fear and hope and grief weaving together into something that felt like her, it still kind of helped. So, I don't talk about this all the time, but I'll tell you, because it still feels real when I say it out loud. My ex, let's call him Evan, died in 2016 from an overdose. We have a child together, and our little one was only 3 when he passed. Evan and I were together for about 5 years, and honestly, so much of that time was me trying to help him stay sober. Appointments, promises, long talks, the hopeful stretches where it seemed like he might finally be okay. But then he relapsed in the fall of 2015, and he was gone not long after. Later I found out what he took was laced with fentanyl, just way more than his body could ever survive. And right after he died, like immediately, strange things started happening. Not horror movie scary, just weird, personal. Like the universe was nudging me and saying, pay attention. When Evan died, he was living with his parents, and he died in their house. I went over there later that day, and his whole family was there. Everyone stunned, crying, moving around like we were underwater. And then, out of nowhere, the power went out. Everything just went dark. People gasped, someone cursed, someone started fumbling for their phone flashlight. And then, a few days later, at the funeral home during his viewing, it happened again. The power cut out. Not for long, but long enough that everybody noticed, and the air changed. People were whispering, looking around, trying to laugh it off. Like if we joked, we wouldn't have to admit it felt like something was in the room. After that, life got very practical, very fast. I applied for Social Security survivor benefits for our child, and it took weeks and weeks to even get an appointment. I was barely hanging on financially, working for $10 an hour while trying to finish grad school, and I remember lying awake at night doing the math over and over, feeling sick because none of it added up. The night before my appointment, I had a dream. In the dream, I walked into this cozy restaurant, and the whole place was full of Evan's family. His parents, his siblings, people talking like it was some kind of gathering. And Evan was there too. The thing was, nobody could see him. Nobody reacted to him. It was like he didn't exist to anyone else. But I could see him. He walked right up to me like it was the most normal thing in the world, stood close, looked me in the eyes and said, "It's going to be okay with Social Security." Just that, calm and certain. And then I woke up. And it was okay. He'd worked enough that our child qualified, and that money ended up being what got us through. Preschool, childcare, the basics. It wasn't some magical windfall, but it was stability. And at the time, it felt like someone reached back and steadied me right as I was tipping over. The second dream was different, more unsettling. In that one, Evan was alive, but he was being arrested. Police lights, handcuffs, the whole thing. I was standing there watching him get guided toward the back of a squad car, and right before he got in, he turned his head and looked straight at me and said, "If I was still alive, this is where I'd be." That one hit me hard, because before he died, he'd been tangled up in legal problems. Serious possession charges, court dates, all that looming over him like a storm cloud. That dream didn't feel like a warning. It felt like honesty. Like he was admitting something he couldn't fix. And then there was the last dream, the one that still makes my throat tighten when I think about it. Evan was sitting on a bench. I walked over and sat beside him like I'd done it 1,000 times, and I kissed him. It felt normal, warm, like I was home for a second. Then this man approached us. He didn't speak, but I understood him completely. Like he was there for me. He was calm, solid, certain. He had this unmistakable military-style haircut, strong build, the kind of presence that makes you feel protected without doing anything at all. In the dream, Evan looked at me, and his voice was gentle. No bitterness, no pleading, just this quiet acceptance. He said, "Go with him. Move on." So I stood up, and I went. And here's the part that still messes with me. Not long after, I met my husband, Caleb, and he looked so much like the man from that dream it made my stomach drop the first time I really noticed it. Same vibe, same shape to him. And my husband is a police officer, and he did nearly 2 decades in the Army before that. None of these experiences felt scary, not like something was trying to hurt me. But every time I woke up after those dreams, the air in my room felt heavy, like the atmosphere had weight. I'd be emotionally wrecked the entire day. Not just sad, shaken, like something had happened to my body, not just my mind. They didn't feel like normal dreams. They felt like contact, like I'd actually been with him, heard him, touched him, met him somewhere I wasn't supposed to be able to go. And deep down, I still believe he was trying to tell me what he couldn't tell me when he was alive. That our child would be okay. That he knew where his life was headed. And that he wanted me to keep going. Hey, so there's something I've been thinking about again today. and I figured I'd just tell you the way I'd tell a friend. A while back, I had an experience in my own house that I actually photographed. I even sent some of the pictures to my family at the time, and I'm not going to lie, a couple of them were pretty gruesome looking. Not in a blood everywhere horror movie way, but in this unsettling, body part shaped kind of way. Like the image wanted to resemble something human or animal, even though it didn't make sense. And the thing is, I don't jump straight to, it's paranormal. I really don't. When I look at photos like that, my brain immediately starts making the boring list. Dust, compression noise, weird shadows, lens flare, motion blur, something smudged on the lens, an object half blocking the frame. All of it. I'm almost annoyingly skeptical with myself. But I also know how hard it is to catch anything subtle in a photo unless you're willing to do the careful work. So I'll pull the image into editing software, sometimes Paint.net, sometimes GIMP, and I'll take my time. I'm talking slow, patient adjustments. Brighten the shadows a little, zoom in, bump the contrast, try a soft glow, undo it, try it again, trace the edges, back up, compare versions, stare at it until my eyes feel stupid. It's not this quick, aha moment. It's more like, okay, if this were nothing, would it still look like that after all these different checks? Sometimes I'll admit I'm probably off, like, maybe my brain is forcing meaning where there isn't any. But every once in a while, something stays strange no matter how gently I try to explain it away. And even then, the frustrating part is, it can still be hard to tell what you're actually looking at. That's kind of why I stopped sharing things publicly, because a few years ago, this is the part that still sticks with me. I posted some photos from a trip to the Crescent Hollow Hotel. It's one of those old places with a reputation, you know? Beautiful, historic, and everybody has a story about it. I caught a couple of anomalies in the pictures, nothing that screamed ghost to anyone else apparently, and I shared them on a paranormal forum. And I got wrecked. Not just disagreement either. People were mean. Like, personal mean. The kind of backlash that makes you feel embarrassed for even being curious. So after that, I mostly kept things to myself. But there's one sequence I still go back to. The last photos I took there were in the basement, down where the air feels heavier and every little sound seems too loud. I wasn't even trying to be dramatic. I just had my camera on and snapped a quick burst, basically a frame-by-frame sequence. I remember thinking, if anything weird happens, at least I'll have something to review later. And later, after I got home, after I stopped second-guessing myself long enough to sit down and actually look, I ran those frames through my usual process. Same routine. Brighten, zoom, compare, undo, redo. Try to prove to myself it's nothing. Except, one part of that sequence didn't behave like nothing. In the middle of the frames, it looked like something formed above this dull metal pipe, like the suggestion of a head, not fully solid, more like a shape finding itself. And as the frames progressed, it seemed to turn, like it noticed me. That's the part that makes my stomach tighten, even now, because I wasn't seeing that in the moment. I only caught it after, in the analysis. What's even stranger is that I did have a moment in the basement where I thought I saw something blue in my peripheral vision. Just a split-second blotch, almost face-like, but not clear enough to swear on. At the time, I wrote it off as my eyes adjusting or nerves or whatever. But seeing that burst of frames afterward, matching the timing, it made me wonder if the peripheral thing was real, and the photos just confirmed it. I never told the forum any of that. They weren't interested in nuance, and I wasn't interested in being mocked again. So I kept it private. Those frames became this quiet little evidence folder in my own head. something I revisit when I'm alone, when I'm honest, when I'm not trying to convince anyone. And that's what I've been thinking about today. How weird it is to carry something like that by yourself. Because I do believe what I saw. At least, I believe something happened that wasn't just a reflection or a camera hiccup. I'm not saying I solved the universe with a screenshot. I'm just saying I did the work. I tried to debunk it, and it still didn't sit right. And now I'm curious. Have you ever had a photo, or a sequence of photos, that you never shared because people made you feel crazy? Or because you could already hear the jokes before they even started? I could share what I have. I still have the original images, and there's even a short video I posted once, a long time ago. But I'm careful with it now. Not just because it might be hard to interpret, but because once something like that leaves your hands, you can't control how people treat it. And I don't really want to hand strangers something they'll use as an excuse to be cruel. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Just sitting here, thinking about those frames in the dark, and how sometimes the loneliest part isn't what you witnessed. It's what happens when no one believes you long enough to even look with you. Hey, so I need to tell you about this one place, because I've lived in a handful of haunted houses over the years, but those were usually the kind of stories that still felt human, you know? Like echoes of people, memories, old grief. This one was different. This was the first time I felt something that didn't belong to us at all. So, back then my stepdad, Marcus, was active duty. He got reassigned to a base in coastal Georgia, and he found this rental house he was weirdly excited about. He texted my mom a bunch of pictures, cute enough on the inside, plain walls, normal rooms. But the outside photo, the second I looked at it, my stomach went ice cold. And I'm not even exaggerating. This thought started screaming in my head, over and over. It's out there. It's out there in the trees. Not about the bedrooms, not the hallway. Only the outside. Only the woods. The house itself was a single-story place at the end of this little circular drive, like a cul-de-sac, and it sat kind of tucked back, trees all around it, with one other house you could barely make out through the branches if you stared hard enough. It felt like we weren't in a neighborhood so much as we were being tolerated by it. The first day we moved in, we were still hauling boxes when this sheriff's deputy rolled up and parked at the curb. He didn't even get out, just leaned toward the window and talked to my mom like they were old friends, saying he'd known the last family who lived there and just wanted to check in. He smiled the whole time too. Not in a mean way, more like someone trying very carefully to keep things casual. Then he drove off, and we never saw him again. Not once. After that, every time I stepped outside, I'd get this sensation. Like my instincts were yelling at me to turn around. Like something was watching from the tree line. But it wasn't the usual predator feeling. It felt inviting. Like it wanted me to come closer. Like it was curious. Almost playful. Mischievous. And that somehow made it worse, because it didn't feel like it wanted to scare me away. It felt like it wanted my attention. And then the little things started stacking up. I'd be in the living room and catch movement by the windows. Tall shapes just passing by, like someone walking past the glass on purpose. At night, I'd hear this soft scratching outside. Not like a branch scraping, not random, more like fingers or nails, testing the wall just out of sight. One night I woke up because something outside sounded busy, like footsteps in the leaves, shifting weight, circling. I got up and went to the window, and I know I shouldn't have, but I did. I pulled the blinds back just enough to see. And there it was, crouched right beneath the window. All I could see was a silhouette, but it was enough. Broad shoulders, bent knees, too tall to be anything normal. If it stood up, I swear it would have been close to 7 feet, and it looked like it was covered in fur. Not like a bear either. The shape was wrong for that. Too upright, too deliberate. I froze so hard I felt sick. And the worst part? It wasn't just there. It felt like it knew I was looking, like it was waiting for me to realize it had been right outside the whole time. A few days later, my mom and Marcus took my little brother Eli to the airport. Family stuff, long story, and I was home alone. I was doing laundry, just trying to keep my mind busy, when I noticed my bedroom looked brighter than it should have. I remember thinking, great, I left my lamp on like an idiot. So I walked down the hall, went to my doorway, and just stopped. My bedside lamp was off. I just stood there, staring up at it, feeling my face go hot. My hands got tingly, the way they do when your body is gearing up to run. I texted my mom immediately. "Did you get my ceiling light fixed?" And she texted back right away. "No, why?" And I didn't even want to answer. Because what do you say? The dead bulb is suddenly alive and I'm alone, and something lives in the woods? I turned it off and didn't go back in that room until they got home. Not long after that, I left for basic training. And honestly, part of me was relieved to be somewhere with lights, noise, people, rules. Like maybe distance would cut whatever invisible string that place had tied around my nerves. But my mom, Danielle, kept texting me updates. She said the scratching kept happening, the footsteps around the house at night, the window walker shadows, same stuff. And then one night, she and Marcus were standing by the front door talking, just normal end-of-the-day stuff, and they both heard someone sprint up onto the porch. Heavy steps, fast, like whoever it was came charging right at the door. Then the doorknob rattled, hard, like someone was trying to get in. Marcus yanked the door open immediately, like no hesitation, and there was nothing. No person, no animal, no movement, just the porch light washing over empty boards, and the woods sitting back in the dark like it was holding its breath. We moved eventually, and we never got answers. No sightings that turned into proof. No tidy explanation. Nothing you can point to and go, "Oh, it was just this." But I know what I felt there. I know what I saw crouched under that window. I know that the woods didn't feel empty. They felt occupied. And if I'm being honest, I don't think whatever it was ever meant to hurt us. I think it was just there, and it didn't like being ignored. Alright, so a little bit of context first. I grew up on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, in this tiny rural pocket where our place backed onto a big stretch of bushland. It wasn't some little backyard either. Think a couple 100 acres of scrub and trails. My stepdad back then cut a bunch of bike tracks through it for me and my siblings, and honestly, any chance I got, I was out there. I was that kid who actually liked being alone. I'd pack a backpack with snacks, roll up a swag, and pretend I was doing my own bargain bin teen survival show. I'd ride out, find some random spot that felt like it belonged to me, and camp out just to get away from everything. And the funny thing is, I always felt safe out there. Like, weirdly safe. There weren't really predators to worry about, and anything that could spook you would bolt the second it heard a bike coming. The bush felt quiet and predictable. But one evening, it wasn't. It was midsummer, around 7:15 or 7:30, and the sun was still hanging around, bright enough that I didn't even think twice about going for a ride. I remember thinking I'd just do a couple hours on the trails and head back before it got properly dark. There was this one track I loved, winding, familiar, the kind you could ride without thinking too hard. And along it, There was this fallen tree that had been there for ages, lying straight across the path. Every time I came to it, I'd stop, lift the front wheel up onto the trunk, sort of bump the bike over, and keep going. So I roll up to that log like I've done 100 times, and I swear, the moment I stop, something in me just drops. Like instant unease. No warning, no slow build. Just this heavy, awful feeling. Like I'd walked into someone else's space and they were furious about it. It felt like being watched, but not in a normal way. More like someone was staring through me with this old, angry intensity. Every hair on my arms went up. My stomach went tight. I remember actually pausing and thinking, what is that? Why do I feel like this? So I do what you do. I look around. Trees, scrub, shadows, the trail behind me, nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I tried to logic it away. I was like, okay, Liam, calm down. You've had too many energy drinks. You're being dramatic. Plus, the nearest neighbor was ages away. Nobody's just wandering deep into our property for fun. It didn't make sense. And then, behind me, in the tree line, I hear it. A snap, like a twig breaking under a foot. My heart goes straight into my throat. I turn, scanning, fast. Nothing. But then another crack. And another. Not like a wallaby hopping off. Not like branches shifting in the wind. It sounded deliberate. Like something moving slowly, stepping carefully, but not trying hard enough to be silent. That's when the fear turned from uneasy into, I'm in danger, and I don't know why. I actually started talking, quiet at first, kind of embarrassed even though I was alone. Hello? Is someone there? No answer. Just more snapping. Around me, not just in one spot, like it was circling, or the sound was bouncing weirdly between the trees. And then I heard a voice. Not loud. Not close enough that I could point to it exactly, but close enough that my skin went cold. It said, "Help me." Except, it didn't sound like one person. That hit me like a shock. I don't even remember thinking. I just remember my body going, nope, nope, nope. I threw my bike over the log so hard I nearly stacked it, and I took off down the trail like my life depended on it. I have never ridden that fast before or since. I could barely see straight. All I could think was, get out, get out, get out. And as I started putting distance between me and that spot, it shrieked. I don't even know how to explain that sound properly. It was this warped, unnatural scream, like a person screaming, but mixed with this metallic screech, like truck brakes or tearing metal. Too loud, too wrong. It didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard in the bush. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept riding until I hit the far side of the property, where there was a barbed wire fence that backed onto a dirt road. I shoved the bike through, half fell over it, and basically sprinted the rest of the way home, dragging the bike like it was dead weight. That night, I told exactly one person, my little brother, Noah, and he just laughed and called me full of it, like I was trying to mess with him. So I dropped it. I didn't want to sound crazy, and honestly, I didn't want to say it out loud too much anyway, like speaking about it made it more real. But it stuck with me. It took ages before I could ride those trails again without getting that tight feeling in my chest. And that particular track, I avoided it for a long time. And the strangest part is, after that, nothing like it ever happened again. Not even close. So yeah, that's it. That's the story. And I'm telling you, I've tried to explain it every logical way I can, and every explanation feels like it falls short. I still don't know what I heard, Or what was out there with me? What do you think it might have been? Hey, so I've been living in Fort Collins, Colorado for about 5 years now, and I've had my fair share of weird little moments out here. But there's one night that still sits in the back of my mind like a pebble in a shoe. It happened up near Vitavu, that stretch of wild, wind-sculpted rock and forest out in the Medicine Bow area. If you've ever been there, you might know what I mean when I say it has a presence. Not evil, not threatening, just like you're not alone, even when it's quiet. One thing I should mention up front, I'm a wheelchair user, and my best friend, her name's Mara, she's able-bodied. That detail matters later. So this was a rough week for me. Something happened that really rattled me, and I called Mara because I just didn't want to be by myself. She didn't try to fix it or pep talk me or anything. She just said, "Do you want to get out for a bit? We could drive up into the woods." And honestly, that sounded like the only thing I could handle. We threw on hoodies, grabbed drinks from a gas station, and headed out. The drive into Vitavu is short, and at first it was totally normal. Dark, calm, that kind of peaceful night where the road feels like it's floating through the trees. Then we crested a hill and saw something ahead of us on the trail. 2 red lights. Not headlights like a truck, not bright enough for a car. They were low to the ground and spaced in a way that didn't make sense, and they were coming toward us steadily, like whatever it was had a slow, even pace. Mara slowed down, and we both did that thing where you stop talking at the exact same time without meaning to. At first, we assumed it was some kind of off-road vehicle, maybe an ATV or somebody with a weird setup. But as we got closer, it didn't feel like that. It wasn't bouncing the way lights usually do when something's driving over uneven terrain. It was too smooth. We topped the next rise, and Mara started to pull over to give them room to pass. And then, they didn't. They just weren't there anymore. No engine sound, no crunch of tires on gravel, no flash of turning, nothing. And the thing is, there weren't really any side paths right there. If it had turned off, we would have seen it. The road is pretty open in that stretch. We sat there for a second, both staring into the dark like it might explain itself. Mara finally went, "Okay, that's weird," in the calmest voice she could manage, which somehow made it worse. We kept going anyway, because that's what you do when you're trying to convince yourself you're fine. Our plan was to drive up to Ranger's Point. It's this little lookout area where you can see the lights of town spread out below. We weren't planning to hike, just roll up, breathe, feel small under the sky, go home. When we got to the gate where the trail begins, I pulled myself forward to get a little closer, just to see, just to feel like we'd actually made it. And my wheelchair locked up. Not like the brakes were on, not like a pebble jammed the wheel. I mean, it stopped so hard it felt like something had grabbed it. Mara immediately came around, crouched down, and checked everything. She looked for rocks, roots, anything that could snag the wheels. Nothing. Then, as suddenly as it happened, I was free again. We both laughed a little. Nervous laughter, you know? The kind you use like a charm to keep the dark from noticing you. Mara said, "Try again. Maybe you caught a groove or something." In the instant my front wheels reached the exact line where the gate began, it happened again. Locked. Like a firm hand pressing down. And that's when the feeling hit me. That unmistakable, full-body certainty that someone, or something, was watching us. Not in a "you're about to be attacked" way, more like a message. Don't go farther. I remember swallowing and realizing my mouth had gone dry. Mara looked up at me, and she didn't even have to ask. I think my face said it all. I just went, really quietly, "I don't like this." And she didn't argue, Not even a little. She stood up and said, "Okay, we're done here." We got back in the car, doors shutting like punctuation marks, and drove until we found a little pull-off near a campsite, somewhere that felt less like we were crossing a boundary we weren't invited past. And here's the part that still messes with my head. After all of that, the night turned beautiful. On the way back, the sky opened up with the most unreal meteor shower I've ever seen. I'm talking long, bright streaks, one after another, like the universe was trying to distract us, or reward us, or soften the edges of whatever just happened. By the time I got home, I could breathe again. I felt steadier, like I'd been carried through the worst part of the night and placed gently on the other side. But if I'm honest, the only moment I was truly scared wasn't the lights. It was that feeling at the gate, because I still don't know what stopped my chair. Maybe it was a weird mechanical thing. Maybe the ground was angled in just the wrong way. Maybe it was coincidence stacked on top of coincidence. Or maybe there really was something up that trail, a bear, a person, an accident waiting to happen. Or maybe it was nothing at all. But I know what it felt like. It felt like the forest leaned close and said very clearly, "Not tonight." And I'm glad, so glad, that I listened. So this happened a few years back at one of my old jobs, and I still get that little chill in my shoulders when I think about it. Back then, I'd just graduated and landed this sweet role at my college. My title was something like Robotics Lab Specialist. Basically, I spent my days working with collaborative robots, tuning their behavior, and messing with their vision systems until they behaved like they had some common sense. One project I got assigned was this autonomous rolling platform we dug out of storage. It used a depth camera, one of those older motion-sensing units from that era, plugged straight into a laptop. The setup was pretty straightforward. A normal camera view, plus skeletal tracking that turned people into these simple stick figure outlines. It wasn't supposed to be artistic. It was just a clean, functional interpretation of a human body. The catch was where the robot lived. It had been stashed for years in this tiny mezzanine office above the machine shop, like right above it. The building itself wasn't ancient, but it was part of the oldest section of campus, and the whole area had that forgotten wing feel. The office was cramped, dusty, and weirdly frozen in experience. Old carpet, stale air, outdated posters curling at the corners. It was the kind of room that made you feel like you shouldn't talk too loudly, like you might wake something up. And I'm not being dramatic. When I was poking around, I opened a closet and found a half-crushed snack box with an expiration date from a decade earlier. Just sitting there, like someone meant to come back after lunch and never did. Anyway, one afternoon, I powered the robot up to check the video stream and test how well it could follow a person without getting distracted. Simple test. I stood in front of it, waved my arms a little, did a couple hops, just trying to give it an obvious target, then started walking around the room. It tracked me perfectly at first. Smooth, responsive, exactly what I wanted. Then, right in the middle of the test, it just stopped. Not like it lost me and searched, not like it glitched out and reset. It stopped tracking me and slowly turned its head toward a completely empty patch of air near the far side of the room. I remember laughing because it felt so dumb. Like, really? Come on. I stepped into its view again, hopped, waved, did the whole, "Hello, I'm right here" thing. Nothing. The robot refused to acknowledge me. It was locked onto that blank spot like it had just seen the most fascinating thing in the world. So I checked the laptop screen, thinking maybe the camera feed was bugging out. And there it was, a stick figure, clear as day, standing where the robot was staring. I wiped the lens. I shifted the angle. I rebooted the program. I even moved a chair into that area, thinking maybe it was interpreting something weird. The stick figure stayed. Eventually, I just quit for the day. I told myself it was a visual artifact, some depth map nonsense, and that tomorrow it would be gone. The next day, I came back up to the mezzanine office, already kind of uneasy, but trying not to be ridiculous about it. I powered everything up again, and this time, I didn't even test tracking. I just sat down and started combing through the code, figuring I'd adjust some thresholds or change how it classified a body. Out of nowhere, the robot chirped its little "target acquired" sound, like it had found a person, and it yanked hard enough that I had to grip it tighter. It twisted in my hands to stare past me, toward the wall and the window behind my shoulder. I turned to the laptop screen. 2 stick figures. Not fuzzy, not half-formed. 2 distinct tracked bodies. One looked like someone was casually leaning back against the wall, arms relaxed. The other was positioned like it had its elbows up and its chin resting on the windowsill, like someone peering in, watching. And that windowsill was way off the ground. The office hung over the machine shop floor. The window looked out across open space and equipment. There was no ledge outside, no catwalk, no balcony, no maybe someone's out there. Nothing. I slowly turned around to see what it could possibly be seeing. The moment I did, the robot played its little disappointed sound, lost target, and both stick figures vanished from the screen like someone had flipped a switch. There was nothing behind me. Nothing at the wall. Nothing at the window. No moving shadows. No reflections. No dangling coat. No weird shapes. No explanation that made me feel better. I just stood there for a second, completely still, listening to the hum of the building and the faint, distant sounds from the shop below, trying to convince myself I hadn't just seen what I'd seen. And look, I'm not saying I know what it was. I honestly don't. But whatever the robot thought it was tracking, it felt specific. Like it wasn't guessing. Like it was recognizing something that matched human too well to ignore. After that, I stopped going into that room alone. Full stop. I'd wait until someone else was free, or I'd bring a friend up with me under the excuse of, "Hey, can you spot me while I test this?" I never saw the stick figures again quite as clearly as that second time, but I never forgot how the room felt. And I definitely never forgot the way that robot acted like it wasn't empty up there. Like I just couldn't see what it could. So, I need to tell you what's been going on, because it's one of those things that sounds unreal even as I'm saying it out loud. A couple nights ago, I woke up suddenly with that sharp feeling you get when you swear someone's looking at you. My room was quiet, but my whole body went alert. And then I saw it, this pale, human-shaped haze, like white smoke that somehow had a shape to it. The part that still makes my skin prickle is where it seemed to come from, the tall mirror across from my bed, like it peeled itself right out of the reflection. It didn't rush at me or anything, it just walked. Slow, like it already belonged there. I panicked. I didn't even think. I just bolted out of my room and went straight to my mom's room. Her name's Maribel, and she's the kind of person who sleeps like the world could end and she'd still be comfortable. I was shaking her awake, whisper yelling, trying not to sound completely unhinged. And then, this is the part that made me feel trapped. It followed me. I could see it lingering in the corner, like the air had thickened into a silhouette. I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't sleep. I just stared into that corner, watching it without blinking, afraid that if I looked away, it would get closer. Sometimes it did drift nearer to my mom's side of the bed, and I'd instinctively wave my hand through it like I was shooing smoke away from a candle. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but I was terrified. Like, primal terrified. The next day, it started messing with things in my room. Small things, but enough to make my stomach drop. I have this little magical girl figurine on my shelf, an anime character named Haruka Shinomiya, and I caught the smoky shape hovering around it, like it was drawn to it. It happened more than once, too, like it kept coming back to that exact spot. At one point, I saw something like a side profile in the haze, cheekbone, chin, the suggestion of hair, and I swear I felt my heart try to climb up into my throat. Then I saw it do something that made it feel real in the worst way. It pressed what looked like a hand against my wall. A hand that wasn't solid, just concentrated smoke, but shaped like fingers in a palm. I remember whispering, "Nope," out loud, like that would change anything. That night, my mom saw it too. I walked into my room and she was standing in the doorway, wide-eyed, staring at my bed. She told me she saw it sitting there, like it was perched on the edge, calm as you please. And Maribel doesn't scare easy, but she genuinely panicked. She started praying immediately, like it was the only thing her body knew how to do. Today, it's worse, or maybe clearer. I don't know. It's like once my brain learned how to see it, it can't stop seeing it. I've been noticing more than one smoky figure now. Different shapes, different corners, different little movements, like they're not all the same presence. If I had to guess, I'd say at least 3, maybe more. It's not like they line up and introduce themselves, you know? It's more like you catch one in the corner of your vision, then another near the doorway, then something faint by the mirror again. Sometimes, when I put my hand near where I see them, I feel temperature changes. A sudden cold, like the air gets sucked out. Or, this one's hard to explain, a tiny warm sting, like a quick little flare of heat right on my skin. Not enough to hurt, but enough that my brain goes, okay, something is there. I have this memory, clear enough that I can't shrug it off, of being half asleep and feeling someone wrap their arms around me from behind, like a spooning hug. It scared me, yes, but it also felt comforting, warm, like somebody trying to calm me down. I remember thinking, I'm too tired to deal with this, and just letting it happen because it felt oddly safe in that moment. That's why I keep going back and forth in my head, because not everything about this feels threatening. But there's a but. Some of them make me feel off, like my whole body heats up, especially my stomach. Earlier, I tried to take a nap, and I felt this weight settle on my chest, like something laid itself there. I got nauseous, jittery, nervous in this deep chemical way, like my body knew it didn't like what was happening, even if my brain couldn't explain it. So now I'm stuck in this awful middle place. Part of me wants to believe maybe they're just there, maybe curious, maybe even protective in their own weird way. And another part of me is terrified, because I've been through something before. When I was younger, I had an experience that felt like possession, and it was genuinely one of the worst days of my life. I don't want to relive anything even remotely like that. I don't want to accidentally invite something in, or let my guard down and regret it. I'm trying to stay calm. I really am. I'm more steady than I was at the start, but I can't pretend I'm not scared. It's the kind of fear that makes you listen to every creak in the house and feel your own heartbeat in your throat. And I keep thinking, if these are spirits, if that's what this is, how am I supposed to tell what's harmless versus what's malicious? What do you even look for? What do you do if they're benevolent? And what do you do if they're not? Honestly, I'm open to anything at this point. Religious, spiritual, pagan, practical. whatever. I just want to know how to protect myself, how to keep my home feeling like my home again, and how to make sure I don't end up in that nightmare place I swore I'd never return to. So, I've lived in a few really old apartments out in Cheyenne, Wyoming, but the oldest one, without question, was smack in the middle of downtown, right above this loud, always busy bar. Honestly, it was a bright little place during the day. Sun poured in through the windows, and if you didn't know any better, you'd think it was just charming. But the thing is, that apartment came with extras. Nothing ever felt outright dangerous, no get out now feeling. But there were enough weird little moments to keep me on edge, like the building was always clearing its throat to remind me I wasn't alone. To understand why it felt spooky, you have to know a little about that part of Wyoming. Those old downtown blocks carry history, the kind that isn't gentle. There were decades of hard living and harder fighting, old bar brawls, messy love stories, cops chasing the wrong people down the wrong alleys. The town cemetery is huge, and at one point, it was even relocated. People like to whisper that not everyone got moved properly, which, great, right? And then there were the tunnels. Supposedly, there used to be an underground tunnel system connecting different parts of downtown. Folks said it got shut down years ago because parts of it were unstable, and because some ugly stuff happened down there when nobody was looking. Whether all of that is true or not, I can tell you this. The basement of my building lined up with where those tunnels ran. There was a bricked-off section that always made my stomach feel tight when I looked at it, like it was holding its breath. Now, here's another detail that always stuck with me. The building wasn't always apartments. It had a reputation back in the day as a brothel. You could still see this odd little feature on the door, this small window pane with an old curtain. I learned later what it was for. Curtain open meant a woman was available. Curtain closed meant not available. Apparently that setup used to be common in that area because there were so many places like that tucked above shops and bars. And people swear some of them stayed active way later than you'd expect. Because of that, I always had this sense that the presence in my apartment, if that's what it was, felt feminine. Not mean, not threatening, more like curious, like they had been there a long time and didn't really see a reason to leave. Except for this one night. This one night is still the creepiest thing that ever happened to me in that place. It was a Friday, and downtown was loud beneath my floorboards. Music, footsteps, people laughing too hard on the sidewalk. I was upstairs with my boyfriend at the time, Nolan. We'd been drinking, nothing crazy, just the kind of tipsy where you start thinking your own ideas sound hilarious. And that's when Nolan goes, "We should use a Ouija board." And I know. But here's the thing. I wasn't one of those people who treated it like a party trick. I didn't ask anything nasty. I didn't taunt. I didn't try to summon some dark, mysterious force. I was careful. I always said hello. Always said goodbye. I treated it like knocking on someone's door. Nolan did not share my philosophy. He thought it was funny to poke at whatever might be around. He started making little comments, sort of daring the room to respond. At first, nothing. No chills. No shifting shadows. The planchette didn't budge. It was just us sitting there like idiots, waiting for a plastic triangle to do something magical. So then Nolan gets this bright idea. He decides we should take it down to the basement that already felt wrong even in the middle of the day. He wanted to play down there, where it's more active, he said, like we were going ghost fishing. And then, maybe 2 minutes later, it happened. I was standing in my little kitchen, and all at once, the air turned cold. Not, oh, it's drafty cold. This was like stepping into a shadow, like someone had opened a freezer door inside my chest. And right after that, pop. My kitchen light burst. Not just flickered, not just went out, it burst. A sharp crack, like a tiny firework. For half a second, I saw that quick spark inside the glass, and then it went dark. I stood there in the dim, frozen in place, and the only thing I could hear was the muffled thump of music from the bar below me, and my own breathing. I cannot explain to you the feeling that filled the room after that. It was like being stared at, like the space behind me was suddenly occupied. I kept waiting for Nolan to come back upstairs, and every second felt stretched thin. I didn't want to turn around, and I didn't want to move. I just stood there, heart pounding, whispering, "Nope, no, we're done." When he finally came back up, he was buzzing like he'd just been on a roller coaster. "Did you hear that? That was insane." He kept talking about how wild it was, how the board felt weird, how the basement gave him the creeps, like he was proud of it. And I was so angry I could have cried. I told him, "You don't get to come into my home and be rude to whatever's here." I made him put the Ouija board away properly, and I made him replace the light bulb too, because honestly, it felt like the least he could do after he went downstairs and antagonized the entire building. And after that, things settled back into their usual pattern. Little odd moments, little reminders, nothing dramatic. But that night made one thing very clear to me. Whatever was in that apartment didn't mind me. It minded him. It's weirdly hard to talk about this out loud, even now. I kept it to myself for a long time because I didn't want to sound dramatic, or like I was making something out of nothing. But it's been sitting with me, and I think I'm finally ready to say it plainly. So, this happened a few years ago, late spring into summer of 2021. Back then, it was just me and my mom living in this older, creaky house. She worked long shifts, and I was between jobs, so I was home alone a lot. I'd try to keep busy, walk our dog, wash dishes, fold laundry, wipe down counters, just anything to make the day feel normal. And then one afternoon, around lunchtime, maybe a little after 1, I was sitting there eating, half watching something on my phone, when I heard people talking upstairs. Not like a TV, not muffled music, actual voices. It sounded like two adults, maybe a man and a woman, mid-conversation, like they'd already been talking for a while. I couldn't make out the words clearly, but I could tell there were two distinct voices. They even overlapped sometimes, like one interrupted the other. That detail still sticks with me because it felt casual, like they belonged there. Except they didn't. I was alone. My stomach dropped instantly. I went cold all over, and without thinking too hard, I grabbed my dog, Milo, and locked us in the downstairs bathroom. I remember sitting on the closed toilet lid, holding his collar like that would somehow keep both of us anchored to reality. I stayed in there for maybe 20 minutes, maybe longer, just waiting for my mom, Diane, to come home. And the second I heard her car in the driveway, the voices stopped. I told myself it was something explainable. Pipes, neighbors, sound carrying, my imagination. I wanted it to be something explainable. I figured that was the end of it. But the next day, it happened again. Same kind of thing. Midday, quiet house, and then those two voices upstairs, like they were in a room together talking to each other. This time, I didn't hide. I don't know why. Maybe I was angry at how scared I'd been, or maybe I just wanted to prove to myself I had control over it. So I stood at the bottom of the stairs and called out, really simply, like I was talking to someone who'd walked in by mistake. "Hello?" And I swear to you, the moment I said it, the voices stopped, like a switch flipped. That became the pattern, over and over through that summer. I'd hear them when I was home alone, never when my mom was there. If I stayed quiet, they'd go on longer. If I acknowledged it, even softly, it would cut out immediately. And after the voices started, other little things started happening too. Small at first. The kind of stuff you can convince yourself is normal. A door that was cracked now closed. A sound from a room you hadn't been in. A weird thump when the house settled. But it felt different when it piled up, day after day, always when I was alone. Like the house was testing how much I'd ignore. The scariest moment, the one I still replay sometimes, happened later in the summer, closer to evening. My mom had gone to take my aunt to an appointment out of town, so she was going to be gone for hours. The house felt extra quiet, like it knew I didn't have backup. I was upstairs in my bedroom just lying on the bed, trying to distract myself. Milo was curled near my feet. And then I heard someone sprint up the stairs. I shot upright so fast I felt dizzy, and then, just as suddenly, the running went back down the stairs. Up, down, up again. And here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. It never sounded like the runner stepped off the stairs onto the landing. There was no transition noise, no shift onto the floor, just stairs. Like the person was trapped in that one motion, stuck on the staircase itself. During one of the runs upward, I threw my bedroom door open and leaned out to look, heart hammering so hard it felt like it was shaking my throat. The sprinting stopped instantly, and the staircase was empty. No one, nothing, just the dim hallway and the quiet that followed. The kind of quiet that feels too heavy, too intentional. I remember standing there with the door half open, staring and waiting for something to move, anything, to prove I hadn't imagined it. Milo wouldn't even come to the doorway. He stayed back on the bed, tense, watching me like he didn't want me to go closer. When my mom got home, I told her right away. I was shaken, like I'd been jumped, but she brushed it off, said I was stressed, said the house makes noises, said maybe I'd dozed off and startled myself. And I didn't argue because I didn't even know how to defend something that didn't leave evidence. But the truth is, I know what I heard. And here's why I'm talking about it now. Whatever that was, it didn't feel like it ended when that summer ended. The upstairs voices and the stair sprinting eventually stopped, but other strange things kept happening over the next couple of years. Things that don't seem limited to the house anymore. Different places, different moments. The same unsettling feeling of being singled out when I'm alone. I'm not even asking for someone to tell me it's definitely paranormal. I'm just asking for someone to help me make sense of it. Because I've tried to explain it away, and I've tried to ignore it, and I've tried to laugh it off. But some part of me still remembers that afternoon. The sound of two people talking upstairs in a house that should have been silent. And I can't shake the feeling that something was there, listening back. So, before I tell you what happened this morning, I should give you a little context, because without it, I know it sounds unreal. I've been dipping in and out of meditation for a while now. For a time, I was really deep into it, experimenting with things like remote viewing and guided audio sessions that are meant to shift your awareness. I don't do it as consistently anymore, but lately I've come back to it for a very specific reason. I've been trying to quiet down the PTSD that's been hanging around after a hospital incident a few months back. I have a rare condition called achalasia. Basically, swallowing is a fight. Food, water, anything. And in early autumn, during what was supposed to be a routine procedure, something went catastrophically wrong. There was a mistake, and an artery got nicked. Everything went into emergency mode. I lost a lot of blood. They had to rush me into surgery. I survived, obviously, but I didn't come out the same. Since then, my symptoms have gotten so much worse. I've dropped a scary amount of weight, and I've got this long, angry scar stretching across my abdomen, a physical reminder of a moment I genuinely could have died. Fast forward to yesterday. I nearly ended up back in hospital because I was so dehydrated. Even drinking water can be painful and exhausting, and I could feel myself slipping into that danger zone again. And then, this morning happened. I was at my desk, meditating like I usually do, nothing dramatic. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't drifting. I was fully aware of the room, the sounds around me, the feeling of the chair under me. I knew exactly where I was. And in that clear, awake space, I felt a presence. It wasn't vague. It wasn't just a sense. It was like someone had walked into the room. When I opened my awareness to it, I saw this small being, almost like it had stepped out of a storybook. The best way I can describe it is a little creature with the look of a calf or a small bull, but not in a realistic way. More like a gentle, mythic version of one. It had thick fur and these curled horns that framed its head. And on the horns, this is the part that sticks with me, there were these strange ornaments, like hoops or big circular bands, the way earrings might hang, except they were set into the horn itself. It climbed up onto me like it belonged there, like it wasn't asking permission. It settled right on my stomach, directly over the scar. And I remember thinking immediately, why there? Why that spot? Then it looked straight at me, not past me, not through me, at me. And with this calm, deliberate motion, it traced a symbol in the air, this bright, electric neon blue that honestly felt like light you could touch. It drew a crescent moon over my scar, but not the way you usually picture a crescent. The points were angled upward, like a bowl. And underneath it, there was this glow, like the crescent was being lit from below, the way the sun makes the edge of the moon shine at night. It was so vivid it felt impossible. It finished the shape, paused like it was setting it into place, and just held my gaze for a second longer. Steady, almost reassuring. Like, that's done. That's enough. You're okay. And then it was gone. No dramatic exit, no jump scare moment. Just gone, like it had never been there at all. But even with that awareness, this didn't feel like a dream. It didn't feel like sleep. It didn't feel like imagination. It felt like an encounter. And the part I can't ignore, because it's the part that made me sit back and go cold, is what happened afterward. Since that moment, I've been able to drink water like I haven't been able to in a long time. Not perfectly, not like I'm suddenly cured, but noticeably easier. Less pain, less resistance. Enough that I caught myself thinking, wait, what? And then I just kept drinking, almost scared it would stop if I focused too hard on it. After yesterday, that shouldn't have been possible for me today. So now I'm stuck in this strange space. I'm in awe of it, honestly. And I'm also trying to understand it. I looked up folklore and symbols, and the closest match I could find was this horned figure from old mythology, Cernunnos. But the fit isn't perfect, and I can't figure out why anything like that would show up to someone like me, in my little ordinary life, sitting at a desk trying to breathe through trauma. I don't know what it was. I just know it came straight to the wound, straight to the place where I was cut open to be saved. And it left a bright blue crescent like a mark, like a blessing, like a stitch of light. And ever since, something has shifted. Even saying it out loud makes me feel a little ridiculous, but I also can't pretend it didn't happen. So that's why I'm telling you. Because if you've ever had something like this, something that sits right on the line between the unexplainable and the psychological, I'd genuinely love to know how you make sense of it. Because right now, all I can do is hold it carefully and admit the truth. Whatever it was, it felt real. creepiest thing I've ever had happen at sea was on a routine night watch in the North Atlantic. I was second officer on the midnight to 4 shift, and it was one of those nights where everything feels steady and quiet. Engine hum, dark horizon, the kind of calm that almost makes you sleepy if you let it. To stay sharp, I was doing slow laps around the bridge, just moving my legs, clearing my head. At about 1:20 in the morning, I passed the starboard bridge window and caught sight of someone out on deck, walking from aft toward the bow. That alone didn't alarm me. On our ship, crew could step outside when they wanted, and sometimes people did if they couldn't sleep. But the timing felt off. It was late, and most people were dead asleep by then. I did another lap. When I came back to that same window, the person had stopped, standing in this awkward spot between the forward cargo area and the windbreaker. He was facing forward, back toward me, like he was just staring into the dark. I paused, watching, and then, without any normal shift in posture, no casual turn, no, "Oh, someone's up there," he rotated around and looked straight at me. And he raised his hand and started waving. Not like a quick, "Hey mate," wave either. More like a slow, repetitive wave, while his body stayed perfectly still. That's when my stomach tightened, because the more I stared, the more details didn't make sense. He was in a white overall. The problem was, our company-issued coveralls were dark blue with reflective strips. Nobody wore white. Not officers, not ratings, nobody. And his helmet was bright yellow. Again, possible in theory, but everyone on board had standard white helmets. The whole thing felt like someone had dressed wrong on purpose. And there was another thing that bothered me. From where he was standing, it shouldn't have been easy for him to see me. The bridge lights were dimmed inside, and with the angle and reflections on the glass, you normally can't look up and clearly make out a person moving around on the bridge unless the lighting is just right. But he was tracking me. Like, as I walked away from the starboard side toward port, his head turned, keeping me in view. The wave kept going, slow, consistent. I told myself, all right, radio him. This is probably a tired deckhand messing around. So I went to the console, grabbed the handheld radio, and called out, "Starboard deck, this is Bridge. Identify yourself." Nothing. I called again, more firm this time. Still nothing. Just faint static and that empty radio silence you get in the middle of the ocean. And the whole time, through the glass, he just kept waving, watching me. Not moving his feet, not shifting his weight, just waving like a mannequin that had learned one motion. At that point, I didn't even feel curious anymore. I felt uneasy. That prickling feeling you get at the back of your neck when something is wrong and your brain can't quite explain why. So I went to the light panel and switched on the bridge spotlights, the big ones that wash the deck in bright white. The deck flooded with light. I looked up immediately, expecting to catch him mid-prank, squinting, maybe laughing, maybe running. But he was gone. Just gone. No footsteps, no scramble, no, "Oh crap," nothing. For a few seconds I stood there staring, trying to force logic into it. My first thought was he ducked into the stairway near the paint locker, or slipped into the forward passage by the windbreaker. So I kept the lights on and watched. 10 minutes, 15, 20, nothing. The next morning I asked around, casually at first, "Hey, was anyone out on deck around 1:30 last night?" Everyone looked genuinely confused. One guy laughed and said, "Mate, I was dead asleep." Another swore he hadn't even gotten up to use the bathroom. Nobody admitted to it. Nobody even hinted like they were hiding a joke. And the thing is, if it was a prank, I wouldn't have been angry. I would have respected it honestly. It would have been a good one. But the reactions I got didn't feel like guys trying to keep a secret. They felt like guys who had no clue what I was talking about. Later, I checked the area where he'd been standing. The paint locker access was locked like it always was at night. The forward store entrance was secured, and there wasn't anywhere obvious someone could have hidden and then vanished from in the 2 seconds it took me to turn on those lights. What sticks with me most isn't even the outfit. It's the way he moved, or didn't move. The stiffness, the staring, the slow wave without any warmth in it. Like he wasn't greeting me, like he was just repeating a motion he knew I'd recognize. I've sailed for years, crossed plenty of ocean in the dark, dealt with real emergencies, real fear, and I've never had another moment like that one. I still don't have a clean explanation for what I saw. All I know is, I watched someone walk forward. I watched him turn and wave at me for several minutes. I tried to reach him on the radio, and the instant I hit those floodlights, he disappeared like he'd never been there at all.